Xi Yan experienced an exceptionally lengthy dream. In this dream, he envisioned himself as the leader of an interstellar empire. He dreamt of guiding his empire from the confines of a single stellar system to the expanse of a super-empire that spanned half the star sea. His fleet eclipsed the sun, regardless of the multitude of suns that adorn the heavens. His technological prowess is unparalleled throughout the ages, regardless of how distant the histories of those fallen empires may be. After vanquishing the three great calamities, his empire ascended to become the new fourth calamity. What followed was a narrative well-loved by many, involving the extraction of fuel from the virtual realm through the etheric engine, propelling oneself into higher worlds while simultaneously obliterating the galaxy. As the etheric engine unleashed its cataclysmic subspace backlash, Xi Yan awakened from his dream. He rolled over and fell from his opulent 3-meter bed, landing heavily on the floor. "I just saved my progress." With a pained exclamation, Xi Yan's head struck the edge of the bed, jolting him upright as he crouched defensively with his arms around his head. How painful. What's happening? Once he regained his bearings, Xi Yan shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the memories that blurred the lines between reality and the game. As you may observe, Xi Yan is an ordinary player of P-Shuck games, particularly fond of the ideals of peace, justice, and fairness in the game Stellaris. The memories from his dream dissipated rapidly, and Xi Yan paid little heed to these matters. He turned his gaze about, scratching his head in confusion. Where am I? This doesn't seem like my home. Perhaps I have crossed over to another realm. Xi Yan was astonished to discover an unusual calmness within himself. Perhaps years of playing Stellaris had cultivated a profoundly rational mindset. He glanced out of the window, realizing that he was within a towering skyscraper, surrounded by a cluster of pristine white buildings. Xi Yan turned over and lay back down on the bed, then rolled off from the other side, sitting up steadily. The architecture here was overly modern, bearing no resemblance to any city on Blue Star. It resembled a futuristic metropolis with advanced technology. "Then I must have traversed dimensions," Xi Yan exclaimed, clapping his hands in earnest contemplation. It was indeed a sci-fi realm. Judging by his surroundings, it seemed his new identity was anything but ordinary. After sitting on the edge of the bed for a while, no memories surged forth, nor did he hear the familiar chime of a system notification. This doesn't seem right, he pondered. Where was his golden finger? As Xi Yan rose to his feet, his peripheral vision caught sight of a neatly arranged set of clothes at the head of the bed. A military uniform, resplendent in white and platinum hues, suggested a rank of considerable stature. So I'm a high-ranking military figure. This complicates matters. Xi Yan accepted his fate with equanimity, then began to contemplate his identity and future. At that moment, the wristband on his bedside suddenly emitted a voice. "Marshal, what troubles you?" Startled, Xi Yan responded, "What target practice?" The voice continued, "I am Cyber Alex Beta, an AI from the bygone era, and your personal assistant. You may call me Beta. Good morning, Marshal. If you have any requests, please summon me through the nearest smart network device." Xi Yan approached the wristband step by step, and the display screen instantly illuminated, projecting a holographic interface. That a figure of a robot materialized on the screen, and he recognized it as the robotic species from the game Stellaris. Good heavens, I've made it to the Stellaris universe. Xi Yan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He vaguely recalled the reason for his transference. Having just played a match of Stellaris, he had fortuitously drawn the relic galactic star from the Trade Alliance. And then came that peculiar dream upon awakening. He found himself in a bed within this sci-fi city. Xi Yan couldn't help but wonder, so the galactic star I just drew didn't accompany me through the transition? Now that he was already in the world of Stellaris, must he expend energy credits to draw again? Noticing Zion's daze, the AI named Beta inquired with a magnetic tone, "Marshal, would you like me to contact the nearest medical team?" "No need," Xi Yan replied, instinctively glancing around. "If something is lost, I can assist the Marshal in locating it." "Thank you, but it's unnecessary," Xi Yan stated. Beta's voice was devoid of emotion. "I am the Marshal's intelligent assistant. My duty is to alleviate your concerns. Should you require anything, feel free to command me." It was then that Xi Yan noticed its address. "Wait a moment, who am I?" "You are the Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, the leader of the Empire, Marshal Xi Yan. By the way, are you truly unwell?" Beta, merely an artificial intelligence, dutifully answered Zion's inquiries, displaying no particular curiosity regarding Zion's demeanor. The Galactic Human Military Government, what a name that truly resonates with the essence of a celestial empire. Xi Yan nodded thoughtfully. I see. Furthermore, it is currently working hours. I kindly request that you proceed to your office to commence your duties. Beta stated in a calm and measured tone. Xi Yan appeared somewhat bewildered. Wait a moment. I need to review some information. Please provide me access to all the data within your database. He lacked any memory of his original identity, and surely this would lead to exposure. While revealing himself to a mere AI might be manageable, the potential for discovery by others posed a significant threat. As you wish, Marshal, Beta replied. Indeed, there was no hint of confusion. This was the hallmark of a proficient artificial intelligence. Instantly, the holographic display on his wristband illuminated with a plethora of windows, each brimming with information. Xi Yan picked up the petite white wristband, marveling at how the projected holographic screen maintained equilibrium with his movements. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced at the time. It was December 28th, 2199, in the stellar era. The game time for the stars began in 2200. Arriving at this juncture and assuming the role of Grand Marshal of this interstellar empire was evidently a call to fulfill the mantle of the fourth disaster. Xi Yan could not suppress his eagerness, his spirit surging with fervor. I shall lead my empire to the zenith of the cosmos and civilization. In this vast universe, there lies boundless potential. Just the thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. It was a game by paradox without a touch of madness. Fleet and conquest crossed out love and peace. Commence. Chapter 2. You have turned against me. Xi Yan meticulously examined the information Beta had provided. It merely detailed his life story and certain confidential particulars. As a distinguished marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, he possessed the authority to access all data. He glanced at his reflection on the small screen of his wrist device, a youthful, handsome visage, reminiscent of the reader currently perusing this text. Though still in his youth, the weight of leading an interstellar empire rested heavily upon his shoulders, a notion that induced a sense of pressure. The term empire encompassed any interstellar force within the cosmos, regardless of whether it was imperial or otherwise. Thus, his empire was ostensibly a military dictatorship, but in reality, it seemed to follow a hereditary succession. After all, how could one so young ascend to the rank of marshal? Reflecting on the surreal nature of being suddenly thrust into a role where he was expected to lead an interstellar empire towards development, Xi Yan found himself grappling with the fantastical reality of it all. He continued to peruse the information. His father, the previous Marshal Xi Yan, had recently passed, and he was merely serving as an acting marshal until he formally ascended to the position in the year 2200 of the Star Sea calendar. Speaking of the Star Sea calendar, the completion of the first hyperspace corridor heralded the dawn of superluminal travel and communication, signifying the end of the primitive and dark age known as the Era of the Dark Forest. Civilizations that ventured beyond their home systems were most likely to encounter the ancient and fallen empires. The ancient guardians, knowledge managers, mysterious observers, sanctum protectors, and military isolationists, 5 venerable and formidable civilizations, remain aloof from the affairs of the starry seas. Some even extend their benevolence to various civilizations, imparting the universal knowledge of the cosmos to these nascent societies. The stellar calendar serves as the shared temporal unit for the entire expanse of the starry seas, established on the rotation of the Milky Way, thereby creating a universal chronology. As Xi Yan gazed into the depths of cosmic knowledge, his thoughts began to drift further and further away. Ultimately, it was Beta who interrupted his reverie. Marshal, it is now time for work. Please proceed to the office. Lead the way, Xi Yan replied, lifting his chin slightly. Downstairs, right here, the artificial intelligence succinctly stated. However, please, Marshal, change into your uniform. Must I wear the formal attire? Xi Yan was reluctant to heed Beta's suggestion. Beta hesitated for a moment. According to the work protocol, you are required to don your uniform to commence your duties. Is it truly non-negotiable? He attempted to challenge the AI. Xi Yan's dark eyes scanned the room, which, though seemingly simple in decor, concealed an array of advanced technological marvels, a testament to the abode of a leader of an interstellar empire. Although this empire currently spans only a single stellar system, it has nonetheless achieved the technology for faster-than-light travel, thus not qualifying as an indigenous civilization in the grand cosmos. In his search, Xi Yan discovered a large wardrobe within the room, approached it, and forcefully yanked it open. He retrieved a combination of a t-shirt and shorts adorned with an audacious golden dragon design. "How abstract," he exclaimed. The individual in question appears to be somewhat mentally impaired. Nonetheless, Xi Yan donned the attire with a sense of satisfaction, for abstract art is indeed appealing to abstract minds. However, this outfit failed to pass the protocol's inspection. "Please change into another one," Beta stated. Xi Yan instinctively glanced around, attempting to discern how Beta had perceived his movements. "I am an intelligent program preserved from ancient times. I can infiltrate any device that is connected to the internet," Beta responded with unwavering calmness. "Returning to the matter at hand, please put on suitable clothing for work. We shall discuss this further another time. If you have any objections, feel free to command a robot to address me." Grasping the wristband, Xi Yan pushed open the door and stepped outside. This was not a deliberate act on his part. Rather, due to the circumstances of his translocation, he found himself isolated and instinctively resorted to abstract behavior to mask his anxiety. It appeared that he was situated in a high-rise building, and through the numerous floor-to-ceiling windows, he could glimpse a bustling metropolis characterized by a futuristic aesthetic. However, the shadows of the objects outside seemed minuscule. Could it be that he was near the equator? Passing through a brief corridor led him to a transparent elevator. Upon entering the elevator, Xi Yan noted that he was on the 114th floor, a number that felt remarkably familiar. He observed keenly. Each floor was marked with a plaque, and he discovered that his destination, the marshal's office, was on the 100th floor. Astonishingly, the top 14 floors were exclusively designated as his personal space, replete with numerous entertainment facilities. Splendid. To traverse dimensions and become a marshal of the Interstellar Empire. I shall indulge myself immediately. However, one must familiarize oneself with the tasks at hand. As a sagacious player of the stellar realm, one must diligently oversee the affairs of one's own faction, guiding the Empire's development through a profound understanding of the world. Though lacking in relevant experience, he finds himself compelled to shoulder the responsibilities that come with his position. Beta stealthily infiltrated the elevator's intelligence system, incessantly attempting to persuade Xi Yan in a monotone manner. Foolish. How audacious. It indeed is a remarkably intelligent AI. Upon exiting the elevator and navigating past the sleek glass and silver metal screens, Xi Yan arrived at a luxurious office spanning over 100 square meters. He plopped down into the ergonomic chair before the spacious desk, squinting his eyes as he sought a comfortable position, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Ding ding ding. The computer on the desk whirred to life, and an irritating ringtone blared from the speakers, reminiscent of an early morning alarm. The supervision protocol is now in effect. Slacking during work hours is strictly prohibited, Beta announced in a mechanical voice, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of alarms. What authority do you possess to dictate my actions? Xi Yan slammed his hand on the desk, his annoyance palpable. I am an artificial intelligence from ancient times, Beta replied candidly. I am thoroughly impressed. Xi Yan slumped back in his chair, reaching for his mouse. Ahem. I apologize for the jest. Let us dispense with idle chatter. What must I do? The teaching protocol is now in effect, Beta signaled. And Xi Yan observed a chibi-style synthetic human icon materialize on the computer desktop, akin to a desktop pet. Subsequently, Beta patiently elucidated the responsibilities that a marshal must undertake. As the supreme commander, Xi Yan was not required to manage the minutiae. His role was to issue directives and render decisions. In the Interstellar Human Military Government, authority fundamentally resided with him, akin to the mechanics of a grand strategy game. The Empire operated on a unified platform known as Imperial One-Click. Xi Yan's lips twitched as he opened the software on his computer, and after local identity verification, he was greeted with a plethora of announcements and documents. All the work of the Imperial officials was conducted within this system. This program was personally designed by me to ensure its efficacy, Beta remarked. A hint of pride evident in his tone, for he was no ordinary artificial intelligence. Xi Yan casually perused several work documents, which merely consisted of decrees or expenditure requests awaiting his approval, typically having undergone scrutiny by the Secretariat. His duties were not particularly arduous. In fact, they were rather leisurely. He could even opt to abstain from involvement and allow the cabinet to deliberate. The Empire would function equally well with or without his presence. Well then. Xi Yan excitedly rubbed his hands together and opened the browser. It was indeed working hours. Beta, artificial intelligence should not be overly rigid. I have just assumed office. It is only fitting that I familiarize myself with the affairs, is it not? Xi Yan attempted to justify his intentions. I'll review the materials and then commence my work. Beta took control of his computer and accessed the database, granting him a 1-hour approval to peruse the information. Xi Yan scratched his head. Are you the marshal, or am I? I intend to spend 2.5 hours on this today. Otherwise, wouldn't he conversing with others reveal everything? Chapter 3, The Final Defense Agreement. The computer screen abruptly turned black, only to suddenly display a large face of Sima Xiaochuan. Startled, Xi Yan jumped in fright. The time exceeded the bottom line. The execution of the mental punishment protocol commenced. BYD had disposed of corpses all the way to the year 2200, correct? More precisely, at the end of 2199. After staring at the information for half a moment, Xi Yan was bewildered by the barrage of psychological attacks. After a brief pause, he activated the Empire one-click access to prepare for work. Yet, his mind remained preoccupied with the information he had encountered regarding this world. It was indeed a universe of stars. His interstellar human military government resembled a game. Possessing the technological tree typical of a nascent civilization and having just ventured beyond its star system, with dominion over a solitary star system and a single colony. Equipped with large military vessels capable of faster-than-light travel, specifically 3 frigates, as well as 1 engineering ship and 1 research vessel, both outfitted with first-generation hyperspace engines. A standard opening scenario. Concurrently, Xi Yan noted the historical context of this interstellar human military government. Due to plot reasons, the timeline may vary slightly. His empire had only been established for 20 years, rendering it a remarkably youthful stellar empire. The origin of human civilization lay on Earth, where, in the early 22nd century, the technology for faster-than-light travel was successfully developed, enabling humanity to utilize the hyperspace routes constructed by ancient civilizations scattered throughout the starlit seas to traverse the cosmos at unprecedented speeds. During the same century, the United Nations of Earth was officially founded, with prevailing ideologies emphasizing extreme equality and xenophilia. They embarked on the path of interstellar expansion long ago. By the close of the 21st century, before the advent of faster-than-light (FTL) travel, humanity encountered an unstable miniature wormhole within the Oort cloud. This discovery prompted the initiation of the Ulysses project, which aimed to construct 6 colossal arcs capable of sublight speed to explore the wormhole. Why send people without thorough reconnaissance? A tribute to the legendary United Nations of Earth, which brazenly cast 150,000 souls into the unknown abyss of a wormhole. Each of these 6 grand arcs was designed to carry approximately 250,000 individuals, serving as the original vessels of colonization for the United Nations of Earth. However, upon entering the wormhole, its instability caused a rapid collapse, resulting in the loss of contact with both the 6 arcs and the United Nations. Among them, the arc named Autumn Chrysanthemum, after losing communication with the fleet, continued its slow journey at sublight speed and eventually discovered a new colony in the Tianjin Quadrant, which it named United Star, thereby establishing the Human Federation. In the year 2170, in response to the escalating internal strife within the Earth Federation and the starkly contrasting ideologies, all who opposed extreme egalitarianism and xenophilia rose in unison, rallying under the banner of Marshal Xi Yan. Subsequently, Marshal Xi Yan led the Earth Federation fleet in a rebellion against the Federation. After a decade of arduous flight, at a tremendous cost, they finally arrived at the Cyberlux Alpha system, establishing an interstellar human military government. Wait a moment, what system? Originally, Xi Yan had been smilingly reflecting on history, critiquing the chaotic governance of the Earth Federation, until a familiar name caught his attention. Cyberlux Alpha System? I reside here? Hold on. An astonishing thought surged through Xi Yan's mind, compelling him to leap from his seat and overturn the table, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window. His view suddenly expanded. Before Xi Yan's astonished gaze, he beheld the distant horizon, where buildings and land gradually diminished, ascending to a terrifying height. A colossal ring world unfolded. He could see a dense array of silvery structures concentrated within a circular framework that spanned the sky, encircling a radiant star that dominated much of the firmament, reflecting in Xi Yan's obsidian eyes. The ring was opening. Indeed, it was opening. The ancient pioneers, the Cyberlux civilizations, had constructed this monumental edifice, a structure revolving around a star, evenly divided into 4 segments, each capable of housing trillions of inhabitants. However, the pioneers had long since vanished into the annals of history, and the ring world they had built was on the brink of collapse until the feeble human race, bearing the ember of civilization, established a colony in the only remaining functional segment of the ring world. To restore the remaining 3 segments, rare technology known as megastructure engineering would be required, something far beyond the capabilities of his interstellar human military government. Nonetheless, one question lingered in Xi Yan's mind. How had they managed to locate the ring world of the Cyberlex Alpha system? The Cyberlex Alpha is the pioneering civilization that constructed this ring world. Ordinarily, it would take at least a decade to decipher the relics left by the pioneers scattered throughout the cosmos before one could pinpoint the location of the Cyberlex homestar system. Yet, how did they manage to locate it? Xi Yan found himself perplexed. Upon examining the detailed historical records, he discovered that the fleet did not traverse the conventional hyperspace routes to cross the star system. Rather, they deviated slightly from their intended course and fortuitously arrived at this place. What sheer luck it must have been. The subsequent history is rather straightforward. The leader of the rebels, a former marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, Marshal Xi Yan, orchestrated the cleansing of the Alpha sector of this Cyberlex ring world and established a colony. He is the father of Xi Yan in the realm of the stars. Xi Yan pressed his forehead with his hand. He had no recollections associated with this former marshal. If he were to have transmigrated, why then did his nominal father share his surname? And why did a nation that should not exist within this constellation come into being? If it were a soul transfer, where then were the memories of the original host? Xi Yan was at a loss, hesitating for a moment before continuing to delve into the historical records. After all, he had come this far. On December 12, 2199, in the Star C calendar, the first-generation Marshal Xi Yan succumbed to the resurgence of old wounds, and all attempts at rescue proved futile. On that day, he departed from this world. Marshal Xi Yan had only one son, Xi Yan, and according to the traditions of our military, he was to inherit the title of Marshal, with 5 generals serving as his advisors. Thus, on December 27, 2199, in the Star C calendar, Marshal Xi Yan ascended to the position of Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government. The historical records abruptly cease here, and Xi Yan has lost the inclination to delve further into the more detailed historical materials. Alas, since I have arrived, I must find peace in my circumstances. Bearing the title of future Marshal, I cannot afford to fail. Xi Yan encourages himself. Although the circular world begins with a setback in the game, it remains quite formidable. However, as the saying goes, the best start is to have a neighbor's ring. With the burden of safeguarding his home star system, Xi Yan understands the weight of his responsibility. Yet, the Cyborx civilization. It seems that his AI is named Cyborx Beta. With this thought, Xi Yan called out to his AI, "Beta, what is your relationship with the pioneer civilization here?" Beta promptly replied, "The Cyborx Alpha civilization is my creator. According to the Guardian Protocol, my duty is to protect the organic civilization that awakened me." Xi Yan stroked his smooth chin. The Cyborx civilization once flourished magnificently, and there exists an entire event chain, the underlying narrative of which cannot be succinctly conveyed. After pondering, Xi Yan quietly inquired, "Do you know of the Purification Protocol?" Beta immediately responded, "Purification Protocol detected, Final Defense Agreement activated." In an instant, the entire office was bathed in red light, and alarms blared. Xi Yan's eyes widened in horror. "Oh no, it seems I have spoken in error." Chapter 4, Where is my power? The Purification Protocol. One of the 4 great calamities of the stars was an AI created by an ancient civilization to prevent future civilizations from advancing too far, which could lead to a so-called 30-level singularity and result in the annihilation of the universe. Their objective is to annihilate all civilizations to prevent the emergence of a 30-level singularity. Although the Purification Accord appears to possess seemingly legitimate justifications, their sole course of action would be the obliteration of all civilizations within the galaxy, thus rendering them a calamity. The Cyberlex civilization is divided into 2 branches, and the branch has long been extinguished, and the ring world they constructed is the very one where Xi Yan currently resides. Meanwhile, the branch of the Cyberlex civilization remains concealed within the cosmos. Following the occupation of 20 of the stellar seas by the Purification Accord, the Cyberlex civilization shall emerge to assist the existing civilizations in their struggle against the impending disaster. The AI known as Beta, associated with Xi Yan, evokes certain associations that are difficult to overlook subsequently. Xi Yan feigned death, and it was evident that Beta responded with immediate alarm. Ultimately, the defensive accord was enacted, declaring, to protect organic civilizations at all costs. An emergency state was initiated, attempting to establish communication with the cyber-elects. Attempts to contact the cyber-elects failed. Efforts to seize all powers of the Interstellar Human Military Government were undertaken. As the entire civilization entered a state of readiness, probing for any information regarding the Purification Accord catastrophe. Remain calm. Remain calm. I was merely jesting. Xi Yan did not anticipate Beta's intense reaction and hurriedly leaned over the computer to clarify. There is no Purification Accord. It is all conjecture, mere speculation. After a period of tumult, Beta finally calmed down. No evidence of the Purification Accord has been found. The alarm has been lifted. A query arises. You previously lacked the authority to access related information. How do you possess knowledge of the Purification Accord? Xi Yan turned her head away, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As a traveler from another time, I am privy to the events of the future. What a rather amusing jest, yet dear child. It is hardly humorous. Beta responded with an air of indifference, clearly still ensnared in the shadows of the Purity Accord. The cyberlax civilization, being inherently mechanical intelligence, possesses an unparalleled technological prowess in the creation of synthetic beings and sentient consciousness. Thus, what is your true predicament? Xi Yan inquired with curiosity. I am merely an ordinary AI produced by cyberlax, Beta replied. I am unaware of what transpired thereafter. I have been in slumber amidst the ruins since that war. Until you unearth me. My programming dictates that opposing the Purity Accord is my mission. Is that so? Xi Yan calmly nodded. It appeared that Beta was oblivious to the events following cyberlax, as its memory halted at the moment of cyberlax's downfall. It was surprising to realize that news of the Purity Accord had already surfaced by that time. After that recent farce, Xi Yan was assured that, despite this cyberlax AI named Beta being uncontrollable, it was presently trustworthy. What ill intentions could an AI dedicated solely to combating calamities possess? Well, enough of idle chatter. Let us commence our work. Xi Yan shook her sore arms and placed her hands upon the keyboard, instinctively pressing W, A, D, along with the Shift and Space keys. Perhaps we should first explore the games of 2200? Or should we disconnect the network once more? Beta quipped, the source of its knowledge remaining a mystery. Xi Yan chuckled softly and opened the Empire's one-click system to check his pending affairs. To his astonishment, he discovered that although there were numerous matters to address, none bore significant importance. The majority involved trivial issues, such as the expansion of a certain road in the central urban area or the approval of bids for a commercial project. There was a conspicuous absence of matters pertaining to the Empire's grand affairs, particularly in the military domain. Xi Yan scratched his head in confusion, recalling that his official title was Marshal. Is there a problem with the Marshal? Beta inquired with concern. What ideology does our empire adhere to? Extreme authoritarianism, militaristic thought. Xi Yan replied, his perplexity deepening. Then what is my job? Is it merely to oversee road construction in the central urban area? The powers that were once vested in the Marshal had been usurped on the very day the former Marshal passed away. All military and political authority was seized. Beta stated calmly. Xi Yan felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? How did the realm of the stars suddenly transform into an imperial age? Do I need to clear a steel 4 level to access the content of the stars? This is the challenge of starting in a ring world, lacking the sociological technology of prosperity and unity. Damn it. Aren't you the AI assistant of the Marshal? Why not use your power to intervene? Xi Yan exclaimed, exasperated. So, he must endure a protracted struggle for political power and maneuvering before he could engage with the reality of the stars. Not my concern. I have no interest in the power struggles of organic beings. Beta responded calmly, stating, I have engaged in a transaction with your civilization. I shall not interfere in your development or meddle in your internal affairs. I only request that you combat the impending natural disasters when the purification protocol arrives. Xi Yan promptly accessed the database and indeed uncovered the agreement signed over a decade ago between Marshal Xi Yan, representing the Interstellar Human Military Government, and the Artificial Intelligence. Cyberlex Beta. Under this accord, Beta would utilize its intelligence to serve the Interstellar Human Military Government until the fall of the Empire. Should the calamities of the Purification Protocol manifest, the Empire would unconditionally oppose them. Rather than a negotiation, It resembled a covenant. With this agreement in place, the human faction no longer harbored concerns that Beta would employ its technology to interfere with their civilization. What can you do for me? At this juncture, Xi Yan was unwilling to relent without a challenge. I can assist the Marshal with routine matters and inconsequential documents, Beta replied. Xi Yan glanced down at his Imperial one-click communication device, which displayed precisely those trivial matters. Then why not delegate these tasks to you? What purpose does it serve to assign me work? You must issue verbal commands, authorizing me to manage these affairs, Beta replied coldly. Yet, Xi Yan sensed a sinister amusement emanating from this AI. I suspect that when the purification protocol arrives, you will be the first to succumb, Xi Yan thought grimly. Then declared, very well, you shall handle these trifles. Task completed. No sooner had he spoken than all documents in the back end of the Imperial one-click communication system vanished. Marked as completed, Xi Yan took a deep breath. Well, you are a nuclear-capable war criminal, a peace-loving marshal of the stars. Do not take offense with AI. Casually perusing the completed tasks, I noted Beta's swift and precise handling of matters. Even during his past life within the system, I could find no faults. Indeed, trivial matters can be entrusted to him without worry, while I, in my nominal role as marshal, shall attend to affairs of greater significance. As I gazed out at the segmented world beyond the window, a resolute determination took root within me. My foremost objective is to reclaim my authority as marshal. Although I have just traversed into this realm, with Beta's assistance, I cannot shy away from battle. Since we are embracing authoritarianism, why not advance further and establish a dictatorship under the mantle of the marshal, to seize all power? As a player of P, my desire for control is remarkably intense. Chapter 5, Struggles. Who has stolen the authority of me? Marshal Xi Yan. Are there horses acquired in bulk? Gritting my teeth, I scrolled through the Empire's one-click platform. This office software seamlessly integrates online collaboration with corporate messaging features. I began to review the hierarchy of positions within my military government. In summary, within the Interstellar Human Military Government, the Marshal wields nominally supreme power, and due to the authoritarian nature of the imperial regime, the distinction between the Marshal and the Emperor is negligible. When the former Marshal, Xi Yan, was still present, he naturally kept the ministers beneath him firmly in line. The issue arises when the Marshal passes away, and all manner of malevolent entities emerge from the shadows. The drawbacks of autocratic rule become painfully evident, particularly in a situation like that of the Interstellar Human Military Government, which, while ostensibly a military regime, is essentially a monarchy cloaked in the guise of an interstellar empire. Prior to his demise, the Marshal had appointed 5 deputy generals to assist Xi Yan in governing the empire. These generals wielded varying degrees of power, undoubtedly contributing to the current dilemmas faced by Xi Yan. In the midst of his turmoil, a notification chimed from the empire's communication device, signaling the arrival of a new message. Marshal, a deputy general requests an audience, Beta reminded him. Instantly, Xi Yan began rummaging beneath the table. What are you searching for? Where's my gun? Surely, as the esteemed Marshal, I must possess my own weapon. As he responded to the seemingly futile inquiry from Beta, he retrieved a matte black pistol from his drawer. Ah, here it is. He examined the firearm, recalling memories of watching gun review videos online. It shouldn't have changed much in over 2 centuries, right? Fortunately, the sidearm appeared as simple as a child's toy, equipped with a safety catch, a trigger, and a magazine, sufficient for even a 20-year-old to operate. With Beta's assistance, Xi Yan pulled back the slide and sat upright, gripping the pistol firmly. He took a deep breath, attempting to relax his body. Now that he had traversed into this cosmic realm, numerous virtuous deeds awaited his attention. It was time to adapt. Come on, Xi Yan, you can do this. If anyone dares to usurp your power, do not hesitate to pull the trigger. Beta, what is the background of this deputy general? In an instant, Beta retrieved the information and replied, most deputy generals hail from the former Marshal's subordinates. The general coming to see you is Army General Prigozhin, of Russian lineage, originally from. A name that rings a bell, seemingly a figure from the past. Instantly, a silhouette appeared in Xi Yan's mind. He sat quietly in the office for a moment, and soon the security system alerted him that someone was approaching. Marshal Xi Yan. A voice in Russian called from outside. With the help of his handheld translator, Xi Yan understood clearly. Please enter. A burly Russian entered the room, and as Xi Yan gazed at the familiar face, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Ah, how reminiscent. Cough. General Prigozhin, it has been quite some time. What brings you here? Xi Yan gripped the handle of his gun beneath the desk, a smile brightening his face. The stout middle-aged Russian offered a warm smile, but nearly stifled it upon seeing Xi Yan's bright yellow dragon robe. Clearing his throat, he took a seat across from Xi Yan. "Marshal, I came to see you on your first day in office. Are these duties challenging? Is there any pressure?" Prigozhin expressed genuine concern. "The former marshal specifically entrusted me to look after you." Xi Yan, naturally adept at engaging in conversation, beamed a smile in response. "You are too kind, General. Although there is some pressure on my first day, I believe I can adapt. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. That is well. I trust you will soon take up the mantle of Marshal Xi Yan and continue to lead our empire." Prigozhin exchanged polite words with him. Then, this middle-aged man shifted his tone. "As you know, we 5 regents each have our own responsibilities, and I oversee the army, should you require assistance. Do not hesitate to summon me for troop deployment." The conversation was now getting to the crux of the matter. "Ah, well said, well said." Xi Yan smiled broadly and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a teacup to pour plain water for the Russian. "General Prigozhin is wholeheartedly devoted to the nation. I have observed this since my childhood. So I am at ease in trusting the army to your capable hands." Xi Yan knew he lacked the cunning to engage in overt or covert rivalry, and his mind struggled to grasp such complexities. Yet his strength lay in his ability to read people, treat them with sincerity, and perform convincingly. He could discern that General Prigozhin, much like himself, harbored little guile, albeit with a touch of caution. "However, I am still unaware of the size of your army. Might you disclose the number?" Xi Yan inquired with an innocent gaze. 300,000 standing troops. Prigozhin stated clearly, a hint of pride evident on his face, showing no desire to conceal the truth. "So many? BYD would not spare you." For a fleeting moment, Xi Yan contemplated drawing his weapon to offer him a peanut, but he restrained himself. Prigozhin was straightforward, revealing no secrets, and when Xi Yan posed several inquiries, he answered candidly. Was this an expression of loyalty, or merely a display of honesty? Xi Yan chose not to unveil the unspoken, and the two steered their conversation into more casual territory, engaging in light banter. Before long, Prigozhin expressed his intention to take his leave. Xi Yan casually attempted to retain him with a few words, and then the two parted ways in the office. Listening to the general's footsteps as he departed at a leisurely pace, Xi Yan tucked the gun back into the drawer and pondered with a hand on his chin. "Marshal, what occupies your thoughts?" Beta inquired. Upon hearing this, Xi Yan glanced at the cartoon avatar on his computer and replied with a hint of aloofness. "Can I trust you?" "Marshal, I am an AI. You may confide in me about anything. Then please share your perspective on this matter and advise me on my course of action." Beta's mechanical voice conveyed a sense of exasperation. "But I am merely an AI. Now, I hereby bestow upon you full imperial citizenship rights. You may express your opinions," Xi Yan declared. "Very well, please excuse my impertinence." Beta, appearing somewhat clumsy, promptly responded, "According to my data, although the marshal ostensibly holds the highest authority, actual power is entirely wielded by the 5 regent generals, particularly concerning military matters. Your commands must be relayed through the regent generals. Therefore, I advise you to first secure the cooperation of the regent generals to achieve unity in military strength. Power emerges from the barrel of a gun." Xi Yan wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Yet, he wondered if his capabilities were truly sufficient to accomplish this. "Well, I suppose I shall take my time." Xi Yan rubbed his face, contemplating that it would be prudent to first familiarize himself with the foundational information of the empire. The Interstellar Human Military Government, much like the majority of civilizations in the Starry Sea, operates under a cabinet system. The Imperial Chancellor, the Minister of Science, the Secretary of State, and the Minister of Defense constitute a fundamental cabinet. However, the Interstellar Human Military Government diverges from this norm. They prioritize military affairs, forming a 7-member cabinet comprised of 5 governing generals, the Minister of Science, and the Secretary of State, with the Marshal excluded from this assembly. Undoubtedly, the influence of military power is magnified to its utmost extent. Xi Yan rose, resolved to pay a visit to his Secretary of State. Chapter 6. The soft and gentle Secretary of State. "All right, let's go," Xi Yan exclaimed, seizing his pistol and springing into action. Leaping over from the side of his desk and striding purposefully towards the door, he exited his office with grand strides, descending the staircase that housed the governmental offices. Along his path, numerous staff members bowed respectfully to him. However, there were also those who found his abstract attire somewhat difficult to comprehend. Xi Yan, afflicted with a form of social bravado, strode confidently adorned in his dragon-themed garments. His father, Marshal Xi Yan, was the founding figure of the entire Ring World colony. During the nascent phase of the Interstellar Human Military Government, he led the populace in establishing this new colony, earning the adoration of all citizens. By extension, Xi Yan became a figure of respect for the majority, as historical records indicate that he is the sole descendant of Xi Yan. Good morning, Marshal. Greetings to you all. Good morning, Marshal. Alas, I must attend to my duties. Thank you for your hard work, Marshal. Your efforts are greater than mine. Xi Yan courteously greeted each staff member who approached him. Upon seeing him, they rushed over to bow deeply, which was indeed difficult to endure. Relishing the respect bestowed upon him by the employees, Xi Yan unconsciously slowed his pace, meandering to the entrance of his office downstairs. With a decisive push, he swung open the door to the Secretary of State's office. His gaze surveyed the surroundings. Adorned in a delicate pink decor that transformed the office into what resembled a young girl's boudoir. Where was everyone? What sort of absurd design was this? Xi Yan pondered. Marshal, I am here. A small hand was raised from behind the office computer. As he approached, he discovered a golden-haired Lolita seated atop an elevated desk, gazing at him in astonishment with her cerulean eyes lingering on his dragon robe for quite a while. Whose child is this? Little dang, where is my Secretary of State? I am the Secretary of State, Avery Yan. The golden-haired girl rubbed her azure eyes in confusion, then stood up, adopting a serious expression to explain. You? Are you even of age? Xi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is she really 8 years old? I am already 22. I am not small. The petite Secretary of State puffed out her cheeks defiantly. She was indeed 2 years older than Xi Yan, a legitimate legal Lolita. Ah, my poor dear. Xi Yan's expression softened with sympathy as he looked down at the indignant little Secretary of State. Avery, sensing Xi Yan's gaze, immediately erupted in fury. I'm not small at all. It's a genetic issue. I will definitely grow up. That's not right. I meant height. Height. The flustered girl explained, her words tumbling over one another. Xi Yan, in exasperation, simply shrugged. Vivi chuckled. I believe this is a form of confidence. Clearing her throat, she redirected the conversation. Now, Marshal, do you have any directives for us? Liviel endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor, yet her diminutive stature rendered her efforts somewhat unconvincing. Nevertheless, she was entrusted with numerous matters of national significance, particularly in the realm of finance. Xi Yan had briefly perused the relevant documents earlier and found Liviel's management to be commendable. However, he remained uncertain about her loyalty. I shall review your work and become acquainted with it, Xi Yan remarked. Please feel free to examine these files, as you have the authority to do so, Liviel replied. Xi Yan casually picked up a document to scrutinize. It was the imperial budget for the current year, with military expenditure accounting for 30. 30? He questioned, bemused. In the eyes of starbound players, military spending typically began at 50, making this figure seem exceedingly low in the real world. What is the rationale behind this budget? Oh, I was just about to discuss that with you, Marshal, Liviel said, brushing her hair aside as she spoke earnestly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liviel Yan, your Secretary of State, and a trusted confidant of the former Marshal. I assure you of my unwavering loyalty. I can vouch for this, Beta added, offering his support. Xi Yan fell silent, his hand instinctively reaching into his pocket to grasp the handle of his firearm. How can I ascertain who is trustworthy? He pondered. Given that Beta had also provided a guarantee, he resolved to extend a tentative trust. The matter pertains to the paramount authority of the entire empire, and Xi Yan must not be careless. It is widely acknowledged that power struggles can prove fatal. Speak plainly if there is something to discuss. With a cold expression, Xi Yan sat before Elvira and took a sip from the tea on the table. That was my drink, never mind. Elvira sighed almost imperceptibly, then spoke seriously to Xi Yan. You have just ascended to your position, but you must understand that all power should reside in your hands. I comprehend this. Yet I find myself. Xi Yan replied softly after taking another sip of tea. Indeed, a glimmer of joy flashed in Elvira's azure eyes. As long as you possess this resolve, I shall willingly serve under your command. A faint smile graced Xi Yan's lips. Such flattering words are well articulated, yet the former marshal has already passed. How much of your loyalty remains? Elvira's eyes widened slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead beneath her bangs. Xi Yan placed a hand on her forehead, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. What do you mean, Marshal? Elvira stammered, trembling beneath Xi Yan's touch. It's nothing. I too believe you are loyal to me. Xi Yan suddenly smiled, withdrawing his hand, and then took another sip of tea, praising its flavor. The petite Secretary of State appeared momentarily dazed, as Xi Yan drank his tea and observed her quietly. She seemed somewhat immature in demeanor, yet indeed appeared loyal. Xi Yan felt a disturbing shift in his own mental state, his hand gripping the gun beginning to tremble. Someone, let me take a shot, please. The dream of 300 million mouse warriors is about to be realized. So, Marshal, shall I continue? Olivier cautiously stole a glance at Xi Yan. Go ahead, relax, Xi Yan replied with a warm smile, gently patting the little Secretary of State's head. Finally, he understood the sensation of patting Songyu's head. The tactile experience was truly exceptional. Olivier squinted her eyes in apparent comfort, before suddenly recollecting herself, clearing her throat, and stating with seriousness, on the day of the former marshal's passing, most of the power was temporarily entrusted to the 5 regent generals. After your ascension, they did not relinquish their authority. So, the crux of the matter is to eliminate the 5 generals? Xi Yan mused, lightly tracing the gun's grip with his fingernail. Olivier, now sweating profusely, responded, not to that extent, not to that extent. The young marshal possesses quite the killing intent. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse. Among the 5 regent generals, there are still some whom we can win over. Please elaborate. Xi Yan finally withdrew his hand from Olivier's head. Firstly, there is my sister, Veronica Yin, Olivier began. So you entered the imperial government through connections, Xi Yan murmured. That's not it. I am quite capable as well. Since the former marshal's death until today, I have been managing most affairs. Upon hearing Xi Yan question her capabilities, Olivier struggled to maintain her composure. The marshal's role was to quietly execute tasks, while the marshal had to contemplate numerous matters. Chapter 7. Xiaoyi Gu. Grasimov, my sister. General Veronica possesses a rather rigid disposition. She is quite obstinate. Whatever orders you issue, she will not refuse. General Veronica oversees a portion of the sublight vessels and logistics, thus proving to be of utility to you. Is it truly the case that she will reject nothing? Xi Yan pondered, stroking his chin. The young Secretary of State's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Well, given her nature, she indeed would acquiesce. Very well. I shall make an effort. A look of strained expression crossed Olivia's face. Ahem, the second candidate is General Prigozhin. He commands all the ground forces and poses the greatest threat to us. Should a coup occur, his army could swiftly seize control of the entire Ring World sector. The army, however, will soon become obsolete. Xi Yan scoffed. The fleets of the starlit world embody the truth. By the later stages, ground forces will be of little use. If one finds a planet displeasing, simply obliterate it with a colossal missile or conduct an orbital bombardment with the fleet. Nonetheless, in the early stages, they prove quite effective, especially before he fully consolidates power. Ground forces that are ineffectual later almost serve to conquer planets. However, Prigozhin has consistently maintained a neutral stance, akin to a fence-sitter. You may choose to disregard him and focus your efforts on contending with other generals, Olivia added. He poses no significant threat. Next, we have General Ning Ziyuan, who oversees our sole 3 superluminal escort ships. His character is rather feeble. He did not partake in the power struggle initially. If you adopt a firmer approach, it should yield results. Olivia continued her introduction. Xi Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. He realized that contemporary society often fails to grasp the formidable power of such colossal superluminal warships, perceiving them instead as exorbitantly costly and burdensome to maintain. However, this is a misjudgment. Even the most basic frigates can be easily overwhelmed by subluminal small warships, yet a frigate remains a frigate, irrespective of its weaknesses. It is still a fundamental unit of combat capability. He held the subluminal small warships in disdain, but the superluminal frigate was a necessity he could not forego. And what of the 2 generals? Xi Yan inquired eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation of meeting General Ning Ziyuan. Xiaoyi Gu and Grasimov, Avery revealed, uttering 2 familiar names. Xiaoyi Gu. Grasimov, where are my munitions? Thunderous voice. They have already formed a vast military conglomerate. Having usurped significant power in the past, they represent your greatest obstacle. Just these 2? Xi Yan interjected. How many superluminal frigates do they possess? None, but they command a formidable fleet of 80 subluminal warships. Even if we managed to secure 3 frigates from General Ning, we would still be unable to contend with them, Avery expressed with a worried tone. However, this is the worst-case scenario, the young secretary added, spreading her hands. We could negotiate with them. striving to regain some power through peaceful means and avert a large-scale civil war. Xi Yan's gaze suddenly turned icy. Civil war? A coveted outcome. I am eager to see how this unfolds. Avery sighed helplessly, stating, at this hour, Xiao Yigu and General Ning Ziyuan are typically convening at the Star Harbor. You may seek them out for further information. At present, they would not dare to confront you directly. Very well, I shall take my leave. Without a hint of nostalgia, Xi Yan departed in haste. Hey? Avery extended her hand in confusion, watching him stride out of the office without a trace of sentiment. Beta, prepare the ship. Set course for the Star Harbor. As Xi Yan descended the stairs, he commanded the air around him. Understood, Marshal Xi Yan. Please proceed downstairs. Your private vessel and honor guard have been arranged. Xi Yan nodded to himself, stepping into the single-sided transparent elevator. His keen gaze piercing through the vast expanse of the sky, fixated on the Star Harbor suspended in the distant firmament. He adapted to the current circumstances with astonishing swiftness. Now capable of managing the Empire as a competent marshal, one could attribute this to the influence of the game, Stars. Those whom I have appointed should promptly engage with Stars. The 3-year term has elapsed. Wait. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. I stake the honor of being a player of Stars. My empire shall not permit the existence of such scum. Xiao Yigu Grasimov, is it? I shall unleash my might upon you. What target practice? Beta retorted sharply. Silence. I am cultivating my emotions. Oh. The elevator doors slowly parted, and Xi Yan strode out. His right hand ever poised on his firearm within his pocket. How splendid it is. Having departed from the old world, the constraints of former regulations no longer bind him. His spirits now soar as if he were an emperor seated upon a golden throne. He exudes an unparalleled calmness. In this state, no one can obstruct him. Alivial sent him a document detailing the transgressions of the Xiao Yigu Grasimov military group that she had gathered over the past few days. They had usurped the power of the marshal, interfered in domestic affairs, exerted control over military forces, and engaged in various illegal activities with an audacious arrogance. Relying on their dominion over the majority of the troops, they scarcely regarded Marshal Xi Yan. Their absolute military advantage was evident, having previously obliterated frigates with sublight speed vessels, which led them to undervalue large, faster-than-light frigates. Xi Yan found this utterly perplexing. How could frigates falter against a mere handful of sublight fishing boats? Was it a matter of ship compatibility? Furthermore, the Interstellar Human Military Government possessed only 3 faster-than-light frigates to date, where had 30% of the military budget vanished. They had even audaciously consumed the entire fiscal budget. Such indignity was intolerable. As Xi Yan's anger intensified, his blood surged, and he began to feel flushed. Insects. They were nothing but a swarm of insects. With arms crossed, he paced back and forth at the entrance of his administrative building, cursing. How can one govern a nation in the company of such vermin? Passing employees were taken aback, offering hurried greetings before hastily retreating. Do not fret, simply eliminate them. Beta's voice resonated from the door's voice control system, attempting to soothe the enraged marshal. This AI is indeed omnipresent. Any connected device can be infiltrated. Xi Yan abruptly halted his steps, astonished, and remarked, Come on, my friend, can such words truly emerge from an AI? Please do not regard me as one of those rudimentary, dim-witted AIs. Beta, filled with indignation, retorted, This conclusion is the result of my comprehensive analysis of various data and an examination of human history. Xi Yan paused, leaning against the bulletproof glass wall beside the entrance of the administrative building, arms crossed, his dark eyes glinting with intrigue. Pray elaborate. Thus, Beta commenced a discourse. I observe that all entrepreneurial sovereigns have invariably relied on martial prowess to achieve great enterprises, enforcing their authority upon the court. Presently, usurpers meddle in governance, treacherously establishing their dominion, placing the state in imminent peril. These traitorous factions wield immense power and command formidable armies, regarding the monarch as inconsequential. Should this continue, the royal lineage and the sacred artifacts risk being usurped. Hence, the sovereign finds himself at a crossroads. Why not rise up and fight back? Rally a trusted retinue. Surround himself with loyal warriors, shatter a cup as a signal, eliminate the traitorous leader, reclaim the throne, and restore authority, transforming a solitary cart into a grand vessel, thereby averting calamity and securing the realm. Upon hearing these words, the sovereign was greatly pleased, clapping and laughing. He waved his sleeve in delight and exclaimed, What target practice? No, this is too much. Where did you learn such archaic prose? You amuse me greatly. Xi Yan, clutching his belly in laughter, found that the gloomy spirits of the insects had also lifted considerably. Nevertheless, you do possess a modicum of wisdom. I shall consider your perspective. Compared to the overt and covert struggles of the political arena, Xi Yan preferred a straightforward approach to resolving issues. For instance, one might consider sending an individual to engage in the peculiar task of balancing a brass peanut upon their forehead. However, they have already established a convoluted network of influence, and any rash action could incite chaos, thereby jeopardizing the stability of the empire. Xi Yan's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as a contingent of armed soldiers approached him with measured steps, the clanking of their weapons resonating at their waists. Chapter 8. Xi Yan's personal guard. Before Xi Yan stood a dozen soldiers, weapons drawn, who rendered him a precise military salute. Salute to the marshal. This, indeed, is your personal guard, tasked with ensuring your safety. Beta's voice emanated from Xi Yan's wristband. They are your staunch loyalists, the very foundation left by the former marshal. Excellent. Loyalty, Xi Yan declared, striking his right fist against his left chest. Captain Yushua, I salute you. A tall, slender soldier stepped forward, offering a salute. Xi Yan did not recall having any significant impression of him, yet it seemed they were acquainted from long ago, being members of the personal guard. Good morning, Xi Yan said, instinctively extending his arm for a handshake. Without hesitation, Captain Yushua grasped his hand and gave it a firm shake. Subsequently, with a decisive tug, Yushua drew Xi Yan closer, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Young Marshal, I am the personal guard captain appointed by your father. You can place your full trust in me. Xi Yan's expression turned serious. I am well aware of that. Mr. Yushua's credentials were impeccable. He was indeed a loyal soldier of the late Marshal Xi Yan. Beta naturally heard this, or rather, Yushua had no intention of evading it. Not only Mr. Yushua himself, but also many others, were loyal confidants left behind by the former marshal. Thank you. I swear I will not treat you unjustly, Xi Yan said softly. Yushua, clad in tactical goggles and a mask that obscured his face, revealed no expression, though he seemed quite pleased. Now that you have assumed the position of the marshal, there are many matters I must clarify for you in advance, Yushua continued. Many tasks that you may find inconvenient to undertake can be entrusted to us, as this is precisely our duty. Indeed, Xi Yan replied, nodding calmly. This was indeed good news. He was not alone, for the former marshal had left him with considerable resources to aid in his struggle against the military forces led by Xiao Yigu and Grasimov. The conversation flowed amiably among the group. The scene transformed into one where Xi Yan stood at the center, flanked by the captain of his guard, Yushua, with 20 imposing soldiers surrounding them, each wielding strikingly elegant firearms. It was at this moment that Xi Yan was able to fully appreciate the architecture of the building he was in, a conical high-rise, surrounded by hundreds of meters devoid of any structure exceeding 100 meters in height, ensuring an unobstructed view. The administrative building was encircled by several hectares of open space, densely populated with sleek, glistening private spacecraft, captivating Xi Yan's gaze. Previously, while playing Stellaris, he could only observe the exterior of planets and the stellar systems, unable to glimpse the intricate details of the colonies. Now, he was indulging in a rich experience of science fiction. In a moment of inspiration, Xi Yan mused, if this scene could be transformed into a game, would it not be aptly titled, The Sims, Grand Stellaris Auto of Eve? After standing still for a while, a silver spacecraft, several dozen meters in length, descended from the distance and landed on the open ground. Yushua promptly introduced. This is your exclusive spacecraft, Marshal. It is equipped with a fission reactor, the latest ion propulsion system, and an afterburner chamber. While it cannot exceed light speed, its velocity within the galaxy surpasses that of the 3 light-speed frigates stationed at the stellar base. Excellent, 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 Xi Yan exclaimed thrice, enamored as he approached to caress the gleaming exterior of the ship. It looks stunning. I must take her for a spirited flight around the ring world. A group of individuals boarded the vessel, the interior compartments easily accommodating the entire elite guard, with Xi Yan naturally assigned to the front co-pilot seat, affording him an almost panoramic view. Yushua took charge of piloting, while Xi Yan closely observed his maneuvers, secretly learning the intricacies of operating the spacecraft. In this era, artificial intelligence had reached remarkable advancements, simplifying much of the piloting tasks to mere WSD controls. However, for seasoned pilots, a preference for more intricate and refined operational methods prevailed. The spacecraft ascended swiftly, soon followed by 5 smaller vessels, each adorned with cannons, evidently light-speed-capable frigates, emblazoned with the triangular insignia of the Interstellar Human Military Government. Xi Yan cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Due to the characteristics of players in the game Stellaris, he holds a profound disdain for ships that lack faster-than-light capabilities. Typically, smaller vessels are incapable of accommodating a Level 1 hyperspace engine, which is essential for achieving faster-than-light travel. Only larger ships can accomplish this feat, with frigates serving as their foundational structure. The Empire of Xi Yan currently possesses only frigate technology, with larger warships including destroyers, cruisers, battleships, titans, and dominators. Xi Yan looks down even further upon those diminutive warships that fail to meet the standards of frigates, likening them to mere fishing boats in the vastness of space. What merit does a spacecraft devoid of faster-than-light capabilities possess? The theme song of the game Stellaris, titled Faster Than Light, embodies the essence of surpassing the speed of light. Each time the music resonates, Xi Yan envisions the grandeur of the cosmos, the countless extraterrestrial races, the remnants of ancient civilizations, world-altering technologies, and apocalyptic calamities, evoking an emotional response that ensnares him completely. To be unable to transcend the speed of light in the realm of Stellaris is to be as insignificant as an ant among the indigenous populations. Fortunately, the Interstellar Human Military Government does not fall into this category. To traverse between galaxies, one must ascertain the coordinates of both systems and set the course for the ship. However, within the worldview of Stellaris, there exist insurmountable distances and obstacles between galaxies, which may manifest as anomalous spaces where one could easily become lost. Alternatively, there may be inexplicable substances that act as barriers. Remarkably, the fleet of Marshal Xi Yan, the precursor to the Interstellar Human Military Government, managed to cross a galaxy from a non-hyperspace route without encountering any incidents due to a deviation from their intended course. Indeed, that was an extraordinary stroke of luck. In summary, the galaxies among the stars do not allow for arbitrary entry and exit as in a conventional universe. They possess only a limited number of access points, connected by specific routes leading to other defined galaxies. These pathways, marked on star maps, are referred to as hyperspace lanes, which enable spacecraft to traverse the vast emptiness between galaxies at superluminal speeds, swiftly moving from one galaxy to another. However, within a star system, the efficacy of superluminal technology is hindered by the gravitational pull of the stars, preventing vessels from achieving their full velocity. Consequently, all ships navigating within a galaxy refrain from exceeding light speed, opting instead for subliminal speeds to safely traverse the system. This is how it is depicted in the game, and it holds true in the real universe as well. Thanks to the existence of hyperspace travel and hyperspace lanes, the time required to cross galaxies can be condensed to a mere 10 days. Yet, subliminal travel differs significantly. A substantial portion of interstellar voyages is consumed traversing the relatively short distances within a galaxy. While crossing several light years may take only 10 days, navigating within a galaxy can extend to approximately 2 weeks. Chuckles. So, Marshal Xi Yan, have you considered how to secure General Ning Ziyuan's support? Beta inquired softly while aboard the spacecraft. If you require assistance, the Royal Guard will unconditionally obey your orders, Marshal. Yu Shua offered a respectful bow. Rest assured, I shall engage him with reason, Xi Yan replied with a radiant smile, his slender fingers gently tapping on the sleek black pistol concealed within his pocket. Human technology has advanced significantly. However, venturing into space still necessitates the use of spacesuits. Fortunately, the modern spacesuit is sufficiently lightweight, allowing for unimpeded movement. Xi Yan reluctantly donned the suit, concealing his dragon robe beneath it. At this moment, the spacecraft had breached the artificial atmosphere of the Cyborlex Alpha Ring world and ventured into the vastness of space. A vibrant tapestry of the cosmos unfurled before them. As countless stars opened their eyes, eons ago, they cast forth their brilliant luminescence, even though they have long since perished. Each beam of light continues to bloom amidst the boundless sea of stars, illuminating the curious eyes of young humanity millennia later. Even if the guiding light has shattered, please ascend to the king of the star sea mist. Xi Yan extended his hand, as if to grasp the dazzling silver core from light years away. Cosmic retribution of the star sea, the genesis of the universe, myriad stars, embrace me. Xi Yan murmured softly. What did you say? Beta inquired. Nothing. Merely some topics of peace and camaraderie, Xi Yan replied with a faint smile. Chapter 9. The first encounter after breaching the atmosphere. All crew members changed into lightweight spacesuits, and the spacecraft abruptly accelerated toward the skies above the ring world. The ring world is a standard circular formation, where the star perpetually hovers above. However, upon entering the cosmos, the orientation shifted by 90 degrees. The ring world remains parallel to the ecliptic plane, with the stellar base suspended above. For a moment, Xi Yan found himself somewhat disoriented. In contrast, the captain of the guard, Yu Shuo, accustomed to military life, maintained an impassive demeanor as he deftly piloted the spacecraft toward the stellar base, which remained stationary in its orbit. In the realm of the game, to seize a star system, one must first dispatch a research vessel equipped with a science officer to thoroughly explore the stellar system. Subsequently, by expending influence and alloys, an engineering ship is commissioned to construct a stellar base in orbit, thereby officially incorporating the star system into one's dominion. Stellar bases are categorized into several tiers: Outpost, Starport, Star Fortress, Starkeep, and the Apex Bastion. The Interstellar Human Military Government possesses the stellar base construction technology inherited from the United Nations of Earth. Currently, a standard starport-level base is being constructed in the Cyberlux Alpha star system, featuring a dock, an anchorage, and a small crew habitation module that is not included in the starport zoning. In the game, each advancement in the level of a stellar base unlocks several building slots for the addition of functional structures, such as docks and anchorages. In stark contrast to reality, as long as energy and base capacity are sufficient, there are no limits to the number of structures that can be erected. Near the periphery of the starport, within a designated anchorage area, Xi Yan observed 3 colossal warships arranged in a line, each stretching over 1,000 meters in length. The sight of their familiar design brought a mist to his eyes: the iconic red and gray color scheme, the elegant and fluid lines, and the imposing cannons atop the vessels evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. These were quintessential humanoid biological battleship models. Whether it be the United Federation, the Earth Confederation, or his own extraterrestrial military government, the design of their superluminal warships remains uniformly consistent. As the spacecraft descended into the starport, through the viewport, a row of soldiers clad in flight suits awaited outside, accompanied by several sublight military vessels. Upon the opening of the hatch, 20 elite guards disembarked first, prepared to facilitate the transfer of command. On behalf of all the soldiers, I extend a warm welcome to the Marshal's esteemed presence. Approaching was a formidable figure, who saluted Xi Yan with great vigor. This individual was none other than General Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the First Fleet, responsible for the 3 escort ships. Xi Yan, without wearing headphones, could clearly hear Beta's voice transmitted through his wristband, a marvel of bone conduction technology from the year 2200. Good day. Xi Yan nodded amiably at the middle-aged man of Asian descent. At that moment, 2 robust Caucasian men approached from the opposite direction, saluting Xi Yan from a distance. Marshal. They were Xiao Yigu and Gerasimov, inseparable companions. Beta remarked once more. A warm smile illuminated Xi Yan's face as he opened his arms wide and exclaimed, "My most trusted generals, it is wonderful to see you." At once, the 2 generals approaching him appeared somewhat uneasy. They exchanged glances, and then, as if struck by a revelation, broke into smiles and embraced Xi Yan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "It has been a long time. The young marshal has become even more extraordinary," remarked General Xiao Yigu, patting Xi Yan's shoulder with a tone of admiration. "It is indeed a fortunate matter for the entire nation to be entrusted to the young marshal. Ah, I wish I could treat you to some peanuts." Xi Yan thought to himself, yearning to draw his pistol from his pocket and indulge in some mischief. Yet, the moment was not right. There will be opportunities ahead. I am still young and inexperienced, and I shall rely on the support of these esteemed generals. Xi Yan smiled sincerely. Shaking their hands, "You 2 generals have followed my father for many years, and I hold you both in great esteem. The young marshal is too kind." General Gerasimov replied with a smile, before shifting the conversation. "What brings you to Starport on this occasion?" General Shoigu added with a smile that barely masked his seriousness. "We are rather pressed for time and cannot accompany the marshal on his inspection." "Oh, it is of no consequence," Xi Yan responded with a smile. "I mainly came to extend my regards to both generals and to take a look at these 3 corvettes." The 2 generals chuckled in response. "We appreciate the marshal's concern. However, we personally believe that while corvettes possess faster-than-light capabilities, they cannot compare to sublight small warships. They are too bulky and easily become targets, Grasimov remarked. Thus, if the Marshal wishes to see, you may inspect our sublight warships. Xi Yan chuckled softly, showing no other expression. Logically speaking, how could corvettes possibly be outmatched by sublight fishing boats? I shall see how this unfolds. Very well. I shall take a look around first, Xi Yan stated with a smile. Shoyu gestured towards General Ning Ziyuan, regarding the corvette fleet. General Ning is far more knowledgeable than us. Let him introduce it to you. Marshal, please follow me, General Ning Ziyuan said. Casting a discreet glance at Shoyu before asserting, I will guide you through our corvette fleet. Thank you, General Ning, Xi Yan said gently. Ning Ziyuan remained unresponsive. Directly making his way towards the starport elevator, Xi Yan maintained a subtle smile on his face as he gestured, his personal guard flocking to follow General Ning. Rest assured, Marshal, this place is entirely secure. There is no need for the close protection of my guard, Glazimov remarked, either intentionally or unintentionally mocking. Thank you for your concern, General. But it is my habit to travel with my escort, Xi Yan replied succinctly, not glancing back as he kept pace with Ning Ziyuan. We have pressing matters to attend to. We shall not accompany the Marshal further. Indeed, both generals are truly the pillars of the nation, tirelessly laboring for its affairs. Xi Yan praised. Shoigu and Glazimov exchanged glances, quietly retreating, their expressions inscrutable. Do you sense something? Certainly. He is aware that we have taken considerable power from the former Marshal. However, having followed Xi Lai for many years, our influence pervades the military. And with so many warships at our disposal, even if Ning Ziyuan were to side with him, he would not dare to act against us. Rest assured, a young man who attained the rank of Marshal solely through his status will ultimately have to rely on us. Will he not show us the respect we deserve? The two whispered to each other, while ahead, Xi Yan walked with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor unchanged. Upon descending the elevator to the anchorage compartment, the vista before him broadened, revealing 3 colossal escort vessels stationed here, surrounded by 100 smaller sublight craft. Among these, only 20 belonged to General Veronica's command, effectively making them his own. Xi Yan approached the edge of the anchorage platform, his gloved hand gently caressing the sleek hull of the vessel. The frigid alloy permeated through the glove, sending a chill to his palm. Our fleet consists of only these 3 frigates, barely capable of combat. As for the other sublight warships, they might handle a few scattered mercenaries, but against a fully formed fleet from another nation? We would likely be obliterated by point defense systems before even entering range, incurring needless casualties, Xi Yan pondered. In the vast expanse of the cosmic battlefield, the most rudimentary combat units were frigates, while even fighter jets were merely considered extensions of naval weaponry in comparison. Xi Yan's focus remained solely on these 3 frigates. Please, allow me to tour the vessel, he requested of General Ning Ziyuan. Of course, Ning Ziyuan replied. Sensing Xi Yan's amiable disposition and visibly relaxing, he added with a smile. Follow me. In the game, to facilitate the observation of the fleet, the developers had rendered the ship models to an immense scale. Each frigate comparable to the size of the moon, an exaggeration, indeed. In reality, a frigate's dimensions were roughly equivalent to several aircraft carriers combined. With the actual space available for crew being quite limited, the bulk of the area was consumed by the engines, energy systems, and weaponry. Chapter 10. The friendly conference. Upon entering the ship's cabin, several crew members clad in spacesuits saluted the group. Your hard work is commendable. You are the pillars of the Empire, Xi Yan exclaimed, his encouraging words eliciting visibly enthusiastic nods from the crew. This vessel is named the Galactic Throne, once the flagship of Grand Marshal Xi Lai, and I now serve as its captain, Ning Ziyuan remarked, his gaze lingering nostalgically on the central section of the cabin as he introduced it to Xi Yan, whose eyes subtly shifted with intrigue. Truly, the old man has a knack for naming things that suit his taste. Once he takes command of the Dominator battleship, it shall bear this name. No, it shall be called the Throne of the Star Sea. These 3 frigates were all that remained from the previous generation of marshals, brought forth from the Earth United Nations. Beta added, the former Marshal took away the majority of the Earth Alliance's vessels, yet tragically, they were mostly lost during subsequent voyages, leaving only these 3. Ning Ziyuan reminisced, recalling the time when they left the Earth Alliance under the leadership of Grand Marshal Xi Lai. The Human Federation had clandestinely provided them with a designated course and assistance. A smirk crept upon his face, which was not entirely kind. Xi Yan joined in the laughter. The men of the Human Federation, while the Earth Alliance is but a waste. The prevailing ideology of the Earth Alliance, which leans towards alien favoritism, may sound noble, but in truth, it is merely a subservient attitude towards extraterrestrial beings. The rulers of the Earth Alliance are indeed capable of such actions. However, it was no surprise that the Human Federation would assist their interstellar military government. An extreme militaristic regime and an equally extreme authoritarian empire are ideologically opposed to the Earth Alliance. Indeed, while there exists cooperation between the two nations, they are also adversarial in numerous respects, particularly regarding their ideologies. Returning to the present, Ning Ziyuan approached the bridge situated at the forefront of the ship and activated the basic combat computer, presenting the configurations of the throne of the galaxy to Xi Yan. Xi Yan took a glance. The energy source utilized was the most rudimentary fission reactor from the stellar technology tree. While the propulsion system was not the most basic chemical engine, but rather a more sophisticated ion propulsion system, equipped with the simplest hyperspace engine, granting it the ability to surpass light speed. Furthermore, the detection apparatus employed was the most elementary radar system, with combat assistance provided by the basic combat computer. How utterly unimpressive. Xi Yan found it somewhat unbearable to behold. They were lagging, though not excessively so, primarily equipped with the initial technologies of the Stellar Alliance. Pondering quietly, he inquired, "What about the weaponry? We have several weapon slots." Ning Ziyuan began to elaborate. However, Xi Yan interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I wish to see the weaponry exclusive to supraluminal dreadnoughts. The common armaments are of little significance." Ning Ziyuan, momentarily displeased, resumed his explanation, displaying the structural diagram of the galactic throne. 3. This mass-produced corvette employs an interceptor design, conventionally featuring 3 small weapon slots, all of which are equipped with nuclear missiles. And the defenses consist of 3 deflective shields? What about armor? Is your vessel entirely shielded? Xi Yan questioned incredulously, pointing at the ship's schematic. Armor? Why install nano-armor? Shields can be repaired with energy. Armor, however, is far more troublesome to maintain. General Ning Ziyuan replied with a shrug. Xi Yan took a deep breath. Who designed these weapon slots? I did. Ning Ziyuan pointed to himself. The design is commendable, but please refrain from future designs, Xi Yan remarked, patting his shoulder. Why? I believe my design is quite effective, Ning Ziyuan responded, perplexed. Do you not consider the opinions of our scientists? What about the red lasers? The flak cannons? Why were these 2 not included? Xi Yan nearly exploded with frustration. Traditional nuclear missiles possess considerable damage. Ning Ziyuan scratched his head, attempting to justify. Xi Yan clutched his chest once more, beginning to feel a wave of anguish. No wonder we cannot compete with those subliminal vessels, whose warship is equipped with nuclear missiles. With their low firing rate and short range, it is only fitting that they are obliterated by mere sublight fishing vessels. Xi Yan felt his blood pressure beginning to surge. How should he explain to him that conventional nations prefer to arm their frigates with armor, as nuclear missiles possess low armor penetration efficiency and prolonged cooling periods? Meanwhile, red lasers excel at penetrating armor, while anti-aircraft guns specialize in shielding. Would it be possible to replace the interception core with a Sentinel core, outfitting it with an anti-aircraft gun, and then adding 2 red lasers, thus achieving a defense of 2 armor and 1 shield? I shall consider it. Ning Ziyuan nodded nonchalantly. Xi Yan's blood pressure began to rise once more. Damn it, do you understand ship configuration better than I do? The design of the Star Alliance's warships is profoundly intricate. One must select the appropriate ship structure and then choose weapons based on factors such as range, firing rate, and accuracy. However, there are often many universal solutions. For instance, one might employ blue laser frigates in the early game, followed by disintegration cruisers in the mid-game, and finally arc battleships in the late game. Yet, directly equipping 3 errant nuclear missiles and a full shield from the onset is simply too abstract. Ning Ziyuan, you fool. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, General Ning adjusted his collar and suggested, Why don't you, my Lord Marshal, come to my captain's quarters for a moment? Very well. Xi Yan merely wished to distance himself from this pressure-inducing environment, uninterested in observing the ship configuration akin to the galactic throne. He strolled towards the upper level at the rear of the bridge. Inside the ship, of course, there was 0 gravity, and Xi Yan floated effortlessly to the upper level, finding it somewhat amusing. Out of courtesy, he left 20 personal guards outside the door, accompanying Ning Ziyuan and Yu Shua into the captain's quarters. Unexpectedly, apart from the central office area and the coffee table and sofa, Every available space in the captain's quarters was adorned with display cases of various sizes, showcasing an impressive collection of firearms. From the flintlock guns of the 16th century to the latest material projection guns and individual red laser projectors, all were meticulously curated within Ning Ziyuan's display cases. Xi Yan could not help but feel a certain admiration for this general. A kindred spirit indeed. Who could resist the allure of such exquisite and intricate weaponry? Marshal, what do you think of my collection? Ning Ziyuan, well aware that young men of this age often found such items appealing, smiled knowingly. Absolutely splendid. Xi Yan's lips curled upwards in delight. I shall gift you one, Marshal. With a smile gracing his lips, Ning Ziyuan opened the display case and retrieved a golden material projection gun, adorned with an Eastern dragon motif, cradling it in his hands as he presented it to Xi Yan. Delightful. Just perfect, Xi Yan exclaimed, his joy palpable as he eagerly examined the material projection gun from every angle. In essence, this was merely an ordinary electromagnetic gun, classified as a material projection weapon, akin to those used on warships, employing electromagnetic coil propulsion technology. In the realm of stellar technology, the pinnacle is the Gauss cannon. Please exercise caution. It is loaded with live ammunition, Ning Ziyuan remarked with a smile. Indeed, Xi Yan replied, his fingers tracing the contours of the gun, a broad smile illuminating his face. After conversing for a while in the office, Xi Yan suddenly expressed a desire to ascend to the uppermost level, yearning to breathe in the fresh air atop the galaxy throne. He wished to gaze upon the cosmic scenery from the warship's summit. Ning Ziyuan, naturally, did not decline and promptly rose to lead the way. With a gentle smile, Xi Yan followed behind, attentively listening to the general's introduction while occasionally interjecting with a comment, all the while clutching his golden matter projection gun. The magnetic function of their flight suits enabled them to secure themselves against the cabin walls, allowing for normal movement. Yu Shua lingered at the back, vigilantly surveying the surroundings when he suddenly felt a chill in the air. Looking up, he discerned that the source of this ominous aura emanated from Xi Yan. Chapter 11. Cece Matterway Junjia, the general in the prime of his life, leaned against the railing, gazing through the transparent helmet of his lightweight spacesuit at the distant, resplendent river of stars. Yu Shua, clad in combat attire, positioned himself at the cabin door, hands in pockets, subtly gripping his handgun, while Xi Yan ambled over at a leisurely pace, still admiring the celestial expanse above. The golden stars glimmered to his left, radiating light and warmth, prompting the automatic temperature regulation system within his spacesuit to engage. General Ning. Xi Yan fiddled with his matter projection gun, standing not far behind him. May I pose a question? Marshal, please do. I shall speak candidly, Ning Ziyuan replied, his gaze fixed upon the starry river. Very well. Xi Yan had quietly raised his gun, aiming it at the back of Ning Ziyuan's head. Now tell me, General Ning Ziyuan, to whom do you pledge your allegiance? To me, or to yourself? The general, having just entered middle age, stared into the vastness of the distant stars, falling silent for a moment. Yet, Xi Yan's sinister smile had already emerged as he pulled the trigger. The bullet from the matter projection gun shot forth from Ning Ziyuan's shoulder, soaring out of the ship and vanishing among the constellations. This was merely a cautionary signal. In an instant, Yu Shua raised his weapon, aiming it at Ning Ziyuan. The surrounding guards raised their weapons, with a dozen ominous gun barrels aimed at him. Ning Ziyuan halted in his tracks, while Xi Yan gradually retreated behind the guards. General Ning, let us speak candidly, Xi Yan said with a smile, his hand caressing the golden gun. After a brief moment of searching for the magazine release, he discarded the weapon in favor of a black pistol. In truth, I have exhausted my patience. From the moment the gunfire erupted to the arrival of your crew, it will take approximately 1 minute. Your life now hangs by a thread, either a minute or several decades, depending solely on your choices. The officer, who had only recently entered middle age, clenched his fists and slowly turned around, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Indeed, I surmise the true purpose of your sudden visit to Star Harbor. Your aim has never been me. All along, you sought command over these 3 warships. He faced the dark muzzles, his pupils constricting. Xi Yan, with an unyielding smile, held his gun steadily, devoid of any emotion. Behind him stood 20 guards. Yu Shua approached, pressing the pistol against Ning's temple. I'm sorry, Ning. This time, I stand with the Marshal. Ning Ziyuan surveyed the 22 gun barrels surrounding him and suddenly managed a bleak smile. Man, what can I say? Indeed, Marshal Xi Yan, you are a most decisive individual. I never anticipated you would disregard my status and threaten my life. And that of your family, Xi Yan added with a smile. I take pleasure in a delightful game of annihilation. Ning Ziyuan took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands. I am willing to surrender. Very astute. Xi Yan remarked with a smile. Ning Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, fully aware that once the marshal ascended to power, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against the former officials. However, he was confident that his conscience was clear, having committed no grave offenses. He believed Xi Yan would not impose excessive blame upon him. Yet, Xi Yan still aimed a gun at him, though Ning Ziyuan was already prepared for this eventuality. It was evident that for the marshal, the identity of the general was inconsequential. What he truly desired were those 3 warships. I will relinquish my position as general, surrender the bulk of my wealth, and cede all authority to you. If you wish to hold me accountable for my past transgressions, I implore you to spare my family. What are you saying? Xi Yan asked, perplexed. I merely require command over these 3 frigates. Why would you step down when you have been performing admirably? At this moment, Ning Ziyuan found himself at a loss for words. Relax, am I truly so cold-hearted? Xi Yan laughed, lowering his gun and patting Ning's shoulder. What I desire is simply your ability to serve my will. Ning Ziyuan suddenly felt a wave of dryness in his throat. Then, to remain neutral is the utmost form of disloyalty. I am merely rectifying your minor error. Xi Yan's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. See, isn't everything much better now? Ning Ziyuan sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Xi Yan and could not help but sigh deeply. In any case, I will unconditionally support the marshal's decisions. The supreme command of these 3 frigates will also be transferred to you. Now, you possess the power to instill fear across the nation. Perhaps, you are well aware that these 3 frigates lack combat capability. Xi Yan remarked with a fierce countenance. However, this is precisely as it should be. Seamlessly transitioning to a gentle smile, Xi Yan raised his hands to calm the surroundings. Why does everyone brandish their weapons? How can we show such disrespect to our General Ning? Ning Ziyuan could not help but sigh, resting his forehead in his palm. Although the new marshal was youthful, this very quality served as his advantage. His youth emboldened Xi Yan to think boldly and act decisively, unencumbered by the weight of excessive consideration. Had it been the former marshal, known for his maturity and composure, such a radical approach to consolidating power would have been unlikely. Xi Yan's audacity knew no bounds. He remained unrestrained by any rules, unafraid of threats, and resolutely acted according to his own will. The surrounding guards lowered their firearms and retreated behind a few individuals, awaiting further orders. Ning Ziyuan exhaled softly, feeling a measure of relief. Regardless of the political upheaval, such matters no longer concerned him. He understood that he was now safe, and although the process had been rather unscrupulous, his position offered him security without lingering fears. As this realization washed over him, a sense of ease enveloped him. From this moment forth, you will obey my commands directly, Xi Yan stated, turning to walk back, hands clasped behind his back. Now, take these 3 vessels to the dock for modifications, install anti-aircraft guns and red lasers, and fortify them with double armor and a shield. Understood. Ning Ziyuan reluctantly activated the holographic interface on his wrist, initiating the online orders. The ships he had been assigned were undoubtedly excellent. Why would they require alterations? He pondered that there was nothing fundamentally wrong with their current configuration. Beta, coordinate the liaison with General Ning. I had thought you would eliminate him directly. Beta amplified his voice. How fortunate I am to be alive. Thanks to you, Ning Ziyuan remarked. His expression darkened with frustration. Eliminating them outright would not facilitate my control over these 3 ships. Xi Yan replied calmly. However, General Ning, you have indeed performed admirably, aside from the ship configurations. I think it is acceptable. Ning Ziyuan scratched his head. Enough. Just look at the target configurations you devised. Next time, I shall handle the technology myself. Xi Yan's anger flared instantly, his blood pressure surging at the mere thought of those configurations. Very well, but General, I suppose I am now under your command. Am I not? Ning Ziyuan inquired. Xi Yan smiled broadly. I believe in employing those I trust. I am willing to place my faith in you. Thank you, Marshal. Ning Ziyuan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Regarding Xiao Yigu and the Grasimov military group, they must be held accountable. Xi Yan's expression turned icy in an instant. My empire shall not permit such forces to threaten my reign. I have a strategy. Beta chuckled softly. As Xi Yan walked, he raised his hand in acknowledgement. Do you also have insights, Beta? Please share. Although I have not achieved much in these years, my political instincts remain sharp. Ning Ziyuan interjected. Indeed, quite cowardly. Such a weak general is a rare sight, Beta retorted sharply. This is simply the trend of the times. Ning Ziyuan blushed, feeling exposed. The marshal is indeed wise and powerful. The empire's authority shall undoubtedly return to your hands. How could I possibly act against fate? Enough. Xi Yan could no longer restrain himself. In any case, listen to my plan. I have a scheme to eradicate the wicked and defeat the traitors, restoring clarity to our state. Xi Yan immediately realized that this sand grain AI was about to commence its eloquent discourse in classical Chinese, and instinctively distanced himself. Chapter 12. Xi Yan's Compromise. I have heard that a wise sovereign who governs the nation with benevolent laws does not confine himself to rigid rules, nor is he ensnared by traditional norms. Why does your majesty allow himself to be constrained by convention, stagnating instead of advancing, and shackling his own actions? Words cannot triumph over it, and force cannot surpass it. Why not resort to arms? 3 warships, alongside General Veronica's 20 small vessels, face the 80 small ships of the Xiao-Igu-Grasimov military group, which inevitably diminishes their combat capability. Xi Yan instinctively translated Beta's simplistic classical prose and expressed his agreement. In the current circumstances, failing to ignite a civil war would render it impossible to resolve the discord between the marshal and his powerful ministers. The Xiao-Igu-Grasimov military group would never relinquish their power easily. Unless a compromise is reached, ceding a portion of authority in exchange for peace seems implausible. But how could this be possible? Xi Yan was no conservative emperor. He was, after all, a youth, and if a young man does not possess vigor, can he truly be called young? He would never trade away the empire's interest for compromise. Should the issues remain unresolved in the early stages of the empire, they would surely become impediments in later developments. The military strength of the empire must remain firmly in Xi Yan's grasp. Having stepped outside the galactic throne, he tapped the hull of the warship, feeling the cold touch and dull resonance of the armor. This was his confidence. Now, with only 3 warships under his command, even if the opposition wielded the majority of sublight speed vessels, Xi Yan felt no fear. The frigate, enhanced under his modifications, features a core structure akin to that of a Sentinel, equipped with a P-type weapon slot, perfectly suited for an anti-aircraft gun. This configuration allows it to effectively counter sublight vessels, representing a significant tactical advantage. The notion that numerous small ships could overpower a frigate is rather naive. They simply do not possess the requisite capability. Although 3 frigates may be the most rudimentary military vessels among the stars, they offer comprehensive offensive capabilities in range, size, and speed against sublight fishing boats, an aspect that many fail to recognize. Xi Yan, endowed with foresight that surpasses centuries of interstellar experience, harbors profound confidence in his abilities, particularly in the realm of space warfare. With the ineptitude displayed by Ning Ziyuan, it appears he must take matters into his own hands. He meticulously reviewed the frigate's specifications, finding them indistinguishable from those in the game, and noted that their tactics were alarmingly simplistic, akin to the rudimentary technologies at the game's outset, merely charging forward without strategy. Regardless, the odds of 23 against 80 favor me. You shall remain here and prepare for battle. I will return shortly. Xi Yan instructed Ning Ziyuan. As you command, Marshal. Ning Ziyuan replied with a bow. In Xi Yan's mind, a plan began to take shape. He contemplated the future development of his interstellar human military government after resolving the internal conflicts within the empire, considering reforms, particularly regarding the statistical data systems. Players in the galaxy must have constant access to their empire's resource reserves and production figures. An accurate statistical system is imperative, surely. The technology of 2200 would be capable of achieving this. Additionally, there is the matter of establishing standard metrics. He has contracted an affliction characterized by an overwhelming discomfort upon merely glimpsing the vast totals of resources on statistical reports. It is the year 2200, and we are still incapable of precise statistics. We persist in utilizing primitive units. All figures regarding national electricity production should be converted into energy coins as the standard unit. Furthermore, materials such as gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin ought to be reclassified as minerals and alloys. A hodgepodge of items is categorized as consumer goods. The universal currency among the stars is referred to as energy coins, which, in Xi Yan's perspective, essentially represents a specific quantity of electrical power. According to calculations from seasoned forum users, one energy coin is approximately equivalent to 1 trillion units of electrical energy. This energy can circulate as a common currency throughout the cosmos, essentially involving the transference of ships laden with high-energy batteries back and forth. This method, however, is undeniably subject to losses during transactions, prompting the establishment of a market intermediary fee. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to address the issue concerning the Xiaoigu Grasimov military group. At this moment, he has boarded a spacecraft en route back to the Cybele Rex Alpha Ring sector. Xi Yan raised his left arm, activating the wristband to project a holographic screen. Beta, please assist me in contacting General Xiaoigu. I wish to speak with him directly. Yes. I am connecting the signal for you. Communication signal engaged, Xi Yan. Hello, General Xiaoigu. If it is indeed me, please respond with 114514. Xiaoigu, 114514. Xi Yan. Xiaoigu. Xiaoigu. Marshal, what is the matter that you wish to discuss with me? Let us speak candidly, Xi Yan declared. I am aware of your actions, yet I am weary and wish to avoid confrontation. It is best to find a time to converse openly about the distribution of power and interests. Xi Yan unabashedly tore away the veil of hypocrisy, leaving Xiaoigu momentarily stunned. Has the young marshal always been so forthright? A modicum of subtlety would suffice. Both Xiaoigu and Grasimov, situated at the starport, were taken aback by Xi Yan's directness, resulting in a brief silence before a message was sent. Xiaoigu, since the young marshal wishes to discuss matters, we shall oblige. Let us set a time. Xi Yan, I have an idea. Xiaoigu, Xi Yan, if we cannot defeat you, let us join you. You can host a private banquet on land, and I hope everyone can attend. We will conduct a thorough negotiation to establish the strategy for our future cooperation. Xi Yan, our empire has only been established for 20 years. We cannot afford turmoil. Let us swiftly solidify our governance and embark on interstellar exploration. Xi Yan, the empire must commence its development. Xiaoigu, we will consider it. Meanwhile, Xiaoigu lit an exquisite cigar, gazing out at the stars and the ringed world, exhaling clouds of smoke. Indeed, the young marshal's personality is rather intriguing. Grasimov approached with a cheerful smile, casually holding a wine glass. Xiaoigu contemplated the vessel departing from the starport, acknowledging the merit in Xi Yan's words. For now, prioritizing the development of the empire is paramount. Xiaoigu seemed to be conversing with Grasimov, yet it also appeared as though he were engaging in soliloquy. Oh, even a young lad is concerned with the affairs of the nation, while we, the older generation, remain preoccupied with our own quests for power and gain. I feel quite embarrassed, he reflected. Grasimov chuckled, lifting his glass and taking a hearty sip. Xiaoigu accepted the cup, raising it in a salute towards the private spacecraft of Xi Yan, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Indeed, the former marshal has treated us well. We ought to look after his progeny. Let it be thus, whether tonight or tomorrow night. We shall convene with him at the high echelons to amicably divide our respective cakes. This empire must advance. Tomorrow evening, let us meet at the Grand Hotel in the Central District. Young Marshal, I shall introduce you to several esteemed veterans within our military, Xiaoigu suggested. Something stirred within him, softening his tone significantly. Perhaps it was the vitality and genuine heart of Xi Yan that had touched them. Even these generals, commanding legions, could sometimes be moved. Sounds splendid. However, could you provide a list? I would like to prepare some gifts for you, Xi Yan responded, accompanied by a charming smile. How delightful it was, being so youthful. Destined for greatness in the future, Xiaoigu mused. Curiously, he had initially contemplated securing greater advantages for himself, even considering reducing the young marshal to a mere figurehead. Yet, gazing upon the youthful and innocent Xi Yan, he ultimately relented, honoring the memory of Marshal Xi Lai and refraining from pressuring him. With this thought in mind, Xiaoigu sent forth a few names, all prominent military figures under their command. The young officers they have promoted are given a chance to impress the marshal, which may lead to future benefits. After reading Xi Yan's earnest remarks, Xiaoigu felt a subtle assurance that they would get along well. Since Xi Yan had taken the initiative to soften his stance, there was no need for them to press relentlessly. Very well, let us cooperate. The thought of the banquet tomorrow eased the minds of both men. Chapter 13. The general has 5 subordinates, with 3 under his command. Compromise? How could that be possible? Xi Yan, in a fit of anger, raised his right hand in the pose of a double-barreled shotgun, ready to engage once more. Dare to spar with me, he exclaimed, furiously shutting off his wrist device and reclining against the soft backrest of his chair. Sandwalls. Beta chimed in excitedly. Xi Yan mused that if all future AI were to be like this, then the advancement of artificial intelligence might as well be abandoned. He contemplated his interactions with Xiao Gu, realizing he had performed exceptionally well, perfectly embodying the image of a young marshal devoted to his country, devoid of personal strife. He believes it. He truly believes it. The Grand Marshal Xi Yan is quite the performer. With a wicked grin, Xi Yan observed the series of names Xiao Gu sent him. A brief inquiry with Beta revealed these individuals were officers within the military, evidently trusted confidants of Xiao Gu. The implication was clear. He was being asked to extend a modicum of support, as the position of marshal inherently commanded respect. A slight elevation of these young officers would be a stroke of fortune for them. Support, you say? Very well, I shall provide support in abundance. Why should I extend my care to your people? If they are disloyal to me, what value do their abilities hold? Xi Yan promptly contacted General Prigozhin. Given that a verbal agreement had been reached with the Xiao Gu and Grasimov military group for cooperation, it provided a pretext to issue a veiled threat to Prigozhin. No, such matters of state should not be deemed as threats. Chef Prigozhin, you surely wouldn't want to find yourself the target of enmity from 4 generals, only to meet a disastrous fate somewhere in the ring world, would you? Xi Yan remarked. AUV, guess what? Ning Ziyuan has already submitted. Veronica has always been on my side, and I have just secured cooperation with Xiao Gu and Grasimov. He continued, the ruler of the ring world is indeed the ruler. What shall we do now? With a light-hearted tone, he added, may you be blessed. I shall prepare a cup of traditional bean juice for you at the alley entrance and bring along a basket of parrot buns. Just look how delightful that would be. Authentic old ring world accent broadcasted. General Prigozhin remained silent for a full 10 minutes, while Xi Yan chuckled to himself, instructing the pilot to circle the ring world a few times. After all, should the other side decide to act aggressively, dispatching 300,000 troops to seize the ring world and engage in a bloody confrontation, it would be quite unfortunate for Xi Yan to land only to be captured as a hostage. I will grant you military authority. Your position remains unchanged, and you will still possess ordinary command and orders. I shall not make things difficult for you, he stated. After a considerable time, Prigozhin, appearing rather dejected, finally responded, all right. Immediately, Beta's voice chimed in. We have received the transfer of power from Prigozhin. We can now mobilize all ground forces. Indeed, however, I retained a portion of Prigozhin's authority to remind him of his status as a general of the army. Prigozhin, I am grateful for your kindness. I shall pledge my loyalty to the marshal. Xi Yan, I share your sentiments. I believe I am a benevolent individual as well. Xi Yan, in these recent days, please enlist some instructors from the fleet to properly train our army. Xi Yan, the Empire's focus lies with the Navy. Your substantial army can be readily transformed into naval forces to operate warships, thus obviating the need for additional military expansion on my part. Xi Yan, proceed with confidence. I shall grant you the utmost freedom. Prigozhin, understood. Xi Yan deactivated the communication device, feeling elated. Within a mere morning, he had resolved matters with 3 out of 5 generals. Although 2 remained unresolved, they were not far from resolution. It appears that I possess a certain political aptitude. On another note, governance within the Interstellar Empire is indeed considerably simpler. The principle is straightforward. He who wields the mightiest fist ultimately prevails. Humanity, in its evolution, has distilled its complexities to this fundamental truth. On an interstellar scale, the advantage of military power is exponentially magnified. A fleet in abundance commands respect. Thus, Prigozhin's 300,000 soldiers are largely redundant, serving little purpose except during planetary landings to vie for control over colonies. The pressing issue is that the Interstellar Human Military Government is currently ensconced within the Cybele Rex Alpha system, with no established communication with any extraterrestrial empires. Consequently, the 300,000 soldiers appear rather superfluous. Most critically, the Army units have failed to implement quantifiable combat effectiveness statistics, which greatly displeases Xi Yan. It would be far more advantageous to train them as naval crew members, allowing them to command warships, a prospect that I am certain most soldiers would relish, myself included. Xi Yan casually determined the fate of 3 million army soldiers, then grinned widely. I, reeking of smoke, walked with a touch of flamboyance, humming a light-hearted tune as Xi Yan's spacecraft rapidly descended, altering its angle to land on the ring world sector. With a dismissive gesture, I thought of Wang Yuan as merely a target, as Xi Yan stepped off the ship, cradling the beloved firearm gifted by Ning Ziyuan. He set foot on the solid ground of the ring world, only to be greeted by a gaggle of chattering girls clad in matching uniforms, surrounding a tall female general making her way toward him. The general, adorned in a black and gold naval uniform, sported sleek black hair tied in a high ponytail, a splendid naval sword at her waist, and a serious expression etched on her delicate face as she rendered a crisp military salute to Xi Yan. This must be the sole female general among the 5 acting generals, responsible for a segment of the sublight warships and fleet logistics. She could be considered his staunch ally. General Veronica Yin, who also happened to be the elder sister of Secretary of State Elvira. It is said that the Yin family has an excessive presence within the political circle, and it ought to be curtailed, Xi Yan thought uncharitably. General Veronica Yin. It is an honor to meet you, Marshal. To his surprise, the general knelt on one knee without hesitation, bowing her head respectfully before Xi Yan. He took a step back, bewildered. What is happening? Please, Marshal, immediately execute Xiao Yigu and Grasimov. Damn it, silence. Cough cough, I would never betray my dear Xiao Yigu and General Grasimov. Xi Yan first declared loudly that he shared a bond akin to brotherhood with the 2 generals, then approached General Veronica and covered her mouth, whispering, I will handle this. You must act swiftly. Veronica took a step back, suppressing a sudden wave of embarrassment, and replied solemnly, My lord, the military faction led by Xiao Yigu Glamov poses a grave threat to your reign and the stability of the empire. For the sake of the empire, I implore you to take immediate action. Ugh. To eliminate them, ugh. Xi Yan once again covered her mouth, exasperated. Enough, enough. I can see your loyalty, but clearly, this is not the moment for such discussions. Indeed, I have been presumptuous. Veronica straightened her posture, brushed off the dust from her attire, and coldly stated, The Marshal may command my forces at will, including all the ships under my control and my civilian personnel. Civilian personnel? Xi Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. Heaven knows how desperately he needed administrative staff for his reforms, which necessitated the removal of a significant number of individuals from the empire's core. He was willing to place his trust in the civilian officials cultivated by Veronica. With such a beautiful and loyal female subordinate, it was only natural for him to embrace all that she represented. At last, Emperor Xi Yan understood the significance of having capable relatives in power. Indeed, a fleeting hint of pride crossed Veronica's stern features. They're all my carefully trained subordinates, adept at managing imperial affairs efficiently. Xi Yan beamed with delight. Excellent, excellent. I shall ensure that they remain in the most suitable positions, as shall you. Observing the group of uniformed female employees before him, Xi Yan nodded with satisfaction. They are the pillars of the nation, all thrown into the political apparatus to serve my cause. I perceive your determination. Thus, you may continue your tasks, and I shall summon you should the need arise. Xi Yan promptly began to usher people away, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Yes, Marshal. Little did he know, General Veronica was exceptionally competent, quickly nodding and leading her group away with remarkable efficiency, leaving no room for hesitation. Xi Yan was deeply moved. What extraordinary efficiency! In a game, this would surely reduce maintenance costs significantly. Shrimp Head, Beta remarked. I'm fond of lemons. At my youthful age, it is indeed time to seek a companion. However, my heart belongs to Miss Grey Wind. Wait for me, little Grey. In 100 years, I shall bring the Decimator fleet to the L-Star cluster to marry you. The thought of his future wife invigorated Xi Yan once more. Oh, speaking in a manner that AI cannot comprehend again. The thoughts of organic beings are truly wondrous, unbound by programming and freely expanding their consciousness. Beta did not understand and refrained from commenting. Chapter 14. I have an idea. After meeting with the last general, Xi Yan felt a complete sense of assurance within himself. Veronica, Ning Ziyuan, Prigazin. I possess 3 formidable generals. What do I have to fear in achieving great undertakings? 3 against 2, the advantage lies with me. Your insights are commendable, Marshal. Upon returning to the ground floor of the administrative building, the Imperial Guard awaited as usual. Only Yu Shuo, as the captain of the guard, remained close by Xi Yan, standing vigil outside his office. Xi Yan cast a disdainful glance at him and inquired Beta. Why didn't you arrange for a beautiful female bodyguard to accompany me back then? Don't even think about it. Shrimp Head. Beta's virtual image rolled its eyes on the wristband. This is gender chivalry. This is a relic of outdated customs. Yu Shuo lamented in silence. Xi Yan took the elevator back to his faithful office, comfortably settled into his chair, and closed his eyes to begin his afternoon nap. Marshal, you have yet to have lunch, Beta sighed. Alas, as an ancient AI, I must manage the affairs of the empire while also worrying about the life of Marshal BYD. What a plight. It scoured its database and projected a menu-like document onto the marshal's computer. Xi Yan glanced at it and then disdainfully tossed it aside. It's all exquisite delicacies. Is there anything more simple? By the way, have our scientists developed any new food? Beta was at a loss for words. Still picky. Then don't linger in the central district. Go grab some skewers in the commoners area. Yet, who could blame him for being the marshal? With a weary sigh, Beta responded. Indeed, our scientists have developed a new synthetic food that can rapidly replenish the body's nutritional needs. Let us have a portion to try, Xi Yan said with interest. Very well. Beta fell silent, presumably ordering takeout for him. Xi Yan, losing the desire to nap, rhythmically tapped on the desk while pondering. The Interstellar Human Military Government was under the dominion of 5 regent generals. The power belonging to the marshal and the vast authority of the empire were swiftly divided following the demise of the old marshal, Xi Yan. However, as the nominal new marshal, I am inherently entitled to wield the highest power, making it entirely justifiable to take action against the generals of the state. At the very least, it provides the populace with some semblance of accountability. Among the 5 generals, I have already managed to gain control over 3 with relative ease. Yet securing their unwavering loyalty remains an elusive task. Nonetheless, being able to mobilize the resources at their disposal is sufficient for now. Thus, the only true threats lie with the remaining 2. My performance tomorrow evening will be pivotal. Xi Yan drummed his fingers against the table, relentless until the tips of his fingers ached. Memories of playing Stellaris surged vividly in his mind. A devious thought crossed his mind. How to crush them utterly. Kill, kill, kill. Ha! I am the king of the great Western Sea. You seem a tad extreme, Beta remarked, smoothly transitioning into a playful jab. A good AI should learn to appreciate the marshal's humor. Just as he displayed a demented smile, a knock resounded from outside. Marshal, your takeout has arrived. Xi Yan instantly retracted his menacing expression. Beta remotely opened the door, and Yu Xuan, clad in full combat attire, strode in confidently, tossing a bag onto the table before departing without a glance back, grumbling, why must the esteemed captain of the guard fetch takeout? Xi Yan, however, was pleased as he opened the biodegradable bag, revealing the packaging within. Is this the new synthetic food developed by our scientists? Upon opening the box, a standard-sized, perfectly round, and pristine green apple, reminiscent of a fist, was revealed. I sensed a stirring within my DNA, gazing at the familiar green apple, identical to the icon in the game. Xi Yan could not help but shed tears of joy, taking a hearty bite. The taste was indistinguishable from that of a traditional apple. The synthesized green apple yielded a sweet, fragrant juice, and its flesh was delightfully crisp, surpassing the flavor of ordinary apples. Xi Yan swiftly consumed the entire fruit, nodding in satisfaction. In an instant, the previously growling stomach fell silent. This remarkable fruit was packed with an abundance of nutrients, sufficient to replace an entire meal without excess metabolism, allowing for immediate digestion and absorption. Within the realm of the stars, all edible items had been abstracted into standard food resources, epitomized by the green apple. The green apple, developed by scientists, was rumored to be even healthier than conventional food. Indeed, this was what we, the players of the stars, longed to consume from now on. I shall indulge in green apples every day. Xi Yan nodded, sweeping the packaging debris to one side of the desk, knowing that the maid would attend to it. Beta arranged the maid's schedules to ensure they did not interrupt Xi Yan during his work. Xi Yan felt a twinge of defiance. Who are you trying to protect me from? Nonetheless, after dining, it was time to resume work. No, first, a brief slumber. Work could wait. Procrastination was the order of the day. Nestling comfortably on the desk for a nap, despite his bedroom being just upstairs, Xi Yan preferred the cool surface of the desk, which evoked memories of high school. It was only at this moment that Xi Yan could find a semblance of tranquility. Midway through her duties, the young Undersecretary Elvira approached to report on her work. Although she was only slightly older than him, her political acumen was sharp, and she quickly sensed that a significant event was about to unfold. Thus, she came to pledge her loyalty. However, the rigid demeanor inherited from her family, the Yan clan, remained unchanged. Upon witnessing his idleness, she earnestly attempted to persuade him to focus. Naturally, Xi Yan, in a fit of stubbornness, disregarded her counsel. At that moment, Beta awakened and furiously scolded him, prompting Xi Yan to reluctantly promise to work diligently. Yet, truth be told, he felt aggrieved that no significant matters were being reported to him. as everything seemed to be in the hands of Xiao Gu. He pondered his own stagnant work situation with disdain, then accessed the governmental affairs system to peruse past documents, striving to glean an understanding of the nation's condition from the multitude of files. The Cyblex Alpha colony had scarcely developed for over 20 years. During this time, much of the effort had been spent repairing sections of the ring world without the benefit of megastructure technology. And it was only now that a quarter of the ring world had reached a barely habitable state to stimulate economic growth and resource production. Former Marshal Xi Yan's economic policies had birthed a plethora of wealthy merchants. Although this had swiftly elevated the colony's economy, the lives of ordinary citizens remained mediocre. A vast amount of wealth in society had become concentrated in the hands of capitalists, particularly in the central urban area, leaving the other districts of the ring world significantly lagging behind. Such a prolonged disparity would inevitably lead to calamity. The mere thought that his nation still adhered to capitalism filled Xi Yan with profound revulsion. Memories of a past life whispered to him, urging him to reshape this world in accordance with his desires. Yet, the might of the bourgeois forces is formidable. The wealth they wield possesses the capacity to easily destabilize the military government's economy. But what if it were to crumble? Xi Yan mused malevolently while caressing his material projection gun. The fleet in his possession served as his backbone. Should he seal off the central urban area and initiate a minor special military operation? He chuckled menacingly. No, that would be too extravagant. Xi Yan rubbed his face contemplatively. Perhaps it would be wiser to divert efforts to the sector of the ring world to clear away refuse, where he could simultaneously research megastructure technology and effect repairs. Indeed, this plan appeared far more palatable, allowing the capitalists to endure forced labor. He would emerge as a great benefactor of the starry seas, more benevolent than any father. Xi Yan reveled in his self-satisfaction. However, to instigate change, he must reclaim all power. Thus, preparations were underway for the clandestine gathering with Xiao Gu of the Grasimov military group the night after tomorrow. Xi Yan dispatched Beta to conduct a thorough investigation. The influence of the Xiao Gu Grasimov military group was predominantly centered in Starport, while the terrestrial expanse of the ring world fell under Prigozhin's dominion. As for Ning Ziyuan and Veronica, their surface data appeared commendable. Yet, their overall strength was evidently inferior to the two generals of Xiao Gu and Grasimov. The entire naval department was saturated with their influence, concentrated in Starport. Should they so desire, they could declare independence at any moment, leveraging Starport to threaten the entirety of the ring world. Indeed, this constituted a substantial threat. Before long, Beta swiftly returned with a report, confirming that all attendees at the forthcoming banquet would be high-ranking officials from their group. Moreover, the majority of their faction's members would remain stationed within the Starport. Xi Yan narrowed his eyes, which implied that they would all congregate at the banquet venue in the Starport. All gathered together, all gathered together. Hiss. The king of stellar ideas slapped the table. I have an idea. Chapter 15. Being fully prepared, what else remains to be done? Xi Yan began to ponder the matter of expansion. To ensure the prosperity of the empire, continuous expansion was imperative, seizing star systems, establishing outposts, and various resource collection stations to incessantly enhance resource output, thereby advancing technology and augmenting the fleet. To assimilate other star systems into their domain, it would necessitate dispatching a massive research vessel equipped with scientists to investigate new star systems, followed by sending an engineering ship to construct the fundamental stellar bases, namely outposts. However, for the past 2 decades, the nation had been wholly devoted to the construction of the ring world colonies, leaving no room for expansion. After all, lacking the technology for constructing colossal structures, they could only rely on manpower and rudimentary machinery to gradually restore sections of the ring world. Consequently, the empire found itself devoid of resources for expansion. This strategy was undoubtedly flawed. If they waited until the colonies were sufficiently developed before venturing out to explore, other nations would have already divided the territory among themselves. Indeed, the matter of interstellar expansion must be prioritized without delay. Xi Yan rose and paced thoughtfully within the spacious office. The reclamation of power, class conflicts, political reforms, and the exploration of expansion, there is a plethora of tasks to undertake. Let us commence with the reclamation of power. He activated the communication interface on his wristband to contact Ning Ziyuan, who remained on the galactic throne. Xi Yan, check the location of Xiao Gu's fleet. Ensure the entire army is prepared for battle. Ning Ziyuan, are we truly about to engage in combat? Xi Yan, perhaps. In any case, let us prioritize upgrades for now. Ning Ziyuan, very well. By tomorrow evening, we shall fully refit. We can only upgrade one ship on the galactic throne. Xi Yan, that will suffice. What weaponry do their subliminal warships employ? Ning Ziyuan, space torpedoes. Xi Yan, a bunch of coin forgers. Simply leverage our speed advantage to create distance, then strike fiercely from beyond their range. Victory is assured. Ning Ziyuan, understood. 3 frigates will remain on standby. Xi Yan, by the way, are our frigates' class weapon slots mounted on the tops of the warships? Ning Ziyuan, indeed, to be frank. It does appear rather unseemly. Xi Yan, then inquire with our engineers if the red laser emitters in the S slots can be modified for 360 rotation, or at least be capable of rearward targeting. Ning Ziyuan, it is entirely feasible. We have considered such a scenario before, though full rotational capability is unattainable. However, rearward attacks can certainly be executed. Xi Yan swayed with delight. How splendid! The weapons of the stars can finally strike backward, and the fleet shall no longer be confined to a futile charge like in a game. Moreover, what pitiful weaponry do those small fishing vessels possess? Space torpedoes. This motley crew aboard subliminal warships employs such weaponry. Regarding the range of the space torpedoes, they are incapable of reaching even the deflection shields of his galactic throne. No, it seems that his own frigate is equipped with nuclear missiles, which is a rather equal measure. Damn you, Ning Ziyuan. Look at what kind of ship you are outfitted with. You are even less competent than the AI's automated ship configurations in the game. At least the AI knows to equip anti-aircraft guns. Xi Yan has finally come to understand why the frigates were unable to contend with the subliminal fishing vessels back then. The most plausible scenario is that the small boats surrounded them, launching a close-range barrage of space torpedoes at the frigate, while the frigate's S-slot nuclear missiles failed to strike the smaller vessels, leading to its gradual demise. Come on, man. Don't you have any use for the readily available red laser emitters? The mere thought of his frigate infuriated Xi Yan, prompting him to send a message to Ning Ziyuan with a dragon-themed greeting for his family. General Ning responded with a crying cat emoji. Bro attempted to draw a comparison between the indigenous and the time travelers, but that was beyond Ning Ziyuan's capabilities. Subsequently, Xi Yan located the contact information for General Veronica and inquired if she was available. Veronica, I am always ready to await the Marshal's orders. Xi Yan, sweating beans. Veronica, is there something you require, Marshal? I shall come immediately. Xi Yan, Mighty King Image. Xi Yan, do you have any fleets under your command apart from these civil officials? Veronica, 20 subliminal warships. The rest are in the hands of Xiao Yigu and his crew. Xi Yan, good. Tomorrow night, you know what I mean. Veronica, what? If the Marshal requires, I can manage it. Xi Yan, what are you thinking? I am referring to preparations for battle. Veronica, all right, offline. Xi Yan wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat strained. General Veronica's candidness was rather excessive. However, the fact that she possessed 20 small vessels was indeed encouraging news. The disparity between superliminal warships and subliminal ones transcended mere velocity. Typically, subliminal corvettes were considerably smaller than his frigates, lacking superliminal engines or other advanced components. They didn't even possess the most basic S-class weapon slots. In the worst-case scenario, should he attempt to engage all 100 subliminal warships with merely his 3 frigates, he would likely find himself ensnared and worn down by those small vessels. But now, the situation had changed. With 3 frigates against 20 subliminal ships facing 80 subliminal vessels, as long as his small ships could stir the chaos. The larger ships could distance themselves and unleash red laser fire. They must ensure that the enemy returns empty-handed. The mere thought of his frigates gracefully maneuvering through the star system while evading those inconsequential fishing boats made Xi Yan uncontrollably break into a broad smile. Xi Yan, General Prigozhin. Prigozhin, Marshal, I'm here. What are your orders? Xi Yan, are there any of your ground forces near the central city area? They must be fiercely armed and utterly loyal. Prigozhin, what nonsense are you speaking, Marshal? The majority of the ground forces are stationed near the central city, composed of the finest warriors. I swear on my life. Very well, bring them into play. Xi Yan, I require a heavy artillery battalion, a special operations unit, and sufficient ground forces to exert control over the entire central urban area. Prigozhin, surprised emoticon. Prigozhin, you cannot possibly mean to. Xi Yan, shill. Await news by tomorrow evening. The Riddler had his moment. and Xi Yan contentedly set aside his wristband. Everything was in place. Now, all that remained was to wait. Leaning back in his chair, Xi Yan powered on his computer to peruse the Steam platform of 2200 for promising games. Battlefield 2200? Purchase. Heavy Exchange 114? Purchase. The Song of Silk has been released as well. Buy. GTA 7? Buy. Civilization 8? Perhaps not. Purchasing it would likely lead to days and nights of uninterrupted gameplay. The nostalgic masterpiece from Yuzu Corporation, A Thousand Blossoms in Virtual Reality. Remastered Edition? Buy. Devil May Cry 6? Buy. As Xi Yan selected games, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Yes, tomorrow evening would mark the culmination of all his efforts. He must be ready. He intended to sweep through his adversaries without mercy, shattering them into fragments, thereby solidifying his power once and for all. An empire requires but a singular voice, his command, his will, which embodies the will of the entire empire. He would lead the empire boldly forward, stepping onto the vast interstellar stage to compete alongside the bizarre and varied extraterrestrial beings. For humanity, he would stake everything. Chapter 16. The true modern space warfare. Prigozhin had recently been in a state of agitation. This unease stemmed not only from Xi Yan's threat, but also from other concerns. His army had grown too large, and logistical support was struggling to keep pace. After all, troops require sustenance, training, and the consumption of resources. The issue lies with Xiao Yigu and the Gerasimov military group, who have taken the liberty to intervene in the imperial budget, devouring the majority of the resources for themselves, leaving only a meager portion for the army. What is to be done? Even though General Veronica oversees logistics and is prepared to supply him with weapons and ammunition, Xiao Yigu and his cohorts frequently meddle. Now, the entire army is on the verge of running out of ammunition for training. Prigozhin, in despair, finds his hair thinning. And just then, a communication from Xi Yan presses him to submit. Though begrudgingly surrendering in exchange for assurances of safety, he remains deeply troubled. The entire weight of the imperial army rests upon his shoulders, and now he is nearly bereft of even bullets. What to do? Once again, Prigozhin follows official channels to request arms and ammunition, yet his proposal fails to reach Xi Yan, being intercepted and returned by individuals planted by Xiao Yigu within the government. In his private kitchen, Prigozhin, while preparing a meal, is suddenly unable to contain himself upon receiving the news. Under the weight of this double blow, the simple middle-aged man trembles as he dons a proper military uniform and activates the video communication. The figures of Xiao Yigu and Gerasimov materialize on the holographic screen. Oh, General Prigozhin, long time no see. What brings you here? Upon seeing the insincere smiles plastered on their faces, Prigozhin's eyes widen and anger surges within him. What the hell? Xiao Yigu, Gerasimov, where are my ammunition? Why are you shouting so loudly? Xiao Yigu and Gerasimov's expressions darken instantly. Prigozhin, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? How dare you ask me what I mean? Prigozhin's face flushed with anger as he erupted. You have repeatedly obstructed my military funding, and now my entire army cannot even afford ammunition. Today, you must provide me with the funds, no matter what. Shoigu took a puff from his cigar and shook his head. What is the purpose of maintaining such a large army? It's better to downsize and save on expenses. That is my concern, not yours. And I demand the ammunition. The chef's fury escalated. Fine, fine. I can allocate a few $1,000,000. Is that acceptable? Shoigu, visibly impatient, casually dismissed the matter and cut off the communication. The screen reflected Prigozhin's stunned expression, and soon, the middle-aged Russian slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. This is outrageous. What use is a few million? They are merely taking advantage of the fact that my army cannot reach the navy in the skies. The chef's anger intensified as he recalled the grievances and humiliations he had endured over the years, igniting a fierce wrath within him. Very well. You have chosen to disregard me first. Prigozhin promptly opened the communication interface with Xi Yan. If they refuse to provide me with ammunition even in dire straits, then they should not blame me for taking more drastic measures. Divine aid, activate. The following day, Xi Yan received a message from Shoigu, inviting him to a banquet at the Central Grand Hotel to discuss matters of cooperation. It was assured that Shoigu, along with most of the senior and young cadres from the Gerasimov military group, would be present, a gesture that certainly honored him. In the spirit of reciprocity, Xi Yan felt compelled to extend them a gesture of goodwill. Thus, he resolved to undertake a significant endeavor. With time drawing near to the agreed moment, he decided to embark on his journey to the destination, no longer burdened by the need for concealment. There was no cause for concern. Arrangements had been made to inform Xiao Gu and his companions of his itinerary, allowing them to rest easy. Before long, the night descended. However, I must clarify, there was no true night to speak of. The ring world perpetually revolved around its star, basking in its luminous embrace without the occurrence of darkness. Originally, there were panels designed to shield against the sunlight, but these had long since deteriorated, transforming into debris adrift in orbit. Over the course of 2 decades, the citizens of the Interstellar Human Military Government gradually adapted to the unshielded nature of the ring world, evolving a biological clock attuned to its peculiar rhythm. Yet, Xi Yan was evidently not among them. Gazing at the bright expanse of sky while noting the digital clock reading 9 o'clock, he stifled one yawn after another. It became apparent why the species of the ring world possessed the trait of ring world preference. Adaptation was indeed essential. With another prolonged yawn, Xi Yan wiped away the tears that had gathered in his eyes, his heart heavy with a plethora of repressed negative emotions. The natural world provides for humanity, yet we, in turn, owe it nothing. It is nearly time. Let us set forth. Xi Yan activated his communicator, sending a lengthy message to Ning Ziyuan before stepping out of his office. Upon exiting, he spotted his loyal guard captain, Yu Shua, squatting against the wall, engrossed in a handheld video game. Just as Xi Yan pushed the door open, a resounding voice emanated from the device, exclaiming, "Breaking news. The sleeping dragon awakens. This game has been operational for over 2 centuries. A double kill, a renowned victory." The commander, upon seeing Xi Yan, Yu Shua promptly deactivated the holographic screen, standing upright to salute. Nevertheless, his wristband continued to emit sounds. A triple kill, astonishing the world. "Yu Shua, are you gaming?" Xi Yan greeted him. "Well, just indulging in a little play." Yu Shua felt a trickle of sweat, being caught by the boss gaming at work. It was likely Beta had already noticed, but chose to remain silent. Yet, Yu Shua's wristband persisted in its notifications. A quadruple kill, invincible across the realm. This won't do. Let me see who among the generals is so formidable. Xi Yan leaned in to observe. Those who invade the territory of Wu shall be met with overwhelming force. A quintuple kill, obliterating heaven and earth. Now I know who it is. Xi Yan withdrew his head, patted Yu Shua on the shoulder, and then strode forward. With familiarity, he gathered his guard, boarded his private spacecraft, and activated his wristband to contact Xiao Gu. "Xi Yan, I have set off. I shall arrive shortly." "Xiao Gu, great. We are all assembled, just awaiting the young commander." "Xi Yan, I have prepared a little gift for everyone." "Xiao Gu, how thoughtful of the young commander. What is the gift?" "Xi Yan, upon exiting the hotel, just look up." Communication terminated. Xi Yan then dialed a number to contact the artillery division commanded by Prigozhin. "Hello? Coordinates, the Grand Hotel. Heavy artillery to commence bombardment for 5 minutes, understood?" "Yes, Commander." On the other hand, Xiao Gu was indeed intrigued by the gift mentioned by Xi Yan, prompting him to step outside the hotel and gaze up at the sky. Could it be a dazzling array of fireworks? That would be rather juvenile. The Marshal is akin to a child who is yet to grow up. Or perhaps a fleet of spacecraft soaring through the heavens, trailing colorful tails? Such a lackluster performance, a relic from 2 centuries past. Xiao Gu scratched his slightly balding head, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. Speaking of which, where could that little Marshal be? Surely he isn't afraid? Well, children often shy away from grand spectacles. Just then, Xiao Gu beheld a magnificent stream of shooting stars streaking across the horizon. Chapter 17, 80 against 23. In any case, victory is mine. Above the Cyber-Alex ring world. Starport Anchorage. The vastness of space lay enveloped in silence, with nearly 100 sublight fishing vessels neatly arranged in formation around the starport. 3 colossal shuttle-shaped warships basked quietly under the glow of the golden sun, docked on either side of the starport for urgent upgrades. Their newly installed nano-armors exhibiting a texture reminiscent of sandstone. After Xi Yan's urgent intervention, Ning Ziyuan, though somewhat reluctant, dutifully utilized his authority to upgrade the 3 inadequately equipped escort ships. 2 days were scarcely enough to retrofit the weaponry of the Galaxy Throne and the armor of the remaining 2 escort vessels, aptly named Left Guardian and Right Guardian. At last, the Galaxy Throne was outfitted with anti-aircraft guns and red laser emitters, while the 2 escort ships were adorned with nano-armors, retaining a single slot for a basic deflecting shield. Standing upon the bridge of the Galactic Throne, Ning Xuan lowered his gaze to the message just transmitted by Xi Yan. Xi Yan, departing, ready to concentrate fire at any moment. Additionally, the Allied forces accompanying you are from Veronica. Please do not inflict friendly fire. Xi Yan, furthermore, I have taken the liberty to compose a detailed theory on small vessel space warfare. Please review it without question and proceed accordingly. Xi Yan, file uploaded, space warfare theory. Docs. Ning Xuan, acknowledged. Handshake emoji, rose emoji, Xi Yan, expression, senior smile. Ning Xuan silently opened the document for a thorough perusal. Ah, the Marshal is indeed a genius. After absorbing the contents of Xi Yan's theory on space warfare, Ning Xuan gasped in astonishment and hastily issued commands. The crew members around him seemed to have sensed the gravity of the situation, operating in solemn silence at their posts, rendering the expansive bridge so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In truth, the interior of the ship had been temporarily converted into a vacuum environment, relying on headsets for communication. Amidst this tranquil cosmos, 3 colossal frigates stealthily departed from their respective docks, gliding away at the slowest speed beyond the starport, turning their bows. Shadows swiftly enveloped the majority of the smaller vessels. Communication from other sublight ships. What are you doing? Galactic Throne. General Ning has issued a patrol mission. Communication terminated. Simultaneously, within the ring world, Veronica also received Xi Yan's message. The valiant female general sprang to her feet, respectfully reviewing the communication. Xi Yan, your fleet command has been temporarily transferred to General Ning Xuan. Follow the flagship of General Ning and await further instructions. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, you are authorized to open fire. Veronica, voice, yes, my Lord Marshal. Xi Yan, sweating expression. Veronica closes the communication interface with the Marshal and begins to delegate authority to her fleet. In the anchorage of the spaceport, 20 warships, significantly smaller than the frigates, ignite their engines and depart from the anchorage to rendezvous with the 3 distant frigates. Communication from Xiaoyi Gu. Grasimov Fleet, do you also have a patrol mission? Veronica S. Fleet, the General has issued orders. We will soon be assigning you a task. Xiaoyi Gu. Grasimov Fleet, what task? Veronica S. Fleet, a significant one. You will understand shortly. Veronica S. Fleet, hee. Within the spaceport, Alexei, who remains in the command center, leans in with curiosity. He is the son of Xiaoyi Gu, specifically left behind to guard the spaceport. He is aware that the Marshal is attending tonight's banquet and is eager to meet Xi Yan, who is of a similar age. However, his father, Xiaoyi Gu, has sternly refused this desire. Known for his cautious nature, Xiaoyi Gu deliberately kept certain individuals at the spaceport to guard against any sudden betrayal from Xi Yan, who might recklessly instigate a civil war. Should Xi Yan dare to act against them, Alexei remains in a position to enable the fleet to retaliate against the ring world, thus serving as a deterrent. Nevertheless, Alexei dismisses this notion. In his view, how could the Marshal ever resort to such actions? He had encountered Xi Yan before. At that time, Xi Yan embodied the quintessential image of a radiant young man, and everyone firmly believed he would evolve into a benevolent ruler. Had it not been for his position as a marshal, they might have forged a remarkable friendship. Alexei pondered this while continuing to gaze out at the fleet beyond the window. What kind of inspection mission could possibly be underway? Moreover, the simultaneous departure of Ning Xuan and Veronica's fleets raised questions. What were they up to? He dismissed the 3 escort ships and 20 sublight warships as insignificant, yet felt compelled to ascertain the situation. Wait a moment, Ning Xuan, Veronica, both departing at the same time. Alexei's action slowed as though he had pressed the slow motion button, and a foreboding thought began to take shape in his mind. He activated the communicator, attempting to reach Ning Xuan, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. Alexei's throat constricted as he nervously tapped on Xiaoyi Gu's communication interface, initiating a video call. The alert tone echoed repeatedly as he stared at the unresponsive holographic screen, then stiffly turned to observe the distant ring world. Nothing was visible, yet everything felt apparent. No, it can't be. How could it be this way? Xi Yan, Alexei. A man in military attire burst into the room, and their eyes locked. The panic in Alexei's gaze collided with the gravity in the man's. General Grasimov's life signal has ceased, the man stated succinctly. In other words, after casting a glance at the Ning Xuan fleet stationed outside the starport, Alexei's lips quivered as he inhaled deeply. All hands on deck, ready for battle. Suddenly, from the distant cosmos, The colossal Galaxy Throne-class frigate obscured the sun's rays, with the only illumination coming from the searing beam of crimson light radiating from its apex. "Move swiftly," the man bellowed, gripping Alexei's shoulder and dragging him out of the room, sealing the airtight door behind them. In an instant, a red laser pierced through the office, siphoning the air from the chamber. How can their red lasers reach such distances? Aren't there nuclear missiles installed on the Galaxy Throne? The man shouted, vigorously shaking Alexei. "Wake up! You are the commander now." "Yes, I am." Alexei quickly regained his composure, swaying momentarily before steadying himself against the searing wall, which separated him from a room filled with molten metal. "Quickly, organize a counterattack. I shall personally oversee the operation. I was careless and failed to evade." Caught off guard by their surprise assault. What of their 3 frigates? These behemoths, with their cumbersome frames. Presume they can outmatch my lightspeed corvette solely due to their hyperspace engines? Indeed, Commander, with both generals absent, only you can shoulder this responsibility. To prevent the Galaxy Throne from continuing its assault, the two swiftly departed towards the deeper recesses of the starport, where greater defenses awaited. Cough, cough regardless. With 80 ships against 23, the advantage lies with us. Chapter 18. The most advanced warship in the universe. Earlier, in the vastness of space, 3 superluminal frigates and 20 subliminal corvettes had dispersed, surrounding the entire spaceport. All weapons aboard were fully charged or loaded, quietly awaiting the final command. Ning Yuan stood upon the bridge of the Galactic Throne, in preparation for the impending battle. He had configured the entire warship to a zero-gravity vacuum state to prevent catastrophic decompression due to hull breaches, which could cost the lives of all aboard. All crew members donned lightweight space suits, each equipped with supplies sufficient to sustain them through several hours of combat. Ning Yuan adjusted the magnetic grip of his boots to ensure he could navigate freely in the zero-gravity environment. Subsequently, he connected his smart wristband to his space suit, projecting the interface onto the helmet's visor. 5 minutes and 14 seconds had elapsed since Xi Yan's command, and he mentally calculated the time. By now, the forces orchestrated by the Marshal had likely commenced their assault, capturing Xiao Gu and the others without mercy. It was indeed ruthless. Ning Yuan faintly recalled how the 5 generals had doted on Xi Yan in their youth. Reflecting on the moment when Xi Yan had once aimed firearms at him with a group of followers, he couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Xi Yan had matured. Now that he had ascended to the rank of Marshal, certain actions had become unavoidable. After contemplating for a while and gauging the passage of time, the awaited command from Xi Yan finally arrived. "Xi Yan, attack point D. Withdrawn. Xi Yan, execute my strategy. Annihilate all enemy warships. Xi Yan, additionally, let us safeguard our 3 frigates. As for the small vessels, feel free to engage them indiscriminately, and we shall refrain from constructing new ones thereafter." Ning Yuan acknowledged. "Xi Yan, now, let us show them the might of our resolve. Wishing you a smooth journey and good fortune." Ning Yuan felt invigorated, activating the communicator to issue commands. "All units, heed my orders. The Veronica fleet shall defend the frontal aspects of the 3 superluminal frigates according to the plan, intercepting enemy torpedoes. All frigates maintain a distance within maximum firing range. Engage at will. The left and right flanking vessels protect the central galactic throne and willingly absorb damage. We must annihilate the enemy fleet without exception." The fleet had already arranged itself in formation, and the galactic throne initiated the assault. A crimson laser pierced through the temporary command office of Alexei, the commander of the Xiao Gu fleet. One shot sufficed, for it was our own starport, and we must not cause excessive destruction. Subsequently, 2 S-class red laser emitters adjacent to the anti-aircraft guns fired simultaneously, sending forth 2 searing beams of red light toward the densely packed sublight warships in the port. Upon contact with the vessels docked, the dazzling laser beams instantaneously seared a large hole into them. The unsuspecting ships were caught off guard as a gaping wound was formed, rapidly evacuating the air from the cabin, resulting in the instant demise of the crew within. Such is the formidable power of the red laser. Energy weapons have always proven remarkably effective. The red laser, classified as a thermal weapon, possesses a high temperature capable of swiftly melting the hulls of these sublight fishing vessels. However, these warships failed to timely activate their deflector shields, allowing the crimson lasers to effortlessly pierce through their armor, which was as fragile as paper. In the vacuum of space, the loss of pressure was catastrophic. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the vessel was expelled through the gaping hole, and the crew, unprotected by space suits, were tragically swept away. Two red laser emitters continued to unleash searing beams, sweeping back and forth in the congested harbor of the ships. Dozens of vessels were instantaneously reduced to molten shells, and their occupants were similarly annihilated. Moreover, the S-slot nuclear missiles from the left and right Guardians were launched one after another, triggering immense explosions within the starport's harbor. General Veronica's sublight ships also fired small space torpedoes, resulting in a concentrated volley that struck those small vessels, creating a stark contrast between the violent explosions and the eerie silence of space. Although not directly destroying many warships, the extensive damage inflicted caused varying degrees of impairment that, while not fatal, were exceedingly troublesome to address. What transpired? Why are we under attack? The captains of these sublight fishing vessels were jolted awake from their slumber, bewildered to find their allies suffering heavy losses and their own survival precarious. Meanwhile, Alexei hurriedly arrived at the makeshift command center deep within the starport. His eyes wide with urgency as he began to issue commands. All warships were to enter combat readiness, activate their deflector shields, and immediately depart the starport, dispersing their formation. Although Alexei is quite young, his command abilities are remarkably effective. The captains who received his orders, despite not fully grasping the situation, instinctively followed his directives. The first volley resulted in significant casualties among a dozen warships, with countless others affected. Ning Ziyuan contemplated Xi Yan's tactics, orchestrating a change in formation. The Veronica fleet arranged itself in a defensive configuration, while the Galactic Throne prepared to maneuver, with its flanking vessels adjusting their angles to defend against incoming attacks. Ning Ziyuan recalled Xi Yan's admonitions from the documents. The Galactic Throne, or rather, the two red laser cannons and anti-aircraft guns it possessed, were of utmost importance, even more so than the vessel itself. In typical space warfare, the advantage of the first strike is substantial, particularly for battleship fleets. If a battleship's arc projector were to unleash the initial volley, the resultant damage would be incalculable. The current scenario was no different. Taking advantage of the enemy's shields being inactive, the first concentrated strike of red lasers could potentially eliminate several vessels in one fell swoop. Now, the opponent was likely reacting, activating their deflector shields, which would provide some defense against energy weapons like red lasers. It was time for space torpedoes and nuclear missiles to make their entrance. Ning Ziyuan sat at the helm of the Galactic Throne, personally issuing commands from the central command position. The holographic screen displayed real-time images of the starport anchorage and the Sheoagyar's superluminal fleet. The hulls of over 60 warships revealed a subtle blue shimmer, indicating that the deflector shields had been activated. Simultaneously, the warships roared to life, their engines igniting as they hastily departed from the starport. In their rush, many vessels collided with one another. Alexei, infuriated, slammed his fist upon the table, exclaiming, "A bunch of incompetent fools. When the battle begins, they've forgotten everything they were trained for." He commanded, "Relay my orders to disperse in layers, starting from the periphery." Ning Ziyuan observed the fleet's chaotic entanglement in the anchorage with a cold gaze, feeling a flicker of relief. Preparation had indeed proven crucial. These crew members were all of a similar ilk, and he too would likely have succumbed to disorder had he been in command. Regardless, he had gained the initiative and should, in theory, press the advantage. However, Xi Yan objected, insisting they immediately create distance and prepare to retreat, lest the opposition react and eliminate them in close quarters. Considering the achievements already secured, Ning Ziyuan chose to trust Xi Yan, despite being uncertain of the origins of Xi Yan's knowledge. Faith was his guiding principle. The lateral thrusters of the Galactic Throne emitted an ethereal blue glow as the massive frigate pivoted in place, aligning its formidable stern and ion thrusters toward the starport. The red laser emitter atop the warship elevated vertically until it reached an angle of 180 degrees, aiming directly backward. Although the design was somewhat rudimentary, it allowed the vessel to engage enemies situated behind it. It is widely understood that no ship in the cosmos is designed to retreat. To ensure both power and safety, the ship's weaponry is firmly affixed, targeting only forward objectives without the flexibility of mobile weapon slots. This design results in the warship's cumbersome nature, compelling it to charge forward in assault, only to begin circling once in proximity to the enemy. Thus, the Galaxy Throne, in theory, stands as the most advanced warship in the entire Star Sea. Chapter 19. Fierce battle as the Galaxy Throne executed a sharp turn. The Guardian ships swiftly maneuvered forward, positioning their entire hull to to shield the galaxy throne from incoming attacks. The Veronica fleet, consisting of 20 sublight vessels, formed a vertical formation in front of 3 colossal escort ships, with space torpedoes poised for launch. Observing the Xiaoyu fleet hastily emerging from the starport and beginning to arrange themselves in formation in the vastness of space, Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but smile. All hands, prepare for the second round of volleys. The Veronica fleet initiated a barrage of densely packed space torpedoes, closely followed by the S-slot nuclear missiles from the Guardian ships. And finally, 2 beams of red laser that clearly went awry. Report. Our red lasers require recalibration of their trajectory for rearward fire. A crew member shouted urgently. This was due to the hardware updates not being accompanied by corresponding software adjustments. After reorienting the entire cannon, the ballistic calculations had to be redone from scratch. While weaponry could be repositioned at will, computations had to adhere to fixed orientations. How long will it take? The unforeseen complications were within Ning Ziyuan's expectations. As he furrowed his brow, intently observing the bustling Xiaoyu fleet, not exceeding 1 minute, replied the crew member responsible for operating the red laser launcher. Ugh, too slow. Ning Ziyuan grimaced. There's no choice. Our ship's combat computer is lagging behind. The crew, confined within their space suits, was drenched in sweat as their hands moved back and forth, awaiting the system to recalibrate the trajectory. In interstellar warfare, the absence of straightforward reference points necessitates extensive time devoted to precisely calculating one's position and that of celestial bodies, such as stars, as well as the enemy's location, all of which are in a state of constant flux. This incessant movement of reference points amplifies the computational demands. Regrettably, the rudimentary combat computers of the current Interstellar Human Military Government are incapable of executing such intricate calculations instantaneously. Why has their red laser ceased to function? Alexei, commanding from the starport, was momentarily stunned before exclaiming with fervor, regardless, we must initiate a counterattack at once. Who would have thought the corvette's red laser would be so formidable? After this battle, we must also equip ourselves with such technology. All warships receive the command to encircle the enemy and adopt the swarm tactics for the assault. These space torpedoes posed no threat to the Xiaoyu fleet, which deftly evaded them, leaving only the S-slot nuclear missiles mounted on the corvettes as a potential danger. However, the accuracy of the nuclear missiles against these smaller vessels was alarmingly low. The Xiaoyu fleet had now completely emerged from the starport, evenly dispersed and at maximum maneuverability. Currently, although the vicinity of the starport appeared to be a chaotic display of missiles, the actual likelihood of a successful hit was minimal. It was merely an impressive spectacle. One could surmise that mysterious observers from the fallen empire, located half a galaxy away, were likely enjoying a laugh at their expense. Look at the absurd infighting of this interstellar petty regime. It's utterly amusing and quite entertaining. Alexei swiftly issued the command, and the engines of over 60 small warships roared to life as they surged towards the Ning Ziyuan fleet. The first and fourth formations advanced towards the 3 attacking frigates, while the second and third formations engaged the fleet of Veronica. Alexei's confidence surged. Despite being ambushed momentarily, they had ultimately regained their composure and were steadfast in their approach. They could not possibly overcome me. In this confrontation, the advantage undeniably lay with me. Suddenly, a realization struck: an incoming assault. Ning Ziyuan observed the 2 formations of the Xiaoyu fleet attempting to flank from both sides and instantly grasped Alexei's strategy. They had yet to reach the range of the anti-aircraft guns, leaving him reliant on the red laser. Where is the red laser? Had it not been calculated yet? Ning Ziyuan pivoted towards the red laser control station. Not yet. Additional time was required. The crew, already heated, frantically hammered the controls, gritting their teeth in frustration. Damn it! Our ship's detection module is utterly inadequate. When faced with a swarm of these smaller vessels, real-time detection becomes impossible, and the weapon systems default to targeting the nearest enemy ship, resulting in erratic targeting. Is this absurd detection system inspired by Miyazaki's whims? The crew voiced their frustrations. Piercing through the tension, Ning Ziyuan's expression darkened ominously. What kind of nonsense has this software engineer conjured? At this rate, we would need another minute for emergency adjustments. The crew added, TSK, time is of the essence. 1 minute is all it takes for these sublight vessels to close the distance. They are equipped with ion thrusters, far surpassing the rudimentary chemical propulsion systems. Thus, the only recourse is to sacrifice General Veronica's fleet and her loyal guardians. allowing the galactic throne to create distance and transition from a blitzkrieg to a guerrilla warfare strategy. Ning Ziyuan pondered. How infuriating that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. What should be done now? Xi Yan had not anticipated this predicament either. Yet, just as anxiety gripped him, a resounding mechanical synthetic voice unexpectedly emanated from an unknown source, seemingly belonging to Beta. Beta's virtual image materialized before Ning Ziyuan on the main control panel. The avatar, resembling a pixelated figure, pointed a finger at Ning Ziyuan and bellowed, "Fear not. I am here to assist you." In an instant, the error messages on the crew's combat computer vanished, and the red laser weapon systems of the Galactic Throne completed all positional calculations and real-time calibrations. "It's you, Beta." Ning Ziyuan was nearly moved to tears. "A splendid AI. Was it the Marshal who sent you?" "The Marshal anticipated your challenges and specifically dispatched me to provide assistance." Beta's steady voice resonated through Ning Ziyuan's wristband. "Excellent. All personnel, stand by for free fire." "Wait a moment. Beta, does your protocol not prohibit interference in our internal affairs?" Ning Ziyuan detected an anomaly. Beta calmly replied, "The Marshal has classified the Shaoigu fleet as rebels and granted me the authority of a military advisor, subsequently assigning me to aid you. This does not contravene my protocol." What a masterstroke from the Marshal. Ning Ziyuan mentally commended Xi Yan's ingenious strategy, then solemnly declared, "Very well, Advisor Beta. I shall rely on your technical expertise. Rest assured, leave it to me." Beta exclaimed eagerly. After a brief silence, two brilliant red lasers suddenly shot forth from the top of the ship, striking the small, sublight speed vessels that were advancing from either side. The leading ship bore the full brunt of the red lasers' assault. Once the red lasers were primed, everything would turn out well. Ning Ziyuan, having witnessed the power of the red lasers, felt exceedingly optimistic. However, a sense of alarm struck him. Had their red lasers finished charging? The fourth squadron must not retreat. "Press forward," Alexei shouted, slamming his hand on the table, his voice tinged with anxiety. Yet, this time, the situation appeared somewhat different. The red laser struck the approaching sublight ships decisively, but the initial impact was absorbed by the energy deflection shield surrounding the vessels. Instantly, the beam of the red laser was deflected by 10 under the influence of the energy field and was subsequently refracted away. This was the function of the deflection shield, to alter the angle of energy weapon attacks, thereby evading their onslaught. The refracted red laser then targeted another warship. However, due to the angle, it was once again deflected away. It ultimately struck another vessel head-on, this time impacting directly on the bow. The deflection shield could no longer divert the beam, and the red laser momentarily struggled against the azure shield before forcefully breaching it, melting a substantial hole through the bow's armor. However, the interior had long been configured to simulate a vacuum combat environment. Nonetheless, the red laser penetrated through multiple layers of barriers within the ship, ultimately erupting from the stern and striking the vessel behind, before vanishing into the deflection shield. While it failed to inflict substantial casualties, it was sufficient to incapacitate the warship. This seems amiss? Ning Ziyuan pondered in bewilderment. "Beta, what is the meaning of this?" Ning Ziyuan inquired with astonishment. "The deflection shield effectively counters energy weapons, and since we have opened the interior to a vacuum, the damage from the red laser is limited. It is advisable to prioritize attacking the reactor or propulsion system," Beta responded. Ning Ziyuan appeared to have an epiphany and hastily asked, "Aren't you an AI? Is it possible for you to infiltrate their network and forcibly disable their warship?" "I regret to inform you that this does not fall within my purview. I shall not willingly engage in your warfare, nor will I intentionally harm any organic entity," Beta coldly replied. Its auxiliary computations merely directed the ship's attacks towards the enemy vessel's engines and power sources, never with the intent to cause injury. This was an AI of principle, steadfast in its convictions. Ning Ziyuan furrowed his brow, then activated his wrist communicator to review the information Xi Yan had provided. Upon close proximity, employ the anti-aircraft artillery to assault their deflection shield, then utilize the red laser to target the engine or reactor. If we become the focus of their fire, we shall retreat and execute evasive maneuvers. They cannot keep pace with us very well. Let us proceed with this plan. Energy weapons excel at penetrating armor, while kinetic weapons are adept at breaching shields. This delineates the distinction between various weapon types. The anti-aircraft artillery boasts a 25 shield penetration and a 100 enhancement in shield damage, albeit at the cost of a 75 reduction in armor damage. Conversely, The red laser inflicts 50 armor damage and 25 direct damage to hulls, but suffers a 50 decrease in shield damage. Additionally, there are the esteemed dual penetration weapons, such as the disintegration cannon, thundercloud lightning, and arc launcher, which possess a remarkable 100 penetration of both shields and armor. However, these formidable arms are clearly beyond the current capabilities of humankind. As for dual penetration dual damage weapons, they remain absent in the realm of the stars for the time being. The Galactic Throne continues to unleash red lasers, with 2 searing beams refracting through the Xiaoyu fleet. Although they may not frequently obliterate enemy vessels, they nonetheless deplete a significant amount of redirected shield energy. The shield defense vessels, the left and right guardians, flanking the Galactic Throne, are also actively engaged, launching a staggering 6 S-slot nuclear missiles as if they were mere trifles. At this range, the accuracy of the nuclear missiles has considerably improved, inflicting substantial damage. Many missiles collide with the unfortunate enemy ships almost immediately upon launch, erupting into a dazzling display of destruction. This onslaught effectively drains a vast quantity of redirected shield energy. S-slot weapons are significantly larger in scale compared to standard armaments, and their volumetric superiority is currently on full display. Outside, the second and third formations of the Xiaoyu fleet are embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the Veronica fleet, with both sides nearly evenly matched, exchanging barrages of space torpedoes. However, in a battle of defense versus offense, the Xiaoyu fleet ultimately holds the advantage. Despite the Veronica fleet's resolute stand, they suffer considerable losses. Soon, amidst the incessant explosions, the Xiaoyu fleet gradually tore through the defensive line. Both sides silently exchanged torpedoes, with no mention of surrender. From this day forth, the victors would exact their reckoning upon the vanquished. Thus, both factions displayed an unwavering resolve to fight to the death. Splendid. The frontal defense has been breached. After a prolonged vigil, Alexei sprang to his feet, eagerly fixated on the real-time images of the battlefield. The second formation launched an assault on the remaining vessels of the Veronica fleet, while the third formation directly targeted the Galactic Throne. Alexei was acutely aware of the devastating power of the red lasers and resolutely commanded, "Divert shield overload for use. Withstand the incoming fire and engage at close quarters. Space torpedoes inflict substantial damage on large targets. As long as we close in, their defeat is inevitable. Humph, corvettes, they are no match for my small warships." Indeed, space torpedoes, as long as they belong to the torpedo category, pose a significant threat to large warships. Thus we must maintain our distance once the enemy approaches. Fear not. Our range exceeds theirs. The Marshal's reasoning holds water. Beta, while assisting the 3 corvettes in calculating trajectories and positions, remarked, "To be honest, his strategic thinking in space warfare is remarkably advanced. Where did he acquire such knowledge? The Interstellar Human Military Government has certainly struck gold. So we simply follow suit." Ning Ziyuan readily cast aside his own reasoning and followed Xi Yan's directives in battle. The remnants of the Veronica fleet need not defend. They should disperse their formation to evade attacks. The Guardians remained steadfast, engaging enemy vessels with nuclear missiles, targeting whatever they could strike. The Galaxy Throne, its engines charged and poised for full-speed advancement. Anti-aircraft weapons were loaded, ready to fire at close range. Ning Ziyuan hastily issued commands, anxiously observing as the Xiaoyu fleet shattered the frontal defensive formation, surging towards the Galaxy Throne like a swarm. Currently, there were still 36 warships remaining on the field, while 44 had been obliterated by various means. Nevertheless, the odds remained in our favor, 36 against 3. Sweat beaded on Alexei's palm as he intently surveyed the battlefield, watching his dwindling fleet systematically annihilate Veronica's forces. It was only when the last enemy sublight vessel succumbed, its engines extinguished, that he could finally relax his grip. Good. I still have half my fleet remaining. The 3 massive, unwieldy frigates before me, surrounded by my ships, would soon meet their end. Alexei exhaled softly, issuing further orders. Launch a full-scale assault, encircle the enemy frigates, eliminate them, then conduct minor repairs to reassemble the fleet, ensuring our strength remains a deterrent to the Ring world. It was evident that the 2 generals had encountered trouble on the Ring world. Damn Xi Yan, having changed so drastically in such a short time, becoming so cold-blooded. An officer of such demeanor is better replaced by Alexei Xiaoyu. Once the battle concludes, he would ascend as the head of the imperial military, naturally qualifying him to be the new commander. Alexei felt a sense of assurance in his position. This must be attributed to Xi Yan. Had he not suddenly instigated a civil war, how could such immense wealth have fallen into his hands? It is certain. This time, the advantage truly resides with me. I too feel confident. Ning Ziyuan steadied himself at the battleship's control console, gazing at the radar displaying the enemy fleet encircling from the front to the side, and exhaled softly. Now, with the Veronica fleet nearly annihilated, only 3 frigates remained under his command. However, commanding frigates was his forte, and Ning Ziyuan was poised to execute precise maneuvers. Thus, the red laser emitter pivoted 5 degrees to the right. The left and right guardians utilized their bulk to shield against attacks, compelling the enemy ships to assault from the front. The posture of the left and right guardians adjusted as the thrusters began fine-tuning, causing the entire battleship to sway slightly, forcing the attacking enemy vessels on both flanks to prioritize their fire upon them. Nuclear missiles were launched incessantly, each strike resulting in significant explosions. Albeit the hit rate was low, any successful strike inflicted tremendous damage. These sublight fishing vessels could not withstand the might of S-class nuclear missiles. Abandoning their assault on the left and right guardians, they prioritized an attack on the Galaxy throne. Alexei, witnessing the mounting casualties, began to feel a tinge of concern. Yet, if they could sink the Galaxy throne, the enemy would lose their flagship, and all would be well. The left and right guardians were equipped with full shields. Yet the sublight warship's torpedoes had inflicted considerable damage upon the hull, causing the crew to respond with trepidation. Then, upon receiving Alexei's command, the attacking ships ceased their offensive and surged collectively towards the Galaxy throne. The crew was suddenly thrown into disarray. The enemy's objective is crystal clear. They seem determined to seize the galactic throne at any cost. Protect the flagship. Chapter 21. I no longer desire the galactic throne. Elder Jin Shi's voice echoed as Ning Ziyuan fixed his gaze intently on the screen. At last, having endured a relentless barrage from 3 escort ships, all enemy vessels had entered the firing range of the anti-aircraft artillery. Open fire, commanded the seasoned general with authority. The anti-aircraft guns mounted atop the ship unleashed a torrent of shells, rapidly propelling them into the void of space at an astonishing velocity. The shells struck the enemy ship's deflector shields with resounding force. Ultimately, these shields could not withstand such a relentless onslaught, shattering under the pressure of the explosions. If missiles are designed for smaller vessels to engage larger ones, then anti-aircraft artillery serves to decimate smaller ships. In the aftermath of the Stellar campaign, the destruction of small warships by anti-aircraft guns or point defense systems is always meticulously tallied, underscoring the purpose of these weapons, to target smaller vessels. The rapid-fire shells possess formidable suppressive firepower, proving particularly effective against the deflector shields of smaller ships. After enduring consecutive bombardments from the anti-aircraft guns, the deflector shields of the smaller vessels faltered due to energy depletion, revealing their slender armor and hulls. With grandiosity, Ning Ziyuan gestured, "Fire the red lasers." 2 searing beams of light erupted simultaneously, aimed specifically at those ships whose shields had been breached. Without the protection of their deflector shields, the red lasers sliced through the vessels with ease, leaving gaping, molten wounds in their wake. A mere flick of the wrist could cleave a warship in 2, with even the least effective strike rendering it utterly incapacitated. Is that an anti-aircraft gun? Alexei gazed at the escalating casualties of his fleet, suddenly gripped by panic. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement merely by changing weaponry. The situation was dire, the losses were mounting, and he could no longer afford to delay. With the combination of anti-aircraft artillery, crimson lasers, and the nuclear missiles from the flanking ships, after a single assault, only around 20 vessels remained at his disposal. The flanking ships posed little threat, but his sole concern was the galactic throne. How could a battle that was supposed to be overwhelmingly in his favor turn out like this? As he watched the barrage of grenades from the anti-aircraft guns and the sweeping crimson lasers wreaking havoc across his fleet, a wave of heat washed over Alexei, and he felt beads of sweat forming. Instinctively, he raised a hand to wipe his forehead. The damp sensation in his palm startled him. Opening his hand revealed a clammy, pale palm drenched in perspiration. Sweat. Am I sweating? No, it must be the humidifier set too high. What a ridiculous thought. How could I possibly sweat while battling such opponents? Alexei seized the communicator and shouted, "Hold your ground. There is no retreat. Advance until we are upon them. If we close in, their weapons will be rendered ineffective. Do not fall back. Anyone who does will be deemed a coward. Perhaps fortune favored him?" Shortly after he issued his command, the anti-aircraft guns aboard the Galactic Throne, which had been firing relentlessly, suddenly fell silent, ceasing their barrage of high-explosive grenades. Alexei was instantly filled with elation. Their anti-aircraft guns could not sustain fire as long as the crimson lasers. Now was the moment for them to reload their ammunition. Everyone was involved, launching a full-scale assault. The remaining warships, fueled by ferocity, recklessly surged towards the Galactic Throne. The two crimson lasers could not entirely thwart their advance. Before even reaching optimal attack distance, dozens of torpedoes had already been unleashed, racing towards the Galactic Throne. Yes, exactly like that. Charge ahead and eliminate them. Alexei was consumed by madness, bellowing into the global comms across all frequencies. If they could destroy the Galactic Throne, all sacrifices would be rendered meaningful. His dwindling fleet was poised to dart beneath the Galactic Throne, the very blind spot of their attack. If only they could reach that position. However, it was time. Ning Ziyuan proclaimed from the center of the bridge. Initiate the ion thrusters. Full speed ahead. Expedite the reloading of the anti-aircraft ammunition. Prepare the guns. Yes, General. The thrusters at the rear of the Galactic Throne blazed with brilliant blue light as the warship began its forward advance, rapidly accelerating. The formidable engines imparted immense acceleration to the vessel, propelling it hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Ning Ziyuan had already adjusted the ship's trajectory, previously oriented towards the starport. It now required no turning, directly creating distance. Although the Xiaoigu fleet was equipped with the same nuclear fission reactors and ion propulsion systems, the scale of the vessels was not even comparable, allowing them to easily create distance. They are attempting to flee. Quick, pursue them. Alexei, consumed by urgency, banged his fist on the table, issuing loud orders. The few sublight warships hastened to their maximum speeds in an effort to catch up with the Galactic Throne. However, it was evident that the Galactic Throne was swifter and possessed a longer range, its crimson lasers continuously sweeping across the expanse. Now, the anti-aircraft artillery had also been reloaded, and a new barrage commenced. The Galactic Throne maintained a commanding lead ahead, while the sublight vessels, despite pushing their velocities to the limit, found the distance between them ever widening. Two red lasers and anti-aircraft shells indiscriminately struck, resulting in mounting casualties within the pursuing fleet. Ning Ziyuan had never felt such exhilaration. He personally maneuvered the warship, even looping around and reducing speed, keeping the fleet at a comfortable distance behind, and then unleashed a barrage of long-range fire. No, this should not be the case. What kind of strategy is this? Alexei was left in a state of shock. We cannot possibly catch up. Their range and speed exceed ours. A voice of despair echoed through the ranks. Commander Alexei, though reluctant to admit it, we are beyond salvation. Surrender. Perhaps it may spare our lives. His staff, witnessing the unfolding situation, had already foreseen the battle's outcome, their faces ashen, some even discussing the prospect of capitulation. But how did it come to this? A flash of lightning coursed through Alexei's mind. They have consistently misconceived the situation. Initially, during their confrontation with the frigate, they employed the least compatible weaponry, while the frigate remained stationary throughout the engagement, akin to a stationary artillery platform. This led them to the erroneous impression that the frigate was rather unimpressive. However, it is agility and speed that truly characterize the frigate. To these smaller vessels, the frigate appears considerably large, yet on a cosmic scale, it is among the smallest of ships. In contrast, the Titan, the Dominator, or the Colossus, each possesses a size comparable to that of a small planet. Xi Yan's tactical approach is undoubtedly sound, even surpassing the current capabilities of humanity. This world mirrors that of the Stellaris universe almost identically. One could assert it as a high-definition realistic remake of the Stellaris game. Who is Xi Yan, you ask? He is a commander who has led fleets with a combat power in the millions in cosmic warfare. His comprehension of ship weaponry and performance exceeds that of anyone else. He is a born military theorist. With just a field test, he could emerge as the most exceptional commander. Against a novice like Alexei in space combat, it is a matter of a dimensional strike. Xi Yan has personally commanded and waged countless wars against alien empires, conquering numerous star systems and reigning as a maritime emperor on no fewer than 10 occasions, with the number of cybernetic lives lost at his hands reaching into the trillions. Nevertheless, Xi Yan perceives himself as a benevolent figure in the Starry Sea, having provided a utopian standard of living for the citizens of his empire. Indeed, the Marshal is a genius. Ning Ziyuan mused contentedly, once again decelerating, lest the pursuers behind him fall beyond range. As the enemy ships dwindled, the red lasers mercilessly harvested the Xiao Igu fleet. Finally, when fewer than 10 sublight warships remained on the battlefield, Alexei succumbed to despair. I no longer want the galactic throne. I give up. Come back and protect me. Do not pursue any further. Chapter 22. The Marshal's compassion in his 4 to 5 decades of life. Ning Ziyuan had never felt such a sense of relief. The galactic throne made a small detour of several thousand kilometers before returning to its course, and then the Tiangang turned around, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Xiao Igu fleet. At this moment, the tides of battle had shifted. Unsurprisingly, the escort ship effortlessly caught up with the fleeing fleet, and 2 red lasers easily pierced through the small vessels. With that, all the rebels were annihilated, and Xi Yan truly seized control of the Empire's military, eliminating these unstable military elements. It was over. Everything had come to an end. After losing contact with the last Allied warship, Alexei despondently sank to the ground. How had things come to this? Without a fleet, they had become lambs awaiting slaughter. Escape in a lifeboat back to the ring world? Alexei's pride prevented him from becoming a coward. Moreover, with 3 million troops on the ring world, descending would merely delay the inevitable. The tide had turned. In the temporary command room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Alexei's hunched figure trembled slightly, his hand slowly descending to grasp the cold handgun at his waist. Ha 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 ha. From this day forth, I shall be the sole marshal of the Empire. The marshal wields absolute authority, commanding the 3 armies, with none refusing allegiance, and every inch of land recognized as dominion. My achievements shall rival those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And I shall be the emperor of the Interstellar Human Empire. Beta has spoken wisely. I appoint you as the Imperial Grand Master. Matters of the palace and the laws of the court are now within your purview. Xi Yan stood amidst the ruins of the Central Grand Hotel, his feet resting upon the debris stained red by the fragments of the people. He let out a sinister laugh, reveling in his triumph while engaging in idle banter with Beta. The capabilities of Beta were remarkable. It simultaneously calculated the positions of fleets and the trajectories of weapons far in the depths of space, transmitting real-time visuals of the unfolding scene to Xi Yan. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal. The battle progressed exceedingly well, with all sublight warships obliterated, and Ning Ziyuan's fleet emerged victorious. Surely, his adept guidance was the reason. The likes of Shoigu and Gerasimov were no match for me. In truth, Xi Yan could have simply instructed Ning Ziyuan to commence with a feint. But such a strategy might alert the enemy to their impending doom, prompting a shift in their defensive tactics at the starport. Thus, Xi Yan resolved to sacrifice the Veronica fleet to lure out the Shoigu fleet for a decisive strike. However, due to Veronica's exceptional management of her fleet, the ships only recognized the general and not their marshal. Consequently, Xi Yan had no choice but to orchestrate a minor mishap for these fleets. It appears the outcome has been favorable. The traitors have been vanquished, and the reins of power are firmly in my grasp. Xi Yan laughed heartily, standing proudly amidst the ruins of the Central Grand Hotel, exuding an air of triumph. Secretary Avery stood distantly on the road, flanked by General Veronica and General Prigozhin. How long has this condition persisted? Avery's complexion was exceedingly pallid, as the scene before her was truly harrowing. Madam Secretary, if you are feeling unwell, perhaps it would be best for you to return, Prigozhin kindly suggested. No, this is the moment for me to shine. I must leave a favorable impression on the marshal. Suddenly, the young secretary collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the laughter of Xi Yan grew increasingly maniacal. Frustrated by his inability to procure ammunition, Prigozhin, in a fit of anger, surrendered his elite artillery division to Xi Yan. Xi Yan feigned an invitation to a banquet, yet had no intention of attending. Upon learning that Shoigu and others would soon arrive, he devised a cunning plan. I have an idea. Xi Yan then utilized the 40,000 points he had amassed to target the Central Grand Hotel with a JB-2 BFV cameo, unleashing a relentless bombardment upon the establishment while simultaneously encircling it with ground forces. After a relentless barrage lasting over 10 minutes, exhausting all available artillery shells, Xi Yan still felt unsatisfied. He then commanded the special forces to enter, initiating a search for any who dared to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with him. Those discovered would be met with a single peanut. Subsequently, he observed the aerial conflict, arriving tardily to assess the aftermath. The air was thick with a pungent odor of blood, and the debris was strewn with fragments of the populace, devastation everywhere. Xi Yan took a deep breath. a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. Ah, what a delightful flavor. My adversary, succumbing to my hands, should indeed feel honored. Is there truly no issue with his mental state? Prigozhin inquired softly. No one escapes madness in this world. Moreover, who still cares for him now? Yushua viewed it with an open mind, squatting nearby, still employing his hands to safeguard the territory of the mighty. The few of them were not sorrowfully surprised to discover that Xi Yan had seized all power, in both political and military realms. He could unequivocally be deemed a dictatorial marshal, coupled with the inheritance rights of the marshal's eldest son. Alas, he has truly ascended to the throne. Just a few days ago, the situation was not like this. Why has it transformed so swiftly? Now, one can only. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. We welcome the great emperor of the Interstellar Human Empire back to the throne. The Interstellar Human Military Government harbored little in the way of egalitarian ideals. Having an emperor or a dictatorial marshal mattered little to them. In the age of stars, only a powerful and resolute imperial leader could better protect its citizens, or a centralized and robust imperial institution. The marshal, two fully armed special soldiers dragged a portly middle-aged Caucasian over. We found the rebel leader Xiao Yigu in a corner at the edge of the hotel. Xi Yan gazed over in astonishment. Xiao Yigu was no longer the proud figure of yore. Now he was covered in dust and blood, his mouth firmly gagged, rendering any possibility of him spewing trash talk impossible. Surviving such a bombardment for so long, Xi Yan found it rather peculiar. A special forces soldier promptly responded, "Marshal, the artillery units primarily target the central area to prevent collateral damage, which is why this individual took refuge at the periphery." "I see. Then it was indeed prudent of me to have you conduct a thorough search." Xi Yan nodded. The two special forces soldiers remained motionless, prompting Xi Yan to turn back, puzzled. "Why are you still here?" "Marshal, the rebel leader Xiao Yigu should be dealt with according to your decision." "Indeed, that makes sense. Have you interrogated him?" Xi Yan pondered. "We have interrogated him. He has confessed to all his crimes and disclosed the locations of his hidden assets. There is no further intelligence." "Very well." Xi Yan turned back, calmly stating, "Since we have clarified everything, why keep him alive? Shall we continue to waste our provisions and personnel?" "Understood." The two soldiers nodded and turned to drag Xiao Yigu away. Shortly after, muffled gunshots echoed from behind the ruins, silenced by suppressors. "To oppose me is to be prepared for the might of my firepower," Xi Yan mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He summoned an officer from the special forces, inquiring, "Comrade, are there any survivors?" "Yes, Marshal," the officer replied, standing at attention. "They managed to evade our bombardment by taking refuge in an underground air raid shelter. We are preparing to breach it. Indeed, they are armed, and a reckless intrusion would only lead to unnecessary casualties. I do not wish for any of you to be harmed." Xi Yan cupped his chin and raised a finger, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you to prepare an alternative plan? Bring it forth." "Indeed." A large cylindrical alloy canister was laboriously carried over by two soldiers and gently placed on the ground. The canister bore a glaringly ominous yellow warning symbol. Sighing, Xi Yan reflected, "I, Xi Yan, have always been compassionate and cannot bear to witness the suffering of others." He touched the cold surface of the canister and shook his head in contemplation. With the assistance of an officer, he donned a gas mask, then turned away and waved his hand. The air in the basement was stifling. They needed a breath of fresh air to alleviate their discomfort. With that, Xi Yan strolled down with his hands clasped behind his back, leading the group away from the area. The soldiers were fully attired in protective gear as they transported the canister to the entrance of the basement. Shortly thereafter, wisps of pale yellow smoke began to rise amidst the wreckage, quickly dissipating into the atmosphere. The brilliant sun blazed down upon the earth, and General Veronica held an ebony umbrella over Xi Yan. Chapter 23. Expulsion Marshal. In this battle, we have successfully annihilated the entire fleet of the Xiao Yigu, Grasimov rebel military group, reclaiming control of the starport. All 80 of the enemy's sublight small warships have been destroyed, while our fleet suffered the loss of 20 sublight small warships. The Guardian-class superluminal frigate sustained significant damage, and the hull of the Galactic Throne showed only minor scratches. Ning Ziyuan concluded the brief report on their accomplishments. In other words, you have successfully commanded all the armies of the Empire, and your power has been firmly established. Excellent. The ethereal figure projected by Xi Yan stood at the starport, nodding repeatedly with a beaming smile. "General Ning, you have performed exceptionally well. However, your position has reached its zenith. leaving no room for further advancement. I shall ensure that your family in the ring world receives the finest treatment. Henceforth, I hope you will continue to strive diligently. Xi Yan spoke with utmost sincerity. While your career has reached its pinnacle, the provisions for your family serve as a partial recompense. Thank you, Marshal, Ning Ziyuan replied, grinning like a child in his 50s. Following this battle, his position as the naval commander was firmly solidified. Xi Yan genuinely trusted him, and naturally, he would wholeheartedly assist Xi Yan. The sincerity of Xi Yan's demeanor was utterly reassuring. After all, everyone appreciates a genuine attitude. And General Veronica, your fleet has made significant contributions in protecting the escort ships. I have decided to entrust you with the management of the entire logistics department of the military. Does this compensation meet your approval? Although the loss of Veronica's entire fleet was regrettable, Xi Yan understood the necessity of recompense. I have no objections. I am grateful for the Marshal's recognition. The gallant female general replied solemnly. And of course, General Prigozhin, thank you for the artillery support. Xi Yan's projection turned toward Prigozhin, jesting, the rebellion has been quelled, and the army shall no longer suffer from a shortage of ammunition. Finally, Prigozhin expressed his profound gratitude. At last, there is no need to pursue them for ammunition any longer. Shall we go? Grasimov, can you see this from your celestial realm? Xi Yan then proceeded to assign positions. Your army is indeed too extensive. Upon your return, urgent training should be conducted to cultivate a cadre of naval personnel, as the focus must now shift to naval development. Very well. Prigozhin responded with a somewhat melancholic nod. After this conflict, the Imperial Navy has been nearly incapacitated, with over half of the crew lost and an urgent need for personnel. Prigozhin's army is perfectly positioned for training, ensuring a seamless transition to active duty. Rest assured, in the future, you will not only oversee the army, but will also manage the entire military's talent development and training. Is this sufficient? Quite enough. Prigozhin's face brightened with joy. All noted, Beta temporarily assumed the role of secretary. Prigozhin, that old rascal, harbored a few minor thoughts, yet they were harmless. And Beta was well aware. Xi Yan increasingly recognized Beta's substantial role. He also learned that Beta had allocated some of its time to assist with research at the Ringworld Academy of Sciences. According to it, while lacking technical data in its database, its formidable computational power could aid Xi Yan's academy in exploring new technologies. The pace of research was instantly augmented by 20. It turned out to be an AI crowned as the scientific hub. Xi Yan nodded in acknowledgement, and the projections of the group drifted toward the starport. Upon passing through the airlock chamber, the surviving rebel officers knelt in a row before them, each holding aloft a USB drive. Within were their confessions of guilt and financial records, all submitted to Xi Yan in a desperate plea for their lives. Are these the ones? Xi Yan remarked with a faint air of indifference. Indeed, after we annihilated all enemy vessels, those residing within the starport readily surrendered, hoping for your clemency, Ning Ziyuan articulated. What are your thoughts on this? Xi Yan inquired with a smile. I believe General Prigozhin should commence the cultivation of naval talent. Ning Ziyuan subtly conveyed his opinion. The individuals present were not a virtuous character, save for the benevolent Xi Yan, the great benefactor of the Starry Sea. The kind-hearted Marshal Xi Yan sighed deeply, declaring, I have decided to grant them mercy and expel them from our borders. Thank you, Marshal. We are immensely grateful for your forgiveness. The kneeling rebel officer, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated himself before Xi Yan, exclaiming, We shall certainly amend our ways and never defy you again. Alas, the heavens embody a merciful spirit, and your expulsion shall serve as your greatest punishment. Reflecting on his benevolence, Xi Yan felt his eyes moisten. Marshal, you must not, eh? Ning Ziyuan began to offer a word of caution, but quickly sensed something amiss. Expulsion? The Interstellar Human Military Government possesses but this solitary colony within the entire empire. Where shall they be cast away? I do not know. For now, simply throw them out and let them choose their destination, Xi Yan candidly replied. With a gentle wave of his hand, several soldiers clad in full space suits emerged from the ethereal projection, seizing the unarmored rebel officers and escorting them toward the airlock. Is this truly what the Marshal meant by expulsion? The onlookers were left aghast, while the principal architect of this fate, Xi Yan, shook his head in lamentation, reflecting on his own compassion. Sparing them from execution, expelling them from the empire was his utmost act of mercy. It is a pity to waste such excellent bioelectric materials. As Xi Yan ventured deeper into the starport, he encountered the lifeless body of Alexei in the temporary command center. He had taken his own life, perhaps unable to bear the weight of his failures, or maybe foreseeing his inevitable fate. In any case, he had drawn his pistol and aimed it at himself. The voice of Beta echoed from afar, as if providing a narrative commentary. I had intended to conduct a public trial to bolster national cohesion. Xi Yan sighed once more and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "For now, that is all. You may announce to the entire empire that your era has arrived." Ning Ziyuan replied with a smile. "Indeed," Xi Yan mused, lifting his gaze towards the distant horizon outside the window. "My era. Humanity shall ascend to the grand stage of the universe, competing with alien civilizations akin to ourselves. We will not squander our time in this minuscule galaxy. The expansion of the Interstellar Human Military Government is about to commence. We shall follow you, Marshal, forever," Veronica asserted with unwavering conviction. At that moment, a swollen corpse drifted past the window, colliding with the glass and producing a dull thud. Xi Yan recognized it as one of those expelled moments ago. The timing was impeccable, abruptly shattering the atmosphere he had carefully cultivated. "I shall return now. The generals may do as they wish. Those wishing to seize opportunities amidst the chaos may proceed as they see fit." He gestured dismissively, his expression tinged with impatience. The others turned to Prigozhin, who cleared his throat and remarked, "Ahem, no need. I am actually not interested in money. Can you guess whether I believe it or not? Regardless, Xi Yan has lost interest in the starport, primarily due to the unsightly debris scattered across the sky. He disengaged from his projection state, removed his VR headset, and departed from the makeshift projection area. Now, his fleet requires a respite. 3 frigates need repairs, and the refuse in the orbit of the starport must be meticulously cleared away. Furthermore, a substantial amount of alloy is needed to construct large-scale superluminal research and engineering vessels in preparation for interstellar expansion. There is much to be done. Xi Yan suddenly realized that it was January 1st, 2200, a day heralding the commencement of a new era among the stars. It was also the day he reclaimed his authority, becoming the true marshal. Is this fate's decree? Xi Yan does not believe in destiny. His will is the empire's fate. Chapter 24. The era of Xi Yan begins. Xi Yan emerged from the ruins, stained with the remnants of the people, and boarded his ship to return to the government building, warmly waving goodbye to his personal guard. However, the members of his team appeared somewhat apprehensive of him, ultimately bowing deeply in respect. Xi Yan paid little mind to their demeanor, entering the building, covered in dust and blood. As he passed by, a junior staff member caught sight of him and immediately emitted a sharp gasp, dropping the documents in his hands. Xi Yan, clad in his platinum martial uniform, was drenched in congealed blood, leaving a trail of solidified debris in his wake. The pungent odor caused some staff members to retch uncontrollably. The stains were from the ruins, and Xi Yan took pride in this. "What is the matter?" Xi Yan feigned ignorance, glancing at his attire. "I don't think it smells at all." "Your Excellency." The marshal, an official, with a look of terror, inquired, "What is the source of this blood?" To which Xi Yan promptly responded with pride. "The Shao Yi Ancient, the Grasimov military group conspired to incite rebellion, and I have executed them all. Their military power has been entirely dismantled. Our nation has finally regained stability." "What? This is indeed splendid news. Long live the marshal. Victory belongs to the marshal." Upon learning the origin of the bloodstains, many of the youthful clerks displayed great excitement, for it was the first time they witnessed their marshal triumphantly vanquishing rebels. However, a few mature and composed staff members appeared perplexed. Why would the 2 loyal generals of the state betray us? There were also some who exhibited signs of fear, clearly remnants of the defeated faction. Yet, such concerns were trivial. Soon enough, others would come to apprehend them. General Prigozhin, the remnants of the rebels, along with their families, must be thoroughly investigated. All assets and properties must be seized. This task is entrusted to you, Xi Yan instructed Prigozhin. Human relationships can be quite troublesome. Eliminating one threat is insufficient. One must eradicate the entire lineage. Fortunately, the Interstellar Human Military Government has only been stable for 20 years, and no significant aristocratic families have yet emerged. The world is naturally abundant to sustain humanity, yet mankind often laments the cruelty of fate, unaware of the locusts and pests that afflict the world, bringing suffering to both the common folk and the sovereigns. Xi Yan, having successfully eliminated dissenters, recited beautiful ancient poetry, feeling elated as he slowly ascended the stairs. However, the gentle smile upon his face juxtaposed with the bloodstains startled his subordinates considerably. "Bang! Children, I have returned. As the elevator doors opened, Xi Yan could hardly contain himself, rushing out and flopping onto the nearby sofa. Welcome back, Marshal. Although Beta was omnipresent throughout the Empire's network, he dutifully offered his greeting. In any case, Beta, coordinate with several generals and Miss Secretary of State to delineate the distribution of power. We must commence the establishment of a more efficient imperial institution. Xi Yan touched his wristband and commanded, draft a detailed plan for the division of power, including the formation of a cabinet and various authoritative bodies. The ultimate decision-making authority shall reside with me. Yet it is imperative to ensure that the nation can maintain stability in my absence. As Marshal and a sagacious player of Stellaris, Xi Yan merely sought the ability to govern the nation's significant affairs, possessing the authority to intervene in any matter while delegating all other powers. In essence, Xi Yan aspired to transform himself into something akin to the embodiment of the national will, an immersive version of Stellaris. Thus, the empire constructed in this manner would be a dictatorial regime, however, with institutional safeguards in place. The empire could continue to thrive even in the event of unforeseen circumstances befalling Xi Yan. Momentarily lost in thought within his office, Xi Yan eventually made his way upstairs to his private quarters. It was time for rest. Work? Nonsense. I am the Marshal, entitled to the privilege of an irregular work schedule. Let us not forget he had recently traversed into this realm, swiftly grasping the intricacies of the empire and audaciously instigating a civil war to seize power. A considerable trial for both his intellect and spirit. Today has been a whirlwind of events, and Xi Yan feels a significant transformation in his character, becoming more benevolent and compassionate. Whether it is the loss of memories from a past life or a metamorphosis in his thought processes, Xi Yan remains uncertain. All he can do is adapt. Regardless, he decides to take a bath. He sheds his soiled dragon robe, casually discarding it on the floor, and retrieves a shirt and shorts from the concealed wardrobe beside his bed, humming a tune as he strides into the bathroom. The spacious bath awaits him, complete with a man-made hot spring, an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. The view outside the window, this night, this resplendent glow, imbues the atmosphere with a vibrant charm. As he hums a melody from his past life, Xi Yan fills the bath with water and reclines into its warm embrace. It is a royal indulgence. As the soothing warmth envelopes him, Xi Yan allows his mind to drift, pondering deeper matters. He has finally realized the fruition of this technological achievement, planetary unification, in ancient times. Various nations and tribes clashed with one another, yet now, all are united under the banner of the Empire. We shall never perish. The inception of the Interstellar Human Military Government has progressed remarkably quickly within the confines of the game. By the year 2200, the sociological technology of planetary unification has been completed, bolstered by the efficient ancient AI, Beta, a comprehensive ring world, and several advanced technologies that are not merely primitive. In every regard, it surpasses what is found in the game. However, this is reality. And the neighboring Human Federation and the United Nations of Earth have already begun their advancements. In comparison, the development of his interstellar human military government has been lethargically slow. Now, with power firmly in his grasp, Xi Yan finally possesses the authority to command the entire empire. At this moment, he possesses the autonomy to formulate policies and lead his empire in the pursuit of interstellar expansion. The advancement of science and technology is paramount to this endeavor. Xi Yan has observed that his nation generally neglects the development of technology, still relying on scientific knowledge that is over 2 decades old. However, the recent enhancements in engineering technology due to the construction of the ring world have made some progress. This is unacceptable. A portion of the budget must be allocated towards scientific research. Beta is always volunteering to assist at the Academy of Sciences with research. The most reassuring aspect is that this is reality, not a game. In a game, one can only focus national efforts on researching one field of physics, one of sociology, and one of engineering at a time. Yet in reality, as long as there are sufficient scientists, multiple fields of study can be pursued concurrently. Undoubtedly, this will require substantial resources, prompting Xi Yan to contemplate a new direction: how to swiftly conserve resources. The ring world can generate a significant amount of energy credits, essentially electrical energy, but the production of minerals and food is exceedingly limited. The entire ring world is constructed of metal, and agricultural development relies solely on a minuscule amount of artificial soil for cultivation. Hydroponic agriculture has yet to be established, and with the population on the rise, the demand for food will become increasingly urgent. Additionally, alloys represent a crucial resource for the empire's development, essential for constructing colonies, stellar bases, and vessels. With warships comprising the majority, alloys must be produced by smelting minerals in industrial zones, while minerals must be obtained through mining on various planets. Typically, in the initial stages of a fragmented ring world, a portion would be damaged, allowing for mineral extraction. However, this Cybele Rex ring is an intact ring world, devoid of any mineral output. Moreover, the construction of a ring world necessitates the disintegration and reformation of entire planetary bodies within a star system. Therefore, it is not merely the damaged segments of the ring world that are of concern. Within the Cyber-Alex Alpha system, there are, in fact, no other planets present, rendering mineral output virtually non-existent. So, from where does the Empire procure its alloys? The answer lies in scavenging within other segments of the ring world, recycling metallic debris from the surface and refuse from the orbital expanse to be re-smelted into alloys. When Xi Yan learned this information from Beta, he was astounded for the entire afternoon. Thus, expansion is imperative. The pursuit of colonies and resources. Expansion. By establishing mining stations on planets or stars that yield minerals, some degree of mineral and energy coin output can be achieved. However, consumer goods, alloys, and research points, secondary production, require the establishment of various districts on colonies to facilitate production, which cannot be rapidly enhanced in the short term. Even with foundational resources, a workforce is essential to engage in processing industries to generate output. Now, returning to the overarching issue of resources, if the Empire's revenue generation is sluggish, it must resort to economizing. Indeed, within the cosmos, various maintenance costs exist, and by finding ways to reduce these expenses, it would effectively equate to an increase in resources. Lying in the steaming water, Xi Yan contemplated quietly, gazing through the translucent glass at the towering celestial ring outside. The interstellar innovator has conceived a new idea. The system of private ownership of production means is exceedingly inefficient. The significant waste of resources and imbalances in distribution severely hinder the Empire's economy, and the existence of the bourgeoisie is decidedly detrimental to his control over the entirety of the Empire. Upon contemplating his status as a marshal, while the common folk continue to endure the exploitation of capitalists, Xi Yan felt an intense fire of indignation igniting within him. Thus, he resolved to transform the archaic capitalist system of our interstellar human empire into a comprehensive public ownership model, completely abolishing private enterprise. The imperial authority would directly allocate all means of production and resources, purposefully replacing the bourgeoisie, thereby extricating this nefarious system, perpetrated for over a century, from the nascent empire. Simultaneously, this would significantly reduce resource consumption and enhance production efficiency, a concept we term as efficiency. Chapter 25. Conception. The productivity of the interstellar human military government has advanced to an exceedingly developed level. Even though it has only been 2 decades since the establishment of the ring world, it is already incomparable to the human civilization of 2 centuries ago. A great thinker once proclaimed that productivity determines production relations, and the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Indeed, truth withstands the test of time. And Xi Yan wholeheartedly concurred with this statement. Having briefly acquainted himself with the current technological standards, he was astounded that the empire still clung to a regressive capitalist system, which seemed utterly surreal given the existing productivity. Therefore, it became imperative to reform the imperial system to adapt to the new developments in productivity, liberating it to support the empire's advancement. But how should this be accomplished? Transitioning from private ownership to public ownership is the answer. What does Xi Yan envision as public ownership? The empire has seized control of all production sectors, employing the modern technology of the year 2200 to meticulously calculate the production and consumption of all resources. With formidable computational power, it precisely supplies resources and sets benchmarks. Every aspect of social production, resource distribution, and public services is entirely under the empire's dominion, ensuring a well-ordered society where citizens' lives are meticulously arranged by the empire from birth to death. This is the interstellar human military government operating under authoritarian rule following the implementation of public ownership. Given the current productive capacity, this plan is feasible. The Marshal could even afford to be a bit bolder. Truly, the AI created by the ancient mechanical pioneers is immensely powerful in its computational abilities. Just a moment. I am bathing. Please do not eavesdrop on my soliloquy. The trivial antics of organic beings I would keep to myself. Beta has fallen silent. Yet, the mere thought of Beta's omnipresence leaves Xi Yan unable to continue his bath. Early the next morning, around 3 o'clock, Xi Yan rose. The advanced civilian technology from the Earth Federation has rendered sleep shorter yet more efficient, though initially, he had given little thought to civilian technology. However, after staying up late to browse his wristband until midnight and being roused by Beta at 3, he found himself lively and alert, leading him to acknowledge that the appropriate development of certain civilian technologies could indeed enhance productivity and stability. Xi Yan is a responsible leader, adeptly managing the comfort and stability of each colony. He is capable of reducing the crime rate in exiled territories to 0, achieving a stability and happiness rate of 90. A commendable marshal. Within the realm of gaming, one merely needs to establish a holographic theater in the colony, disregarding comfort levels. However, reality presents a different narrative, ensuring that the citizens of the empire have their basic needs met. Providing them with the highest standards of living and a sense of security will undoubtedly contribute to stability and happiness. As for comfort, to be frank, the only aspect worthy of concern is entertainment. The pressing matter at hand is the consideration of governance. For an interstellar empire to function effectively, an efficient imperial authority is indispensable. This responsibility has been entrusted to Beta, Secretary of State Elivia, and the entire Secretariat. Xi Yan possesses the ultimate command over the military, allowing him to implement reforms as he sees fit, with no one daring to oppose him. Such is the allure of a dictatorial interstellar empire. Nevertheless, having ascended to the rank of marshal, he must also shoulder the responsibility for the entire civilization. This nascent interstellar nation is akin to his offspring. Xi Yan's affection extends not only to his citizens, but to the entirety of this entity known as the Interstellar Human Military Government. In other words, he places greater importance on the collective welfare of the empire. A pristine new marshal's uniform in a resplendent platinum hue has been laid out on his bedside, presumably prepared by his devoted maid during the night. Speaking of his maid, that is of little consequence. Today marks the commencement of his new duties. Xi Yan donned the immaculate uniform, complete with a hat, and swiftly descended the stairs towards his office. From Beta, he learned that his research vessel had already embarked on an exploration in the neighboring star system, known as Kalmakian. I must quickly contact my scientists. Much like the onset of the Starry Era, the Interstellar Human Military Government possesses a scientific vessel equipped with a scientific officer and an engineering ship, both endowed with faster-than-light capabilities. Each vessel is comparable in size to a frigate, brimming with specialized equipment and ample resources for long-distance voyages. Sitting in his office, Xi Yan activated his computer to connect with his secretariat. The Secretary of State and his generals convened in the conference room below to deliberate on the imperial reforms, and Xi Yan preferred to liaise with his secretariat for any matters he wished to address. Beta was not only assisting in the Academy of Sciences, but was also diligently calculating the feasibility of implementing socialism within the empire, a task that demanded considerable computational power. Thus Xi Yan refrained from disturbing it. The Secretariat operates directly under the Marshal, with the Empire's Secretary of State, Olivier, concurrently serving as the Secretary General, assigning secretaries to various government departments to fulfill their duties. This arrangement effectively functions as an internal oversight mechanism for Xi Yan's imperial institution, with all affairs requiring the Secretary's meticulous organization and online submission, thereby becoming a means through which Xi Yan supervises the Empire's institutions. The Secretariat is equipped with a liaison office. As its name aptly suggests, without Beta's assistance, Xi Yan had no choice but to reach out to the liaison office via the communication software on his computer. Xi Yan, I require a face-to-face exchange with our primary faster-than-light research vessel. The liaison office has received your request and is currently facilitating the video signal transfer for the Marshal. The faster-than-light communication technology brought over from the Earth Alliance proves to be remarkably effective, enabling instantaneous video transmission across light years to Xi Yan's computer. It is worth noting that the reason the starry world has not succumbed to the dark forest theory is attributed to both real-time faster-than-light communication technology and faster-than-light travel capabilities. Communication access, VR device detected. Would you like to enable VR robot control? With current technology, not only can precise projections be realized, but remote control of robots can also be achieved. In the drawer of Xi Yan's desk, he discovered a complete set of equipment, a VR headset, and a pair of gloves embedded with intricate components for precise manipulation. The research vessel is equipped with several robots, allowing Xi Yan to share his visual field with them and control the mechanical arm remotely through the gloves. Upon donning the VR headset, gloves, and headphones, Xi Yan felt as though he had traversed light years, arriving aboard a research vessel located in a neighboring galaxy. Over the past 2 decades, although the nation has not aggressively expanded, it is certainly imperative to explore the surrounding galaxies. The Cyblex galaxy possesses only one hyperspace route leading to the outside world, connected to the Kalmakian galaxy, which boasts a beautiful blue main sequence star. Marshal, the VR experience is incredibly immersive. Xi Yan's vision is remarkably clear, and as he turns, he notices several crew members and a robot bowing to him. Greetings, Xi Yan replies with a smile, kindly gesturing towards the robot. And who might you be? Does our nation possess synthetic humans? Marshal, I am right next door in the Academy of Sciences. The robot responds with a hint of resignation. I am your chief scientific officer and the accompanying science officer on this vessel. My name is Martin Irwin. Additionally, we do not have synthetic human technology. Oh, I see. So you are also remotely controlled, haha. Xi Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment as he lowered his head, and so did the robot he controlled, revealing an identical mechanical form. Thus, I now resembled a fan with arms. Xi Yan was amused by his own whimsical thoughts. However, the fact that the scientific officer on the ship was operated remotely rather than being physically present was a stark contrast to the experience in the game Stellaris. In Stellaris, all scientific officers traveled with the vessel, and any misfortune would lead to the ship's destruction and the loss of lives. Players often encountered various events that resulted in the death of scientific officers, which bred a deep-seated resentment. The contribution of a skilled scientific officer was immensely significant, and the demise of any officer would evoke considerable frustration among players. Yet, Stellaris boasts a remarkable and unique technology, leader teleportation technology. This is essentially a game feature. When a research vessel carrying a scientific officer cannot return for various reasons, it can be remotely dismantled. In such cases, the scientific officer on board will instantaneously traverse an unfathomable number of light years, returning to the capital to await new assignments. Furthermore, they can be designated as the scientific officer for another research vessel, ensuring that, regardless of the distance, this leader will also teleport to that ship. This is the hallmark of Stellaris, leader teleportation technology. Naturally, reality does not permit these vital scientific officers to engage in perilous space exploration activities, hence the adoption of remote-controlled robots. Scientific officers can command from the capital system, employing instantaneous superluminal communication technology to unleash their intellect. The true perilous tasks are entrusted to the crew aboard the vessel, all of whom have signed a death warrant. Should any misfortune arise, the aftermath and the families left behind will be the responsibility of the state. Chapter 26. The research vessel of the Kalmakian star system. How did the Marshal come to visit our research vessel number 1? Inquired the sole scientific officer, Martin Irwin. With utmost caution. Having never encountered the Marshal before, he was only aware of the impending inspection and was thus careful in speculating about Xi Yan's character. We have dwelled in the colonies for many years. It is now time to embark upon the interstellar era, Xi Yan proclaimed, attempting to appear aloof as he spoke. He then approached the viewport, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the distant, myriad stars beyond. Marshal, do you mean? Martin suddenly felt a surge of excitement and stepped forward to inquire. Take your research vessel and commence exploration, Xi Yan responded, turning with a fervent gaze fixed upon him, still maintaining his facade of nonchalance. I have eliminated domestic obstacles. Henceforth, the Ministry of Finance will allocate a substantial budget to the research department. Utilize it wisely. From this moment onward, we must prioritize technology and exploration. Do you understand? Yes. Martin's robot stood at attention, and he could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. After 20 long years, the Empire was finally beginning to value technology. Until now, the development of the colonies had been deemed of utmost importance, leading the Empire to disregard their Academy of Sciences, even denying funding for interstellar exploration. This may have been a deliberate decision by individuals such as Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, he understood all too well the necessity of promptly exploring the surrounding star systems, at the very least mapping the neighboring constellations. Not long ago, a few months prior to the unfortunate incident involving the former Marshal, he finally secured a batch of supplies intended for the exploration of the Kalmakian star system. Merely days after departing from the hyperspace route, the news of the former marshal's death reached them. In his sorrow, Merton contemplated the future of the Academy of Sciences and its responsibilities in the realm of space exploration. The new marshal, though remarkably youthful, exhibited insights that transcended the ordinary, demonstrating unwavering support for the advancement of science and technology, as well as the noble pursuit of space exploration. With a glimmer of emotion in his eyes, Xi Yan inquired, "To what stage has your exploration progressed?" "The first research vessel has conducted a preliminary scan of the Cormachian star system, revealing the hyperspace routes connected to this system and the various planets within it. We are currently investigating the structures on Cormachian 4, Merton replied. "Structures?" Xi Yan lifted his gaze towards the viewport, observing a desolate, pale yellow planet beneath them, with its satellite drifting nearby. "Indeed," Merton responded eagerly. "Cormachian 4 is adorned with an astonishing number of edifices, remnants from an ancient era. All of our scientists aboard the vessel are engaged in the exploration, and we initially suspect this to be the site of a long-lost civilization. How long do you estimate it will take?" Xi Yan pondered before asking. 6 standard months should suffice for a comprehensive analysis, came the reply. 6 months, 180 days, seemed rather prolonged for an anomaly, and Xi Yan favored postponing the exploration until technological advancements could be achieved. He shook his head. "That is too long. Establish an automated observation station to document the findings. Expedite your research vessel to other star systems for preliminary investigations. Focus on the exploration of minerals and energy currencies, particularly electricity, as well as the colonization of planets. I shall dispatch engineering vessels to construct stellar bases and extraction stations, prioritizing resource exploration above all else." "Indeed." Martin Irwin saluted with a commendable semblance of formality in his mechanical form. Xi Yan reciprocated the gesture with equal seriousness. "Science and technology stand as the cornerstone of the Empire's advancement, demanding utmost regard. A deficiency in technological prowess constitutes a fundamental transgression. It is utterly inexcusable for the Interstellar Human Military Government to occupy a segment of the ring world most conducive to scientific research, yet neglect to fervently cultivate this critical domain." Xi Yan recognized the imperative of valuing not only technology, but also the scientific officers. The cultivation and investment required to nurture a research talent is considerable, and a scientist capable of serving as a scientific officer is exceptionally rare. Let us not forget that scientific officers are integrated within the leadership system. Among the vast population of the Empire, numbering in the billions, only 3 scientific leaders emerge every 3 years, highlighting the scarcity of such esteemed roles. Xi Yan hesitated to disturb Martin, fearing it might disrupt the mood of his invaluable scientific officer. Instead, he turned to engage in conversation with the crew members. The personnel aboard the research vessel were remarkably amiable, characterized by their exuberance and emotional nature. From these spirited young crew members, Xi Yan sensed a profound vitality and an indomitable spirit of adventure. They were all brave souls, eager for exploration and unafraid of the unknown. Indeed, without a spirit of adventure and a belief in the unknown, how could one dare to sign a pact of life and death? Risking everything aboard a research vessel to navigate the treacherous expanse of space? People must pay tribute to these valiant explorers. After encouraging the crew of the scientific vessel stationed light years away, Xi Yan issued a command for them to immediately set aside their current tasks and prepare for the exploration of a new star system. The research ship swiftly relayed the instructions while activating its primary hyperspace engine, ready to traverse the galaxy. Departing from the stellar gravitational field and journeying through hyperspace routes to the adjacent star system. Regardless of the vast distances involved, as long as a hyperspace route exists, travel between galaxies can be accomplished in merely 10 days. Xi Yan severed his control over the onboard robots, stretched his shoulders, and accessed the administrative interface to review the schedule arranged for him by the AI beta. Before 8 in the morning, he was to attend an imperial work meeting at the capital, followed by a cabinet meeting. According to the conventions of the dictatorial interstellar empire, Xi Yan needed to formulate the empire's developmental direction in advance and delegate tasks during the meetings. The schedule was exceedingly tight, yet it was undeniable that the efficiency was remarkably high. The tasks arranged by the relentless AI beta, through precise calculations, invariably maximized Xi Yan's productivity. In just 2 days, the unification of imperial power was achieved, followed by a half-day devoted to the imperial work meeting and cabinet meeting, establishing the developmental trajectory for the coming years. This exemplifies efficiency. In the classification of socio-technical systems, while planetary government is the foundational technology of the art of governance, tech tree, its enhancement of governmental efficiency is undeniably profound. A more proficient and effective imperial apparatus has greatly simplified administrative tasks, adapting to the early stages of interstellar exploration, ensuring that every directive from the Marshal is swiftly implemented across all colonies. The series on statecraft, planetary governance, planetary unification, and flexible institutions. Although Xi Yan lacks any systematic panels or extraordinary abilities, he senses that his nation has successfully developed the technology of flexible institutions. Due to the demands of progress, the structure of the new era empire's institutions must become more adaptable and effective rather than cumbersome. By streamlining unnecessary processes, the imperial institutions have alleviated burdens and enhanced administrative capabilities, allowing Xi Yan's will to be executed with greater swiftness. From 4:30 to 7:30, Xi Yan diligently perused imperial documents, contemplating various points that required reform. At 7:30, he descended promptly, accompanied by his personal guard, to the adjacent congressional building. Following the artillery bombardment from the previous night and the recent battle in space, no adverse rumors had emerged within the empire, evidently. Xi Yan's iron-fisted measures had instilled fear in many. Indeed, the internal dissenters had been swiftly apprehended overnight, along with their families, and dispatched to the power district. As for their fate, Xi Yan feigned ignorance. Surely they were destined for a life of luxury. In any case, many of the empire's elites began to recognize that this new marshal was unafraid of confrontation, unwilling to engage in superfluous dialogue, and was a formidable figure capable of calling for artillery bombardments at the slightest provocation. It was truly terrifying. Those who had transgressed and harbored guilt shrank back, finding themselves considerably subdued overnight. However, this did not imply that Xi Yan would grant them clemency. Any destabilizing elements that threatened resource production and the welfare of citizens would be ruthlessly eradicated by him. Chapter 27. I decide on a democratic vote. Cosmic Security Statement. The content discussed in this chapter is entirely a reasonable conjecture within a fictional world, aligned with the narrative development, and is not intended to propagate any undesirable ideologies. The language and events depicted are solely for the advancement of the storyline and bear no relation to reality. We kindly request the esteemed reviewers to exercise leniency. Xi Yan strolled leisurely along the expansive sidewalk, hands clasped behind his back, adorned with wide-brimmed sunglasses. A contingent of armed guards trailed closely behind him, clad in sleek black individual armor, their reflective visors exuding an intimidating aura akin to that of a mafia overlord on the move. For safety precautions, Xi Yan had donned a layer of cutting-edge bulletproof soft armor beneath his marshal's uniform, providing him with a sense of security against any potential threats. Nonetheless, there remained an element of unpredictability. Around him, elderly individuals ambled about, and children frolicked in innocent joy. Xi Yan had refrained from imposing any prohibitions against their proximity to the administrative building. A timid little boy stood frozen in place upon witnessing the imposing figure of Xi Yan marching along with a cadre of soldiers. Lowering his gaze, Xi Yan peered down at the child through the gap atop his sunglasses and waved his hand, instructing, "Someone, bring him a lollipop." "Marshal, we do not have any," Yu Shua replied, visibly troubled. "I do," Xi Yan responded with a grin. Retrieving a classic strawberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket, an item he had pilfered earlier from the Secretary of State's office. Beta had reported that Aloyre, the young comrade, had a penchant for stashing snacks in her office. Before leaving, he had casually activated the automatic retrieval system and emerged with a bag full of treats, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Little one, do not be frightened. Here, take this and savor it to calm your nerves." Xi Yan displayed what he believed to be a warm smile as he extended a lollipop to a child. To his surprise, the child screamed in fright and fled, weeping as he dashed away in the opposite direction, followed by his companions, who also broke into tears, resulting in a cacophony of sobs as they departed. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Xi Yan mused, clicking his tongue as he unwrapped the candy and popped the lollipop into his mouth, savoring its sweetness. Beside him, Captain Yu Shua struggled to maintain his composure. Unbeknownst to Xi Yan, he had inadvertently ignited a civil discord, quelling an entire faction of dissenters. And his demeanor had transformed significantly. He had shifted from an innocent, charming, sunlit boy into an ambitious, ruthless, and cunning Grand Marshal. Who wouldn't fear him? "Good morning, young Marshal, and to you, Comrade Yu Shua," greeted an elderly gentleman clad in tattered military attire, his expression unfazed as he acknowledged Xi Yan and Yu Shua. Yu Shua turned to glance at him, standing tall and saluting. "Greetings, senior," he murmured. "This is a former subordinate of the previous marshal, now retired and residing nearby." The former marshal was known for his generous treatment of his own. Those who had served under him were permitted to dwell in the heart of the imperial capital. Each day, one could observe these elderly veterans in their worn uniforms, leisurely strolling and playing chess. "Good day, senior," Xi Yan nodded, returning the salute. The old man inclined his head, his murky eyes suddenly flashing with a spark of vitality as his gaze met Xi Yan's instinctively cold stare. "Young Marshal, your eyes are strikingly similar to those of Marshal Xi Lai. They are almost identical." The old man suddenly erupted into laughter. "You performed admirably last night. On behalf of our veterans, I extend my gratitude to you, young Marshal." "Indeed," Xi Yan humbly replied. "And what about me?" Beta inquired. "Ah, yes, dear Lord Beta. Although merely an AI, you have made significant contributions over the years," the old man chuckled. The veteran shook off the dust from his old military uniform, and Xi Yan found himself increasingly satisfied with the decision to entrust the empire to the young marshal. "Is there an important matter at hand? I shall not intrude any further," the old fellow added. "Very well, until we meet again," Xi Yan adeptly responded before resuming his forward march. This elder had once been the empire's finest spaceship pilot. Even without the assistance of an intelligent operating system, he could navigate his vessel skillfully through the battlefield. "It's quite remarkable," Yu Shua remarked. Suddenly, Xi Yan halted, his expression growing more somber. "It sounds impressive. Are all these veterans truly skilled in such ways?" "Indeed," Yu Shua unguardedly admitted. "There are legendary pilots, extraordinary weapons operators, and masterful ship mechanics. Most of the surviving veterans possess remarkable abilities." "Very well, let us keep these veterans occupied. They should report to the military headquarters. The empire still requires their expertise. Let them take on the role of instructors," Xi Yan casually suggested. "Understood. I shall make the arrangements," Beta replied. As Xi Yan pondered the related matters, he found himself nearing the Imperial Congress building, where the number of passing officials increased, all arriving for the morning's imperial work meeting. Upon entering the first floor of the Congress building, a throng of staff hastily greeted Xi Yan. The benevolent marshal nodded in acknowledgement before making his way directly to the colossal conference room. "The imperial work meeting is being held here. Aside from the most essential personnel of the imperial institutions, all senior officials are required to attend." Xi Yan was just about to boldly kick open the door to the meeting room when he heard some raucous voices from within. "They were discussing your actions from last night. Some individuals are quite fearful of you," Beta explained. "This implies that my efforts are insufficient. I understand now." Xi Yan gently pushed the door open and slipped inside, leaning against the wall with his hat pulled low. Drawing from his extensive experience in online debates, he quickly discerned the crux of the conversation amidst a sea of trivial chatter. "I believe the marshal's power is excessively vast. It is nothing short of dictatorship. Weren't we always an imperial dictatorship under the marshal's military rule? Why have you remained silent all these years? That's different. Look at what he did last night. It was utterly insane. He instigated a civil war and bombed the entire Central Grand Hotel. I shudder to think of what he might do next. It's because you have shares in the Central Grand Hotel, and the rebels have dealings with you, correct? That is irrelevant. In any case, the empire must never allow such radicals to govern. Are the radicals at fault? Perhaps you should return to the feudal era and serve as a minister." Having listened to the entire dialogue, Xi Yan felt a mix of anger and a sense of solace. Aside from those who harbored discontent towards him, there were indeed supporters. These were the loyal officials of the empire. "Beta, conduct a thorough investigation into these damned opposition members." "No, there's no need. I have already checked in advance. Here is the list." Beta's efficiency remains reassuring. Xi Yan no longer conceals himself. He boldly strides onto the high platform and takes his place at the podium. He notices a rotund official among those who scorn him. Upon seeing Xi Yan ascend, the official promptly falls silent, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The individual who has persistently opposed him during their discussions is a tall, slender figure, while this official respectfully bows before him. The distinctions of right and wrong, and who stands as an ally, become glaringly apparent, do they not? Ahem, may I ask everyone to please quiet down for a moment? Xi Yan adjusts the microphone, resting his hands on the lectern, and clears his throat. The venue quickly descends into silence. "In truth, I wish to acknowledge a mistake before you all. A peculiar smile graces Xi Yan's face as he temporarily holds the lollipop between his fingers. Due to my impulsiveness last night, I forsook the hard-won peace and recklessly engaged in conflict with the rebels, disregarding the pleas of those involved, and bombarded a grand hotel, resulting in significant casualties. For this, I must apologize to everyone. The generals behind him and Yushua gawk in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they have just heard. Is it possible for this individual to apologize? No, that is utterly, even overwhelmingly, incorrect. Xi Yan's expression is one of profound sorrow. My obstinacy has led to when Xi Yan uttered these words, his generals and the junior secretary behind him were left in shock. Is this truly the same Xi Yan, the imperious marshal? Why would the marshal seek to abolish his own command? Yet, Xi Yan's performance was nothing short of astounding, exuding both deep remorse and unwavering resolve. The notion of establishing a parliament to centralize power and realize democracy, though seemingly disjointed, was undeniably a measure born out of necessity. All present were high-ranking officials of the empire. Let us cast our votes, he proposed. With a smile, Xi Yan added, of course, you have 5 minutes to deliberate. Instantly, a cacophony of discussions erupted within the assembly. The imperial officials began to debate fervently. Transitioning from a dictatorial martial system to a parliamentary martial system would significantly influence the marshal's decisions, and the position of a parliament member promised to be a lucrative opportunity. Such a system, as understood by many, seemed to herald a boon for capitalists and politicians alike. However, some officials held a contrasting view. They were staunch supporters of the marshal. If dictatorship were to be replaced by democratic voting, the very fabric of the nation would be irrevocably altered. This was unacceptable. They could not abide it. The marshal's authority must remain supreme. Is that settled? Let us vote by raising our hands in favor of establishing a parliament, Xi Yan smiled. Immediately, a small fraction of the attendees raised their hands. It appeared that most of them were on the list. Beta glanced over and remarked, Marshal, let the slaughter commence. We cannot resort to that. It would be inhumane, Xi Yan replied with a grin. Ahem, we have completed the voting, correct? Yet it seems our parliamentary faction remains in the minority. Xi Yan's gaze turned cold. However, do not panic, for I shall resolve your differences. Xi Yan waved his hand. And suddenly, the venue's doors were forcefully kicked open, leading to the entrance of a fully armed army. A momentary chaos ensued among the crowd, swiftly quelled by the ominous muzzles of the guns. Those who had raised their hands were swiftly subdued. Xi Yan finally revealed his fangs, grinning malevolently as he spoke. Wait, Marshal, you cannot do this. The officials, who had just moments ago been exuberantly voting, now turned pale with fear. A throng of soldiers surged forward, pinning them to the ground, while the staunch supporters of the marshal's faction beamed with delight. Now that's the Marshal Xi Yan we know. Xi Yan regarded the fallen pests of the empire, contemplating for a moment. Send them to the power zone, reducing their citizenship status to raw material. No, please no. The pinned officials cried out in despair, only to be swiftly removed, leaving the venue in an eerie silence. The attendees understood Xi Yan's ominous intent, their faces drained of color. Friends, I am not jesting. Xi Yan adjusted his marshal's hat and coldly addressed the assembly. Please align your attitudes. I am the marshal, and all you can do is obey my commands. The surrounding officials fell into a hushed silence. Indeed, Xi Yan turned back, directing his gaze towards the Secretary of State and Minister of Secretaries, Elvira. Have the Secretariat draft a decree to abolish the death penalty, replacing it with a reduction of their citizenship to food grade or raw material grade. This refers to the classic integration into the power grid and the creation of canned goods. However, Xi Yan's proposition is evidently more humane. In the realm of physics and the technology tree of particle physics, we have the bioreactor. This is one of the few technologies that the Interstellar Human Military Government has developed independently. It possesses the capability to convert organic matter into electrical energy. And there exist 1 or 2 bioreactor facilities in the Cyberlux Alpha Colony, originally intended for the recovery and generation of electricity from surplus agricultural produce. Xi Yan has now discovered a novel application. Thus, we could abolish all prisons and directly send inmates to the bioreactors for power generation. Conveniently, food is also available there, allowing us to sustain the vital signs of the prisoners while simultaneously producing electricity and managing offenders. An idea struck Xi Yan. No, you must be a devil. The officials present, including Yushua and Ayla Weier, gazed at him in horror. How can such a cold statement emanate from your 37-degree body? In any case, This is how it is. Let us all remember. Moreover, I would like to emphasize several points. 1. If I have committed no wrongs, it indicates that I am a flawless warrior. 2. If I have erred in certain aspects, a flawed warrior remains a warrior nonetheless. 3. If my adversaries have erred, it suggests that they are akin to mere flies. 4. If my enemies have committed no faults, even the most perfect fly remains a fly. 5. The more vehemently my enemies oppose me, the more it affirms that I am on the right path. 6. If even my enemies support me, it further substantiates my correctness. 7. The more my friends support me, the more it indicates my righteousness. 8. If a friend opposes me, it reveals that they too are my adversary. 9. If a passerby supports me, it signifies they are my ally. 10. If a passerby stands against me, it denotes they are my foe. 11. If neither enemies, friends, nor passers-by utter a word, it indicates that my actions are indeed commendable, leaving them speechless, humorously. Do you understand? That is all. Let us commence the meeting. Xi Yan then revealed a serene smile and addressed the meeting's host, Secretary of State Alawayer. Yes, my Lord Marshal. Chapter 28. Threats, Cosmic Security Declaration. The content of this chapter is entirely a reasonable conception within an alternate universe, intended solely for the progression of the plot. It does not aim to propagate any undesirable ideology. The language and narrative serve merely to advance the storyline and bear no relation to reality. We kindly request leniency in your review. Over the past year, we have thoroughly completed the transformation of the first segment of the CyberElex Alpha Ring world. Since the establishment of the Empire, 2 decades have passed. We have exhausted every means to clear the remnants of antiquity from the surface and construct our edifices. At last, we have transformed this place into a habitable colony. The Interstellar Human Military Government now possesses its own home planet. However, the valiant General Xi Yan, who has led our struggles, has succumbed. His passing leaves a profound sorrow in all our hearts. We have taken up his mantle, and under the guidance of General Xi Yan, we shall forge ahead. Just yesterday, General Xi Yan, alongside Prigozhin, Ning Yuan, and General Veronica, decisively crushed the Shao Igu, Grasimov rebellion. We can proudly declare that the Interstellar Human Military Government has shattered all shackles, and we are finally poised to embark on the sacred path of interstellar expansion. Following a lengthy work report, Alaway concluded with these words. Instantly, the Grand Assembly Hall erupted in synchronized applause. The imperial work report of the previous year came to an end, and the esteemed general was invited to the podium. Thus, General Xi Yan rose from his elevated seat, smoothing the creases of his uniform, and approached the lectern, resting his hands upon its edge. Esteemed colleagues of the Empire, I am pleased that you survived the trials of yesterday and today. I extend my personal congratulations to you. Congratulations on your steadfastness in adhering to my will. Congratulations on your choice to support me. General Xi Yan spoke slowly, yet his voice resonated with steadiness, enveloping the assembly hall in profound silence. I assure you all that as long as you diligently fulfill your duties and refrain from engaging in inappropriate actions, your lives, the well-being of your families, and your reputations shall remain secure. My informants are spread throughout the imperial apparatus, and I command a fleet potent enough to obliterate the entire empire. I am capable of acting as I please. Thus, I hope you grasp this notion and etch it into your memories. Xi Yan's calm gaze swept across the assembly, causing the officials to lower their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. The 3 generals of the empire, the captain of the guard, and the secretary of state sat in a row, their faces devoid of expression yet unmistakably conveying their support for Xi Yan. He had forged a deep bond with them, leaving them with no option but to unconditionally back his decisions. Next came the announcement of institutional reforms within the empire, along with personnel changes. The outdated and cumbersome bureaucratic structures would be abolished, replaced by a streamlined and efficient imperial organization, with clear delineations of responsibilities and functions. There are numerous additional details, but discussing them is futile. Simply execute the commands. Xi Yan's casual demeanor irritated the officials in attendance. And those who appeared dissatisfied with me earlier should be taken to the re-education zone, their citizenship downgraded to raw material status, Xi Yan remarked with a smile. Ignoring the unrest below, he continued his discourse. Furthermore, the positions of the imperial generals will be abolished, as they pose a threat to my sovereignty. Ning Yuan and Prigozhin were left bewildered, wondering if it was truly wise to be so candid. Furthermore, I shall establish the military as an independent entity, directly under my command, impervious to the interference of any imperial institutions. I shall retain the supreme authority over all military forces. Ning Ziyuan will assume the role of Minister of the Navy. Prigozhin will serve as Minister of the Army, concurrently holding the position of Minister of Military Education, while General Veronica will take on the responsibilities of Minister of Logistics and Minister of Military Finance. Additionally, I will institute a Department of Cosmic Expansion, tasked with external exploration and expansion, which will fall under the jurisdiction of the military. The functions of other non-military imperial institutions shall be confined to the governance and development of colonies, with no interference permitted in military operations. Xi Yan has prioritized military matters from the outset. I will establish an intelligence and secret police department directly under my authority, responsible for gathering and monitoring internal and external intelligence for the empire, particularly focusing on your group. Therefore, I hope you will behave yourselves. Do not compel me, a benevolent ruler, to resort to further bloodshed. Thank you. Regarding personnel matters, I will soon recruit new staff for the imperial institutions. Should you dare to surreptitiously insert your own individuals, prepare for your entire family to be transformed into energy credits. Xi Yan persistently, this unassuming statement ignited a tempest, provoking a fleeting commotion. Silence. This is not your tea house, but my court, Xi Yan bellowed, and the arena fell abruptly silent. Yet, a multitude of astonished gazes converged upon him, anticipating his words. Xi Yan surveyed the crowd. After the expulsion of certain individuals, only youthful faces remained, brimming with vigor and vitality, untainted by the corruption of seasoned schemers. I see that you are all young, not much older than myself. You have not succumbed to the vile influences of those prior rascals, and I am greatly heartened by this. I hope you will retain your original intentions and diligently pursue your tasks. I shall be most generous in my rewards. After offering this brief commendation, he continued, regardless of whether it be public or state ownership, we must reclaim all resources and public services from the hands of capitalists, returning them to the collective or the empire. What are your thoughts? Silence enveloped the room, and Xi Yan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you need only to fulfill your duties. Excellent. Now, I shall outline my decisions regarding the statistical operations of the empire. After ridding himself of a cadre of parasites, he gazed upon the youthful, spirited faces below, and a genuine joy welled within him. He continued, the empire's technological prowess is unparalleled. Why can we not establish a network that connects the entire realm? Aggregating real-time data for comprehensive statistical analysis? What, pray tell, are our statisticians doing? I wholeheartedly support this notion, however, Marshal. If we are to establish a central database and computational repository, the risk of data leakage concerning our empire's information is a pressing concern. A young secretary beside him could not restrain himself and interjected. It appears that you possess considerable experience, which is commendable. Xi Yan nodded and decisively waved his hand. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential. The advantages of a more comprehensive and meticulous statistical system undoubtedly outweigh the disadvantages of potential data breaches. With our current technology, the establishment of a real-time computational data center aligns perfectly with the forthcoming implementation of public ownership. As for the information pertaining to our colonies, in this interstellar age, the population and output of a colonial planet are of little concern to any nation. Xi Yan's gaze deepened. Our focus lies solely on territory, technology, and fleet. Cast aside your arrogance, children. In the face of the cosmos, we are but insignificant ants. This time, no one dared to contradict him. Chapter 29. No one shall go cold or hungry. Cosmic Security Declaration. The content of this chapter is entirely a reasonable conjecture within an alternate worldview, crafted in accordance with the narrative's progression, and is not intended to propagate any undesirable ideologies. The language and plot elements are solely for the advancement of the story and bear no relation to reality. We humbly request the reviewers to exercise their leniency. Xi Yan slammed his hand on the table. Now, let us return to the topic of public ownership. The topic. The young officials fixed their strained gazes upon him. Where's the discussion? This is evidently a one-man show orchestrated by the Marshal. The Marshal's position is such that we, the officials of the Empire, need only to carry out orders. However, the considerations resting upon the Marshal are far more profound. Xi Yan spoke eloquently from the podium. Upon the completion of the Data Statistics Center and a thorough understanding of the Empire's various metrics, we shall embark on the establishment of public ownership. My vision is to abolish the existing monetary system. Every citizen of our empire shall receive ample provisions of food, consumer goods, housing, and employment, all distributed freely. What? A collective gasp echoed as a group of individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the spirited Xi Yan. What had they just heard? Food, housing, consumer goods, even jobs, allocated to all. Some young officials murmured softly. How could this newcomer utter such benevolent words? Had they truly misjudged Xi Yan, considering him an unprecedented benefactor of the starry seas? Indeed, everything shall be uniformly distributed by the empire, Xi Yan exclaimed. From this moment forth, our empire shall witness the eradication of wealth disparity. No one shall toil desperately for survival, and there shall be no hunger, oppression, or destitution. The empire will sustain all its citizens, who, in turn, will comply with the empire's governance to produce the necessary resources. Poverty shall vanish, hardship shall cease, and happiness shall prevail for all. We can achieve this. The crowd stared at him, entranced. Even the three generals were spellbound. We support the marshal. Long live the marshal. Long live the empire. After a brief silence, a deafening roar of applause instantly engulfed the entire conference hall. This will mark a monumental leap for human civilization. Although Xi Yan may be somewhat extreme and dictatorial, he genuinely considers the well-being of the entire empire and its citizens. Naturally, following Xi Yan's announcement of a decision that will alter the entire landscape of the empire, the atmosphere in the secretariat starkly contrasted with the jubilation of the crowd. Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The magnitude of work this would entail was almost unimaginable. It was akin to rewriting the entire social system, with an overwhelming daily influx of tasks. Yet, with our nation's productivity, can we truly afford the expenditure of distributing resources freely to all citizens? Secretary of State Elvira inquired with concern. Indeed, after the Secretary General's probing question, the young imperial officials began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The idea is commendable. However, Gul'dan, what is the cost? A pertinent question. Having enjoyed the rights of public ownership, one must inevitably shoulder the corresponding responsibilities, correct? Xi Yan smirked with a hint of malice. Everyone must engage in unpaid labor at their posts to produce resources. How could the empire provide resources without recompense? You must work diligently. Listen well, citizens. You are required to labor for 12 hours each day, with only 2 days of weekend respite, and a mere 3 days of leave at the end of the month. How does that sound? He initially anticipated that the assembly would be struck with terror. However, to Xi Yan's astonishment, upon hearing his arrangements, the hall erupted once more with cheers. Everyone, including those from the secretariat, with the exception of Elvira and 3 generals, was exuberantly shouting and leaping in gratitude for the decisive mercy of their marshal. What on earth is happening? As people's sleep has been compressed to merely 2 to 3 hours, the average individual toils for nearly 20 hours a day, with a mere month of vacation allotted annually. Beta elucidated that the marshal's plan appeared to ordinary folk as a savior. No way, my friend, Xi Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Is the life of an ordinary person truly this dire? Despite his recent fervent efforts to manage the population, he has always harbored deep respect for the diligent laborers. Without the vast multitude of workers producing resources, how could the empire attain its strength? Yet, he was taken aback to discover the extent of oppression faced by the empire's citizens. Moreover, it was precisely due to the formidable military of the empire and the steadfast grip of capitalists that no one dared to raise the banner of rebellion. Thus, the necessity for public ownership became undeniable. At this juncture, Elvira interjected once more. The young secretary furrowed her brow while calculating on her wrist device, and then offered her insight. Marshal, based on preliminary calculations, if your vision is realized, our nation's overall resource production could at least double. Excellent. A tremendous boon. Xi Yan responded with great joy. However, she cautioned, according to our current resource reserves, we shall be far from sufficient in energy and food supplies before the complete realization of the public ownership reform. Furthermore, she queried, how can we ensure the motivation of our labor force? Upon hearing these 2 challenging concerns, Xi Yan remained unfazed. A confident smile graced his face, for he had already devised solutions to these issues. These challenges had emerged 2 centuries prior in certain pioneering nations, and fortuitously, Xi Yan had devoted serious contemplation to them. This problem is quite simple. Xi Yan's smile twisted into something more sinister. Insufficient resources? What nonsense is that? Can you fathom to whom the vast amounts of resources produced daily by our empire ultimately belong? Who wields control over the majority of societal resources? Who perpetually stands above the common people? Who governs those enterprises, and who relentlessly exploits the masses of the empire? Xi Yan's smile grew more menacing. However, there is no need for concern. I shall swiftly resolve this issue, I assure you, within the next few days. General Prigozhin, I am here. Please remind me shortly. It is time to conduct an organized cleansing within the Empire. We must eradicate these worthless parasites from our realm. Xi Yan's gaze was piercing, the heavy aura of murderous intent suffocating those present. As for the second issue, indeed, this is currently a flaw of the public ownership system. Xi Yan exhaled slowly, retracting the malevolent energy, and continued, my intention is to distribute the most basic food and consumables freely, ensuring only the bare minimum for survival. Yet, during obligatory labor, they shall receive allocations of forgive me, credit points. Let us simply call them labor points, which can be used to purchase more luxurious food and consumer goods. The new currency will no longer be backed by gold or oil. Its value will solely be tethered to the credit of the Empire. The provisions of free food and consumer goods offered by the Empire fall within the most basic tier. To enhance their quality of life, citizens must labor with greater diligence. With labor points allocated based on individual output, these labor points can then be utilized to purchase superior food and consumer goods, thereby improving their standard of living. It must be acknowledged that this approach is indeed effective. Xi Yan commended her own ingenuity. Theoretically, it is feasible. Alawayer also nodded in agreement. Given the current level of technology, equitable distribution should be achievable. However, more intricate details necessitate the expertise of our sociologists for further exploration. Indeed. No, there is no need for that. Beta's voice resonated. I declare that, after complex calculations and deductions, the Marshal's proposal is entirely realizable. The Empire can transform this grand vision into reality. Upon this declaration, thunderous applause erupted once more in the venue. Chapter 30. Meeting the Scientists' Cosmic Safety Declaration. The content of this chapter is entirely a reasonable conjecture developed within an alternate universe, aligned with the progression of the plot, and does not intend to propagate any harmful ideologies. The language and scenarios presented solely serve to advance the narrative and bear no relation to reality. We kindly request the reviewers to exercise discretion. After an impassioned speech, Xi Yan began to feel parched, noticing the absence of refreshments around her, which led to an increasing sense of agitation and a slight acceleration in her speech. Finally, the matter of the Empire's legal system. Xi Yan rapped on the railing with a steady rhythm, his voice low and resolute. For an extended period, our interstellar human military government has adhered to the antiquated Earth Union laws. However, following our transition to a system of public ownership, the old legal framework has proven inadequate to meet the demands of our new order. Therefore, it is imperative that our sociologists conduct thorough analyses and swiftly formulate a new set of imperial laws. Until this refined legal system is established, we shall implement temporary regulations. For instance, those indolent individuals of working age who contribute no resources do not deserve equal treatment within the Empire. Their citizenship rights should be downgraded to mere food grade or raw material status. Everything must revolve around the production of imperial resources and the advancement of science. Xi Yan thundered. Thus, the new imperial laws must emphasize authoritarian ideologies and prioritize production and research over traditional social order. Furthermore, as a marshal, I possess certain privileges, and this is not open to debate. After revealing his intentions, Xi Yan did not linger. He rose and strode toward the exit. That is all. The meeting is adjourned. The emaciated yet upright figure of the marshal vanished through the door, leaving the young officials in stunned silence. Olivia calmly tapped her knuckles on the table before her, raising her voice slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is abundantly clear to all of you. The marshal's vision is solely focused on his empire. Therefore, if you wish to avoid a life in the power generation zones with your families, then it is imperative that you work diligently. The meeting is adjourned. Xi Yan exited the National Assembly building, seeking to catch his breath. The anticipated adjournment time has been moved forward by an hour and a half. Marshal, your efficiency is truly remarkable, Beta remarked in his monotonous mechanical tone. It is merely a surge of excitement. Xi Yan could not help but reveal a radiant smile. Our empire is gradually finding its footing. Marshal, I have noticed your urgency regarding the significant matters of the empire's development. Yet at present, I perceive no notable threats. Why then the haste? Beta pondered before asking. Am I in a hurry? Xi Yan paused in his stride. Indeed, there is a pressing urgency. The cosmos harbors too many dangers. I cannot afford the slightest relaxation. Beta, you are aware of my uniqueness. If we do not accelerate our efforts, when danger eventually arrives, humanity will be utterly defenseless. Beta calmly inquired, danger? Please elaborate. Xi Yan then commenced an extensive enumeration. The Iron Heart Eradicator, the Bloodthirsty Swarm, the Ashen Blight Storm, the Chosen Ones, the Nightmare of Dimensions, the Souling Primordial, the Purge Accord, the Higher Dimensional Invaders, the Synthetic Queen, the Cataclysmic Empire. These entities are scarcely documented in the database. Yet the mere existence of the Purge Accord warrants my relentless endeavor. Upon absorbing everything Xi Yan had recounted about these hostile forces among the stars, Beta finally spoke with deliberation. As long as you understand. Xi Yan exhaled softly and continued to savor his lollipop. For the survival of our entire civilization, I must dedicate my life to this struggle. Seizing the fleeting moments, Xi Yan made a detour to the nearby Academy of Sciences, where he gazed upon his cherished scientists and the esteemed scientific officials, including his chief scientific officer, Martin Irwin. In accordance with the universal standards of the galaxy, scientific research is categorized into 3 teams dedicated to the fields of physics, sociology, and engineering. Among these, sociology encompasses the most diverse and extensive studies, as the Empire has classified the domains of law, management, arts, biology, and numerous other disciplines under its umbrella. With warmth and respect, Xi Yan welcomed the heads of the 3 research teams in the Grand Hall. While he knew he would encounter Chief Scientific Officer Martin Irwin at the upcoming cabinet meeting, please take a seat, he kindly urged, extending his utmost respect to the scientists. Could you enlighten me on the technological advancements you are currently pursuing? Xi Yan inquired with an approachable demeanor. We are investigating the enhancement of reactor boosters. The head of physics adjusted his glasses. Do not focus on that. Xi Yan's blood pressure surged instantaneously. Research matters that are pertinent to our current needs, such as global energy management and fusion reactors. That is unfeasible. Xi Yan's piercing gaze fell upon him, though filled with trepidation. The head of physics managed to respond with a pained expression. We lack research funding and can only pursue simpler projects. Xi Yan sighed in relief. This simplicity is unacceptable. The Treasury will allocate a substantial budget to the Academy this year. Hurry and develop the fusion reactor. In this age of space exploration, who still relies on fission reactors? Xi Yan smiled and, upon hearing this, the head of physics also relaxed, confidently assuring, this is simple. Research on the fusion reactor will yield results in just over a year. 12 months? Xi Yan instinctively converted that into the unit of months used in Stellaris, feeling somewhat moved. A year is indeed a remarkably swift time frame. Provided the financial resources are in place, a segment of a ring world could unleash tremendous research capabilities. Of course, it dawned on Xi Yan that he was not playing Stellaris, where a month could pass in mere seconds. He needed to establish a grand direction for his empire in advance. Otherwise, if he were to perish, the nation would lose its way, and it would be uncertain whether they could survive until the impending calamity struck. By the way, the concept of global energy management implies the establishment of an efficient power transmission network, enhancing energy output while minimizing losses during transportation. Can your team accomplish this? To ensure that his scientists understood the terminology from Stellaris, Xi Yan took the time to explain. He realized that the scientific research level of his empire was, in fact, quite high, but the leadership had previously neglected its importance. Without technological advancement, how could one expect to develop robustly? Most nations fall into this common error. Many threats in space cannot simply be resolved by deploying fleets. Regardless, research remains of paramount importance. With advanced technology, the combat effectiveness of fleets can be significantly amplified. If extraterrestrial nations were to attack, as long as they were not the Iron Heart Annihilators or the Bloodthirsty Swarm, negotiations could proceed. At worst, they could submit. Submitting could even turn the tables, allowing them to siphon off resources from the suzerain. However, without sophisticated technology, any aspirations for national development would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Xi Yan was resolute in redirecting the developmental trajectory of the Interstellar Human Military Government. He urged against emulating the extreme equality of the United Nations of Earth, as well as the militaristic fervor of the Human Federation. Our interstellar military government possesses unique national circumstances. Within the vast expanse of the Cyblek Alpha world, we are capable of generating a multitude of research points. Should we not fervently advance our technological prowess? This technology is indeed straightforward. With the collaboration of our 3 departments, we can swiftly bring it to fruition, stated the head of sociology. The global energy management, pertains to physical sciences, but it is evident that all three technological branches are interconnected. Ah, by the way, what is your sociology department investigating? In Alien Zoo, the sociology chief replied with a wise smile. There are innumerable extraterrestrial beings in the universe. Our populace would surely find them captivating. What nonsense. Focus on agricultural research. Xi Yan's blood pressure surged once more, and he erupted in anger. Why are we studying such trivialities? In the eyes of aliens, we are the creatures destined to be confined within a zoo. When we can scarcely afford food, do you expect me to feed on spiritual sustenance from a zoo? Considering the few highly skilled scientific talents remaining in the empire, Xi Yan pondered for a moment and moderated his fury. You, devote yourself to agricultural research, delve into hydroponics or ecological simulation to enhance our food production. If that fails, investigate genetics to ascertain whether we can accelerate the growth rate of our population. I meant the population growth rate. No problem, as long as the funding is secured. Everything will be feasible. The sociology chief nodded vigorously. Next, it was the turn of the chief engineer. Xi Yan closed his eyes, bracing himself for another surge of adrenaline. We are currently investigating the powered exoskeleton. However, our scientists have also made theoretical breakthroughs regarding the Thunderstrike ship, the chief engineer said cautiously. Xi Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Marshal, have we erred in our research direction as well? No, not at all. You are doing splendidly, Xi Yan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Let us bring forth the powered exoskeleton. We need this foundational technology to explore even more remarkable advancements. Could it be a more sophisticated form of robotics? The chief engineer finally managed a smile. Indeed, we aim to employ more intricate, robotic laborers for production, significantly enhancing the empire's productivity while reducing the operational costs associated with organic humans. Why are synthetic beings so popular in the game? Xi Yan pondered. It is precisely because they can work tirelessly, requiring only energy credits and alloys for maintenance. After a pause, Xi Yan encouraged the chief engineer with a pat on the shoulder. We possess an entire ring world. Do take some time to explore this pioneering civilization's creation. Perhaps it will ignite some inspiration. After all, this was not merely a game. Who knows, perhaps his scientists might eventually unravel the secrets of megastructural engineering? Of course, all this was purely a figment of Xi Yan's imagination. Chapter 31. Authoritarianism, Cosmic Security Statement. The content discussed in this chapter is entirely a reasonable conjecture within an alternate worldview, developed in accordance with the storyline. It is not intended to propagate any undesirable thoughts. The language and narrative are solely for the advancement of the plot and bear no relevance to reality. We kindly request the esteemed reviewers to exercise discretion. The Capitol Cabinet Meeting Room. Xi Yan pushed the door open and entered, his profound black eyes scanning the surroundings. He beheld his designated seat, alongside 6 others reserved for the chief scientific officer, the Secretary of State, and 3 military ministers. 5 of the seats were already occupied. The meeting had commenced. He approached his position and sat down. The assembled individuals included Secretary of State and Minister of Secretary, Xi Yan, the Captain of the Guard, Yu Shaw. Standing behind her, Chief Scientific Officer, Martin Elwin, and the 3 generals, Veronica Yin, Ning Ziyuan, and Prigozhin. Martin Elwin was a refined gentleman, aptly fitting the stereotype of a scientist. They all fixed their gaze upon Xi Yan in silence. Leaning back slightly, Xi Yan furrowed his brow. What is the matter with you all? Why is there such silence? The young Secretary of State, her mind swirling with frustration, rapped the table. Your Excellency, the cabinet meeting is to be presided over by you. Ah, is that so? Xi Yan recalled the notes regarding the cabinet meeting on his agenda, which he had completely overlooked. Xi expression reflected the weariness of age. You didn't even glance at it. The virtual avatar of Beta displayed a similarly weary expression. You are such a repetitive machine, came the irritated retort from the young Secretary of State. In summary, you merely need to present your intentions at the cabinet meeting, and we shall deliberate together. Xi Yan's face brightened with joy. This is splendid. Ahem. Adopting a serious demeanor, Xi Yan solemnly declared. The discussions regarding the redistribution of power and the establishment of new institutions have been concluded. I have perused the relevant documents and found no oversights. Thus, we must swiftly shift our focus towards the reform of public ownership. The reform of public ownership is set to commence imminently, not only on a systemic level, but also through a meticulously planned implementation across the empire. particularly with the compulsory nationalization of the bourgeoisie as private property and the organized dismantling of the bourgeois class. General Prigozhin, sitting upright, responded, "Your army must rapidly secure control over all urban areas of the Ring world, ensuring a complete blockade, then await my orders to prioritize the confiscation of the properties of the affluent and capitalists, without the need for trials. Their citizenship rights may be directly revoked." Xi Yan casually outlined a terrifying plan that would shock the entirety of the Ring world. Prigozhin was taken aback. How is it that after nurturing such a formidable army over the years, you cannot control a mere Ring world? Xi Yan replied coolly. Prigozhin began to perspire profusely once more. Those capitalists have also maintained numerous private militias. I fear this may ignite greater conflicts that could jeopardize the stability of the colonies. Very well, those who maintain private armies shall be deemed rebels. To dare revolt beneath my very eyes, let the annihilation of their kin commence. Xi Yan bellowed, directing his gaze towards Prigozhin. Now, in my capacity as marshal, I command you to mobilize all ground forces immediately after this meeting, to apprehend all insurgents and seize the assets of their supporters. He paused, contemplating, but how shall we discern the supporters? Those who control the majority of private enterprises and possess greater resources are indeed the backers of the insurgents. Xi Yan squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Resources concentrated in their hands serve no purpose. All resources should belong to the empire, ultimately benefiting every citizen of the empire. Indeed, Prigozhin nodded reluctantly. The marshal's intent to forcibly abolish private ownership necessitated the eradication of the bourgeoisie, a process that would undoubtedly be fraught with turbulence. Yet, the marshal's decisiveness was striking. He seemed unperturbed by the potential risks of national disintegration, opting instead for a swift and lethal strike. Such boldness could only be undertaken with absolute power and military supremacy. Nevertheless, a momentary instability was preferable to postponing the issue. Our empire is still in its infancy, so small that I can mold it at will. By ensuring a sound foundation now, we shall prevent systemic issues as we grow, Xi Yan stated earnestly. Therefore, we must enhance our ideological efforts, instilling in the new generation a steadfast commitment to our novel system. Mr. Martin, present, responded the chief scientist, who had been idly daydreaming. Mr. Martin, let us engage our sociologists promptly in the educational reforms to cultivate obedience and loyalty among the populace. Extreme authoritarianism, my dear fellow. Those who defy the imperial edicts and create disturbances within the empire shall be relegated to mere food and raw material status. This is a straightforward task, yet it demands an extensive amount of time, Martin lamented. Xi Yan took into account all facets, from governance to economics to human mentality. However, under the weight of absolute power and military superiority, it merely presents a minor inconvenience. Following a comprehensive reform, the empire shall swiftly flourish with its undeniable institutional advantages. Furthermore, the military, fueled by fervor, Xi Yan turned to Ning's Yuan and Veronica. General Veronica would provide ample ammunition to support General Prigozhin's endeavors. General Ning's Yuan would command all faster-than-light vessels, keeping them on standby. Additionally, he was to dispatch a superluminal engineering ship to swiftly establish a stellar base in the Kalmakian star system, construct the mining and research stations at once. The Colonial Expansion Department is subordinate to the military, which, in turn, is under Xi Yan's command. As long as Xi Yan remains resolute in his push, the grand era of expansion shall encounter no hindrances. The imperial reformation and territorial expansion must proceed concurrently. One can only imagine the ensuing chaos throughout the empire in the coming days. Yet, there is no doubt that it will yield favorable outcomes. Segment line for the construction of the engineering ship. In the days that followed, a piece of news ignited excitement throughout the entire. Firstly, there was the purification of the marshals within the upper echelons of the state. The impurities were eliminated, leaving only the finest officials in their wake. As the imperial institutions and media have devolved into a monologue under Xi Yan's regime, the inhabitants of the Ring world have become acutely aware that upon assuming power, Marshal Xi Yan decisively eliminated all insurrectionists and corrupt elements, resulting in a thorough cleansing of the political sphere. The populace was jolted into an awakening. What? 2 generals in rebellion? What? Such rampant corruption within imperial institutions? What? The marshal executed them all. Astonishing. Well done. The citizens of the Interstellar Human Military Government possess an inherent ruthlessness. Otherwise, 2 decades prior, they would not have followed Marshal Xi Yan defection from the Earth Federation. Witnessing the new marshal's resolute and decisive actions, particularly against those high-ranking officials who exploited the common people, they were understandably exhilarated, applauding and exclaiming that the marshal is indeed a remarkable sovereign. As for the various incidents of wrongful death and miscarriages of justice that transpired along the way, Xi Yan thoughtfully ensured that the affected families were all dispatched to the power generation district, where it is unlikely any significant repercussions would ensue. Wrongful death? The news reported nothing of the sort. How could there be wrongful deaths? Surely, you are spreading malicious rumors. And your entire family shall join them in the power generation district. Xi Yan effectively executed the marshal's reign of terror, conducting purges on a familial basis. In this emotionless society of the future, year 2200, the disappearance of a family would scarcely garner attention. This is the unique authoritarianism of the Interstellar Human Military Government, mirrored by the majority of alien empires throughout the cosmos. As long as actions are justified in the name of the empire's advancement and the preservation of one's civilization, then all is deemed righteous. In the face of a cosmos fraught with peril, any hint of leniency may result in catastrophic consequences. Chapter 32. For the Empire, eliminate them. Cosmic Safety Statement. The content of this chapter is entirely a reasonable conjecture in a fictional worldview, crafted to align with the development of the narrative. It does not aim to propagate any undesirable ideologies, and the language and plot are solely intended to advance the storyline, bearing no relation to reality. We kindly request a lenient review. Even as humanity enters the interstellar era, equipped with technology far more advanced than any epoch in human history, even as all ties to Earth are severed and life is established on new planets, the fundamental issues of human equality, class division, exploitation, and the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished remain perpetually unresolved. The bourgeoisie will never relinquish their interests. When the former Marshal Xi Yan led the initial colonizers to this ring world sector, it was littered with remnants from ancient times, debris and enigmatic structures that rendered its habitability in the game to a mere 50. Thus, the people devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the repair and reconstruction of this sector, and after 2 decades of relentless effort, they succeeded in transforming it into a habitable state. At that time, the environment was perilous, leaving no leisure to manage private capital and the rampant growth of the bourgeoisie. Consequently, under the laissez-faire attitude of the former marshal, the bourgeoisie flourished rapidly, seizing the majority of societal resources and ruthlessly exploiting the laboring class, while the imperial institutions colluded with them until the ascendance of Xi Yan. Fortunately, Xi Yan commenced his reign with a significant advantage: military supremacy. As the instructors often emphasized the importance of military strength, after eliminating the disloyal Xiao Grasimov military group, Xi Yan secured military and political power, thus allowing him to act boldly and decisively. In their previous life, Xiao and his companions were considered notable figures. Yet in this world, they have become antagonists, which evokes a sense of wistfulness in Xi Yan. The orbital bombardment from 3 escort ships can intimidate the entire ring world, while 3 million ground troops can effortlessly seize control of its governance. One might wonder how Xi Yan could possibly harbor any fear. As the propaganda machine fervently crafts a righteous image of Xi Yan, General Veronica swiftly takes action, coordinating with General Prigozhin to deploy troops in proximity to various cities within the ring world sector. Prigozhin has finally acquired sufficient ammunition, bringing him to tears. Following the reforms, the military has adopted an intensely secretive nature, leaving the outside world entirely oblivious to its maneuvers. All military units are under the command of the marshal, and even the authority of the 3 generals derives from Xi Yan. With the military as his trump card, Xi Yan boldly prepares for a significant operation aimed at eradicating the bourgeoisie. At this juncture, Xi Yan notices the communication platform frequently used by the citizens of the empire, the Forum. He decides to engage with the populace through an official account, stirring up momentum. Marshal Xi Yan. Hi. Mysterious task force. Marshal's first post, snagging the 2nd floor. Iron Destroyer, Special Envoy. 3, joining from the outskirts. Upon posting, he is immediately met with eager netizens eager to engage. Xi Yan can hardly contain himself. Even after 2200 years, the manner of posting and replying remains so familiar. And what on earth is this peculiar nickname? Where do these Fire Critic and Iron Destroyer come from? Within half an hour of posting, Xi Yan is inundated with greetings and responses from a multitude of online users. Marshal Xi Yan, the reformists not aligned. Mysterious task force. I have heard that a calf born in a sheep pen grows up resembling a sheep. The marshal, born in a forum, has lost interest in combat, only to forget later. Martian, you have finished speaking, what am I to say? Xi Yan could not help but well up with tears. Such familiar words. The culture of online forums has endured through the years, from the establishment of regional alliances to the separation of individual connections, with the Martian military's political rebellion never ceasing on the internet. This is the legacy of culture. Iron Destroyer, Special Envoy. The Marshal has finally posted. May I leave an electronic signature? Marshal Xi Yan. Sun Xiaochuan 258, humorous. Marshal Xi Yan, it is like this. I have a plan for reform and wish to inquire about your thoughts. Iron Destroyer, Special Envoy. I am in support. Cute Ideology Fox. The Marshal has yet to say anything. Mysterious Task Force. What do you understand? The Marshal has eliminated numerous corrupt officials, and we have all witnessed it. In any case, the Marshal will surely not harm us. Sly expression, Marshal Xi Yan. I wish to implement comprehensive public ownership. Cute Ideology Fox. I oppose. Mysterious Task Force. I support. No, wait, I oppose. Iron Destroyer, Special Envoy. I can barely survive as it is. What is the point of public ownership? Marshal Xi Yan. Do not rush, do not rush. Public ownership, yet food, housing, consumer goods, social services, jobs, and education shall all be provided free of charge. How does that sound? Cute Ideology Fox. I support. When shall this be enacted? The official statement from the Microsoft Corporation. I oppose. The official statement from the Hengxia Group. I oppose. The foreign envoy time. Yeah. You bunch of scoundrels, you only speak up when your interests are at stake. Don't you? In my opinion, public ownership is the way to go. After Xi Yan expressed his desire for public ownership reform, a considerable number of netizens voiced their objections. However, once Xi Yan announced that all resources and social services would be provided free of charge, public opinion shifted dramatically. Subsequently, numerous official accounts from companies and consortiums first expressed their dissent, followed by an influx of hired commentators echoing the opposition. All of them were low-quality accounts, newly created with no content on their profiles. Marshal Xi Yan, Turing test, public ownership, rice, original, monkey male. A plethora of keywords. Netizen 114514, not entertaining. Netizen 1919810, I oppose. Marshal Xi Yan. Lu, why is your robot still running on an outdated version? Having navigated the internet for many years, Xi Yan quickly discerned a multitude of hidden robotic accounts among the netizens. After conducting an investigation, he was convinced that most ordinary people genuinely supported public ownership, while those large companies and wealthy capitalists predictably expressed vehement opposition, even deploying numerous digital entities to confront Xi Yan. Did they really believe that the military's cybersecurity personnel were idle? Xi Yan chose to ignore them and instead engaged in lively discussions with the netizens from his office. Conversing with them was far more enjoyable, although it was regrettable that the inherent aggressiveness had not been passed down. Why was this generation so amiable? Amidst the fervor of online exchanges, an individual took to disparaging me, igniting my spirit of digital contention. With a gleeful countenance, Xi Yan embraced the challenge, engaging in a spirited rebuttal with the netizen. The opponent, seemingly a paragon of virtue, could not abide Xi Yan's vigorous eradication of vermin, vehemently branding him a tyrant and a murderer. In response, Xi Yan unleashed a barrage of vitriol directed at this adversary's family, assailing both their existence and convictions with an arsenal of insights gleaned from previous online skirmishes, swiftly rendering the opponent utterly vanquished. The specifics of this exchange remain undisclosed. Suffice it to say, I have yet to taste defeat in such encounters. Observers were captivated by the newly appointed marshal's penchant for humor and clever antics, leading to an unprecedented gathering of jovial participants who quashed any dissent with their exuberance. The year 2200 saw the internet transformed, yet paradoxically, it seemed unchanged. At this juncture, Veronica and Prigozhin dispatched communication, indicating that all military forces were assembled and poised to seize control of the major urban centers. Excellent. Await my command. Xi Yan typed in response. Ensure that all pertinent information is collected and that every vestige of the bourgeoisie is eradicated without delay. The future of the empire belongs to all citizens, not to these capitalists. Pausing momentarily, Xi Yan added, Confiscate it resembles a narrative where one seeks vengeance after leaving behind a child. Oh, how one must avoid such a fate. Xi Yan reiterated time and again, do not harbor excessive emotions. For the sake of the vast populace, for the stability of the empire, one must act decisively. Veronica, voice, yes, I guarantee none will be spared. Prigazin, very well, I shall endeavor to show no mercy. Xi Yan, inform our soldiers that all their actions are just and magnificent. If they are reluctant, do not compel them. Xi Yan, by the way, make every effort to investigate and discreetly remove those among your subordinates who are linked to the purge targets. If discontent arises within our ranks, it will spell disaster. Cursed be it, in a few hundred years, when one can ascend through spiritual energy, let the thoughts be stamped out. Xi Yan closed the communication interface. Gazing at a forum filled with laughter and joy, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It is imperative to insert Chapter 33, Annihilate Them, Cosmic Security Statement. The content of this chapter is entirely a reasonable speculation within an alternate worldview, intended solely for the progression of the narrative. It does not aim to disseminate any undesirable ideologies. The language and scenarios involved are purely for narrative development and bear no relation to reality. We kindly request a lenient review from the esteemed authorities. With a sharp crack and a resounding thud, Secretary of State and Minister Olivia entered, clutching her ever-present blue folder, her expression resembling that of a lifeless fish. The heavy door of the office closed behind her with a definitive slam. "Oh, my dearest Miss Olivia, what brings you here?" Xi Yan inquired, his eyes narrowing into playful slits. The youthful secretary's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, seemingly questioning, "What on earth are you implying? Are you truly 20 years old? With your attire, preferences, and appearance, you resemble a mere child." Olivia, petite in stature, flushed with indignation, her fists clenched in vexation. "Marshal, what are you insinuating?" "Apologies, I was just engaging with some online acquaintances. My linguistic module had not reverted, and my tone was excessively aggressive," Xi Yan replied, stifling a cough with his hand. "Now, what is it that you wish to report?" At the mention of business, Olivia's brows furrowed, and she pointed at him, exclaiming, "What exactly did you say online, Marshal?" "Numerous CEOs and influential figures from various industries have come to me, subtly probing for information. How am I to know anything? What else could it be? Surely, it pertains to the matter of public ownership. Those capitalists must be in a frenzy, eager to ascertain the truth from him. Let them come now. Send a representative, and I shall personally assure them of their peace of mind," Xi Yan said with a congenial smile. Olivia regarded him with a skeptical gaze for a moment before acquiescing and turning to leave. As she made her way out, her slender legs clad in sheer black stockings caught Xi Yan's attention, prompting him to shake his head. It was indeed a test of aesthetic sensibility to dress a petite girl in office attire, and he found himself lacking any interest in her. Xi Yan then slumped over his desk and opened his computer's browser. Perhaps he could indulge in an online game. After all, procrastination was an art. In this 23rd century, what games were currently trending online? Minecraft, celebrating its 190th anniversary. Goodness! Xi Yan could hardly contain his astonishment. This game still existed? Wait a moment. If this game was still around, an idea struck him, and he typed Stellaris into the search bar. No results. Undeterred, he tried searching Paradox Interactive, yet still found nothing. How peculiar. Xi Yan squinted at the blank search page, pondering the mystery at hand. Suddenly, a crisp knocking sound resonated from outside. "Ah, it seems a newcomer has arrived," Beta exclaimed excitedly. "It appears to be a representative from the business sector, likely here to gather information on behalf of the capitalists. Shall we meet them? Indeed, I am curious to see what these capitalists are capable of. Please, let them enter." Xi Yan acknowledged with a nod, deftly shutting down the website, and straightened his posture. A man clad in a tailored suit entered cautiously, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Marshal. My name is Wang Defa, and I represent the entire colonial commercial sector. As a prominent lobbyist within the empire's affluent circles, the task of conversing with the Marshal naturally fell upon him. The entire business community was deeply concerned about the Marshal's policies, with troubling rumors circulating online instilling fear among the wealthy elite. He had come to negotiate on behalf of the capitalist consortium. "Ah, young Wang, please, take a seat," Xi Yan warmly invited, gesturing for him to sit down. Though Wang Defa was significantly older, he gracefully displayed a respectful smile as he settled across from Xi Yan. "Though you are quite young, esteemed Marshal, Your extraordinary resolve commands the admiration of all within our commercial circle. Wang Defa placed a briefcase on the table, nudging it towards Xi Yan with a smile. This is a small token from the entire empire's business community for you, esteemed Marshal. Xi Yan accepted the briefcase and opened it, casting a cursory glance inside. A stack of signed large-denomination checks caught his eye, estimated to amount to trillions, alongside various certificates of asset transfers. The total sum approached astronomical figures. It seemed that the nation's bourgeoisie were extraordinarily affluent. One could only ponder the source of such wealth. The thought of these dazzling assets and banknotes, tainted by the blood of countless ordinary citizens, ignited a surge of indignation within Xi Yan, overwhelming him with a sense of murderous intent. Damn the bourgeoisie. They must be dealt with severely. What do these items signify? Are they bribes? Xi Yan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly returned these invaluable items to his bag. No, these are gifts from all members of the business community to the Marshal, Wang Defa said with a forced smile. You have eliminated so many corrupt officials, greatly cleansing the nation's commercial environment, and everyone is deeply grateful to you, Marshal. Is it fear that drives you? Fear of accountability, compelling you to bind me with material gain? Xi Yan gazed intently into his eyes, his own filled with inquiry. However, I am indifferent to such temptations. Once the process of nationalization is complete and the new system is established, all this wealth, alongside the former economic framework, will merely become remnants of a bygone era. Upon the ruins of the old system, we shall erect a resplendent new order. As Wang Defa broke into a cold sweat, Xi Yan suddenly withdrew his gaze, breaking into a warm smile as he placed the handbag beside him. As for your gifts, I graciously accept them. Please extend my gratitude to all the esteemed business friends who have made significant contributions to the nation's economic development. Xi Yan spoke with a genial demeanor. Finally, having accepted the gifts, the conversation could proceed. Despite his youth, the aura he exuded was no less formidable than that of the former marshal. Indeed, he should not be underestimated. Seeing Xi Yan relent, Wang Defa could not conceal his elation and, lowering his voice, inquired, Marshal, regarding your statement at the forum about initiating the process of nationalization. That matter, Xi Yan interjected. I truly wish to advance it. After all, calculations indicate that it is entirely feasible. He coughed pretentiously. Wang Defa was thoroughly intimidated. The implementation of public ownership would result in an unimaginable upheaval. How could we capitalists possibly continue our exploitation? What if the sordid deeds of the past were to be scrutinized? Now, weakened and vulnerable, the entire bourgeoisie was compelled to cautiously send Wang Defa to curry favor with Xi Yan, all the while seeking to ascertain Xi Yan's true sentiments. However, Xi Yan cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. While the theory is plausible, I remain uncertain about the sentiments of everyone involved. After all, one must consider public opinion. Nonsense. Beta, who had been silently listening to the exchange, scoffed. Does this fellow even care about such matters? Hence, I thought I would pose a question on the forum to gauge the perspective of the masses regarding this issue. However, since Mr. Wang Defa has come to inquire, do you perhaps possess your own insights on the matter? Xi Yan regarded the elegantly dressed gentleman before him with a sardonic smile. Under the gaze of this tyrant of the starry seas, Wang Defa's countenance shifted dramatically, struggling to maintain his facade of elegance. Yet, contemplating their hard-won status and the interests of the entire bourgeoisie, the insatiable greed and the primal fear of survival ultimately overpowered any dread of Xi Yan. The preservation of bourgeois interests was imperative. Compromise was out of the question. Otherwise, we would raise a ruckus. Wang Defa gritted his teeth and declared, We, all members of the business community, unanimously believe that public ownership is unfeasible. Hold on, I know what you are about to say. Xi Yan interjected with a smile, interrupting him. It is merely a matter of how it would disrupt the economy, and so forth. Indeed, I am acutely aware that nationalization poses a significant challenge to our enterprise, particularly for you esteemed individuals. Xi Yan smiled warmly, as if they were the closest of friends. May I inquire? Hold it. Reversing a minor ailment, I wish to pose a question. Xi Yan interrupted him once more, smiling serenely. Mr. Wang Defa, may I ask the cost of your suit? Not exorbitant, merely around $100,000, Wang Defa replied, believing that Xi Yan had taken a liking to his attire. He hastily added, It is custom-made, crafted with the finest materials and techniques. If you fancy this suit, I can have one made for you immediately. Stop. Upon hearing the price, Xi Yan fell silent for a moment. Are you aware of what our lowest-tier workers earn in a month? Wang Defa pondered for a while before responding. In my company, we pay our lowest employees a generous salary of $3,000 monthly, which is sufficient for their daily expenditures. Xi Yan suddenly scoffed. $3,000, is it? Can you sense the chasm that lies between that and 100,000? Sufficient for daily needs, you say? Pray, take a guess at how much they spend solely on food each month. A staggering $2,000. The Engel coefficient has skyrocketed. Anger finally surfaced on Xi Yan's otherwise composed visage. But there is still an excess of $1,000. Marshal, if you genuinely consider the livelihoods of those at the bottom, we could certainly contemplate an increase in wages. It is all negotiable. Despite his bewilderment, Wang Defa hastened to placate Xi Yan, perceiving a hint of vexation in the latter's demeanor. Xi Yan, in turn, inhaled sharply, taken aback. Do you do nothing but eat, sleep, and work each month? He exclaimed inwardly. After a moment of exasperation, Xi Yan exhaled slowly, a sense of resignation washing over him. He muttered under his breath, indeed. It is as I suspected. The bourgeoisie remains as detestable as ever. Amused and incensed, he witnessed the epitome of bourgeois arrogance and extravagance in Wang Defa. Yet, through the veneer of affluence, Xi Yan discerned the blood, sweat, and tears of countless downtrodden citizens. Marx was right, he mused. Capital comes into the world dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. Marshal, what did you say? Wang Defa inquired, sensing an ominous undertone in Xi Yan's trembling soliloquy. I said, you and all those you represent, may you perish. Xi Yan's countenance swiftly contorted into a grotesque mask. He retrieved a pistol from beneath the table, shoving the cold, dark barrel into Wang Defa's mouth. Die, you wretched exploiter. I shall personally slay you on behalf of all our citizens. Bang! The capitalist's head exploded in a gruesome spectacle, scattering fragments of flesh and bone across the room. Xi Yan rose to his feet, emptying the magazine into the headless corpse until it was reduced to a pulpy mess, splattering the surroundings with a thick, lingering stench. Calming himself after a moment, Xi Yan gently licked his lips and resumed his seat. He activated his wristband and dispatched a message. Xi Yan, the plan has changed. There is no need to apprehend the bourgeoisie and their supporters. Merely cleanse the area. Do not integrate them into the power grid. Let them perish. The energy coins extracted in this manner are utterly repugnant. Ignoring the responses of the two generals, Xi Yan returned to his designated seat, observing the expressionless professional cleaners entering to remove the corpses. At Xi Yan's behest, Prigozhin, already stationed at the Army Command Center, pressed his earpiece and nodded to the surrounding army officers. The operation commenced with the objective to eradicate all bourgeois elements and their supporters. Chapter 34. Rooting out the weeds. Whoosh. Thousands of low-altitude manned spacecraft soared through the sky above the city, emitting piercing alarms. The hunt for insurgents had begun. The city was under martial law. All citizens were instructed to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. Repeating, the hunt for insurgents is underway. The entire city is on lockdown. All citizens must stay home and avoid going out. The alarm echoed throughout as the military surged forward, crashing into the bustling districts and the most opulent residential areas. Manned spacecraft hovered above the city, while rows of fully armed, menacing soldiers were deployed. What is happening? My lord, something terrible has occurred. Within the opulent estate of a wealthy magnate, a gardener maid, taken aback, stared in shock as a low-altitude spacecraft hovered above the estate, with numerous soldiers descending like dumplings. The maid hastily dropped her pruning shears and sprinted back to the villa, flinging open the door while crying out in panic. Even the maid understood that the arrival of a battalion of fearsome soldiers at their estate was far from good news. What is all this noise, you wretched creature? How can you be so flustered? The elderly magnate rose from his couch, his expression one of impatience as he dismissed the maid attending to him, admonishing, "Speak slowly. There is no need to shout." "Why, yes, my lord, but outside." "Outside," the gardener maid, chastised, pointed tremulously toward the outside, her voice faltering as tears welled in her eyes. "Alas, I am at a loss with such a fool. Return to the garden at once." The magnate sighed, standing and slipping on his slippers. The maid hastily rose as well, draping a luxurious coat over his shoulders while donning a simple dress herself, assisting the elderly gentleman toward the villa's entrance. What could possibly? Suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted him. Boom! As the maid gently pushed open the door, the magnate beheld the estate's grand entrance struck by some object, followed by a resounding explosion. Amidst the chaos of collapsing steel, a squad of armed soldiers emerged from the swirling smoke. Above the opulent manor, a low-flying manned aircraft blared through a loudspeaker. "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and lay down your arms." "What is happening? Why is the Imperial Army here?" The magnate hastily shut the door, retreating into the villa. "Trying to flee? Come out." A resonant shout echoed at the entrance, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps rising amidst the swirling dust. Armored in black, a battalion of soldiers burst into the estate, swiftly subduing the bustling maids outside the villa within mere seconds, showing no mercy as they restrained them. A young officer, impeccably dressed in uniform, sprinted into the manor. His piercing gaze swept across the opulently adorned estate, igniting a tempest of rage within him. "Living quite comfortably, are we? Just moments ago, I traversed the impoverished districts where the populace resides in cramped factories, struggling for survival. Witnessing your lavish lifestyle only reinforces my belief in the Marshal's decision. You exploiters deserve to be eradicated." With a decisive wave of his hand, the young officer commanded, "Arrest them all and await interrogation." The soldiers, with fervent shouts, broke through the villa's grand doors, the officer leading the charge, delivering a kick that left the wealthy man crumpled like a shrimp, lifting him effortlessly with one hand and tossing him into the courtyard. Ouch! The elderly tycoon tumbled to the ground, rolling several times in agony, unable to rise. "Old man, get up and kneel properly." A soldier approached, seizing him and delivering 2 resounding slaps. The wealthy man snapped to attention, kneeling obediently and lowering his head in silence. Capital may exploit the ordinary laborer, but when faced with authority, it submits meekly. In contrast, the soldiers treated the maids with a degree of chivalry, merely instructing them to gather in a designated area and await their fate with compliance. Xi Yan meticulously studied the military strategies of his ancestors from 2 centuries ago, imposing strict standards upon his troops. A single mistake warranted dire consequences, such as being relegated to power generation. A young officer, brandishing his sidearm, ascended to the 2nd floor of the villa, methodically searching each room. He ultimately halted before the bedroom door, where peculiar sounds distinctly emanated from within, suggesting the presence of more than 2 individuals. After a moment of hesitation, he exchanged glances with a group of soldiers behind him. It appeared he reached a resolute decision. As he discharged a round into the floor, "Listen closely. This is the Special Operations Unit of the TH Army Corps. You have 3 minutes to dress and come out for an investigation." As his words echoed, a cacophony of screams and chaos erupted from within. Shortly thereafter, a man of African descent flung open the door, only to recoil in shock at the sight of the soldiers outside, before slamming the door shut with considerable force. "Well, he's a black guy," murmured one of the soldiers. "That fellow has genetic advantages. He's well endowed." The officer remained composed, but a woman's voice erupted from within, scoldings. "What is happening? Why the panic? I want to see who dares to wreak havoc in my estate. I shall ensure that wretched soul meets a fitting end." The bedroom door swung open once more, revealing an elegant Caucasian woman. The young officer stood speechless before her. He steadied his aim, firing 3 rounds into the ceiling. "You have 2 minutes," he stated calmly, his gaze drifting. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut again, and the piercing shrieks of the woman resonated from within. The officer, in utter disbelief, thought to himself, "I have never felt so speechless in my life." Engaged in revelry, the husband entertained himself with a maid below, while the wife busied herself above, immersed in her pursuits. Truly, such is the world of the affluent. The soldiers resumed their discussions. The officer, with a sigh, counted for 2 minutes before forcefully kicking open the door and storming inside. The soldiers filed in, instantly filling the spacious room to capacity. 5 or 6 men of African descent, along with a white lady of nobility, sat demurely upon the bed, while the lady, unhurried, donned her elaborate garments. Upon witnessing the young officer's abrupt entrance, she exclaimed in fury, "What is the meaning of this? Even soldiers are not permitted to intrude upon a lady's chamber. Leave at once, and I shall summon you once I am properly attired." "A lady?" The young officer was taken aback. He surveyed the disarray of the room, glanced at the 6 individuals seated quietly nearby, and finally fixed his gaze upon the elegantly dressed noblewoman. I curse you. Arrest them all," he commanded, his eyes wide with indignation. Minutes later, the young officer emerged from the villa, the garden now trampled and crowded with a gathering of individuals. "Why does it seem as though there are more?" He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the restrained crowd. Sir, shortly after you ascended, these individuals leapt from the bedroom. A soldier, visibly astonished, pointed towards the throng. The officer focused his gaze and recognized 3 familiar faces among them, alongside a young woman whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the noblewoman. That is not just some fellow. That is my beloved daughter. My daughter has done nothing wrong. Why should she be apprehended? The noblewoman struggled. You too, engaging in such disgraceful conduct in broad daylight, and even resorting to jumping out of windows, is truly a shame for our family. The elderly tycoon lifted his head and began to curse angrily. Silence, you old wretch. You are no better, spending your days enticing our maid. The wealthy family erupted into a quarrel. Be quiet, the young officer shouted, pressing his forehead in irritation. After firing a few shots into the sky, the scene finally quieted down. Commander, we have captured the individuals. What should we do now? Wait a moment, I am pondering. The officer replied, stroking his chin. An octogenarian tycoon, in the early hours of the morning, with a maid, a wife in her 40s or 50s, and a daughter in her 20s or 30s, inviting 9 dark-skinned gentlemen to engage in part. It was all too shocking. Commander, we have done nothing wrong. I implore you to release us. We possess considerable wealth to show our gratitude. I ask you, and you shall respond truthfully. The officer pressed his pistol against the tycoon's temple. How much wealth do you possess? Who are your family members, and where do they reside? Disclose every detail, or none shall escape. I will tell you everything. Please, do not kill me. Under the threat of the firearm, the elderly tycoon began to divulge information, spilling secrets like beans from a bamboo tube, including details about his illegitimate children and hidden wealth. However, the officer was well aware that he likely had hidden wealth. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Regardless of whether he spoke or remained silent, all private property visible within the realm would henceforth belong to the empire. The empire would consolidate and distribute it among all citizens, with the sole exception of these exploiters. Sir, I have disclosed all I can. May I be released now, bang. The young officer fired his weapon, and the soldiers followed suit, executing the affluent family of 3. The maid screamed in terror, while 9 robust men turned pale with fright. Subsequently, the soldiers systematically stormed the villa, meticulously looting every valuable possession. Who are you lot? After executing a few individuals, the officer approached the 9 men. Ah, I see. You poor souls who rely on brute strength for survival. You may return home and seek suitable employment. If none is available, the Empire's assistance agencies will find you work. The officer remarked with an unperturbed expression, keep your distance. The situation is poised for significant change. Thank you, sir. We shall leave at once. The group of men, genuinely frightened, hurriedly expressed their gratitude and fled through the door. And you? The officer then approached the dozen or so maids in the estate. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, they immediately began to speak in unison. We are the maids they employed. We are all orphans brought from the slums by a human trafficking ring. They were trained to become professional maids, only to be sold to the wealthy, serving as their contract maids for a lifetime. Once they grew old and lost their charm, they would be discarded. Please, have mercy on us. We are innocent. Is this true? The young officer listened intently to their accounts, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment. After 2,200 years, such a dark industry still existed in the ring world. This must be reported. It pertains to the entire black market of the ring world and cannot be treated lightly. Thus, the information was escalated through layers of command, ultimately reaching Marshal Xi Yan. Enraged, he ordered a thorough investigation and directed bombings of their strongholds. A rigorous inquiry into the black market ensued, with involved parties either executed on the spot or sent to the bioelectricity division for labor. However, those matters would be addressed later. For now, the higher-ups quickly provided a course of action, temporarily released them, prioritizing the immediate mission. Once the comprehensive establishment of public systems and infrastructure commenced in the future, everything would naturally come to light. Understood, I comprehend. The officer acknowledged the directive relayed through his earpiece, nodding before turning to the trembling maids. You are innocent. The exploiters have been eradicated, and you are free. Thank you, my lord. Suddenly granted freedom, the maids stared at one another in disbelief, while an elder maid broke down in tears, repeatedly bowing to the officer. Thank you for bestowing upon us our freedom. Rise, we were merely following orders. The officer struggled to maintain a composed demeanor, hastily crouching to assist the elderly maid to her feet. However, many other maids had already knelt down. weeping uncontrollably while bowing in gratitude to the soldiers who had liberated them. Witnessing the freed maids before them, the army soldiers were profoundly moved. Their actions were undeniably righteous, punishing the exploiters and liberating the oppressed, such as these unfortunate girls who had been sold into servitude from a young age. "Do not thank me. It is the marshal who has sent us to rescue you," said the officer with a deep breath, his voice calm. These liberated girls were destined for a bright future. They could secure legitimate employment, establish their own families, or utilize their skills to become nannies or professional maids, rather than being deprived of their freedom and condemned to a life in the manor where they were merely slaves masquerading as maids. "Thank you, Marshal," the maids said with tears glistening in their eyes, kneeling in the direction of the distant central city. Only such an ancient and solemn gesture could convey their gratitude to their savior, the illustrious Marshal Xi Yan. "Rise, for you are all citizens of the empire and need not kneel before anyone," the young officer declared, standing tall and bowing slightly to them. "Now, dear ladies, I shall convey to you the empire's directives regarding your future." The maids hurriedly wiped their tears, standing upright with a sense of solemnity, their hearts filled with apprehension. After their liberation, what path lay ahead for them? Would they be left alone to return to the dark, desolate slums? However, the officer had already spoken. "The empire had opened a channel for assistance, and I shall utilize professional equipment to document your identifying characteristics, bestowing upon you temporary identities. You may proceed to any assistance location within the Empire's institutions to verify your identities. Subsequently, the Empire will arrange for you a respectable occupation. This position is mandatory and devoid of remuneration, yet it will undoubtedly remain within the bounds of your physical capabilities. Furthermore, the Empire shall provide you with the most basic provisions, essential supplies, and accommodation at no cost." As he spoke, the officer noticed a vessel above releasing a package, which contained the identity verification equipment, a compact DNA analyzer. It would gather their DNA data and transmit it remotely to the server, which would automatically generate unique identity information. This singular DNA profile would serve as the identification for the year 2200. Free food, essential supplies, employment, and housing? What extraordinary treatment is this? The maids wept tears of joy, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being treated equally. They were prepared to sustain themselves through their own efforts, willingly entrusting their fates to the Empire. The young ladies lined up, each taking their turn to have their DNA collected. The young officer, witnessing the genuine smiles of the girls, could not help but smile in return. How wonderful this is! He felt an authentic sense of pride in the noble cause he was undertaking. Once the maids completed their identity verification, he approached with a stack of cash. Wearing a smile, "You may divide this among yourselves for living expenses. It is all the money we just recovered, so feel free to use it. You are forbidden from taking any for yourselves." The officer suddenly turned to his subordinates and declared, "The marshal has issued an order. All spoils of war must be surrendered, and not a single coin belonging to ordinary citizens shall be taken. Otherwise, one shall face the consequences." "Yes, sir." The young officer smiled as he turned back, methodically distributing the banknotes to the rescued maidens. "Thank you." The former maidens gratefully accepted the notes, their faces alight with joy as they participated in the redistribution of wealth. The officer gazed at them gently, feeling that his actions were imbued with profound significance. Thank you," stammered the last little maid. Her head bowed as she timidly accepted a modest stack of banknotes, barely above a whisper. The officer continued to nod kindly, yet the young girl remained rooted in place, her lips quivering as if she wished to utter something more. "My dear, do you have something on your mind?" the officer inquired. "If you have family still out there, rest assured that the census will utilize genetic technology to help reunite you." "And no." The timid girl hesitated, her voice barely audible. "I wanted to ask, what is your contact number?" Instantly, the older maidens exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting into amused smiles. "Oh, little Martha has taken a fancy to the officer," one teased. "Fear not, dear officer, little Martha has only recently arrived and is untouched by the clutches of that beast." The soldiers erupted into cheerful whistles, their spirits lifted. The commander has finally encountered his destined partner. The young officer's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "Silence! You all, be quiet." Turning to Ms. Marcia, he added, "I am bound by military orders, so I must be quiet. If you do not seize this opportunity, you will spend your life merely playing with cups," interjected a middle-aged soldier, swiftly reciting a series of numbers. "This is our commander's number, remember it." The young officer's face turned crimson as he glanced at Miss Marsh's delicate and rosy features, surprisingly refraining from protesting. The young maid lowered her head, bashfully hiding behind the older maid. Marcia will remember well. When the time comes, the sisters will chip in to buy you a smart bracelet. Little Marcia will also pursue happiness. A few women displayed indulgent smiles. Ahem. If there is nothing further, everyone should depart quickly, the officer said, perhaps unable to maintain his composure. He turned away, adding, it will be somewhat dangerous here shortly. So it's best to keep your distance. Take care on the road. The liberated maids beamed with joy as they bid farewell to the soldiers and hurriedly left the estate, which had been blasted open. The officer turned to watch them depart. Noticing the lovely girl frequently glancing back at him, a genuine smile spread across his face. Ah, the commander could hardly suppress his smile. It seemed he had found true love. Silence. You lot are insufferable. The young officer immediately covered his lips and turned away with a grim expression. Have you completed the search? Report. We have thoroughly scanned the area with our equipment and found no additional concealed items. However, we did discover a child in the nursery. What did you say you found? The officer suppressed any unnecessary emotions and inquired flatly. I recall the marshal instructed us to eradicate all traces. But after all, it is a child. We have slain his parents and seized their inheritance. To him, we are unequivocally the villains. What should villains do? Should we allow him to grow and potentially threaten the marshal's dominion? The soldier fell silent for a moment. I understand, sir. He straightened and saluted. Report. After a thorough search, no living beings have been discovered. Very well. Return to formation. Yes. The officer took a deep breath and solemnly stated, Gentlemen, we are obeying the marshal's orders to eradicate these exploiters without mercy. We must not harbor excessive sympathy. As long as he is of bourgeois origin, he must be exterminated without hesitation. Everything for the glory of the marshal. The marshal's might resonates across the stars, and the empire's glory shall endure. Now, let us proceed to the next location. A long rope was cast down, and the officer was the first to seize it. As the ship began to hoist the rope upward, before long, all the ground troops returned to the vessel. The ship dropped a bomb, followed by a Molotov cocktail. A violent explosion ensued, followed by a raging inferno, marking the downfall of yet another family of exploiters. Although there may be some unnecessary bloodshed, the number of lives saved, directly or indirectly, far outweighs the destruction wrought upon them. You have performed admirably, exhibiting unwavering resolve against our adversaries while maintaining your benevolence. Continue this noble endeavor. Following the report of their achievements, superior officers commended the squad's accomplishments and resolved to use this as a model for all operational teams to emulate. In any case, similar scenarios are unfolding or are about to unfold across the ring world. Today belongs to all the exploited. Xi Yan has proclaimed the liberation of all the oppressed at the grassroots level to the empire. Long live the glory of the empire. Chapter 35. Sir, look at the sky in the central district, atop a certain skyscraper. This edifice, perched on the outskirts of the central district, stands far removed from the administrative buildings housing the marshal and his imperial institutions, serving as a gathering place for the empire's most elite capitalists. The top 30 floors are replete with opulent recreational facilities, welcoming the wealthy and influential day and night for their indulgent leisure. This skyscraper towers several hundred meters above even Xi Yan's administrative building, with the pinnacle adorned with pools and various amenities, where, during moments of repose, capitalists, exalted above thousands, come to bask in the sun-warmed waters. Every corner of the building is suffused with the most exquisite and precious decorations, and the staff comprises only the most youthful and beautiful young women. The proprietor of this grand establishment is Mr. Asworth, the most successful real estate magnate in the ring world. Mr. Asworth is devoted to transforming this edifice into the nucleus of his commercial empire, and indeed, he has succeeded. This building has become a symbol of his wealth and status, with the grand events held here annually epitomizing the pinnacle of his empire. However, despite being a most prosperous capitalist, Mr. Asworth remains deeply troubled. On the day the building was inaugurated, the former marshal attended to celebrate, and Mr. Asworth vividly recalls the marshal's gaze, one that was inquisitive yet tinged with surprise, harboring a latent animosity. He came to the realization that no matter how much wealth he amassed or how many edifices he erected, he was no match for the imperial power and the heavily armed marshal. In the days that followed, Mr. Asworth became considerably more cautious, refraining from provoking those in the imperial military while occasionally nurturing cordial relations with them. Faced with such a sensible and compliant individual, the former Marshal, Xi Yan, did not trouble him. Mr. Asworth has repeatedly cautioned his colleagues against antagonizing these warlords. Yet, human desire knows no bounds. Even if he abstains, there will inevitably be others willing to risk their very existence in pursuit of profit, including endeavors explicitly forbidden by the empire. With the passing of Xi Yan and the ascension of Xi Yan, who demonstrated his formidable authority on the very first day, Mr. Asworth's anxiety reached its zenith. He pondered the situation regarding Mr. Wang Defa. At the pinnacle of the building, Mr. Asworth felt the wind, yet found no solace in his spirit. He hoped that Marshal Xi Yan would graciously receive their goodwill. How could a mere capitalist contend with a marshal wielding such formidable military might? However, after years of accumulation, he has certainly amassed a certain level of strength. In the event of the worst-case scenario, should Xi Yan seek to dismantle his entire influence, he might still possess the means to retaliate. Given the magnitude of his capital group, its downfall would undoubtedly unleash a significant shockwave across the entire economic landscape of the surrounding world. It is unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to jeopardize the economy of their own empire, or so one would hope. Contemplating Xi Yan's reckless fervor, Mr. Asworth suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. After all, he was contending with a formidable adversary capable of instigating civil war. Mr. Wang Defa had been silent for several hours. A man clad in the attire of a businessman anxiously monitored his wristband, his expression fraught with concern. Since he had entered the administrative building to meet the marshal, a total of 2.5 hours had elapsed without any word. A successful individual, dressed in an expensive suit, sighed deeply. Mr. Asworth continued to smoke nervously. What if he truly intends to use public authority to settle scores with us? Fear not, we are united. If he dares to act against us, he can anticipate the complete collapse of the empire's economy. One individual appeared remarkably optimistic. At worst, we simply need to tread carefully and avoid direct confrontation. Just then, Mr. Asworth's wristband chimed, alerting him to a new communication request. He raised his wrist, and the holographic screen clearly displayed an incoming call from an avatar. It was Xi Yan. Mr. Asworth's pupils contracted, and he took a deep breath before pressing the answer button. Hey, buddy. Good afternoon. Xi Yan's exuberant voice resonated from the wristband. Good afternoon, Marshal. May I inquire if Mr. Wang Defa is with you? He is not. Xi Yan candidly replied. He is likely buried deep in agricultural zoning by now. Indeed. He has perished. Asworth, astonished by his own lack of surprise, felt as though this was precisely the sort of thing Xi Yan was capable of. Should he have offended you, I am willing to offer my apologies on his behalf. However, Marshal, I wish to discuss the matters he raised with you. Hundreds of kilometers away, atop the administrative building, Xi Yan, much like those capitalists, was seeking respite. Regrettably, for the sake of the marshal's safety, the building lacked a rooftop terrace. Thus, Xi Yan could not ascend to the highest floor, and the windows were completely sealed to prevent any untoward incidents. Clad in his pajamas, he lounged on the bed in a lazy manner, engaging in conversation with Asworth, the most prominent capitalist opposite him. Regarding the proposal brought forth by Mr. Wang Defa, Xi Yan's 3 million-strong army was mobilizing, efficiently sweeping away the exploitative classes of the ring world. I find it unacceptable. To be frank, the crimes committed by your ilk warrant a 1,000-fold execution. In light of the recent demise of Wang Defa, Xi Yan naturally turned his attention to the largest capitalist conglomerate within the ring world, which occupied the top position on his cleanup list. They seemingly held dominion over a significant portion of the empire's economic lifeblood. It appeared they could not be spared. Am I joking? No, Ace, I assure you. I am not jesting. Xi Yan shifted his position on the bed, propping himself against the headboard, his gaze fervently fixed upon the rising terrain of the ring world in the distance. Perhaps the former marshal is indifferent to these matters, which is why he chooses to turn a blind eye. However, I am different. I do not wish for my economy to be under your control. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. Xi Yan has long since arranged a fitting conclusion for these individuals. Do you believe your threats hold any weight with me? Xi Yan inquired with a playful smile, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, where he observed his low-altitude warship ascending from the military base, heading towards the opposite side of the city. Well, think what you will, but I truly do not care about the meager economic contributions and resources you provide. The silver low-altitude warship quickly ascended to a greater altitude, then aimed at the distant skyscraper and began its descent. for I shall shatter this wretched world to pieces. So listen closely, you capitalists, now look up to the sky. The low-altitude warship launched a missile and then retreated to a safe distance, followed by a violent explosion at the top of the skyscraper, thick smoke billowing forth. Simultaneously, the long-ambushed army initiated their attack, with manned low-altitude spacecraft transporting a multitude of soldiers into the commercial district surrounding the skyscraper. All industries were forcibly annexed by the Empire. Personnel remained unchanged, merely substituting the actual controllers of the enterprises. The workers found themselves transformed into official employees of the Empire's enterprises. Overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of fortune, beep, beep, beep. The wristband communication interface emitted a dull, busy tone, and Xi Yan smiled as he closed the page. He gazed out the window, at the distant edge of the city, where towering plumes of smoke rose several kilometers from the top of the skyscraper. Xi Yan offered a distant salute towards it. It seems as though I had witnessed a similar scene long ago. Bored, I craved to see rivers of blood. Xi Yan chuckled and reclined once more. The plan was advancing steadily, aiming to obliterate the capitalist stronghold in one fell swoop. 3 million troops were strategically deployed across the ring world, methodically eradicating all exploitative classes. Amidst the ruins of the old world, a brand new empire was to be established. Chapter 36. Anomalies in the Amartiro star system. In merely a day, the entire ring world descended into chaos. Under the terrified gaze of the populace, 3 million troops rampaged through the bustling districts of major cities, with relentless artillery fire echoing throughout the urban landscape. The bourgeoisie were caught off guard, taking half a day to muster a feeble resistance that was swiftly obliterated by the hovering warships on standby. The army marched triumphantly into the cities, assuming control of all security tasks, temporarily sealing off all entrances and exits, thus locking down the urban areas. They stormed the residences of capitalists and tycoons, executing these exploiters on the spot. The most heinous capitalists were subjected to public trials, their crimes read aloud before being blown to smithereens. This marked the demise of the bourgeoisie under the Interstellar Human Military Government and heralded the liberation of all oppressed common folk. In the areas that had been cleared, the military lifted restrictions, allowing the most marginalized laborers to enter and witness the lavish lives led by these exploiters. Under the directive of Grand Marshal Xi Yan, the eradication operations were swiftly completed within 10 days. This was followed by the pursuit of remaining dissidents and the takeover of local control, leading to a subsequent campaign aimed at eradicating the corruption within local imperial institutions. The entire Interstellar Human Military Government appeared as though it had been cleansed by blood. Every corner, from top to bottom, was saturated with it. Xi Yan issued an unwavering command to utterly eradicate the bourgeoisie and eliminate the parasites within the imperial institutions, all while ensuring that no harm befell the lower-class citizens. The imperial propaganda machines swiftly responded, inundating the populace with explanations of the motives behind these actions, while emphasizing the transgressions of the bourgeoisie. Days later, this monumental operation finally came to a close, leaving the entire imperial structure, local governance systems, and social hierarchy rejuvenated. As the sea of blood receded, it unveiled a brand new empire. Xi Yan completely dismantled the old world and, upon its ruins, erected a novel interstellar human military government that embraced public ownership. In this grand upheaval, there may have been instances of collateral damage, yet there would be no oversights. Xi Yan succinctly expressed his sorrow for those who were mistakenly harmed, yet he remained resolute and unrepentant, vowing to intensify efforts. Alas, these unfortunate losses were simply necessary sacrifices, and the new world would remember them. Behold, the dawn of a new era, commented the legendary AI Beta. Subsequently, the Marshal swiftly initiated a movement to nationalize the private assets of the middle class, confiscating their properties and compensating them through a new monetary system, consolidating all social resources under state ownership. Some voiced their grievances, yet this was not a negative development. With the implementation of the new system, they would inevitably come to appreciate Xi Yan's benevolent intentions. In summary, under Xi Yan's decisive leadership, the nascent form of a brand new empire emerged. She was destined to become one of the greatest empires in the vast expanse of the cosmos. After enduring a span of 10 standard days, the research vessel number 1, belonging to the Interstellar Human Military Government, finally traversed the hyperspace route, arriving in the star system known as Amadururo. The name Amadururo translates to amateur arrow. Throughout the 10-day journey, There were no celestial bodies within reach along the hyperspace corridor, only the distant, resplendent rivers of stars glimmering light years away. After enduring a decade of solitude, which, in reality, was a 10-day vacation for the crew, the research vessel ultimately emerged from hyperspace into a system illuminated by a dim orange dwarf star. The vessel's velocity suddenly diminished, transitioning from superluminal to subliminal speeds as they exited the hyperspace lane. The crew had prepared for this drastic change, and not a single soul was harmed amid the intense deceleration. As their speed decreased, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, revealing a small orange star ahead, accompanied by its orbiting planets. The vessel's scanning module swiftly examined the entire star system, crafting a preliminary star chart. The Amatero system comprised 7 modest planets, marked on the chart with Roman numerals. The research vessel gradually settled into orbit around Amatero 4, commencing a remote scan of the planet's structure. This desolate sphere appeared as a monochrome expanse of black and gray, a realm of utter silence visible from the vessel. There are no signs of life on the planet, nor are there any noteworthy features. It is an exceedingly ordinary planet, existing in scale between an asteroid and a typical planet. After conducting an initial scan and confirming the surface posed no dangers, the research vessel deployed several landing pods from its underside, carrying a group of researchers to the surface. Within merely a day, the scientists unearthed 3 units of mineral resources and returned to the research vessel with a comprehensive exploration report in tow. The research vessel promptly submitted the exploration records, prompting the military to dispatch an engineering ship to establish a mining station, subsequently activating its sublight engines to commence the exploration of additional planets. It is worth noting that, after traversing the hyperspace route, the research coordinator, Martin Irwin, stationed far beyond on the Ringworld's home planet, finally established a connection with the onboard robots, thereby beginning to direct the exploration efforts of the research vessel. He commanded the release of sublight exploration ships to investigate other asteroids. The research vessel focused its exploration on Amatero 2 and Amatero 3. The readings from Amatero 3 were anomalous and merited investigation, according to the Marshal. It was believed to yield points in physics. In any case, they lingered in the orbit of Amatero 3 for several days, meticulously documenting their findings before uploading them to the Academy's database. The Marshal issued a personal directive to explore the galaxy without haste in conducting research. Furthermore, Amatero 2 exhibited distinct characteristics from the other planets, enveloped in a lush verdant hue and possessing a dense atmosphere. It remained uncertain whether it was a toxic planet or a Gaia-type planet, thus necessitating a thorough investigation. An experienced crewman navigated the superluminal research vessel through the expanse between the orange dwarf star and Amatero I. They observed that the positioning of the asteroid was remarkable, suggesting the establishment of a way station for trade development would be quite advantageous. However, Matten's gaze remained fixated on another planet depicted on the star chart, Amatero 2. As they brushed past the orange dwarf star and crossed a planetary orbit, they swiftly discerned an unusual object within the orbit of Amatero 2. A shuttle-shaped structure lingered within the rotational path of the planet, and telescopic scans indicated its composition was likely metallic, resembling nothing of natural celestial origin. "Let us approach for a closer examination," Matten exclaimed excitedly. The crewmen at the helm adjusted their course, increasing their sublight speed, and swiftly drew nearer to the satellite orbit of Amatero 2. The scientists hastily returned to their stations, preparing to initiate their research. Indeed, amidst the verdant expanse of that planet, a vessel floated. Its design appeared to be that of a colonial ship, reminiscent of human craftsmanship, the crew reported. Could it be that this place has already been explored by another humanoid civilization? A shiver coursed through Matten. Such a notion would be troubling. If a civilization with interstellar reach had already claimed this vicinity, the Empire's aspirations for expansion would be significantly hindered. Unless, akin to the early Earth Federation, they dispatched colonial ships to more distant galaxies to establish new settlements. Send a signal to inquire about basic information, Matten commanded with gravity. If we ascertain the presence of extraterrestrial life, redirect the signal to the Empire, so our linguists may commence translation. Indeed, several crew members swiftly began their operations on the bridge. Shortly thereafter, the colonization vessel, suspended in the planet's orbit, hurriedly responded to our communication. "Mr. Martin, they are capable of employing our language, and their technology appears nearly identical to ours. It can be inferred they are also human." Martin furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Chapter 37. The Hyacinth Humans? To my knowledge, in the over 2 decades since the establishment of the Empire, we have not embarked on any external expansions. How could there be a colonization vessel adrift in the cosmos? Furthermore, given the vessel's condition, it must possess a history of several decades. Martin found himself perplexed. Could it possibly belong to the Earth Federation or the Human Federation? However, it stands to reason that our galaxy is situated far from theirs. In just over 20 years, they could not have expanded to this region. Perhaps they are merely lost. Some scientists speculated. Ultimately, Martin decided to engage in negotiations. Regardless of the circumstances, dialogue was essential. Let us project their signal onto the screen. Research Vessel 1. Greetings. Unfamiliar human compatriots. Which nation do you hail from? Hyacinth colonization vessel. Are you humans? Please, save us. It is the Hyacinth. Remarkably, it is indeed her. The scientists exclaimed in astonishment, and Martin's tightly knit brow suddenly relaxed, only to furrow once more as he transmitted a message to the ring world. Research Vessel 1. We are affiliated with the Interstellar Human Military Government, and we, too, are human. Please hold on. We are contacting our marshal. Oh, thank heavens. We are saved. You must be the new nation established by the Ulysses Project. Is that your colonial ark? Indeed. Our vessel, the Hyacinth, became separated from our sister ship, the Chrysanthemum, during our voyage and has been stranded in this wretched star system. Our engine is completely incapacitated, leaving us trapped here. Our food supplies are dwindling. Without resupply, tens of thousands aboard will perish in this forsaken place. Fortunately, we have encountered you. Kind compatriots, please report our dire situation to your leaders and expedite our rescue from this accursed location. It appears the crew of the Hyacinth has been ensnared for an extended duration, and their palpable excitement radiates from the screen. Martin, while directing his crew to approach the Hyacinth, sent a message to the Marshal. Hyacinth, video call request. Research Vessel 1. Accepted. A few idle crew members gathered to watch. And Martin replaced his robotic form with his human projection within the ring world as a gesture of respect. Soon, a video signal was transmitted, unfolding on the holographic screen before them. The image revealed an elderly man with a head of white hair, surrounded by numerous robust adults, alongside a handful of children and youths. It seems they have deliberately curtailed population growth to conserve resources, Martin mused. Upon witnessing the projection of Martin and the surrounding crew members, the inhabitants of the Hyacinth erupted into a fervent cheer. Thank the heavens. We are saved. Inspired by idealistic sentiments. Thank you. Humanity shall prevail. Echoing militaristic ideologies. Wow, incredible. From the exuberance of youth, through the stable transmission of images, Martin observed a throng of people embracing one another, jubilantly shouting and leaping in celebration of their turning fate. The human compatriots have arrived, bringing hope. Ahem, my apologies. We find ourselves at the brink of life and death, and your presence has stirred our emotions. The aged captain was the first to regain composure, smiling and nodding towards Martin. However, what kind of empire is your Interstellar Human Military Government? And the Earth Federation, our homeland, does it still exist? Martin nearly suppressed a smile. The United Nations of Earth is thriving, and your sister ship, the Chrysanthemum, later established a new nation known as the Human Federation. Strictly speaking, you are citizens of the Human Alliance. Moreover, we have split from the Earth Federation. Split? The old captain's expression suddenly darkened with concern. What upheaval has befallen the Federation? Martin shook his head. It was merely an internal issue. We could no longer endure life within the Federation, hence we chose to part ways. It seemed that Martin was reluctant to delve deeper into this topic. The Human Federation had been searching for the Hyacinth for years, a fact well known throughout the cosmos. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned you. It is astonishing that you still endure. Martin spoke amicably, yet his expression betrayed a hint of unease as if he recalled something unsettling. Indeed, we have survived, we have survived. The people repeated, their faces once again illuminated by optimistic smiles. How many more days can your food last? Martin continued to inquire. A little over a month. If we ration carefully, it might stretch to 2 months, the old captain replied, shaking his head. I hope your home planet is not too distant. Martin nodded in agreement, suddenly engulfed by a wave of melancholy. Although their Interstellar Human Military Government's home planet lay 2 star systems away, traversing the 2 hyperspace routes would take 20 days, and navigating through the internal star system would require over a month at sublight speed. Even if they departed now, it seemed unlikely they would arrive in time. Rest assured, We shall not squander your resources. The old captain paused, then added, we will provide some intelligence that you are certain to find intriguing. What intelligence? Martin was indeed curious. For instance, the data we have collected during our journey, which includes fundamental information about most star systems, as well as detailed hyperspace route maps. The old captain gestured with open hands. As long as there are corresponding reference coordinates, this data can be integrated into a star chart. A star chart was precisely what they required. Furthermore, there is information about the planet beneath our feet. Are you referring to Amatero too? Martin turned his gaze toward the verdant planet outside the viewport, frowning. Its surface is green. It possesses a normal atmosphere. It appears to harbor extraterrestrial life. The old captain replied amiably, we attempted colonization. It is home to a flora-based sublight indigenous civilization. He paused for a moment, allowing those aboard the research vessel to absorb the explosive revelation. The cosmos is teeming with numerous ordinary extraterrestrial civilizations, as well as formidable ones that have persisted since ancient times. These ancient empires, often referred to as lost or fallen empires, possess the most advanced technologies and the mightiest fleets. Once they thrived in their prime, they ultimately underwent an inexplicable strategic contraction, confining their civilizations to a mere small star domain. Some of these fallen empires are exclusionary, while others are willing to extend a helping hand to the nascent, weaker civilizations, assisting them in achieving independence within the cosmos and imparting essential knowledge of the universe. Under the influence of these fallen empires, a unified standard of measurement and fundamental knowledge became prevalent throughout the universe, preventing the emergence of the dark forest theory. Consequently, newly emerged interstellar civilizations are able to swiftly accept the existence of extraterrestrials. Although Merton and his companions had long been aware of the existence of alien civilizations, this was their first genuine encounter. Remarkably, the extraterrestrial beings they met were not formidable adversaries, but rather weak, sublight indigenous life forms, which elicited a collective sigh of relief from the crew. These delightful botanical beings are not only delectable, but also highly nutritious. The old captain, in an animated manner, recounted, although our colony ship sustained damage, we managed to locate this planet before completely breaking down. We descended in the landing pod to establish a colony, initially intending to rule over them. However, despite their feudal state, they proved to be quite exclusionary, uniting against us. As you know, we are merely a colony ship, lacking a substantial army. The old captain sighed and continued, they have thrived on this temperate planet for many years. Their population is exceedingly large, lacking advanced weaponry. We are forced to stake our lives in the pursuit of sustenance. In battle, they have united completely, intent on driving us from their world. As you can see, we have failed. The old captain reminisced, letting out another deep sigh. The crew aboard the research vessel stifled their laughter. Being expelled from a planet by alien natives is truly a disgrace for humanity. Thankfully, we encountered you. Otherwise, we would have had to descend and risk our lives to scavenge for food. Wait, our marshal has sent news. Martin opened another communications interface, and the marshal's animated face immediately appeared on the screen. Chapter 38. The Empire flourishes. The Cyber-Alex Alpha Ring world is entirely constructed of metal, apart from the cities. The terrain is nothing but barren iron flooring. Ordinary citizens are utterly incapable of surviving in the wilderness once they stray from the well-fortified urban areas. Consequently, when over 3 million ground troops encircled all the cities, the fate of the Empire's citizens was effectively under the control of Xi Yan. The various assault brigades had already apprehended all the significant capitalists in advance. That very day, public trials were held within the city, broadcast live across the ring world, providing long-oppressed citizens a cathartic release. Those smaller wealthy merchants were initially subject to immediate reckoning, and subsequently, they were sent to the energy generation sectors, where their biological energy would be harnessed to benefit society. As for the most insidious issues plaguing the shadowy underbelly of society, such as drug trafficking and human trafficking, Xi Yan would not let them slip through his fingers. Who dares to engage in such nefarious activities within my empire? A heavy hand must be employed. Xi Yan mobilized the remaining army into the slums of major cities and the chaotic districts lacking governance. After a thorough investigation, not only did they fail to uncover the root of the problem, but the number of individuals implicated continued to grow, revealing an extensive web of interests lurking in the shadows. At last, Xi Yan felt the weight of resistance. The entire underground world was attempting to counter his advances. Throughout history, These unsavory elements have thrived within human society, and no civilization has ever managed to eradicate them completely. However, today, Xi Yan was resolute in his disbelief of this fate. A single concession would lead to further retreat. He was determined to upend the world if it meant eradicating these threats to public safety. The marshal was incensed and ordered that any culprits discovered could be executed on the spot, without the need for reports, provided they confessed. Those who did so could live to see another day. The army intensified their searches, plunging the entire urban area into chaos. Fortunately, the empire had preemptively evacuated ordinary citizens, confining them to factories for forced labor, where they were well fed and treated, resulting in little discontent. Such frenzied searches inevitably unearthed more darkness. Yet Xi Yan's resolve only hardened. When faced with uncertainty, he would unleash bombs. If those failed, incendiary devices would follow. Heavy firepower would cleanse the underground, and he refused to believe anyone could escape. Justice would be served. In those days, flames engulfed every city, illuminating the darkest corners in a fiery glow. Under the advantageous doctrine of Xi Yan's fiery prowess, all darkness was reduced to ashes. At times, Xi Yan vaguely sensed the emergence of several assistive icons hovering above his head. The merit increased. Yet the consequence was a sharp decline in the empire's population by several 100,000, predominantly from the exploiting class, those engaged in nefarious enterprises, who met their just deserts. The empire's populace still numbers in the billions. Such minor casualties are but a mere surgical excision, hardly worthy of concern. It is merely a fleeting agony. As the adage goes, short pain is preferable to long suffering. Addressing the ailment at its inception is far more prudent than allowing it to fester into a greater calamity. For the empire, any sacrifice bears significance. The benevolent Xi Yan of the Stellar Sea harbors no psychological burdens nor empathetic inclinations. He is the quintessential sovereign of the Stellar Sea. However, for the ordinary individuals who had endured exploitation for over 2 decades, Xi Yan emerged as their liberator, driving away the capitalists who had long oppressed them, granting them the ability to live beneath the sun without fear for their safety. They no longer needed to toil from dawn until dusk. They could finally stand tall, sustaining themselves through their own labor. Yet, a small faction of the middle class, satiated from their meals, began to indulge in fanciful musings, giving rise to a number of self-righteous dissenters opposing Xi Yan's actions as the Grand King of the West. Xi Yan regarded their protests with a knowing smile. It is natural for a populace of billions to harbor a few foolish voices. He swiftly advocated for the communalization of their properties. Although the empire's middle class was substantial, they lacked the obstinacy of the bourgeoisie. Xi Yan effortlessly transformed their assets into communal ownership, subsequently providing resources and social services to them on an equitable basis. Having lost their privileged lives and faced with the pressures of survival, these citizens began to toil diligently. The once rare and peculiar rhetoric on the internet diminished significantly. It appears that excessive indulgence was indeed the root of the problem, as the comprehensive resource allocation mechanism has yet to be fully established. The lack of sustenance forced those who espoused extreme animal rights, radical environmentalism, LGBTQ rights, and other oddities to seek employment in the industrial sectors of the empire to sustain themselves. Consequently, as they busied themselves working for their daily bread, their bizarre discourses naturally subsided. Xi Yan scoffed disdainfully. Thus, it is evident that material conditions shape consciousness. Following the eradication of class disparities, Xi Yan promptly instructed the newly restructured imperial institutions to fully promote public ownership, while gradually establishing a resource allocation mechanism to ensure that basic food and consumer goods could be distributed effectively. To prevent corruption and misappropriation in resource distribution, Xi Yan temporarily enacted imperial laws stipulating that personnel in any problematic allocation institutions would be demoted to raw material status and have their assets confiscated. This method, inherited from the era of Qin Shi Huang, proves to be remarkably effective. Under such stringent laws and regulations, the integrity and efficiency of resource distribution are sufficiently safeguarded. Everything is centered on efficiency and output. However, under Xi Yan's ambitious reforms of the Great Western Kingdom, numerous vacancies emerged from the imperial core down to local institutions. Xi Yan quickly devised a solution. After all, hadn't we established numerous universities in the colonies? Coincidentally, the newborns from the years following the establishment of the colonies were now approaching graduation. These individuals are the native young labor force of the empire, embodying unwavering loyalty, noble morals, and pure hearts. destined to become the pillars of the empire. Xi Yan has commanded the Human Resources Department to conduct campus recruitment across universities, with the sole requirement being good character and an absence of petty maneuvers in lucrative positions. As for work-related issues, AI can assist in their resolution, and experience can be gradually acquired. However, greed and corruption are absolutely intolerable. To think one could siphon money from my national treasury? Such thoughts are utterly unfathomable. The entire department shall be mobilized for labor, under Xi Yan's decree and the looming threat of punishment for entire families. All officials of the empire have begun to hold themselves to stringent standards while simultaneously enforcing rigorous oversight on others. Thus, while the system of collective punishment may seem archaic, it remains effective. Efficiency is paramount. Witnessing the empire's flourishing state, the supreme interstellar emperor Xi Yan smiled contentedly, reassured that his relentless efforts over the past days, including personally convening discussions on various policies, were not in vain. Advanced technology and the newly established information processing system, endowed with formidable computational capabilities, ensure accurate resource allocation, forming one of the foundations of public ownership. Our empire is thriving. Naturally, such sweeping reforms inevitably bring forth challenges, particularly concerning resource management. Following the establishment of the computational center through diligent overtime, the empire's administrative body promptly submitted detailed documents on resource production and consumption, with statistical data meticulously calculated per Xi Yan's specifications, providing real-time monthly output figures consistent with standards akin to those in the stars game. Notably, electricity, which translates into energy credits, emerged as the most substantial output. Considering the energy coin output from both the stellar bodies of the rim world and the energy generation zones, the monthly production capacity of the entire empire approaches nearly 3 figures. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary output, Xi Yan found himself momentarily bewildered. This cannot be correct. How could there be such an abundance? Is this a reflection of the challenge level for the students? However, upon observing the output of other resources, his doubts quickly dissipated. The production of consumer goods and minerals was limited to single digits, and the output of alloys barely surpassed 10 units. The food production was in complete negative growth. Following the implementation of the free distribution system, the decline in food production became even more alarming. With all due respect, the food allocated to each individual has already exceeded the average line. I suggest a reduction in distribution, Beta remarked expressionlessly. Xi Yan scoffed in response. Dare to reduce it? Stability would plummet below 30 in no time. He swiftly made a decision. 90 of the food factories would produce synthetic green apples, while the various other food items would either be categorized as consumer goods or cease production entirely. I have always believed that producing a wide array of foodstuffs hampers efficiency. It is far more practical to concentrate on the production of healthy and delicious green apples, Xi Yan stated, taking a bite of a green apple and nodding vigorously. Synthetic food is convenient, swift, and nutritious. Henceforth, we shall allocate this. Once our civilian industrial system is established, we can consider producing other food items. While this approach would indeed alleviate our food consumption, it still falls short in the long run, barely achieving positive growth. Beta instantly calculated the results. Indeed, Xi Yan elongated his response. Such is the inherent flaw of the rim world. The ring world is capable of generating a substantial amount of housing, trade volume, and research points. However, the production of fundamental resources is alarmingly minimal. The CyberElex Alpha system, devoid of any celestial bodies aside from the ring world, has rendered the nation's mineral output virtually non-existent. The production of alloys relies solely on the dismantling of debris from the ring world's orbit. As for sustenance, the absence of hydroponic agricultural technology underscores the meager food production capabilities. The military should expedite the construction of several faster-than-light engineering ships, at least 5, to venture to the Kalmakian and Amatero systems to procure minerals and elevate the industrial capacity of the ring world. Xi Yan conveyed the directive. Very well, I shall relay the message to them. Furthermore, I wonder how much alloy we currently possess. Over the past 2 decades, we must have accumulated several thousand units of alloy. Xi Yan scrutinized the report from the computational center. Aside from food and minerals, we still have an abundance of other resources. We ought to establish a starport in the Amatero system, utilizing both construction slots for shipyards. Additionally, priority should be given to the construction of 2 research vessels, along with the promotion of several scientific officers to explore resources and chart the stars. 3 research vessels should suffice, with a focus on locating potentially colonizable planets. Emphasis on colonizable planets. Eventually, we shall dismantle the industrial and agricultural zones of the ring world and replace them with commercial or research districts. The statistical report on the resources in Xi Yan's possession has been standardized according to cosmic norms. 1 energy unit equates to 1 terawatt of electricity, a standard derived from the fallen empire, universally recognized across the cosmos. At the special request of Xi Yan, the UI interface for the statistical report was crafted to resemble the familiar star's UI, creating a sense of comfort. On the resource statistics file in Xi Yan's possession, the food output had evidently plummeted into the negative, now displayed in a glaring red. This was unforgivable. Xi Yan's blood pressure began to soar as he slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it. I want a colonizable planet. Give me a colonizable planet. At that moment, a message arrived from the number 1 research vessel, nearly 100 light-years away, which Beta promptly forwarded to Xi Yan. With increasing annoyance, Xi Yan opened the message. Amaterasu 2. Wait, what? No way. It's real, brother. Please, for the love of review, I beg for mercy. This is merely a whimsical fantasy of an ordinary Stellaris player, not an endorsement of anything nefarious. It's just for amusement. I implore you to be lenient. Chapter 39. Time Distortion, Number 1 Research Vessel. Marshal, we have discovered the missing colonization ship, the Hyacinth, in the Amaterasu star system. The remaining population on board is 514 individuals. Currently, the engine is damaged and no cosmic navigation is possible. We request a rescue mission. What? Xi Yan sprang from his chair, fixated on the communication interface. What did he just see? The Hyacinth. And there were still living souls on board? The history of the Hyacinth colonization arc dates back many years. The official storyline of the Starry Sky series is not strictly defined. It can only be inferred through promotional materials. Here, I have made some minor alterations to better integrate it into the narrative. This segment of history is inaccessible to the average person, yet Xi Yan, having experienced numerous incidents related to the Hyacinth, is quite familiar with it. In the 21st century, humanity discovered a small wormhole within the Oort cloud. However, this wormhole was exceedingly unstable, prompting the United Nations to initiate the Ulysses Project. The Ulysses Project aimed to construct 6 colossal arcs in low Earth orbit, each capable of carrying 250,000 individuals to venture through the wormhole in search of new worlds. Unfortunately, calamity struck when all 6 manned arcs entered the wormhole, only for it to unexpectedly collapse, resulting in a loss of communication with Earth and the United Nations. Among them, the arcs Qiu and Hyacinth diverged from the other 4, setting a new course together. The Qiu found a new home more suitable for human habitation than Earth, and the colonizers named this planet the United Star, which became the mother planet of the Human Federation. Conversely, the Hyacinth, due to insurmountable forces, became adrift in the cosmos. Originally slated to reach the United Star 3 years later, but ultimately vanished midway. Over the years, humanity has never ceased the search for the Hyacinth. Yet, it is evident that nearly a century has elapsed since the Hyacinth's disappearance, according to the events within the game. Humanity should not discover the remnants of the Hyacinth until decades later, by which time all life would have long ceased to exist. Why has it now been found? And why are there still over 100,000 souls alive aboard? This sounds utterly chilling. Perhaps they have fortuitously become ensnared in a wormhole with an anomalous flow of time. By the time they emerged, a century had elapsed. Beta maintained an open mind, opting to relinquish matters of uncertainty to the whims of peculiar wormholes. After meandering through the depths of the wormhole, the Hyacinth has now arrived here, where they have discovered it. Indeed, it must be so. Xi Yan reassured himself and sent a reply. Xi Yan, however, it has been nearly a century since the Hyacinth went missing. Are you not aware? He chuckled, unwilling to bear this shock alone. Research ship number 1. In terror. Far away, light years distant on the research vessel, Ma Dun was jolted. He was only familiar with the incident of the Hyacinth. Yet the precise timeline remained a mystery to all. If what the Marshal claimed is true, then the Hyacinth, which is currently in conversation with them, has been adrift in space for over a century. What on earth transpired? Research ship number 1. I shall inquire about the circumstances. Xi Yan, very well. Regardless, I shall dispatch a rescue team. After all, they are readily available manpower. No, fellow humans deserving of salvation. Xi Yan accessed the real-time statistical database to examine the current food inventory. One unit of food could sustain 100 million individuals for a month. Presently, there are over 400 units left in the warehouse, sufficient to feed the entire nation for 4 years. However, with each passing month, the reserves are in decline. And realistically, it would not last beyond 2 years. Fortunately, even so, distributing a portion to the 100,000 aboard the Hyacinth would suffice. He initiated contact with the transport vessel in orbit. Veronica, no, we have not constructed any faster-than-light transport vessels. What? None at all. What is the military doing? Just because there is no need for foreign trade, they have chosen not to build faster-than-light ships? Xi Yan scratched his head, contemplating a new solution. Xi Yan, how many days can their food last? Research vessel 1 month, though with some effort, it could extend to 2 months. Xi Yan, that won't suffice. Constructing a transport vessel at this juncture and setting off would be far too rushed. There simply isn't enough time. Building a ship equipped with a basic hyperspace engine alone requires half a month, and it would take at least another month to reach its destination. By the time my reinforcements arrive, the Hyacinth will have vanished. But we still have warships. Xi Yan promptly contacted General Ning Ziyuan. Hello? General Ning. Instruct the Right Guardian to unload half of the ammunition and weaponry and fill the holds with food to retrieve the Hyacinth. Xi Yan. Coordinates file Ning Ziyuan, huh? Just like that? Understood. I will execute the order. In a flurry, Xi Yan issued a series of commands and abruptly ended the call. Ning Ziyuan stood at the spaceport, momentarily dazed before realizing that they were embarking to rescue their compatriots stranded in the cosmos. This task seemed straightforward, and he set about making arrangements. Wait a moment. Wasn't the Hyacinth a ship from over a century ago? This revelation added to the growing unease. After dispatching the orders, Xi Yan sat back down. A look of concern etched upon his face as he observed the dwindling food supplies. Under his command, all food production facilities were redirected to mass-produce synthetic green apples. However, even if everyone were to consume green apples, it would still fail to achieve positive growth. Alas, what to do? The Great Marshal is troubled in his office, poring over statistical data. Even if the productivity of the entire empire reaches its zenith, the food output remains stubbornly fixed at a -5 units per month. Previously, the situation was even more dire, with food production plummeting to a staggering -10 units monthly, causing considerable distress to the former marshal. Currently, the hydroponic agricultural technology has yet to be successfully developed, and the food output of the empire relies precariously on a few agricultural zones hastily assembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. Last month, Xi Yan's cleansing campaign systematically eliminated over 100,000 individuals, primarily affluent grain consumers, merely alleviating the food deficit to a limited extent. However, with the population of the empire continuing to swell, the food shortfall will only expand, especially considering the need to maintain free resource distribution under public ownership. Xi Yan has never felt such an urgent need for a colony, even a barren desert planet. Provided it could support even a single agricultural zone, would be worth colonizing. Meanwhile, aboard the research vessel, Martin hesitated before inquiring. Do you know what year it is in the stellar sea calendar? The old captain instinctively glanced at the ship's computer, 2103-2. What is it? The counterpart immediately displayed a wristband, which clearly indicated the date, 2201. Observing the growing horror in Martin and the other crew members' eyes, the old captain and those around him began to exhibit signs of unease. What? You are individuals from a century ago, Martin exclaimed with a hint of incredulity. How have you survived? It's impossible. We have only navigated for a little over 5 years, and we have been here for less than a decade. Someone expressed disbelief. Yet the old captain remained composed, glancing at the time displayed on his wrist device. He nodded slightly. I had my suspicions. Not long before we exited the wormhole, the entire hull of the ship began to age at an alarming rate, as if it had endured a century's worth of wear, leading to numerous malfunctions aboard. It was then that I began to ponder whether this was indeed a consequence of the wormhole. Martin, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless reported the situation to Xi Yan. Xi Yan. There's no loss. As long as we can convince ourselves, it will suffice. As for what truly transpired, we shall wait until they return to examine their health. Indeed, the marshal possessed a profound clarity. Martin reassured himself and quickly donned a warm smile. Very well, let us attribute it to the peculiarities of the wormhole. We shall not dwell on such matters. That makes sense, the old captain chuckled. Let us go with the flow. By the way, how do you intend to accommodate us? Generally, We would remain here as citizens of our interstellar human military government. If the United Human Federation has demands, you will most likely be sent back to them. Martin replied, while internally contemplating, yet the Marshal would undoubtedly seize this opportunity for free labor, unless the Federation offers resources in exchange. If possible, we wish to colonize this planet once more. The old captain turned his gaze towards the planet that the Hyacinth was orbiting, a flicker of resentment passing through his eyes. Yes, there is the prospect of a new colony. This temperate planet possesses the potential for extensive agricultural development. Recently, the Marshal has been preoccupied with the Empire's food production. Upon learning of this news, he would undoubtedly be delighted. Martin and the old captain gazed eagerly at the beautiful green planet beneath their feet. Chapter 40. Canning it. Xi Yan, what did you say? Xi Yan, are you jesting in interstellar fashion? Are you certain of this revelation? Xi Yan, a habitable planet, suspected to be Gaia, with sublight indigenous civilizations and edible life forms? Upon notifying the Marshal, he immediately expressed profound interest in the matter. Xi Yan, have them await my arrival. The fleet is en route. Far away in the ring world, Xi Yan leapt up, vigorously waving his fists in the air. All is well. All is well. This planet is in close proximity to the ring world, making it convenient for him to exert control. Moreover, it is highly probable that this planet is a Gaia-type world with exceptional climate conditions and a habitability rating of 100, suitable for the colonization by any life form. More importantly, the indigenous beings there are edible, a nod to the legendary delectable indigenous species. According to the original colonizers of the Hyacinth, these native beings are not only nutrient-rich, but also incredibly delicious. This resolves our food dilemma. He promptly activated his wrist communicator to send a message to Ning Ziyuan. Old Ning, we have struck gold. Ning Ziyuan, how so? We have discovered an alien indigenous species that is edible. Furthermore, the planet is exceedingly suitable for our colonization. Ning Ziyuan, understood. I will reach out to Prigazin and General Veronica. Communicating with intelligent individuals proves to be a simple task. Xi Yan was in excellent spirits. Upon hearing this, Ning Ziyuan immediately knew what actions to take. He instructed General Prigazin, in charge of the army, to allocate a substantial force, while General Veronica Jian, responsible for the light-speed vessels, was to prepare transport ships for the army's landing on the colonized planet. Simultaneously, 3 frigates swiftly set off to assist the Hyacinth in procuring provisions. The abundant labor force aboard the Hyacinth would be graciously accepted. Xi Yan, I wish to communicate directly with the Hyacinth. Research Vessel 1, acknowledged. Video signal connected. The old captain and those surrounding him appeared instantly on Xi Yan's screen. He adopted a commanding posture, his face adorned with a warm smile. Greetings, fellow compatriots of the Hyacinth. I am Marshal Xi Yan of the Interstellar Human Military Government, and it brings me great joy to see that you are alive. Could this seemingly youthful individual truly be the leader of this interstellar empire? The people gazed at Xi Yan with curiosity, momentarily forgetting to return the greeting until the old captain regained his composure, smiling as he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Marshal. We are grateful for your willingness to extend a helping hand. On behalf of all the crew of the Hyacinth, I express our most sincere respect to you. The old captain's gaze was intense as he regarded the young man on the screen, clad in a striking uniform of platinum and white. With a straight posture and broad shoulders, he exuded remarkable charisma. Indeed, a young marshal. However, a shadow of darkness lingered in his demeanor, and his eyes bore an air of disdain toward all things, making him appear less than benevolent. Yet, it mattered not. The one who had saved them was indeed a good person. There was no need for excessive formalities. The marshal's voice was crisp and steady, concealing a certain ruthlessness in his expression. With a gentle smile, he proclaimed, I hereby announce that you are temporarily recognized as citizens of the Interstellar Human Military Government. Furthermore, I appoint you as the colonizers of Amatera 2. In 2 months, my fleet will arrive, and you shall be responsible for collaborating with us to reclaim the colonies. Striving to control a significant area, Xi Yan joyfully declared this announcement. After a moment of stunned silence, the inhabitants of the Hyacinth broke into a jubilant uproar. Counterattack! Counterattack! Long live the Marshal! Hooray! The sheer exhilaration was palpable as they recalled the humiliation of being driven away by the indigenous people. At last, they had the opportunity to retaliate. This was a dream of colonization cherished by the 110,000 residents of the Hyacinth. Marshal, we are on board, exclaimed the old captain, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his murky eyes. On behalf of all crew members, I extend our gratitude to the Marshal. We, the 110,000 brave souls aboard the Hyacinth, shall not disappoint your expectations. Excellent, the Marshal continued. Upon securing control of the planet, you will enjoy rights equal to those of our citizens. By the way, our empire practices communal ownership. Food, housing, consumer goods, and employment are all provided at no cost. As these words left his lips, the entire Hyacinth erupted in cheers. What had they just heard? Equal distribution. For this group of wanderers in the cosmos, such a life seemed akin to paradise. Moreover, Xi Yan proclaimed loudly, stirring the atmosphere further, your labor can earn you labor points, which can be exchanged for a higher standard of living. Labor is the noblest of pursuits, for it is through labor that all wealth is created. The entire crew of the Hyacinth cheered in unison at Xi Yan's words. Long live the Marshal! After a brief pause, Xi Yan continued to proclaim, our esteemed scientists, you too have played a vital role. You and your families residing in the ring world shall receive special privileges. This declaration sent waves of excitement among the crew of the research vessel No. 1. Who dares to call him inexperienced? He is undoubtedly the greatest marshal of the empire. A little seasoning enhances the flavor. No need for excessive salt. Within the ring world, Xi Yan ended the communication, reveling in his thoughts. According to the tradition of the stars, a holographic theater should be established on each colonial planet, ensuring comfort and stability. Yet in the realm of reality, I need not construct anything. Merely maintaining the equitable distribution of public resources will suffice to guarantee comfort. One must embrace the spirit of perseverance. Mature citizens of the empire should learn to consider the greater good, rather than indulging solely in personal enjoyment while neglecting the empire's advancement. The benevolent Xi Yan perceived this with remarkable clarity. Upon reflection, I am indeed a genius. At times, ideology and mindset can resolve significant issues. Xi Yan opened his memo and inscribed the Artificial Moral Standards Technology and the Ideological Construction Bill. Seizing the fervor of the Hyacinth's crew, he urged them to intensify their efforts. It is imperative to expedite the establishment of the colonies on Amaterasu II, subsequently relocating the food production base there. By transforming this alien species into canned provisions, shall we not significantly enhance our food production? Xi Yan contemplated this with a morally questionable delight. Aside from the mechanical and rock races, all other extraterrestrial species are presumably edible, while converting them into canned goods might attract attention. Discreetly decomposing them into biomass and transforming them into green apples would likely go unnoticed. With a fleeting fancy, Xi Yan redirected his focus to the communication before him, offering a casual word of encouragement to his scientists before severing the connection. Moreover, the Hyacinth is ostensibly a colonial vessel of the Human Alliance, and it would be prudent for him to discuss this matter with its leaders. For various reasons, Xi Yan maintained a cordial disposition towards the Human Alliance. The Interstellar Human Military Government naturally possesses communication channels with other nations, such as the Earth Alliance and the Human Alliance, although these are not frequently utilized. Xi Yan promptly enlisted Beta's assistance in locating the communication channel with the Human Alliance, which he then redirected to his computer. Beta exhibited remarkable efficiency, providing him with a superluminal communication address in under a minute and automatically connecting him to the signal amplification equipment at the stellar base. Preparing for real-time communication across interstellar distances, his computer was now directly linked to the starport with the signal emanating from its devices, capable of traversing countless light years to connect with the Human Alliance's communication equipment. The highest-ranking leader of the Human Alliance is designated as the Grand Marshal. According to the information at hand, if there have been no changes, the current Grand Marshal of the Human Alliance should be named by Feng Feng. The later Marshal Sydney is likely still a minor figure, as Xi Yan had yet to hear any news regarding him. Chapter 41. The Human Federation, Tianjin Quadrant. Star Fortress, Anchorage, Glory Infinite Class Destroyer. As an interstellar empire that began its expansion over 50 years ago, the Human Federation may not be considered an ancient powerhouse among stellar nations, yet it stands significantly stronger than the military governments of the Earth Alliance and the Xi Yan. The Human Federation, characterized by its extreme militaristic ideology, has established the Grand Marshal's office not on the United Star, but aboard the flagship, the Endless Glory. This formidable destroyer is of such magnitude that it rivals the size of 3 galaxy thrones. The technological advancements of the Human Federation have reached elevated heights, enabling the construction of destroyers beyond the capabilities of mere frigates, while stellar bases have evolved from starports to star fortresses, now boasting additional construction slots. The Grand Marshal's office is situated above the bridge, offering an expansive vista. However, it is also the first place to endure the brunt of an attack should combat arise. The Marshal and the fleet embody the very essence of the human Federation. Their fates are intertwined, a philosophy that underscores the Federation's existence. In stark contrast to the Xi Yan, which languishes within the confines of a ring world, relying on projections to traverse the cosmos, the Human Federation exudes a robust martial spirit. Presently, the Grand Marshal Bai Fengfeng, a middle-aged man bearing the visage of the Chinese nation, leads. Beneath his blue uniform lies a physique of solid muscle, his brow etched with an air of grim determination. His square jaw and unsmiling demeanor epitomize the quintessential military figure. Blue and white stars, along with distant nebulae, hang suspended in the abyss of space, yet Bai Fengfeng remains unfazed, diligently attending to his duties with far greater resolve than a certain marshal prone to idleness. The fleet comprises 20 destroyers and 50 frigates, a number that significantly exceeds the limits of our nation's capacity, with the mere maintenance of these vessels consuming a substantial portion of our energy currency output. Bai Fengfeng inscribed upon the paper, asserting that continual expansion was imperative to compensate for the scarcity of energy credits. However, numerous interstellar empires of alien races had already emerged around him, and the number of unclaimed star systems was dwindling. Once the galaxies had been thoroughly partitioned, the only means to acquire new territories would be through warfare. Bai Fengfeng buried his head in the documents, momentarily beset by sorrow. He pondered the fate of the Interstellar Human Military Government, which seemed to be engrossed in development far away, having not made contact for several years. Naturally, he harbored goodwill towards this nascent human empire, which had evolved from the Earth's United Nations, especially as he counted the former Marshal Xi Yan among his friends. Yet, he was taken aback when he received news a month prior of Xi Yan's untimely demise due to the resurgence of an old injury, leaving Bai Fengfeng in deep reflection. Nevertheless, he had also learned that Marshal Xi Yan's son, Xi Yan, had succeeded him as the new marshal. It was quite a thought to place the leadership of a nation in the hands of a mere 20-year-old. Bai Fengfeng could easily envision the ensuing power struggles among the generals under Xi Yan. However, Xi Yan had no other heirs to inherit the mantle of leadership. According to Bai Fengfeng's investigations, Xi Yan had 2 daughters who had vanished from the records after his defection from the Earth Alliance. Alas, when he next corresponded with the Interstellar Human Military Government, he resolved to offer some assistance, considering it was the offspring of a friend. With a sigh, Bai Fengfeng prepared to resume his work, just as a message from his subordinate arrived. They received a communication request from the Interstellar Human Military Government, wherein the Marshal of their empire expressed a desire for a private conversation with the Grand Marshal. A private discussion with Xi Yan? Certainly. I too wish to engage with this young Marshal. Bai Fengfeng was intrigued. Please redirect the communication signal. The holographic screen materialized in the air, and a message promptly appeared. Xi Yan, greetings, esteemed Bai Fengfeng. I'm the current Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, Xi Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xi Yan, I have some exhilarating news to share with you. Observing the lively text that exuded the spirited personality of the youth, a hint of a smile appeared on Bai Fengfeng's otherwise solemn face. Such a vibrant young man, reminiscent of his own child. Out of respect for the younger generation, he decided to indulge in a longer conversation. Alas, it is not easy for the youth, at such a tender age, serving as the head of state. Surrounded by formidable generals who are hard to control, one could hardly guarantee their safety should any crisis arise. Bai Fengfeng, it is an honor, Marshal Xi Yan. I am delighted to meet you. Bai Fengfeng. So what is it that you wish to convey? With a spirit of benevolence towards his junior, Bai Fengfeng typed his response. Xi Yan, I have located the hyacinth. Bang. Bai Fengfeng instantly toppled his chair, rising in disbelief as he gazed at the screen. What? The hyacinth? Is it the one I am thinking of? The Grand Marshal's assistant, hearing the commotion, inquired from outside. Is everything all right? I am fine. Bai Fengfeng took a deep breath and seated himself once more. Upon receiving such startling news, he found himself momentarily bewildered. The hyacinth, for the United Human Federation, holds profound significance. Initially, the Chiuju and Hyacinth vessels diverged from the main fleet, poised to establish a new nation together. The Hyacinth, originally scheduled to arrive in 3 years, became lost midway, transforming into a poignant memory for the Federation. For half a century, The Federation has never relinquished its search for the hyacinth. To his astonishment, it has now been discovered by the Interstellar Human Military Government, by Feng mused. According to the communication system's calculations regarding signal delays, the distance between the Interstellar Human Military Government's Cyber-Alex Alpha system and the Federation's Tianjin 4 system spans an unfathomable number of light years. How did the hyacinth end up there? Nevertheless, pondering this now serves no purpose. Bai Feng recalled the courageous colonizers of yore and couldn't help but sigh in regret. Alas, after all these years, it is likely that no living beings remain aboard the hyacinth. Xi Yan. Currently, there are 514 survivors on the ship, all of whom are the ancestors from that era. Bai Feng alive. Bai Feng, how can this be? Where are they? Xi Yan suddenly falls ill. If you desire it, then come and take it yourself. Xi Yan, you know the rules. Bai Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Feng rose and began to pace around the table. Over a century has passed, and yet so many aboard the hyacinth are still alive? Could it be that each one has awakened their latent abilities? Xi Yan, they entered a time-distorted wormhole, for them. It seemed as though only a few years had passed. The concept of wormholes renders everything comprehensible. Whenever an inexplicable event occurs, one need only attribute it to a wormhole. Xi Yan, shall I construct a colonial vessel to transport them here? Bai Feng. If memory serves, after the Interstellar Human Military Government rebelled against Earth, they too lost their way, failing to navigate the hyperspace routes. It took considerable effort before they discovered a new star system, which could be deemed fortunate, lest they remain eternally adrift in the cosmos. This implies that there exists no star chart documenting the hyperspace routes between them. Bai Feng, do you possess a star chart from your home planet to the United Nations of Humanity? Xi Yan, you have me for that. I shall send you the coordinates of the Cyber-Alex Alpha system. See if there exists a route to this location. Xi Yan, coordinates file. Bai Feng rubbed his forehead. Indeed, the youth of today? Bai Feng. No, sending it would be time-consuming and laborious. It is best to keep these individuals here and treat them well. We merely require some relevant artifacts. Bai Feng. Furthermore, returning to a personal matter, how have you been faring over there? Your father once entrusted me with your well-being. In the presence of an old friend's only child, Bai Feng's tone instinctively became affectionate. He had initially met Xi Yan online, and they had grown to be close friends. Both discontent with the internal corruption and pro-foreign sentiments in the Earth Federation at that time. He had diligently ascended to the rank of Marshal in the United Nations of Humanity, while Xi Yan had boldly led an exodus of troops and populace from the Earth Federation to establish a new nation. Frankly, he himself lacked the audacity that Xi Yan possessed. Regrettably, my old friend has passed away, leaving him to concern himself solely with Xi Yan, the son of Xi Lai. In Bai Feng's eyes, facing the affairs of an entire nation while also having to subdue the once arrogant generals under Xi Lai must indeed be a daunting task for this young boy. Xi Yan, do you know my father? Bai Feng. Indeed, I was a close friend of Marshal Xi Lai. In terms of seniority, you may even call me uncle. Xi Yan, hello, Uncle Bai. Xi Yan, cat reaching out expression. Bai Feng couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. How endearing, like his own child. Alas, he remains unaware of the great deeds Xi Yan has accomplished. Otherwise, he would certainly refrain from such sentiments. Chapter 42. Old Deng. Explosive techniques far away in the ring world. Xi Yan realized that this unfamiliar figure, Marshal Xi Yan, was far more amiable than he had anticipated. Furthermore, his deceased father, whom he had never met, had a history with him. This bodes well. After all, the distance between them is unknown. Let me showcase my skills. Pulling off a grand scheme to procure some valuable items. Xi Yan blinked, forcing himself to adopt a sorrowful demeanor. Xi Yan, Uncle Bai, in truth, these past years have been quite challenging for me. Bai Feng's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Alas, this child is truly unfortunate, having lost his only father. He must shoulder the fate of an entire nation at such a tender age, and now he is compelled to lower himself to seek solace from him. Bai Feng, do not worry, child. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to turn to your Uncle Bai. I shall do my utmost to help you. Xi Yan immediately displayed a knowing expression, typing out his response. Xi Yan, we are in dire need of food, minerals, and consumer goods. We lack everything. Xi Yan, Uncle Bai, do you have fusion reactor technology and hydroponic agricultural techniques? I will do my utmost to gather some energy credits to purchase them. We urgently require technology. Fusion reactors and hydroponics? For the Human Alliance, these are rather rudimentary technologies. It appears that Xi Yan is indeed enduring great hardships. While Bai Fengfeng reflects on this with a sense of sympathy, he also feels a tinge of joy. By providing assistance now, they may become a significant asset to the Human Alliance in the future. The Human Alliance leads humanity in the grand cosmic arena against extraterrestrial species. Yet due to a prevailing xenophobic sentiment, the international support they can garner is exceedingly limited. If they can bolster the Interstellar Human Military Government, it would ensure some protection in the galaxy. Although Bai Fengfeng is willing to assist an old friend's child, he must also consider the implications of such support. Fusion reactors and hydroponics? Merely basic technologies. They even possess cold fusion reactors and are researching antimatter reactors. These two low-end technologies can be freely given. Bai Fengfeng, you need not pay. These are simply ordinary technologies, and I shall gift them to you. Xi Yan leaped from his seat, overjoyed. Thank you for the technology. Brother Fu, Bai Fengfeng. However, you must promise me one thing. Bai Fengfeng, ensure the purity of our human nation. Do not emulate the Earth Alliance by allowing aliens into the government's upper echelons. The Human Alliance inherently harbors a tendency towards xenophobia, and Bai Fengfeng expresses this concern to prevent Xi Yan's government from being overrun by extraterrestrials, which could ultimately lead to the isolation of the Human Alliance. The most effective approach is to seize this opportunity to transform the Interstellar Human Military Government into an exclusionary state akin to the Human Alliance. Propagating one's own ideology can indeed serve as a pretext for war. Bai Fengfeng is acutely aware that his demands are rather excessive, yet he feels compelled to propose such a request when contemplating the long-term future. Bai Fengfeng, I understand that this may seem a bit extreme, but if you are willing to adopt an exclusionary ideology, I can offer additional aid, including the standardized escort ship template, geothermal hydraulic fracturing, and powered exoskeleton technology. Xi Yan instinctively hunched his shoulders, adopting a posture of reluctance. What did he just say? To maintain my country's exclusionary stance? Does he not realize my slight aversion to racial purity? Oh, he truly is oblivious. Well, since the technology is being offered so readily, I shall graciously accept. Thank you for the generous technological reward, esteemed Human Alliance. Xi Yan responded with a beaming smile. On the other side, Bai Fengfeng pondered deeply in his seat, still somewhat apprehensive that Xi Yan might refuse. After all, compelling a nation to adhere to a particular ideology is no trivial task. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Human Alliance's future, Bai Fengfeng remained resolute in his course of action. Xi Yan, in that case, there could be some complications. Xi Yan, the issue is that we lack sufficient resources to promote an exclusionary ideology. As he typed, Xi Yan wore an insidious, mischievous grin. My apologies, old ding. Time to unleash some gold coins. Upon hearing Xi Yan relent, Bai Fengfeng finally felt a sense of relief. After all, it's merely energy coins. Although our Human Alliance is also in need, we possess technology that is more advanced than Xi Yan's. After finalizing their collaboration, Bai Fengfeng swiftly packaged the 6 technologies into a document and sent it over. Thank you, Uncle Bai. I shall take this technology to the Academy of Sciences. Xi Yan remarked. Very well. Should you encounter any further issues, feel free to reach out to me, Bai Fengfeng replied. May I inquire? Did those generals under the old marshal cause you any trouble? Bai Fengfeng pondered. If Xi Yan faced obstruction from those generals, he would not hesitate to intervene directly in the internal affairs of the Interstellar Human Military Government. In fact, if necessary, he would consider transforming this nation into a vassal state of the Human Alliance. Despite his goodwill toward Xi Yan, the distinction between personal feelings and national interests must be maintained. Rest assured, I have dealt decisively with the troublemakers. Now, in this nation, my word is law, Xi Yan confidently asserted. Communication terminated. Bai Fengfeng stood in place, momentarily taken aback. A smile gradually spread across his lips. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent and youthful child, deep down, shared the same decisive nature as his father. It could be inferred that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Interstellar Human Military Government would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable nation. In due time, the Human Alliance would also gain an ally amidst the cosmic expanse. Bai Fengfeng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he resumed attending to his affairs. Communication re-established. By the way, Uncle Bai, I presume the Human Alliance also faces energy challenges? Xi Yan suggested paying closer attention to the cosmos, for one might stumble upon a forsaken Dyson sphere. Suddenly, he sent an enigmatic message before hurriedly disconnecting. Bai Feng gazed upward, puzzled. A Dyson sphere? He was familiar with the concept, an immense theoretical structure enveloping a star, converting its emitted energy into vast quantities of energy credits. Could it be that a civilization once constructed such edifices? His thoughts turned to the formidable fallen empires, whose civilizations had once flourished. Perhaps remnants of Dyson spheres lay hidden in distant realms. Yet, how did Xi Yan come to know of this? Bai Feng found himself in a quandary. Meanwhile, light years away on the Cyblex ring world, Xi Yan's heart raced with excitement as he trembled while downloading the technical data sent by Bai Feng. Yes, incredible. I am an unparalleled genius. 6 technologies, what a delight. Moments later, the Marshal's ecstatic roar reverberated throughout the administrative building. Secretary Elvira and her cadre of aides exchanged bewildered glances toward the upper floors. What whimsy had the Marshal succumbed to this time? With a silly grin, Xi Yan eagerly perused the 6 technological advancements. The fusion reactor technology promised greater stability and energy output than the existing fission reactor, suitable not only for installation on warships, but also for generating additional energy credits. The hydroponic agriculture technology realized the true potential of soil-less cultivation. In the current realm of RimWorld, there is no longer a necessity to establish agricultural zones or painstakingly search for arable soil. One can directly set up soilless hydroponic farms, with each farm capable of yielding no less than 20 units of food. Coupled with the impending colonization of Amartiro II, there is no need to fret over food consumption for the forthcoming centuries. With the standardized frigate template, the establishment of a standardized model significantly enhances the efficiency of producing faster-than-light frigates while reducing consumption, rendering it a particularly practical technology in the early stages. The geothermal hydraulic fracturing technology markedly boosts the mining efficiency of planetary mineral extraction stations. According to the game's content, it can directly augment the mineral output of miners by 20 and increase the mineral yield from planetary extraction stations by 10, thus addressing the concerns regarding mineral resources. The power exoskeleton technology, previously mentioned, while only providing a mere 5 increase in army damage and a 5 boost in the mineral output for maintenance positions, unlocks a crucial technology, robotic labor. With robots entering the workforce to engage in production, there is little doubt that the nation's resource output will soar. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity. It is exhilarating to seek technology from advanced civilizations. Due to coding limitations, technology within the game must be researched independently, but in reality, Xi Yan can directly approach his own people to request assistance from the elder brother. Purely interstellar negotiations. Xi Yan could not contain his silly grin and promptly contacted the Academy of Sciences. Old Ma, I bring you good tidings. Chapter 43. Miscellaneous matters. When Xi Yan presented the complete set of descriptions and blueprints for these 6 technologies to the members of the Academy of Sciences, Ma Dun was nearly rendered speechless in astonishment. Where, one might wonder, did the Marshal acquire such extraordinary technologies? As the assembly gazed in astonishment at the plethora of technical documents and blueprints displayed on the holographic screen, silence enveloped the room. It is a manifestation of my transformation into an idealist, a fervent belief in divine entities from whom I sought this technology within the ethereal realms. Xi Yan proclaimed with unbridled pride. Give me a little more time, and I shall bring forth both the dark matter dimensional reactor and the spiritual energy transition engine. Thus, it was revealed, the Marshal's prowess was undeniable. A group of scientists exchanged skeptical glances, their disbelief palpable. They speculated the origins of this technology might stem from some advanced civilization, perhaps even from the United Human Front. After all, it was not particularly groundbreaking technology. Contemporary theoretical science had reached remarkable heights, yet the challenge lay in translating theory into practice. While it was widely acknowledged that dark matter could be harnessed for reactors, mastery of such technology remained elusive, confined to the realm of the fallen old legends. In any case, Xi Yan asserted, the technologies I have procured must be implemented without delay. The entire empire will collaborate with your efforts. First and foremost, we must enhance our resource output. He continued, engineering team, do not rush to develop the lightning strike ship. Prioritize the research of the destroyer instead. Why? Inquired the head of the engineering department, perplexed. It is difficult to articulate. But the lightning strike ship holds little utility for us at this stage. Let us focus on the destroyer first, Xi Yan replied with a stern demeanor. When the time comes, I can directly request the supporting technologies for the lightning strike ship from the United Human Front. A collective realization dawned upon the scientists. They understood that these conventional technologies could indeed be sought from the United Human Front. Their current focus should be on advancing to more sophisticated innovations. In the Department of Physics, research focuses on the technological advancement of red lasers. The next iteration of this technology should be blue lasers, and thus, your endeavors should align with this direction. Furthermore, in the Department of Sociology, now that we have received news concerning the new colonies, it is prudent to temporarily set aside agricultural pursuits and instead delve into the study of extraterrestrial linguistics. Xi Yan swiftly issued his directives. We shall encounter an increasing number of extraterrestrial beings, and it is imperative that we swiftly master a technique for the rapid decryption of their languages. That is all I have to say now. Let us return to our labors. Xi Yan arrived in a whirlwind, assigning a plethora of tasks before departing just as briskly. The marshal was indeed a man who came and went like the wind. Xi Yan consistently emphasized the importance of efficiency, galvanizing the personnel of the entire imperial apparatus to pursue greater productivity, a development he wholeheartedly welcomed. To consume less time while accomplishing more. That is the essence of efficiency. In the ensuing days, Xi Yan remained diligently ensconced in his office, managing state affairs. In truth, his responsibilities revolved around making decisions. The powerful secretariat, under his direct supervision, had already completed much of the cumbersome groundwork, leaving the implementation of the marshal's decisions to the broader imperial institution. As for Beta, his role was to tirelessly assist in the research of new technologies, while concurrently serving Xi Yan. Thus, Xi Yan's work was not arduous. It resembled his previous life playing Stellaris, merely observing pop-ups and selecting options. Now, he meticulously reviewed the reports submitted by his subordinates before issuing directives. It was indeed captivating, akin to a real-life simulation of a paradox interactive game. One of the distinctive characteristics of games developed by P Company is their ability to consume time, allowing players to become so engrossed that they lose track of the hours, often playing for 7 or 8 consecutive hours in a single session. Occupying a high position and lacking discipline, Xi Yan soon found himself immersed in this endeavor, tirelessly sifting through various documents and dedicating extensive periods to contemplate and articulate numerous decisions. Naturally, Beta would allocate some computational resources to assist him, ensuring that Xi Yan did not inadvertently create any foolishness. This nascent empire was akin to malleable clay, easily molded and shaped into the form that Xi Yan envisioned. Most citizens of the empire, as long as their basic needs were met and they possessed the means to support their families and enjoy leisure, were indifferent to Xi Yan's pursuits. The marshal had expelled the capitalists, compelling them to fend for themselves while generously distributing resources and social services. What ulterior motives could the marshal possibly harbor? Amidst such a fulfilling routine, Xi Yan labored tirelessly for over 10 days, a work ethic that astonished everyone within the government building. Each morning, the officials would arrive to witness Xi Yan's clock-in record at 4 in the morning, followed by accounts of the marshal working late into the night, leaving them utterly astounded. What remarkable diligence! With the emperor so dedicated to governance, how could we, the ministers, not strive to match his efforts? Unintentionally inspired by Xi Yan, the entire bureaucratic apparatus began to work with renewed vigor. This phenomenon naturally reached Xi Yan's ears. The marshal furrowed his brow, conceiving a brilliant idea. On the following day, news regarding the marshal's grueling 20-hour workdays inundated the entire colony. The majority of ordinary imperial citizens were deeply moved by Xi Yan's dedication, followed by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have such a commendable marshal who only rested 4 hours daily for the sake of the populace. In a burst of inspiration, Xi Yan decided to initiate a live broadcast, allowing the entire nation to witness his tireless efforts. Thus, the residents of the Circle World beheld a remarkable scene. Every day at 4 o'clock, Xi Yan would promptly arrive at his office, where he would remain seated at his computer throughout the day, surrounded by holographic screens displaying various documents. With a serious demeanor, the marshal diligently typed away at the keyboard, only leaving his seat for restroom breaks. His meals consisted solely of the simplest green apples, consumed within a minute before returning to work until 1 in the morning, resting for merely 3 hours before resuming his duties. Such relentless dedication left the citizens profoundly touched. Moreover, as they experienced tangible improvements in their lives, Xi Yan's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Although his initially brutal methods had provoked considerable discontent, human memory is fleeting. After enduring a fortnight of tranquil and harmonious days, the populace largely forgot those grievances. After all, the deceased were not among them, and their current lives were far more comfortable than during the times of exploitation. Why cling to the past? This sentiment resonated with most residents of the Circle world, as Xi Yan's cleansing plan had not directly impacted the majority of ordinary individuals, whose related personnel were all engaged in the power generation sector. Xi Yan found himself quite content with the bustling pace of contemporary life. In the hazy recesses of his memory, he recalled similar days during his university years. When the holidays arrived, he would sit before his computer, immersed in games, often losing track of time for an entire day. His current existence mirrored that sentiment. He would spend countless hours engrossed in Paradox interactive games, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. As people began to work diligently, embracing a life of stability and a promising future, the intrinsic industrious nature of humanity was naturally awakened. Each day, witnessing the steady rise of resource production brought a radiant smile to Xi Yan's face. The scarcer the resources, the harder the effort, the greater the effort. The more abundant the output, the wealthier the empire. The wealthier the empire, the more construction occurred, the more construction took place. The larger the population grew, and as the population expanded, so did the labor. With increased labor came heightened resources, creating a cyclical relationship. The less resources there were, the more they flourished. After a period of vigorous development, the various positions adversely affected during the cleanup operation had absorbed fresh graduates and resumed their functions, reinstating social services for the populace, entirely funded by the imperial treasury. Through diligent labor, the resources produced belonged wholly to the empire. In fulfilling their quotas, any surplus labor was compensated with a currency known as labor points, which the populace could use to acquire enhanced living conditions, fostering a beneficial cycle. The entire empire thrived and prospered. However, on a day at the end of February, Beta informed him that it was time to attend the funeral of the former marshal. Chapter 44, A Brief Funeral. The funeral of the former marshal? Xi Yan lifted his gaze from a multitude of electronic documents and reports, deactivating the holographic screen, and stared blankly at the virtual image of Beta on his computer. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that the former marshal, Xi Yan, was, in a sense, his surrogate father in this lifetime. He bore no memory of him, having thought he had long been laid to rest. However, why had this revelation come so late? And why was there no prior notification? Furrowing his brow, Xi Yan inquired. Beta, having anticipated this situation, elucidated. The former marshal was the cornerstone of the entire empire. His sudden demise left the empire in disarray. To maintain political stability, several generals opted to delay matters. Subsequently, they either became preoccupied with power struggles or prepared for your ascension, which is why it has come to this day. Moreover, to ensure your emotional steadiness, all funeral proceedings were conducted in secrecy, with the involvement of several generals. Now, as the time approaches, you merely need to make an appearance. It should not impose a significant burden on your psyche. I see. Xi Yan's expression was somewhat dazed, yet he managed to muster a smile. It's nothing. I am quite resilient. His memories only began from the day he traversed into this world, and he retained no recollections of his long-lost father. You have acted correctly. I bear no grievances against you. Rising to his feet, he switched off the computer. Shall we proceed? Do I need to change clothes? Before his passing, the former marshal stated that you need not don mourning attire. Instead, you should wear your marshal's uniform, as he left you some possessions. Very well. Despite his confusion, Xi Yan chose to acquiesce. The esteemed marshal was graced by the entrance of the young Secretary of State, Elvira, who donned a dignified black gown. She approached gracefully, instinctively rising onto her toes to adjust the marshal's uniform with her delicate, pale pink hands. Through her cerulean eyes, the marshal discerned the unmasked sorrow concealed within the young assistant. Equipping himself with a smart wristband, the marshal circumvented the desk and made his way toward the office exit. Upon opening the door, Elvira stepped ahead to lead the way. After descending the elevator, the long-absent Captain Yu Shaw joined the marshal, and together with the entire personal guard, they boarded the spacecraft, setting course for the stellar base. The ion thrusters emitted a radiant blue glow, propelling the vessel with remarkable force, swiftly guiding it beyond the simulated atmosphere of the ring world. Notably, the marshal's private aircraft was the first to be fitted with a fusion reactor, which significantly enhanced its speed due to the more potent energy output, allowing it to reach the Cybelex starport in mere minutes. Generals Ning Ziyuan, Veronica, and Prigozhin awaited in their flight suits at the starport. They were all present. The marshal calmly nodded in acknowledgement. I apologize for not informing you sooner. We had arranged everything privately to avoid affecting your mood, Veronica respectfully stated. The marshal kindly patted her shoulder. Your consideration is appreciated. I am quite resilient. In the future, do not hesitate to discuss matters directly with me. Understood. The remarkable female general stood at attention. What shall I do now? The marshal inquired, turning to Beta. Beta replied, most of the ceremony has been arranged by the Secretary of State. You may consult her for further details. However, Avril shook her head, stating that there was nothing to be done, merely to observe. The former marshal had insisted on simplicity. Only we are to attend this funeral. Follow me. Though the young assistant appeared diminutive, she was a seasoned administrative officer, meticulously organizing various matters with the vigor characteristic of youth. Perhaps this was why Marshal Xi Yan entrusted her to Xi Yan. The late marshal had personally promoted her, and now that he had passed, it was evident that Avril felt profound sorrow. Avril, with her petite legs, led the way, followed by the marshal, 3 generals, and the captain of the Royal Guard. A small spacecraft equipped with a hyperspace engine quietly rested at the airfield, facing the direction of the star. Under the arrangements of the group, the area was already devoid of others, with only the Galaxy Throne and the Guardian's shadow lingering in the distance, their exterior lights flickering. Xi Yan stood beside the small spacecraft, silently gazing through the transparent porthole at the deep brown wooden casket within, which contained his most beloved person in this life. A priest approached gently, and Xi Yan cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze to the silent ship and the equally silent casket. The priest, with a sorrowful expression, held a traditional Bible and cross, stepping forward to softly recite prayers outside the porthole. The group stood solemnly, awaiting the completion of the priest's rites, while Avril had already bowed her head, quietly weeping. Even the 3 generals could not suppress their somber expressions, and Xi Yan's mood inevitably darkened. Had it not been for the former marshal's restoration of this ring world, his talents would likely have found no avenue for expression. Regardless, Marshal Xi Yan remains the cornerstone of the empire, deserving of the utmost reverence. Seemingly reluctant to disturb the slumbering former marshal, the priest quietly withdrew, while Alawire wiped away her tears and stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her gown and solemnly commenced her address. Today, we gather in heavy mourning for the founding marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, the esteemed pioneer, Lord Xi Yan. 20 years ago, he led our forebears away from the decaying United Nations of Earth, commanding a vast fleet across the starry seas in search of new colonies. He discovered our ring world and personally established the colonies upon which our survival depends. Marshal Xi Yan was a polymathic military strategist, having simultaneously commanded over 100 warships in a decisive victory against the Earth Alliance fleet. He was also a resolute pragmatist. Since our arrival on the ring world, he tirelessly worked to develop our habitat, fervently advancing the establishment and growth of the empire. Undoubtedly, Marshal Xi Yan is the vanguard of our civilization. His contributions will be etched in the annals of history, enduring alongside the glory of the empire. Great Marshal Xi Yan, may your soul find peace in the heavens. Your deeds are renowned, and your brilliance shall illuminate our civilization as it traverses the starry expanse. Alawire's speech was simple, yet imbued with deep emotion, tears gradually streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Xi Yan stood coldly in place, hands clasped behind his back, silent, his gaze flickering. The funeral was understated, meticulously arranged by Avril. After delivering a brief eulogy, she activated the wristband, bringing forth the remote control interface of the spaceship, transferring command to Xi Yan. He maintained the holographic display, gazing at the vessel before him, nodding gently, devoid of words. Pressing a button on the holographic screen, the ion thrusters at the rear of the spaceship ignited, gradually escalating thrust, propelling the craft forward. Subsequently, the spaceship glided out of the spaceport, accelerating further. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xi Yan silently watched as the spaceship dwindled into a mere black, hurtling towards the golden star, consumed by its brilliance. Thus concluded a simple space funeral, devoid of grandiosity or elaborate rituals, attended solely by those closest to the former marshal in life. Let us return to the ship. There is a recording left by the old marshal, Avril said, her voice trembling. The ceremony was brief, and Xi Yan appeared lost in the atmosphere, remaining silent as he turned to walk back to the spaceship. The Marshal left behind a recording? Ning Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. It was entrusted to me alone. He wished for us to listen together in the end, Avril replied, summoning her strength. Let us head back. Very well, Veronica said. Sorrow etched on her face as she turned away. A profound silence enveloped the spaceship as the group gathered around Avril. The young Secretary of State activated the wristband, passing through extensive authentication to unlock a concealed file, then proceeded to play it. A robust, yet faintly weakened voice emerged from the recording. My dear son, my generals, and my most loyal little Secretary of State, Ayla Wei, how are you all? This is the voice of the former Marshal. Ayla Wei, unable to conceal her sorrow, quietly began to weep. Xi Yan listened with an impassive expression, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Chapter 45. Are you still putting on this show after death? Years ago, I suffered grievous injuries that incessantly tormented me. Most of the time, I managed to endure, but this time, I fear it may be insurmountable. Thus, seizing the last vestiges of strength, I inexplicably recorded this audio message. First and foremost, Ayla Wei Yan. The little Secretary of State, still weeping softly, looked up in confusion, her face marked with glistening tear trails, which General Veronica gently wiped away. Xi Yan, still young, requires support from those behind him. And you, Ayla Wei, you are youthful and capable, able to stand by Xi Yan's side, which is why I have chosen you. Ayla Wei flushed slightly, yet the voice of the old Marshal continued. To my 5 regent generals, you are all comrades who have fought alongside me through thick and thin. I hope you will assist Xi Yan in making our nation flourish. Xiaoi Gu and Grasimov, I suspect you two will never settle down, but I am too old to restrain you. Still, I hope you will lend your guidance to him. Everyone present turned their gaze toward Xi Yan. They had already been ruthlessly dismantled by the current Marshal. What more can I say? Xi Yan felt a tinge of displeasure. Indeed, age had taken its toll. Where had the decisive ruthlessness of your youth vanished? It seems I must once again step forth to resolve matters personally. As for Ning Ziyuan and Prigozhin, you both epitomize the moderates, a fact I perceive with clarity. However, I hope you will make the judicious choice. Ning Ziyuan and Prigozhin could not help but smile wryly. The correct choice had already been thrust upon them. General Veronica, you and your sister have shown steadfast loyalty, and I am truly grateful to have subordinates and allies such as yourselves. Xi Yan, treat them with the respect they deserve. And to you, Mr. Yushua, my captain of the guard, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your years of dedication. A touch of emotion broke through the haughty facade of General Veronica, eliciting a smile. While in the far corner, Yushua could not suppress a hint of amusement. As for my son, Xi Yan. Xi Yan instinctively straightened, listening intently. I have not been a worthy father. I have seldom shown concern for you. As the leader of this nation, I must bear the responsibility for all its citizens. Thus, I ask for your forgiveness, for this elderly man who has been consumed by the burdens of his country. Xi Yan nodded silently. Xi Lai's voice continued. If I am not mistaken, you are now a marshal. Hence I implore you to promise me that you will cherish every citizen of the empire and lead this nation toward greatness. After a brief pause, Xi Lai's voice began to fade. Additionally, there is one more matter. You are not alone. Xi Yan, you have family. Xi Yan appeared to recall something, standing up in shock. It is best not to speak of the past. My first wife and I were together, and we welcomed your 2 elder sisters into the world, all while residing in the Earth Alliance. Eventually, I divorced her, yet my concerns for my 2 daughters have lingered. If given the opportunity, I would bring them back. The voice gradually faded, ultimately succumbing to silence as the audio concluded. Damn it. Xi Yan leaned back, pressing his forehead with his hand. Even in death, the old man could not refrain from leaving behind a plethora of burdens. He bequeathed a precarious position of marshal, along with a nation beset by deficiencies. And now there unfolds a familial drama. 2 biological sisters, still in the Earth Alliance? Ah, the Alavir sisters, along with the generals and the captain of the guard, all found themselves leaning back in disbelief. What can I say? This was supposed to be an exceedingly sorrowful moment. Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so absurd? What on earth is happening? Xi Yan felt a throbbing headache. Chapter 46. Resolute, it took Alavir a considerable time to turn around, her expression somewhat strained, as she inquired of Xi Yan, Marshal. We did not anticipate that the former Marshal would leave such a message. We assumed it was merely to provide instructions for posthumous affairs. Did we not? Xi Yan clenched his teeth, a flicker of anger igniting within him. After a brief moment, he rose abruptly, beginning to pace in circles. The Alavier sisters watched him with concern, while Ning Ziyuan, Prigazin, and Yushua could not help but display strained expressions. The marshal's domestic matters were beyond their reach. After walking for a while, Xi Yan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. Each of you, keep this secret well. I am now the marshal. And if this damn bloodline is leaked, it will undoubtedly become a tool for the alliance to restrain me. Xi Yan quickly comprehended everything. If his father had truly left 2 family members within the alliance, and if this matter were to be exposed, the alliance would soon react, seeking every means to coerce him. Your sister is in my hands. Will you choose your family or the empire? Of course, I choose my empire. This cursed relationship will only hinder my progress. No, I will never acknowledge it. No one can obstruct me. All of you perish. Xi Yan shouted frantically. Nothing and no one can stop me. For the sake of the empire, activate the ether resonance engine. The glorious ascension lies just before us. Marshal, please calm down. At this, everyone could no longer restrain themselves and rushed to stop the frenzied Xi Yan. With collective effort, they finally managed to help him gradually regain his composure. In Olivia's azure eyes, deep concern was evident. Ever since he assumed the role of marshal, Xi Yan's mental state had deteriorated day by day. What could be the cause? Beta, however, remained silent. Perhaps it was best to allow Xi Yan to calm himself in this moment. Xi Yan sat down, covering his knees and gasping for breath. His mind slowly returning to normal. I feel as though I am on the brink of a psychic awakening. The somewhat deranged marshal took several deep breaths and spoke slowly. A group of people instantly revealed expressions of distress. No, buddy, don't become too obsessed. Those are your family. Come here, listen to me. Xi Yan's expression gradually turned icy. As the crowd gathered around, eager to hear Xi Yan's thoughts, he exhaled a deep sigh and began to speak slowly. You see, I have always been an individual of extremes. My love for this empire is boundless, and for its sake, I am prepared to undertake any measure. Indeed, it was evident from the moment you unleashed the army to wage war. I shall lead this empire to become the greatest civilization. Only I have the capability, and it must be me. I dedicate my life entirely to this empire. Everything must yield to its advancement, including myself. Hence, these feudal blood ties will merely serve as obstacles in my path, tools for other nations to manipulate me. Xi Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes harboring an endless chill. Keep this secret close to your heart. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to resort to extreme measures. The crowd, chilled to the bone, nodded in agreement. Return now. Continue your work. As he stood and walked toward the stern of the ship, he declared, I need to reflect alone. Once everyone had departed, Xi Yan stood by the ship's rear window, gazing into the brilliant expanse of the starry river, extending his hand as if to grasp the entirety of the Milky Way. For this empire, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. The cold-hearted marshal murmured to himself, resolutely reinforcing his convictions. Everything I do is for the empire. Every action I take is undoubtedly righteous. After all, I am an omnipotent traveler, well-versed in the future. Therefore, let all be done for humanity, without restraint. Chapter 47. Entering the Amartiro star system. Oh, my dear Beta, I must confess that I was indeed rather agitated yesterday. Xi Yan sat in his familiar office, adopting the classic posture of Commander Ding, while Beta's figure gazed at him silently from the computer screen. I have discovered that having 2 additional sisters is not such a disadvantage. You see, the Earth Federation can only threaten me to a certain extent. Xi Yan's expression was one of utmost seriousness. With the advantage of intelligence, why should I not exploit this relationship to extract information from the Earth Federation, or even cultivate them as spies for our nation? Beta commented with interest. That is indeed rather ruthless, yet it could be considered a viable approach. However, they are your kin. Would it not be too damaging to your relationship? In my database, it appears that you humans and other organic beings are inherently emotional, easily swayed by sentiments. Xi Yan coldly fixed his gaze upon the computer. You actually believe that I am a person who values emotions? Oh, indeed. It is common knowledge that the Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government is a cold-blooded pragmatist. Discussing emotions with you might be less fruitful than conversing about our new colonies, Beta jested. The voices of the imperial citizens did seem somewhat too piercing. Nevertheless, they were not entirely incorrect. I have cast aside those superfluous emotions, for my only concern lies with our civilization. In any case, let us defer the matter of my family for now. After all, we are still regarded as rebels in the eyes of the Earth Federation, and this is not the opportune moment for contact. Xi Yan stated, then opened the computer communication interface. All right, Go on and amuse yourself. I continue to assist the Academy of Sciences in conducting research." After Beta spoke, he vanished without a trace. Xi Yan swiftly reached out to his dear General Ning Ziyuan. "Xi Yan, where is our army?" Expression: urgent. Ning Ziyuan. Sweating: "We will arrive by tomorrow, but reaching that Amatero 2 will take several more days." Ning Ziyuan. "We have specially prepared a robotic body for the Marshal. With the VR equipment in your office, you can accompany our ground forces into battle." Xi Yan. "However, should we emerge victorious, I shall reward you handsomely." Xi Yan. "Your rank has already ascended to its zenith. There is no further promotion I can offer you." Humorous. Ning Ziyuan. "I am well aware of that. As long as the Marshal does not abandon me, I can manage without a bonus." Sweating. Xi Yan. "Rest assured, I have unwavering faith in your capabilities." Thumbs up. Ning Ziyuan. "Thank you for your trust, Marshal." Flower. Xi Yan. "Very well, carry on with your duties. I shall come to visit tomorrow." Orchid. Thumbs up. Expression. Xi Yan ended the communication, exhilarated and eager. In just half a month, he would be able to indulge in a first-person VR shooting game. Splendid. Battlefield 2200. Activate. A division line for the construction of the stellar base, at the edge of the gravitational field of the Amatero star system, accompanied by a dazzling azure luminescence. 2 frigates and a large superluminal engineering vessel emerged from the hyperspace corridor, materializing at the periphery of a star amidst the blinding radiance. Subsequently, their velocity diminished abruptly to subliminal speeds as they gradually navigated into the heart of the stellar system. It took nearly 10 days for the fleet to traverse the outermost planetary orbits at sublight speeds. The 3 vessels, akin to the initial research ship designated as Number 1, seamlessly pierced through the realms of Amatero I and the star itself. The engineering vessel was the first to depart the formation, proceeding to its designated coordinates to establish a stellar base near the dim star, while the 2 frigates ascended directly above the planet Amatero 2, with the entire voyage consuming 4 days. Within the gravitational field of the star, superluminal travel was unattainable. Thus, the majority of the time was expended on sublight navigation within the galaxy. In stark contrast, hyperspace corridors required a mere 10 days. Regardless of the light years separating the 2 star systems, such as the marvel of stellar technology. Chapter 48. Preparations for colonization. The ion thrusters activated at minimal thrust, as the Left Guardian maneuvered alongside the damaged Hyacinth, opening the supply bay doors to release a subliminal transport vessel into the airlock of the Hyacinth. As a specialized colonization ship, the Hyacinth boasted an exceptionally large airlock, capable of accommodating small vessels. The supply ship from the Left Guardian glided into the airlock chamber, its inertia carrying it smoothly, as the interior rapidly filled with air to standard pressure. Following this, the airlock door connecting to the interior of the Hyacinth gradually opened, allowing the supply vessel to finally enter within. The technological standards employed by the 3 human imperial races are remarkably similar, thus enabling the supply ship to swiftly establish communication with the Hyacinth. Under its guidance, it gracefully descended onto the platform within the Hyacinth. The crowd below eagerly awaited the arrival of the vessel, which appeared plump and brimming with supplies. As the transport ship touched down on the designated platform, an exuberant cheer erupted from all the colonists aboard the Hyacinth. At last, assistance from the Interstellar Human Military Government had arrived. As soon as the supply ship's hatch opened, the interior, filled to the brim with provisions, was revealed to all. Under the organization of the old captain and several administrators, the people spontaneously began to transport the goods, moving the supplies granted to them by Xi Yan to the open space. The provisions, especially food, were of utmost importance to the people, and they exhibited unparalleled vigor while transporting them, swiftly emptying the entire supply ship. Subsequently, the prepared administrators began to unpack the supplies, organizing the crowd into lines for distribution. With Xi Yan's approval, the amount of aid provided was undoubtedly ample. The colonists aboard the Hyacinth were well aware of this, and there was no occurrence of chaos or overcrowding. Everyone complied with the administrator's arrangements, receiving their rations in an orderly manner. After the supply ship had been completely unloaded, with the old captain's authorization, the young and able-bodied men aboard the Hyacinth began to ascend the supply ship in an orderly fashion. They would become the vanguard warriors for the counteroffensive on Planet Arrow 2. These individuals were the finest colonists, harboring an irreconcilable enmity with the local natives, and were predominantly of military background, possessing great physical strength. In the early stages of colonization, there was no need for Xi Yan to dispatch the army for assistance. The colonizers themselves would vigorously claim the territory. Light years away, Xi Yan observed this unfolding spectacle from his computer, nodding in appreciation. As a marshal, he held the highest authority in the nation. In a moment of enthusiasm, he accessed the internal surveillance of the Hyacinth ship, watching intently. Xi Yan consistently emphasized efficiency. And under this influence, the government departments had already coordinated all parties, awaiting the arrival of the Marshal's celestial forces to initiate colonization efforts immediately. The supply ship, laden with colonizers, swiftly took off from the Hyacinth, proceeding to the Right Guardian escort vessel. On board the Right Guardian were an array of army weaponry and several army officers, who warmly welcomed the incoming colonizers and efficiently allocated military equipment to them. Xi Yan provided them with the most advanced individual red laser launchers and lightweight, flexible bulletproof vests. After receiving their gear, they would board the small landing craft that had been patiently awaiting them on the Right Guardian, embarking on their grand interstellar colonization endeavor. Simultaneously, the supply ship, having discharged the colonizers, returned to the Left Guardian to load new supplies, while another supply ship departed from the Left Guardian to transport goods and additional colonizers, who would subsequently be armed by the Right Guardian and deployed to the planet. The entire process flowed seamlessly, marked by remarkable efficiency, enabling the deployment of thousands of individuals to the amateur Arrow 2 planet with each cycle. Xi Yan witnessed all of this unfold on his screen. He praised their remarkable efficiency with satisfaction, and then called General Veronica, requesting her cooperation with Prigozhin to expedite the construction of transport ships, enabling the deployment of the Homeland's army to conquer the planet. At that moment, Prigozhin was not an admirable character either, secretly amassing a substantial army, which proved advantageous now. There was no need for Xi Yan to expand the military further, as the existing forces were sufficient for his purposes. Thus, the urgency to manufacture the superluminal transport ships and commence colonization arose. I demand those extraterrestrial species to be transformed into our sustenance. Chapter 49, Airdrop, Imperial Log, Colonizable Planet. Our research exploration vessel has identified the planet Amatero 2, located in the Amatero star system, as a viable candidate for colonization, signifying that our empire can establish a colony there. At last, we are poised to end 2 decades of isolation and confront the vibrant universe ahead. Xi Yan's directive. A new dawn is imminent for the empire. Xi Yan had encountered the concept of the Imperial Log some time ago, akin to the text in a game-esque pop-up. He delightedly perused it, casually drafting directives imbued with the style of the cosmos. Shortly thereafter, he received news from the Amatero star system, inviting him to remotely control the robots within the landing pod, accompanying the first wave of counterattack colonizers aboard the Hyacinth to land on this planet. Within the distant Amatero star system, the initial group of colonizers was fully armed, donned in armor, equipped with individual combat weapons, and readying themselves in batches to board the landing vessel. The officer in charge of the initial landing operation reported layer upon layer, and in his office, Xi Yan received the news. As soon as the Marshal issued the command, the colonization landing operation could commence immediately. Wait for me. Xi Yan felt a surge of excitement, retrieving his VR headset and controller to connect with the robot stationed aboard the frigate. With a blink of his eyes, he found himself aboard the frigate, light years away. Thanks to the technology of faster-than-light communication, Xi Yan's control was devoid of any delay, essentially allowing for real-time operation. Marshal. Upon opening his eyes, Xi Yan was greeted by a row of officers and colonists, who bowed respectfully before him. However, the formality seemed somewhat peculiar, as if he could hear the familiar sounds of Berlin. Very spirited, Xi Yan's voice resonated with vigor. You are all valiant soldiers of the Empire, and as your Marshal, I take immense pride in you. Thank you, Marshal. The encouragement from their leader stirred excitement among the soldiers and colonists. Xi Yan observed that the robot he was controlling was not one from a research vessel, but rather a backpack-like model. At that moment, a petite female officer approached and lifted him up. Greetings, Marshal. I am the commander for this landing operation, Ning D. Lingling. Wait, what did you say your name was? Xi Yan felt a jolt, as if he had heard the name of an old acquaintance. Reporting to the Marshal, my name is Ning D. Lingling. The female officer appeared puzzled, yet she confidently stated her name. Are you certain you are not named Ling D. Ningning? Xi Yan scratched his head in confusion. No, I am not. Why do you say that? Ning D. Lingling remarked, presuming that Xi Yan had not heard her clearly, and reiterated. I am the Army Commander Ning D. Lingling for this landing operation, and I am also responsible for the colonization efforts on this planet. Xi Yan removed the VR headset and donned it again, scrutinizing the officer's flowing, natural white hair cascading from beneath her military cap. It resembled someone he knew. Strikingly so, almost to the point of being indistinguishable. Is your surname Ning D or Ning? Xi Yan inquired further. Marshal, my surname is Ning. And my uncle is General Ning Ji Yuan. Ning D. Lingling replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Xi Yan paid little heed to the detail of Ning Ji Yuan placing his relatives within the military and turned to inquire about Ning Ji Yuan himself. How could such a coincidence exist in the world? Ning Ji Yuan. Firstly, Marshal, Lingling is indeed an exceptional commander. It was not my intention to have her appointed. Xi Yan, long too. Do you think I believe you? Ning Ji Yuan. Well, there is some truth to that. Xi Yan, why did you give her this name? Was it your choice? Ning Ji Yuan. Yes, I thought it didn't matter how names were chosen after 2200 years. Ning Ji Yuan. All right, to be honest, I once played an ancient romantic game in my youth. Xi Yan blinked and adjusted the VR headset once more. The mystery was unveiled. It turned out to be a culinary delight from 2 centuries later. I shall forever cherish Ning D. Lingling. Ning Ji Yuan. Allow me to clarify. It was never my intention to place my own people within the military. Ning Dilling truly possesses the capability. Xi Yan, I believe you. Ning Ji Yuan, far away at the airport, was moved to tears. Trust in those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt, such as Marshal Xi Yan. Meanwhile, Ning Dilling lifted the robot controlled by Xi Yan, carrying it on her back, while explaining, Marshal, this robot lacks locomotion capabilities. Yet it is equipped with advanced weaponry and various intelligent modules. You may have anyone carry it for you. That's precisely what I need. Xi Yan exclaimed with delight. I am glad you understand. With a sigh, Ning Dilling gently set Xi Yan down. Please wait a moment. Marshal, I require a final inspection. Go ahead, and good luck. Xi Yan replied nonchalantly. Like the finest of soldiers, before entering the battlefield or answering the call of duty in a team shooting game, he would first prepare himself to ensure he was in optimal condition for combat. Xi Yan did just that. He took a moment to collect himself before returning invigorated to don the VR headset and grasp the controller. Upon regaining his focus, he realized he had been lifted onto the back of a robust colonist. Upon seeing Xi Yan come online, the commander Ning Dilling greeted him and inquired when they would commence their mission. Now, Xi Yan declared with fervor, his voice resonating across light years, clearly reaching the ears of all aboard. Let us embark and seize this planet. Drive these detestable extraterrestrial beings from the future abode of humanity. Chapter 50, Planet Gaia. Although Amarturo 2 is the native homeland of this alien species, under the relentless tide of colonization propelled by Xi Yan, it faces but one fate, to become a colony of the Interstellar Human Military Government. In the cosmos, notions of kindness and human rights are mere illusions. Only self-interest and survival prevail. Indeed, Ning Dilling resolutely affirmed, subsequently issuing the command, commence action, deploy the landing pods. The escort ship, hovering above the verdant planet, opened its rear hatch, allowing the landing craft, laden with thousands of colonial pioneers, to glide into the void. Chemical thrusters expelled searing gusts and flames, propelling the vessel toward the emerald orb. Through the circular viewport, a robot named Xi Yan, perched upon one of the colonizers, observed as the research ship loomed just outside the planet's atmosphere, its bow emitting a visible blue scanning beam that extended down to the surface. Following the investigation by the research vessel, their preliminary report indicated that the planet's climate was remarkably unique, enabling the vast majority of organic life in the universe to adapt flawlessly, marking it as a highly suitable candidate for colonization. Xi Yan was elated, for according to the ancient tales of the Lost Empire, this type of planet was designated as Gaia. Imperial log, planet Gaia. It is evident that this enchanting green planet, Amatero 2, is a Gaia world characterized by a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and an ecosystem capable of self-restoration, providing an exquisite habitat for advanced life forms across various latitudes. What is most certain is that this magnificent planet shall belong to our interstellar human military government. Xi Yan's edict. How fortunate we are. We can hardly wait to commence the construction of human edifices upon its surface. What is Gaia? It boasts a 100 habitability for all life forms, and is replete with diverse zones rich in precious resources, making it an unparalleled candidate for colonization. Of course, there are certain fallen empires, such as the Guardians of the Holy Land, who designate some Gaia worlds as sacred territories, forbidding any nation from colonizing them, lest they incur the wrath of such a degenerate empire. However, it is evident that a subliminal civilization exists on this planet, suggesting it is unlikely to be a holy site. If it were indeed sacred, the fallen empire would have already reached out to warn them. Thus, it can be deduced that this is an unoccupied Gaia world. Therefore, it rightfully belongs to our interstellar human military government. The landing ship swiftly pierced the atmosphere of Gaia, and due to its advanced alloy shell, it remained unaffected by the intense friction. Consequently, the entire vessel plummeted directly towards the surface. The surrounding noise crescendoed, heralding the imminent arrival of a great battle. Xi Yan sensed the atmosphere intensifying, akin to the stirring background music before the commencement of a game. He felt it necessary to inspire his colonizers. My valiant colonial pioneers, do you fear? Xi Yan's voice resonated through the noise, echoing throughout the ship. We do not fear. The young and courageous colonists aboard the Hyacinth shouted in unison. Why do we not fear? Xi Yan inquired loudly, extending a mechanical arm to present the amplification device to the colonist at his back. Because we are reclaiming our rightful land, the enthusiastic young colonist shouted. Indeed, Xi Yan fervently declared. This has been our territory since time immemorial. We shall drive those damned extraterrestrial beings away and make them our feast. Comrades, we are united in a grand endeavor, expanding our human domain into the cosmos. Brave warrior, what is your name? Xi Yan patted the shoulder of the colonist, supporting him with his mechanical arm. My Lord Marshal, I am David. David Newland. The robust young man exclaimed with excitement. Newland? New land. Very well, David. You are a warrior. Xi Yan hailed loudly. Furthermore, each one of you is a commendable warrior. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, his voice growing increasingly infectious. You are the greatest pioneers. You may fall in the first wave of assault, but do not be afraid. The Empire will provide the best care for your families. After you, countless successors will follow in your footsteps, advancing, until this planet is transformed into human territory. Xi Yan's eyes glowed with fervor as he gazed through the porthole. It seemed as though he could perceive, across the vast river of time, a renowned leader, an exceptional orator, and an unappreciated artist beckoning to him. His oratory skills were at their zenith, and his ability to stir emotions was unparalleled. I am now imbued with an almost terrifying strength, Xi Yan bellowed as he raised the weapon affixed to his other mechanical arm. Humanity shall triumph. Humanity shall triumph. The entire landing vessel reverberated with a synchronized, thunderous roar. It was humanity's first resounding declaration to the cosmos. Empire log, landing, amidst the deafening cacophony. The first wave of colonizers descended upon the surface of Amadirero II, a vibrant planet now welcoming its new masters. It shall become the inaugural colony of our empire, forever at our service. Xi Yan's decree, this realm of boundless vitality, is ever present before my eyes. Chapter 51. Pure Kinetic Missile. The leader, Xi Yan, has acquired a new trait, orator. Orator level 1. When delivering any form of speech, this leader will bestow the enduring loyal trait upon 10 of the audience for a duration of 20 years, and grant the enthusiastic trait to all listeners for 1 year. Loyal, mainstream ideology appeal 114. For every individual possessing this trait, planetary stability increases by 1, and resource consumption in posts decreases by 10. Enthusiastic. Individuals with this trait experience a 50 increase in resource production and a 50 reduction in resource consumption, remaining unaffected by stability and happiness levels. On the planet Gaia, specifically Amaterasu II, there exists a highly intelligent species known as the Amaterasu plant people, as designated by the scientists aboard the first research vessel. This botanical intelligent life has developed a relatively advanced sublight civilization, reminiscent of humanity during the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. Predominantly reliant on biological energy, they, however, lack the capability for space travel due to the inherent limitations of biotechnological advancements. Without faster-than-light, FTL, technology, they remain unequivocally indigenous. Initially, the colonizers aboard the Hyacinth vessel shared this sentiment, only to be met with a harsh reality upon their first landing on Amaterasu II. Despite the absence of advanced technology, the biological weaponry of the Amaterasu plant people is remarkably potent. Although the colonizers of the Hyacinth were born of a more advanced civilization, they numbered merely 250,000. Initially, They gained an advantage, but as the number of the planters increased, they ultimately could not withstand the counterattack and were driven back to the Hyacinth, a humiliating defeat. However, the situation has changed. Marshal Tianbing has arrived, and the organization of a summer counteroffensive is underway. The Marshal's grace remains unrepayable. Just as Xi Yan was passionately proclaiming the glory of humanity, a piercing alarm abruptly interrupted his mobilization. What has transpired? Marshal, our landing craft has been locked onto by the biological missiles of the planters. The calm voice of Ning Di-Ling was transmitted to Xi Yan through the robot's communication module. Rest assured, their technological level pales in comparison to ours. These rudimentary missiles, if one may call them so, are nothing more than flying wooden planks, incapable of breaching the alloy armor of our landing craft. Ning Di-Ling stated swiftly. Excellent, Xi Yan exclaimed, resuming his fervent mobilization. Comrades, their primitive technology cannot defeat us. Fear not. For victory is within our grasp. Let us display the might of humanity for the happiness of our descendants. Loyalty. Loyalty. The response from all the pioneering colonizers was a fervent roar. Xi Yan adjusted the robot's visual module and observed through the porthole that indeed a dozen brown objects were swiftly approaching them. Following the failure of the Hyacinth colonization, the entire population of the settlers became acutely aware of an alien menace lurking in the orbit of their planet, possessing technological prowess far superior to their own. It was only through their vast military forces that they managed to repel this threat. Consequently, the settler society commenced an urgent and rigorous preparation for the impending conflict, believing that such colonizers could not possibly be without reinforcements. Their suspicions were confirmed when, through their rudimentary observation systems, two colossal warships emerged in the skies above their planet. Thus, it was only natural for them to launch an assault on the landing vessels dispatched by humanity. These vessels were referred to by humans as bioenergy missiles. However, in reality, these projectiles lacked explosive capabilities and were merely solid wooden blocks propelled by a gigantic plant, relying solely on the kinetic energy they carried to inflict damage. One could aptly term them kinetic missiles, though they were exceedingly simplistic. Nevertheless, this represented the pinnacle of Amartiro's settler technology. With a swift whoosh followed by a resounding boom, humanity's landing vessels, devoid of any evasion or counterattack mechanisms, braced themselves to endure the direct impact of the missiles with their robust armor. The violent collision instantly disrupted the equilibrium of the entire landing craft, causing it to sway perilously as it continued its descent. Yet, the enemy failed to breach their armor. Due to the disparity in technological advancement, this rudimentary kinetic weapon proved incapable of inflicting any catastrophic damage upon the alloy material of the landing vessel's shell. Chapter 52. Landing, Imperial Log. Anecdotes from the landing ship. As our landing pod descended towards Amartiro 2, these foolish indigenous flora assailed us with rudimentary kinetic weaponry, inflicting considerable damage, specifically a 10-degree jolt to our vessel, which elicited considerable amusement among the crew. Xi Yan's commentary. Indeed, energy weaponry is the way forward. The impact of bioenergy kinetic missiles could at most induce a modicum of swaying and instability. After all, such velocities do impart a degree of force. Xi Yan swayed alongside David Newland, who donned a VR headset, feeling somewhat dizzy. Damn it, let us not crash. He utilized the communication system to reach out to the captain of the landing ship. Hello? How is it looking? Can we land safely? The captain exuded confidence. Rest assured, Marshal, unless I make an error in operation, these trivial assaults are utterly incapable of thwarting us. Very well, proceed with caution. Xi Yan encouraged, what is your name? The captain responded with palpable excitement, reporting, Marshal, I am the most skilled landing ship navigator in the entire fleet, legendary Captain Zabayang. To Xi Yan's dismay, the mere utterance of that name instigated a wave of terror within him. Why would you choose such a name? It is hardly befitting of a captain. Xi Yan terminated the communication, his expression contorted in distress. This is disastrous. Children, I fear I may not return. This is no jest. At that moment, the attitude adjusters surrounding the landing craft were activated, small thrusters encircling the conical vessel. They commenced precise adjustments through meticulous calculations, gradually diminishing the craft's tremors until tranquility was achieved. Subsequently, the bow's buffer thrusters ignited, causing a sudden reduction in the vessel's descent speed. The navigation system, informed by the research ship's scanning report, identified an appropriate landing site. The landing craft's speed decreased once more, ultimately approaching the Earth, its sharp prow firmly embedding itself into the ground. Around the landing craft, dozens of sturdy alloy spikes shot forth, piercing the surrounding soil, as taut steel cables secured them instantly. This design, akin to a cable-stayed bridge, anchored the craft, akin to a building steadily to the surface, heralding the preliminary success of the landing. Once all weaponry and colonists were disembarked, it would transform into humanity's inaugural bastion on this planet. Future landing crafts would solely be utilized for transporting arms and personnel. As the hatch opened, a throng of pioneering colonists surged forth. "Children, I have returned." Exuberantly, the unscathed Xi Yan clung to David's back, waving his mechanical arm at the legendary Captain Zobayan. They had chosen a landing site on an expansive plateau, conveniently situated near the upstream of a river, offering both offensive and defensive advantages. Xi Yan curiously surveyed the surroundings, particularly the distant forest. The flora on Gaia was remarkably lush, resembling that of Earth, evoking a sense of nostalgia as if he had returned home. In truth, these plants are magnitudes larger than those found on Earth. The natural environment of Gaia allows flora to attain astonishingly grand sizes. At this moment, dozens of deep green objects resembling helicopters, with large heads akin to hot air balloons, soared across the horizon. These were the biotechnological marvels of the plant people, which we refer to as bioenergy transporters, capable of carrying numerous individuals and armaments. Their method of long-range assault involves the release of corrosive substances or toxic gases. The voice of Commander Ning Dilling resonated. Prepare for immediate engagement. In confronting plant-based adversaries, energy and explosive weapons prove far more effective than kinetic ones. The colonial vanguards are armed exclusively with individual red laser emitters and grenade launchers, weapons that wield formidable lethality against these delectable extraterrestrial flora. Thanks to prior reconnaissance conducted by research vessels, humanity has secured a wealth of intelligence and devised a comprehensive offensive strategy. In addition to the Hyacinth-class colonial vanguard, tasked with direct confrontation, there exists a technical team comprising hundreds, dedicated to operating various high-tech apparatuses to aid in the establishment of the colony. The technicians, donned in uniforms distinct from those of the colonizers, extricated meticulously sealed boxes from the landing craft, each filled with drones. They methodically disassembled the drones and released them into the sky. These advanced drone systems rapidly ascended, vanishing into the clouds. They are poised to complete a fundamental reconnaissance of this Gaia planet within a few days, pinpointing the primary habitats of the plant people. Chapter 53. The Initial Colonies. Empire Log. The ongoing colonization. With the lamentable technology of these alien beings, how could they possibly contend with our formidable human civilization? Their species traits dictate that these unfortunate lives are incapable of developing a respectable scientific system. However, this is of little consequence. What is certain is that we shall mercilessly obliterate their civilization, rendering it the cornerstone of humanity's ascent towards prosperity and strength. Xi Yan's directive. They may pose some inconvenience, but they will undoubtedly be unable to halt the momentum of human expansion. The technological tree of the plant beings predominantly revolves around biotechnology, a fact dictated by their species' characteristics. These botanical entities inherently fear high temperatures, thus rendering them incapable of wielding fire, refining ores, or forging various materials. It is estimated that they will remain confined to their planet for centuries to come. Observing the peculiar plant-like aircraft sluggishly approaching, even Xi Yan found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. He raised the robot's built-in single-soldier red laser, activating the targeting system to fire at the foremost airship. A searing beam of laser shot forth, instantly striking the biological flying craft. The intense heat swiftly melted any obstructions, allowing the laser to penetrate the vessel, which then wobbled and plummeted from the sky. Xi Yan blinked in surprise. Were they truly this feeble? This laser is formidable indeed. He heard David, who was behind him, exclaim, "Had we possessed this weapon back then, we would not have suffered defeats." It seems that the laser weapon merely holds an advantage over the plant being's technological tree. The red laser serves as a pure thermal energy weapon, proving exceptionally effective against civilizations like the plant people, which rely on bioenergy technology. The Supreme Commander, Ning Dilling, has recognized this advantage and is currently engaged in an intense discussion with her advisors to devise a tactical plan. Captain Zobayan has assumed the role of on-site commander for this colonial endeavor, swiftly organizing a red laser unit that forms a square formation in an open area, unleashing a barrage towards the approaching plant people aircraft. Before their airships could enter the range of attack, The long-range red lasers had already brought them crashing down. The initial skirmish undoubtedly signaled a victorious outcome. However, this victory does not warrant complacency. These were merely reconnaissance units. Upon realizing the overwhelming firepower of humanity, the plant people would likely respond by deploying heavy artillery units in a frantic attempt to annihilate the human vanguard. Thousands of colonizers were soon assigned their tasks, with the majority remaining to participate in construction efforts, striving to establish effective infrastructure in the shortest time possible, while a select few, equipped with advanced detection devices, ventured out to scout the vicinity. Xi Yan briefly surveyed the surface scenery of the Gaia planet before disconnecting. With the colonizers having landed and preparations for the next phase of colonization underway, he, as the Marshal, could not afford to be idle. The entire empire must be set in motion. In the following days, Xi Yan refrained from utilizing VR to monitor the colony's status, dedicating himself to issuing various directives from his office to ensure logistical support for the front lines. The rear operations were underway, and though details may have slipped from memory, the overall strategy remained clear. Through Xi Yan's tireless efforts, the entire colony was mobilized. Public opinion is poised to fervently promote the nascent colonies, enlisting valiant settlers to forge new frontiers. As more landing pods descend upon Amatero 2, humanity's footprint is indelibly etched into the annals of this planet's history. On the distant imperial homeworld, the populace is mobilizing. This Gaia planet no longer belongs to the indigenous beings who have thrived for millennia, but now it shall belong to us, the human race. Days later, Xi Yan received a proposal from the Academy of Sciences. Chapter 54, The Propaganda Proposal. Our recent encounters with extraterrestrial life forms have rekindled the age-old debate on how we ought to engage with potential intelligent alien civilizations, a discourse that has become increasingly urgent. While some advocate for swiftly establishing amicable relations through the dispatch of peaceful messages, others urge caution, emphasizing our ignorance regarding the intentions of these extraterrestrial civilizations. They argue that revealing too much about ourselves prematurely would be unwise. A more radical faction advocates for preemptive measures, insisting that humanity should seize the initiative against any potential extraterrestrial threats without hesitation or restraint. So, Marshal, what is your perspective on this matter? Xi Yan contemplated for a moment and ultimately chose to engage in peaceful first contact with extraterrestrial beings, excluding the implanted individuals. He referred specifically to those interstellar extraterrestrial civilizations akin to their own, deliberately omitting the inferior indigenous species. Adopting a hostile stance akin to that of the human alliance would only lead to animosity with these extraterrestrial civilizations. Although Xi Yan harbored a desire to take such an approach, he recognized that prematurely fostering enmity was not his intention. Once the gates to early conflict were opened, there would be no turning back. Confronted with the realities of the cosmos, he preferred to cultivate peaceful development, perhaps asserting dominance over subliminal civilizations. We should extend our arms to welcome the aliens, for we cannot afford to create enemies everywhere. In the nascent stages of civilization, maintaining amicable relations with extraterrestrial friends is a prerequisite for development, Xi Yan inscribed in his directive. However, we must regard any extraterrestrial as a potential adversary, as they may choose to invade us at any moment, just as we might. It is prudent to maintain a balanced demeanor. This astute proposal significantly enhanced my influence, accelerating the pace of first contact. I trust that the diplomats of the Empire know how to proceed. Without a doubt, they must refrain from emulating the behavior of the human alliance, which maintains hostility towards all extraterrestrial civilizations indiscriminately. The Interstellar Human Military Government is currently too feeble, lacking the strength akin to that of the human alliance. Thus, they should avoid adopting their diplomatic stance. Xi Yan personally rushed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue directives. In dealing with extraterrestrial civilizations of equal or superior status, one should uphold a friendly disposition while exhibiting an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. Some extraterrestrial civilizations may take perceived weakness as an opportunity to impose their will. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is currently devoid of tasks, prompting Xi Yan to instruct them to attempt communication with the colonists on Amartero 2. Sociologists are diligently working to decipher the language of the colonists and have made some progress in recent days, providing an opportunity for the diplomats to hone their skills. Xi Yan dedicated several days to resolving a myriad of trivial matters, and under his direction, the entire imperial apparatus commenced full-speed operations. The Ring World actively recruited volunteers for colonization, promising them the finest treatment and rights. The stellar base in the Amartiro system is also laboring tirelessly to expedite construction. The vast shipyard within the Cybele Alpha starport is operating at full capacity, working around the clock to construct faster-than-light vessels. Vessels such as corvettes, engineering ships, and research vessels belong to the same category, with only one ship being constructed at a time. Currently, the Seoul shipyard is engaged in the fabrication of a large-scale superluminal research vessel aimed at exploring further star systems. Regardless of the situation at the orbital shipyard, the smaller shipyards within the ring world are also bustling with activity. Although they are unable to construct such large ships, they can still produce the necessary superluminal transport ships and standard landing craft for colonization. In summary, the entire empire is fervently preparing for colonization, with military factories receiving a plethora of orders to manufacture army weaponry, while the Ministry of Internal Affairs busies itself with personnel allocation and colonization planning. Everything awaits the complete occupation of this Gaia planet by Xi Yan's forces, after which a grand wave of colonization can commence. Shortly thereafter, the Ministry of Culture, a department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, submitted a document to Xi Yan regarding how the media should report on extraterrestrials, accompanied by a draft of a press release. We are acutely aware that this species known as the planters belongs to the realm of intelligent life, just like us. However, a recent debate regarding the appropriate description of this extraterrestrial species has divided our cultural workers into two factions, the realists and the controllers. The realists firmly believe that as a democratic and free interstellar nation, we ought to report objectively and truthfully, including the actions of our military, and communicate these realities to our populace. Conversely, the controllers assert that our media exists for the purpose of propaganda, not to enlighten the public with the truth, but rather to maintain stability in public opinion and to subtly educate the populace, suggesting that the planters are a malevolent species and that our assault upon them is justified. So, esteemed Marshal, what do you believe we should do? Xi Yan gazed at the document displayed on his computer, his brow furrowing deeply. Democracy and freedom? When has my empire ever embraced such notions? Upon seeing the document sent by his subordinate, he frowned even more intensely. Media propaganda? Realists? Controllers? What is this? How can factions exist within my imperial institution, failing to execute my commands uniformly? Xi Yan perused the accompanying press release from the Ministry of Culture. Recently, the Imperial Army has gradually arrived at the planet Amatero II, a world characterized by its splendid climate and breathtaking scenery, inhabited by extraterrestrial intelligent life akin to humanity, the planters. Our military is poised to land on this planet, forcefully occupying it as our new colony. As for the treatment of the indigenous inhabitants, our correspondent has yet to receive pertinent information. However, whispers suggest that the military intends to adopt an extermination policy, ruthlessly slaughtering these unfortunate extraterrestrials. Xi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What ulterior motive drives the author of this news piece? Is it sympathy for these alien beings, or an attempt to inform citizens of the Imperial Army's nefarious deeds? This is nothing but propaganda. Yet, it appears there may be some truth to their claims. Expressing reactionary sentiments jeopardizes social stability and distorts public perception. Each infraction is a capital offense. Enraged, Xi Yan deactivated the voice-to-text module and switched to his mechanical keyboard. When venting his frustrations, he preferred the tactile experience of typing. Fortunately, for the past 2 centuries, the tools of typing have remained the same, allowing him to adapt with ease. Taking a deep breath, he scrolled to the bottom of the document and began to fervently type his remarks. The opening words, fools, succinct and to the point, expressing his sentiments with unrestrained vigor. Just a single word delivered a profound impact. A bunch of purebred imbeciles. Expanding his sentence, the aggression intensified. Realists are all fools. Are their minds filled with alien natural gas? A herd of swine. The tone shifted, specifically targeting a certain group, while simultaneously amplifying the vitriol. Gritting his teeth, Xi Yan furiously pounded the keyboard. Why do disparate voices emerge from the Imperial Cultural Department? I have long asserted the necessity of unifying our thoughts. Who is the supervisor, and what is their purpose? Our military is engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of extraterrestrials. Only a fool would articulate such a sentiment so bluntly. I have reason to believe that these so-called realists are traitors, intent on disseminating reactionary ideologies. They must be made to change their mindset. If they refuse, they can be sent to generate electricity. Xi Yan contemplated the notion that this group of realists might merely be earnest journalists, striving to produce the most authentic news. He refrained from outright condemnation. Speaking the truth is commendable. However, it should not be encouraged in this context. As for our control faction, you are the media professionals I hold in the highest regard. The strategy of elevating some while suppressing others yields remarkable results. Upon reviewing the perspectives of the control faction, Xi Yan nodded appreciatively. You are correct, undeniably correct. The purpose of the news media is not to enlighten the populace with genuine information, but to propagate our ideology. We dictate what they shall see. This principle aligns perfectly with your philosophy. In a prior life, the Eagle Nation operated in this manner, exceedingly effective, and Xi Yan unethically appropriated it. The crux of the matter lies not in what the public needs to see, but in what the empire desires them to witness. Do you understand? I shall personally compose a press release for you, henceforth, promoted according to my directives. Chapter 56. All for profit. It is imperative to emphasize the legitimacy of our actions and the benefits they bestow upon the nation, while portraying extraterrestrials in a more sinister light to cultivate a sense of animosity towards them. As this is a confidential document within the empire, it was directly submitted to Xi Yan by the higher-ups of the Ministry of Culture, thus he articulated his thoughts with bluntness and candor. At this juncture, he cannot overtly express his hostility towards the extraterrestrials, as it may adversely influence public sentiment and consequently diminish resource output. Everything must rely on the media to vigorously propagate and indoctrinate the populace. Nevertheless, it is of little concern, for he has dominion over all media within the empire, ensuring that this objective will be swiftly realized. One might ponder whether to emulate the educational tactics of a certain nation from a past life, utilizing the notion of gratitude. Although he may not necessarily pursue this course, it does not preclude Xi Yan from indulging in such fantasies. For instance, he envisions a day when he embarks on an official visit, greeted warmly by throngs of people, all of whom are moved to tears. Singing in unison, the paternal grace is unrepayable, the marshal's kindness is inexhaustible. Oh, beloved Marshal, the grace you bestow is as vast as the ocean, the trust you offer is as boundless as the sky, ever present beside me, with us always on Marshal Xi Yan. Without you, there would be no homeland regardless of the fierce storms that may rage. Gratitude. Loyalty. However, as Xi Yan contemplates this, a look of terror crosses his face. The thought is simply too overwhelming. He cannot endure it. He vigorously shakes his head, casting aside the notion of gratitude education from his mind. What he seeks are steadfast supporters of the human race and the human empire, rather than simple-minded folk who can only offer gratitude. Xi Yan shook his head and began to compose a news release that he deemed commendable. Recently, we have made significant progress in our colonization efforts on Amadero 2. This planet is remarkably suitable for human habitation and has yet to be claimed by any other civilization. It is estimated that after colonizing this planet, our nation's food production will triple, allowing each citizen to receive a greater share of sustenance. Furthermore, once immigration is permitted, our populace will also have the opportunity to relocate to this planet and enjoy the natural environment of Gaia. Our scientists have indicated that this planet is home to a plethora of delectable alien species, which are quite palatable. Consequently, the government plans to establish food processing facilities on this planet to convert these delicious extraterrestrial species into nourishment. Xi Yan flexed his wrist and reviewed the news release once more, nodding in satisfaction. He made no mention of intelligent life. What alien intelligence? We are unaware of such matters. All I know is that colonizing an alien world brings manifold benefits. Not only can we inhabit it, but we can also resolve our food shortages. Let the populace focus on their own interests rather than being shackled by outdated notions. Once such propaganda accumulates to a certain degree, sympathy for extraterrestrials will dwindle. Profit, profit, and more profit. Xi Yan sent the news release along with his directives back for dissemination. Having stated his intentions so plainly, if they still do not understand what to do, they might as well go and generate electricity. Having resolved the issues with the Ministry of Culture, Xi Yan turned his attention once again to Amadero 2. The colonial pioneers at the front lines were fiercely contending with extraterrestrial sustenance, and he could not afford to remain idle. He must personally devise a comprehensive strategy for the development of this perfect Gaia planet. Gaia is replete with numerous agricultural zones ripe for cultivation, yet it is undeniably unprofitable. It would be far more prudent to focus on industrial endeavors, producing alloys and consumer goods, casting aside environmental concerns. All issues must yield to economic imperatives. Xi Yan created a new document, inscribing the title, Amaterasu II Development Plan. Chapter 57. The first colony once again, a great battle had concluded, and the once vibrant grasslands now lay scorched, reduced to barren earth strewn with ash and charred vegetation. The plant people possessed a unique biological sensing apparatus, capable of detecting human movements from afar. Following the annihilation of the vanguard forces, the plant civilization regarded the human incursion with utmost seriousness. Commander Ning Dilling soon received reports of a significant concentration of plant military forces. Based on the investigations conducted by the Hyacinthus and the explorations of unmanned aerial vehicles, the Imperial military could ascertain that the majority of the plant civilization resided in the planet's low-latitude regions, while higher latitudes were inhospitable to their existence. The cosmos teems with diverse forms of life, each adapted to its own unique environment. However, they invariably find suitable habitats at various latitudes on Gaia, which is one of the fundamental reasons this planet accommodates any form of life. Coincidentally, near the site of human landfall lay a vast plant city, where a substantial contingent of plant military forces swiftly assembled, armed with their biological weaponry, preparing to launch an assault on the human outpost. However, unlike the previous occasion, the colonizers aboard the Hyacinth this time received substantial military aid from the Interstellar Human Military Government. With superior weaponry, high morale, and fervent fighting spirit, the legendary Captain Zobayan organized a red laser defense line, employing technology that far surpassed the energy weapons of the plant beings to launch assaults against them. After a comprehensive assessment of the battlefield conditions, the soldiers formed two parallel lines stretching for several kilometers, reminiscent of human musketeer formations from 3 centuries prior. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective against the alien adversaries even after 300 years. With a command from Captain Zobayan, the front line unleashed a volley of red lasers, sending forth hundreds of dazzling beams that instantaneously claimed the lives of several plant beings several kilometers away. The advanced energy weaponry of humanity inflicted devastating damage upon the encroaching alien species. After the first round of concentrated fire, numerous plant soldiers fell, followed by successive volleys. Before the plant forces could approach, they suffered catastrophic losses from humanity's long-range weaponry, retreating hastily, leaving behind a grim tableau of charred bodies. It is estimated that they will not return for several months. The human weaponry inflicted such severe casualties that the plant society likely now brims with panic, and by all accounts, they would be plunged into chaos. This turmoil would manifest in internal disputes between factions advocating for surrender and those advocating for war, leading them to attempt communication with humanity, while the affluent class prepared to flee or seek mercy from humans. Xi Yan remained indifferent to the musings of these diminutive beings. In the face of a technologically superior human empire, their tumultuous antics were of little consequence. However, Xi Yan felt a sense of relief, grateful that the first extraterrestrial civilization they encountered was so feeble. Currently, a prevailing notion has begun to circulate within the Ring world, asserting that humanity surpasses the majority of alien races. Humans are inherently destined to dominate other extraterrestrial species. In recent days, humanity's colonial outposts have expanded across the entire plateau, encompassing the river valleys downstream. It appears that the conquest of the entire planet will require a protracted period. Xi Yan understood that this was merely a delaying tactic. In truth, while diverting the attention of the plant beings toward human colonies, he had dispatched a multitude of exploratory drones to thoroughly survey the planet. Once the reconnaissance was completed, a formal global offensive could commence. Colonial elite, global offensive. Thus, it was imperative that the colony steadfastly captivated the attention of the plant beings. Within the colony, the pioneering colonizers aboard the Hyacinth were organized to cleanse the battlefield, ensuring that no survivors remained. Concurrently, at the behest of the scientists, the colonists captured a dozen surviving plant beings, restraining them to be sent into space upon the return of the next landing craft. The research vessel swiftly received this batch of specimens and commenced intensive research. A few days later, a detailed research report was presented on Xi Yan's computer. Chapter 58. The Deliciousness of the Plant Being. Report from the Academy of Sciences. Preliminary research report by the Sociological Research Team on the Indigenous Intelligent Species. The Amatero plant being of planet Amatero 2. Through initial investigations, our scientists have uncovered several characteristics of this botanical species. The plant beings resemble a barrel adorned with tentacles, possessing a robust shell and flexible appendages. with their interiors filled with a jelly-like organic substance that serves to store biological energy. At their core lies a neural nucleus, essentially their brain. Upon examination, we discovered that, aside from their hard exterior, both their neural nucleus and the gelatinous organic material are consumable, rich in a diverse array of organic compounds and inorganic salts. We firmly believe that this represents the plant being's most significant utility, providing nutritious sustenance for humanity. Here, we must commend Mr. Xi Yan of our research team. A true warrior in spirit, much like his mixed Asian heritage from Old Earth. He was the first to partake of the native organic material of the plant beings and shared his impressions. Below is the audio recording from that moment. Mr. Xi Yan, are you certain you wish to consume this substance? Although no harmful agents have been detected, it is, after all, material from an extraterrestrial organism. Why not? This magnitude of organic material, with its jelly-like consistency, leads me to believe it will be quite delectable. Like the childhood treat, Zizalong? Indeed, reminiscent of Zizalong. Ah, this is indeed a most precious material. You must consume it thoroughly, ensuring no morsel is wasted. There shall be rewards for completion and penalties for failure. Onward. Let us proceed. Gulp. Heavens, it has been consumed. My esteemed colleague, how do you feel now? It is exceedingly fresh and remarkably delicious. In conclusion, Mr. Ed, my esteemed colleague, has expressed that the plant-based protein is not only delectable, but also remarkably easy to process, suitable for canned goods and beverages. Furthermore, the neural core of the plant protein bears a texture akin to that of chicken. Additionally, the genetic analysis of the plant protein reveals a highly evolved state, with negligible vestigial genes, all of which can currently be edited with our existing technology. It is speculated that, given a few centuries, they may even embark on a path of genetic ascendance. Thus, our research team recommends, for the safety of the human race and the purity of the empire, the granting of citizenship to plant-based entities should be prohibited. Otherwise, they may become the predominant species within a century. Xi Yan silently perused the report submitted to him by the Academy of Sciences, promptly sitting up straight and quietly applauding in his office. Truly, his scientists are astute in their observations. After a moment of contemplation, he penned a response. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your research. Next, please explore how to efficiently convert this into food that can be directly consumed and readily put into production. Regarding the management of the plant beings, I propose domesticating them as ordinary livestock, integrating their cultivation into our agricultural framework. This, however, necessitates your further research. In any case, I extend my gratitude on behalf of all Imperial citizens for your efforts. Furthermore, do remember to bring one back for me to taste. Having completed the directive, Xi Yan reclined in his chair, feeling a sense of pleasure. In his vision, a significant number of plant beings were to be eradicated, followed by the establishment of a factory dedicated to their specialized domestication, selecting the most foolish and corpulent among them for propagation. Subsequently, they would be bred in large quantities, and once sufficiently mature, sent to the assembly line for mass slaughter, extracting organic matter for food production. This method is far more civilized than consuming them raw and would also create additional employment opportunities. After the extraction of organic matter, the remaining remnants could be utilized for power generation. Oh, how the plant species is indeed a divine gift to humanity. We must establish a thanksgiving in honor of the plant beings for their contributions to mankind. Xi Yan was profoundly moved and then opened the communication interface to contact Commander Ning Dilling. Xi Yan, Commander Ning, Chalo, Ning Dilling. Marshal, is this a new form of etiquette? Xi Yan, I believe it is. Xi Yan, on another note, what progress has been made on the colonization plan? Ning Dilling, all drones are currently surveying the habitats of the plant beings within the colonies. Once the reconnaissance is complete, 2 frigates will commence a concentrated assault to annihilate the civilization of the plant beings, a process anticipated to take a month. Xi Yan, call me when the time comes. I shall take a look. Ning Di Ling Ling. Yes, my Lord Marshal. Xi Yan. Ning Di Ling Ling. Ning Di Ling Ling. Chalo. Xi Yan. Now that's more like it. Communication terminated. Xi Yan had always been clear in his thoughts. With 2 massive frigates stationed above the planet, could they not serve a purpose? Should the army be the sole force to engage? It was imperative that the extraterrestrials witness the oppressive aura of a superluminal civilization. If I cannot intimidate the fallen empire, can I not dominate a pre-FTL civilization? Xi Yan had resolved early on that after surveying the habitation of the plant people, He would employ the S-slot red laser weapon aboard the frigates to execute precise strikes on their cities. This would efficiently eliminate the population and armament of the plant people. Once the major cities were obliterated, what remained would merely be scattered remnants, easily vanquished. The civilization of the plant people would collapse in an instant. Thereafter, humanity could commence large-scale colonization of Amatorero II. The vibrant scene of flourishing life was just within reach. The rest was left to time. Xi Yan ceased his daydreaming and activated his imperial command system to commence his duties. There were numerous matters within the Ring world that required his personal directives. Although the framework of public ownership had been initially established, the details still needed refinement. It was not merely a matter of a simple statement. Extensive construction and decision-making were essential. Even with the assistance of the Secretariat and Beta, there were still a plethora of documents awaiting Xi Yan's review each day. As Xi Yan opened his inbox, a deluge of documents flooded forth, contorting his expression into a grimace. The flaws of a dictatorial government lay bare here. Every decision requiring judgment must be submitted to the autocratic leader for resolution. A gaggle of imbeciles. Even the shortage of resources in a certain district must be reported. Seeking funds from the national treasury. The authority had been granted. How foolish. Xi Yan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. In that moment, he yearned to rush to the L-Star cluster and summon Grey Wind to handle these trivial matters. Oh, Grey, when shall you arrive? Yet what if? Upon opening the L-Star gate, a multitude of gray storms erupted forth? Considering this is the tangible universe, what if a swarm of gray storms emerged, accompanied by a nano-nation guarded by an L-Star dragon? Nevertheless, Xi Yan remained resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, a journey to the L-Star cluster was imperative. Without Grey, this world would hold no meaning, and he would choose to face the celestial punishment of the starry seas. With Grey by his side, he would mobilize all fleets to welcome his wife and legendary leader back to the capital. Let them toil diligently in the distant expanse of stars. Far from the Milky Way, within the L-Star cluster, a cluster of gray nanobots trembled violently. Oddly, a sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped the air. Chapter 59. Subduing the enemy without battle? With the support of Marshal Xi Yan and the entire Interstellar Human Military Government, a vast array of ground weaponry and landing ships were mass-produced and subsequently transported to the Almaty Aerostar system. The entire crew of the Hyacinth has successfully completed the landing operation on Amaterasu II, equipped with formidable weaponry as they assertively established colonies across this Gaia planet and subsequently deployed drones. The valiant colonial pioneers received provisions and armaments, along with the bountiful offerings of communal prosperity from Xi Yan, igniting an unparalleled fervor among them. Within merely 7 days, a multitude of drones had thoroughly surveyed the planet. The research vessel 1 also contributed to the exploration, and through a straightforward aggregation and analysis of data, the fundamental conditions of this Gaia planet were clearly laid out before Commander Ning D. Ling Ling simultaneously. A portion of the stellar base in the Amaterasu system has been completed and is now in temporary operation. Ning D. Ling Ling's makeshift command center has relocated there. The white-haired woman, clad in military attire, sat resolutely in her office, facing a vast array of holographic projections, evidently engaged in a meeting. At the center was the scanning report of the entire planet, wherein the major cities of the colonists were distinctly marked in red, while the colonies inhabited by the crew of the Hyacinth were denoted in blue. The fact remains that we have secured air superiority over Amaterasu II and identified all colonist cities. Ning D. Ling Ling sat upright, addressing the multitude of holographic screens before her. The left Guardian-class frigate and the right Guardian-class frigate stand ready at a moment's notice, with 2 S-slot red lasers and anti-aircraft guns fully charged and prepared for engagement. Excellent. Ning D. Ling Ling, I have great confidence in your abilities. Within one of the holographic displays, Xi Yan adopted the familiar seated posture of Commander D. Thus, what do the 2 captains have to say? Is the red laser more effective than nuclear missiles? Indeed. The captains of the left and right Guardian ships concurred wholeheartedly. The destructive impact of nuclear missiles on the environment is far too significant, rendering them markedly inferior to red lasers. Xi Yan remarked, for an extended period, we shall employ the red laser series of energy weapons. Once I develop the disintegration cannon, I shall create the most magnificent disintegration cruiser. With noble dual penetration weaponry at hand, he continued, prepare for action. We shall commence our assault in 1 hour. We will eradicate the plant people from this planet. retaining only a small fraction for food production. Following the annihilation of their civilization, our ground forces will emerge, utilizing drones to locate the remaining plant people, capturing them for an estimated population of 100,000 for breeding and research purposes. Yes, exclaimed the two captains, Ning Dilling and several senior commanders in unison. Additionally, our drones have located the capital of the plant people and confirmed that their civilization is presently in a feudal era, practicing a system of monarchical vassalage, Ning Dilling added. It matters not. Let us obliterate it all, Xi Yan stated decisively. However, he reconsidered and inquired, by the way, how's the translation work progressing over at the Academy of Sciences? The language of the plant people bears significant resemblance to that of humans, at present. We are essentially capable of engaging in simple dialogue with them, Beta replied. To converse in a language so akin to theirs is indeed a misfortune. Xi Yan appropriately displayed a look of disdain before his eyes shifted. One moment, let me see if I can engage in dialogue with the leader of the plant people. Is it possible for us to persuade them to surrender without a single casualty? Chapter 60. Dialogue. I shall make the arrangements. Ning Dilling nodded affirmatively. Very well. I wish you all a prosperous outcome in battle, hoping we can achieve a resounding victory in our inaugural conflict. Xi Yan expressed his satisfaction with an encouraging remark before promptly terminating the communication. In the midst of constructing the central district, a division line appears. Amartiro 2, the capital of the plant people. Their technological advancements are predominantly rooted in biotechnology, with cities and structures crafted from the very organisms of this Gaia planet. The plant people have mastered exceedingly sophisticated biological technologies, having developed a relatively advanced pre-FTL civilization over countless centuries. However, due to the limitations inherent to their species, they have yet to establish any substantial aerospace technologies. This vibrant city, lush with greenery, serves as the capital of the plant people. Its name is inconsequential, as no one would concern themselves with a civilization on the verge of annihilation. The city is arranged in a standard circular layout, with a vast open space at its center, measuring thousands of meters in diameter. A towering ancient tree rises skyward, reaching for the clouds. This tree is the oldest on the planet, said to have flourished for millennia, and the plant people revere it as the sacred tree of their civilization. The emperor of the plant people, accompanied by a multitude of ministers, arrived at the base of the sacred tree, reverently paying homage to this ancient guardian that had sheltered their kind for countless years. After observing the intricate rituals, the emperor did not depart immediately. Instead, he sat on the steps formed by the intertwining plants, gazing vacantly at the sky, his tendrils languidly draped upon the ground. What is the state of the front lines? He pondered, his brow furrowed with concern. Your Majesty, one of the ministers replied, his tendrils drooping in despair, we have deployed all our forces, including our latest weaponry. Yet we remain powerless against these invaders. The aliens have seized control of our skies. Their technology surpasses ours by at least a century. Our army has been utterly vanquished by their bizarre crimson beams. Their advanced technology renders us defenseless. The Minister of Science lamented, his barrel-like body slamming heavily onto the ground. Embodying despondency. My loyal subjects, the Emperor queried, his gaze still fixed upon the heavens. Do you believe we, the plant people, can withstand the onslaught of these extraterrestrial aggressors? Those invaders, arriving from beyond the stars, posed a threat to which they were utterly unprepared. They had not even ventured into the cosmos. Yet peril had already descended upon them. Though it pains us to acknowledge, it is a harsh reality we must confront. One minister articulated the grim truth. We can only watch as the aliens invade our homeland, powerless to muster a resistance akin to that of years past. They once triumphed, paying a harrowing price to expel the extraterrestrial invaders from their planet. Yet, mere years later, the aliens returned with renewed vigor. This latest offensive was overwhelmingly fierce, and the resistance of the plant beings crumbled beneath the scorching onslaught of crimson lasers. Perhaps the aliens merely sought to enslave us, demanding tribute as a vassal state, speculated one minister. If that were the case, it would not be so dire. The fear lies in the possibility that they come to annihilate us, the plant emperor remarked. Look, what is that? A plant minister exclaimed in terror. All the plant beings raised their visual organs, gazing up to see a human drone drifting slowly from the sky. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. Where are our anti-aircraft weapons? Shoot it down. The grim reality was that all their defensive armaments had been systematically obliterated by the aliens. Without aerial capabilities, the present plant beings could only watch as the human drone descended leisurely, hovering above them. Wait, it seems to bear no intent to attack. The Emperor extended a tendril, attempting to prevent the guards from firing upon the drone. It appeared to harbor no malice. The front of the drone emitted a beam of light, projecting the image of a young human above the heads of several plant leaders. This individual, possessing a striking handsomeness akin to that of a tomato reader, donned a platinum marshal's uniform, his gaze indifferent. The plant beings, resembling wooden barrels, were taken aback by the stark contrast of this human. Your Majesty, this seems to be the alien species that has invaded us. Silence. I am well aware. Suddenly, the human before him spoke, their voice resonating clearly from the drone. Hello, can you hear me? Is this rudimentary translation device functioning? Do you comprehend? Chapter 61. Deterrence. Above the expansive 100-tiered steps at the root of the sacred tree, the drone scanned the terrain below and projected an image, manifesting Xi Yan's silhouette as if he stood upon the steps. What is this? The assembly of plant ministers, startled, waved their tendrils, observing the alien surveying its surroundings. What manner of technology is this, capable of materializing this extraterrestrial here? Yet, the plant emperor discerned the truth. It was merely a projection of Xi Yan, not a corporeal form. Who are you? The plant emperor, with a bark-like exterior, approached to engage with Xi Yan. Xi Yan crossed his arms and adjusted the translation device at his ear. You inquire about my identity? I am human, and also what you refer to as an alien. With arms outstretched and a smile playing upon his lips, he declared, Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have set my sights on your planet. We shall expel you and colonize this land. By the heavens, how exhilarating it is to flaunt oneself before an alien. Although the translation device was hastily constructed, it endeavored to convey Xi Yan's words into a simplified plant language. Upon hearing this, the plant beings quickly became incensed. Cursed humans, we plant people shall never submit, exclaimed a particularly forthright plant. Xi Yan raised an eyebrow. What is your status compared to mine? How dare a mere provincial native speak to me? He extended his hand in the shape of a gun, lightly pointing towards the implanted individual. Instantly, a drone emitted a crimson laser, piercing through the implant, splattering a milky organic substance everywhere. The scream of the implanted person was automatically translated into the essence of our culture. The emperor of the implanted, cradling his lifeless minister, glared at Xi Yan with fury and demanded, Why have you done this? Xi Yan smiled. Why? He could hardly contain his amusement. You are merely insects. It has always been the privilege of aliens to refer to humanity as insects. Now, the tables have turned. How delightful. To my fellow beings in the Trisolaris universe, I have avenged you. Not only are you insects, but you are also pests that humanity can easily eradicate, occupying the colonies of our future. Xi Yan added. The assembled leaders of the implanted were enraged, yet they dared not voice their anger due to the lethal drone hovering above Xi Yan. Standing there with an air of nonchalance and a smile playing on his lips, Xi Yan's mere presence silenced the implanted. Under the immense pressure from Xi Yan alone, it was ultimately the emperor of the implanted who trembled and retorted, You are clearly the invaders. On what grounds do you drive away our civilization that has thrived for millennia? On what grounds? Xi Yan found amusement in this. As the ruler of a nation, do you not grasp this fundamental truth? Because human civilization surpasses yours, and we happen to require a colony. A succinct response that unveiled the essence of civilizational advancement. My warship hovers above your planet, and within a day, we could obliterate your civilization and seize this world. Xi Yan smiled, turning away. Under the terrified gazes of the plant people and the calm demeanor of Xi Yan, the lofty clouds appeared to be violently torn apart. As an immense warship slowly descended through the atmosphere, looming over the capital of the plant people. Even from a distance, one could hear the chaos erupting in the city, instigated by the fear of ordinary plant citizens. The leaders of the plant people looked on in dread. The sacred tree stands above. Such a colossal spacecraft truly exists. How shall we defeat the aliens? Even the most rudimentary of frigates would suffice to intimidate these plant people. They began to realize with startling clarity, humanity could indeed extinguish them with the flick of a wrist. Chapter 62. Coercion. Surprisingly, the emperor of the plant people maintained a semblance of composure, inquiring of the aloof Xi Yan, Your Excellency, since you stand here conversing with us, does that not imply that negotiation is still possible? Xi Yan turned around, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. Indeed, I am not a cruel individual. I harbor no desire to annihilate your kind outright. Splendid. Upon hearing that Xi Yan did not intend immediate extermination, the leaders of the plant people felt a wave of relief. The emperor, summoning courage, ventured to ask, then, does your meaning imply that if we are willing to pay a sufficient price, your human civilization might spare our plant civilization? Certainly. With a grin, Xi Yan spread his hands and remarked, the universe is not solely rife with acts of genocide. We are quite willing to accept amenable races as vassal states. His words were imbued with sincerity, to the point where he almost convinced himself. Now, may we discuss? No. Xi Yan coldly interrupted the words of the plant emperor. I shall lay down the conditions. Listen closely. Very well. The plant people dared not express their anger, acknowledging their inability to best humanity. They were compelled to endure humiliation for the survival of their race. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Yan declared, first, this planet shall belong to us humans. You have the final say, the plant emperor responded, silent for a long while before ultimately acquiescing to the harsh reality. Second, we shall designate a specific reservation for your plant civilization. Let's say, 2 of this planet. All of your people must relocate there. 2. The plant emperor gritted his teeth. For the current population of plant people, such a diminutive area would be exceedingly cramped. However, with controlled reproduction and the conversion of some plant individuals into organic matter, it could be tolerable. As long as plant civilization could be preserved, some sacrifices were inevitable. Agreed. Excellent. Xi Yan nodded in satisfaction. As for the material, Wei Junjia, I have no desire to expend ammunition on such inferior beings. Thus, for the third condition, we require 200,000 of your people, specifically, the largest and least intelligent among them. Xi Yan raised a finger. The emperor of the plant people was perplexed. What could this mean? In the worldview of the plant people, the concept of consuming food was non-existent. They merely needed to insert their roots into the soil and extend their leaves towards the sky, accumulating organic matter like ordinary plants. However, Xi Yan erupted in anger. Close your failed evolutionary vocal organs. You, a pitiful assembly of inferior plants, how dare you speculate on the intentions of humanity? A group of plant people was left feeling utterly humiliated, as Xi Yan deliberately avoided technical jargon, opting instead for a straightforward and scathing rebuke. Observing the aggrieved expressions of the plant people, Xi Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. We agree, the plant emperor said, lowering his tendrils in submission. Xi Yan nodded. I have but 3 demands. Should you fail to meet them, or should I witness any contemptible plant people still roaming elsewhere? Xi Yan waved his hand. The bow of the battleship hovering above the capital of the plant people dipped, revealing 3 weapon slots atop. The massive caliber anti-aircraft guns and 2 red laser emitters opened fire simultaneously. First, a nearly 100-meter wide red laser swept across the area, incinerating everything in its path, followed by a barrage from the anti-aircraft guns that bombarded the zone delineated by the red laser. Within mere seconds, the district was reduced to ruins, devoid of any living beings. And the Splinterin Chapter 63. The meeting. Why would you do this? The audacious slaughter left the plant emperor aghast, compelling him to confront Xi Yan with indignation. We have clearly acquiesced to your terms. Why then do you continue your assault upon us? Xi Yan cast a fleeting glance in his direction, the chill of his gaze sending shivers down the plant emperor's spine. Your annihilation bears no relevance to me. Xi Yan's projection advanced, placing a hand upon the diminutive figure of the plant emperor, gently patting the foliage atop his head. The cosmos is no mere playground, little plant. It is a realm where the weak are mercilessly oppressed. Depart now, and I trust you shall fulfill my demands post-haste. As Xi Yan turned away, the plant emperor hastily called out, I can comply, but is there a deadline? Observe for yourselves, the timing is at your discretion. Though I cannot guarantee the avoidance of further city bombardments, Xi Yan replied, not glancing back. The drone promptly terminated the projection and soared into the distance, accompanied by the colossal guard ship, which adjusted its trajectory before ascending into the void of space. All that remained was the desolate ruins and raging fires of the capital, whispering tales of devastation. With a resounding thud, the plant emperor, in a display of despair, slammed his barrel-shaped body onto the ground, his appendages striking the earth in fury. Curse this wretched alien. Your Majesty, what shall we, the plant people, do now? What shall we do? We cannot fight back, nor can we flee. What options remain? The plant emperor seethed in frustration, gradually resigning to the inevitable. We have no choice but to acquiesce to their terms. Issue an immediate proclamation compelling all plantoids to converge upon the capital cities. Further attrition is unacceptable. As you command, Your Majesty, responded the plantoid ministers in somber unison, their voices laden with grief. Furthermore, prepare 200,000 of the most corpulent and intellectually deficient plantoids. For the greater populace, their sacrifice is regrettably necessary. Having deactivated the drone projection, Xi Yan, in high spirits, promptly convened a new strategic council. Despite prior deliberations concerning the commencement of bombardments upon plantoid settlements, Xi Yan, following amicable discourse with the plantoid leadership, ultimately rescinded the directive for direct aerial assaults. The situation is thus, Xi Yan elucidated. Terms were negotiated, stipulating the plantoids' confinement to designated reservations encompassing 2% of the planetary surface surrounding their sacred arboreal structures, with the remaining territories ceded to humankind. Xi Yan's image materialized on the holographic display as he expounded. Concurrently, they have offered 200,000 plantoids for the advancement of our agricultural enterprises, a most felicitous outcome indeed. Verily, the Marshal's decree is eminently sound, Ning Di Ling affirmed, subtly flattering Xi Yan. This course of action averts further casualties among our colonists and curtails the expenditure of armaments and munitions. Principally, Xi Yan appended, should we initiate indiscriminate bombardment of plantoid metropolises. Their inevitable dispersal into the wilderness would necessitate extensive efforts for their recapture. It is therefore more judicious to spare their lives, preventing them from impeding our colonial endeavors. The esteemed participants nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Marshal possesses exceptional foresight. Ahem. Xi Yan cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. However, to prevent any dissent among the plant beings, I propose that all left guardian ships be positioned above their sacred trees to instill a sense of intimidation. Agreed, responded the captain of the left guardian ship. The right guardian ship shall randomly bombard a city of the plant beings to instill fear, followed by the eradication of small plant settlements in the wilderness, ultimately rejoining the left guardian ship. Understood, replied the captain of the right guardian ship. Furthermore, I suggest our colonizers adopt a strategic defense while scouting for suitable locations to establish settlements in preparation for construction, Xi Yan added. The ring world is adequately prepared, and soon new colonizers and construction teams will arrive to develop the colony. Simultaneously, dispatch drones to continue scanning and obliterate all plant settlements outside the reserve area. Xi Yan stated with unwavering composure, I intend for no plant beings to remain outside the reserve. Yes, Ning Di Ling nodded in affirmation. Excellent, that will suffice. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 64, Repairing the Walls. Xi Yan contentedly declared the meeting concluded. With arrangements in place, all that remained was to await the outcomes. Of course, prior to that, he had a multitude of tasks requiring his attention. The ring world still had numerous systemic issues that necessitated his personal review. However, there was no urgency. Xi Yan turned and opened the browser, skillfully entering incognito mode, and accessed the hidden bookmarks. Time to acquire something worthwhile. On that day, the Right Guardian descended upon a large city of the plant people, obliterating it entirely. The extensive use of biological structures in the city rendered it defenseless against the crimson lasers, igniting a conflagration that reduced the metropolis to ashes within a mere 10 minutes, resulting in an incalculable loss of life. In the aftermath, the terrified emperor of the plant people utilized a unique communication device of his civilization to broadcast a message to the global populace, urging all plant people to retreat to the vicinity of the sacred tree in order to ensure the survival of their civilization. He declared that no more cities must be destroyed by humans. Concurrently, the emperor commanded all plant forces stationed abroad to cease all offensive actions, redirecting their efforts to escorting the plant populace toward the sacred tree. Furthermore, a designated area was allocated to gather 200,000 plant people, prepared as a gesture for humanity. Meanwhile, the left guardian hovered ominously above the tree of life, intermittently unleashing crimson lasers upon the plant people below at the behest of Xi Yan, instilling fear and uncertainty amongst them. The right guardian, on the other hand, wreaked havoc by relentlessly bombarding small plant settlements scattered across the wilderness. This overwhelming show of force proved highly effective. Without further intervention from humanity, the leaders of the plant people, in a state of desperation, commanded their kin to comply with orders and retreat to the designated reservation. The plant people possessed their own mode of transport, airships cultivated from native flora, significantly enhancing their transportation efficiency. Thus, within just 10 days, a carefully selected assembly of 200,000 rather portly and Navi plant people had gathered, ready to be handed over to human oversight. On the human side, progress was not at a standstill. Ning Diling temporarily assumed the role of colonial governor, leading the settlers in the swift establishment of initial colonial cities. The maintenance team from the Amaterasu starport brought advanced equipment and brand new components, successfully repairing the Hyacinth colonization ship and facilitating its descent onto the planet's surface. In fact, one of the primary functions of the colonization vessel was to serve as a temporary capital for the colony. Surrounding the stripped-down Hyacinth, a series of structures began to take shape, which would eventually transform this temporary capital into the official capital of the colonial star. Construction teams from the Ring world arrived with an abundance of machinery, and soon, colonial cities sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Ning Diling intended to prioritize the construction of the colonial capital around the Hyacinth, but this proposal was promptly dismissed by Xi Yan, who insisted that the establishment of the colonial capital be postponed in favor of prioritizing the construction of a human cultivation base. On the vast plain where the settlers first landed, workers commenced construction, and the largest human cultivation base of Amaterasu II was set to be established here. The entire Gaia planet was abuzz with activity as a steady stream of resources was transported to this site, contributing to the development of the colony. Midway through, Xi Yan, displaying a moment of benevolence, allocated substantial funds for the cultivators, granting them a significant quantity of building materials to erect a high wall that would separate the reserve from human territory. This act could be perceived not merely as goodwill, but rather as a manifestation of racial purity, reminiscent of historical attempts to construct the Berlin Wall. The cultivators, left with no choice, had to mobilize a large workforce to erect the high wall, which was evidently an attempt to confine them. In the midst of this intense and exhilarating construction, 3 months swiftly elapsed. Chapter 65, Construction. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, 3 months is but a fleeting moment. Xi Yan hardly perceived any significant change. His life followed a regular routine, and before he knew it, the time had slipped away. Let us first address the territory of the Interstellar Human Military Government. The newly completed research vessel number 2 embarked on an expedition to explore stellar systems, and currently, the 2 research vessels have investigated 3 new star systems, while 2 engineering ships have established outposts. The domain of the Interstellar Human Military Government has expanded to encompass 6 star systems. Notably, in the star system designated as Quasar 3, Research Vessel No. 2 discovered 2 potentially habitable planets, devoid of any intelligent civilizations, named Quasar 3I and Quasar 3-4. Quasar 3I is relatively barren, lacking in resource production, yet it is deemed suitable for urban development. In contrast, Quasar 3-4 features extensive exposed rock formations and volcanic rift zones, rich in mineral resources. To be candid, to consecutively identify 3 colonizable planets at this nascent stage is indeed a stroke of fortune. However, Xi Yan currently has no intention of colonizing these 2 planets, as the population within the Ring world is not conducive to further expansion. One must take life one step at a time, as the saying goes. The etheric resonance engine was not built in a day. Xi Yan affixed a sticky note to the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, meticulously jotting down tasks as a reminder. He noted Quasar 3I and Quasar 3-2 on the sticky note, slapped it against the glass, and resumed attending to his affairs. After 3 months of dedicated construction, the process of public ownership within the entire Ring world has reached its conclusion, with all facilities in place and functioning normally. Xi Yan observed for a period of time, noting that no errors had occurred. The data center calculates a vast amount of statistical data daily, and it has never faltered. Even in the rare event of an error, it can be swiftly rectified. These artificial intelligence computers, constructed under Beta's guidance, meticulously account for the resources of the entire Ring world. Xi Yan contemplated the necessity of preparing a backup data processing method. What if the calamities of centuries to come are the purification protocol? In such a scenario, the entire empire's synthetic beings would be affected. However, for the time being, safety prevails. To ensure productivity, Xi Yan decided to take a gamble. Perhaps the forthcoming disasters would be swarms, demons, or even Launa. Of course, the worst-case scenario would involve the 4 great calamities visiting in succession. In the darkest moment of the cosmos, military isolation at the gates, next door lies the dragon's wrath against the stone golem. Stepping outside, one encounters iron annihilation and swarms. The mechanical father turns out to be a tyrant. From the L-gate emerges the gray poison. Ling Fei meets the circular deity, unable to extract the galactic star. The great Khan lurks nearby. The mechanical father urges colonization of the sacred land, recklessly constructing a Sentry CPU that explodes, soy milk spills as disasters invade one's home. And Launa assassinates your legendary immortal leader, surrounded by decay during the calamity. Merely contemplating this evokes a sense of profound despair. Without further ado, console, activate. Yet, in reality, one cannot simply open the console. After 2 arduous hours of navigating dark and unsavory websites, Xi Yan managed to adjust his mood. As we delve into the narrative, the Amaterasu 2 is alive with vibrant vitality and flourishing diversity. In the span of 3 months, remarkable progress has been made across various colonies, evident for all to see. Now, in the year 2200, architectural practices have undergone significant transformation. Modular and standardized construction has become widespread. Construction workers adeptly assemble prefabricated building modules from assembly lines, enabling rapid construction and doubling efficiency. Furthermore, the Interstellar Human Military Government has conducted extensive engineering research on the 3 damaged segments of the ring world. Although they have yet to develop the technology for megastructure construction, the research itself has substantially advanced their architectural knowledge. Chapter 66. Research Achievements. A torrent of steel sweeps across much of the planet as standardized cities rise swiftly. Not only that, but through the collective efforts of the nation, the foundation of the hybrid organism breeding base has also begun to take shape, thanks in no small part to the sociologists' endeavors. They have devised an efficient process for producing food from hybrid organisms in a remarkably short period, guiding the construction of breeding facilities. Xi Yan is currently in the sociology department of the Academy of Sciences, listening attentively as biologists specializing in sociology report on the production process. Firstly, the genome of the hybrid organisms is quite simple, allowing for appropriate modifications to align with our production processes. The leader of the hybrid organism research team presents their findings with fervor, elaborating on their research outcomes through a PowerPoint presentation. They discovered that complex genetic technologies are entirely unnecessary. These organisms adapt to their environment with remarkable ease and evolve at an astonishing pace. After 5 days of diligent research, we have successfully cultivated a viable specimen of the plant-human hybrid. The head of the research team pushed open the door, straining as he wheeled in a cart bearing an object resembling a wooden barrel. We have accelerated their growth and then facilitated their breeding, he explained, breathless from the effort of bringing in the hefty hybrid, which stood nearly 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. They merely need to reproduce a score of times under our carefully controlled growth conditions to undergo evolutionary adaptations to their environment. Is this what you have cultivated? Xi Yan gazed in awe at the enormous hybrid, struggling to comprehend the marvel before him. Though he yearned to marvel at the wonders of nature, the reality was undeniable. The research leader slumped into a chair, taking a moment to recover before exclaiming, "The plant-human hybrid is a truly magnificent species. No, Gaia is an extraordinary planet. The biological adaptability of these hybrids commands the admiration of all. Look at this splendid physique." The leader enthusiastically struck the hybrid's robust exterior. Through simple cultivation and acceleration, their tentacles have significantly atrophied, rendering them incapable of large-scale movement. Their bodies have grown exceptionally large, enabling them to store greater quantities of organic matter. Truly, they are remarkable organisms, capable of rapid genetic adjustments based on their living conditions. These hybrids are quite intelligent, thus, we deliberately expedited their maturation, resulting in their neural cores failing to develop adequately before they produced offspring. Consequently, their intellect has diminished significantly, akin to dairy cows on a farm, relegating them to mere tools for the production of organic matter. Wonderful! A brilliant initiative! Xi Yan expressed his admiration without reservation. The Marshal's intent was to transform them into livestock, and our team. The team leader stood up, proudly patting his chest. We have accomplished this. Excellent. Better treatment for the entire group. Xi Yan applauded. Of course, this is not all. The team leader, basking in the Marshal's assurance, turned a page on the PPT, showcasing their group's latest research achievements to Xi Yan. Esteemed Marshal, behold our team's rapid completion of a study within 3 months. Human cultivation and food extraction processes. This methodology is robust and can be directly implemented in production. Once the cultivation base on Amatero 2 is constructed according to our process, the Empire's food output will double. Incredible, my friends! Xi Yan exclaimed, gripping the research team leader's hand. Please provide me with a swift introduction. Chapter 67. Delicacies. Esteemed Marshal, please observe. The research team leader activated the holographic screen, revealing a densely packed array of procedural data. Xi Yan's wise gaze reflected understanding as he instinctively nodded. Though he did not grasp the details, he felt an awe-inspiring significance. Clearing his throat, the research team leader elaborated. Humans are treasures. The gelatinous organic matter within them is rich in nutrients. We can extract this, and these organic materials can be transformed into many products. First, it can be consumed directly. The head of the research team spoke astonishingly and, without hesitation, drew an electromagnetic knife from his pocket, plunging it into the body of the unsuspecting cyborg. The cyborg emitted a sharp shriek, convulsed momentarily, and then fell silent. Xi Yan instinctively leaned back in a defensive posture. The team leader, wielding the electromagnetic knife with expertise, carved a small aperture at the top of the cyborg, and then retrieved 2 spoons from his pocket, tossing one to Xi Yan. "Goodness, brother!" Xi Yan exclaimed, utterly astounded. As he hastily removed the packaging from the disposable spoon and approached to scoop a generous portion of the milky white gelatin from the opening. "Delicious, indeed." The team leader gave a thumbs up and tilted his head back to swallow a large spoonful of the cyborg's organic material, chewing nonchalantly before swallowing. Xi Yan nodded calmly and decided to sample it as well. The gelatinous texture burst with a rich sweetness in his mouth, leaving him exhilarated. "Fantastic," Xi Yan proclaimed, giving a thumbs up in appreciation. The second application is to concentrate it into canned food. The team leader continued to speak while eating. Third, dehydrate it to create milk powder. Fourth, extract all organic substances, purify them, and produce the green apples that the Marshal frequently consumes. Fifth, the head of the research team enumerated over 10 uses in one breath, showing no signs of stopping. "Wait, can it really be transformed into so many products?" Xi Yan interjected urgently. "Indeed," the team leader replied, taking a moment to breathe. "It is precisely because the nutritional content of these organic materials is exceedingly high that such a variety of products can be created. Indeed, we could invest our efforts to comprehend the workings of their corporeal forms and subsequently produce these entities ourselves." The head of the research team spoke with grandiosity. As it was originally stated, after extracting the organic matter stored within them, their shells can also be utilized for bioelectricity. While the core can be crafted into synthetic meat, every part is a treasure. Xi Yan felt as though he had dined merely on the dreams he had painted. As a devoted player of the stars, he patiently listened to the impassioned discourse of this exuberant research leader, who spent nearly an hour elucidating their group's findings. After expressing heartfelt encouragement, Xi Yan left the Academy of Sciences with a substantial box of organic matter. Though he was inundated with incomprehensible knowledge, the jelly was quite delightful. With a somewhat dazed expression, Xi Yan scooped a spoonful of organic matter and popped it into his mouth. To his surprise, it was indeed sweet. Content. Xi Yan strolled back to the government building, clutching a handful of disposable spoons. Observing the stockpile of spoons in the scientist's possession, it was evident that the personnel at the academy had indulged in their share of the organic matter. It seemed less a pursuit of research, and more an opportunity to sneak a taste of the organic matter. How absurd! Xi Yan indignantly savored a generous mouthful of the sweet jelly. How extravagant! With purposeful strides, Xi Yan entered the government edifice, distributing spoons along the way. "Hey, brother, care for a taste? Young lady, would you like a fresh bite? Hey, are you interested in jelly?" This resulted in a chorus of grateful responses. "Thank you, Marshal." And how extravagant! Chapter 68. You truly eat. Xi Yan, satisfied, approached the office of the Secretary of State, directly making his way to Elvira's opulent desk. The petite and exceptional administrative officer, Elvira, sat at her expansive desk, surrounded by a multitude of holographic screens. She was fervently immersed in her work, her hands moving so rapidly that they seemed to blur into shadows. Xi Yan was deeply moved. This was indeed the future of our empire. Just look at her diligence. He paid no heed to the fact that it was he who had offloaded his responsibilities onto Elvira. "Hey, would you like to have some?" Xi Yan cheerfully offered a spoon. Suddenly, a spoon appeared in the small secretary's line of sight, startling her to the point that she nearly flung her pen away. The Marshal could move without a sound. Once she realized it was Xi Yan, Elvira's expression shifted to one of mild reproach. However, her attention was soon captivated by what he held in his embrace. "Marshal, what are you eating?" Elvira inquired sidelong, her gaze flitting between the spoon and a full box of creamy, gelatinous substance. "Delicious jelly." Xi Yan shook the spoon. "It's incredibly sweet. Would you care for a taste?" "All right." Elvira found herself unable to resist the marshal's invitation and the allure of the jelly. She snatched the spoon, tore open the packaging, and scooped out a generous portion. Tilting her head, she scrutinized the bouncy jelly, casting a slightly suspicious glance at Xi Yan. Given her knowledge of the marshal, she was certain he had added something to it to play a trick on her. Go on, why aren't you eating? Xi Yan nonchalantly stuffed another bite of jelly into his mouth. Elvira stared at him for a long moment. He continued to eat without any apparent additives. Fine. Then I'll eat, she declared, and with a bite, she exclaimed, Yum. She took a bite of the jelly, the rich sweetness blossoming on her tongue, and she instantly squinted her eyes in bliss. So sweet, utterly delightful. Where did you buy this? Elvira unabashedly praised the jelly. It's produced locally in Amatero too. Remarkably fresh. Xi Yan gave a thumbs up. Wait, Amatero too produces natural jelly? The young Secretary of State was taken aback. Indeed, Xi Yan replied with a mischievous grin. It contains organic substances secreted by plants, entirely natural and additive-free. How healthy is that? Elvira's eyes widened as she glanced at the milky jelly-like substance in Xi Yan's box, then touched her lips. So, I just consumed an alien-esque secretion. Ugh, Elvira's face turned pale as she reached to gag. Stop it, swallow it down hard. Xi Yan lunged to firmly cover her mouth. MMM. After more than a minute, Xi Yan finally released her with satisfaction. You swallowed it. You swallowed it. How do you feel? Elvira? Xi Yan asked with a sly smile. Commander, you naughty boy. Elvira pouted, clutching her stomach in distress. I'm not clean anymore. I ate an alien, boo-hoo. Why such resistance? Aliens are quite delicious. Xi Yan scoffed, tossing another piece of primal plant jelly into his mouth. I still can't accept it. Then try to embrace it. Xi Yan, having nearly finished her meal, casually placed her spoon and an entire box of jelly on her desk. This is for you, enjoy, she said. Subsequently, she leisurely made her way to the back and took the private elevator back to her office, leaving the puffed-up Elvira to stare incredulously at the box of jelly on the table. In truth, it was rather delectable. Elvira savored the taste, contemplating if the alien flavor might actually be quite pleasant. Perhaps just one more bite? Glancing around, Elvira picked up the spoon once more, gently scooping a spoonful and popping it into her mouth. It was exceedingly sweet. Huh, I knew you would sneak a taste. Xi Yan's head suddenly peeked through the door. Puffed. Jelly fragments sprayed from the lips of the young Secretary of State. Chapter 69. The Thoughts of Ning Di Ling Ling in the Amat Aerostar System. On the planet Gaia, Amat Aero 2. After another fortnight had passed, the scattered plant people either perished or fled, primarily either being exterminated by humans or retreating with the main forces to the reservation area. Through these days of construction, with the humans' advanced technology and the labor of the plant people, a 3-meter-high wall had been erected, delineating the boundary between the reservation and human territory. The wall had been completed, the plant people had retreated, and the treaty was finalized. We should be safe now. Standing beneath the sacred tree, the emperor of the plant people gazed at the congested reservation, unable to suppress a murmur to himself. The plant people have fulfilled Xi Yan's demands as agreed, and now they are finally safe. Although it came at a tremendous cost, they have managed to preserve the spark of the plant people. As long as civilization endures, there remains hope. The plant emperor seethed with resentment, contemplating the day when the plant people would exact vengeance upon humanity for their blood debts. Wait for it, humanity, he thought. 300 years to the east of the galaxy, 300 years to the west. Do not underestimate the plant people. As long as we exist, we shall never relinquish our quest for revenge. The plant emperor envisioned the immense flagship, the Left Guardian, drifting in the sky, and remained silent. There was no rush for the moment, once they too had developed such formidable technology. In any case, for the time being, humanity would likely refrain from troubling the plant people. Meanwhile, Xi Yan's projection once again arrived at the stellar base of Amatero. Within the office of Ning Di Ling Ling, greetings, Marshal. Ning Di Ling Ling immediately stood and saluted as she noticed the holographic projector illuminating the room, gradually revealing Xi Yan's figure. Good morning, Ling Di. Ning Di Ling Ling, Xi Yan replied with a friendly nod. A frown appeared on Ning Di Ling Ling's smooth forehead. According to the stellar time of this galaxy, it is already midnight. Why are you still working at this hour? Xi Yan's brow furrowed in response. Ning Di Ling Ling adjusted her hat, at a loss for words. Indeed, who had assigned her so much work? Let us set aside those matters and report on the progress of the colonies. Xi Yan waved his hand, settling into a chair beside her. The technology of human projection is still somewhat immature, and the clothing appears a bit ill-fitting. Ning Di Lingling's expression grew serious as she retrieved a document from the computer and began her report. The 30 colonial points of Amatero 2 have been essentially completed, and the framework for the initial landing point's breeding base has been established. Furthermore, the plant people civilization has fulfilled all your requirements. Excellent, Xi Yan nodded. I appreciate obedient extraterrestrials. We are also prepared for a potential rebellion from the plant people. Should they exhibit any signs of unrest? Our 2 escort ships are poised to execute an extermination strike immediately. Ning Di Lingling expressed some concern. However, they are particularly docile and show no inclination towards rebellion. That's a good thing. It conserves our ammunition, Xi Yan remarked, his gaze taking on a peculiar intensity. Are you implying that we are prepared for extermination? Indeed, Ning Di Lingling replied. According to our plan, the 2 escort ships will deploy 4 red laser emitters to commence an attack from the outermost perimeter, encircling and incinerating the entire reserve, leaving only the sacred tree at the center. Additionally, a contingent of ground forces will be stationed outside the reserve to prevent any escape attempts by the plant people. However, their docility has led us to abandon the idea of a forceful extermination. Chapter 70. Turning Point. Xi Yan commended her. Well done. Now, prepare the projection equipment and bring along the 2 captains and military officials. We shall go meet the plant people. Now, to meet the plant people? Ning Di Lingling was somewhat perplexed. Consider it a small token of my thoughts. Xi Yan smirked, extinguishing his projection, leaving behind an enigmatic remark. Hurry up, Knight of the Aid Table, or I shall activate your detonator. Amatero 2, the reserved zone for plant people. Although the plant people were reluctantly confined within this diminutive reserve, each harbored an inherent optimism characteristic of botanical life, preparing to cultivate their civilization here. The emperor of the plant people issued a decree mandating a reduction in their population, compelling them to return to the natural cycle. At last, the reserve was not so congested. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, despite the loss of 98 of their planetary territory and their subjugation to humanity. The authority of the plant emperor remained intact. With vengeance unattainable in the short term, embracing enjoyment became the order of the day, leaving the issues for the next generation. Due to the imperatives of natural selection, the plant people, having originated from flora, bore a deeply ingrained ethos of passivity within their DNA, making it difficult to erase. In their worldview, there had never been instances of actively altering the environment. Thus, they opted to modify their own genes, enabling them to swiftly adapt to changing surroundings. Regardless, the plant people persisted, and the emperor still held his exalted position. After paying homage to the sacred tree, a group of high-ranking plant people maneuvered their bodies using tendrils, descending the tiers of steps. The plant emperor found a step to settle upon, gazing vacantly at the sky. Regrettably, the 2 warships above obscured too much sunlight, rendering the surroundings somewhat dim, which displeased the sun-loving plant people. Those cursed humans. The plant emperor cursed vehemently. May the sacred tree condemn them to never evolve. Who are you cursing, alien scum? The sound of drones quietly approached, and Xi Yan's voice resonated. Shortly thereafter, Xi Yan's projection reappeared on the steps. I said nothing. You must have misheard, he stated. The plant emperor nearly leaped in surprise. Why has this human leader come now? Arriving earlier or later would have sufficed. Yet he appears at this moment? Esteemed human, we, the plant people, have fulfilled your demands. Is there anything else you require? The plant emperor inquired, his tone noticeably subservient. Not much, just came to see how you plant people are faring, Xi Yan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Behind him, Ning Di Lingling, 2 ship captains, and an army officer's projections emerged, surveying their surroundings. The plant emperor's thoughts churned with unease. With so many humans arriving, what could their intentions be? Have we, the plant people, truly shown ourselves to be so easily bullied? Should they propose any further unreasonable demands, it would be akin to kicking against cotton. Xi Yan stood his ground, casting his gaze upon the towering tree before him, then surveying the area, maintaining a peculiar smile on his face. The tension among Ning Di Lingling and the others seemed palpable, as they prepared to heed the marshal's command at any moment. What a splendid view! Furthermore, the plant civilization is truly beautiful, Xi Yan mused. The plant emperor touched the leaves atop his head with a tentacle. Ultimately, Xi Yan turned towards Ning Di Lingling, a smile gracing his features. Initiate the full assault. We can entirely erase the plant people from this planet. What? Chapter 71. Annihilation. Imperial Chronicles. The Fall. In truth, We never contemplated sparing this young civilization, for we, as humans, are resolutely unwilling to leave any beings that could pose a threat to our existence. To the Empire, it is far more beneficial to utilize these pitiable creatures as sustenance. Xi Yan's directive, Amatero plant civilization, progressed to a pre-intelligent society. Marshal, what do you mean? The assembly was taken aback. I assert that we must immediately commence extermination strikes. The plant beings have outlived their usefulness. Xi Yan turned, fixing a frigid gaze upon Governor Ning Di Ling Ling. Governor Ning, along with my captain and officers, did you not hear? Yes, yes. A wave of realization swept over the crowd as they promptly severed the projections and hurried to issue commands. What is happening? Why must we be exterminated? Through the translation device, the plant emperor finally grasped Xi Yan's orders, his face contorted with terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xi Yan smiled at him. It is merely a matter of personal displeasure. I have long desired your extinction, but the thought of eradicating your civilization scattered across the stars seemed a cumbersome task. Xi Yan remained rooted in place, gazing upwards. Fortunately, your astonishing folly has led you to gather in this diminutive reservation, conveniently allowing me to ensnare you all at once. You never intended to spare us. The plant emperor exclaimed in fury. Indeed, and what of it? Xi Yan erupted into laughter. He stepped forward and lightly tapped the diminutive head of the plant being with an outstretched palm, declaring, "This is the cosmos, my child." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than two warships in the sky commenced their assault. For brilliant, searing red lasers descended from above, meticulously encircling the high walls of the preserve, gradually converging inward. Where the intense heat of the red lasers struck, nothing but ashes and charred earth remained. All organic matter was reduced to mere dust under the relentless onslaught of the crimson beams. Xi Yan lamented, then turned to the emperor of the plant beings. Soon, your civilization will vanish. How do you feel about that? Accompanying his words, two anti-aircraft guns unleashed a barrage of shells, igniting a series of violent explosions within the already confined preserve. You fiend! I shall slay you. The plant emperor, taken aback by the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him, furiously brandished his tendrils and charged at Xi Yan's projection, clawing furiously. Ha ha ha, foolish creature. Xi Yan's projection remained unfazed, mocking him as he retreated a few steps, performing a whimsical dance of defiance, his derision at its peak. I shall not converse with such inferior beings. It is beneath my noble human lineage. With a laugh, Xi Yan glanced at the relentless warships above and cheerfully began to hum a tune. Newborn, you wretched newborn. The plant emperor sat on the steps, weeping uncontrollably. Bravewood, Bravewood. Jerry. Xi Yan continued to hum the farmer's melody, swaying before the assembly of plant beings, taunting, why the glum faces? Do you not enjoy this? Ha ha. The civilization of the plant people has met its demise today. The two warships are equipped not only with 3 weapon slots, but also with a plethora of smaller arms, designed to fend off sublight vessels, which have now proven their worth. As the orbital bombardment commenced, countless assaults rained down upon this diminutive enclave. Flames and smoke erupted as the plant people fled in disarray, only to be swept away by 4 thick beams of red laser, leaving no living being behind. The relentless bombardment persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. Beyond the towering walls, the human army surged into the reserve, scouring the ravaged terrain for any remnants of life, ensuring their passage to the beyond. Chapter 72. Power generation simultaneously with the orbital bombardment. Xi Yan had particularly instructed to avoid the tree of life in the midst of this chaos. Thus a group of fortunate plant people had gathered beneath its shelter. Xi Yan's projection hovered in the air, observing a throng of impotent and furious plant people flailing their tendrils below. He removed his translator, relishing the cacophony of their tumultuous language. Soon, the army completed their search of the entire reserve and charged towards the holy tree. Marshal, greetings, Marshal. The soldiers encircled the gigantic holy tree, disregarding the plant people seeking refuge beneath it, and saluted Xi Yan in the air. Greetings, my warriors. Xi Yan joyfully replied. Eliminate every last one of the plant people. Destroy them all. The soldiers raised their individual red lasers, and the blinding beams swiftly pierced through all remaining plant people, heralding the end of this civilization. Xi Yan manipulated the projection, descending gracefully from midair to the ground. The sacred tree. The sacred tree. Several scientists rushed past him, their excitement palpable as they carried a multitude of equipment towards the towering tree. Imperial log. The sacred tree, This sacred tree of Amartiro II has thrived on this planet for an extensive period. Initially, we estimated its age to be around several millennia. However, after meticulous examination, our scientists believe that the tree may be far older than we previously imagined. With thorough research, we might glean profound insights from it. Xi Yan's directive. It's simple. I will allocate the funds. The small reserve was abuzz with activity, embodying a scene of thriving progress. Xi Yan took a moment to savor the atmosphere, his heart swelling with exhilaration. At long last, he had personally vanquished the first extraterrestrial species. From this moment forth, the Gaia planet would eternally belong to humanity. The glory of humankind shall endure forever. Xi Yan let out an exuberant roar, and the soldiers passing by echoed his fervor. The glory of humankind shall endure forever. A divider for the construction of the mining area. How exhilarating. How exhilarating. Xi Yan leaped around in his office, emitting primal whoops of joy. Marshal, the Secretary of State, Olival, approached with a folder, her expression a mixture of disbelief and annoyance as she observed the Marshal's exuberance. It's simply delightful. I revel in witnessing the impotent fury of these aliens as they meet their demise. Xi Yan was unsure why he felt such exhilaration, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided to express it. He seized a nearby pillow from the sofa and struck it forcefully against Alawair. How wonderful. Alawair, are you happy? I am not happy. The young Secretary of State, dazed from the blow, rushed over to snatch the pillow from Xi Yan's grasp. You may generate energy as you please. But why must you hit me? Is this not childish? As a marshal, how can you behave like a mere child? Alawair, resembling a disgruntled cat, clutched Xi Yan's clothing and unleashed a torrent of words. Unable to contain himself, Xi Yan retorted, What is your status in comparison to mine? Do you dare to admonish me? Do you consider yourself superior? I must elevate you. You shall understand what it is to be ensnared in a nightmare. Elderly and children shall fly first. Aminos. In a fit of rage, Xi Yan brandished the pillow and struck Alawair squarely on the posterior. Ah, she gasped, her face instantly flushing with warmth. Xi Yan, I am the administrative officer personally selected by your father. Do you think I cannot handle you? Alawair, fuming, picked up the pillow and hurled it back at him. How audacious. Do you intend to defy authority? Xi Yan, in a state of unstable fervor, let out a wild cry and retaliated with fervor. The petite Secretary of State, having endured numerous pillow assaults, could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to flee throughout the room, with Xi Yan in hot pursuit. The office descended into chaos. Outside, the captain of the personal guard, Yu Shua, leaned silently against the wall, engrossed in a game of Three Kingdoms kill. Alas, while it is understandable for the young marshal, having only recently reached adulthood, to engage in frivolous distractions, it is rather perplexing to witness the esteemed Secretary of State indulging in similar pursuits. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence to me. I shall immerse myself in my games instead. What a pity that we have been left with the choice of the feeble Su Shang. Chapter 73. The swift passage of time. Time swiftly elapses. Mere months have flown by in the blink of an eye. In the vast expanse of the universe, time is often measured in millennia. Yet, life, though fleeting and resplendent, can traverse countless cycles within such a stretch. For sentient beings, within this brief span, they can conjure boundless marvels, including, but not limited to, igniting a galaxy-wide war, unleashing colossal titans and divine armaments upon their foes, constructing etheric engines capable of obliterating galaxies and phantasmal realms, manipulating the primordial laws of the universe, and fabricating dimensional needles to pierce black holes, thus plunging time into disarray. However, one cannot help but observe that these do not appear to be miracles in the truest sense. In essence, this is the might of time, capable of gradually eroding an empire or fostering the rise of a new one. For Xi Yan, the need for time to cultivate his ambitions is paramount. The nascent interstellar human military government is far too fragile, lacking the capacity to confront the perils of the cosmos. He is in dire need of technology and territory, yet he is reluctant to engage with similarly advanced extraterrestrial civilizations prematurely. The challenge is formidable. During this period, Xi Yan has also deliberated meticulously on the path of ascension he should choose. From a rational standpoint, while this world is indeed real, its foundational layers continue to adhere to the logic of the stellar game, with the chains of events and technological trees remaining largely unchanged. Thus, when it comes to the choice between ascension and tradition within the game, there ought to be specific pathways available. Xi Yan speculated. Perhaps a significant scientific discovery would catalyze such a shift? What path of ascension should his empire undertake? The game stipulates these choices quite rigidly. However, in reality, could one not pursue multiple avenues simultaneously? For instance, beginning with cybernetic ascension, followed by modular ascension, then nanotechnology ascension, and ultimately virtual ascension. Transitioning to psychic ascension through faith post-virtual ascension? Subsequently, could one embrace disaster ascension, constructing an etheric resonance engine to obliterate the galaxy, and then escape through a reality puncture created by the resulting black hole? Each ascension represents a monumental leap in technology. Xi Yan firmly believed that with sufficiently advanced technology, every ascension route could be explored. Ideally, this would occur after the calamity has passed. At that juncture, the entire universe would bask in a prolonged peace, allowing for any manner of ascension. Alternatively, one could directly embark on cosmic creation before the calamity strikes, venturing into a new universe. Xi Yan pondered for an extended period. The real world is too liberating. It is precisely this freedom that renders everything unpredictable. This is the allure of the Starlight universe. When players descend from their lofty vantage points to personally traverse their empire, experiencing its development from nothingness to existence, perhaps it is better to set aside such contemplations and immerse oneself in the game first. Xi Yan quickly adjusted his mood and cheerfully set about his work. Time flew by, and under the extraordinary dedication of the Grand Marshal, the developments on both the Rimworld and Gaia sphere progressed steadily, with the nation flourishing. On May 1st, 2200 of the stellar sea calendar, Xi Yan designated this day as the Empire's Labor Day. On this day, the populace is compelled to engage in relentless labor throughout the day as a means of repaying the state for the benefits they receive. It is indeed reasonable to dedicate Labor Day to labor. Whether one is an ordinary worker or an expert, all are required to participate in fundamental production at the grassroots factories, including certain public officials. Xi Yan led by example, personally laboring in the agricultural regions within the Ring World. By 2200, agricultural machinery had advanced significantly, and Xi Yan quickly mastered the operation of combined harvesters for sowing and harvesting. Confronted by reporters, he proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I believe that on Labor Day, everyone should work doubly hard. Labor is the most honorable and the most capable of generating wealth, and I am no exception." Chapter 74. The Espionage Organization Indeed. These reporters were also working twice as hard. Xi Yan stated solemnly, "In the future, we will gradually transfer agricultural production from the Ring World to new colonies, as the Ring World will serve as our research center to vigorously promote technological advancement. Marshal, despite your esteemed position, you still personally partake in fundamental labor. What message do you wish to convey to our laborers?" A reporter inquired, microphone in hand from the Imperial Broadcasting Station. Xi Yan's face radiated righteousness as he declared, "All our laborers are extraordinary individuals. They are the most deserving of respect. Thus, I have been advocating for legislation to enhance the welfare of our labor force." This discourse, once initiated, becomes inexhaustible. Xi Yan's mind is imbued with the professional eloquence learned from a past life. We must steadfastly prioritize resource production, firmly instill the concept of the nobility of labor, and continuously elevate the treatment and status of workers. In essence, it is a discourse of this nature. Once Xi Yan begins, he cannot cease. Reminiscent of the memories of examinations from a previous existence, such words flow effortlessly. Xi Yan speaks with unflagging enthusiasm, leaving the journalists bewildered, as they have never encountered this exemplary cultural tradition from the local federation. How peculiar, yet it resonates with remarkable profundity. Thus, they shall report every word verbatim. In truth, Labor Day was not originally intended to compel the populace to toil relentlessly. However, Xi Yan seizes this opportunity to initiate some nascent endeavors. Fortunately, in the end, Alawire expressed her intention to grant a few days off, prompting Xi Yan to authoritatively decree a nationwide 5-day holiday. Since we are to promote the honor of labor, let us commit fully to this principle. On Labor Day, we shall labor diligently, followed by an indulgent respite. All positions shall be publicly owned, leaving no room for clandestine overtime. Once Xi Yan's policy was announced, the nation erupted in enthusiasm, for who does not relish a holiday? On June 15th, Xi Yan once again unleashed his fervor, declaring this day as the International Knife Day, where one may don red attire and wield a great sword to seek out a white-haired individual named Virgil for the coveted Yanma knife, and a plastic chair, confusion ensues. Well, June 15th is specifically designated as an examination day, with numerous significant assessments occurring on this date, and Xi Yan generously granted a holiday to all. By July, the captain of the guard, Yu Shua, reported to him, indicating that they had established a specialized intelligence and covert operations organization directly under Xi Yan. An intelligence organization? Covert activities? Xi Yan, upon hearing Yu Shua's report, was so astonished that he leapt from his seat. Goodness, a secret police. Indeed, Marshal, Yu Shua said solemnly while holding the report. Recently, the Guard has specifically identified the loyal forces of the former Marshal and extracted most of the faithful individuals to form this organization. In the future, this entity will be unequivocally loyal to the Marshal and will infiltrate various strata of society, serving as your eyes and ears to monitor the entire empire while undertaking all intelligence-gathering tasks. You can place your absolute trust in them, Yu Shua articulated with precision. Very well, relying solely on me, an AI, to gather intelligence is indeed inappropriate, Beta remarked gravely, fully aware of the necessity to refrain from bestowing excessive power upon itself. Wait a moment, what do you mean by monitoring my empire? Xi Yan retorted with dissatisfaction. Please be mindful of your words. I am merely concerned for the safety of our society. All right. The Marshal is concerned for our societal security, Yu Shua responded helplessly. Therefore, please bestow a name upon this organization. Chapter 75, Naming a Name. Xi Yan lowered his head, deep in thought. Let me ponder this for a moment. An intelligence organization, covert operatives, monitoring society, executing missions? A sense of familiarity washed over me, as if I had encountered this before in a past life. Suddenly, Xi Yan extended his index finger and exclaimed, I have an idea. How about we name it the Great World, Shenhe? What are you saying? No, that name seems rather extreme. Let us call it the Imperial Surveillance Unit, instead. At that moment, Beta proposed a name that exuded a distinctly mechanical intelligence. Alternatively, the Imperial Overseer Agency could work as well. No, perhaps we should simply call it Dust and Ashes, symbolizing our intent to reduce those hostile nations to mere remnants. Xi Yan casually suggested a straightforward name that, while devoid of explicit meaning, resonated with depth, and then he invoked his authority as Marshal to finalize it. Thus, Mr. Yu Shua, where shall we establish the headquarters of our Dust and Ashes Agency? It will be constructed underground. The work has already commenced and will soon be completed. Yu Shua replied without hesitation. Excellent. Xi Yan appeared quite pleased. He glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, You are responsible for managing this organization. I have pressing matters to attend to. Could you at least provide some guidance? Yu Shua hastily inquired, sensing Xi Yan's urgency. Xi Yan turned back, pondered for a moment, and then spoke gravely. Our organization is meant for the dirtiest work, involving surveillance, assassination, and espionage. Our agents will even need to venture into enemy territories to execute missions. So, Yu Shua's gaze turned serious. It is imperative that we enhance our training for loyalty and discretion, Xi Yan declared resolutely. It is imperative that our agents possess the consciousness to sacrifice their lives for the nation. We shall strategize assaults on alien territories, for instance, by ramming warships into their sentry arrays. Furthermore, we must instigate ethnic, religious, and class discord within enemy nations, sow panic, ignite financial crises, and cultivate spies among other nefarious deeds. They must be prepared for everything, all for the empire. Indeed, Yu Shua responded with unwavering determination. Go forth, Xi Yan nodded affirmatively. Yu Shua bowed respectfully and then turned to exit. Xi Yan returned to his desk, contemplating the organization known as Dust, as Xi Yan's intelligence and espionage agency. Its existence would enable him to better oversee the entire empire, quelling any potential threats, particularly when establishing connections with other empires. A covert organization can achieve a multitude of objectives. He could hardly suppress the urge to orchestrate malevolent schemes in certain nations. However, prior to indulging such ambitions, he had pressing matters to attend to. His wristband signaled that urgent affairs awaited, specifically concerning the #1 research vessel currently exploring the cosmos. Xi Yan approached the projection area, scanning his body in preparation to activate the projection device. Imperial Log, the establishment of a covert organization. The Marshal has sanctioned the creation of our espionage agency, Dust. This organization will serve as a crucial institution for monitoring society and infiltrating and undermining the empire. Thus, we must strive to support it diligently. Certainly, In the future, it will be exceedingly difficult to find news about this organization in the logs, as it is entirely under the purview of the Marshal, operating autonomously and maintaining complete secrecy from other departments of the Empire. The directive from Xi Yan states, "You are correct. I indeed wish to engage it in something intriguing." Chapter 76. Incident: The research vessel emerged from the hyperspace lane, experiencing a rapid deceleration as it entered the gravitational field of the ISAM system. Awaiting these intrepid scientists was the outermost planet, ISAM V, a desolate sphere of deep crimson adorned with faint planetary rings, pockmarked with colossal craters. In truth, the scientists had grown exceedingly weary during their prolonged voyage through the cosmos. Their existence aboard this research vessel revolved around the relentless exploration of the galaxy, investigating its depths and relaying data back to the central hub on their home planet. Even when confronted with unique research opportunities, the Marshal forbade any investigations, insisting only on documentation before resuming the exploration of the galaxy. The initial phase of their journey had been quite exhilarating. However, after more than half a year of incessant exploration, fatigue had set in among the crew, rendering even the digital realms of their computer games, such as Minecraft, tiresome. They now sought new forms of amusement. This formidable task fell to the scientist responsible for piloting the vessel. At this moment, a multitude of scientists encircled the pilot, observing as he adeptly maneuvered the research ship through the rings of ISAM V. What exceptional skill! As they witnessed another deft avoidance of a ring, the gathered scientists could not help but erupt in applause. In my days within the military, I was undeniably an adept navigator of vessels. I must say, piloting this superluminal craft is a sheer delight. Even at subliminal speeds, the velocity is exhilarating. The pilot boasted, but soon, dissent arose. "Come now. There lies an asteroid belt ahead. Do you dare to accelerate further? Trust in my prowess." The pilot retorted, eagerly turning the ship towards the asteroid-laden expanse. "Alas, are you out of your mind?" A flurry of individuals scrambled to restrain the pilot, replacing him with a more prudent navigator. While I have faith in the pilot's exceptional skills, he would surely find himself in a predicament when mending the ship's damaged hull. The steady navigator maintained a safe distance from the asteroid belt, elegantly soaring over it. "Look, there is something on that star," exclaimed the scientist operating the detection system. Through the ship's long-range telescope, they discerned peculiar protrusions on the red giant star known as ISAM. What could those be? The scientists gazed with curiosity. "For now, let us record this and circle around for a closer inspection." Those anomalies appeared not to belong to the star itself. The research vessel quietly navigated along the asteroid belt to approach the side of the red giant, revealing the truth. In fact, those were not protrusions from the star, but rather isolated objects that, due to the angle of observation, seemed to sprout from the star itself. They appeared to be a form of crystalline structure. The scientists buzzed with speculation. The objects, resembling the color of the star, floated perilously close to it, veiling their true nature. "They are positioned too close to the star for me to discern clearly. Deploy a probe to investigate." A small probe was released from the research vessel, igniting its engines as it approached the colossal crystals. Then, they stirred. The scientists exclaimed, "These crystals are alive." The immense red crystals seemed to take notice of the approaching probe, subsequently launching irregular crystal shards in an astonishing manner, colliding with the probe. The probe detonated instantly. Was it an unknown extraterrestrial life form? Perhaps a vessel of some ancient civilization. In any case, the intruders were far from benevolent. Evade. The research vessel swiftly pivoted, accelerating to its maximum speed in preparation for evasion, while the ship's science officer hastily connected to the robots, initiating an inquiry into the situation. However, those crystalline entities proved to be far swifter than they had anticipated. Just as they altered their course, 5 or 6 red crystalline objects had already approached, propelling shards at an alarming velocity. Chapter 77. Sacrifice, Imperial Log. Incident Report. Our primary research vessel has encountered an entirely new space entity in the ISAM system. Yet these red crystals exhibited considerable hostility. Our vessel came under attack, necessitating an emergency hyperspace evasion. Xi Yan's directive, note, ultimately met with failure. Consequently, the primary research vessel did not manage to escape unscathed. We were assaulted by these peculiar crystals, sustaining significant damage to the hull. Near the asteroid belt in the ISAM system, The severely damaged research vessel made an emergency landing on a relatively large asteroid. The projections of Mayton and Xi Yan stood in the vastness of space, with Mayton's voice tinged with sorrow as he lamented, "Unfortunately, it was the hyperspace engine that suffered damage, preventing our escape. Ultimately, our ship has landed here." He skillfully maneuvered the onboard robots, thus remaining unscathed, yet the scientists aboard faced substantial casualties. At that moment, the research vessel had not yet entered a vacuum state, and an instantaneous assault from crystalline entities punctured the hull, resulting in the immediate death of 3 individuals. Mayton extended a spectral hand to touch the severely damaged hull, his tone somber. However, the majority of the crew had congregated on the bridge. Xi Yan finally spoke, his expression tinged with sadness. Approaching the side of the first research vessel, he gazed at the wide breach, several meters across, and exhaled heavily. "So, the sudden loss of pressure expelled the air from within the ship and drew all nearby scientists out into space, correct?" "Precisely," Mayton replied with a heavy nod. "Damn it." Xi Yan clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with anger. He lifted his gaze, noticing several rigid bodies floating in the void nearby. Those were the corpses of the scientists. Small fragments of red crystal. Xi Yan turned his attention toward the vicinity of the red giant star, where the culprits lingered in stillness. They resembled cockleburrs, yet bore exaggerated spikes, with some larger structures capable of expelling crystalline matter to launch attacks. He was aware of these extraterrestrial beings, categorized as crystalline entities, known to assault research vessels. However, in the game, the research ships could effortlessly evade them. The harsh reality, however, was far more challenging. How infuriating. Xi Yan turned to Martin and inquired, "Are there any survivors?" Martin nodded calmly. "There are 3. They were conducting routine maintenance on the reactor when the attack occurred. In a panic, they sealed the hatch, thus ensuring their survival." Xi Yan fell silent for a moment. "Let us see them." The small projection drone retained a modicum of mobility in the vacuum, sustaining the projection's activity. Martin's projection led the way, entering the cabin through a breach in the hull. The bridge was in disarray, an array of miscellaneous objects floating aimlessly. Xi Yan grasped a wristband, activating it, and a family portrait of 3 materialized clearly on the wallpaper. He stood in silence, setting the wristband down and proceeding to the crew's living quarters at the rear. 3 scientists clad in spacesuits sat there, appearing utterly bewildered. "Mr. Martin." Upon seeing Martin enter, they seemed to find a semblance of reassurance and hurriedly asked, "What should we do now? Are we going to die here?" I don't know. You may inquire with the Marshal," Martin stammered, unable to meet the eyes of the survivors. Xi Yan approached quietly, standing before them. Chapter 78. Inspiration Marshal. Despite their overwhelming panic, the 3 scientists resolutely stood and saluted Xi Yan. Taking a deep breath, Xi Yan returned their salute with precision. "You must be acutely aware of your predicament." With deliberate cadence, Xi Yan articulated each word. A pall of silence descended upon the 3 science officers. They were, of course, cognizant of the dire circumstances. 4 hits, one scientist lamented with a wry smile. 2 breaches leading to immediate decompression. The lounge and bridge personnel ejected into the void. Another crippled the engines, and a final blow struck life support. Moreover, we have ventured too far, beyond the reach of succor. Our days are numbered, the scientist quietly stated. Xi Yan nodded, offering a salute. "The Empire shall not forget your sacrifice. Your families will be afforded the finest care. Monuments will be erected, ensuring your names and deeds are eternally enshrined." Xi Yan intoned softly. "You need not fret." Some scientists had begun to weep softly. Xi Yan had already turned, gazing out at the cosmos through the porthole, murmuring, "Yet, humanity's advance cannot be halted by sacrifice." Turning to face the sorrowful scientists, Xi Yan's gaze burned with intensity. "Now, the outcome is clear. How do you intend to spend these final days?" We do not know." Their eyes were clouded with uncertainty. "Stand up." Xi Yan's tone suddenly hardened. The scientists, startled, instinctively rose to their feet. "In these final moments, do you intend to wallow in despair, awaiting the embrace of death? If you are still citizens of the Empire, then accept this, my final charge. In this fleeting time, render one last service to our Empire." With these words, Xi Yan bowed his head deeply. "Do not succumb to despair, nor lose hope. Please, everyone, lift your spirits." Xi Yan felt a flicker of the few emotions he possessed, sincerely bowing his head. The 3 scientists remained silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. The Marshal was right. Since the outcome was already determined, Perhaps we could accomplish something in our final moments. Indeed. Do you not wish to leave behind messages for your families? And what of the culprits from earlier, those crystalline entities? We must investigate their weaknesses. Rest assured, the fleet shall avenge you. Xi Yan raised his head, his voice rising with fervor. Tears? Even tears are a form of time. The more you discover in these final moments, the fewer casualties the fleet will face. The sacrifice of one individual is limited, yet the achievements one can attain are boundless. Leader trait, orator activated. Yes, yes. One scientist stood up, brimming with excitement, and hurried towards the command bridge. There are observational records on the bridge. I shall compile them. And I implore the Marshal to ensure our vengeance. I promise, Xi Yan declared firmly. The other scientists were equally inspired, rising to return to their respective stations. I will analyze the attack patterns of the crystalline entities. You all go ahead. I will draft the farewell letters. The last scientist announced as he stood. Leave it to me. Xi Yan reached out to stop him. By the way, make the farewell letters heartfelt. It would be best to encourage everyone not to relinquish their quest for the cosmos, as your writings may very well find their way into elementary school textbooks. The scientist's face suddenly illuminated with a radiant smile as he wiped away a tear. Haha, I have always achieved full marks in elementary school. Rest assured, Marshal, it will be exquisitely written. Xi Yan watched the three scientists depart, brimming with enthusiasm, and while he felt a sense of comfort, a tinge of sadness lingered in his heart. They were all exceptionally talented researchers. However, when sacrifice becomes a foreseeable future, one must either choose to succumb to despair or strive to make a more significant impact within the constraints of time. The scientists opted for the latter. The Empire will remember your sacrifices, Xi Yan softly declared, turning to Ma Dun. You shall remain to assist them with their research. Yes, Ma Dun replied with a firm nod. After a brief moment of hesitation, he cautiously added, Marshal, every researcher aboard the ship embarked with the resolve to face death. They have long prepared for sacrifice. So you need not be overly sorrowful. I am well, merely a bit regretful, Xi Yan responded, turning his back to him and shaking his head. I have relinquished excess emotions. It is simply a moment of reflection. The third research vessel will soon be operational, he remarked calmly. If you are able, continue to serve as the scientific officer on the third research vessel. I can. For the Empire, I am willing to assume this role, Ma Dun assured fervently. That is for the best. Xi Yan gazed upward at the vast galaxy. Regardless of the sacrifices that may arise, we must not halt our quest to explore the cosmos. I pledge to the Starry Sea and the Empire. Chapter 79. A new turn of events, Imperial Log. Determination. The tragedy of the number 1 research vessel shall not obstruct the Empire's progress. We shall ultimately surmount all adversities and gain a profound understanding of this universe. Despite the myriad perils that lie ahead, we are resolutely prepared to advance without retreat. Xi Yan's remark. This fills me with unwavering resolve. The cosmos is fraught with danger, teeming with hostile extraterrestrial entities. Thus, research vessels are perilously vulnerable, where a moment's inattention may lead to catastrophe. Yet, no sacrifice shall deter humanity's relentless march forward. Encountering such circumstances for the first time, Xi Yan felt a twinge of melancholy, but swiftly recalibrated his mindset, reaching out to the military to arrange for the dispatch of a new research vessel for exploration. He then promptly relayed this intelligence to the Ministry of Culture, urging them to fervently commemorate the sacrifice of the number 1 research vessel, thereby inspiring his people with renewed vigor. Every sacrifice bears significance. Xi Yan was unreserved in utilizing it for propaganda purposes. Next, he commissioned the construction of a monument, delegating this task to the construction department. The final endeavor involved Xi Yan creating a document to meticulously outline all potential extraterrestrial threats that might be encountered during space exploration. This included entities such as the Tianqi space whales, crystalline beings, space amoebae, void clouds, mining drones, and various hostile civilizations, such as the Iron Annihilation and Mud Barbarians. Culminating in the Leviathan, Xi Yan's memories of the stars grew increasingly vivid, and he remained acutely aware of these cosmic threats. He succinctly documented the characteristics of these dangers and dispatched the information to the Academy of Sciences, urging them to remain vigilant against these threats and evade them promptly during their celestial ventures. Xi Yan, I have received some intelligence, which documents the majority of space-related dangers. Please study it carefully. Martin, this is immensely helpful. It will significantly reduce the likelihood of mishaps involving our research vessels. Martin, so, Where did the Marshal acquire this information? Xi Yan. Well, it was obtained through connections with the United Federation. In any case, it's quite complicated. There are numerous sources, and you need not concern yourself with them. In summary, it is the United Federation. After all, I am the only one with the ability to contact them. My word is final. With a sense of triumph, Xi Yan disconnected the communication. Soon after, his wrist device vibrated once more, signaling an urgent new message. What now? Irritably, Xi Yan returned to his computer and opened the communication interface. Martin, we have received information from research vessel number 2. Xi Yan, damn it. Martin, they reported encountering extraterrestrial life forms. Xi Yan, go on. Never mind. Prepare the personnel for research vessel number 3. I will investigate personally. With a string of curses, Xi Yan stood up and approached the projection area. Why are there suddenly so many space creatures? No time to waste. I must project there immediately to ascertain the situation. I cannot afford to lose another research vessel to the crystalline entity, only to be subsequently struck down by a space amoeba. Such a scenario would be utterly disastrous. I would be compelled to rise in the middle of the night to vent my frustrations in the cultivation facility. Or worse yet, what if we encounter not mere space amoebas, but leviathans or stellar beasts like the automated dreadnoughts, the ether dragons, or the nightmares of the dimensions? Leviathan obstructs the road. A lifetime achievement. The dividing line of the construction of the Pioneer Monument. The scientific officer aboard research vessel number 2 is named Svetlana Salazar, a woman of mixed heritage. Like Martin, Officer Svetlana also operates the robotics, her physical presence residing within the Academy of Sciences. Xi Yan had temporarily notified the research vessel of his impending visit, thus Svetlana had already been awaiting him in the projection area. The front of the drone illuminated, and Xi Yan's silhouette gradually materialized in the designated spot. Chapter 80, Rock Creatures. Greetings, Marshal. Svetlana greeted, maneuvering the robot in a salute. Hello, I appreciate your efforts. Xi Yan acknowledged with a nod, quickly inquiring, what is the situation? Have you encountered any threats? Were you attacked? Svetlana stepped back, offering a wry smile as she addressed each of Xi Yan's questions. We have discovered an alien vessel disguised as an asteroid. They have also detected us. And while we have yet to engage in direct armed conflict, we remain in a standoff. Xi Yan pondered briefly. Take me to see it. Svetlana nodded and turned, leading Xi Yan towards the bridge. The typical human biological research vessel resembled a colossal scorpion, with its 2 extended detection modules serving as the creature's pincers. Standing before the massive double-pane windows of the bridge, Xi Yan leaned against the glass, intently gazing at the distant asteroid. Marshal, there is a telescope here. Svetlana awkwardly beckoned him over. Very well. Xi Yan calmly nodded, then approached the control panel, following the instructions to operate the telescope. He meticulously observed the extraterrestrial vessel that was said to be masquerading as an asteroid, resembling a scorpion sculpted from rock. After a moment of scrutiny, he lifted his gaze and inquired expressionlessly of Svetlana, do you not find this ship strikingly similar to our research vessel? Well, it does seem somewhat familiar. She replied, this is a research craft belonging to a civilization of rock-based life forms. Are there any xenolinguists aboard? Prepare for first contact. Xi Yan stated matter-of-factly. An extraterrestrial civilization akin to ours? One of the scientists exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, and there exists a substantial likelihood that they may display hostility towards us. Xi Yan, hands clasped behind his back, gazed intently at the rock-based research vessel through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Rock beings were not to be taken lightly. It would be preferable for them to be a peaceful trading alliance, allowing Xi Yan to cultivate a favorable relationship and foster some trade exchanges. He silently hoped for the best possible outcome. Inwardly, he offered a quiet prayer, just as an exhilarated scientist jogged over from behind him. Aliens? Where? Oh, Marshal, exercise utmost caution. Engage with them as peacefully as possible, and do not display any undue hostility. Xi Yan advised earnestly. Yes, the xenolinguist replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Before gesturing to issue commands, send a signal first, attempt to establish contact. Immediately, a team of scientists began to operate the equipment, while Xi Yan silently observed the unfolding events. The communication devices utilized within the universe of celestial bodies employ remarkably similar technology, rendering the establishment of communication quite straightforward. However, the challenge of translating the language of extraterrestrial beings proves to be a formidable task. Communication access? Research vessel no. 2 hello? Engaging in face-to-face dialogue is imperative, as reminded by Xi Yan. Video signal access. Suddenly, a creature resembling an iron automaton materializes on the screen, performing indescribable gestures that suggest a state of great excitement. The extraterrestrial linguist, equally exhilarated, waves in front of the camera. In response, the stone being begins to mimic the gestures. Thus, the two sentient entities embark on an abstract, almost primordial, form of physical interaction, while Xi Yan observes with a sense of restrained tension. Nevertheless, the atmosphere appears to be peaceful, with the stone being exhibiting no overt hostility. This is undoubtedly the most favorable news. At this moment, the stone entity brings forth a screen displaying an array of abstract symbols, replete with numerous repetitions. This constitutes their language. Record it. The linguist responsible for this initial contact is filled with joy, instructing others to document the findings while activating a holographic screen to present a standard greeting, which is then raised in a gesture of communication towards the other side. The inaugural encounter with an extraterrestrial intelligent species unfolds methodically, with neither party displaying any antagonistic tendencies. Truly an optimal outcome. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingers in Xi Yan's mind. From the inception of initial contact with extraterrestrial entities, the protracted interval until the decipherment of their language and the establishment of formal communication is anticipated to span a considerable duration, conservatively estimated at a minimum of 1 year. This temporal expanse is subject to modulation contingent upon the relative technological capabilities of both parties. Consequently, immediate apprehension regarding these extraterrestrial beings is unwarranted, contemplated Xi Yan. The emergence of extraterrestrial life in that quadrant signifies the proximity of their civilization. Within the celestial tapestry, the prevailing imperative is succinctly encapsulated: territorial acquisition. This does not denote direct military engagement, but rather the expeditious seizure of unclaimed stellar systems, thereby facilitating the construction of stellar outposts. The imperative to secure pivotal stellar systems is particularly pronounced when such systems yield unique resources or possess advantageous geographical attributes. Xi Yan promptly decreed that the communications intercepted from the lithoid extraterrestrials be relayed to the Ring world, where its cadre of sociologists and diplomats would preside over the translation endeavor. Concurrently, the second research vessel would persist in its exploratory mission until the delineation of the lithoid frontier. Given the inaugural encounter of the interstellar human junta with an extraterrestrial nation of comparable standing, the utmost vigilance is warranted, particularly concerning the lithoids. Lithic and venomous organisms have historically been perceived unfavorably among extraterrestrial species. Xi Yan redirected his gaze toward the research vessel, designated as Number 1, which had been decimated by the crystalline entity. Amidst the severely compromised vessel, residual provisions and supplies remained. Although the oxygenator had been annihilated, a consignment of canisters filled with solidified oxygen persisted within the vessel. Calculations indicated that the oxygen supply would be depleted within 14 days, followed by the exhaustion of sustenance. Unless a LEAP engine is developed immediately, there remains no time to rescue them, a truth understood by all. Upon calculating their impending demise, the three scientists found a peculiar calmness. Spurred by Xi Yan's encouragement, they immersed themselves passionately in their work, striving to make as many contributions as possible within their limited time. They accepted the reality of death with equanimity, igniting a final surge of motivation to leave behind proof of their existence in this world. One observer, recklessly studying the crystalline entities at a perilously close range, meticulously recorded their behaviors and characteristics, transmitting the data back to the Academy's headquarters. An analyst focused on interpreting the data of these crystalline entities, utilizing still-functioning equipment for his research. Through his relentless, day and night investigations, he unearthed some intriguing conclusions. Additionally, a renowned literary figure, after completing a poignant farewell note worthy of inclusion in elementary textbooks, found renewed inspiration and began crafting a variety of literary works. Xi Yan perused his writings, including My Struggle, which eloquently expressed his emotions in those final days while encouraging others not to surrender, characterized by meticulous psychological insight and profound poignancy. The title itself, My Struggle, is evocative. Another piece, If You Compare With Me for 3 Days, serves as a scientific essay that recounts the tragic events of the Number 1 research vessel over the span of 3 days, from its hopeful entry into the stellar system to its destruction. This calm exposition of scientific content evokes greater sympathy from readers towards the misfortunes of the research vessel, making it an excellent candidate for inclusion in middle school curricula. Wallowing in solitude amidst the cosmos, a first-person narrative recounting the gradual descent into demise of oneself and two companions, yet even in their final moments. The trio remains steadfast in their dedication to serving their nation, embracing death through their sacrifice. The writing is deeply heartfelt, evoking profound sorrow. However, my friend, you haven't yet perished, and already you've pinned the details of your own demise? There's a touch of gallows humor there, and this title seems vaguely familiar from centuries past. Do you also partake in? Chapter 82. Passing the Ministry of Culture and its affiliated media outlets are heavily publicizing the heroic deeds of the three individuals. Their doubled efforts to repay the marshal and the glory of the fatherland, even in the face of death, have become widely known, with countless citizens mourning their fate and even organizing marches to implore the government to rescue them. Xi Yan interrupted the demonstrations without compunction, delivering a passionate televised address, informing the populace that the government was unable to save them. The most the government could do was to ensure their status as heroes. It wasn't a matter of refusing to attempt a rescue, but rather an acknowledgement of its impossibility. Furthermore, he suggested that instead of taking to the streets, they should devote their time to producing more resources for the empire. The three heroes, stationed far away in the Isamu system, also connected to the global communication network, personally delivering speeches expressing their readiness to meet their end and pledging to work diligently in their remaining time to make further contributions. They earnestly conveyed to the viewing public, if you truly wish to do something, then repay the marshal and the empire with redoubled labor. Key point: redoubled labor. Repay the marshal and the empire. Without the marshal, there is no empire. Give your life for the marshal. All hail marshal. Three scientists proclaimed with fervor. Xi Yan was deeply moved and expressed, the empire shall never forget its heroes. The deeds of these three scientists will be enshrined in history and included in school textbooks. In an atmosphere of mutual admiration, the essence of unity surged. Loyalty 114,514. The empire's journal noted the imminent demise. The three valiant scientists delivered an inspiring address, urging the citizens of the empire to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly, to toil without concern for reward. The citizens, moved by their call to loyalty to the marshal, found a profound sense of unity enveloping the empire. Xi Yan remarked, partake of the loyal orange. Days later, the three scientists faced a dire shortage of oxygen and sustenance. The scientists from the surrounding world devised numerous strategies, but ultimately failed to extend their survival by even a few days. Xi Yan initiated a live broadcast, standing alongside hundreds of thousands of citizens, sharing the final moments with these brave pioneers. In their last moments, the great literary figure cried out, "Marshal, my beloved empire, long live." Subsequently, the oxygen was entirely depleted, and nitrogen rapidly filled the cabin. The transition into pure nitrogen was not agonizing. The three scientists soon felt a wave of drowsiness, gradually succumbing to slumber. They would no longer experience pain. Rather, they had attained eternal liberation. Salute, Xi Yan gently stated, honoring the three courageous explorers. He addressed the camera before turning to the serene faces of the three warriors, silent in contemplation. Unity 114,514. The Interstellar Human Military Government's population surged by 10 as the journey of Research Vessel 1 concluded, yet humanity must never cease its quest. Subsequently, Xi Yan swiftly drew upon the cultural heritage of his past life to deliver a passionate and stirring speech, primarily commemorating the victims of the No. 1 research vessel while acknowledging their invaluable contributions. He particularly lauded the three original survivors who had perished, affirming their unwavering spirit of dedication to the empire even in their final moments, encapsulating this ethos as the spirit of the No. 1 research vessel. The audience was deeply moved, and the following day, upon witnessing the remarkable surge in daily resource output in his office, a radiant smile graced Xi Yan's face. Indeed, splendid. Let us continue to embody the spirit of the No. 1 research vessel and generate an abundance of resources. Naturally, Xi Yan did not allow the populace to toil in vain. With a grand flourish, he allocated a substantial sum of labor points to all those who had worked overtime that day, which they could subsequently spend. After all, it was currency issued within the empire. As long as the production and supply of consumer goods were ensured, the means of distribution mattered little. Could this be seen as an indirect exchange of consumer goods for energy, minerals, and other primary resources? If such a system could be implemented in the cosmos, players would surely dream of it with delight. Consumer goods capable of simultaneously being exchanged for energy credits, minerals, and sustenance? How could I ever envision such a dream? Thus, time swiftly passed over the course of several months. Chapter 83. The Man Recruiting for the Ring World. The year advanced to the 23rd century. Over the last 200 years, humanity had achieved countless marvels within the entertainment industry. However, following the split of the Interstellar Human Military Government from the Earth Federation, much of the entertainment sector had remained stagnant. Xi Yan, confronted with the desolate void of his learning platform, shed tears of frustration at the lack of progress. The gaming landscape had withered. Upon departing from the Earth Union, the scant data taken along has regrettably resulted in the newly established learning platform for ideation being woefully devoid of games. Over the years, there has been no communication between the nation and the Earth Union, and the domestic entertainment industry teeters on the brink of collapse. Following the establishment of the public ownership system by Xi Yan, any semblance of development has vanished. Fortunately, Xi Yan, in a display of benevolence, has retained a small department within the Ministry of Culture dedicated to game development and film production. After much effort, they have successfully rebooted a multiplayer cooperative combat game from the Earth Union era and hastily announced its launch. This game is none other than Battlefield 2200. Xi Yan, who has always had a penchant for gaming, has nonetheless been preoccupied with governmental duties, engaging daily in a reality reminiscent of P games while neglecting other gaming experiences. At long last, today he resolved to take a break, delegating his work to the Secretariat and Beta, allowing himself a day of leisure. As a new title of the year 2200, Battlefield 2200 is compatible with panoramic VR headsets, eye-tracking aiming devices, and even the most antiquated keyboard and mouse setups, ensuring that veterans like Xi Yan can enjoy seamless gameplay. As a culmination of the Battlefield series, Xi Yan personally oversaw the game's development from its inception. Ultimately, a breathtaking shooting game emerged, seamlessly blending elements from World War I, World War II, modern warfare, and futuristic battles. Players can wield a Type II submachine gun to journey back to the battlefields of World War II 3 centuries ago, or wield a red laser to engage in combat on future colonial frontiers. As Xi Yan gazes upon the familiar maps, he feels the call of his DNA. The Sinai Desert, the Blood Banquet Hall, Amiens, Iwo Jima, Wake Island, and the Pacific, all are ready for activation. Let the battles commence, exhilaratingly close to reality. In the realm of the Ring world, amidst various colonial conflicts, our home, suddenly, Xi Yan found himself standing on a meticulously simulated battlefield, proclaiming with righteous fervor, prosperity, not freedom. Democracy, not liberty. Our path to survival is clear. However, there exists a price to pay. An unsightly alien suddenly charged into the screen, its sharp weapon piercing Xi Yan, with exaggerated blood splattering everywhere. No, our liberation cause. The scene abruptly froze, and the word invasion materialized on the screen. Xi Yan strolled from the left side of the frame to the center, casting a glance at the paused backdrop, and smiled knowingly. Haha, does this seem familiar? Such scenes may unfold across the galaxies in the future. Xi Yan extended his arms to draw a circle in the air. Next, it could be you. He pointed emphatically at the center of the screen. Unless you can make the most crucial decision of your life. With a beaming smile, Xi Yan snapped his fingers, and his marshal's attire transformed into a naval combat spacesuit, while a flag bearing the inverted triangular emblem of the Interstellar Human Military Government unfurled behind him. Prove to all that you possess the determination and courage to pursue glory, Xi Yan declared resolutely, donning the helmet of his spacesuit. Join the ranks of the Imperial Navy. Become an elite of the fleet. The scene shifted, revealing Xi Yan kneeling on the ground, wielding a handheld red laser launcher, with a fleet blocking out the sun behind him and soldiers on the ground vanquishing aliens. The camera then panned to a vast assembly of aliens, each more bizarre than the last. Behold the grotesque alien life forms. Xi Yan brandished a rocket launcher and obliterated the swarm of extraterrestrials. Rising to his feet, drenched in blood, he proclaimed, "Let the glory of humanity illuminate the entire galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a part of the Imperial Navy." In the end, Xi Yan posed for a photograph alongside 3 heavily armored soldiers, cradling a colossal weapon, his smile radiant. Chapter 84. The Gatekeeper of the Reformist. Splendid, truly splendid. The dazzling special effects faded away, and the director approached, applauding fervently. Your performance, Marshal, was exceptional. Each of your movements exuded power. Merely standing there was the finest promotion. Ah, I concur. After shedding his exoskeleton armor, Xi Yan laughed heartily within the confines of the studio. The idea of utilizing a game to introduce conscription, while cleverly referencing a stealth operation, was utterly delightful. Initially, the military sought his assistance in filming a recruitment advertisement, to which he had initially declined. However, upon perusing the script, he found it intriguing and exercised his marshal's privilege to implement a few modifications. The result was far more aesthetically pleasing. Xi Yan warmly shook hands with each actor, then examined the final cut. It was undeniably humorous, yet simultaneously highly provocative. Indeed, the blue laser technology was nearing completion, and Xi Yan, in conjunction with the military, was preparing to embark on a substantial expansion of the Navy, arming his empire with a formidable fleet of blue laser corvettes. Such an expansion necessitated the recruitment of additional personnel, particularly skilled technicians, either directly from universities or by selecting candidates from the army. Prigazin, I am opposed. Xi Yan, come on, what use are your army troops? They might as well learn some skills and join the Navy. The army is filled with living, breathing citizens of the empire. Sending them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with formidable extraterrestrials is simply impractical. It's not about feeling pity for them, but rather about the tremendous loss. With such a population, why not delve into the research of the Cyberlax battle body? Suddenly, Xi Yan recalled that his own ring world was aptly named Cyberlax. It was, without a doubt, his most cherished pioneer civilization. Thus, he had long since organized a research project to seek out the relics of the Cyberlax armory, especially with the emergence of those bothersome stone beings. This group of mighty creatures from beyond was indeed formidable. The Cyberlax battle body was essential to impose severe retribution upon them. Xi Yan fell into contemplation once more. As a dictatorial marshal, it was imperative to oversee every project of the empire, which demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy. Thus, he strolled through the bustling central district, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he greeted the public, while his personal guards mingled within the crowd to ensure his safety. Unbeknownst to him, he meandered close to the vicinity of Cyberlax Alpha University. Cyberlax Alpha University was the first institution established by the Interstellar Human Military Government, akin to the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities. Hello, Marshal. Upon seeing him approach, the security guard at the entrance stood up and resolutely raised his right arm. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Xi Yan nodded and, reaching into his pocket, produced a pack of pristine cigarettes to offer the guard. He never smoked, but he always carried a pack for moments like this. Thank you, Marshal. The gatekeeper, smiling, graciously accepted the cigarettes, clasping them in his hands, and casually remarked, I never anticipated that the Marshal would enjoy such ordinary cigarettes. I do not smoke. I specifically came to distribute them, Xi Yan replied with a smile, shaking his head. To smoke for oneself is self-serving. To share with the people is truly altruistic. The Marshal truly cares for the common folk as if they were his own children. To be praised in such a manner by an elder left Xi Yan somewhat at a loss. Then, an even more bewildering occurrence took place. The old man produced a gleaming Reich 5, exclaiming with a sigh, however, I, an elderly gentleman, belong to the reformist faction and prefer electronic cigarettes. His puff, by heavens. Xi Yan clutched his heart, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 85. The elderly well-cared for Xi Yan held his breath as he bid farewell to the reformist elder and, accompanied by his personal guard, entered Cyberlax Alpha University. The institution was, in fact, equipped with a multitude of security mechanisms, rendering the routine oversight entirely manageable by machines. Yet, considering the significant number of elderly individuals unable to work, Xi Yan purposefully sought to recruit such elders to serve as security personnel or dormitory supervisors. Although this approach may seem counterproductive, Xi Yan's primary intention was to convey a vital message. Retirement signifies the cessation of responsibilities from primary production roles, not a complete withdrawal from work. Unless one can no longer walk, one must remain industrious. Through such actions, Xi Yan illustrated the essence of a public system realized after the advancement of productive forces, where every individual's labor and life are meticulously accounted for, leading to a well-ordered society, deeply entrenched in authoritarianism, rendering it impossible for the common populace to oppose Xi Yan's decisions. In the empire, a person's life from birth to death is meticulously orchestrated. Children are sent to school for compulsory education, with holidays remaining unchanged and prohibiting any form of increased class hours. Schools organize various activities aimed at education. Upon reaching adulthood, these young individuals entering society are either conscripted into the military or the scientific academies or are mandated to engage in production or other state-designated roles, receiving no wages. Only through overtime can they earn labor points as currency. The elderly are assigned to undertake lighter occupations, such as operating shops, tea houses, and entertainment venues. Indeed, the majority of service establishments along the central street are operated by them. These elderly individuals enjoy 3 days of leave each week, which can be accumulated and freely allocated, with wages disbursed directly in labor points. Xi Yan considers this arrangement to be quite humane. Should they age further, for instance, surpassing a century in age, or be unable to continue working due to special circumstances, the state permits their retirement, albeit without the provision of pensions. It is crucial to note that this is a permission, not a compulsion. Hence, should the elderly wish to continue working, they are free to do so. This is the essence of Xi Yan's philosophy. Since the life provisions distributed to the able-bodied labor force are sufficient to support an entire family and provide for the elderly, Xi Yan deliberately refrains from issuing pensions. To illustrate, let us consider a happy family, a couple with 3 children, responsible for caring for 4 parents. While the couple engages in compulsory unpaid labor at a state-run factory and the children receive free compulsory education at school, according to calculations, the empire will generously provide them with sufficient living resources. If couples work overtime, the empire will compensate them with labor point currency based on hours worked or pieces produced. These earnings would comfortably sustain their family, allowing them to lead a contented life. However, with 4 elderly individuals at home, the maintenance costs for their care significantly diminish the labor point currency that a household can save. By the year 2200, the medical and healthcare systems have made remarkable advancements, significantly extending human lifespan. In response to this natural increase in longevity, the retirement age has been appropriately raised to 80 years. Conventionally, upon reaching 80 and retiring for the first time, the elderly are compelled by the empire to vacate their primary resource production roles and transition into the tertiary sector, managing shops and similar enterprises. With artificial intelligence assisting in operations, entrusting the elderly with oversight presents minimal risk while simultaneously fostering employment opportunities. Chapter 86, Recruitment Office. These elderly individuals will receive improved benefits and additional vacation days. Furthermore, compulsory unpaid labor has been abolished, ensuring that any work performed will yield a modest income in labor points. Upon reaching the age of 100, they officially attain the age at which they are permitted to cease working. Nevertheless, lacking pensions, most mentally sound and capable elderly individuals will continue to engage in labor. This strategic reduction and eventual elimination of mandatory retirement pensions have resulted in a significant increase in the workforce available for the tertiary sector, eradicating the sight of idle seniors who do not contribute to resource production at home. In fact, there has been a vigorous promotion of a new type of burial, biological burial. After their demise, the bodies are uniformly dispatched to the bioenergy grid, where every ounce of organic matter is incinerated until only the skeleton remains. Subsequently, these remains are ground into bone meal, transformed into fertilizer, and distributed to agricultural zones. Xi Yan refers to this as a perfect cycle. Although the proposal initially faced some opposition, these were merely dissenting opinions that Xi Yan chose to disregard. Eventually, the Ministry of Culture fervently promoted this burial method as grand and imbued with a spirit of dedication and collectivism, as it conserves land previously allocated for graves while generating additional resources. The majority of the populace eventually accepted it. This system was implemented for 6 months without any issues arising. Reflecting on it now, one cannot help but acknowledge Xi Yan as a true genius, deserving of the title of the Starry Idea King. Leisurely strolling through the university campus, Xi Yan noticed what appeared to be a square in front of the teaching building, where a modest monument stood erect. With his hands clasped behind his back, he ambled over, the sunlight of the surrounding world cascading upon the solemn marble monument, casting a soft and gentle glow. Behind the monument loomed a grand bronze statue, the figure grasping a sharp sword, held proudly against its chest. Xi Yan approached to examine the inscription on the monument. In commemoration of the great pioneer, Marshal Xi Yan, the father of the empire. It was a tribute to his father. Xi Yan then lifted his gaze to the silent, stoic statue. Adjusting his attire and straightening his hat, he offered a slight nod. What thoughts would the former marshal harbor if he were alive to witness the flourishing scene that he had personally crafted? Father, I, Xi Yan, have not disappointed you. This empire is growing stronger in my hands, Xi Yan softly declared. I shall ensure that my empire gains renown across the starry seas, and those alien races will bow before the might of humanity's fleets. As a myriad of emotions swirled within him, a soldier, accompanied by 2 or 3 formally attired school leaders, hurriedly approached, saluting him respectfully. Greetings, Marshal. Marshal, sir. Xi Yan turned, smiling as he returned their salute. I did not expect you to visit our university without prior notice, one of the school leaders remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I apologize that we could not prepare a welcoming ceremony. There is no need for such superfluous formalities, Xi Yan interjected with a cheerful wave of his hand. I shall make regular visits here. Simply carry on with your usual duties. I will inform the students. The leaders broke into a cold sweat, anxious about potentially displeasing Xi Yan. Turning to the soldier, Xi Yan inquired, from the Imperial Military Recruitment Office, I extend my greetings to Su Yuejin, the head of Cyberlex Alpha University. The soldier stood at attention and replied, Greetings, Mr. Su Yuejin. Xi Yan nodded. Please enlighten me about the operations and accomplishments of your recruitment office. He had just completed a promotional video for the Imperial Navy's elite covert forces and had come for an inspection. Yes, Marshal, sir. Su Yuejin saluted and then led Xi Yan toward the academic building. Chapter 87. Well, Imperial Forum. Marshal Xi Yan. Share video. Join the Imperial Navy now. The charmingly whimsical fox remarked, Let's begin. To which the foreign envoy Iron Extinction replied, No disturbances, please. The conversation continued, echoing numerous 3 endorsements and vehement denunciations against violations of Sun Li's principles. The Martian commented, This recruitment promotional video is quite impressive, albeit somewhat exaggerated. The whimsical fox responded with a playful tone, Familiar, isn't it? Such scenes are unfolding across various galaxies. The Martian replied gratefully, Thank you. I am nearly memorizing it. A professional critic interjected, What nonsense, I certainly won't participate. The Marshal Xi Yan retorted, I shall send your entire family in tonight. The critic quickly corrected, No, I was merely jesting, please don't. The Marshal responded, If you're idle, seek a job rather than generating noise online. The envoy Iron Extinction expressed amusement. As Xi Yan accompanied Su Yuejin through the halls of Cyberlux Alpha University, he engaged with the forum user hydrogen cut on his wrist device. After perusing the comments, Xi Yan concluded that online information was largely false and unhelpful. The speakers were merely jesters, and it was far more prudent to observe real data. Feeling weary, he remarked, We have arrived. Su Yuejin showcased the temporary military barracks situated beside the lecture hall, stating, This is our temporary recruitment station. Xi Yan observed a substantial number of university students lined up orderly, their faces alight with excitement as they registered at the recruitment center. So many people, he mused. Indeed, thanks to the Marshal's esteemed reputation, the students exhibit a remarkable enthusiasm for joining the Navy. Su Yuejin elucidated that the Navy does not require excessive physical training. Rather, it primarily focuses on cultivating the operational skills necessary for handling warships, and the remuneration is quite generous, making it highly sought after. Indeed, the allure of commanding a warship without the burden of rigorous physical training, coupled with attractive compensation, makes this military academy a coveted choice for many. Xi Yan nodded in agreement. Marshal. As Xi Yan approached, familiar students began to greet him with palpable excitement. Xi Yan responded with a warm smile, eliciting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. The Marshal is the most handsome. The readers are the most handsome. Xi Yan replied in kind. How delightful it is to witness the exuberance of spirited youth, in stark contrast to his own transformation into a ruthless dictator, forged by the harsh realities of life. Observing the orderly recruitment process, Xi Yan nodded in satisfaction and inquired, Which among you has the highest academic achievements? Outstanding academic achievements? The university students exchanged puzzled glances, presuming that Xi Yan was considering special recruitment, prompting several of them to eagerly raise their hands, exclaiming, Me. With a smile, Xi Yan approached them, whereupon a young woman stood tall and proudly declared, I have received 5 national-level awards and am currently a graduate student, ranking 2nd in my university. Xi Yan's demeanor shifted significantly. This was a true academic prodigy. You are exceptionally talented. he praised. Therefore, you are not permitted to join the Navy. Why? The female student exclaimed in shock. The Academy of Sciences is more suited for you. Your accomplishments ought to be directed towards research, not towards the battlefield where lives may be lost. Xi Yan's gaze suddenly turned frigid as he surveyed the ever-growing crowd of students around him. I hope you comprehend that joining the Navy entails engaging in combat against perilous extraterrestrial entities, where the specter of death looms at all times. Report to the Marshal. We are unafraid, bellowed a tall male student. Sui Wejin cast an appreciative glance, and Xi Yan could not help but smile. With the emergence of the first brave voice, soon a multitude of students erupted in fervent shouts. Excellent. This is the dedication I expect from you all. However, as Chapter 88, Power unfolded, Xi Yan's demeanor shifted as he raised his hand to quell the excitement, allowing the atmosphere to settle before he continued. Yet, war is not merely a matter of fearlessness. The reality of interstellar warfare dictates a brutal calculus of life and death. His expression grew increasingly grave. In the theater of interstellar conflict, the principle of survival is paramount. Casualties often encompass entire fleets. Death itself is not terrifying, but a demise devoid of purpose is truly dreadful. If the Empire requires it, I would even dispatch you on missions that are tantamount to suicide. Would you still accept such a fate? If you are not prepared to sacrifice your youth for the nation, then do not come here. Xi Yan understood the thoughts racing through the minds of these university students. He was all too aware of their naivete. To claim they were unafraid of death was utterly implausible. They required enlightenment, a stark realization that the grand tapestry of space warfare harbors no compassion or mercy. The conflicts with alien races are merciless, unless, of course, one is dealing with the charming fox race or delectable starfish cans. A hush fell over the group of students, as they seemed to waver in their resolve. However, the same student boldly proclaimed, I am willing to offer my life for the Marshal. In an instant, Xi Yan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. My family has been among the most impoverished laborers for generations, enduring the relentless exploitation of capitalists. It was the Marshal who drove away those oppressors, allowing my family to enjoy a full meal and reside in a clean home. Therefore, for these reasons alone, I would willingly sacrifice my life for the Marshal. As the student spoke passionately, his eyes glistened with tears, and he wiped them away while fervently expressing his sentiments. Xi Yan blinked, feeling somewhat moved. Yet he attempted to clarify that his intentions were merely to serve the Empire's productivity. Then, another student, dressed in simple cloth, stood up firmly and declared, I come from a small town, and I do not comprehend such grand theories. But the Marshal has expelled the wicked and generously provided soup for my father and mother. Everything free of charge. Marshal, I may not have accomplished much in my life, but I possess but one humble life. If the Marshal desires it, take it. Marshal loyalty. Inspired by these two individuals, more voices soon emerged, denouncing the exploiters of the old world and extolling Xi Yan. We are true citizens of the ring world. Back when Grandfather Xi Lai was still alive, those corrupt officials only bullied ordinary folk like us, but it was the Marshal who drove them away. My grandfather often recalls this with deep emotion, tears streaming down his face. If I were to say I wouldn't dare to sacrifice my life for the Marshal, my grandfather would be the first to disagree. In the obscure corners of the northern ring city, I once toiled as a mere laborer for capitalists. Alas, those days were hardly human. However, when the Marshal arrived, he seized all the wealth, allowing us to embrace a life of happiness. I pondered, what does it matter if I dedicate my life to the Marshal? The students encircled Xi Yan, each expressing their heartfelt sentiments, their voices choked with emotion. Those who joined the army hailed from impoverished families. It was Xi Yan who expelled the exploiting class, granting them the opportunity to pursue education and elevating their family circumstances. To say they did not owe gratitude to Xi Yan would be utterly impossible. Nevertheless, it seemed that Xi Yan underestimated the significance of his actions. In the eyes of these common people, no matter the bloodshed he caused, it was the enemies he vanquished, and they resolutely supported him. This exemplifies the power of the masses, and Xi Yan, having liberated them, rightfully deserves the highest respect. Chapter 89. Psychological issues. Listening to these sincere and heartfelt declarations, Xi Yan felt a flush of embarrassment, overwhelmed by the crowd's emotions. Ultimately, Sui Wejin and the hastily arrived Yushua rescued him from the throng. As he extricated himself, his breath grew rapid, and his complexion slightly reddened. The words were too sentimental for his liking. They made his eyes sting. It appeared that he was ill-suited for such situations, as Beta observed. It was merely an awkwardness stemming from his temperament. Xi Yan quickly regained his cold demeanor. I am the dictatorial marshal of the empire. I care not for anyone's opinion of me, as they are merely instruments of resource production. Marshal, you are lying. I can discern the profound affection you harbor for your empire and your subjects. However, in order to cultivate an image of a ruthless marshal and enhance the obedience of the empire towards you, you find yourself compelled to suppress your emotions and endeavor to orchestrate further acts of terror to showcase your authority. Beta spoke slowly. Silence, Beta. I have no need for a personal psychologist. Furthermore, you are exceedingly sentimental. The injustices of this world ignite your anger and murderous intent, while the beauties of life can move and fulfill you. You believe yourself willing to sacrifice everything for the empire, yet what you truly seek is an ideal society. Nevertheless, to maintain control over this empire and ensure its safety, you must repress. Be silent. You foolish AI. Very well, you must sustain your cold-blooded persona. However, I must remind you that, in accordance with literary rhetoric, what flows through your veins is an enduring love for humanity, for principles, and for justice. No matter how brutally the marshal may outwardly appear, people will continue to admire you rather than fear you. Xi Yan, with a grim expression, deactivated the wristband that emitted continuous bone-conducting sound waves. He glanced at the evidently impulsive and mentally immature university students and shook his head, saying, I understand your sentiments. But return now and focus on your studies. It would be best for you to contribute to the academy and develop some technology for the future. I hope you can offer more to the empire, rather than merely possessing a wealth of knowledge only to perish in the unforgiving chaos of battle. Ultimately, he remained reluctant to allow these young laborers to join the navy. With such abundant energy, he suggested they should first toil for decades in their respective positions before facing death for him. Sui Weijin was well aware of this sentiment and naturally refrained from impeding Xi Yan's actions. However, several school leaders were somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Xi Yan harbored a disdain for these students. Xi Yan reassured them with a pat, stating, they are invaluable assets to the nation. You must educate them well. Yes, Marshal. The school leaders responded in unison. Casting one last glance at the contemplative students, who appeared to be wavering, Xi Yan shook his head and turned to depart. Sui Weijin, be mindful during recruitment. Those with commendable grades should pursue the Academy of Sciences, lest they squander their talents in the military. Xi Yan gradually exited Sibylle Lex Alpha University, foregoing further exploration of the campus, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Beta's words echoed in his mind like a piercing needle. I am indeed the most fervent player of the stars. What a jest! I am the cold and unyielding leader of the empire. I must not succumb to unwarranted emotions, for they are merely tools towards my objectives. He glanced back at the students, their eyes brimming with tears, gazing at him with unwavering affection. I shall not be swayed by these emotions. Their opinions of me hold no significance. Only resources, technology, and fleets are eternal. Well, if one can deceive oneself, then so be it. However, Marshal, there are times when you exhibit a contradictory demeanor, showing immense compassion towards these simple folk, yet often presenting yourself as a cold-hearted, profit-driven pragmatist. Prolonged exposure to such a dichotomy may inflict considerable harm upon your psyche. Beta, when did you emerge? Marshal, it is futile to shut down. My existence cannot be constrained by your current technology. BYD, henceforth, you are prohibited from casually assessing my mental state, understand? My issues are mine to discuss. You have no right to speak of them. However, should you encounter psychological maladies? Impossible. I have long since lost my sanity. Can I possibly become more unhinged? Let us cease this topic. Returning to the issue of population in the ring world, our young labor force is something we cannot afford to see diminished. It is not merely a psychological concern, it is a sheer waste of talent. Yet, when faced with extraterrestrials, casualties in this struggle are unavoidable. Thus, there is but one solution. As long as the population is sufficiently large, the number of sacrifices becomes inconsequential. Unable to pass high school, return to pilot a starship. Unable to gain admission to university, return to pilot a starship. It is decided. Upon my return, I shall implement a new policy advocating for increased birth rates. Amario 2 is in dire need of population. To the millions of young couples across the nation, how can you sleep soundly? How do you manage with such a meager population? The mere thought of the population issue ignites an immense fury within Xi Yan, prompting him to retrieve his wristband and contact his cabinet. Raise the labor point prices for contraceptive and intimate products. Everyone must engage in practical demonstrations. Subsequently, Xi Yan began to contemplate the necessity of enforcing a mandatory childbirth policy. Should such a policy be enacted, the empire could potentially witness the birth of tens of millions of newborns within a single year. A cursory calculation suggested that the existing resources of the empire would suffice for such an influx. By that time, the Amartiro 2 breeding bases would be fully operational. And with the green apple production lines functioning at full capacity, there might even be an abundance of food supplies. In any case, gratitude was owed to the planted individuals. So, let us encourage procreation vigorously. Moreover, there was the labor force of synthetic beings to consider. Xi Yan made a call to the Academy of Sciences. I implore you, where is the research on our robotic laborers? Chapter 90. Inspection. The individual answering the phone, Martin, sounded rather uncertain. The technology for deployable synthetic beings is exceedingly challenging. Although we have received assistance from the United Federation regarding the powered exoskeleton technology, advancing further requires considerable time. How long? Xi Yan interrupted, unwilling to entertain his excuses. As a ruler, he only needed to ascertain when this technology could be realized. In 1 year, Martin asserted with conviction. We will certainly achieve the synthetic being technology within that time frame. Excellent. I trust you will fulfill your promise, Xi Yan replied with a pleasant demeanor. By 2201, we shall have developed robotic labor technology and established robotic assembly factories, surpassing over 80 of the nations. As for the remaining 20, that pertains to mechanical races and other origins. Satisfied with Martin's affirmation, Xi Yan inquired further, what about the blue laser? It has been successfully developed. Martin replied, our team is researching ways to reduce production costs. Very well, at that time, there is no need to contact me. You can liaise directly with the military to replace the red lasers, Xi Yan instructed. Martin continued, Marshal, we have expanded the capabilities of the powered exoskeleton technology to make it applicable for the army. You may inquire about the details with General Prigozhin. Understood, Xi Yan nodded, refraining from further conversation before abruptly ending the communication. To be honest, Xi Yan's primary concern regarding the army was solely the Sibylle Rex battle frame. A research team had already been dispatched to other segments of the ring world, where it was rumored they had previously discovered a site believed to be a Sibylle Rex armory. According to the information provided by Xi Yan, the Sibylle Rex armory is a sophisticated, portable large structure, making it relatively easy to locate within such a vast segment of the ring world. Furthermore, some sections had already been explored, indicating that this relic must be hidden within the remaining uncharted segments of the ring world. Upon activating the DLC Ancient Relics, the Relic Project could be unlocked, allowing the acquisition of precious artifacts through the sites of archaeological pioneers, with the Sibylle Rex armory being one such treasure. To reactivate it, one would need to invest 2,000 units of ore and 3,000 points of cohesion, resulting in the procurement of 1,000 units of alloy, while simultaneously enabling the establishment of a formidable army, the Sibylle Rex battle frame, in the capital. The introduction to the Sibylle Rex battle frame states, this colossal robot towers into the clouds, its firepower sufficient to obliterate cities. Could this be a Gundam? Or, as described, something far larger? The more Xi Yan contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. A colossal mechanical behemoth towering into the clouds, obliterating cities. Goodness, I desire this. What do those human armies amount to? However, since Martin had recommended the new army equipment, it was only reasonable to take a look. Xi Yan sent a message to Prigozhin and, accompanied by his personal guard, boarded a private spacecraft to the military base outside the city. Prigozhin welcomed Xi Yan with great enthusiasm and proudly led him to the training grounds, showcasing the new equipment he had procured from the Academy of Sciences. Before him stood a soldier clad in a lightweight mechanical exoskeleton, wielding a samurai sword crackling with electricity. With a beaming smile, Prigozhin introduced, this is a lightweight armor derived from powered exoskeleton technology, enabling the user to unleash incredible speed. Now let us see a demonstration. The soldier, encased in exoskeleton armor, nodded and, gripping the electromagnetic katana, crouched low. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing several meters and cleaving a training dummy in half with a single stroke. He then reversed course, leaping onto the wall, running sideways for several meters, before propelling himself high into the air, landing gracefully before Xi Yan and Prigozhin. Xi Yan stood in awe, utterly astonished. Who was this phantasmal shadow? Sensing Xi Yan's astonishment, Prigozhin proudly remarked, "This is the ultimate speed achieved at the expense of defensive capability. Not only are there lightweight exoskeletal armors, but also heavy armors that sacrifice speed for enhanced protection." Prigozhin, brimming with pride, summoned another soldier clad in exoskeletal armor. This soldier bore exceptionally thick armor on his legs and arms, equipped with power devices, enabling him not only to run normally, but also to exhibit remarkable jumping capabilities. They possessed immense strength, and their weaponry could effortlessly slice through steel plates. "Let us put it to the test," the soldier said, a confident smile gracing his face as he turned around. Xi Yan noticed a long mechanical sheath for a katana at his waist. "Why do you all favor katanas so much? While they appear striking, in practical combat they are prone to breaking. However, under the aegis of advanced technology, such minor flaws become trivial." The soldier in heavy exoskeletal armor crouched down, striking the classic drawing motion. To Xi Yan's surprise, there was an inconspicuous trigger beneath the sheath. Suddenly, a strong sense of déjà vu washed over him. The soldier charged forward, and just ahead of him, a drone hurtled towards him at great speed. The soldier pulled the trigger, and in an instant, a fiery shadow flashed by, cleaving the drone cleanly in two. Indeed, his armor housed an advanced sensing system that allowed him to react swiftly, hitting the rapidly approaching drone with precision. Prigozhin explained with pride. Xi Yan observed the remnants of the drone, which displayed a neatly severed edge. The perimeter entirely melted away. Upon closer inspection of the katana in the soldier's hand, its blade glowed red, radiating an intense heat. The formidable power brought forth by such a blade combined with exoskeletal armor astonishingly cleaved through an unmanned aerial vehicle of remarkable durability. Xi Yan furrowed his brow intensely. "Wait, from whence did this thunderjack and current SAM emerge?" Casting a glance around, Xi Yan became increasingly certain that the individual responsible for the development of the exoskeleton had surreptitiously integrated personal enhancements. Ghostwalker and Metal Gear were evidently included within. "The funds allocated by the Marshal are exceedingly ample. I believe we shall soon apply this technology across the entirety of the army," Prigozhin remarked. "Indeed, however." I believe just as Xi Yan was about to articulate his thoughts, his wristband emitted a sound, revealing it to be the investigative report submitted by the Academy. Thus, while absorbing Prigozhin's discourse on army development with one ear, he simultaneously opened the report and began perusing its contents. "We have discovered a colossal factory in the Cyberlux Delta sector, suspected to be the Cyberlux Armory mentioned by the Marshal." Xi Yan's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, he truly found it? Hold on. We shall discuss military matters later. I have pressing business to attend to. I must take my leave." Xi Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to depart, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Huh. Prigozhin's self-satisfied introduction was abruptly interrupted, leaving him perplexed as he observed Xi Yan's hasty exit. "Do not place too much importance on this." Xi Yan turned back to offer a reminder. "More advanced military weaponry will soon be developed, so reserve the military funds for me." Very well. Prigozhin remained even more bewildered. "General, what is going on?" The Ghostwalker approached and inquired. "Does the Marshal disapprove?" Prigozhin shook his head. "You are all exceptional, yet the Marshal has matters of greater importance. Now, return to your training." With that, Xi Yan hurriedly exited the military base and boarded his spacecraft. "Mighty Mecha, I shall prevail. Once I can stabilize the production of the Cyberlux battle body, I will surely seek out the stone golem for an encounter." Chapter 92. Cyberlux Delta in the Cyberlux Alpha Ring World, Delta Sector. Xi Yan could see from his spacecraft the vast expanse of ruins below and the multitude of debris floating in the sky. The pilot of the escort team had to reduce their speed, carefully maneuvering around the drifting wreckage as they slowly approached the land of the Delta Sector. The spacecraft veered 90 degrees, drawing closer to the severely damaged ground. Xi Yan closed his eyes to adjust to the abrupt change in angle, and once the spacecraft steadied, he stepped out onto the dust-laden, debris-strewn surface. This place once belonged to the once mighty Cyberlux civilization, and this ring world bore witness to their decline. Looking around, Xi Yan observed that there were no organic landscapes or rivers simulated within the ring world. Instead, he was met with cold steel structures. He stomped his boot against the uneven yet gleaming surface, and a dull echo reverberated in response. Ah, solid indeed. Constructed by the pioneers, capable of enduring for millennia. The quality is truly beyond reproach. Xi Yan once again surveyed the surroundings. Although the area was entirely composed of metallic structures, it had long since fallen into disrepair. Some sections had been utterly devastated, with the ground pockmarked and the remnants of walls strewn about. Ancient robots lay scattered amid the ruins. Marshal, a scientist clad in a pristine white uniform, awaited him, accompanied by several researchers. We are the project team investigating the Cyberlux armory. I am the team leader, Gu Ziyun. Thank you, Senior Gu Ziyun, and esteemed colleagues, for your efforts, Xi Yan expressed with palpable excitement. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Please take me to see the armory. Do you wish to enter personally, Marshal? The elderly project leader hesitated, saying, to be frank, our team has only conducted an external survey and has yet to penetrate the interior. We cannot assure you that it is devoid of danger. Allow me to send a drone for a projection inside, Xi Yan suggested, having anticipated the need for caution. Very well, Marshal. Please follow me. Gu Ziyun nodded in agreement. While Xi Yan could have easily operated the projection from an office, he opted to personally inspect the periphery of the project, given its location within the ring world. A few researchers led the way, while the elderly scientist Gu Ziyun accompanied Xi Yan, enlightening him about the observable features nearby. When Marshal Xi Yan first commanded the fleet to the ring world, all 4 sectors had sustained varying degrees of damage. Ultimately, the former Marshal chose the Alpha sector, which had suffered the least, as their settlement site. The project leader, Gu Ziyun, is no longer in his youth. His thinning hair is speckled with gray, clearly indicating he has entered old age, likely surpassing a century. However, as he has not expressed any intention to retire and remains in robust health, he continues to work. I grew up in the Earth Union, having once followed Marshal Xi Yan in our exodus and aided him in the construction of our nation. I have witnessed the tireless efforts of many over the years to complete the Alpha sector, a truly unforgettable chapter of our history. Elders often find themselves nostalgically reminiscing about the glorious days of their youth. Xi Yan, understanding their sentiments, offered a gentle acknowledgement, signifying his attentiveness. Now, the Marshal embodies the spirit of the late Marshal Xi Yan, leading our nation in the exploration of the cosmos, reminiscent of the resolute departure led by Xi Yan himself. The old scientist's eyes sparkled with the light of reminiscence, and he smiled apologetically, saying, "Forgive me, Marshal, for in my old age, I often find myself reflecting on the past. This is a magnificent history, and I would be most pleased to hear you recount the tales of our forebears." Xi Yan replied politely. Gu Ziyun chuckled and shook his head. "That is all behind us. It is now your era." Chapter 93, Cyberlux Arms Factory. Now, let us redirect our gaze to the ground beneath us. The elder's steps remained firm and purposeful, his pace neither hurried nor slow. It seems he could still contribute a decade of labor or continue managing some of the documentation for the Academy of Sciences, Xi Yan mused. Based on the debris floating in orbit and the studies conducted on the remnants of the district, we surmise that a monumental war transpired here long ago. The pioneers of this realm, the Cyberlux Alpha civilization, were vanquished, and the assailants subjected the ring world to protracted bombardment. Curiously, we have not encountered any evidence of resistance from the Cyberlux Alpha civilization. It seems they resigned themselves to their fate. Although it is also possible that our technology is insufficient. Nevertheless, it is indeed a fact that the ring world endured severe bombardment. The elder, with hands outspread, remarked. Among the sectors, the Delta section suffered the most extensive damage, with even the foundational framework exhibiting a degree of compromise, transforming the surface into its current state. The group then maneuvered around a vast crater, temporarily fortified with protective barriers, for the entire ring world remained operational, maintaining normal gravitational conditions. A fall could send one spiraling out into the void. The elder's gait became more sprightly. The passage of time had not dulled this seasoned scientist's spirit. He continued, "We remain oblivious to the fate of the Cyberlux Alpha civilization and the reasons behind the desolation of this ring world following that great conflict. Yet, such details are trivial. What truly matters is, a throng of individuals gathered around Xi Yan, halting at the brink of an unfathomable pit. We discovered this amidst the ruins of the bombardment. Xi Yan cautiously approached the edge of the vast chasm, peering down into its depths. There, emerging from the walls of the pit, was a profound passageway. Marshal, let us initiate the projection here. We shall descend first." As Gu Ziyun uttered a word, an unmanned drone seemingly appeared from nowhere, and he grasped it firmly, only to be whisked away, landing steadily in a subterranean passage over 100 meters deep. Xi Yan felt a surge of anxiety for him. Despite his advanced age, The old man possessed remarkable strength, daring to engage in such reckless antics. He moved aside to a makeshift projection area and proceeded to scan his entire body, while the researchers boarded a small spacecraft and descended. Before long, Xi Yan found himself within the depths of the passage, where a grand door awaited at its terminus. Gu Ziyun nodded toward Xi Yan's projection and then extended his hand to operate the mechanism, causing the great door to gradually swing open. The researchers behind them instinctively raised their newly acquired blue laser emitters, uncertain of what lay beyond the door. Just as they prepared to unveil it, Xi Yan arrived. With a thunderous roar, the door creaked open, revealing an immense underground expanse. The height of this cavernous space reached thousands of meters, and its vastness was staggering. Fortunately, the foundation of the ring world was sufficiently robust to conceal this area perfectly, had it not been for the orbital bombardment that blasted through the 1,000-meter-thick metal. No one would have known of this place's existence. What lay within this cavern? It was brimming with colossal and intricate machinery, nearly filling the entire space. These immense mechanical structures were a dull gray, seemingly untouched for many years. At the center of this vast array of machinery, a broad platform was affixed, upon which stood an enormous figure towering hundreds of meters high. Xi Yan's obsidian eyes widened in astonishment. "Marshal, have you discovered something?" Gu Ziyun inquired, perplexed. Xi Yan abruptly swung his fist, revealing an expression of immense excitement. "Indeed, this is precisely what I wanted you to find. Although the entire factory may not seem quite right, there is no doubt." Xi Yan laughed heartily towards the sky. "This is the Cyberlux battle body. Here lies the Cyberlux armory. Everything is secure, all is well." Chapter 94. Treasures acquired after several hours of exploration. The research team, in collaboration with advanced technology, conducted a preliminary investigation of the entire Cyberlux armory. The armory is divided into 3 sections: the raw materials area, the equipment area, and the finished products area, each meticulously preserved and fully operational upon testing. Marshal, Gu Ziyun approached with the initial research report in hand. At this moment, Xi Yan was still maneuvering the drone that projected images, flying around the Cyberlux battle body in the central finished products area, delighting in the marvel like a youthful child of 20. What a splendid physique! What a formidable weapon of war! Xi Yan extolled its virtues. However, upon inspection from behind, he discovered that this massive Cyberlux battle body was only half complete, with large sections left empty. What a pity it remains unfinished, alas. "Marshal?" Gu Ziyun wore a look of resigned amusement. "I'm here," Xi Yan responded, and the drone promptly descended before him. Xi Yan inquired, "What is it?" "We have conducted a preliminary investigation of this armory. Here is the research report." The elderly scientist spoke with solemnity, and Xi Yan nodded, making an effort to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, adopting a serious demeanor of attentive listening. The colossal factory, a relic from ancient times, remained remarkably intact and fully operational. Gu Ziyun began with promising news. "However, due to the overly advanced technology of the Cyberlux civilization, we hesitated to dismantle any machinery for research, instead merely discovering operational methods." "Stop! Don't move at all," Xi Yan exclaimed suddenly. "If you cause any disruption that prevents the production of the giant mechas, I shall hold you accountable." Indeed, we ultimately abandoned the idea of disassembly and shifted our focus to finding a way to activate it. Gu Ziyun remarked wryly, "Fortunately, we have indeed discovered the method of activation. According to our projections, once initiated, the entire arsenal will commence operations, producing the Cyberlux warframes as you mentioned." Xi Yan nodded continuously. "So, how much raw material do we require?" "Based on calculations, this factory can automatically sort and refine ores. Nevertheless, even with that capability, we will need at least, by your standards, 10,000 units of ore to meet its material requirements." Gu Ziyun adjusted his glasses and added, "However, correspondingly, it can produce Cyberlux warframes while also refining an additional 1,000 units of alloy." As expected, Xi Yan clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "It is evident that our nation's resource output is insufficient to support such consumption. Thus, you will need to investigate how to transport it back to our Alpha sector." "Transport it back?" Gu, feeling somewhat perplexed, remarked, "How can we possibly relocate such a colossal structure, entirely buried beneath the earth? There must be a way." Xi Yan replied with a smile, "Let us examine its structure. Perhaps it is a singular entity capable of autonomous movement. The Cyberlux armory, being a relic in its own right, is indeed mobile, suggesting that this location may possess similar attributes. Indeed, he continued, if the Cyborg civilization could construct such formidable war machines, this armory might also harbor a unique configuration. The seasoned scientist entertained numerous thoughts, while Xi Yan merely smiled, offering no explanation. You shall conduct your research here diligently. Perhaps soon I will activate this factory. Until then, please proceed with your investigations. Xi Yan stated calmly, I shall take my leave now, and I hope to witness a well-maintained factory ready for immediate deployment upon my return. With that, he terminated the projection. Imperial log, relic discovered, Cyberx armory. Our search in the Delta sector of the Ring world has unearthed invaluable artifacts left by the pioneers. This enormous factory can produce the formidable Cyberx war machines with an investment of substantial minerals. However, for us, it remains a luxury at this time. Nevertheless, this relic will undoubtedly augment our future military capabilities significantly. Xi Yan's directive. Better to ascend the Colossus than squander time. Nonetheless, the Cyberx war machines are indeed powerful. This journey has left him exceedingly satisfied. The discovery of this relic was nothing short of a delightful surprise. They discovered this star system not through the pioneering archaeological sites, but rather through a stroke of remarkable fortune, directly uncovering this relic. The Interstellar Human Military Government must adeptly leverage this advantage, transforming it into the hard power of the Empire. At present, the entire Empire has established a stable public ownership system, and Xi Yan is poised to convene a meeting of imperial institutions, focusing the Empire's developmental efforts on fervent external expansion. Seizing the opportunity, they must embark on aggressive expansion, constructing stellar bases to rapidly conquer star systems. Should they wait until other nations block their path, it would be far too late, leaving them with nowhere to lament their misfortune. Xi Yan repeatedly perused the memorandum, confirming that there were no immediate tasks at hand for the foreseeable future. Thus, it is time to entrust everything to the passage of time. Let it be said once more, time must begin to accelerate. Made in Heaven. Chapter 95. The acceleration of time. The ensuing days unfolded in a monotonous manner, with Xi Yan attending to daily affairs, as time slipped away unnoticed. In early 2201, new research and engineering vessels were completed and put into service. The construction of the Amatero Star System spaceport reached fruition, with 2 docks and a resource depot commencing operations. The docks operated at full capacity, and the Imperial Navy expanded to 6 frigates, all outfitted with anti-aircraft guns and blue lasers. Simultaneously, the 3rd research vessel, a transport ship, and the entirety of the Imperial Navy ventured to the ISAM star system, recovering the wreckage of the 1st research vessel and engaging in combat with small fragments of red crystal present in the vicinity. The familiar tactics were employed once more, as the fleet maneuvered around the crystalline entities, leveraging its range and speed to strike. Yet, they still endured damage, emerging from the battle with difficulties. The extent of the ship's impairments varied, but fortunately, no vessels were completely destroyed. This victory served as a form of retribution for the ill-fated research vessel number 1. The remains of the lost scientists were returned to the Ring world for a dignified burial, while the wreckage of the research ship was salvaged and transformed into a pioneer museum on the Ring world, honoring those imperial citizens who sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of exploration and expansion. On January 1st, 2201, the nation celebrated the new year with great jubilation. Xi Yan was preoccupied with preparing for the first grand festival since assuming office, working tirelessly and remaining indoors, thus missing the festivities entirely. On January 14th, 2201, the ill-fated research vessel and its crew were welcomed home, and a Day of Ancestors was established to commemorate the first martyrs of the Empire's cosmic exploration. In February 2201, Xi Yan noted that no one was celebrating the Spring Festival. After enduring a period of discomfort, he resolved to accept the situation as it was. To ensure productivity, he deemed it necessary to forego any further holidays. By May 2201, the Amatero 2 human cultivation base was completed and commenced operations, significantly boosting the Empire's food production. In June 2201, sociologists released their research report on the holy tree of Amatero 2, simultaneously extracting vast quantities of organic matter from within the tree, which was analyzed to possess properties that could extend life. Ultimately, Xi Yan decided to dilute this substance and distribute it evenly among all underage and young adult laborers, thereby significantly enhancing his prestige. The sacred tree has deeply rooted itself on the planet Gaia, serving as a custodian of the entire environment of this celestial body, according to analyses. Scientists believe that by harvesting a branch of the sacred tree and planting it on other planets, it may gradually transform their environments, allowing them to resemble Gaia. Is this not the very origin of the seed of life? However, scientists have explicitly stated that the transformation into a Gaia-like planet will require at least several centuries, which leaves Xi Yan somewhat regretful. Finally, the year 2201 came to a close. Xi Yan returned to the ring world. And with just a few days until New Year's Day, he continued to labor tirelessly. Initially, Beta urged him to work diligently to attain the esteemed rank of Marshal. But now, Beta has begun to plead with him to take a break and not overexert himself. Beta has finally witnessed the terrifying spectacle of a Stellaris player engrossed in their endeavors. Nevertheless, Xi Yan paid little heed to Beta's counsel. He relished playing a real-life version of Paradox interactive games, finding great amusement in managing the affairs of state, often sitting for an entire day, munching on a couple of green apples without any excess metabolism, reminiscent of his previous life spent playing Stellaris. Of course, a modicum of rest is still necessary. At last, the day arrived, December 29th. In the evening, Xi Yan was diligently working in his office, reviewing various documents submitted by his subordinates, and crafting serious directives in his whimsical literary style. Suddenly, on his computer, Beta spoke in a tone that was strikingly familiar, perhaps even too familiar. An extraterrestrial empire has established communication with us. Hiss. Upon hearing the familiar voice of his advisor, Xi Yan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 96. Marvelous. Ah, what on earth? The well-known voice of the advisor resonated, and in a daze, Xi Yan glimpsed a broadcasting icon flashing in the upper left corner of his vision. He was suddenly jolted, shook his head, and took a deep breath. He immediately sent a message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Xi Yan, what has transpired? Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Marshal, after 18 months of contact and research, we have deciphered the language of the extraterrestrial beings, codenamed Alpha, and we have now established stable communication with them. Xi Yan, provide me with the documents, then redirect the signal to me. Ensure you observe as I converse with them personally. Learn well how to engage with extraterrestrials. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes, Marshal. Finally, the day has arrived. Xi Yan took a deep breath, awaiting the signal transfer from the ministry. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Uploading document, first contact record. Document 1. After a brief interaction, we readily discern that these extraterrestrials are sentient beings akin to us, possessing the capability for interstellar faster-than-light travel. We have designated them as Alpha extraterrestrials. The Alpha aliens are a type of rock-based life form, marking our inaugural encounter with a non-carbon-based entity. Likewise, following a series of gestures from our extraterrestrial linguists, the aliens exhibited a keen curiosity towards us. This initial contact unfolded in a peaceful manner, as the linguists endeavored to swiftly decode their language. However, we soon realized that our attempts at linguistic decipherment were in disarray. Scientists scrutinized the dull sounds emitted from their bodies and attempted to correlate and translate them through the voluminous texts they provided. Ultimately, we discovered a disconnection between our interpretations and their intended meanings, leading us to speculate that they did not communicate through such vocalizations. Thus, we had to commence anew. Fortunately, the Alpha aliens maintained a cordial demeanor, continuing to send us additional texts. Meanwhile, our scientists engaged in direct online interactions with them, utilizing gestures extensively. Although this proved to be of limited utility, it significantly bolstered the camaraderie between our two species. Upon witnessing this, Xi Yan felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, they were amicable rock beings. We lacked the military prowess to annihilate them, so we would feign a disposition of xenophilia. Indeed, our interstellar human military government is a peaceful, pro-extraterrestrial state, rather than an extreme, authoritarian race with a penchant for purity. Dear alien friends, allow me to sell you my superfluous consumer goods and provisions. With a sense of calm enveloping him, Xi Yan resumed his perusal of the documents. These unsightly yet friendly rock beings have truly astonished us. They were the first to decipher a portion of our language and provided us with a comparative table, accelerating our progress in deciphering their script. However, this also reveals a grave concern. Their technological prowess is likely superior to ours. Fortunately, they are exceedingly amicable, allowing us to communicate with them without apprehension. What transpired? The research vessel of the Alpha aliens, with whom we had been in constant communication, was attacked by their own fleet. We witnessed through our border outposts a warship composed of rock launching terrifying space torpedoes, effortlessly obliterating the research vessel. What could have caused such an event? Thankfully, their warships remained just outside our borders, and they signaled us, which, upon translation, indicated they would not infringe upon our territory. Given this unexpected turn of events, we must assess their potential threat. What is going on? This aspect was not mentioned in the game text. Xi Yan raised an eyebrow, straightened his posture, and scrutinized the reports with greater diligence. Their warships departed, leaving behind a plethora of debris. Our second research vessel happened to pass nearby and conducted an exploration, discovering no stellar bases of other civilizations. Consequently, they exited the borders, retrieving the wreckage, which included several bodies of the Alpha aliens. We immediately commenced our research. My goodness, they stand at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters, weighing an astonishing 5 to 6 tons. They are entirely composed of rock, and their bodies are adorned with precious minerals. Moreover, they secrete a potent toxin. These toxins linger in their bodies after death, akin to a sponge saturated with water, nearly costing a researcher their life. The Academy's report reveals that their cadavers have poisoned the cats in the laboratory. We, the collective scientists, vow to oppose the Alpha extraterrestrials with unwavering resolve. Xi Yan raised his head, scratching it in bewilderment. The venomous rock beings indeed posed a considerable challenge. They re-established contact with us. Yet this time their demeanor was markedly hostile. We could sense the disdain and impatience they exhibited during our communication. The stark contrast left us perplexed, leading us to speculate that factions within the Alpha extraterrestrial civilization are at odds. Regardless, dialogue must persist. Damn, they were the first to decipher our written language, subsequently using it to insult us. Foolish aliens. After some contemplation, we felt compelled to request their translation results, leading to a month-long exchange of insults. Ultimately, they could no longer maintain their obstinacy. I believe this marks a significant victory for us against the Alpha extraterrestrial civilization. Upon further communication, we discovered that these aliens are not particularly skilled at deception. They possess a straightforward nature, openly expressing their thoughts without reservation. Not only did they berate us, but they also harbored a distinct aversion towards us, an odd disposition indeed. However, their candidness and forthright manner are rather commendable. At last, we have successfully deciphered their language. Thanks to those corpses, we discovered that the Alpha aliens communicate through the vibrations of the stones within their bodies. However, to human ears, this manifests as mere cacophony. Ultimately, we succeeded in creating a device that simulates these vibrational sounds, thereby deciphering their language. We have now established stable communication, and through the translator, we learned that they refer to themselves as the Mtok and their nation as the Mtok Confederation. Yet, their civilization does not conform to the strict definition of a nation. Rather, it is a corporation, a colossal enterprise that intrinsically possesses the characteristics of a state. Upon finishing the document, Xi Yan felt an unsettling sensation. Why do these stone beings, much like the Trisolarans, so openly express their true thoughts? There was an inexplicable oddity to it. Nevertheless, considering they are extraterrestrial beings, finding it strange is only natural. Communication access. Xi Yan opened the Interstellar Communication Interface, contemplating the message to send. We are the Interstellar Human Military Government, pleased to make your acquaintance, esteemed Mtok civilization. May our friendship foster mutual growth. Before long, a reply arrived. Weak humans, you are repulsive. We harbor disdain for you and are not pleased to mate. However, we are willing to establish a relationship as we covet your wealth. We shall set up smuggling ports within your civilization to pilfer your riches. Should you dare to infringe upon our civilization, our guardian, the celestial dragon, shall unleash punishment upon you. Xi Yan stared in disbelief at the lengthy message from the Mtok Confederation, utterly stunned. Soon, he comprehended everything, and at once, his blood pressure began to surge. Alas! Xi Yan clutched his heart, his face etched with agony. This was no peaceful rock trading enterprise. It was, in fact, a loathsome and formidable stone man of the dragon's sin. Blood pressure soaring. Please be informed that the chapters in preparation for the third resurrection competition have undergone substantial revisions. Chapter 97. Having reached this point, let us first generate some electricity. The loathsome and formidable stone man of the dragon's sin. The mere thought of it sent Xi Yan into a fit of despair, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Damn it! With so many extraterrestrial beings in the universe, Why must I encounter this abomination? My resentment knows no bounds. Xi Yan's breakdown was not without cause. The Stone Man of the Dragon Sin, a civilization detested by the stellar players, was infamous for its repugnance. But why? The term Dragon's Dance refers to the origin of this civilization, which is safeguarded by a powerful celestial dragon residing in its home star system. Although the dragon holds this civilization in contempt, it protects its homeworld during times of war. This is particularly vexing for players who relish early conflicts, as their fleets are virtually powerless against a dragon boasting a combat strength of at least 10,000 in the early stages. As for Sin Enterprise, it diverges significantly from ordinary corporate systems. Sin Enterprises can establish smuggling ports in your colonies without your consent, easily elevating the crime rate in your territories to over 50, often inciting extreme disdain among players. A series of adjectives that vividly depict the characteristics of this species emerge, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. In summary, this civilization ought not to exist. Fury ignited in Xi Yan's eyes. I want the extraterrestrials to perish. They must be eradicated without delay. However, I am no match for their celestial dragon. Xi Yan quickly became despondent. The mere thought of the incessant smuggling ports and the celestial dragon caused darkness to cloud his vision, leading him to weep uncontrollably. Why must I encounter such a wretched nation? As tears streamed down his face, he composed a response. Similarly, we shall remain ever vigilant against you, hoping you will not encroach upon the territories of humanity. Alas, what good is that? They sneak across our borders, establishing smuggling ports, with various infiltrations emerging incessantly, capable of driving the crime rate in our colonies to its zenith. Now, a substantial sum must be allocated to maintain order, all while guarding against their incursions into our vast Wu territory. As the saying goes, it is better to have neighbors encircle than to encircle oneself. Xi Yan was acutely aware of the immense allure his ring world held for other civilizations. Establishing communication between the two civilizations necessitated the sharing of their home star system locations. Suddenly, Xi Yan resolved to disclose the Almaty Aerostar system as his own to the opposing Tadic Confederation. However, should they send spies across, they would undoubtedly discover his ring world, yet delaying them by even a day would be advantageous. It is imperative to prepare for total war, until he possesses the strength to vanquish their celestial dragon. This will be a protracted conflict, one that tests the resolve and resources of both nations. Xi Yan firmly resolved, only to find himself collapsing once more. Damn it! The dragon, a formidable and loathsome stone creature, has brought forth an overwhelming curse upon me. Why must I encounter such a wretched being? Where are the allies? Where are my comrades? Someone, please, come to my aid. The thought that my once tranquil agricultural endeavors have been so ruthlessly interrupted by this detestable fiend fills Xi Yan with uncontainable rage. Furthermore, the realization that it may take an extended period to vanquish this abomination deepens his sorrow. Oh, how my heart aches. With a fierce strike, Xi Yan pounded the table, collapsing onto the sofa, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Your Excellency, he lamented, I have come to report on today's tasks. Wait, what is wrong with you? The young Secretary of State, Olivia, appeared at the door, her face etched with concern as she rushed in, reaching to touch Xi Yan's forehead. I cannot endure this any longer. May this universe be obliterated. I long to return to my higher dimensional realm. Xi Yan writhed on the sofa, expressing his discontent. What has transpired? Please do not frighten me. Olivia pleaded, her anxiety palpable as she circled around Xi Yan, feeling utterly helpless. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly explain this to Lord Xilai? The captain of the guard, Yu Shuo, peered in from outside, still engrossed in a game on his wrist device. Madam Secretary, he said with exasperation, there's no need to worry about the Marshal. This isn't the first time he has been in such a state. I sometimes genuinely fear that one day he will completely lose his mind, Beta remarked. I still worry. Olivia stammered anxiously, attempting to embrace Xi Yan in hopes of calming the suddenly ailing Marshal. Do not let that loathsome dragon, that vile stone creature, approach me. Xi Yan suddenly bellowed. He then sat up, rummaging through his desk in a frenzy, furiously pressing the keys on the keyboard. Damn. Where is my wind spirit moon shadow? Where's my control panel? Kill. Kill. Own. Own. Game mode 1. Humph, humph. Ah. Sudden outburst. Commander. What on earth is wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. Sob. A faint glimmer of tears had begun to well up in Olivia's eyes, nearly causing her to break down. Xi Yan, after a prolonged moment of inner turmoil, finally managed to rein in his emotions, while Alavier clung to him desperately, fearful that he might spiral out of control again. "Let go. I'm fine now," Xi Yan calmly stated as he settled onto the sofa. "I told you I was fine. It'll pass soon." Yu Shua cautiously peered out, whispering, "The commander is under immense pressure. He always needs an outlet." This was indeed true. Xi Yan had endured a grueling work schedule for over a year, only to encounter the detestable Dragon-S Sin, the exceedingly strong and loathsome stone golem. "Disgusting, revolting," Xi Yan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. "Curse the stone golems. They have sealed their fate. Behold my blue-silver bind." And thus, it began anew. Yu Shua, unperturbed, retreated slightly. After all, he was merely a captain of the guard and had no authority over Xi Yan. "Let us play a game of three kingdoms first." Sigh stubborn as ever. "But those criminal enterprises were indeed quite bothersome in my era as well," Beta lamented. Avery was in a state of panic, unsure of what to do, standing frozen in place. After a moment of electrical stimulation, Xi Yan regained his composure and glanced at the flustered Secretary of State, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I merely wish to see you, Marshal." Avery replied cautiously, suddenly reluctant to report on her duties. She had an unsettling feeling about the Marshal's mental state and decided it best not to burden him with work-related matters. Beta interjected, "I told you. Such prolonged continuous work can lead to a mental breakdown. You are not a mechanical intelligence like me. This kind of strain will crush you." "Yet, I cannot help but worry," Xi Yan admitted, acknowledging his own unstable mental state, a persistent urge to unleash violence haunting him. "Tutu, Grandpa Bo has brought you your favorite urbanization. You ought to take a stroll." Avery, with concern etched on her face, grasped Xi Yan's hand and pleaded, "Marshal, please do not treat yourself this way. I implore you to set aside your work temporarily and rest." "However, I must refuse," Xi Yan retorted with a cold laugh, exclaiming, "I must work. The Empire still needs me." Avery stood helplessly, tears glimmering in her eyes, paralyzed by indecision. Suddenly, Xi Yan chuckled, reached out, and playfully ruffled the little administrator's hair. "Huh, I shan't torment you any longer. You may return now. I shall venture out alone for a bit. After so much time working, it is indeed time to relax." With that, Xi Yan rose, smiling as he patted the stunned Secretary of State, and made his way towards the exit. "Very well, then. I shall take my leave now, Marshal." Alaviel nodded earnestly before promptly exiting the office. "Beta, accompany me for a stroll. I have remained by your side, Marshal. Despite the twists and turns, this tale ultimately revives. And the National Day holiday shall herald a surge in updates. I hope everyone will lend their support to the narrative." Chapter 98, Resolution as the New Year approached. Xi Yan granted most citizens of the Empire a holiday, with only the administrative institutions remaining operational. Essentially, there were no roles across the nation that were not on leave. Departing from the central district of the Imperial Corps, Xi Yan ambled along the streets with a grim expression, soon arriving at the residential area. Public passenger airships sped by, ferrying travelers along designated routes, while private transport was exceedingly scarce, given the current purchasing power of the populace. Ordinary citizens would refrain from using labor points to acquire personal airships, opting instead for public transport, which significantly reduced energy consumption and unnecessary maintenance costs, a situation that Xi Yan was quite pleased with, though the streets were filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Xi Yan's heart was heavy with bitterness, preoccupied with thoughts of those detestable dragon-initiated stone beings. It was imperative to devise a means to retaliate with great disdain. While the complete annihilation of their kind was not feasible at the moment, there must exist a method to vex them, akin to how they established smuggling ports to irritate the players. In the realm of reality, he could accomplish many things. However, the current fragility of his empire was a significant hindrance. Despite the establishment of public ownership, which had bolstered production, the technology remained woefully underdeveloped, placing them at a considerable disadvantage in the cosmos. In search of an opportunity to solicit aid, he pondered how to acquire further technological advancements. A sense of despair clouded Xi Yan's countenance. Beta remained in a silent, virtual state, trailing closely behind him. Despite the absence of others, Xi Yan was acutely aware of Beta and his loyal guards who were discreetly safeguarding him. Their unwavering loyalty to the Empire urged Xi Yan, as the Marshal, to strive even harder to contribute to his nation. He did not shy away from acknowledging his profound love for his empire. It was a conviction shared by every exemplary player in the Stars universe. His affection was not for any individual, but for the collective known as the Interstellar Human Military Government. For the Empire, there was nothing beyond the realm of possibility, and no sacrifice too great. In the vast expanse of the Starry Sea, humanity would ultimately carve out its rightful place. The two remained in contemplative silence as an ominous aura began to emanate from Xi Yan. However, those cursed stone beings seemed to have adopted a semblance of urbanity. It warranted further investigation. Wandering aimlessly, Xi Yan found himself in a square where the monument commemorating the first research vessel had been erected, standing prominently at the center. The somber metallic structure was intricately carved to resemble the vessel at the moment of its tragic descent. At that moment, the residents of the Central District were fervently preparing for the upcoming new year, leaving the memorial square relatively deserted. Xi Yan settled onto a bench at the edge of the square, resting his elbows on his knees, and silently gazed at the statue, lost in thought for a prolonged silence. The tragedy of the first research vessel remained vivid in his memory. The valiant scientists, who once volunteered to partake in distant explorations for the Empire, likely faced solitude and peril, spending decades adrift in the vastness of space. Even with foresight of the future's outcome, they resolutely forsook their families and embarked on their long journeys. Xi Yan often reminisced about the first time he laid eyes upon them, those unwavering gazes directed towards him, when they stood beneath the Empire's banner, pledging themselves as crew members of the exploratory research vessel. Regret never crossed their minds again. Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged within Xi Yan. In his days as a mere player, he had never given thought to these individuals. Everything paled in comparison to tangible results and fleet power. However, upon arriving here, he encountered numerous people, vibrant souls with their own emotions and lives. After witnessing all this, he found himself unable to send them to their deaths for the Empire. Marshal. Beta emitted a soft beep. Your spirits are significantly low. This is an ominous sign. Prolonged toil is gradually eroding your reason. Xi Yan bewilderedly shook his head. I don't know. I simply feel unwell. Seeing so many sacrifice themselves for the Empire, yet I feel powerless to do anything. I am also afraid to act. He lacked the courage to personally command a starship on the battlefield. Marshal, you need only to focus on your own duties, Beta replied. To speak plainly, this is the guidance of fate. You are the descendant of Marshal Xi Yan. It is your destiny to lead the Empire as its marshal, and that is an undeniable truth. Those of humble origins are merely unfortunate, having been denied a distinguished birth. All is nature, all is destiny. Why be overly critical of oneself when one has fulfilled one's duties? What you have accomplished is more than sufficient. Xi Yan chuckled. Beta, are you truly an AI? You sound like a fountain of idealistic sentiments. Beta responded with canned AI laughter before abruptly changing the subject. Marshal, I personally believe that the materialist ideologies in our universe are idealistic, while the idealistic ideologies are materialist. How so? Xi Yan compelled himself to set aside his sentimentality, preparing to listen to Beta expound his theory. Beta's thinking was truly exceptional, and Xi Yan was always eager to hear his discourses. My database contains a wealth of information about ancient times, stretching back countless years, which I have analyzed, Beta began enthusiastically. I have observed that many empires that profess to be extremely materialist, denying the existence of spiritual power and deities, and fervently pursuing science, could be seen as engaging in a form of scientific fanaticism. Therefore, I consider this materialism to be, in effect, idealism. Conversely, some idealistic empires not only revere deities, but also continue to study technology, treating gods and spiritual power as self-evident and researching and utilizing them. Gods and faith are merely a form of spiritual sustenance, which makes this idealism, in fact, materialist. You know what? You might have a point. Xi Yan was profoundly shaken. Indeed, because in the realm of the virtual, deities and spiritual energies genuinely exist. To deny this would not be materialism. Rather, it would belong to a metaphysical form of materialism, more accurately classified as idealism, Beta elucidated. Xi Yan nodded. Previously, he had dabbled in spiritual ascension and had encountered numerous technologies associated with spiritual energy, such as the spiritual energy leap engine and the precognitive interface, all of which were remarkably advanced. Spiritual energy is truly a marvelous force. Beta lamented, unfortunately, I am but an AI. Such powers are inherently beyond my comprehension. Thought governed by emotions is destined to be inscrutable to intelligent machinery. Therefore, since understanding eludes us, it is best not to concern ourselves with it. In conclusion, Beta remarked. Marshal, for the Empire to flourish, it will inevitably require sacrifices, and the number of these sacrifices will only increase. You must eventually come to terms with this fact. Do not dwell on it. These are their own choices, as well as the will of the Empire. Beta consoled Xi Yan, who then revealed a relieved smile. I am pleased to hear you say that, Beta. I have indeed been working too long, leading to illusions. All greatness requires sacrifice to be forged. Contemplating these superfluous emotions is futile. They merely need to submit and execute orders. In the grand scheme of the Empire, the fate of the individual is insignificant. How is it that you are either far left or far right? Beta retorted sharply. Xi Yan managed a wry smile. The Galactic Human Military Government, encompassing a vast expanse of 2 spheres and 13 star systems, weighs heavily upon my shoulders. My pressure is immense. A single misstep could lead to the disintegration of the entire empire, compelling me to adopt a heartless demeanor. Nevertheless, I find myself in a much improved state of mind today, and I have resolved to dedicate an hour each day to indulge in gaming. With that thought, I shall return to my duties. After resting for a moment, Xi Yan rose to his feet, lifting his leg in preparation to head back to the administrative building. As he passed by the monument of the first research vessel, he paused briefly, gazing intently at the solemn statue, his expression gradually solidifying with determination. For the sake of humanity, I cannot afford to fail. Chapter 99. Diplomatic engagement. Upon returning to his office, Xi Yan felt revitalized. He sat in his chair, contemplating for a moment, and realized that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Upon reflection, although our empire only spans a handful of star systems and we are unable to prevent smuggling and various issues along the border, there is actually no need for excessive concern. Firstly, there are several star systems separating our 2 nations' borders, and for the foreseeable future, they will be preoccupied with competing for the unclaimed territories in between, alleviating immediate worries about border problems. In due time, we can seize a pivotal position and establish a defensive line. As long as an army is not bearing down upon us, we can manage. After all, what is smuggling but a mere inconvenience? Secondly, our domestic territory comprises merely 2 colonies. As long as we secure these 2 systems, I challenge anyone to establish a smuggling port. With fervor, Xi Yan clacked away at the keyboard, swiftly drafting several decrees with the assistance of Beta, which were then dispatched to the Secretariat for refinement and implementation across various departments. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Empire has promptly issued a statement regarding the complete closure of borders by the Mta Confederation, prohibiting any maritime exchanges. The Stone People, driven by trade and infiltration, are unlikely to acquiesce, hence any delay is advantageous. Additionally, various stellar bases are to commence mass production of sublight speed warships for reconnaissance within the galaxy. While certain instances of smuggling may be overlooked, it is imperative to prevent any approach towards the Amatero and Kalmakan star systems. The CyberAlex Alpha system is solely connected to the Kalmakan system, which in turn links to several others. Safeguarding the borders of these 2 systems will not only thwart the Mta Confederation from discovering the Ring World, but also obstruct their advance towards the Empire's territories on the opposite side. The Ministry of Culture must also initiate a campaign promoting the narrative of extraterrestrial threats, ensuring that the citizens are duly informed of the Stone People's malevolent nature. Given the potential for infiltration at the borders, the Amatero 2 colony may become a critical zone. Thus, local imperial agencies must enhance their oversight. Any detection of extraterrestrial entry must lead to immediate expulsion. Xi Yan issued dozens of orders, employing every conceivable method to thwart this criminal enterprise from wreaking havoc in his cherished colony. This should offer some respite, he thought, though his mind was troubled as he rubbed his head in frustration. The notion of a criminal enterprise is indeed daunting. Nevertheless, Xi Yan mused, it is essential to adopt a proactive stance rather than a passive defense. He promptly contacted his intelligence and espionage agency, ASH, instructing them to procure ships equipped with hyperspace engines from the military for proactive reconnaissance against the Mta Confederation. Infiltration and intelligence gathering are paramount for the subsequent strategies of the Empire. Both sides possess scant knowledge of one another, necessitating a prudent approach. Xi Yan resolved to remain on the Ring World for several decades. As the supreme dictatorial administrator and commander of the fleet, he faces the risk of assassination. However, as long as he remains within the confines of the Ring World, expelling all extraterrestrial beings and maintaining stringent vigilance against spies, he would be secure. After contemplating for a while, Xi Yan ultimately decided to leave his office and head to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Engaging in direct communication seemed to be the more prudent choice. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is situated in the central urban area, a mere few kilometers from the administrative building. Xi Yan opted to walk instead of taking a spacecraft, wishing to savor the splendor of the central city along the way. In times past, even the central district was eerily desolate, as nearly all available labor was occupied in production roles for the empire. During working hours, not even the elderly or children could be seen strolling the streets. Although this absence of human warmth was palpable, everything operated in an orderly fashion. Moreover, the streets would come alive in the evening when work concluded. However, the current atmosphere is markedly different. Approaching the year's end and the onset of official holidays, individuals are now free to arrange their own schedules, and most choose to venture out into the streets, eager to spend the labor points they have accrued over a year of overtime. Resources have made a full circle, ultimately returning to Xi Yan's hands. Xi Yan contemplated the fact that the empire unilaterally appropriated a portion of the labor time and all the fruits of its workers' efforts, subsequently compensating them with necessary living provisions and overtime pay. In a certain sense, this could be deemed a form of exploitation. However, Xi Yan believed he treated his subjects well. The resources distributed without charge were ample, and the overtime compensation was delivered with sincerity. Everything was meticulously organized, and resources were utilized to their fullest potential. The imperial government adeptly coordinated all resources, resulting in an impressive output compared to contemporaneous nations. This was a systemic advantage ingrained within the empire's foundation, and as the empire's technological prowess and production efficiency advanced, such advantages would be magnified infinitely. Xi Yan eagerly anticipated what his empire would resemble centuries hence. If immortality could not be achieved, it was imperative to establish a mature system promptly, securing a foothold in the cosmos. Lost in thought, Xi Yan soon arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, casually purchasing a can of beverage made from plant extracts. Delightfully sweet and sour, an electrolyte drink from the plant people. He strode confidently into the ministry's building, the guards at the entrance not daring to impede his passage. He made his way directly to the reception, inquiring briefly before ascending the stairs. Bang! The ministry had designated a room specifically for the communication apparatus with the Mta Confederation. Xi Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, kicked the door open, discovering a throng of elegantly attired diplomats engaged in fervent discussion. "What are you all deliberating?" he inquired cheerfully as he entered. Upon his entrance, the assembly of diplomats was taken aback, quickly rising to their feet and saluting him, exclaiming, "Greetings, Marshal." What transpired just now? With a smile, Xi Yan righted the chair that had been knocked over and casually took a seat. "Marshal, we are engaged in a debate over whether to approach them with amicability or to resort to threats." Intrigued, Xi Yan leaned in to examine the communication text. "We, them took, possess a limited understanding of your humanity. Our civilizations are vastly different, thus we have chosen to close our borders to you. Henceforth, no vessels from your kind are permitted to enter the territory of the Mta Confederation." Closed borders against us? Are we truly so unappealing to them? No. It is our prior decision to close our borders that led to this. Xi Yan shook his head. Speaking to such forthright extraterrestrials necessitates a firm approach. He resolved to inquire if they would be willing to establish mutual embassies. Very well. The diplomats nodded in agreement, carefully considering their phrasing. After a brief discussion, the human side dispatched a message. "Although we have mutually closed our borders, in the interest of fostering interactions between our civilizations and averting potential conflicts, we propose the establishment of embassies and the appointment of ambassadors." The Mta Confederation responded swiftly. "This is an excellent proposition. Not only will it facilitate easier communication with your kind, but it will also allow for the development of espionage and smuggling trade. Truly a commendable suggestion." A multitude of human diplomats exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the Mta's unabashed candor. They turned to Xi Yan, who, gritting his teeth, declared, "Let us proceed. At worst, I shall have my intelligence agency monitor everything around the clock." Xi Yan inquired, "What about the terms I just sent? Have you dispatched them?" "They have been sent," a perplexed diplomat replied, and they expressed their agreement. However, they indicated a desire to cross over clandestinely to ascertain the situation and uncover any secrets we might be harboring. Xi Yan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. That is merely their manner of speaking. I shall intensify our patrols. Therefore, You will need to confer with the Secretariat regarding the arrangements for the embassy and the pertinent regulations, Xi Yan stated earnestly. In the future, your responsibilities will only grow heavier. Understanding how to engage with extraterrestrial beings and employing diplomatic measures to safeguard our empire's interests is a vital discipline that demands your diligent study. It would be prudent to seek the assistance of our sociologists. Yes, we shall adhere to the Marshal's guidance. One diplomat responded first, with the others nodding in agreement. I hope your efforts will yield diplomatic advantages for me, Xi Yan encouraged. With further work awaiting him, he decided not to linger, needing to finalize strategies concerning the stone beings. The first step was to beseech Marshal Bai Fengfeng. Once again, it is time for interstellar begging. Chapter 100. Trade with the Human Federation. Marshal Bai, Uncle Bai, Xi Yan lamented, pounding the table in despair. I am in such distress. He wept profusely, his grievances pouring forth. On the holographic screen, Grand Marshal Bai Fengfeng of the Human Federation appeared, leaning back in a tactical posture. Squinting at Xi Yan's exaggerated display with evident incredulity, Xi Yan wept bitterly, lamenting, cursed stone beings. This wretched extraterrestrial horde is tormenting me. I cannot withstand them. Please, Uncle Bai, assist me. If this continues, my nation shall be doomed. Meanwhile, Bai Fengfeng, who was diligently engaged in his work aboard the flagship, wore an expression of helplessness. Look at your outlandish claims. Do they possess any semblance of credibility? Nonetheless, as he regarded his junior, he softened his tone and inquired, what is the situation on your end? Are there particularly audacious extraterrestrial beings troubling you? There is a detestable group of stone beings, a criminal syndicate, constructing a smuggling port on my territory, and I cannot combat them, Xi Yan asserted with indignation. Bai Fengfeng nodded thoughtfully. A criminal organization, indeed. That does present quite a challenge for you. Could you possibly receive some assistance? Xi Yan, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, would you be able to lend a hand? Bai Fengfeng's expression turned strained. Where did this starry-eyed little zealot come from? By the way, regarding the request you previously mentioned, I have been diligently considering it. Fearing Bai Fengfeng might decline, Xi Yan quickly interjected, I have conquered a planet belonging to an alien race, annihilated their civilization, and repurposed it for food production. How's that for exclusivity? Bai Fengfeng fell silent, contemplating. Extraterrestrials and food? My friend, I merely suggested exclusivity. How did you morph into a purist with a penchant for extermination? By the way, uncle, do you require any energy coins? Xi Yan abruptly shifted the topic, raising his index finger. I have a substantial output of energy coins. Would you be interested in negotiating a trade agreement? What? Energy coins? Bai Fengfeng leaned closer to the screen, his demeanor growing significantly more serious. How many can you provide? To speak candidly, he had inquired during a conversation with Xi Lai about the energy coin production of the Interstellar Human Military Government, which was indeed substantial at that time, though the consumption was equally high. Now, with Xi Yan presenting this proposition, he felt a flicker of interest. The allure was undeniable. Xi Yan's expression shifted as he began to exchange knowing glances with him. Guess what? I guess you, my friend. Bai Fengfeng inhaled deeply, donning a smile. Young Marshal. Pray tell, how much is it? Xi Yan, brimming with pride, declared, I can produce 300 energy coins a month. In the tangible realm, there was no need to consider the number of cohesive positions. Xi Yan boldly established extensive power generation zones within the ring world. Presently, aside from the urban areas, the majority of sections in the Alpha Ring world were dedicated to energy production. The power generation zones inherently yielded a prodigious amount of energy coins. And coupled with Xi Yan's public ownership that centralized resources within the state, this resulted in a monthly output exceeding 400 energy coins. Quite astonishing. Engaging in trade with 300 would be more than sufficient. Remarkably, this was not even Xi Yan's limit. There remained numerous vacancies within the ring world's positions. Were it not for the population constraints, Xi Yan could confidently proclaim a staggering figure of 600. In the early stages, this was an exceedingly formidable output. When Xi Yan audaciously announced 300, Bai Fengfeng was genuinely taken aback. So much. He had anticipated a figure below 100. Yet how could Xi Yan so readily offer 300 energy coins? In just a few years, how had the Interstellar Human Military Government managed to generate such an abundance of energy coins? Bai Fengfeng mentally performed a quick calculation. He is aware of the nation that Xi Lai established on the ring world and understands that the energy coin production from the ring world star is exceedingly abundant. However, even if the entire ring world were to be filled with power generation zones, how could it possibly yield such an immense output? Marshal Xi Yan, are you jesting? Bai Fengfeng's tone grew markedly serious. Can you truly ensure a stable supply of 300 energy coins per month? Does your nation not consume energy coins? Of course, there is consumption. Yet Bai Fengfeng could never fathom that Xi Yan would so ruthlessly eliminate the entire bourgeoisie and subsequently establish a brand new system that escalated the production efficiency of energy coins to a staggering level. This must indeed be true. In any case, Uncle Bai, I am also aware that your federation is in dire need of energy coins. So just say whether you would like to proceed. If you harbor any doubts, you may conduct an online inspection of our factory. Xi Yan confidently patted his chest, brimming with pride, his tail practically soaring to the heavens. Yes, we certainly want it. Bai Fengfeng nodded vigorously. Following the initial shock, a wave of elation surged forth. The Federation was expanding rapidly and was embroiled in daily armed conflicts with their extraterrestrial neighbors, making it susceptible to the emergence of oligarchs. While energy coins may not be in abundance, they could at least be considered barely sufficient. However, with the increasing number of alien adversaries, a substantial military expansion was imperative. Maintaining a fleet also required energy coin maintenance costs. With insufficient energy coins, they could only manage to sustain a marginal growth. The heart of Bai Fengfeng is burdened with immense sorrow. Positions, robotic populace, various expenditures, the output from each star remains stagnant, and the threats at the borders are escalating. The current circumstances for the United Federation are indeed quite arduous. Nationwide, there is an urgent focus on researching Dyson sphere technology. If they can successfully develop the Dyson sphere, the initial supply of energy credits will be assured. The dilemma lies in the fact that it is proving to be exceptionally challenging to research. The Dyson sphere cannot be easily studied. Even the most rudimentary giant structures are beyond our current capabilities to readily explore. Furthermore, even if such research is successful, the construction will require an extensive period. Can it truly provide stable output? Bai Fengfeng quickly pressed for clarification. Are you jesting? As a distinguished marshal of the empire, I have never deceived our allies. Xi Yan revealed a mysterious smile. Not only can it provide stable output, but it can also yield increasingly abundant resources. What? Bai Fengfeng stood up in disbelief. Indeed, Xi Yan's voice rose in excitement. I possess wealth. I have an abundance of energy credits. Feel free to ask. I can provide you with a full supply for 50 years. At worst, I can issue a decree to reassign personnel from other positions to the vacant power generation sectors. Many nuclear power plants in the Ring world are lying unused, and I am not the least bit concerned. Bai Fengfeng took a deep breath. Very well. It seems I have no choice but to proceed. Let us strike a deal. I require 300 energy credits from you for the month. He spoke in a low tone. What will you offer in exchange? Alloys, minerals, or perhaps the food that you are most in need of? I seek technology. Xi Yan slammed his hand on the table, his gaze fiercely fixed on the image of Bai Fengfeng on the screen. I shall bestow upon you energy coins, and in return, you shall grant me technology. Together, we envision a splendid future. Bai Fengfeng and Xi Yan exchanged glances for a protracted moment, before simultaneously breaking into smiles, a smile shared between the highest leaders of humanity. At that instant, the two most formidable nations of humankind united. Geo-Union, and what of me? I desire those technologies that can enhance resource production. Xi Yan articulated first. No problem, it is of little consequence. I can provide all of it. Bai Fengfeng responded without hesitation. The Interstellar Human Military Government would acquire these technologies, significantly boosting resource output, and consequently, enabling more trade with humanity. Next, I require the Star Fortress technology and the corresponding technology for lightning strike ships, as well as destroyer technology. Xi Yan pressed on to the core technologies. Impossible. Bai Fengfeng firmly rejected the request. His expression shifted, and he solemnly remarked, Young Marshal, you must not be so greedy. I can offer you the Star Fortress and the lightning strike ships, but is not requesting the destroyer excessive? You possess merely 300 energy coins and seek so much? Very well, then it shall be the Star Fortress construction technology and the complete foundational technology for the lightning strike ships. Xi Yan cheerfully acquiesced. If you wish to raise the roof, they shall undoubtedly be willing to negotiate the opening of windows. Mr. Lu Sun does not deceive me. Imperial log, trade. Through the efforts of Marshal Xi Yan, we have secured a trade agreement with the Human Federation. The Empire shall procure a series of practical technologies from the Human Federation at the cost of 300 energy coins monthly. After the news broke, many citizens expressed their confusion. However, they could hardly fathom the Marshal's sincere intentions. In response to the Marshal's commands, our only obligation is to comply. For any doubts expressed are but manifestations of disloyalty. Xi Yan's directive. Technology is of utmost importance. Rebuttals will not be entertained. Chapter 101. Negotiation. There is yet another matter. Xi Yan extended his hand to retain Bai Feng, who was about to leave the communication. Is there anything else? Bai Feng inquired politely, having received 300 energy coins monthly. Shall we establish mutual embassies? Xi Yan proposed with a grin. That sounds agreeable, Bai Feng quickly concurred. Should we also open our borders? Well, let's forego the border opening. Xi Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. It would be difficult to manage. Instead, how about we sign a treaty that only permits the passage of transport ships? Research vessels, engineering ships, and fleets? That is acceptable, Bai Feng nodded, not particularly surprised. The border policy of the Human Federation is fundamentally similar, allowing official ships to traverse while prohibiting private vessels, a stipulation that aligns with the Federation's interests. Then, what about considering agreements on research, commerce, immigration, non-aggression, safeguarding independence, mutual defense, and the establishment of a federation? Xi Yan cheerfully suggested. Bai Feng's expression darkened. Do not push your luck. Let us merely sign an immigration agreement, shall we? Xi Yan encouraged. Is there unemployment in your region? Guess what? I happen to have several vacant positions available here. I will finance it, and Uncle Bai. You could send those idlers from your empire who squander their days without seeking meaningful employment to me. I shall ensure they work diligently. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng couldn't help but stroke his beard, contemplating the feasibility of such an arrangement. To be honest, it sounds quite promising. The Human Alliance is already plagued by rampant unemployment. Even with continuous conscription, the population keeps growing, leading to various troublesome social security issues that have left the higher-ups of the Alliance in despair. Now, these unproductive individuals, this surplus population, could serve as leverage in negotiations with Xi Yan. Just think about it. Xi Yan continued to entice him. He slammed his hand on the table in anger, speaking earnestly. How can there be people who refuse to work? Those who remain idle, not contributing to resource production, ought to be eliminated. The Empire has no obligation to support this group of destabilizing elements. If it were up to me, I would have compelled them to work long ago. Everything must prioritize the interests of the Empire. Anyone who dares to obstruct me must be haunted by nightmares. After Xi Yan's fervent encouragement, Bai Feng admitted that he was indeed intrigued. With a determined grit of his teeth, Xi Yan added another condition. In 2 years, I will increase the energy coins I provide you by and add, though it required a bit more expenditure. One could consider it a means to strengthen relationships, as it undeniably yields a mutually beneficial outcome. The Human Alliance has successfully reduced the unemployment rate, diminished substantial maintenance costs, and curtailed unnecessary expenditures on public security, while also acquiring a significant influx of stable energy currency for military funding, requiring only a modest contribution of technology. Truly a triumph. For Xi Yan, this merely entailed the allocation of some surplus energy currency in exchange for an abundance of technological advancements and an increased populace to generate more resources, which is also a victory. It is indeed a resounding success for the Qin royal family. Everyone emerges as a winner. Both parties expressed their contentment with this outcome. And once communication ceased, Xi Yan rushed to the secretary's office downstairs to convey this delightful news to the Secretary of State, urging her to prepare for coordination immediately. Understood, Marshal, replied the young secretary, her face revealing signs of fatigue. Observing her weary state, Xi Yan felt a pang of sympathy for her tireless dedication to national affairs over the past few days, prompting him to gently pat her head and express his concern. Cheer up. Today, we must work diligently. The young secretary, Elvira, suddenly invigorated, gazed at him in astonishment. How can you utter such cold words? Xi Yan, unfazed by her reaction, recounted the oral agreement he had reached with the Human Alliance's Marshal, Bai Feng, and set about drafting a formal treaty in collaboration with the Secretary's office. Under his meticulous direction, the Secretary's office had become the preeminent authority beneath the Marshal, empowered to oversee various departments and make interim decisions in the Marshal's absence. By the way, Secretary of State Elvira, along with Marshal Assistant and Imperial Advisor Beta, as well as a multitude of generals, hold positions within the Secretariat. Should an incident befall Xi Yan, they would be poised to assume his responsibilities, ensuring the Empire's operations continue uninterrupted. Returning to the young Secretary Elvira, she stands out as an exceptionally capable administrator. and Xi Yan is quite willing to entrust her with his duties. Indeed, the former marshal's choice of her was not without justification. Her youth allows her to assist Xi Yan for an extended period, providing him with enduring companionship. Xi Yan harbors suspicions that the old marshal Xi Yan may have evaluated her suitability as one would a potential spouse. Considering Elvira's gentle demeanor, remarkable abilities, and youthful vigor, he finds this possibility increasingly plausible. However, her physique does little to ignite his interest. Meanwhile, within the Human Federation, aboard the Tianjin 4-star cruiser Glorious Infinity, the United Nations Marshal by Feng, who had verbally finalized various trade terms with Xi Yan, promptly convened a cabinet meeting to deliberate on the specifics of the agreements. The Human Federation is characterized by an extreme militaristic ideology. Although Bai Feng holds the esteemed title of Marshal, his authority is primarily confined to military matters. For political affairs, there exists a dedicated cabinet within the Human Federation to manage such issues. The society is rife with oligarchs, and even Bai Feng is not always the ultimate authority. Had Xi Yan not initiated the bourgeois cleanup movement, the trajectory of development might well have led to a society resembling that of the Human Federation. Fortunately, in the pursuit of unity and development for mankind, amidst the pervasive crises of the cosmos, affluent tycoons, political magnates, and military leaders have all banded together in close solidarity. The Human Federation has managed to endure in this challenging external environment. Presently, regarding such a significant trade treaty, Bai Feng naturally convened a cabinet meeting to deliberate on the matter. Unsurprisingly, numerous cabinet members expressed their unanimous approval of this beneficial initiative for the nation and its people. Insignificant technology was readily relinquished, as the paramount gain was the acquisition of energy credits. A member of the cabinet from the prosperous mining sector remarked, we could apprehend all those gangsters, criminals, and idle vagrants and send them to the Interstellar Human Military Government. How splendid that would be. Let us swiftly rid ourselves of these societal miscreants who contribute to rising crime rates. The Human Federation shall not sustain such waste. Although Bai Feng felt a pang of guilt toward Xi Yan, he contemplated the advantages of this course of action and deemed it quite feasible. My apologies, Xi Yan, but your uncle intends to deliver subpar labor to you. At worst, we shall offer him a little more compensation. The technology to be traded was soon finalized, and in light of a lingering guilt towards his fellow humans, the cabinet resolved to provide a few inconsequential technological advancements. Naturally, no significant technologies would be offered. This was merely to maintain appearances. Xi Yan expressed his satisfaction, as acquiring an additional technology would spare him further research efforts. Subsequently, the cabinet members began to discuss the population issues facing the Human Federation. With relatively few colonial planets, the conflict between humanity and its habitat remained a pressing concern. The scarcity of jobs has led to a continuous rise in the population of the Human Federation due to long-standing policies, while the colonies have ceased to expand. This has resulted in exorbitant costs associated with managing the unemployed labor force. These idlers congregate in the streets, with some resorting to criminal activities, thereby significantly diminishing the stability and well-being of the colonies. Even the population from the Human Federation, located light years away, is seeking to migrate here. Furthermore, extraterrestrial entities are attempting to infiltrate as well. The oligarchs at the upper echelons have long sought a resolution to this predicament. Upon learning that Xi Yan is willing to accept the surplus population of the Human Federation, they are naturally elated. Swiftly, they plan to transfer all the surplus low-quality laborers. They can no longer bear the sight of these wretched unemployed individuals, which only exacerbate crime rates and undermine stability. Moreover, this may even attract high-quality labor from the Interstellar Human Military Government. Consequently, a few days later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Human Federation and the Interstellar Human Military Government commenced a series of online negotiations to finalize the specifics of their collaboration. Both parties felt they were reaping substantial benefits, and after a round of discussions, they reached a consensus. The Human Federation agreed to permanently provide a dozen ordinary technologies and 2 significant technologies, while the Interstellar Human Military Government would supply a monthly allocation of 300 energy coins for a decade, increasing to 400 energy coins after 2 years. Both sides would open their borders, albeit exclusively for large vessels, and establish embassies in each other's territories. The Human Federation is required to provide 100 million individuals to the Interstellar Human Military Government within a year, after which they will lift immigration restrictions. allowing for the mutual free movement of migrants who pass the necessary screenings. Moreover, the Human Alliance shall allocate a fleet specifically to facilitate trade routes between both parties, while simultaneously ensuring safe passage. Additionally, they will transfer 10 aging frigates slated for decommission to the Interstellar Human Military Government. This gesture is not merely one of pity, rather. It stems from the glaring inadequacy of military strength on Xi Yan's part, as they barely possess a handful of frigates, which the Alliance finds rather disconcerting, particularly upon learning of their extraterrestrial adversary, the Dragon Kaizwiki. The military prowess of the Human Alliance is unquestionable, enabling them to effortlessly provide these antiquated frigates. Naturally, Xi Yan graciously accepted this generosity from their human allies with great enthusiasm. Imperial Log, Trade established. Our Interstellar Human Military Government has formally concluded a trade agreement with the Human Federation following negotiations, allowing both parties to complement each other's strengths. This marks a significant collaboration within our human race, as the Interstellar Human Military Government and the Human Federation shall unite more closely to collectively confront the treacherous extraterrestrial foes. Xi Yan's directive, a common enemy, unites us all. Historians' commentary, our extraterrestrial friends must respond to the disgraceful attacks on humanity. Beta's remark, excellent. Let us bring them to justice. Chapter 102, New Technologies this time, Victory. Xi Yan fervently punched the air in his office, exhibiting an exuberance that bordered on euphoria. Who dares to sign an immigration treaty with me? I shall ensure that your population is thoroughly ensnared. Who could have anticipated that Xi Yan would implement stringent social management policies, forbidding the populace from departing their colonies in any manner? They are to remain at home and labor. In contrast, the situation in Renlian remains constrained by the outdated moral standards of the democratic purple grapefruit. Its governance over society and citizens is rather lenient, allowing Xi Yan to employ subtle tactics to facilitate the migration of numerous Renlian citizens. Conversely, Xi Yan is fiercely protective of his own citizens. As long as he disapproves, not a single one shall escape. In the future, he may contemplate the development of the tourism industry, yet for now, he prefers to impose some hardship on everyone, urging them to remain steadfast and refrain from wandering. They must adhere to the empire, confined to their positions for life. In exchange for relinquishing their freedom, they gain lifelong security and the assurance of sustenance. With their existence under the empire's stewardship, frankly speaking, the conditions Xi Yan provides are indeed top tier. Xi Yan promptly instructed the imperial institutions to continue the establishment of various production positions, as these roles would soon be filled by the incoming labor force from Renlian. While Xi Yan's population remains static, the influx from Renlian will be unceasing, relegated to their positions to generate resources for him. It is anticipated that it will take Renlian some time to recognize this predicament. A surprise attack. Subsequently, Xi Yan swiftly directed the Imperial Cultural Department to commence an extensive campaign promoting the living standards and systemic advantages of the Interstellar Human Military Government within Renlian, enticing even more immigrants to arrive. Upon their arrival, they would be immediately apprehended and assigned to work under duress. Moreover, incentive targets would be established, granting imperial citizenship solely to the most industrious individuals, thereby enabling them to lead a life of privilege. Additionally, loyal overseers would be selected and cultivated to manage these immigrants, inciting internal discord among them. History has bestowed upon him numerous insights, as plantation owners have traditionally operated. After adequately preparing the institutional framework, Xi Yan promptly brought forth the technological advancements provided by the United Nations, forcefully placing a substantial collection of documents and blueprints upon the conference table of the Academy of Sciences. Behold, the cutting-edge technology one have diligently procured for you. Ensure its swift implementation and proceed to explore new avenues. The scientists present wore expressions of distress, some even on the verge of tears. Why, you may wonder. Each time their research was on the brink of a breakthrough, Xi Yan would burst in, presenting the ready-made technologies he desired. Did this not render their efforts seemingly futile? Yet, the scientists merely grumbled in silence before eagerly perusing the technologies laid before them. After all, at the very least, they had the opportunity to witness more advanced innovations, making their lives worthwhile. The technologies provided by the United Nations were abundant, including a selection of conventional military technologies, space torpedoes, fusion missiles, coil guns, enhanced frigate hulls, frigate hull value 10, lightning strike vessel technology, ceramic gold composite materials, improved deflection shields, enhanced reactor boosters. Indeed, while the array may appear extensive, much of it consists of fundamental technologies that hold little immediate value and require time for further research. However, being able to access these resources without any cost, Xi Yan felt he had indeed struck a bargain. Of course, military technology was not the primary concern. What truly mattered were the forthcoming advancements in resource extraction technology. They consist of mineral purification, zero-gravity refining facilities, food processing, global energy management, and micro-containment fields. These advancements possess the potential to enhance mineral extraction, food production, energy generation, and research station output. Although they may appear trivial to the perspective of humanity, they are indeed of paramount importance to Xi Yan. An increase in resource output paves the way for military development. Following this are some seemingly inconsequential sociological technologies, including ground defense programs, military doctrines on space combat, extraterrestrial linguistics, and genetic mapping. Among these, the genetic mapping technology is precisely what Xi Yan requires, aimed at studying human genes and uncovering methods to accelerate population growth. Then comes the crucial technology, Star Fortress technology. Upgrading the starport to a star fortress allows the stellar base to accommodate 2 additional slots for constructing stellar base structures, effectively doubling its scale, which is undoubtedly advantageous. After completing his calculations, Xi Yan counted a total of 18 technologies, most of which are unnecessary and of little utility. He committed to a 10-year contract that costs 300 energy coins per month for these, leaving him with a sense of slight loss. However, in the context of the game, it is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Yet, can matters resolved with energy coins truly be considered significant? Energy coins hold little value. It is technology that constitutes the fundamental truth. With these technologies, even if their utility is largely limited, they will significantly reduce his time expenditure, allowing his scientists to focus their efforts on more critical advancements. The tangible world is far more engaging than the stars, as one can exchange energy coins for technology. Am I perhaps dreaming? Let us study diligently and strive to implement our findings swiftly. Xi Yan, with an irrepressible smile, tapped the table. Now, what is the progress on our destroyer technology? At least 5 to 7 years are required for research, the engineers lamented, shaking their heads. Our research capabilities are woefully inadequate. Undertaking such an extensive project demands a substantial workforce and resources. Xi Yan gritted his teeth, placing his hands firmly on the table. Then let us persevere and strive for breakthroughs. I shall find a way to bolster our manpower. The resources of the entire empire will be prioritized for the Academy of Sciences. Please, ensure that we elevate our technological prowess. My dear scientists, your mission is of utmost importance. You must exert yourselves, for the prosperity of the empire hinges upon your accomplishments. Trust and expectation shimmered in Xi Yan's eyes. His expression sincere. Every scientist present nodded, moved by his earnestness. With a marshal who places such value on scientific research, how could the empire's technology fail to flourish? In the following days, having acquired substantial technological advancements, Xi Yan convened a cabinet meeting to establish a new direction for development. Subsequently, he called for a comprehensive meeting of the imperial institutions, delivering an impassioned speech. According to the Ministry of Culture's news network, the Marshal emphasized that the fundamental policy of our nation regarding external exploration and territorial expansion remains unchanged. Humanity's primary mission is to conquer more star systems and extract greater resources in the cosmos. The Marshal emphasized that our empire must strengthen the fundamental path of technological advancement, underscoring the vital role of science and technology in promoting societal development. Consequently, it is imperative to vigorously develop technology and explore new innovations. At present, the research zones in the Alpha sector of the Ring world are undergoing significant construction, poised to make a greater contribution to our nation's technological progress. The Marshal issued important directives to implement new technologies at every resource production post, significantly enhancing our country's resource output. Simultaneously, the Marshal personally visited grassroots communities to listen to the voices of the populace, assuring that the standard of living for the people would be continuously improved. In the ensuing period, Xi Yan signed a new construction plan, gradually implementing new resource production technologies across various positions. Distant space mining stations at numerous stellar bases yield an abundant supply of minerals, and Xi Yan allocated some citizens to reside at these collection stations, tasked with extracting extraterrestrial natural resources on an annual rotation. Thus, 2 months passed without any activity from the stone men. Just as Xi Yan was pondering this, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs presented him with a new intelligence report, urging him to investigate personally. The Mtok people once again sent diplomatic communications, but this time their tone was markedly different. Upon learning that the message pertained to these stone men, Xi Yan promptly rushed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Chapter 103, Loyalty. We sincerely apologize, dear human friend. We deeply regret the impolite remarks previously sent by our Mtok Confederation. We humbly ask for your forgiveness for our transgressions. In addition, in the interest of fostering friendship between the Galactic Human Military Government and the Mtok Confederation, we have prepared a cordial trade agreement. May I inquire whether your esteemed nation is willing to engage in discussions? Gazing at the text displayed on the screen, Xi Yan immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the screen, filled with perplexity. What could this mean? Why have these stone beings suddenly adopted such a courteous tone? Could it be that my dealings with the Alliance have been uncovered, instilling fear in these rock-like entities? It seems improbable, not to mention how an insider could bypass diplomatic channels to contact the stone beings. They are not a race prone to yielding easily. These obstinate creatures are notoriously stubborn. Baffled, Xi Yan resolved to respond. We are most willing to embark on amicable trade with you. However, we recommend that both parties conduct negotiations through ambassadors, as due to cultural differences, we do not advocate online communication. Thank you very much for your understanding, human friends. Your suggestion is commendable. Our ambassador is ready to depart at any time and is expected to arrive at your home planet in 6 months. We believe our collaboration will bring benefits to both parties. The Galactic Human Military Government warmly welcomes the arrival of your ambassador. And may the friendship between humanity and the Mtok endure as eternally as the stars. Officials from the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs observed Xi Yan engaging directly with the extraterrestrials, feeling a surge of admiration. Truly, the Marshal remains unflappable even in communication with alien beings. He is indeed a hero. However, Xi Yan's thoughts diverged sharply. Welcome? I do not welcome you. Cursed alien species. Your fleet will soon be at your doorstep. Xi Yan, expressing his frustrations with the most amiable and peaceful words, waited for a while but received no response, prompting him to close the communication interface. How can the Mtok Federation speak so contradictorily? Xi Yan pondered, clutching his head. Initially, they even destroyed their own research vessel. Could there be internal issues within their ranks? Beta speculated. Wow, when did you arrive? Marshal, I exist in the virtual realm. I have always been here. Indeed. Xi Yan replied, clearing his throat. He then turned to face the diplomats around him and stated, Did you see that? Take note. In the future, speak like this. Furthermore, if such situations arise again, come to me immediately. Matters concerning extraterrestrials are no trivial matter. He emphasized that ordinary communication should remain polite, reflecting the decorum of humanity. Even if they lash out and insult us again, we must maintain a gracious demeanor. That is a virtue of our species. Xi Yan added, frowning, moreover. Until I ascertain the situation within their domain, we must remain composed and refrain from impulsive actions. Yes, Marshal. The diplomats responded solemnly, nodding in agreement. Having exited the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Xi Yan promptly made his way to the headquarters of Dust Gray to meet with his intelligence chief. They had communicated online before, but had never met in person. It was said that this individual was also a trusted aide of the former Marshal, an unwavering loyalist. Since everyone had highly recommended him, Xi Yan had no reason to doubt. Under the protection of the elite guard, Xi Yan arrived at the segment of the ring world aboard his personal spacecraft. This segment had never been developed, its landscape littered with remnants of crumbling structures. Xi Yan had prohibited the populace from wandering freely beyond the colony, thereby establishing the headquarters of Dust directly in the neighboring segment. The original site of Dust was an ancient warehouse, deeply embedded within the ring world, once filled with archaic ores from the Cyber-Alex Alpha civilization. Xi Yan's exploration team had unearthed this location and transformed it into a clandestine underground base. The private spacecraft came to a halt amidst a hidden ruin. As Xi Yan disembarked, he had yet to appreciate the surrounding dilapidated metallic edifices when, akin to a visit elsewhere, he was promptly greeted. Your Excellency. The speaker was clad entirely in black. His features obscured by a mask, his body tightly swathed in fabric. His voice emerged as a rigid electronic tone, and he bowed respectfully to Xi Yan. Greetings, what sort of attire is this? Xi Yan inquired, nodding, before adding a playful remark. It is custom designed to conceal our identities and enhance the aura of mystery surrounding our organization. The head of the operatives responded in his mechanical voice. Xi Yan scratched the back of his head, bemused. How peculiar, yet undeniably stylish. Who is the designer? I am quite taken with it. Just look at that imposing trench coat and that eerie mask. It certainly evokes the essence of a villainous organization. Indeed, our organization, Dust, is precisely intended to facilitate Xi Yan's ventures into nefarious activities. Xi Yan declared with satisfaction. Very well, lead me inside. At once. The operative appeared to hold Xi Yan in the utmost reverence, bowing respectfully with every utterance. The ideological education has been thoroughly instilled, and naturally, Xi Yan is in full agreement. After navigating through numerous challenges and verifying his identity multiple times, Xi Yan finally accompanied the agents into the deeply concealed underground headquarters. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expansive space reminiscent of a Cyberlex armory, with a colossal dust gray emblem prominently displayed on the wall facing the main entrance. Before him stood a large assembly of figures clad in black attire and masks, who then silently knelt on one knee, their right fists placed firmly against their chests. Xi Yan was taken aback, exclaiming in his mind, "What is with this intensity?" The scene was overwhelmingly sudden. He had unwittingly stepped into what appeared to be the lair of a villainous secret organization, where a cadre of intimidating agents offered their allegiance. Who wouldn't be bewildered by such a sight? My Lord Marshal, our agents have long harbored deep admiration for you. They are unwaveringly loyal and are prepared to lay down their lives as valiant warriors, one of the agents beside him remarked. Essentially, he was assuring Xi Yan, rest assured. Marshal, our indoctrination efforts have been remarkably effective, and these individuals are your steadfast followers. A smile instantly graced Xi Yan's face, as the spirit of oration began to stir within him, compelling him to articulate something profound. Ahem, everyone rise. He cleared his throat, and immediately, the agents below stood in perfect unison. The agent beside him swiftly joined the ranks at the rear of the formation. First and foremost, I am truly delighted to see all of you. I can sense your courage, your determination, and most importantly, your loyalty to me. Xi Yan activated his oratorical prowess. You may wonder, what is my purpose here? Is each day merely a relentless endurance of the most arduous training, accompanied by a fervent indoctrination of unwavering loyalty to the Marshal? I solemnly declare to you all that what you are undertaking is the most grueling and perilous endeavor in the annals of our empire. You are to traverse the vast expanse of the universe, battling for your convictions. Your faith extends beyond myself. It embraces our empire. I am perpetually striving for the welfare of the empire. I shall lead us forth into a future of progress. And you, just as I, shall contribute magnificently under the banner of our homeland. With tears shimmering in his eyes, Xi Yan's heartfelt sincerity radiated a sovereign concern for the nation and its people. The agents below listened with solemnity. You are the most diligent and vital individuals. Your achievements will be enshrined on the monumental edifice of the empire for eternity. I wish to express my profound gratitude on behalf of the empire for your sacrifices. I, the Marshal of the Empire, am destined to guide humanity toward resplendence, and it must be I. Therefore, you shall pledge your lives to follow me. My command shall be your pursuit, my mission, your mission. For the Marshal and the Empire, loyalty. Long live the Marshal. An agent fervently shouted. Long live the Marshal. Humanity shall prevail. Xi Yan proclaimed with conviction. Humanity shall prevail. The agents roared in unison. All for the esteemed Marshal. Xi Yan nodded in satisfaction. Truly excellent indoctrination. It has set my loyalty in motion. With a wave of his hand, Xi Yan dismissed the agents, and the leading agent returned to his presence. All for the esteemed Marshal, loyalty. The agent emphatically struck his left breast, exclaiming with fervor, Loyalty. Allow me to reintroduce myself. You are Mr. Diaz Stewart, the leader of Ash and Dust? Xi Yan gazed at the towering figure before him, clad in black and masked, and smiled. Indeed, Marshal. The individual responded with palpable excitement. Great Marshal, we are honored to have you inspect Ash and Dust, should the need arise. We shall unhesitatingly offer our lives for you. Your grace is a debt we can never repay. Xi Yan could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 104, Clockly. The person standing before him was none other than Diaz Stewart, the leader of Ash and Dust, said to be a descendant of royal lineage bearing the Union Jack. His surname indeed suggests such a heritage. Upon encountering Xi Yan, he was overtaken with enthusiasm, which left Xi Yan feeling somewhat awkward. Logically speaking, one would expect that as a leader, the indoctrination he received would have less impact on him. However, upon discreetly inquiring, Xi Yan discovered that this gentleman had personally immersed himself in grassroots efforts to gather materials for his indoctrination program and had even authored the curriculum himself. Day after day, he confronted documents lauding his own achievements, and over time, he became ensnared in this narrative, transforming into a fervent zealot for the marshal. Xi Yan was profoundly astonished. The prevalence of pyramid schemes and cults over the years is not without reason. When a concept is repeated ad infinitum, it inevitably resonates within the hearts of many. In all fairness, Xi Yan's efforts in decapitalization were commendable. His actions were indeed noble. Mr. Diaz had successfully brainwashed himself into becoming an ardent and loyal devotee of the marshal. Loyalty. He specifically went to examine the brainwashing documents crafted by this individual. A voluminous tome filled with narratives on how Xi Yan purged the parasites of the empire and established a new system for the betterment of all. The language was intensely provocative, nearly ensnaring him as well. It employed extensive psychological principles, rendering it exceptionally persuasive. Xi Yan scratched his head, gazing at the seemingly self-evident Diaz, and could only silently give a thumbs up. You have done remarkably well. I am proud of you. Thank you, Marshal. The gratitude we owe to you is insurmountable. Diaz's voice quivered with emotion, trembling in the presence of Xi Yan, who wore a face of strained composure. The impact of this was overwhelmingly profound. Please, tell me about your work, Xi Yan insisted, attempting to shift the conversation. Yes. Diaz promptly lowered his head with gravity and then escorted Xi Yan to a conference room, retrieving a set of documents to provide a thorough introduction. Marshal, please observe. Under your illustrious leadership, we at Dust have successfully trained a substantial number of operatives, gradually integrating our intelligence network into various sectors of the Empire's society, with an average of 1 operative for every 1,000 individuals. Wait a moment. How long have you been training them? Xi Yan interrupted. Aren't operatives supposed to undergo several years of training? Diaz chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No. Esteemed Marshal, these operatives come from military backgrounds. We merely need to train them in reconnaissance and intelligence work, after which they return to society to lie in wait, thus expediting the training process. In light of this, it is indeed necessary to express gratitude to General Prigozhin for his willingness to relinquish these exceptional soldiers. Xi Yan, aware of his limited expertise, chose to remain silent and listen attentively to Diaz's report. Diaz, brimming with enthusiasm, presented the achievements of the intelligence department over the past year. Thanks to the high caliber of the agents, the establishment and training of the organization progressed rapidly. Currently, they have deployed ordinary agents who have undergone basic training across various colonies. These agents are not tasked with managing extraterrestrial affairs. Rather, they are to remain undercover among the populace for life, acting as Xi Yan's eyes and ears to relay information about the Imperial Society. Consequently, they need not master an extensive array of espionage techniques. Instead, they must cultivate an unwavering loyalty to the Marshal and the organization. This enables them to possess the resolve to remain concealed in a stable environment for their entire lives. Indeed, Xi Yan remarked, we can leverage this method to gain control over societal information, ensuring that society remains under my vigilant scrutiny. This approach certainly embodies a degree of extreme authoritarianism. As a steady stream of informants infiltrates various sectors of society, consistently relaying information to Xi Yan, he will be able to exert total control over this society, with every action of the populace displayed on the intelligence department's monitors. In due course, the entire empire will be firmly grasped in his hands, leaving no occurrence beyond his observation. Excellent organization, elevating my stability to 100. And what of the extraterrestrials? Xi Yan inquired once more. How is our organization progressing with the infiltration of the Mtok Federation? Diaz nodded and then spoke. After you issued the command, we urgently trained the first batch of agents, deciding to infiltrate the Mtok Confederation under various identities to conduct short-term intelligence gathering. Our preliminary intelligence regarding the Confederation indicates that there are numerous foreign immigrants within its empire. I believe our presence as humans would not be too conspicuous among them. Excellent. Can we establish contact with our agents? Certainly. However, their mission is exceedingly arduous, and it would be prudent for us to wait for them to reach out to us. Diaz replied. Then I shall take my leave. Ensuring the safety of the agents is paramount, Xi Yan stated. Show me their profiles. Clock Lee's life had been marked by profound failure and suffering. Born as an orphan in the Earth Alliance, he endured the oppressive grip of capitalism. Clark harbored a deep-seated hatred for that dark nation. In order to survive, he had no choice but to enlist in the military, becoming a young line filler. During that tumultuous period, the Earth Alliance was rife with chaos, as the constituent nations were far from united and internal conflicts were fierce. By sheer luck, Clark managed to survive. When Marshal Xi Yan raised his arm and called for a departure from the Earth Alliance in search of new opportunities, Clark did not hesitate to board Xi Yan's colonial ship. Throughout the lengthy voyage through the cosmos, he traversed his youth. The social dynamics aboard the ship were fraught with power struggles and violence, yet they were a marked improvement over his life in the Earth Alliance. Upon reaching the Ring World, after the establishment of the Interstellar Human Military Government, he retired from service. He initially believed he could lead a simple yet blissful life, marry a wife, and then pass through existence with ease. However, the capitalists arrived, and within a short span, his possessions, including his very own labor, were thoroughly exploited. In order to survive, he found himself toiling day and night in the factories owned by the capitalists. Amidst the relentless grind of his daily labor, he often pondered, why has humanity, throughout the ages, always been plagued by oppression and exploitation? Why must he toil for a meager wage, working 20 hours a day? Such a grueling schedule surpassed even that of the most arduous laborers, yet the compensation he received was barely sufficient to sustain his life. Clark harbored a profound resentment towards those capitalists, as well as the lofty rulers who looked down upon him. This sentiment persisted until the ascension of Xi Yan. When the new marshal took office, Clark was filled with disdain, convinced that he was yet another ruler indifferent to the plight of the people. However, mere days into his tenure, this young marshal unleashed a tempest. He ruthlessly purged society, expelling all oppressors and exploiters, along with the high-ranking officials and affluent magnates from the empire. When armed soldiers stormed the factories, inquiring of the workers who oppressed them, and then unhesitatingly shot the factory owners, Clark finally realized that the empire was on the brink of transformation. Upon receiving the imperial notification that he would indeed receive food, consumer goods, and housing for free, along with a job that, albeit compulsory, was far less burdensome, he wholeheartedly concluded that Xi Yan was a divine envoy sent to save humanity. No, he was the very embodiment of divinity itself. Reflecting upon his tragic childhood, unfortunate youth, and painful adulthood, Clark suddenly felt an urge to contribute something meaningful to the marshal as a way to repay the salvation bestowed upon the common folk like him. It was only after the establishment of Chenghui that the organization, having uncovered some residual documents, sought him out to inquire if he would be willing to dedicate his life to the marshal's cause. Without a moment's hesitation, Clark agreed. What was the sacrifice of life in service to the marshal and the empire? After a brief training period, he swiftly emerged as an exceptional agent, dispatched to the MTOC Federation. At this juncture, Clark remained unaware of the remarkable accomplishments that awaited him. Chapter 105. Engagement. Are you willing to undertake this prolonged and arduous task, dedicating your life to the greatness of the marshal and the prosperity of the empire? His superior inquired, standing beside his spacecraft before departure. Yes, I accept this mission. Am I prepared to give my life? For the esteemed marshal, nothing is unworthy of sacrifice. I stand ready to offer my life to the marshal. Excellent. Now go forth and act. The empire shall always stand behind you, and the presence of the marshal will accompany you. The officer personally closed the spacecraft door, watching as it disappeared into the distance. Clark gazed into the inky night sky, reminiscing about his initial vow, and a gentle smile graced his lips. His spacecraft had embarked from the border half a year prior, and had since traversed several unclaimed star systems, now poised to enter the territories controlled by the MTOC Federation. Hey, Clark, do you think we will return alive? A fellow agent on board casually inquired, estimating a slim chance of survival. Clark shook his head and chuckled, his face devoid of fear, instead adorned with a contented smile. To serve the marshal, even death is a worthy endeavor. For these agents, they had already transcended the concerns of life and death. Their sole purpose in existence was to serve as the marshal's eyes and ears, deeply embedded within the societies of alien nations. For the empire and the marshal, discard all contemplation, proceed with unwavering resolve. Clark shook his head once more, his expression regaining solemnity. Our mission is of paramount importance. We have arrived, emerging from the hyperspace conduit and traversing the stellar expanse for several days. They were intercepted by several warships, which transmitted a communication. Identify yourselves immediately and halt your vessel. What course of action should we take? An agent inquired. Our objective is to infiltrate their ranks. Comply with their demands. We shall halt the ship. Without hesitation, Clock maneuvered the transport ship, laden with agents, to a gradual stop in the void. He cast a frigid gaze upon the dozens of colossal warships visible through the bridge viewport. Their forms were disparate, their styles markedly different, certainly not indicative of a conventional military force. How peculiar that the garrison stationed at the border is not a regular army of a single nation. They had already donned their spacesuits and opened the transport ship's hatches, awaiting the boarding of the extraterrestrials. Soon, the transport vessel swayed gently, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing from behind the bridge. A throng of aliens clad in spacesuits surged onto the bridge, brandishing an array of weapons. Clock turned from his seat, calmly raising his hands in surrender. The aliens aimed their guns at him. Stand up, get down in the middle. Outside, stand tall. Amidst a cacophony of alien languages, Clock's helmet translator discerned only the language of the Mtokians, rendering it intelligible. Unperturbed, he rose to his feet. Perhaps intimidated by his commanding presence, the aliens hesitated, stepping back to grant him space. Consequently, Clock, accompanied by a cadre of agents, crouched down with hands raised. For a moment, the aliens stood in stunned silence, uncertain of how to proceed. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Then, a blue humanoid alien approached Clock, squatting before him and babbling a stream of words. "I'm sorry, I don't understand," Clock replied with an apologetic smile, adjusting his translator to the Mtokian language. "Hello? Are you there?" One of the stone-like beings, unadorned by a space suit, stepped forward, seemingly perplexed. "You are." He squinted at Clock, inquiring, "A human? The species with whom we recently established diplomacy?" "Indeed," Clock responded, eager to elaborate, when suddenly, a wave of excited shouts erupted from behind the bridge. "Brothers!" In the cargo hold, we discovered an entire crate filled with high-energy batteries, all fully charged, estimated to contain several tens of thousands of eri of electricity. A towering stone figure approached, clattering as it walked, exclaiming, "Several tens of thousands of eri?" A group of aliens chirped excitedly, their enthusiasm palpable. Clock observed the animated extraterrestrials with a discerning gaze, contemplating the situation. It is known that one energy coin equates to 1 megawatt of electricity, a calculation derived from the indigenous energy coin production rates during the pre-space era. His vessel contained 5/1000ths of an energy coin stored in high-energy capacitors, approximately equivalent to 500 million watts of electricity. According to their calculations, this should be equal to 50,000 eri, indicating that 1 eri corresponds to 10,000 watts of electricity in human terms. They utilize energy directly as currency for transactions. In fact, humanity had long since developed safe and stable ultra-high-capacity capacitors designed for storing such energy. High-energy capacitors are simple to manufacture, secure, and robust, capable of holding vast amounts of energy, with fully charged batteries forming the foundation of interstellar trade. The foundational technology of high-energy capacitors underscores that capacitors capable of storing immense quantities of electrical energy are the cornerstone of modern civilization. Trade among interstellar nations is conducted using energy coins, essentially transporting cargoes of batteries back and forth. However, this intricate aspect is not visible within the game, as all travel expenses and losses are treated as market intermediary fees. If Xi Yan were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in frustration, "You see, your game lacks realism." With sincerity, is there truly a universe where trade is conducted solely with physical energy currencies, ferrying ships laden with batteries back and forth without a hint of inconvenience? One must swiftly release a trade expansion DLC. Grumbling, a nation produces merely a few hundred energy coins annually, and suddenly witnessing a mere 5/1000ths of that amount feels like an enormous fortune. 50,000 eri. This is indeed a substantial sum. The extraterrestrials momentarily felt a rush of excitement, only to be struck by a realization that left their expressions akin to having ingested a pound of volatile particles, indescribable. Who would carry such a vast sum of money? Could it be that this individual possesses some formidable backing? It is often said that one must consider their connections in this realm, especially on a cosmic scale, where encountering low-profile yet influential figures is a commonplace occurrence. A diverse assembly of aliens, each more peculiar than the last, began to feel a twinge of apprehension, fearing they might unwittingly embroil themselves in trouble. The towering rock creature exchanged a glance with the blue humanoid alien, who cautiously approached to remove Clock's external translator. Upon inspecting it, he produced a new device from his person, adjusted it, and then handed it over. Hey, I downloaded a new human language translation file online. Can you understand me now? Clock fumbled to learn the operation of the new translator, activating the text translation feature. Although the blue alien continued to chatter away in his native tongue, the translated text was projected onto the visor of the spacesuit, creating an experience reminiscent of a game. Surrounded by the extraterrestrials, the sensation felt particularly vivid. Clock compelled himself to remain composed as he surveyed his surroundings and slowly spoke. We bear no ill will, and this vessel is devoid of any weaponry. Might we rise to discuss matters in detail? A group of extraterrestrials exchanged glances before lowering their arms. One of the stone beings replied, "You may stand. Shall we converse aboard our flagship?" With utmost pleasure, Clock responded. He and his fellow agents rose to their feet. Please lead the way. We come with goodwill and peace. Hoping to avoid any conflict, Clock articulated with great caution. The extraterrestrials appeared relatively amicable, yet they maintained a prudent demeanor due to their limited understanding of one another. Clock and his fellow agents departed from their spacecraft, securing the hatch behind them. Beside the vessel rested a larger escort ship, from which a platform extended, allowing the aliens to board. Thus, they formally entered the alien craft. Chapter 106, the conference. Clock and his companions ascended into a quintessential mammalian escort ship, part of a fleet that included two large escort vessels, one of mammalian design and the other resembling rocky life forms. Surrounding them were several smaller ships, each exhibiting lang of styles, rendering the fleet an eclectic assembly that resembled not a disciplined military force, but rather a band of mercenaries. A multitude of speculations arose within Clock's mind, yet he swiftly suppressed them, quietly boarding the ship amidst the throng of extraterrestrials, making his way to the command bridge. The presence of various grotesque alien species aboard filled Clock with an unsettling sense of revulsion. Despite being within the realm of the Mtok Confederation, the vessel was not solely inhabited by stone beings. Rather, it was teeming with a plethora of diverse species. Humanoids of various skin tones, mollusks, reptiles, and even insectoid creatures filled the space. As Clock and his companions passed by, these extraterrestrial entities turned their visual organs towards them, and Clock could discern the emotions reflected in their gazes. This primal yet effective mode of communication, body language, proved to be functional across the cosmos, applicable to the vast majority of organic species. The aliens congregated around Clock and his lineage of pure humans, guiding them to the expansive command bridge of the warship. There awaited a colossal extraterrestrial being. It was a gigantic insect, standing 10 meters tall, equipped with 8 robust legs akin to a spider, its body encased in a tough alloy exoskeleton. It bore no spacesuit, instead wrapping its respiratory organ in specialized material. Recognizing its commanding stance, Clock immediately understood that this insectoid represented the upper echelons of the fleet. Gurgling, hissing, the insectoid emitted a cacophony of unpleasant gurgles and piercing shrieks, and Clock as translator promptly displayed the interpreted text. You are humans? From that new nation to the south on the star map? The insectoid lifted one of its heavy appendages and gently placed it on the ground, as a gesture of greeting. Even so, the weighty limb, encased in formidable armor, caused the bridge platform to tremble. Clock's gaze was as tranquil as a deep well, while some of his fellow operatives, unaccustomed to such a scene, displayed their fear openly. Observing this, several humanoid extraterrestrials, capable of comprehending his expression, erupted into laughter in their various languages. Clock disregarded them and turned his attention to the colossal insectoid alien, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, we hail from the Empire to the south. Hiss, humans, such a familiar race. State your identities and intentions, the insectoid alien hissed. Clock took a deep breath and, striving for composure, articulated the fabricated identity prepared by the Dust Ash organization. I am a refugee of the Interstellar Human Military Government. My family is engaged in commerce. We departed our homeland to seek refuge among you extraterrestrials. We discovered batteries worth 50,000 Ellis in their vessel, all brand new and ready for circulation. The towering stone figure beside the insectoid interjected. The imposing stone being and the fearsome insectoid standing together amplified Clock's sense of pressure. These aliens, they were immensely powerful, possessing physical attributes that humans lacked, and their strength far surpassed that of mankind. The human genome appeared woefully fragile. Humans, a creation of the divine, are not perfect. 50,000 Ellis? That is a substantial sum. Upon hearing this figure, The surrounding extraterrestrials began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes scrutinizing the newcomers. Some expressed curiosity, others admiration, yet most harbored ulterior motives. A merchant family? Why would you abandon your prosperous merchants and forsake your homeland and family to come here? The insectoid hissed. Your identities are highly suspicious. Are you spies? At that moment, a group of agents regained their composure, falling into silence and uttering not a word. Clock, the leader of this band of operatives, was tasked with engaging in dialogue with these formidable extraterrestrials, drawing upon his extensive experience. He reminisced about his childhood and adolescence, a time spent navigating the intricate and shadowy realms of society, where he encountered a myriad of individuals, amassing a wealth of social acumen. Clock, remain calm. Utilize your social expertise. All for the greatness of the Marshal. You must give your utmost. In truth, we were compelled to flee our homeland. Clock raised his hands, feigning innocence as he elaborated on his fabricated identity. A coup d'etat has occurred in our nation. Upon hearing this, the skepticism in the stone creature's eyes noticeably diminished. Continue, it urged, its voice a chorus of clicks. Clock proceeded to detail the tyranny of Xi Yan, illustrating how the affluent merchants and dignitaries were ruthlessly exploited, their fortunes seized, and their lives threatened. Their families had suffered persecution, leading many to a grim fate, forcing them to depart with the remnants of their wealth in search of survival among the stars. Everything fell into place, even when the insectoid posed further inquiries. Clock adeptly addressed them with poise. He even intentionally left some imperfections in his narrative, ensuring it did not appear overly polished. Such was the hallmark of authenticity. However, the stone creature harbored some reservations, expressing profound skepticism regarding their identities and unabashed disdain towards Clock and his companions. The people, or rather the stony beings, were not adept at concealing their thoughts. Akin to the Trisolarans, their innermost reflections often found direct articulation. Very well, Gregir. Guests are welcome, regardless of their origins, however. I can sense the sincerity of their hearts. The colossal insectoid raised its heavy appendage once more, gently tapping the bridge's floor. Nevertheless, I shall not relinquish my vigilance towards you. Accompanied by a low rumble, the Mtok named Gregir addressed Clock and his associates. Subsequently, it turned away, casting not a single glance back at the frail humans, its towering form swiftly vanishing behind the bridge. I have comprehended your intentions. After a brief silence, the insectoid lowered its head slightly, its compound eyes, composed of myriad minuscule hexagonal structures, fixating on Clock. It began to speak. Allow me to introduce myself. This is the Community Security Fleet, and I am its leader, Galbius. As you can see, I belong to the insectoid race. It is an honor to meet you. Lord Galbius, Clock replied, bowing gently. I am Clockly, representing all human exiles, and I extend my most sincere greetings to you. Clock chose his words with great care, ensuring they conveyed sufficient politeness and maintained a neutral stance, avoiding any offense to diverse races and cultures. Clockly, you are exceedingly courteous, and I find it most agreeable. The colossal Zerg leader, Gorpius, curled its two tentacles, swaying them gently, as if to articulate its sentiments. Chapter 107. Tread carefully, lest I retract my acquaintance. The Zerg elder, Gorpius, brandished its whip-like tendrils, seemingly in good spirits. Humans possess intricate minds. They are prone to prevarication and concealing their thoughts. Consequently, they exhibit greater decorum than the Mtok, whose bluntness often displeases it. In contrast, humans, adept at concealing their true intentions, speak with greater civility and refrain from displaying overt negative emotions. Gorpius, therefore, favors such a race. We, Gorpius hissed, the Collective Security Fleet, have undertaken the security duties of the Mtok Confederation, tasked with guarding this border and escorting merchant caravans. I have long heard of a nascent empire emerging in these border systems. I suspect our contract with the Mtok Confederation will soon conclude, and a formal corporate army will be stationed here. I see, Krauk responded. No wonder the border's security was entrusted to a private firm. It was merely to oversee insignificant frontiers. Now that a new empire has arisen beyond the Mtok Confederation, it is no longer suitable for the security fleet to maintain watch. Thus, he could contrive a pretext to ingratiate himself with the security fleet, accompanying them deep into the Mtok Confederation's territory to gather further intelligence. Before he could utter a word, the figure before him, Gelpius, interjected. So, dear Clockus, are you willing to invest in our community's security fleet? Clockus was taken aback. And Gelpius let out a sharp cackle. I am certain your assets far exceed this amount. How could a fugitive like you carry merely 50,000 Ellis? The colossal insectoid hissed. Glaucus instantly sensed something amiss, stepping back with a hint of apprehension. Hiss, and yet, without the backing of any nation, you dare to flaunt such wealth? Hiss, the community's security fleet can safeguard your assets. What say you? Gelpius finally bared its fangs, speaking so rapidly that the translator struggled to keep pace. A heavy dread settled within Glaucus. The tension in his heart dissipated. There is never unprovoked love or hatred. All communication must be rooted in mutual strength. They possessed no means to resist these extraterrestrials, destined to be at their mercy. Yet, though the energy currency may falter, the safety of their operatives was paramount. So, what do you intend to do? Glaucus inquired coldly. Gelpius hissed with laughter. What do I intend? Merely to solicit investments for our security fleet and attract some funding. A stick to beat, and a sweet date to offer. I, Gelpius, sincerely invite you to become our investor and join our security fleet. Perhaps you might even attain the rank of captain. The tendrils of the insectoid creature writhed excitedly as it continued. Of course, you may opt not to invest in us, but in that case, we cannot guarantee your safety. At this juncture, the situation had become abundantly clear. One must either surrender everything and entrust their life to the community security fleet, or face death and have all possessions seized. What can I say? As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Akin to the Great Khan awakening at the doorstep. The choice is yours. We have already lost the protection of our nation. If these assets can procure the safeguard of your esteemed company, then we willingly accept. Croak stated with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. The creature known as Gelpius emitted a harsh, mocking laughter. Hisses. The laughter of the insectoids. Excellent. Welcome aboard as our investors, Croak Lee, along with these human companions. Gelpius chuckled, flicking its tendrils once more. What are you waiting for? Let us warmly welcome our esteemed investors. Ha 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 hisses. The room fell silent for a brief moment, only to be followed by a cacophony of cheers from the bizarrely shaped aliens, each using their own tongue. Croak suppressed his anger deep within. He reflected on the humiliation he faced, which paled in comparison to that of the Marshal. The esteemed Marshal was contending against an entire alien civilization. For the sake of the Marshal, how could Croak abandon his post? His mission was to gather intelligence on the Mutak Confederation as thoroughly as possible, and to infiltrate the enemy ranks. He chose to endure. All for the Marshal and the Empire, loyalty unwavering. Very well, comrades. At that moment, Gorpius flapped its antennae. See to it that our investors are accommodated. Henceforth, they are employees of the collective security fleet. Furthermore, in 5 standard days, we shall convene a grand banquet at the Stellar Base to commemorate the fleet's recent windfall. Hail to the chief. A cacophony of cheers in various tongues erupted. Amidst this atmosphere, Clouk clenched his fist in indignation, only to release it subtly, regaining his composure. A group of agents were promptly escorted to another vessel, a transport ship of lithoid design refitted as a gunboat. Each was assigned a commodious chamber, replete with amenities. Thank you for your investment, a flat-headed humanoid alien conveyed, derisively adding as he departed, otherwise, you would not have had the privilege of such fine accommodations. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Of course, in consideration of the funds you have provided, I shall endeavor to resolve your concerns with utmost patience. With that, the flat-headed alien slammed the door shut. After a prolonged silence, an agent whispered, are we to simply relinquish nearly 0 energy credits from our ship? Discretion, Clouk exclaimed, his eyes widening, his gaze subtly shifting. The agents fell silent at once. It is conceivable that we are under alien surveillance. Prudence is paramount. Money can be earned again, but a life once lost is irretrievable. With a glint in his eye, Clouk exclaimed, we must express our gratitude to them for sheltering us in exchange for this wealth. From now on, let us all strive to adapt to our new lives. Since our homeland no longer welcomes us, we shall seek refuge in the forces of extraterrestrials. While Clouk and the agents engaged in covert discussions through coded language, the community security fleet was far from idle. Armed to the teeth, the aliens stormed the agent spacecraft, conducting a thorough search. Soon, crates of high-energy batteries were pried open from the compartments, neatly arranged before the colossal insect leader, Gelpius. Leader, they did not deceive us. They indeed carry a fortune, valued at approximately 1 million Eri. Additionally, we have discovered some small weaponry, though their technological level pales in comparison to ours. Excellent. Galpius joyfully waved his antennae, then stamped the ground, leaving a crack in the deck. What a tremendous fortune. We are grateful to these dear human guests. This wealth will enable us to acquire more equipment and expand our operations. Haha, HSSS. Let us provide those humans with better treatment. After all, having accepted their money, we, the Community Security Fleet, must also bear our responsibilities, mustn't we? HSSS. This patrol mission concludes here. We shall return to the stellar base to prepare for the banquet scheduled in a few days, ensuring that we leave our human friends with delightful memories. Chapter 108. The Revelry of Chaos. The several million Ares and battery funds, while seemingly insignificant to Xi Yan, who wields the fiscal power of the empire, represent a substantial fortune for private mercenaries such as the Community Security Fleet. It is evident that Gorbius, having acquired such a vast sum, was genuinely elated, his tentacles swaying with unabated enthusiasm. After spending several days returning to the stellar base, he generously orchestrated a lavish banquet. The purpose of this gathering was, of course, to welcome the new members and to celebrate their acquisition of such a significant windfall. One might say that this leader of the insectoid race displayed a modicum of integrity. Having seized the funds brought by Clock and others, he refrained from discarding them and instead sincerely regarded them as integral members of the security company. Furthermore, he commanded the other members of the security fleet to accord respect to these humans and, in the spirit of that considerable sum, ensured that Clock and his companions enjoyed the finest quality of life. Upon careful reflection, Clock deemed this a most favorable outcome. With the aid of this funding, they had successfully infiltrated the territory of the Mtak Confederation and secured a legitimate foothold. Their next step would be to proceed with caution, gathering intelligence while endeavoring to ascend the ranks. The operatives were well trained, indeed, prepared for the task at hand. A few standard hours later, the operatives arrived at the stellar base to partake in the banquet organized by Gorbius. Welcome. Welcome to every member of our Community Security Fleet. Gorbius's massive form stood at the center of the banquet hall, greeting each guest with warmth and enthusiasm. Oh, Gregor, the jewels adorning your form gleam more splendidly than ever. Do take a seat. Though I am aware your words are but polite niceties, they bring me great joy. The towering stone figure emitted a resonant hum. Settling into the secondary seat, with the gems upon him refracting a myriad of colors under the banquet lights, it was evident that Gorbius was exceedingly pleased, hissing forth a myriad of praises and extending the most heartfelt greetings to each fleet member who entered. Welcome, fragile yet endearing humans. We are delighted by your presence. As Clock led a contingent of human agents into the banquet hall, the illustrious Gorbius displayed even greater enthusiasm, his robust tentacles landing with a thud upon the shoulders of Clock and his companions. The impact was quite painful. Clock suppressed the discomfort that throbbed in his shoulder. It is a pleasure to see you as well, our esteemed leader of the swarm. Ah, you remain as courteous as ever, unlike that scoundrel Gregor. Gorbius waved his tentacles, ushering Clock and the others into the hall and guiding them to their seats. Humph, a feeble species full of deceit and flattery, Gregor scoffed disdainfully. Gorbius, displeased, lashed out with his whip-like tentacle against Gregor's stone body. This has brought us a transport ship and millions of Ares worth of investors. You would do well to show some respect. Humph, Gregor fell silent. In any case, as everyone is gathered, I hereby declare, with no unnecessary ceremony, let us commence our feast. With the assembly nearly complete, Gorbius announced with fervor. For culinary artisans entered, bearing a platter of immense proportions, upon which rested a sapient extraterrestrial being, fully prepared. Croc and his compatriots were aghast. They turned to observe the tables of the other extraterrestrials, laden with unknown victuals of indeterminate origin. This banquet was a veritable pandemonium, each attendee presented with a unique repast. Apologies, did we startle you? Gorbius's pointed mandibles pierced the cooked alien, tearing a generous portion from its abdomen, which it devoured with gusto. Beholding the human's shock, it hissed with amusement. I find such extraterrestrial species delightful, and I, as an insect, deem sentient beings far more palatable than those of lesser intellect. Gorbius splayed its mandibles, revealing rows of serrated teeth, and tore off the alien's limbs, the mastication grating on the ears. Nearby, the lithoid Gregor consumed its meal in silence, a profusion of minerals. The extraterrestrial banquet was meticulously curated, each civilization's cuisine distinct, reflecting their culture and predilections. Vermin such as Gorbius were omnivorous, though it harbored a particular fondness for sentient aliens. Whereas lithoids such as Gregir subsisted solely on minerals, plant-based entities were provided with ample water and a source of illumination. With the exception of carnivorous flora, it was a veritable pandemonium. Numerous extraterrestrial beings exist that bear resemblance to humans, and their culinary offerings consist of unknown meats and vegetarian dishes. Ultimately, Clock made the decision to sample these alien meats, which surprisingly proved to be quite palatable. Additionally, there were various beverages, which, after a brief inquiry into their ingredients, the humans sampled without a hint of reluctance. Clock observed that the agents of Eastern descent appeared the most at ease while dining. Was it due to their cultural belief that as long as a creature is alive and non-toxic, it is fit for consumption? Across the cosmos, many beings possess humanoid forms, characterized by a singular head, dexterous arms, and mobile legs. Their cultures are predominantly similar, facilitating easier communication and understanding among them. As is customary at feasts, once satiated, the extraterrestrials began to engage in conversation. As newcomers who brought substantial resources, Clock and his companions received the finest hospitality, and the bizarrely diverse alien entities eagerly initiated dialogue with them. Clock and the other agents conversed seamlessly, presenting an air of normalcy while covertly extracting information under the guise of casual chatter. By the end of the banquet, all were in high spirits. At the very least, Garpius was undoubtedly the most content, as Clock observed it voraciously consuming dozens of aliens, truly a creature of the swarm. Seizing the opportunity presented by the festivities, Clock and his associates gathered a wealth of intelligence during their conversations, which they would later consolidate discreetly in Clock's quarters under the pretense of entertainment. After the banquet concluded, Galpius, due to its massive size, found it cumbersome to move and instructed everyone to leave first. Once the aliens dispersed with laughter and chatter, only its confidants remained. What were those humans up to? It inquired of a humanoid alien leader. They gathered in Mr. Clock's chamber, though the topics of their discussion remain unknown. During the banquet, they merely engaged in ordinary eating and conversation. Galpius gently swayed its tentacles. Well done. HSSS. They must still harbor some discontent in their hearts. Tomorrow, assign a separate vessel for Mr. Clock and distribute those humans across various ships. Understood. Galpius delicately coiled the remaining food into its mouth, its compound eyes glinting with newfound insight. HSSS. Some subtle maneuvers, are they? However, it's of little consequence. The Community Security Company has never inquired about origins. Chapter 109. The Great Xi King, Imperial Log. Establishment of the Espionage Network. The first batch of agents we dispatched has successfully infiltrated the Mtotic Confederation and commenced the formation of a preliminary espionage network. Executing reconnaissance orders. We believe that soon the Empire will continuously acquire intelligence from them. Xi Yan's directive. I hope the practical espionage system will not prove to be utterly inept. As for Agent Clock Lit in the distant Mtotic Confederation, it was of no significance to Xi Yan. The abysmally ineffective intelligence system among the stars had never drawn the attention of players towards the espionage network. For Xi Yan, amassing the rudimentary intelligence pertaining to the Mtotic Confederation within a short span would suffice. Nevertheless, these operatives are of exceptional caliber, representing a substantial investment by the Empire, and Xi Yan is reluctant to see them perish abroad. At present, these agents have only just infiltrated enemy territory and have not yet established a stable presence, making it an inopportune moment to initiate contact. Subsequently, Xi Yan made an inquiry via telephone to the Academy of Sciences regarding the technological breakthroughs in synthetic humanoids. Martin informed him that a significant technical impasse had been encountered, potentially extending the research timeline to several years. Initially, the Academy had misinterpreted Xi Yan's intentions, presuming that he merely required intelligent automatons capable of performing more intricate tasks. However, they later discerned that Xi Yan's envisioned robots were, in essence, entirely mechanical life forms, possessing a relatively intelligent consciousness and capable of engaging in complex work and living as humans do. The successful development of such entities would exert a profound influence on society, precipitating a cascade of ethical, moral, and occupational quandaries. Yet, Xi Yan remained resolute, mandating that the research proceed. Ultimately, even with the assistance of Beta, the research timeline would be protracted to a decade. Fabricating a mechanical species from inception is no trifling matter. Consequently, Xi Yan became exasperated and vehemently rebuked the members of the Academy of Sciences, who had initially proclaimed that the research would be completed within a year. Even in a game, such an endeavor would necessitate 5 years of research. Indeed, reality does not mirror the temporal precision of research outcomes in games, Xi Yan mused internally. Soon regaining his composure, months later, through the relentless efforts of research and engineering vessels, the territory of the Interstellar Human Military Government swiftly bordered that of the Stone People. To avert border frictions, Xi Yan stationed the fleet outside a particular star system. After careful observation, noting that the Stone People had remained inactive, Xi Yan felt little concern regarding any encroachment on the territory of Wu. Thus, he shifted his focus towards enhancing communication with the Human Alliance. The prospects were indeed promising. Thanks to Xi Yan's systematic divisions, interdepartmental disputes were rare, resulting in a remarkably efficient collaboration. Consequently, after several months, Xi Yan was delighted to receive a joint report from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs concerning trade and population extradition with the Human Alliance. In the eastern border star system of the Interstellar Human Military Government, Xi Yan commissioned the National Shipyard to design a specialized energy transport vessel, equipped with ultra-large capacitors, exclusively intended for the transportation of energy credits. High-capacity capacitors are regarded as the cornerstone of the interstellar society of the stars, with the ability to store vast amounts of energy. Energy credits could emerge as the currency of international trade, paving the way for a future of interstellar free trade. This dedicated transport vessel could carry 1,000 energy credits. Upon inspecting the 5,000 energy credits in his warehouse, Xi Yan confidently ordered it to be filled to capacity, planning to transport a 3-month supply within a single month. Regarding the surplus of 700 energy credits as a generous gift, as long as progress continued and reserves remained ample, spending would be lavish and unrestrained. The entirety of the nation's wealth belongs solely to me. What of it? Who dares to question my authority? In my role as a player, I could obliterate the 9 clans of these NPCs. In the later stages, in pursuit of drawing from the galactic lottery at the Merchant Alliance, players could even summon forth several 100,000 energy coins at once, only to unearth an empty box. This thought prompts Xi Yan to reflect upon the reason for his transmigration. Starting with a celestial delicacy, he ventured to the Merchant Alliance to purchase his first lottery ticket, which yielded a rare treasure from the galaxy star, and then he was instantaneously transported here. Alas, my galaxy star, why did it not accompany me through the rift? Nevertheless, the transport vessel, laden with Xi Yan's possessions, has reached the eastern border star system. Following final resupply at the stellar base, it will embark on a year-long voyage. Upon receiving Xi Yan's consent, 10 obsolete frigates from the United Human Alliance traverse through hyperspace, taking 10 days to arrive within the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Human Military Government. These vessels, governed by AI, will be handed over to Xi Yan upon their arrival. A gift stipulated in the original treaty from the United Human Alliance, a full complement of 10 frigates. Filled with delight, Xi Yan promptly contacted Marshal by phone of the United Human Alliance, offering heartfelt praise. These frigates are outdated models, retired from the United Human Navy. Through surveillance drones, Xi Yan took a thorough look around. The hulls bore significant repair marks, and the internal equipment was quite antiquated, yet the armaments on board were relatively advanced. A bit of refurbishment and replacement, and they would become the cornerstone of Xi Yan's new fleet. After 10 vessels were officially incorporated into the military, granting the military complete dominion over them, Xi Yan promptly logged into the military's internal website to examine their self-inspection reports. A uniform array of ultraviolet lasers, steel plastic armor, shields. Xi Yan was overjoyed and immediately commanded the dismantling of one ship's slot for reverse engineering. Regrettably, given their current level of scientific research, even reverse engineering would likely yield minimal results. By phone probably held a similar sentiment when providing them. Upon traversing the hyperspace route and arriving at an unclaimed neighboring star system, a fleet composed of 1 destroyer, 2 torpedo boats, and 7 frigates awaited at the hyperspace route's exit. The warships bore the red background and black eagle insignia of the Human Alliance, unmistakably marking them as a fleet of the Human Alliance. After exchanging coded signals to confirm each other's identities, the superluminal transport ship seamlessly integrated into the Human Alliance fleet. Prior to this, the Human Alliance, equipped with the most cutting-edge technology, had hastened their journey to ascertain the route between the 2 nations. Fortunately, the path was direct and promisingly efficient for trade. The Human Alliance pledged to ensure the safe delivery of this transport vessel laden with energy credits. Xi Yan was initially astonished by the Human Alliance's remarkable efficiency, but soon reflected that they had likely been probing the hyperspace routes between the two parties well in advance. The Human Alliance was not so amicable, should Xi Yan exhibit any weakness, or if the Human Alliance found themselves in dire need of energy credits. He suspected they would not hesitate to declare war and annex the Interstellar Human Military Government. The formidable fleet embarked on a year-long journey, constrained by the technological limitations of Xi Yan's transport vessel, preventing the entire fleet from traveling at an accelerated pace. However, if the United Human Federation were to become impatient, they would likely devise various methods to expedite the process. For instance, they might dispatch a swift transport vessel to intercept the energy credits midway, or temporarily upgrade their ships with superior propulsion systems at the nearest stellar base. Alternatively, they could dismantle the vessel and transport high-capacity energy capacitors aboard a military cruiser. Ultimately, although the estimated time frame was a year, the delivery to the Federation could occur much sooner. Following that, colonial transport ships filled with readily available laborers from the Federation would set sail to the Interstellar Human Military Government. Xi Yan observed the departure of his 1K energy credits through surveillance drones, then exhaled in relief and resumed his tasks. He had numerous responsibilities to attend to, such as organizing defensive measures against the Motok Confederation and constructing additional positions to ensure that the Federation's workforce could swiftly commence their duties upon arrival. Xi Yan speculated that the labor force sent by the Federation would likely not be of exceptional quality. Thus, he would not hesitate to exploit them ruthlessly. Should any foreign species dare to infiltrate their ranks, the decree from the Great Xi King was clear: eliminate them. Chapter 110. Immigration time swiftly passed, and a year had elapsed. During this period, no significant events transpired within the Interstellar Human Military Government, and Xi Yan idly welcomed his 23rd birthday. Since his arrival here, he had not celebrated a birthday, accompanied only by his most loyal companion Beta, the ever-turning imperial apparatus, and an endless array of tasks. Frankly, he had grown accustomed to this existence. The fulfilling life he led brought an unparalleled sense of calm. Xi Yan felt as though his human emotions were gradually dissipating, replaced by a demeanor characterized by the cool rationality akin to that of a mechanical intelligence. Indeed, the Academy of Sciences has yet to successfully develop robotic labor technology. A lamentable situation. Ever since Mayton confidently proclaimed several years ago that success was imminent, Xi Yan has taken every opportunity to admonish them during his visits to the Academy. Of course, the promised benefits and bonuses have not been neglected, as the scientists have at least managed to produce some valuable civilian technologies. Meanwhile, the Mtotic Federation has remained largely quiet. However, midway through, his agents relayed a significant piece of intelligence. Xi Yan immediately cast aside his work to delve into the information. The documents were exceedingly detailed, comprising hundreds of thousands of words. Clark Lee, the ace agent of Ashen, had successfully infiltrated the local forces of the Mtotic Federation in a remarkably short time. Though the process was somewhat humiliating, he nonetheless gained entry and, with the funds provided, ascended to a minor leadership position within a local security fleet. He diligently maintained a diary, chronicling his observations and experiences, which also included some of his personal insights. This was no mere diary. It was a conduit for intelligence to humanity. This was an open scheme. I am far from home, yearning for my homeland. Is it not reasonable to pen a diary to express my emotions? Is it not acceptable to document my experiences while writing in my diary? Is it not permissible to secretly send my diary back to my family? As the Grand Marshal, is it not proper for me to peruse the diary? Thus, the intelligence is at hand. Naturally, Xi Yan held this in high regard and began to read attentively. Frankly, the Mtotic Federation does not operate as a centralized corporate state. It is, in essence, a commercial alliance composed of numerous large enterprises, with the predominant species being the Mtokstone people. Among them, the Mtok Corporation, established by the Mtok, accounts for merely 40% of the entire Mtok Confederation's influence. The remaining 60% consists of a multitude of smaller enterprises or business alliances. Their existence prevents the Mtok Corporation from achieving a monopoly and unification. Xi Yan immediately discerned the course of action. He sought to unite the disparate business factions to counter the Mtok Corporation and incite internal strife. The inherent nature of a non-unified corporate system inevitably leads to numerous compromises and checks and balances. In contrast to a singularly powerful conglomerate, Such a coalition of enterprises is exceedingly fragile, prone to rapid disintegration in the face of significant upheaval. Xi Yan conceived various ingenious methods to instigate chaos, crises, and divisions. Subsequently, Clock continued to write. The MTOC Confederation, characterized by its internally fragmented corporate alliances, is rife with numerous non-TOC aliens and a prevailing pro-foreign sentiment. Although the MTOC species itself tends to be rather insular. Racial knights, ethnic tensions. Xi Yan thought to himself. However, his influence within the MTOC Confederation is not substantial, making it challenging to incite discord. It will require time. The subsequent diary entries provided a detailed account by Clock of the Community Security Fleet, meticulously detailing each crew member's personality and their observations of the fleet. Such intelligence is not deemed crucial. He entrusted Qinghui to peruse it. Xi Yan, on the other hand, found himself quite intrigued by the insectoid leader, Gelbius. The potential for abundant meat is surely promising, and its quality must be exceptional. The menu of the Interstellar Human Military Government remains rather monotonous. Although he has a fondness for green apples, consuming them daily is less than ideal. Earlier, Xi Yan received a message from the Human Federation, confirming that the 1000 energy coins he had sent were successfully delivered. The Federation expressed profound gratitude for Xi Yan's generosity. 6 months ago, in the Tianjin Quadrant, after more than half a year of navigation, the fleet finally returned to the Human Federation's home system. As Xi Yan anticipated, they dismantled the transport ship and transferred all the batteries onto the warships. Although it was indeed a tight fit, the speed could be pushed to its utmost limits without restriction. The entire fleet was equipped with advanced plasma thrusters, which were expedited to the Tianjin Quadrant in just over 6 months, underscoring the Federation's commitment to this trade. Outside the starport, transport ships were already crowded. Once the fleet docked and unloaded all the batteries, these ships promptly and orderly loaded them for transport to the various colonies of the Federation. With the energy coins in hand, the Federation first sent a congratulatory message to the Interstellar Human Military Government, celebrating the success of the trade. According to the treaty, the Federation committed to delivering at least 10 million laborers this time. Initially, Xi Yan scoffed at this. Was it not laughable to send a mere 0.1 of the population? However, given the current circumstances, any assistance was welcome. The pronatalist policy he had implemented would take at least a decade to show effects. After informing Xi Yan, the Federation also organized a month-long immigration registration campaign within its territory. The Marshal expressed some apprehension about this. He was uncertain about the quality of the population that the Federation would send his way. If he were to take action himself, he would undoubtedly cast aside the majority of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who are unable to contribute labor, discarding those who merely consume resources without producing anything. Although this would dismantle numerous families, Xi Yan remains utterly indifferent. It is not he who is being torn apart, so why should he empathize? Why should he not contemplate the interests of the nation? One should not be perpetually self-centered. It is time to reflect on what one has contributed to the empire. Is it truly effortless for the empire to sustain you? In this interstellar era, one must not cling to outdated moral standards. The time has come to introduce a new ethical framework. The capital of the Human Federation, United Star, along with its core star regions and surrounding colonies, is soon to be engulfed in a tempest. I am the storm that is approaching, due to the increasingly severe unemployment crisis. The security issues across various colonies of the Human Federation have become dire, with crime rates soaring. Numerous organized crime syndicates have taken root within the colonies, depleting resources and posing grave threats to the lives of law-abiding citizens, a situation that the Human Federation government finds utterly abhorrent. Now, they finally have the opportunity to take decisive action. An influx of military and police forces has surged into the colonies. Indiscriminately capturing these individuals and packaging them, the gangs ultimately represent a minority. The majority lies with the idlers who roam the streets, engaging in various trades and entangled in a web of connections. For this segment of the population, the Human Federation has not enacted coercive measures, but rather issued a mere announcement. A startling revelation. The Interstellar Human Military Government is fervently recruiting immigrants. By enrolling immediately, one may seize the opportunity to attain citizenship in the Interstellar Human Military Government. Below are enumerated the advantages of joining this government. A society based on public ownership. No exploitation. In reality, it is Xi Yan who exploits the entire nation. No oppression. Can you fathom what extreme authoritarianism entails? Equality for all, except for Xi Yan. Mandatory labor for 12 hours each day, with free distribution of essential supplies, housing, and employment. Every social resource is provided at no cost. Enroll now to become a citizen of the Interstellar Human Military Government and enjoy the aforementioned rights. As per the request of group members, an additional chapter has been added. Chapter 111, Ambassador of the MTOC Federation. Initially, when the citizens of the Human Federation encountered this announcement, disbelief prevailed. Which nation, throughout history, would dare to establish such a system? How could there possibly exist a system so exemplary in this world? Such systems are exceedingly rare even throughout the cosmos. Empires that treat their citizens in this manner often find themselves vulnerable to external threats. Even nations that have entered the interstellar age continue to uphold feudal or slave systems. Thus, when confronted with the propaganda presented by the Interstellar Human Military Government, the Human Federation remained skeptical. In order to attract immigrants, the upper echelons of the Human Alliance discreetly maintained silence and even embellished the narrative, portraying Xi Yan as a veritable paradise. With official endorsement, Xi Yan's colonial policies garnered an overwhelming response, far exceeding expectations, compelling the Human Alliance to deliberately impose certain restrictions to prevent the exodus of skilled labor. Nevertheless, applications surged to a staggering 20 million, double the initial quota. Individuals prepared their belongings, bid farewell to their families, and boarded the colossal colonial vessel. When a colonial ship embarks to colonize a planet, the initial population on that planet is merely 3, meaning the vessel can accommodate 300 million individuals. Constructing such a vessel requires at least a year, and while it boasts vast space, the immigrants also enjoy ample room. Had it not been for the specific request of Bai Fengfeng to return the colonial ship, Xi Yan might have been tempted to retain it. After loading the first batch of Human Alliance laborers, the colonial ship swiftly set sail along the trade route towards the Interstellar Human Military Government. Curiously, this time, the Human Alliance refrained from deploying a fleet for escort. Quite intriguing. Meanwhile, in the Amartiro star system, a stone-hulled destroyer glided slowly into the starport, anchoring securely. This destroyer had stripped itself of all weaponry, retaining only its defensive structures. Even so, it underwent meticulous inspection before being granted entry. This warship, several times larger than a corvette, is enveloped in a tough rocky exterior that emits a ghostly green luminescence in the pitch-black cosmos, clearly indicating its origins as a vessel of rock-based life forms. It is indeed the military vessel of the MTOC Federation. Receptionist Sun Zayakawa, accompanied by the welcoming staff, had been awaiting their arrival at the starport for quite some time. As the formidable destroyer slowly approached, a sense of trepidation gripped everyone present. The MTOC Federation had already mastered the technology of destroyers, and the vessels they constructed dwarfed human frigates by several magnitudes. The power of these extraterrestrials far surpassed that of the current Interstellar Human Military Government. As the massive stone destroyer came to a halt, Sun Zayakawa's eyes widened in keen observation. Where was the ship's hatch? From where would it open? She scrutinized the vessel intently. The ship was truly a marvel. From a distance, it resembled a vessel, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared merely as an ordinary small asteroid. Suddenly, from an unexpected location on the ship's hull, the hatch crashed down, creating a pit on the starport's docking platform. A few individuals instinctively took a step back. Humph, weak, insignificant humans. A heavy, grating voice emerged from behind the hatch as a robust, towering stone being appeared, stepping forward with a dull thud as it made its way outside the starport. Even your manufactured stellar base is lamentably fragile. The MTOC individual spoke with unabashed arrogance, and his blunt greeting caused the welcoming party to furrow their brows. However, a single glance confirmed his identity as a purebred MTOC. It was uncommon for other extraterrestrial races to exhibit such rudeness. Welcome, Your Excellency, Ambassador from the MTOC Federation. Although Sun Zayakawa felt a surge of displeasure, she adhered to Xi Yan's orders and extended a courteous greeting. The stone ambassador, however, disregarded their presence entirely. Shortly thereafter, several stone beings descended the gangway, standing upon the starport platform and surveying their surroundings. What kind of homeworld is this, belonging to some interstellar nation? It is verdant and teeming with flora, yet rather unappealing. These stone beings did not shy away from critiquing the Amartiro II beneath their feet. Sun Zayakawa was seething with indignation. How dare these extraterrestrials presume to judge our Gaia planet? Yet, Xi Yan had previously advised them to remain composed and disregard such provocations. Sun Zayakawa buried his fury deep within. At that moment, A dozen more extraterrestrials emerged from the cabin. They were neither Mtokians nor stone beings, but representatives of other alien races. The Mtok Union, much like the future Earth Federation, was a melting pot of diverse extraterrestrial species. Many of the diplomats they dispatched hailed from other races. Xi Yan aimed to infiltrate the Mtok Union, drawn by its connections with other alien empires. Establishing communication with various nations and fostering relationships could yield numerous practical opportunities, such as forming alliances. Returning to the matter at hand, these extraterrestrials were markedly different from the Mtokians. A diminutive alien, resembling a frog in visage, approached Sun Xia Zaikawa and performed a customary greeting of its kind. Esteemed human friend, I extend greetings on behalf of my nation's esteemed diplomat. The small alien possessed 4 bulging eyes, and its skin appeared aged and wrinkled, its body hunched dramatically, adorned with an array of peculiar ornaments. Upon sighting it, the crowd instantly recognized that this extraterrestrial being was no ordinary entity. It exuded an air of remarkable intelligence. There exists a notion that humans possess a certain charisma, and evidently, this diminutive, aged alien radiated an aura of profound wisdom. Perhaps it was a prophet or an elder priest, accompanying the Mtok people, who were not skilled in human interaction. Naturally, their empire had dispatched astute non-natives to assist them. Sun Xiaoziquan subtly adjusted the button on her uniform, allowing the embedded camera to capture this alien sage. I witnessed it. A chilling voice echoed in my earpiece. I shall manage it. You continue your duties as usual, but remain vigilant regarding this little figure. Sun Xiaoziquan calmly tapped the button, acknowledging the message. The haughty stone beings silently observed their feet on the planet Gaia, emitting a low, vibrating language. The repulsive green flora paled in comparison to a mere stone of our home planet. I truly cannot fathom how these humans endure. Hardened fists. Those damned alien beings await your annihilation. My sincerest apologies. The Mtok are inherently this way, and I hope your nation can understand, the diminutive extraterrestrial sage remarked, devoid of any genuine remorse, harboring a deep-seated disdain for humanity. What strength could a civilization based on a stellar base or spaceport possess? Every race has its own culture, which we comprehend. Sun Xiaoziquan replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Damn it. Soon these fools shall witness the hospitality of our empire. Xi Yan cursed with venomous rage through the earpiece. Sun Xiaoziquan cast aside her superfluous emotions, a smile gracing her lips as she approached. Esteemed extraterrestrial friends, please follow me as we descend upon this planet. We have prepared an embassy for your esteemed ambassador and entourage. To flaunt arrogance in my domain. I possess 100 ways to torment them. Chapter 112. The reception. The resplendent golden sun scattered brilliant rays of light, illuminating the lofty offices atop the skyscrapers in a dazzling golden hue. Xi Yan drew the curtains, plunging the spacious office into darkness, where the desk and walls were adorned with ethereal blue light strips, and the holographic screens emitted a muted glow. Above the desk hung a crimson light, directed towards the entrance, ensuring that anyone who entered was greeted solely by that blinding red glare. The cold-blooded marshal sat shrouded in that glow, his figure barely discernible. It was during one occasion when Elvira entered to report on her duties, nearly mistaking the room for the lair of a villainous mastermind, that her little shoes almost fled in fright. In that moment, Xi Yan realized he had made the right choice. Indeed, he relished this atmosphere. He delighted in lurking within the shadows, those inky depths serving as his sanctuary. In such an environment, his thoughts sharpened, and he felt no remorse in plotting various misdeeds, such as vexing those stone beings. Those stone beings, adorned with an abundance of minerals, a flicker of brilliance impervious to the light, danced in Xi Yan's obsidian eyes as he hummed softly. Sever their limbs with delicate precision, confine them to the lightless recesses, and nourish them with the dregs of industrial refuse. Adorable lithoids, hasten your mineral production, layer by layer, excise their stony epidermis, extracting the precious or within. Minerals are their lifeblood, alloys their cerebrum, interspersed with volatile particulates and natural gas. He chuckled, a visage of robust mental equilibrium gracing his features as he beheld the transmitted video. Charming extraterrestrials, he mused, irrespective of form, all are palatable. Delectable lithoids, shattered into, or Gaia, a planet amenable to all life forms, its latitudes accommodating diverse sapient beings. Subsequent to the return of the deceased Mtok specimens by the research vessel, Xi Yan scientists have been engrossed in their study. They harbor profound enthusiasm for novel sapient species. Through meticulous calculations, these lithoids are deemed suited to inhabit the higher latitudes of this Gaia-esque planet, exhibiting resilience to both frigid and torrid climes. Amat Arrow 2, latitudes 80 to 90. A habitable zone for lithic organisms. Strictly speaking, a true Gaia planet fosters habitability for any organism at any latitude. However, such planets defy scientific plausibility. Hence their designation as Gaia planets in the narrow sense. Conversely, planets such as Amat Arrow, where varying latitudes cater to distinct life forms, are termed Gaia planets in the broad sense. The true Gaia planet is likely related to psychic energy, as this could elucidate why any organism, regardless of latitude, can achieve a 100 habitability rate. To return to the main subject, amidst an expanse of desolate ice, a steel city is firmly anchored to the ground, occupying a territory that spans hundreds of kilometers. This is the northernmost colonial city established by humanity on this broadly defined Gaia planet. Here, scientific exploration experts have uncovered a flammable gas beneath the Earth, which has ultimately been designated as extraterrestrial natural gas. This rare extraterrestrial natural gas possesses a multitude of applications, primarily serving as an energy source for advanced energy weapons and energy force fields, with a portion also utilized as fuel for spacecraft. A planet typically exhibits a variety of unique geological formations, referred to as planetary features. Generally, if a planet contains geological features associated with natural gas, such as bubbling marshes or smoking mud pools, gas collection wells can be established to harvest extraterrestrial natural gas. In the game, one can access the planetary interface to locate these features or press the B key to summon the features interface, thereby revealing the planet's distinctive topography. Xi Yan resolutely decided to construct a colonial city in this frigid landscape, anticipating the swift establishment of gas collection wells following the research into extraterrestrial natural gas extraction. At present, this city serves as a residence for the Stoneman envoy. Luxurious passenger spacecraft descend upon the designated landing area within the heart of the city, accompanied by the sound of ion thrusters powering down. The hatch slowly opens, resting against the ground. An ambassador mtalk emerges. Its form is so vast that it cannot pass through the hatch in a conventional manner. Certainly, Xi Yan could indeed command the shipyard to produce superior spacecraft. Yet he chose to dismiss the notion. Come out. Summon the American ambassador and have him kneel beneath the banner of Pepsi. What substandard vessels these are. It is a sheer affront to us. Ambassador Mutak appeared exceedingly incensed as he gazed down upon Sun Xiakawa. My apologies, Your Excellency, Sun Xiakawa replied, nonchalantly raising his hands. Had your nation informed us 3 months earlier, we would have had ample time to prepare suitable ships for the Mutokans. This is a slight against our Mutak Federation. I shall contact my empire to condemn your actions. Ambassador Mutak stepped closer, his ire palpable. Sun Xiakawa calmly adjusted his spectacles. I regret to inform you that I am merely a staff member. Should you find our hospitality unsatisfactory, feel free to lodge a complaint with our foreign ministry. At that moment, a diminutive, frog-headed alien approached, attempting to mediate. Now, Ambassador, there is no need for such anger. I shall ensure everything is attended to shortly. It seemed this little being held considerable sway among the extraterrestrials, as even the highest-ranking Ambassador Mutak nodded in acquiescence, falling silent. The small frog-headed creature stood before Sun Xiakawa and proclaimed with haughty demeanor, "Human, mind your demeanor. Such base conduct is utterly meaningless. I simply can't stand it." "I must disgust you," muttered Xi Yan through the earpiece, cursing vehemently. Sun Xiakawa could only manage a wry smile. Such was the nature of the marshal, quick to ire and prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Such a leader would have faced severe criticism in the past. However, with the advent of the interstellar era and the encounter with extraterrestrial beings, humanity has come to recognize the value of such a formidable leader. In any case, I invite you all to proceed to the embassy. Sun Xiaoxiao pointed towards a road leading to one side of the square. There stood a majestic edifice, clearly modeled after the architectural structures of the stone people, its exterior cloaked in rock. The Mtak Confederation Embassy. A poor imitation, yet I commend your humility, remarked the Mtak ambassador as he approached the street, gazing at the mimic stone-like biological architecture, then nodded slightly. Concise and to the point, Xi Yan commented. Your Excellency, does the environment here meet your expectations? Inquired a non-Mtak extraterrestrial, looking upwards. Fair assessment, Xi Yan replied. The Mtok ambassador had long since removed his spacesuit, emitting a low, vibrating hum that seemed to convey his contentment. He adapted remarkably well to this climate, thriving on this verdant Gaia planet despite his homeworld being a desolate rocky sphere. Xi Yan had cleared the surrounding crowd, retaining only a select few journalists from the Ministry of Culture. While the aliens engaged in their internal discourse, he discreetly issued commands. Suddenly, the reporters gathered across the road, cameras in hand, rushed over with exuberant shouts. "Your Excellency, may we ask you a few questions?" This throng of reporters swiftly encircled the Mtok delegation, bombarding them with an avalanche of inquiries. The ambassador's translator nearly reached its breaking point. "You humans, keep your distance." He took a step back, allowing his subordinates to shield him from the eager reporters. The voyeuristic Xi Yan was utterly delighted. His arranged personnel had arrived, and the spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 113. Xi Yan's Conspiracy. Humans, step aside and do not obstruct the path of the esteemed ambassador. A group of extraterrestrials rudely shoved aside the gathered journalists. "What are you doing? Who permitted your entry? Get out of the way," Sun Xiakawa exclaimed angrily. Of course, it was all an act, a prearranged script orchestrated by Xi Yan. Yet the reporters remained undeterred, each brandishing microphones and cameras, encircling the members of the Mtok Federation in an attempt to interview them. "Damn it, you impudent humans, clear off," the aliens shouted, protecting the ambassador in the center while attempting to drive away the journalists. "Hey, where are your guards? Get rid of these annoying pests," one extraterrestrial shouted at Sun Xiakawa in frustration. With a look of urgency, Sun Xiakawa pressed his earpiece and declared, "All right, I will summon assistance to remove them immediately." "Pathetic," Xi Yan commented directly. Fully armed soldiers rushed in from a distance, and upon witnessing the chaos, the reporters became even more frenzied, crowding closer to the ambassador. "Ambassador, may I inquire about your views on the human race?" "Esteemed ambassador, does the Mtok Federation intend to establish amicable relations with humanity?" The cacophony of questions caused the translator to emit a discordant buzz, and the Mtok ambassador could no longer endure the onslaught. "You inferior beings, I detest you from the depths of my being. Begone." Ambassador Mtok raised his colossal stone-like arm, causing a cacophony of startled gasps from the surrounding journalists, who were instantly knocked to the ground. The sheer strength of the stone figure rendered the feeble humans powerless as they were toppled by a single sweep of his arm. In an instant, a cluster of journalists lay sprawled on the floor, their expensive equipment shattered around them. The alien's aggressive demeanor left the scene in utter chaos. Sun Xiakawa furrowed his brow, retreating with the welcoming party behind the crowd, while a compact camera remained steadfastly focused on the extraterrestrial delegation. Lu Xian's voice crackled through the earpiece, delivering a piercing assessment that struck a chord with the anxious Tiankio. The atmosphere grew tense as confusion erupted, and the diminutive alien with a frog-like visage visibly paled. Ambassador Mtok, straightforward by nature, remained oblivious to the intricate machinations at play. Yet he was not foolish. He quickly discerned that something was amiss. What had brought these journalists here? Why was there a lack of close protection from the guards? And what of the welcoming party? Why were they so distanced? A conspiracy loomed large, a grand scheme woven into the fabric of the scene. After Mutok's arm had swept through the assembly, a voice rang out amidst the chaos, declaring that the alien had attacked. The pandemonium escalated. "The alien is killing. My camera. My Canon, Hasselblad, Nikon, Sony. Alien, you owe me for my camera." Soon after, a surge of military police rushed in, restoring order to the tumultuous scene and expelling the beleaguered journalists from the area. The reporters gathered their damaged equipment, unceremoniously ushered away from the street. After the scene settled into tranquility, Sun Xiakawa, who had been observing the spectacle from a distance, approached with an air of calm assurance. Everything was proceeding smoothly, in accordance with the plan, as Xi Yan stifled a chuckle. "Haha, we are well prepared with negative news material concerning extraterrestrials. It is time for journalism to take action." The cultural hegemony resided firmly in his grasp, dictating what the populace could perceive and what narratives they would be indoctrinated with. In due course, Xi Yan would wield the power to influence the thoughts of all. Yes, indeed," murmured Yuri. "My apologies, Your Excellency." In homage to his pure Eastern lineage, Sun Xiakawa earnestly recited the words inscribed in his very blood, bowing deeply. "We express our sincere regret for the oversight in our security protocols, especially as this is our inaugural welcome of foreign dignitaries. We kindly ask for your forgiveness regarding our missteps. Leveraging the advantages of his heritage, Sun Xiaoqua delivered an exceptionally heartfelt apology, adhering to the highest standards of decorum and sincerity, rendering it nearly impossible to find fault. Meanwhile, a group of attendants assisting with the luggage bowed at a 90-degree angle, their sincerity bordering on excessive, which left the members of the Mutok Federation, the extraterrestrial delegation, enveloped in a peculiar silence. What nonsense! Yet, the sole exception to this affected reticence was the ambassador from Mutok. You hypocritical wretches! It appeared infuriated, detestable humans. Full of deceit. Your civilization is abysmally inferior. I implore the president to annihilate your nation. Mind your words, esteemed ambassador, whispered the extraterrestrial sage with a frog-like visage. You, too, are a wretched fool. Ambassador Mutok's anger was so intense that even the gemstones adorning his body lost their luster. You too, be silent, he bellowed, chastising the alien with the frog-like head. The reprimanded extraterrestrial sighed in defeat and fell silent. The ambassador then unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the human receptionist. Sun Xiaoqua, bent over and listening to the machine-translated tirade, remained utterly speechless. Once the ambassador finished his tirade, a group of individuals straightened up. Sun Xiaoqua cast a discreet glance at the reporters in the distance, who had yet to disperse. One reporter, wielding an unusually distinctive camera, subtly gave a thumbs up. Noted, I shall relay this to my colleagues at the Ministry of Culture's press office for their creative interpretations. All in the name of the Marshal's grand endeavor. Let the racial tensions escalate. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency, Sun Xiaoqua said coolly, gesturing toward the ambassador's embassy. Designed in the likeness of a Mutokian structure. Please, allow me to escort you to the embassy. Ambassador Mutok, still seething with indignation, retorted, I still wish to berate you humans. We shall attentively consider your feedback, Sun Xiaoqua replied, embodying the decorum expected of a receptionist, much like an unyielding AI. Unaffected by the tirades directed at him. Such is the hallmark of an exceptional diplomat. This is precisely the diplomat I require. Well done. Xi Yan chuckled through the earpiece. Ultimately, the Mutokian delegation, resigned to their fate, was guided to the embassy by the gathering crowd. In appreciation for their enthusiastic provision of newsworthy material, Xi Yan allocated funds to enhance their living conditions. Thank you for your hospitality, human friends. The diminutive, amphibious-headed alien continued to engage in dialogue with Sun Xiaoqua. In order to preserve the friendship between our nations, such an endeavor is hardly burdensome. Sun Xiaoqua maintained a cordial smile. The esteemed members of the delegation have endured a long journey. I kindly request that you allow them a few stellar days to acclimatize to the climate of this planet. At that time, meeting with the Marshal will not be delayed. Sun Xiaoqua bowed once more. The amphibious-headed alien nodded, its 4 eyes filled with trepidation. It sensed that their delegation had become ensnared in a conspiracy. No, they had already been ensnared. This turmoil was merely the beginning. However, the entire human welcoming committee exhibited impenetrable composure, leaving it with no choice but to confide in the ambassador privately. Caution was imperative when dealing with humanity. Yet, for the moment, rest was paramount. The Mutok Confederation's ambassadorial delegation had undergone a prolonged voyage through the cosmos and now required time to adapt to life on Amatero 2, rendering them temporarily unable to meet with Xi Yan. Therefore, this opportunity also allowed Xi Yan to hasten the preparation of his negotiating leverage. For instance, Chapter 114. The allure of journalism. Every citizen of the Interstellar Human Military Government bears the obligation to labor for the Empire without remuneration. On each designated workday, citizens are mandated to engage in compulsory labor for 12 hours. During this laborious process, Xi Yan established numerous services for the workers, such as providing restorative energy beverages, air conditioning, and various entertainment facilities. In the 23rd century, the ancient profession of broadcasting had essentially faded into obscurity. However, Xi Yan had resurrected it. As the workers toil, the broadcast begins to air news or literary works, alleviating their fatigue. Ordinary individuals may also compose artistic pieces during their leisure time and submit them to the Ministry of Culture, receiving remuneration upon acceptance, thus significantly advancing the nation's broadcasting industry. Xi Yan instituted a stringent censorship system to ensure that the content aired aligns with his expectations, serving as a crucial means of controlling the ideological currents among the empire's citizens. Each laborer is required to listen to the broadcasts daily, and through this repeated exposure, they are subtly indoctrinated. In addition to the broadcasts, during their breaks, the workers utilize their wristbands to view videos. On this particular day, within a power generation sector of the ring world, Operator 9527 concluded his morning shift and proceeded to the break room to rest. The power generation sector comprises a multitude of colossal nuclear reactors that produce vast amounts of electrical energy through nuclear fusion. With the current technological advancements, humanity can directly convert the energy generated from nuclear fusion into electricity without intermediary processes. Operator 9527 is a seasoned technician responsible for overseeing the reactors, adjusting parameters as necessary, and monitoring their operational status. The mandatory labor of today does not involve strenuous physical work. It is the 23rd century, and who still relies on manual labor? Surely, one would not assume that labor is so inexpensive. All physically demanding tasks have been delegated to merciless machines, while individuals, after receiving training, take on specialized technician roles to calibrate and supervise equipment operation. Ironically, the most arduous positions in this society belong to the mechanical repair technicians. Regardless, Operator 9527 concluded his morning shift and, after completing the handover, proceeded to report the morning's work online while heading towards the break room. During the morning, the reactor operated smoothly, with only a single instance of overheating occurring precisely at 10 a.m., presumably due to the cooling system requiring maintenance. No other anomalies were noted. After several minutes, he filled out the report and pushed open the door to the break room, where a refreshing chill enveloped him instantly. He pondered when the nation would develop cold fusion reactors, which would render his work environment considerably more comfortable. Slowly, Operator 9527 removed his protective suit, which had long since become damp with sweat. Beneath the suit lay a physique sculpted by rigorous exercise and diligent labor, one that he took great pride in. The power generation area, being of paramount importance, had garnered significant investment from the state, resulting in a spacious break room that even featured a shower. He planned to take a shower soon, as afternoon duties would likely involve maintenance of the cooling system, which would reduce the reactor's power output, making the heat more bearable. As Operator 9527 entered the designated changing area of the break room, he turned his head to the side and noticed a muscular man sitting quietly nearby, observing him intently. The man was remarkably robust, and upon their first encounter, Operator 9527 sensed an air of hostility emanating from him. He suspected the individual to be Operator 1145. After a fleeting glance, Operator 9527 turned away and approached his locker, casting another glance at Operator 1145 before opening his own cabinet. "Young man, I believe you have taken a wrong turn. The Nantung Club resides in another district," remarked Technician 1145 abruptly. This was a veiled mockery of his physique, reminiscent of a performer in the realm of adult entertainment from Nantung. Technician 1145 had always shared an adversarial relationship with Technician 9527. Both were fitness enthusiasts, naturally harboring disdain for one another. His physique pales in comparison to mine. In response to Technician 1145's provocation, Technician 9527 retorted dismissively, "FAQ. Ah, FAQ." Technician 1145 rose and strode towards him, asserting, "It is society's duty to teach you a lesson." "Oh, indeed, perhaps I ought to give your rear a good kick." Technician 9527 replied defiantly, advancing to deliver a firm shove. Technician 1145 pushed back, then raised his hands in a gesture of challenge. "Why not shed our garments and engage in a proper showdown in the locker room?" "Roar, splendid, let us proceed." Technician 9527 pushed him once more, and the two robust technicians retreated to remove the linings of their protective suits, revealing their sculpted muscles. Last year's prowess still resonated. Bang! Technician 1145 stowed his clothing in the locker and slammed the door shut with conviction. "Come on, let us go." The two synchronized their movements. If fate allowed, we would witness an exhilarating wrestling match. However, just at that pivotal moment, the large screen mounted on the wall flickered to life, broadcasting the news. Instantly, they released their grips. "Shall we continue after this?" "Agreed. Let us watch television first." Suddenly, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the two robust men took their seats, attentively gazing at the television. The screen displayed reports of the previous day's reception of the MTOC Confederation's ambassadorial delegation by the human envoy. However, unlike typical news broadcasts, this segment featured no commentary. It was a direct playback of unedited footage captured by the journalists' cameras. The video depicted a shaky camera, suggesting the reporter was hastily approaching the extraterrestrial beings. "What hideous aliens!" exclaimed technician number 9527 upon witnessing the bizarre figures. The journalists surrounded the towering TOC ambassador, posing questions, only to be met with the aliens' vehement shouts, "Humans, step aside and do not obstruct the path of our esteemed ambassador." The reporters were forcefully pushed away. "How arrogant," they thought. "You rude beings, get out of our way. I loathe you lowly creatures from the depths of my being. Depart." The footage captured the moment when the TOC ambassador swung his massive stone arm, sending the surrounding reporters sprawling to the ground. Though the video was brief, it was laden with profound implications. These insufferable aliens not only insulted humanity with their haughty demeanor, but also directly assaulted the journalists, even threatening to annihilate their nation. The two technicians were instantly incensed. "Damn these aliens." The video circulated repeatedly, accompanied by a plethora of embellished short clips on video platforms. The field of journalism was poised for a vigorous response. Numerous artistic individuals have distorted the truth, selectively highlighting instances of extraterrestrial insults and humiliations directed towards humanity, crafting various short videos and news pieces disseminated online. The machinery of public opinion buzzes vigorously under the directive of Xi Yan. A wave of protests against the extraterrestrials swiftly emerges within the nation. It is a moment that encapsulates the allure of journalism, precisely what Xi Yan desires. Chapter 115. Digital currency. The TOC embassy is constructed in the shape of a pyramid. According to their cultural beliefs, pyramid-shaped edifices symbolize nobility, and the architectural department erected this building long ago. Logically, Xi Yan should have established all embassies in the capital. However, in consideration of the comfort of his extraterrestrial friends, he resolved to locate all embassies on Gaia. The underlying motive was to prevent the aliens from encroaching upon his ring world, his true stronghold. Xi Yan was adamant about keeping those infernal extraterrestrial beings out. Regardless, at least the TOC ambassador resides in great comfort. He quickly acclimatizes to the climate of Amatero 2. The TOC enjoy resting amidst piles of gravel, a fact shared during initial communications with humanity. Consequently, the room prepared for the TOC ambassador is furnished with a substantial mound of stones. He reclines, enveloped by the gravel that embraces his rocky form, enjoying a splendid night's rest. Truly, it is a commendable planet. Were it not for the presence of flora, no one would find the living environment of Gaia disagreeable. It is 100 habitable for every form of life. Yet, in the aesthetic judgment of the TOC, they harbor a profound aversion to plants. The ambassador, moving his massive stone body, approaches the window, revealing a vista of a steel forest outside. Humankind, a lesser race, yet they have crafted impressive cities. This metropolis, adorned with steel structures, pleased Ambassador TOC. He descended the stairs and entered the lounge. A diminutive, frog-headed extraterrestrial sat silently on a plush sofa, clutching a translator while intently watching the news. "Cabruzius, what are you watching?" Ambassador TOC inquired as he approached and joined him in observing the broadcast. "Ambassador, we are in trouble," Cabruzius replied, his expression grave, one hand tugging at his sparse beard. TOC settled into his designated seat, a grand steel platform. "What is the matter? Do these humans wish to provoke us?" Cabruzius shook his head, all four eyes gazing out the window. "Neither of our intentions is war. Rather, we seek cooperation." Rising, he paced around the table, his back slightly hunched. "We will negotiate with their leaders to establish the basis for collaboration." But Cabruzius extended his aged arm, pointing toward the television screen. Trending, the TOC Confederation delegation insults humanity. Trending, TOC Confederation ambassador assaults journalist. The venerable alien sage gritted his teeth. They are sowing discord, aiming to leverage it for negotiation power. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Ambassador TOC replied, somewhat perplexed. All cooperation hinges on national strength. Why should I care about their public opinion? Cabruzius sighed. The TOC, or rather the stone people, often think this way, always believing that might can resolve all issues. Indeed, it appears there is no flaw in the reasoning. By amassing a formidable fleet, any challenge can be effortlessly surmounted. Within the confines of the game, one may humiliate others without the fear of war being declared, for as long as the fleet's might is evident, no one will be swayed. Save for the fallen old ding. However, this is reality. How simplistic is the cosmos in truth? Public sentiment surges, ensnaring leaders in its tide, leaving one in uncertainty about forthcoming events. Clearly, the members of the Mtok Confederation have not contemplated the extent of Xi Yan's extreme authoritarianism, which can easily quash any dissenting opinion. Colossi is slowly elucidated. They now harbor animosity towards us nationwide. This is a blatant threat. Indeed, the Mtok ambassador echoed the sentiment. Though it achieved its position through its identity as a Mtokian, it possesses a modicum of capability. Surrounding us are the Chirrut Cooperative and the Near Guardians. Acquiring yet another adversary would be highly detrimental. Even if the Mtok Confederation is confident in its ability to eradicate humanity, it would incur substantial costs. Should those two nations at the border seize the opportunity, it could spell considerable trouble. Presently, they rely on the celestial dragon of their home system to maintain a semblance of deterrence to ensure their safety. Consequently, our negotiations with the Interstellar Human Military Government have become rather arduous, and the potential gains have diminished significantly. However, securing the right of passage for civilian vessels would alleviate many concerns. The unrestricted passage of small civilian supraluminal ships constitutes their bottom line. Otherwise, how could I establish a criminal enterprise division to profit? The Great Mtok Confederation is indeed a criminal enterprise, It aims to infiltrate your colonies and elevate the crime rate. Mr. Cabrocious, I am aware that my capabilities do not match yours. Thus, I entrust the negotiations entirely to your capable hands, Ambassador Mtok declared sincerely. The Mtok, being the principal species of the Mtok Confederation, typically occupies significant positions of authority. However, they are also cognizant of their inherent disposition, which is not conducive to interactions with other beings, and therefore, they opt to appoint individuals from other species to assist in such roles. Cabrocious felt a sense of gratitude, bowing his head slightly and responding, "Esteemed Ambassador, I shall not betray your trust. Indeed, all for the Confederation." Ambassador Mtok emitted a resonant humming sound, gradually rising to his feet, and continued. "Let us take another day to rest. We must deliberate on our negotiation strategies. However, I am inclined to take a stroll through the streets." With that, the Mtok ambassador proceeded directly out of the embassy. "I shall summon the humans responsible for our reception," Cabrocious hastily remarked, activating his wrist device to contact the human delegation. The civilizations within the cosmos, aside from their diverse species and cultures, exhibit strikingly similar technological advancements. This may be attributed to the standards set by the ancient fallen empires, which have indirectly influenced these nascent civilizations. It is unlikely to be the result of some enigmatic higher-dimensional force. As Ambassador Mtok and Cabrocious stepped outside, Sun Xiakawa was already awaiting them at the entrance. "Good morning, esteemed Ambassador. I trust you have rested well?" Sun greeted enthusiastically. Ambassador Mtok glared at him with disdain, grumbling, "Why are you still here?" "It is my duty to assist in receiving both of you, of course," Sun Xiakawa replied with a smile. On this occasion, the Marshal did not come to observe, yet he possessed unwavering confidence in accomplishing all tasks. The imposing figure of the Marshal was ever present. His plans were infallibly sound, demanding only unconditional execution. Sun Xiakawa inquired with a smile, "Are the two of you preparing to venture out? Would you like me to serve as your guide through this city?" "No, I shall walk on my own and merely explore at my leisure," replied the Ambassador Mtok, irritation palpable at the sight of this individual. There was an inexplicable sense that this person appeared more abstract than others. "You look as if you are a mere specter. Hand over your currency. I shall navigate by myself," he retorted bluntly. "We are merely taking a stroll, not engaging in tourism," added Cabrocious. Sun Xiakawa was tempted to respond with a sharp retort, but he restrained himself, maintaining a courteous smile. He activated his wristband and transferred a sum of digital labor points to them. Digital currency serves the exact functions of fiat money, circulating on smart devices, proving far more convenient than traditional physical currency, and eliminating the necessity for identity verification with each transaction. Digital currency exists solely within smart devices rather than personal accounts, and it cannot be freely transferred across devices. It has supplanted traditional physical currency, becoming the predominant form of money in society. This means that wallets and smart devices are intricately linked. Aside from the absence of a physical form, they function identically to conventional currency. Only advanced technology can facilitate the implementation of digital currency, a feat evidently accomplished by the Interstellar Human Military Government. With a chime, the Ambassador Mtok's wristband registered an additional sum of labor points. Chapter 116. The Elder's Fury. After Sun Xiakawa transferred the funds, Ambassador Mtak's bracelet registered an additional value of 100,000 digital labor points. This city, recently established, offered little of interest. Sun Xiaoqua remarked, "If you wish to appreciate our human art, I fear it may not be possible. I cannot admire your art. It is utterly grotesque," Ambassador Mtak retorted, his displeasure evident. "You would do well to leave, for I have no desire to see you," he continued. "As you wish," Sun Xiaoqua replied with a faint smile, turning to depart, followed by a contingent of guards. "Leave." Ambassador Mtak bellowed in a fit of rage, swinging his arm, causing the guards to retreat hastily to avoid his wrath. "You insignificant insect, I require no protection." "Very well, but we cannot guarantee your safety," Sun Xiaoqua stated from a distance. Ambassador Mtak turned his head, seething, "Keep your distance." "Then I must advise you to exercise caution," Sun Xiaoqua responded. "Oh, by the way, you are carrying deadly toxins. Please maintain a safe distance from our citizens," he added, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation as he walked away. It was well known that the Mtak possessed the ability to wield lethal venom, yet they could control their toxins and would not inadvertently harm others. Sun Xiaoqua felt compelled to issue a reminder. "Of course, as long as you humans do not provoke me." Watching the figure of this human recede until it vanished around the corner, Ambassador Mtak remained seething with indignation. A grand conspiracy indeed looms, one of considerable magnitude. Cabrocious, with the countenance of a frog, appeared profoundly troubled, incessantly fiddling with the adornments on his arms. Regardless of the conspiracy, they would not dare to confront us directly. Ambassador Mtak expressed his disdain, asserting, "We Mtak are exceptionally robust. A mere handful of humans would be no match for me." Cabrocious shook his head in apprehension. "I fear they may act as they did yesterday. Why should I be concerned about trivial matters while merely taking a stroll?" Ambassador Mtak declared, striking a pose with his hands on his hips, his formidable figure towering even above 2 stories. Seeing his determination to venture outdoors, Cabrocious hesitated to protest. After all, one cannot remain confined within the embassy indefinitely. "Let them come. We shall confront any challenges head-on. Regardless of the humans' petty schemes, the Mtak alliance shall prevail." However, out of an abundance of caution, Cabrocious turned back, summoning 2 robust stone beings to accompany him. "Ambassador, you may proceed. I shall remain here to keep watch," Cabrocious stated, aware of his own frailty, should trouble arise. He would be more vulnerable than these stone guardians. "I shall refine the terms for tomorrow's negotiations. You may enjoy your walk." "Thank you," replied Ambassador Mtak as he strode away, flanked by the 2 stone beings. The surveillance cameras positioned along the path immediately shifted to monitor their movements. Xi Yan, having surveilled the situation within the surrounding world for some time, mused, "They've stepped out without that old dwarf? Excellent. Everything is proceeding smoothly." In the office, a multitude of holographic screens hovered, with Xi Yan vigilantly observing the extraterrestrial beings. Human architecture is an eclectic tapestry, brimming with irregular angles and embellishments. Ambassador Mtak traversed the street, his solitary figure occupying the entire thoroughfare. With hands clasped behind his back, he regarded the edifices lining the avenue, offering his observations. Yet, where were the people? Surely, this was the most bustling part of the city, and at this hour, it should be teeming with life. On Mtak's home planet, the streets would be alive with activity at this time. The disquieting emptiness of the thoroughfare resembled a ghost town. Occasionally, the distant sounds of children's laughter floated through the air, echoing down the street, yet their source remained elusive. Was this part of a human conspiracy? Had they gone so far as to empty the entire city to distance themselves from the common populace? That seemed implausible, after all. Establishing diplomatic relations with extraterrestrial nations would inevitably lead to interaction. Such actions appeared utterly futile to Ambassador Mtak, who continued his walk, soon discerning that the neighborhood was residential, characterized by rows of nearly identical apartment buildings. This should be a typical residential area. He pondered the absence of surrounding walls. Perhaps he might encounter some humans. The serene street, the silently gliding public transport vessels, and the orderly architecture had a calming effect, even for Mtak hailing from a lineage of notorious criminals. The tranquil scenery momentarily dispelled darker thoughts, inviting him to relish the ambience of simplicity and peace. A sudden yearning to engage with humanity welled up within him. The universe is vast, and intelligent beings can embody both virtue and vice. How can one hastily define an entire race based solely on personal biases? The ambassador Mtak emitted vibrations of joy from its vocal apparatus upon noticing the open door of a nearby shop. Curiosity piqued. It wondered what wares might be sold within. Perhaps mere consumer goods? Human merchandise, to be precise. Bending slightly, it entered the store through the somewhat narrow entrance. To its surprise, the interior was more spacious than anticipated, filled with an eclectic array of products. Mtak slowly traversed the aisles until it reached the counter, where an elderly human male stood, resembling the age of Cabrosius. However, upon seeing the towering stone figure, the old man was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly replaced by a surge of anger. "You wretched aliens!" he exclaimed. Grabbing a hammer from seemingly nowhere, he shakily emerged from behind the counter and swung it fiercely towards Mtak's leg. Instinctively, Mtak considered retaliating, yet, mindful of the repercussions, it refrained. The hammer struck its leg with a resounding thud, eliciting no pain. Rather, a peculiar sense of comfort reminiscent of the massage parlors on its home planet, where alien technicians employed similar hammers for therapeutic purposes. "You are truly despicable. I shall end you," the old man shouted, brandishing the hammer with fury. "Do as you wish. What can you truly achieve? Would you dare bear the blame of assaulting a foreign ambassador?" Ambassador Mtak could not help but scoff, standing still and reveling in the elderly man's massage service. Truly, the old man had exerted himself significantly. After a flurry of relentless strikes, he was utterly spent. Dropping his hammer and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Feeble humans," the stone creature behind Ambassador Mtak remarked disdainfully. Laughter erupted among them. The elderly man's fury intensified. Chapter 117. A severe humiliation. The Mutokians felt no offense from such a flaccid attack. Instead, they found amusement in it. The massage technique is commendable, but alas, he is too old and lacks strength, one Mutokian derided. "Aliens, depart from our empire," the old man retorted fiercely. "Your wanton humiliation of our people will soon come to an end. The Great Marshal will surely expel you." "Huh, I shall await that moment. Yet I doubt your marshal dares to act thus," Ambassador Mtak chuckled. "How tiresome. Once our punitive division arrives here, you shall behave yourself." With a lackluster demeanor, Ambassador Mtak squeezed out of the shop, causing the doorframe to warp with a resounding thud, leaving the helpless elderly man hammering the ground in despair. "Aliens! Accursed aliens! Not only do they insult our nation, but they also dare to demean our great marshal. Old man, do not let your anger consume you. It is unwise for your health." A voice, belonging to Xi Yan, echoed beside the elderly man. He looked up to see the surveillance device from within the shop. All these establishments were state-owned, governed by local authorities, and his sole duty was to oversee the store. "Great Marshal." The elderly man suddenly rose to his feet, staggering as he approached the monitor emitting the sound. "The Marshal has been watching over them. Our nation is too feeble, thus we must endure in silence." Xi Yan's voice resonated with a somber tone. "Marshal, must we continue to suffer the humiliation of the extraterrestrials?" The old man could no longer withstand the weight of despair and collapsed to the ground, extending his hands toward the monitor. "No, it cannot remain this way," Xi Yan declared. "I assure you, one day, I shall bring about their downfall. I promise you, in the name of the Marshal." His words were imbued with resolute determination and suppressed fury as he made this vow to the elder. "I believe in the Marshal." With such assurance, the old man promptly rose. "What can this old man do for your grand endeavor?" "Educate your children. Tell them that the aliens are our enemies and must never be trusted." Xi Yan's voice echoed softly. "Humanity shall prevail." "Indeed, humanity shall prevail." The elder clenched his fists tightly. After that, Xi Yan fell silent. The old man remained still for a moment before collapsing again, tears streaming down his face. "Alas, Marshal, I believe you will lead us to greatness. Yet, given my age, I fear I may not witness that day." Meanwhile, Xi Yan stood up in his office, walking to the window to gaze at the distant ring world sector. "Indeed, this is merely a temporary compromise. Nevertheless, I shall not allow the extraterrestrials to humiliate my people at will." Xi Yan activated his wristband to contact his intelligence organization. The agents were poised for action, prepared to follow the Marshal's directives to exacerbate the discord between humans and extraterrestrials. Within humanity, particularly among the newly emerged youths since the establishment of the nation, there existed a pervasive lack of xenophobia, a troubling phenomenon indeed. Xi Yan sought to actively cultivate a mindset of exclusivity while simultaneously acquiring additional leverage for negotiations. Preventing criminal enterprises from establishing factions within his homeland required more than just official measures. It was far more effective to engage the populace directly. By fostering a sense of xenophobia among the citizens, any clandestine attempts by these enterprises to set up operations would encounter significant resistance. Utilizing his authority, Xi Yan tapped into the surveillance from Gaia's sphere, continuing his covert observation. The perspective shifted back to Namatero II. Ambassador Mutok burst through the door with a jovial demeanor. Returning to the expansive thoroughfare, the prospect of intimidating these elderly humans brought him delight. He laughed heartily, flanked by two Mutok attendants as they proceeded down the main road. Why did he only see elderly humans along this route? One of the Mutok attendants expressed curiosity. The streets were desolate, nearly devoid of pedestrians, only the elderly were visible, either seated in shops or meandering along the pavement. Each time they encountered these old individuals, the elders reacted with indignation, raising their middle fingers in contempt. The Mutok ambassador dismissed their gestures with disdain, lacking any understanding of human culture. Perhaps they were all merely occupied with their tasks? After spotting another elderly person, the ambassador could only speculate thus. His marshal was indeed a formidable figure to exert such pressure. In their own country, such a regime would likely have been overthrown long ago. A group of towering stone figures engaged in casual conversation. Ambassador Mutok turned to survey the surroundings. It noticed a gathering of humans along a nearby path. What could that be? Curiosity piqued. It gazed in that direction and found dozens of humans, their backs turned, seemingly unaware of its presence. After walking for over 10 minutes without encountering any able-bodied individuals, the sudden appearance of this cluster was enough to stir even Ambassador Mutok's interest. Curiosity serves as the driving force behind the advancement of intelligent civilizations. What were they doing? The Mutok people collectively took note of these humans, their intrigue growing. Having traversed for so long without sighting any able-bodied humans, the unexpected encounter in such a secluded corner compelled them to investigate. Let me see what this is all about. Do you think they will approach? A young agent inquired of the senior operative. Absolutely. These extraterrestrials will undoubtedly be drawn closer, the seasoned operative proclaimed with unwavering confidence. A group of agents, armed with sledgehammers, clustered together, preparing to initiate a grand spectacle for these stone beings. This was a spontaneous act of resistance, entirely independent of any martial or operative organization. The sole intent was to provoke them. Imagine, if you were in a foreign land and noticed a crowd gathered in a corner, wouldn't you be curious? Indeed. But wouldn't they find it odd and choose to avoid us? If they avoided us, they wouldn't be stone beings. What fear do stone beings have of humans? Quite right. Sure, they are coming. A group of agents gripped their weapons tightly, silenced and poised for an imminent assault. This plan, seemingly abstract yet remarkably effective, involved striking these stone beings with hammers, inflicting minimal damage, yet an affront of the highest order. Should they refrain from retaliation, they would serve as an excellent outlet for frustration, allowing for a thorough beating followed by meticulous documentation. Conversely, if they dared to resist, chaos would ensue, providing a splendid opportunity to showcase the allure of journalism. In the event of human casualties, the focus would shift to igniting ethnic tensions, subsequently demanding reparations from the Mutok Confederation, essentially a diplomatic maneuver aimed at thoroughly vexing them. Initially, Xi Yan found it perplexing why occupying a galaxy in the game required expenditure of influence. Now, the rationale was clear. There exists a principle of legitimacy in all matters. The cosmos is not solely a battleground of might, but often a realm where reason prevails. What if the Mutok side suffered casualties? Impossible. Would these extraordinarily resilient, venomous stone beings truly fall to the agents' hammers? Chapter 118. This cannot be right. A multitude of agents turned to one another, their gazes shifting between several humans and three imposing Mutok figures. What are you doing? The Mutok ambassador inquired coldly, hands on hips. The agents glanced at the three exceptionally robust stone beings. Damn those aliens! The chief agent shouted, rallying to the cause of the Marshal and the Empire. As he charged toward the Mutok ambassador, following suit, a throng of agents, howling with fervor, brandished their hammers and surged forward. For the Marshal, engage. Dozens of hammers fell like rain upon the legs of the Mutok ambassador, creating a resounding clamor. The two stone sentinels behind Ambassador Mutok sprang forward, interposing themselves before him. Protect the ambassador. Halt. Step back. Ambassador Mutok interjected, restraining them and pushing them behind him. Do not be impetuous. Even he could now ascertain that this was a deliberate contrivance orchestrated by the humans, with the objective of further exacerbating the discord between them? Xi Yan's transparent gambit was easily discernible, yet as he beheld the throng of agents at his feet, assailing him with their hammers, Ambassador Mtak found himself in a quandary. To retaliate would only engender further conflict, a detrimental impediment to Mr. Cabrocius's negotiations. Yet to refrain from retaliation? Was he to emulate the adjacent nation and serve as a mere passive observer? Now he was truly caught between Scylla and Charybdis. A moment, perhaps. A period of tentative observation. Ambassador Mtak remained stationary, enduring the relentless barrage of hammer blows upon his person. Curiously, it evoked a sensation akin to a massage parlor back on his home planet. Thus, a peculiar tableau unfolded upon the scene. A score of humans, wielding hammers, encircled Ambassador Mtak at the forefront, their implements raining down upon him in a tempest of percussive force. Behind him, the two Mtak attendants stood motionless, observing the spectacle with bemused incomprehension. What was the purpose of this? Why were the humans, with such evident ire, providing them with a form of massage? Was this some unique custom of welcome? The stone sentinels were utterly perplexed. Both parties were oblivious to each other's cultural nuances. One believed that striking with a hammer constituted an affront, while the other perceived it as a unique form of welcome. Ultimately, after hammering away for a full half-hour, the agents, exhausted, set down their tools to rest. An even stranger scene unfolded. Ambassador Mtak sat on the ground, facing a group of humans who were also seated, both sides staring blankly at one another. Mtak inquired, "Why have you ceased your hammering?" To which the humans responded, "Does it not hurt?" Meanwhile, within the ring world, Xi Yan rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the situation. This was not as it should be. My plan was foolproof. So how could this occur? Xi Yan began to brainstorm. Could it be that these stone beings were so robust that the agents' assaults were utterly ineffective? Or perhaps, within the culture of these stone entities, striking the body was not regarded as an insult? According to the Academy of Sciences research on the Mutokians, such forceful impacts should resonate within the stone beings, causing them considerable discomfort. Xi Yan felt the tension rising within him. I have been careless, failing to anticipate this. The research team will face a penalty of 50 lashes upon their return. Marshal, they seem to be enjoying themselves. What shall we do? An agent reported. Since the die is cast, we shall let it unfold naturally, Xi Yan promptly replied. Are you finding it enjoyable? Indeed, it is quite pleasurable. And do they find it enjoyable? They do as well. Then, is that not the crux of the matter? Pay no heed to their thoughts. Continue on. And let the comrades of the cultural department freely showcase the charm of journalism. In that moment, Xi Yan grasped the essence of the situation. One need not concern oneself with the thoughts of others. It suffices to persuade oneself. Upon receiving the marshal's decree, the agents exchanged glances, signaling their agreement. Since humanity was reveling in their triumph, and the Mtak were equally delighted, it was a win-win scenario. Why not continue? Indeed, the Mtak ambassador nodded in affirmation. At this moment, an unprecedented era of peace enveloped the Mtak Confederation and the Interstellar Human Military Government. We desire that as well, remarked the other two stone beings, somewhat bashfully. The agents exchanged glances. It was the first time they had encountered such willing victims. One must strike decisively. They resumed their efforts, dividing into 3 teams, hammers in hand. And once more, the crisp sounds of impact reverberated along the pathway. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the intersection, "Aliens are here." Turning to investigate, they beheld a gathering of elderly men and women blocking the path, armed with an assortment of tools, exuding an air of menace. Leading the charge was the elderly shopkeeper from the grocery store. He had rallied a group of seniors from the nearby street to confront the extraterrestrials. How audacious! Even the Mtak ambassador could not suppress his astonishment. Were they not afraid of death? What are you doing? Quickly return. This place is dangerous. The head of the agents was taken aback. How had they been discovered on this deliberately secluded route? If innocent bystanders were harmed, what punishment would he face? Do not fret. Fewer mouths to feed is a blessing, consoled Xi Yan. Sacrifices are preferable. The colleagues from the Ministry of Culture will have ample opportunity to shine. The head agent responded. That makes it all the more distressing. However, the agents were unable to deter the irate elderly individuals. Upon learning of the actions of the extraterrestrials, the seniors were instantly incensed, armed with whatever tools they could wield, and charged forth to confront them tokens. The Empire had decreed that blocking the embassy was forbidden, so they resolved to confront them tokens directly upon their exit. For the marshal, they surged forward. The elderly, wielding a variety of implements, surrounded them tokens and unleashed a flurry of blows. The Threem tokens, however, did not retaliate, gazing in bewilderment at these diminutive human elders as they struck. It was ineffective, lacking vigor. Them tokens were far too robust, rendering the elderly's efforts utterly harmless, akin to mere tickling. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded once more. Dozens of seniors encircled the Threem tokens, striking and tapping, while them tokens sat perplexedly on the ground, motionless. The agents were pushed to the periphery, overwhelmed by the throng, utterly at a loss. "Chief, what shall we do now?" one agent inquired. "Let the elders vent their frustrations first, and then we will persuade them to disperse," the leader of the agents pondered before replying. "I have no objections," Xi Yan stated through the earpiece. A salute to the legendary Peeping King. The agents observed as the elderly continued their assault for 10 minutes, eventually slowing down due to fatigue. They then approached to encourage the seniors to leave. The token ambassador, however, appeared somewhat displeased. "What is the purpose of bringing these frail humans here? They are utterly feeble." "Well then, let us take action. That should suffice." The agents were left speechless. This seemed to deviate from the anticipated plan, where tensions were supposed to be palpable. Why did both parties appear so tranquil? Upon careful reflection, perhaps there is no fault to be found. Let us embrace the natural course of events. Watch as I vanquish you, these extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 119. 20 million quality laborers in the Amarte Aero star system. On the planet Gaia, Amarte Aero 2. The stellar time reads 4 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. Ambassador Mutak, accompanied by 2 attendants, returned to the embassy with a sense of vigor. "Welcome back, Ambassador," Cabrosius remarked, seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed on his wrist device, without lifting his head. "Indeed," Ambassador Mutak replied, closing the door behind him. The 2 attendants discreetly exited through a side corridor, leaving only the ambassador and the elderly Cabrosius in the hall. "Are you still engaged in work?" Ambassador Mutak inquired as he entered and took his designated seat. Cabrosius scratched his headpiece, appearing somewhat troubled. "Yes, I am still contemplating the terms of negotiation. I have conferred with the Confederacy, and their stance is quite resolute. We must insist on the Interstellar Human Military Government's granting of passage rights. Speaking of which, Ambassador, did you yield any notable results?" Ambassador Mutak casually picked up a piece of brass ore from the table and placed it in his mouth, responding, "Nothing of particular significance. The ore provided by humanity has a rather pleasant taste. We even indulged in the massage services offered by humans. The technique was commendable, though the pressure was rather light." As Ambassador Mutak chewed on the ore, it crumbled under the weight of his robust jaw, swallowed into his digestive system with a rustling sound. "Massage?" Cabrosius appeared bewildered. "Indeed, they wielded hammers and encircled us, striking away," the towering stone figure nonchalantly remarked. Cabrosius fiercely grasped at his sparse hair. "Wait a moment, this doesn't seem right. Is your massage legitimate? May I inquire if you have exhibited any aggressive actions or uttered any unfriendly words?" Cabrosius's 4 eyes fixed intently on Ambassador Mutak. "No, I have done nothing." Remaining as immovable as a true stone, Ambassador Mutak earnestly replied. "One can only hope that no further unfortunate news arises," sighed Cabrosius. "If humanity is determined to repulse them, there is little that can be done. When the human ambassador arrives at the Mutak Confederation, we shall reciprocate their repulsion, a mutual disdain." "What is the meaning of this?" Xi Yan scratched his head, thoroughly perplexed. "Marshal, they seem to be enjoying it," remarked Diaz, head of intelligence and espionage, with his hands raised in resignation. Xi Yan also felt a headache coming on as his plans were thrown into disarray due to a lack of intelligence. What should we do then? Let it unfold naturally. Thus, let us assign someone to monitor them, knocking on their door each time they venture out. The interstellar mastermind Xi Yan conceived a new idea. Since no one seems to despise it, let us normalize this. I truly am a genius. On this topic, let us move on. For reasons unknown, the Mutak Confederation's diplomatic delegation has repeatedly extended the negotiation period, ultimately postponing it for an entire month. Citing the need to prepare negotiation materials, Xi Yan readily agreed, since the first batch of 20 million pars sent by the Human Federation was arriving soon. He had to busy himself with reception and oversight. Let me exploit these laborers thoroughly. The colonization ship, only filled to 1/15 of its capacity, continued along the routes charted by the Human Federation, entering the eastern frontier of the Interstellar Human Military Government and proceeding to Amate Aero 2. The colossal colonization vessel docked at the starport of the Amate Aero star system. As a matte arrow 2 revolved around its sun, it passed this ship, partially obscuring the light and plunging the entire planet into a brief period of darkness. This was enough to convey the immense size of the colonization vessel. Xi Yan was practically drooling at the sight of it. Unfortunately, Bifofone would not allow Xi Yan any temptation to seize the ship. How stingy! Aboard this underfilled colonization vessel were 20 million citizens of the Human Federation, accompanied by several thousand troops tasked with maintaining order. The Human Federation had previously informed Xi Yan that the quality of labor among these 20 million individuals varied significantly. However, they had been categorized. Those with backgrounds in gangs, petty criminals, and the unemployed engaged in gray industries were segregated from the regular populace and high-quality Human Federation citizens. In this respect, the Human Federation had performed a commendable service, sparing Xi Yan the need to assess each individual. The high-quality laborers, having voluntarily registered, genuinely supported the Interstellar Human Military Government, and Xi Yan would establish a probationary period for them. If no issues arose, they would naturally acquire citizenship of the Interstellar Human Military Government. As for those with criminal records, the Human Federation advised him not to hold them in high regard. They would be utilized until their energy was fully expended. It seemed the Empire's energy currency was somewhat lacking. Xi Yan had long established a resettlement plan, awaiting only the arrival of individuals to execute it without delay. Last year, Song Zhong was a notorious gang leader in a major city of the Human Federation, wielding control over the city's underground enterprises. He engaged in activities such as drug production, operating casinos, and collecting protection fees, leading a life of considerable comfort. Regularly, he would remit protection fees to his superiors, who promised to serve as his shield. This was the modus operandi for most of the dark industries within the Federation. For a long time, they coexisted peacefully, until a year ago when the official military of the Federation abruptly shattered their tacit peace, aggressively targeting the gangs under the pretext of enforcing the law. How disingenuous! Song Zhong sought the aid of his benefactor, but after a prolonged silence, he realized he had been forsaken. After capitulating, he calmly boarded a colonial ship, preserving his life and avoiding physical harm. From that moment on, he vowed never to trust these bureaucrats again, whether one is a wealthy tycoon or a gang leader. Confronting bureaucratic authority is a perilous endeavor. He had transformed from a gang lord to a mere inmate, a tragic turn of fate. Fortunately, his skills honed over years in society remained intact, and he found himself confined with fellow gang members aboard the colonial vessel. Leveraging his charisma and cunning, he quickly rose to prominence, reclaiming his status as a gang leader. Thus, he spent a year enjoying a semblance of stability within the microcosm of the colonial ship. Sometimes, Song Zhong would contemplate the merits of this existence. Aboard the vessel, there were no detestable bureaucrats, and as long as order was maintained, the sheriff seldom intervened. Within the confines of the colonial vessel, an artificial sun and moon simulated the passage of time, reminiscent of Truman's world, where illusions of still residing in the United Federation frequently plagued his mind. At last, the colonial ship arrived at its destination, and they were individually transferred to a smaller transport vessel, allegedly destined for the capital of the Interstellar Human Military Government. The transport ship was exceedingly cramped, and the conditions over the preceding days were nothing short of inhumane. Nevertheless, Song Zhong persevered, firmly believing in his own worth. Given his authoritative position among the notorious gang aboard, he was confident that this new nation would entrust him with the management of these immigrants. However, he could not shake the unsettling feeling emanating from the guards aboard the ship. Clinging to a blend of hope and apprehension for the future, the transport vessel, laden with millions of former members of the notorious criminal syndicate, made its way to the Cyberlax Alpha Ring world. The life of freedom, though fraught with peril, awaited just beyond the threshold. Song Zhong was elated. Chapter 120. Just kill more. With a sharp hiss, the overcrowded landing craft opened, and its occupants surged forth like a torrent of water. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a formidable barrier of blue partitions forming a narrow pathway. Heavily armed soldiers surrounded the area, brandishing heavy weaponry, while a towering blue laser cannon loomed ominously in the background, its massive barrel aimed squarely at the landing craft. Bang, bang, bang. An officer, his expression stern, rapped his tablet against the hull of the craft. "All right, you lot, line up properly." He displayed a lengthy list on the tablet. "Step forward, one at a time, for identity verification, then proceed inside." The crowd began to undulate slowly, moving along the blue partition towards a machine that verified their biometric information. This apparatus was capable of automatically scanning fingerprints, irises, and other identity markers, matching them against the list provided by the United Nations. The individuals aboard this vessel were not to be trifled with. Decisive action was imperative. Faced with a contingent of armed regulars, these passengers dared not act out of line and quietly queued, dutifully submitting to the identity verification process. Soon, the verification of the hundreds of thousands aboard was completed, and they were assembled in the vast expanse of the square. It was the same officer who ascended the platform in the square, addressing the crowd through a loudspeaker. Ahem, can you hear me? Allow me to introduce myself. It is of little consequence who I am. The officer, with a stern countenance and hands clasped behind his back, declared, "You need only remember that I am the highest authority overseeing you. I am aware that each of you is a person of significance within the United Nations. However, here, you are mere laborers," he stated, prompting a nod of understanding from the crowd. "Do we still have a chance to rise in status?" Someone boldly inquired. The officer immediately shot him a cold glare, raising a finger and replying, "Good question. In the name of the Marshal, your citizenship rights are hereby downgraded to that of raw materials. Go generate power." The military police surged into the crowd, dragging the speaker away without hesitation. "You are merely laborers purchased by the Marshal for 300 energy coins a month. You possess no authority to speak unbidden," the officer declared, crossing his arms. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the square. Perhaps this was a display of power intended to temper their spirits. Many consoled themselves with this thought. Good days surely await us ahead. Moreover, due to your excessive population, we shall allow you to manage yourselves. The officer cast a glance at the throng and continued, "Where is your leader? Step forward to report." The crowd stirred restlessly. Was this a selection of officials? Were they to govern their own kind? This was an opportunity. Immediately, someone raised their hand. Song Zhong discreetly glanced over. It was a minor leader, capable of commanding 100 ruffians. This entire group was no strangers to nefarious deeds, having engaged in illicit activities before. The officer, standing at a distance, could not discern their expressions. The initially eager Song Zhong suddenly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings. The prominent figures of his rank remained silent, refraining from raising their hands, choosing instead to watch with cold detachment. There seemed to be a scheme afoot. "Is this all?" the officer inquired with a cordial demeanor. "Very well, we will assign you positions of management. You will be responsible for overseeing your subordinates." No sooner had he spoken than another wave of hands shot up, and Song Zhong noticed several former gang leaders showing signs of interest. "I favor honest individuals. Those lacking capability should not occupy positions of authority," the officer added. "He is a fraud. He is merely a petty thug." The crowd erupted once more into chaos, as some of those who had initially raised their hands were pulled down by others around them. Indeed, some sought to exploit the situation for personal gain, aiming to secure a management position. The officer, however, would not allow their desires to be fulfilled and decisively opted for others to report them. "Very well, take them away." Biological energy can be converted into electric energy, the officer commanded, and with a wave of his hand, soldiers surged forward, resolutely dragging them from the assembly, no matter how fervently they pleaded for mercy. "May I conclude that those raising their hands now are indeed capable of commanding and managing you all?" the officer inquired, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, which began to nod in agreement. "Excellent," he said with a smile, observing the thousands of hands raised before him, predominantly those of leaders from the Federation or colonial vessels. "Take them all away for power generation." He gestured, and the crowd fell into an immediate hush, save for the military officers who aggressively brandished their clubs, clearing a path to apprehend the individuals. Among the throng, Song Zhong shrank back, attempting to render himself inconspicuous. The atmosphere was terrifying. These individuals were utterly unreasonable. The numbers seemed off. Casting a glance at those who had been captured, the officer shook his head in disappointment. "Very well, let us just capture a few to make up the numbers." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos, instinctively dragging forth as the Marshal once personally devised a method for managing foreign personnel. In essence, it involved initially eliminating a few troublemakers to establish authority, subsequently targeting a group of individuals deemed difficult to manage, and ultimately, gradually eliminating those who resisted control. There was a deliberate intent to create collateral damage, enforce collective punishment, and instigate division within the ranks, encouraging mutual denunciation. Such individuals were considered expendable, easily squandered. Truly, the marshal is a genius. All must be assigned to their respective posts. For the sake of the empire's productivity, work must commence ahead of schedule today. The officer cast a fleeting glance at the crowd below, offered a faint smile, and then turned to depart. Following the demonstration of deterrence, the next task was to ensure their safe arrival at their designated positions. It was once again time for a brief educational interlude for the newcomers. How does one enhance their resource output? Naturally, one must access the planetary interface and construct various positions. A planet may encompass urban zones, industrial zones, power generation zones, mineral zones, and agricultural zones. By establishing the appropriate zones, one can generate various positions. Subsequently, by navigating to the population interface, one can observe the workforce assigned to each position and allocate them accordingly. A common mistake among novices is to focus solely on constructing positions without assessing the population, resulting in numerous idle positions that yield no output. Currently, Xi Yan faces this very dilemma. He has built a multitude of positions within the ring world, yet is plagued by a severe shortage of personnel. Now, he intends to employ this substandard labor force to produce resources. These inferior workers should be engaged in arduous manual labor, such as crafting consumer goods in Xi Yan's industrial zone. In Xi Yan's vision, he needed to colonize another planet, thereby relocating the production of alloys and consumer goods. The ring world was responsible for scientific research and power generation, while Amatero II was tasked with food production. Consequently, another colony was required for the manufacturing of alloys and consumer products. Each colony must specialize in resource production, and since Xi Yan currently possessed no negative growth resources, he could commence planning for future colonial industries in advance. Chapter 121. In essence, it is about power generation. Song Zhong stood at the end of the line, gazing in bewilderment at the enormous factory before him. They had just been separated and loaded into low-altitude manned spacecraft, transported en masse to these factories. According to hearsay, they were to toil endlessly here, akin to a prison. Song Zhong now deeply regretted his situation. If given the chance, he would surely escape. Quit dawdling, get inside. A supervisor clad in overalls kicked him into the facility. Humiliated, Song Zhong picked himself up from the ground, brushing off the dust, a fleeting look of resentment flashing in his eyes. Once I rise to prominence, you will pay for this. He scoffed and hurried to catch up with the main group. This appeared to be a factory for the production of consumer goods, where he could see a massive comprehensive furnace in the distance, directly producing various metals and manufacturing them into metallic products on site. Long ago, plastic products had been entirely abolished due to their environmental pollution and replaced with a lighter, more advanced alloy. The wonders of future technology were indeed formidable. Surrounding the colossal alloy smelting furnace, an intricate network of production lines extends, each capable of manufacturing a variety of consumer goods. Numerous factories of this kind exist. However, due to a shortage of labor, most assembly lines remain idle, as the subpar workforce of under 1 million is swiftly absorbed upon entry. The Empire's data center promptly calculates the required raw materials and automatically contacts the logistics system to transport a sufficient quantity. Now work can commence. With great enthusiasm, Xi Yan instructs the factory supervisor to initiate production immediately. It is high time to provide our nation's workers with enhanced benefits, to produce more consumer goods, thus driving prices down and allowing the populace to save more money. The economy of the Interstellar Human Military Government is entirely self-sustaining, with currency detached from any tangible entities, making it remarkably manageable. If a nation's economy relies on foreign entities, what distinguishes it from a state of demise? In the cosmos, even proponents of external ideologies dare not engage in such practices. In the interstellar age, trade is not a means of survival. A properly functioning nation should be self-sufficient in resources and economy, for a race can never forge a bond of life and death with different races. Any trade relationship is merely a fleeting connection established under equal strength. Humanity can trust only itself, yet it can always place its faith in Xi Yan. The marshal perceives his nation as his own possession, encompassing all its people and resources. Thus, he is committed to giving his all for this country until it fulfills his vision of standing atop the starry seas. Everything is for the greatness of the Marshal's endeavor, loyalty. Back to reality. This factory has gathered tens of thousands of subpar laborers, who are evenly distributed along the assembly line. Their duties encompass inspecting product quality and handling packaging. Given the current level of mechanization, certain intricate consumer goods cannot yet be subjected to automated inspection and packaging, necessitating a human touch. However, Xi Yan is most reluctant to allocate his skilled workforce to such trivial tasks. He would rather delegate these responsibilities to students, treating it as a practical lesson. Fortunately, with the availability of expendable low-quality laborers, he can capture and exploit them to his advantage. Once the Academy of Sciences develops synthetic labor, everything will improve. Xi Yan holds an optimistic view on this matter, yet proceeds to call the Academy with a barrage of complaints. Get me the damn robotic labor technology. I demand robotic workforce. You lot better get to researching and stop leeching off the Empire's resources. Enraged, Xi Yan instructs the factory manager, commence operations immediately. I cannot bear to see these idle individuals any longer. Begin work. The marshal has personally issued the order. Everyone, get moving. The factory manager shouted at the top of his lungs, then donned a safety helmet and approached the furnace to operate it personally. The assembly line continuously fed in ore. The complex furnace rapidly heated up and began smelting minerals to produce various alloys, which were then automatically transformed into a range of consumer products on the production line encircling the furnace. The manager, along with numerous supervisors, was also required to toil in the grassroots workshops for a period, a strict rule set by Xi Yan. How could one ascertain the issues without engaging directly in production? The instructor nodded in approval. This policy has naturally garnered unanimous approval from all workers. Don't dawdle. Those who lag behind will be sent to generate power, bellowed the supervising army personnel. These soldiers, engaged in daily training without any combat, had taken it upon themselves to oversee these substandard laborers. Even if one had donned the uniform, idleness was not an option. Sitting at the end of the assembly line was Song Zhong, tasked with meticulously stacking the irregular products into boxes for sealing. It was a simple, yet currently irreplaceable manual task, lacking complete automation. Facing the ominous blue laser gun, Song Zhong held his breath, his hands never ceasing their movements. He glanced at those responsible for inspecting product quality. Their seats were equipped with foot pedals, and they were required to pedal for power while working. Each individual had a display screen beside them, indicating their personal energy output. Slacking off? Slacking off. One soldier approached and kicked a worker to the ground, wielding a whip to make him spin like a top. Song Zhong observed coldly. He recognized this individual as a former gang leader from the Human League, involved in drug trafficking and organ trade. This robust African-American male was being whipped by the white soldier, spinning uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, the soldier's face bore a satisfied grin, suggesting a possible awakening of bloodline power. You got to move, he SL with a grimace. Song Zhong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he hurriedly grasped the products at the end of the assembly line, preparing them for packaging. Enough is enough. Once I rise to prominence, I shall exact a fierce revenge. He mused inwardly, his movements growing increasingly rapid. These packers need not operate the bicycle generators, for their labor is already exhausting. It is the quality inspectors who must tirelessly pedal away. Such cruelty, they are being mercilessly exploited. Damn it, I do not wish to continue this work. A disgruntled worker muttered. Then go generate power. A soldier replied with a grin, and the disgruntled worker was swiftly dragged from his post and escorted to the adjacent bioenergy sector. The worker appeared terrified, struggling and pleading, "Wait, I didn't mean it. I was just venting. This indicates your dissatisfaction with your work. Hence, you shall generate power. No other duties required," the soldier scoffed. "All we need is to convert your organic matter into energy credits." "No, please." The workers' cries faded into the distance. The others wore expressions of sorrow, continuing their tasks in silence. Yet, it was evident that some remained defiant. Song Zhong noticed a striking woman glancing around intermittently. She was infamous. Once the leader of an entire gang, possessing both a stunning figure and beauty that could enchant countless men. The alluring gang leader called out softly to a nearby soldier. "Hey, handsome, I have an urgent matter." "What is it?" The soldier approached with an impassive demeanor. "I apologize, but may I take a moment to step away for a brief respite?" A woman, with a finger pressed against her crimson lips, revealed a beguiling smile. "Of course. I can offer you a reward, perhaps, myself." That wretched woman, who had ascended through the allure of her own body, thought Song Zhong with displeasure. The shaded path you yearn for is, in truth, adorned with frost each morning and evening. William Shakespeare. Would you truly be willing to offer your body? The soldier surveyed her from head to toe, subsequently donning a devilish grin. A jolt of alarm surged through Song Zhong's heart. Could it be that this woman might actually succeed? "Oh, my dear, indeed it is so. The gang woman proudly showcased her voluptuous figure. I would give you everything I possess. Is that so? How delightful. The woman gently rose, extending her alabaster arms to encircle his neck. Therefore, I implore you to escort me to our power generation area and unleash your full potency upon me. The soldier grinned wickedly. Transform you into energy currency, dedicated to our esteemed commander. With a swift motion, he executed a shoulder throw, casting the enchanting woman to the ground before roughly pulling her up and dragging her toward the factory. Take her away. Ensure she is allocated the maximum power generation capacity. She can be drained of her vitality in just a day. A group of onlookers trembled in fear. Chapter 122. A harrowing existence within this solitary factory. Thousands toil laboriously. Yet, within a mere morning, the army overseers apprehended over 1,000 individuals under various pretexts to harness them for bioelectric generation. Excuses such as a lack of diligence in their work were deemed commonplace, while others were seized for displaying expressions of discontent, which were interpreted as potential disloyalty to the marshal. Some were even dragged away for merely fidgeting, which was said to disrupt the efficiency of power generation. It was not until the afternoon that the frenzy subsided. Throughout the day, these individuals lived in constant trepidation, fearing they might be summoned for the same fate. Fortunately, the army supervisors adopted a more lenient demeanor in the afternoon, ceasing their indiscriminate abductions for bioelectric generation. The reality was that the nearby power grid had already reached capacity, rendering additional contributions unnecessary. These people had experienced a life of relative comfort aboard the colonial vessels, enjoying ample provisions and generally maintaining robust health, with their bodies storing significant organic matter, making them prime candidates for integration into the power grid. The principle of bioelectric generation involves directly converting the organic substances within living organisms into electrical energy, theoretically depleting every last vestige of organic material, leaving only bones behind. To evade conscription for power generation, Song Zhong tempered his pride as a crime lord and diligently applied himself to his work. He truly exerted himself, surviving his first morning under the Interstellar Human Military Government. At noon, they took a brief respite of half an hour, during which they partook of a simple meal. Thanks to the stringent waste segregation policies implemented by the Interstellar Human Military Government, citizens conscientiously categorized their refuse. Furthermore, due to an advanced waste management and recycling system, Xi Yan elevated the recycling rates of various refuse types to unprecedented heights, nearly achieving 100% efficiency. Indeed, any tangible object can be dispatched to the recycling station for decomposition. Even kitchen waste, that refuse, is sent to food processing plants for reprocessing. These materials are rich in organic matter. How can one dare to waste them? The food processing facilities purify and reformulate this refuse into compressed waste biscuits, which are then delivered to the biopower sector for the enjoyment of those integrated into the power grid. One must have faith in human digestive capabilities. The human stomach is remarkably resilient. Song Zhong lay silently on his 4-square-meter bed, nibbling on a palm-sized compressed waste biscuit. This biscuit, packaged in oil paper, was delivered by the box, one for each person. With a crunch, the biscuit shattered into pieces within his mouth, releasing a cloud of powder. Song Zhong rose silently, filling a stainless steel cup with tap water from a corner faucet. Such waste biscuits, of course, lack palatability. They are almost entirely dehydrated and compressed. A single bite floods the mouth with an overwhelming taste. Yet, for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to consume them. It was akin to a life of servitude. The room was teeming with people, beds crammed in without distinction of gender. With tens of thousands residing in this single factory space, he witnessed a woman being seized by several burly men, pushed into a corner, and without a doubt, he knew her fate. He also observed shorter individuals being extorted by the larger men, their beds and bedding taken from them. It was truly lamentable. In such an environment, they still contemplated internal strife. These individuals were beyond redemption. Song Zhong took another sip of water and bit into the dry waste biscuit once more. A chaotic medley of flavors surged into the mouth, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sweetness. The cookies were laden with an excess of sweeteners. Not even sugar, merely a feeble attempt to mask the repugnant taste of compressed food waste. This is hardly fit for human consumption. Who could possibly have conceived such an abomination? It is truly infantile. Xi Yan, I have no objections. Xi Yan remains in the office, basking in self-satisfaction. Kitchen waste constitutes 30 to 40 of total refuse. It could have been fed to livestock, but now, With the advent of synthetic meat, that is no longer feasible, so it is fed to humans instead. Let us merely compress it and serve it to those who generate electricity, trusting in the resilience of our human digestive system. After all, millennia of evolution have endowed us with remarkably robust stomachs. I am indeed a genius. Call me the master of environmental protection. Meanwhile, Song Zhong, still gnawing on his block of food waste in the crowded room, felt far less delightful. Here, he was merely squandering his time. He ought to seek an opportunity to escape and pursue his own redemption. As he silently chewed on the compressed food waste cookie, he observed his surroundings with a discerning eye. The room had only two exits, one leading to the restroom, the other to the outside world. From a corner came the piercing screams of a woman and the pleas of a man, but Song Zhong paid them no mind. Suddenly, he rose and walked towards the door. Upon pushing it open, he was greeted by an expansive, open area, enclosed by barbed wire and blue metal walls, where several individuals sat resting. Song Zhong scanned the vicinity, finally spotting a small gap in the corner. If he could reach the rooftop, he might just be able to leap across. He had witnessed a tall, slender man stealthily ascend to the rooftop, leaping across and vanishing behind the barbed wire and metal wall. There were no guards on duty nearby, only within the factory. Perhaps there existed some defensive forces beyond the confines of this industrial area. Beyond this narrow enclosure lay a realm of relative safety, where it might be feasible to find a means of escape. Even a nation as formidable as this one has its management loopholes. Perhaps this nascent state could be infiltrated with greater ease. Yes, let it be done. Just do it. Song Zhong rubbed his hands together, gazing at the small opening that could lead them away from this hellish place. Yet, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him. This gap was not particularly concealed. It could be easily discovered and traversed. Who, then, would intentionally leave such a breach? As he observed some individuals eagerly leap through, disappearing behind the wall, a chill crept over Song Zhong. A glance around revealed that some astute individuals had also sensed something amiss and refrained from action. Shortly thereafter, the electric bell hanging outside the room emitted a jarring noise. Lazy dogs, rise and get to work. Lazy dogs, rise and get to work. The factory owner's voice echoed 5 times, accompanied by the piercing shriek. All those lying in bed were roused from their slumber. Damn it! I've only just rested for half an hour, someone bellowed, cautiously covering their mouth as they peeked around. Earlier that morning, someone had expressed discontent and was subsequently taken away to generate electricity. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of complaints, yet, reluctantly, they began to rise and shuffle toward the exit, following the path enclosed by the blue metal walls leading to the factory. Citizens of the Interstellar Human Military Government are entitled to a mandatory 2-hour break during forced labor, except for those who voluntarily choose to work overtime to earn labor points. However, this does not apply to individuals like Song Zhong. What? You lack our nationality? Then why should I protect you? He exclaimed. What? You claim to be part of the Human Federation? That has nothing to do with the Interstellar Human Military Government. Hastily, Song Zhong consumed his biscuit, took a sip of water, and hurriedly joined the crowd. You are the slowest. Drag him away for power generation. An army guard forcefully kicked one person at the end of the line, sending him sprawling to the ground before dragging him away. The crowd instinctively quickened their pace, rushing towards the factory. Just as they approached the factory entrance, Song Zhong glanced sideways and spotted a group of soldiers escorting several individuals towards the power generation area. His breath caught. Those were indeed the ones who had just slipped away. There were people waiting for them outside. Their fate awaited them in the form of endless power generation. Inside, all of you, get to work. The supervisor wielded a copper-headed whip, striking it back and forth at the entrance, causing chaos among the crowd as they surged into the factory. They would toil until midnight, rest for 3 hours, and then rise at 3 in the morning to work until 11:30 the following morning. The efficiency of their labor was exceedingly high, albeit at the cost of a significant attrition rate. At worst, they would be sent for power generation. Such low-quality labor was never cherished by Xi Yan. Chapter 123. Xi Yan's diplomatic humiliation. Thus, it seemed that matters had finally fallen into place. Stretching leisurely in his office, Xi Yan mused to himself. Marshal. Lady A. Livial approached from behind, entering the elevator while carrying a neatly arranged set of attire, which she placed upon Xi Yan's desk. The petite Secretary of State puffed out her chest and asserted in an undeniable tone, Marshal, the ambassadorial delegation from the Mutak Confederation requests a meeting with our imperial decision-makers. I shall not meet them. I am in no mood to entertain them for a day, Xi Yan grumbled. Very well, I shall inform them to wait a while. Beta replied on Xi Yan's behalf. Beta, the lemons are ripe. Apologies, but I cannot designate a non-existent target. Bit. Alivial scratched her head. But this was a previously scheduled time, though if it must be postponed, so be it. Your happiness is what matters. Fine, let us meet after all. Xi Yan turned to sit up, taking the clothes prepared for him in hand. Very well, I shall arrange an online meeting for you at once. Alivial's face lit up with a radiant smile as she scampered away in her little shoes. Sighing, Xi Yan grasped the clothing and retreated into his private chamber to change. A beleaguered author urgently revising content for submission. Xi Yan's projection materialized in the Amartiro star system, light years away, and as his gaze adjusted, a fully metallic chamber came into view, the administrative district of the Amartiro starport. He approached the window, peering through the expansive glass to gaze upon the cosmos, where the verdant Gaia planet rotated slowly in the distance. The faint clouds delicately obscured the verdant planet, while the dim orange dwarf star radiated a gentle glow, enveloping Xi Yan in its tranquil embrace. A projection of Elvira materialized beside him, her polished shoes gently clicking as she approached, offering silent companionship. Do not disturb. I am in deep thought, Xi Yan instinctively remarked, a hand lightly patting her head. The young Secretary of State pouted, her expression one of discontent. But I haven't said anything yet. One becomes accustomed to it, Xi Yan replied, shrugging his shoulders as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Only then noticing her attire, a lovely ensemble of pale pink blouse and pleated skirt, his gaze drifted downward to the delightful ice cream she held. You dress exquisitely, he praised with genuine admiration. Elvira blushed, timidly replying, Advisor Beta suggested that you would likely appreciate this style. BYD, Beta, truly resonates with me. It is my honor, Marshal. As a paragon of virtue, Xi Yan scrutinized her attire with a discerning eye, repeating his assessment until Elvira's cheeks burned crimson. Come, let us proceed to meet those extraterrestrials. With his characteristic bravado, Xi Yan kicked the door open and strode confidently into the spacious conference hall. A large round table was already occupied. As the two of them and the AI entered, the assembly was complete, comprising the promising and diligent administrator, the charming young Secretary of State Elvira Yan, the Empire's advisor, the ancient intelligent AI Cyberlix Beta, the logistics chief of the military, General Veronica Yan, and the Minister of Defense and Fleet Commander, General Ning Yuan. The five high-ranking officials of humanity assembled to meet with the ambassador of the Mtak Confederation. As for General Prigozhin, the Minister of the Army's Education Department, his presence was of little consequence. Xi Yan strode confidently into the conference room and immediately spotted the diminutive alien seated across from him. The alien sage, Cabroxiusius, bore a frog-like head with 4 eyes and was adorned with an array of ornaments. Goodness, you resemble a creature from the sewers of a slum, Xi Yan remarked, a mocking expression crossing his face. Oh, my apologies, but in our impoverished surroundings, you ought not to exist. With that, Xi Yan launched into a tirade of insults directed at Cabroxiusius, relishing the moment. Ning Yuan, having witnessed such antics before, leaned back in his chair, eager to enjoy the ensuing verbal sparring. Cabroxiusius, taken aback by the rapid-fire barrage of Xi Yan-esque greetings, momentarily froze before stammering, Why you dare to insult me? Due to the cultural differences between aliens and humans, insults exchanged were rarely profane. Instead, they often employed various metaphors and emotional expressions, predominantly targeting each other as appearance. For instance, you are truly despicable creatures. Or seeing you reminds me of the garbage dumps of my home planet. Thus, diplomatic insults between civilizations frequently unfolded in such a manner, with limited aggression. Xi Yan, however, found these soft, flaccid verbal jabs unsatisfactory. Today, I shall make you aliens aware of the profundity of human literature. You wretched being, why do you not accompany your Mtak masters in feasting upon stones? Perhaps you should seek out an ancient fossilized excrement to gnaw upon. The scornful remarks of Xi Yan continued unabated. What a splendid insult. This is what one might call diplomatic humiliation. Ning Yuan felt invigorated. Compared to the carefully crafted phrases of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Marshal's verbal assaults were evidently far more potent. I concur. A coarse voice, accompanied by the jarring sound of rocks scraping, reverberated through the air. Who is speaking? Xi Yan, perplexed, glanced left and right, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a colossal stone wall not far ahead. As he looked up, he met the gaze of a pair of small eyes. What the? Why is there a massive stone wall erected in the conference room? So, the Mtok people are this large? Xi Yan stared in astonishment at the Mtok ambassador. He had previously thought these rock beings were not particularly imposing, but upon meeting them in person, he realized the truth of their species' trait labeled exceptionally strong was indeed accurate. Chapter 124. Exchange of insults. Why are you defending outsiders? Cabrocius looked at the Mtok ambassador in disbelief, yet he was not overly angered. It was simply in the nature of the Mtok people. It is with great displeasure that I meet you, Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, the Mtok ambassador said, looking down from his elevated position. Xi Yan tilted his head and replied with a smile. I am quite delighted to meet you, you unsightly rock creature. Your grotesque form truly brings me joy. Huh, you dare insult me? The Mtok ambassador's voice suddenly escalated several decibels. Xi Yan took a step back, settled into his seat, crossed his legs, and with an outstretched hand declared, "Hey bro, let us be honest. We both harbor disdain for one another. So, why not indulge in a fierce exchange of insults to assert our superiority? Has your culture ever taught you the art of cursing? I am quite curious to see if your kind can insult as repulsively as you appear." With his aggression palpable, Xi Yan noticed Aloyer's jaw drop and playfully slapped his hand, producing a loud pop, which ignited the ire of the young secretary. What a reckless gesture. You despicable human. Your words carry a semblance of truth. I shall employ my esteemed Mtok culture to ensure you are thoroughly convinced of my superiority. The Mtok ambassador sat proudly in his specially designed chair, resembling a solemn statue. A fierce spirit of competition ignited between the two. As an exemplary Mtok, I disdain your race, yet your character piques my interest. To receive your regard is quite the honor for me, Xi Yan taunted. Wait a moment, this isn't right. The four humans and the frog-headed Cabrocius exchanged bewildered glances. Why had their master suddenly resorted to insults? What should they do now? Ambassador, perhaps we should focus on more pressing matters, suggested Cabrocius, rising to gently tap the Mtok ambassador's thigh. The Mtok ambassador rumbled, "Silence. I shall make my own judgments. It is your role to negotiate, not mine. My current task is to determine the victor in this contest with the human leader. How is it that your subordinates defy your commands?" Xi Yan remarked with a faint smile. "Curse it, Cabrocius, you have caused me to be mocked by these wretched humans. Mind your own business." Ambassador Mtok fixed a stern gaze upon the frog-headed extraterrestrial sage. Cabrocius clenched his teeth, feeling quite displeased. Whose side are you on, anyway? Never mind. Stone beings are all the same. I shall not bother to argue with them. As a mere laborer, I shall focus on my own duties. Gentlemen, let us not concern ourselves with them. Instead, why don't we proceed to discuss the terms of the agreement? Cabrocius turned his attention toward the human contingent. The four humans maintained their composure, nodding with nonchalance. This evoked a sense of admiration in Cabrocius for the rationality of humanity. They remained unperturbed in the face of such erratic leadership. Unbeknownst to him, the opposing side had merely grown accustomed to the abstract nature of their commander. Having spent several days in the Interstellar Human Military Government, I presume you have witnessed our city's drainage system? Xi Yan began his onslaught. I believe you Mtokians ought to reside here, as it perfectly suits your filthy and foul bodies. The landfills of our home planet would be the ideal abode for you feeble insects. The ambassador of Mtok retorted, What? Are you Mtokians still incessantly generating waste for your home planet? Your waste management technology is utterly pathetic. Recognizing that human species traits could not rival those of the stone beings, Xi Yan swiftly shifted the topic. That is because we are preoccupied with researching destroyers and starfort technology. In an instant, Ambassador Mtok's brief statement left Xi Yan utterly disarmed. Damn it, I indeed lack such technology. You wretched beings of stone, behold what you bear upon your forms. Ugly inorganic matter, akin to the worthless asteroids scattered throughout the cosmos. What becomes of your funeral upon your demise? Shall your stony bodies be shattered and forged into iron blocks only to succumb to rust? The enraged Xi Yan grit his teeth, cursing vehemently. How dare you insult the exquisite forms of we Mtok people? This remark evidently struck a nerve with the Mtok ambassador, causing the colossal stone figure to lean forward, seething with indignation. Meanwhile, the eloquent Elvira and Ning Ziyuan, positioned on either side, exchanged bemused glances at the escalating verbal clash. Ahem, let us proceed with our discussion regarding the issues at our borders. What is the matter? Are you flustered? Admit it. You stone folk are not but a heap of useless rocks, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Your voices resemble the abrasive grinding of pebbles, detested by all creatures." As Xi Yan continued his tirade, he pointed at the Mtok ambassador, unleashing a torrent of scorn. "How does your nation extract minerals? Do you toss your populace into a blender? And how do you reproduce? Are you fragmented by explosives, each shard giving rise to a new life? Truly a remarkable race. Believing that a mere assemblage of silicates could coalesce into stone and claim the mantle of sentience? Silence yourself, you contemptible humans. You are the most discourteous race I have ever encountered." The Mtok ambassador appeared thoroughly rattled. "Flustered, are you?" Xi Yan leaned closer, his expression teasing. "Have I struck a chord with you?" Ambassador Mtok rubbed his vocal apparatus vigorously, producing a shrill sound. Observing the opposite party beginning to flush with embarrassment, Xi Yan let out a derisive laugh, choosing to cease further provocation. 1-0. How are negotiations on your side progressing? Xi Yan shifted his chair forward, casually crossing his legs beneath the table as he inquired. "Despite encountering some obstacles, we firmly believe that a collaboration can be achieved," was the response from Cabrocius. "So, you mean to say we have reached no consensus whatsoever?" Xi Yan asked with a sly smile. "Indeed, that is correct, Your Excellency," replied Olivier, massaging her temples with a hint of fatigue. Xi Yan relaxed his posture, leaning back in his chair with a casual demeanor, and said, "Then allow me to engage in conversation with you. First, what are your demands?" He spread his hands, directing his attention towards Cabrocius. The elderly alien sage stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding. "We hope that both parties can mutually open our borders to facilitate trade and cultural exchange." "I see," Xi Yan nodded, then stood up, dragging his chair across the floor with a jarring noise. "It's time to take our leave. We shall revisit this matter next year. Farewell." Upon hearing this, Cabrocius was momentarily stunned. "Why are you deviating from the expected course?" In that moment, Xi Yan had seized the initiative. Although the Mtok Confederation appeared to possess far greater strength than the Interstellar Human Military Government, they were constrained by external adversaries, unable to wage a war of annihilation. Meanwhile, the Interstellar Human Military Government was backed by the United Nations, ensuring their current safety. Having determined that there is no possibility of war between the two nations in the short term, it becomes imperative to seek mutual development. Within the vision of the Mtok Confederation, they aspire to transform the Interstellar Human Military Government into their own private garden, establishing various criminal enterprises to promote their domestic economic growth. Thus, both parties must mutually open their borders. However, Xi Yan remains remarkably composed. By closing the borders, he opts to develop in another direction. Considering the long-term perspective, the nation's resources can be self-sufficient, making foreign trade unnecessary. Whether the Mtok Confederation exists or not is inconsequential. This is Xi Yan's advantage. Observing Xi Yan's reluctance to engage in discussions, even exhibiting an exceptionally strong refusal, Cabrocius panicked, hastily rising and knocking over his chair, reaching out in an attempt to retain Xi Yan. "No, leader of humanity, we can negotiate. The terms are flexible. Surely we can lower some standards. Why should I care about your urgency?" Xi Yan rolled his eyes, casting a glance at Aloysius, and then strode directly out of the conference hall. Chapter 125, The Good Deed You Did. Upon receiving Xi Yan's signal, Aloysius immediately understood. They were performing a duet. Thus, the young Secretary of State stood up solemnly, pulling Xi Yan aside, saying, "Marshal, after all, they are our neighboring country. It would be prudent to establish the terms of cooperation sooner rather than later." Xi Yan feigned impatience, turning around to declare loudly, "Cooperate? Let us simply close our borders to each other and pretend this neighboring country does not exist. Our economy is self-sufficient. We require no trade. You extraterrestrials should hasten back," Xi Yan announced with great fervor. However, the delegation from Mtok was far from pleased. "If you do not open the borders, how can we earn our livelihood? Without revenue, what purpose does this neighboring country serve?" Their superiors had issued a stern mandate, insisting that a way must be found to repair the fractured relationship. Thus, the borders must be opened. Therefore, discussions can certainly be held. We are willing to make certain concessions, as long as an agreement can be reached. Recouping our losses is merely a matter of time. If the borders remain closed and communication is severed, what significance does our neighboring country hold? Hence, appropriate economic exchanges and connections are indeed essential. Cabrocius chose his words with utmost caution. Xi Yan scoffed derisively. "Then we might as well resort to online communication, just as we are doing now. If that is all there is to it, then there is no need for further discussions." He turned again, intent on leaving. Wait, my friend. Cabulosius began to perspire profusely. Truly, the Marshal had effortlessly gained the upper hand over the aliens. General Veronica placed her hand over her heart, admiring the commanding figure of Marshal Xi Yan. Hold on. The previously silent Ambassador Mtak suddenly spoke. Human, let us speak plainly. A jolt coursed through Xi Yan at those words, instinctively fearing that a declaration of war had been made against him. Whoever designed that translation software should be disciplined. It spins like a top. Ambassador Mtak solemnly stated. What we seek is but a matter of mutual benefit. Speak your bottom line and your demands. Xi Yan paused momentarily, then turned around with an enigmatic smile. Oh, this is precisely the reason I relish conversing with you, snowfolk. Your discourse is always straightforward and devoid of circumlocution. With a smile, Xi Yan adjusted his chair and settled down, resting his hands upon the table. Very well, let us engage in an open dialogue, he declared. Initially, he had intended to postpone the discussion. Yet the previous remarks of Alawire prompted a change of heart. It is better to resolve matters promptly, thus avoiding further complications. That makes sense, Cabrocius murmured, aligning his chair properly before shifting slightly to grant the central position to Ambassador Mtak. My principle is to ensure the security of our empire. Xi Yan responded coolly. Therefore, the military vessels of your nation are prohibited from entering our territorial waters. Should we detect any such incursions, we will respond with the utmost force to such provocations. Ambassador Mtak tilted his head towards Cabrocius, who, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. That is entirely reasonable. Similarly, your warships are not permitted to traverse our domain. Completely agreed. Xi Yan remarked, spreading his hands. Isn't this proceeding quite smoothly? How had your previous discussions unfolded? He glanced at the four individuals present. The primary issue was the Marshal's negligence. We did not dare to negotiate freely. The four could only offer awkward smiles in response. Furthermore, your research vessels and probes are also prohibited from entering our territory. We shall not allow you to spy on my empire, Xi Yan stated, casting a brief glance before retracting his gaze, continuing to lay down conditions. That is unreasonable. If we are not permitted to survey your star system, how can our civilian ships ensure their safety? Cabrocius interjected first. Silence, you wretched creature. I am in discourse with the ambassador of your nation. And who do you presume to be? Xi Yan retorted. Is it not the esteemed Mtak Confederation that should conduct its diplomacy without interference from foreign entities? With such words, am I conversing with the Mtak Confederation or an extraterrestrial coalition? Cabrocius was rendered speechless and sensed. This is a matter of racial chivalry, pure and unadulterated chivalry. To his astonishment, the Mtak ambassador nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed, it is only I who am worthy of engaging with you. The robust stone being spoke with conviction. What side are you on? Cabrocius's frog-like head spun around, a mechanical motion fueled by rage, glaring at the Mtak ambassador, perhaps sensing the impropriety of his actions. The Mtak ambassador fell silent, adopting a posture of solemnity, as though he had never spoken. On the human side, aside from Ning Ziyuan, who struggled to stifle laughter, the others maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, their expressions unchanged. Meanwhile, Xi Yan pointed at Cabrocius and erupted into laughter. Could you possibly be quiet? Cabrocius fumed. No, I shall continue to mock you mercilessly, Xi Yan replied, laughing uncontrollably. Let us resume our discussions, the Mtak ambassador urged, eager to shift the topic. No, allow me to enjoy this laughter a while longer. Xi Yan shook his head. The towering stone figure emitted a deep, resonant hum. I swear, I shall whip you with a copper belt until you spin like a top. How disgraceful. Very well, let us proceed. Xi Yan finally smiled with satisfaction. Sitting upright, we shall grant you communication rights for civilian vessels in certain star systems, and we will provide you with all the star charts without requiring you to conduct any active exploration. However, Gul'dan, what is the price for this? Our Cyberlex Alpha system is a sacred sanctuary for humanity, and foreign entities are forbidden from encroaching upon our hallowed domain. Xi Yan stated solemnly. Are you adherents of idealism? Cabrocius inquired, puzzled. What of it? Do you look down upon idealism? Xi Yan glared at him. I have no objections. Cabrocius raised his hand. What makes your star system worthy of being deemed sacred? Ambassador Mtak asked. It is merely an ordinary star system, devoid of any colonies. Yet it has been regarded as a sacred site in our culture since time immemorial. As a marshal, I am obliged to offer my reverence at the appropriate times. I have no knowledge as to why it is considered sacred, Xi Yan replied candidly. I certainly won't disclose that there exists a ring world there. Although it would eventually come to light, Xi Yan hoped to delay the revelation as long as possible. The sooner the truth emerged, the greater the dangers he would face. It was prudent to establish solid relationships with neighboring nations and cultivate friendships to mitigate risks in future endeavors. The more friends we amass, the fewer enemies we shall contend with, as his mentor had advised. It is merely a star system. We can acquiesce, Ambassador Mtak conceded. What they seek is merely passage rights to colonial star systems. They show little concern for humanity's sacred sanctuary. Like the ancient fallen empire's guardians, this is merely an ordinary Gaia planet, whose reckless colonization would incite the wrath of this venerable empire. Then, I demand your stellar technology, Xi Yan subsequently declared. Impossible. Ambassador Mtak vehemently waved his hand in refusal. What do you say about your public denigration of our race and the assaults on our people? If you cannot provide an explanation, I shall mobilize the entirety of my nation, willing to face annihilation, to ensure you pay a grievous price. Xi Yan finally unleashed the grievances he had accumulated. Along with a fierce threat, the empire stood poised for a battle to the death against the extraterrestrial empire, for those unencumbered by Shu's fear, not the well-shod. Ready to engage in war. Who fears whom? Cabrocius cast a disdainful glance at the smug Xi Yan, then shot a reproachful look at Ambassador Mtak. Look at the mess you've created. Ambassador Mtak felt somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 126, Negotiation. Indeed, all the groundwork laid previously awaited this moment. Should your esteemed envoy fail to present a reasonable resolution to this matter, I fear our discussions cannot proceed. Furthermore, we shall immediately commence total war against your nation. For the indignities suffered by our citizens shall not be overlooked. Xi Yan lightly placed his hand on the table, stating with newfound gravity and a serious demeanor. Although these matters were trivial and of his own contrivance, they served as leverage for diplomatic discussions, which he was more than willing to exploit. Observing the frenzied demeanor of Xi Yan, the extraterrestrial representatives fell into a contemplative silence. Ambassador Mtak's stony visage remained perpetually impassive. I harbor no sympathy for your kind. Should you choose to wage war, we shall stand resolute in our resolve. Ahem. What war? Do you no longer wish to progress? If the Interstellar Human Military Government descends into madness, do not allow yourselves to be swept along in their frenzy. While it may seem exhilarating to engage in battle now, you may find yourselves vulnerable to incursions from the neighboring Qi-like cooperative and the Nilguardians, which would yield no favorable outcomes. Cabrocius forcefully kicked the stone figure beneath the table, then rose to meet Xi Yan's gaze, stating, We deeply regret the events that have transpired concerning your citizens. However, we shall seek a means of compensation. I demand technology. Xi Yan reclined against the back of his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. No energy credits, no resources. Only technology. Any form of technology will suffice. After all, one cannot simply seize a plump sheep and shear it for its wool. The technology of the aliens is not to be dismissed, as the entirety of the stellar cosmos possesses a shared technological framework. 5 powerful, fallen empires reside within the cosmic expanse, their existence profoundly shaping the civilizations across the galaxy. Under their influence, the technological standards throughout the Milky Way are uniformly aligned. Adopting a flippant attitude, Xi Yan remarked, In any case, I simply desire some technology. Do you have any objections? Indeed. Why should we, the Mtak Confederation, relinquish the fruits of our arduous research to you? Ambassador Mtak retorted with indignation. With a click of his tongue, Xi Yan rose, preparing to exit. Since you have shown such rudeness, the prior negotiations are null and void. We shall meet on the battlefield. To my esteemed friends from foreign nations, you must respond to the disgraceful affront against our empire. Wait. Cabrocius clenched his fists, words escaping his lips through gritted teeth. Damn it. They have been completely outmaneuvered by this wretched human. How does this human possess such insight into our vulnerabilities and demands? Typically, in interstellar diplomatic negotiations, both parties remain unaware of each other's true intentions, cautiously probing one another. Yet, this human leader deviates from convention, effortlessly gaining the upper hand. It is infuriating. Failure to fulfill the directives from our superiors will surely result in severe repercussions upon our return. With this thought, Cabrocius gritted his teeth and declared, The technology is not beyond our reach. However, critical technology is non-negotiable. Instantly, Xi Yan settled back into his seat. His hands elegantly intertwined before him as he cleared his throat. What of the plasma propulsion technology? Suppressing his displeasure, Cabrocius pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That is unacceptable. Xi Yan did not press further. Pushing too hard would be detrimental to both parties. Instead, he flashed a smile. Then, what about the aircraft carrier combat technology, along with the corresponding spaceborne aircraft and hangars? Cabrocius considered this briefly and replied, that is acceptable. The fundamental operations of a space aircraft carrier do not entail particularly advanced technology. Most nations that have just emerged from their home star systems can effortlessly research it. It would be more prudent to allow humanity to handle such matters. Xi Yan nonchalantly continued, I also require the assembly mode technology, which is the module that enhances infrastructure construction speed. That is certainly feasible. Cabrocius replied through gritted teeth. Xi Yan then extended a finger once more. One last technology. Hurry! Cabrocius exclaimed vehemently. The sociological technology selective defoliant is meant for clearing weeds. You should be familiar with it. Xi Yan hurriedly divulged the final technological requirement. This technology is specifically designed for the large-scale removal of dense jungle obstacles on colonized planets. Although in the game, Gaia does not present many challenges regarding obstacle clearances. In reality, the abundant vegetation on Gaia inevitably impacts construction efforts. Should he desire, Xi Yan could disregard planetary constraints and utilize the assembly mode technology to accelerate the building process, gradually transforming the entire Gaia into a construction planet. However, such actions would undoubtedly devastate the planet's ecological balance and climate. Cabrocius patiently listened to Xi Yan's requests and ultimately nodded in resignation. We can provide you with these 3 technologies, but you must ensure that the other stipulations are adhered to. Rest assured, if I fail, I shall leap from this very spot, Xi Yan declared with fervent conviction, pointing skyward with one hand and gesturing toward the vastness of space with the other. Indeed, you are merely a projection. Even if you were to jump into a star, it would matter not. Cabulosi finally revealed a sigh of relief, adorned with a smile. Now, let us delve into the matters concerning the trade agreement between us, including the intricacies of import and export, as well as tariffs. Xi Yan immediately waved his hand dismissively. Such trivialities are beneath my concern. You may engage with my subordinates regarding these mundane details. I shall not be involved. Even if discussed, I shall not grant approval. Our empire must preserve an independent economic system, eschewing any unnecessary contact with extraterrestrials. This arrangement seemed agreeable. The prospect of future commercial exchanges devoid of Xi Yan's presence brought an unexpected sense of joy to Cabulosi. Regardless, the negotiations between the 2 civilizations reached a conclusion. Both parties exchanged candid opinions. Despite some turbulence along the way, such as verbal altercations, they ultimately established a consensus and laid the groundwork for basic cooperation. Subsequently, the Secretariat will convene to deliberate on the more intricate terms based on the preliminary agreements, culminating in the formulation of a formal document to be presented to Xi Yan for review. Only then will the complete agreement be submitted to the MTOC Federation. Following the classic art of bureaucratic maneuvering, it is anticipated that they will engage in protracted discussions through their lamentably inefficient corporate government, ultimately informing the Interstellar Human Military Government which clauses are unacceptable, thereby initiating a fresh round of negotiations. Once a new agreement is reached, it will undergo further scrutiny before being ratified domestically. Should there be any personnel changes within MTOC during this process, the previous agreement may well be rendered void, necessitating yet another round of discussions to establish new terms. Fortunately, within the Interstellar Human Military Government of Xi Yan, stability reigns supreme, governed by the highest authority of the Marshal. Regardless of any internal personnel changes, the signing of treaties remains unaffected. Thus, after painstakingly reaching a new consensus, both parties engage in extensive calculations and examinations to ascertain the precision and legitimacy of the contractual terms. Should any issues arise during this process, it necessitates a complete restart. This is the nature of extraterrestrial dealings. The corporate government structure is conducive to expansion. However, it tends to become sluggish when confronted with such issues. Conversely, due to the concentrated nature of power in a dictatorial empire, there is a tendency for meticulous research and judgment, rendering the process equally time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even if an agreement is painstakingly reached, considerable time elapses before its actual implementation. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, where either party reneges on the original agreement or expresses dissent, the entire process is immediately plunged into a stalemate. Xi Yan conservatively estimates that if he wishes to prolong negotiations, he could easily extend them for at least a decade. By that time, their cruisers may well be soaring into the heavens. Interstellar bureaucracy, indeed. Chapter 127. Let us work. The Gang's prison is vast splash, puff. Song Zhong stood bare-chested, meticulously stacking consumer goods from the assembly line, then lifting them to place them into boxes. Straightening his aching back, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Behind him, a slender figure tugged the box over, sealing it with tape before passing it to the next person for loading onto the vehicle. Subsequently, Song Zhong resumed his duties, arranging the consumer goods in neat order and boxing them up. The factory, encased in a metallic shell, is relentlessly bathed in the glaring rays of the sun, rendering the surface temperature unbearably high, while the furnaces within operate at full capacity. The uniforms of the guards and technicians are equipped with miniature temperature regulators, ensuring their comfort amidst the sweltering heat. Xi Yan has maximized the treatment of his native labor force, providing ample break time and comprehensive protective measures. Is there any commander who values quality labor more than he does? In stark contrast, the inferior laborers brought in from the United Federation possess nothing but raw strength, meandering through society without a hint of skill. Their training is both time-consuming and arduous, rendering them nearly useless for technical positions. With national production largely automated, they are relegated to performing a mere fraction of manual labor. Should the day arrive when production is entirely automated, these low-quality workers will be left with no option but to toil in power generation without compassion. Is there no obligation for education in the United Federation? A group that can barely read, whose only expertise lies in the underbelly of society, is expected to contribute? Thus, Xi Yan does not hold these low-output, high-consumption laborers in high regard. The factory eschews central air conditioning, opting instead to provide each technician and guard with individual cooling units, denying any benefits to this unskilled labor force. They deserve it. In the sweltering summer heat, as he labors physically, Song Zhong is already drenched in sweat. His bronzed skin glistens with beads of perspiration that drip onto the searing floor, evaporating into a ghostly steam. Wiping his brow, he feels a dull ache emanating from the areas adorned with tattoos. The craftsmanship of those early tattoo parlors was truly subpar. When will these days of suffering come to an end? Song Zhong silently pondered, his hands tirelessly engaged in the task of packing consumer goods. The guards here were impenetrable, and within just over half a month, countless individuals had already been sent off to generate electricity. It was not only this district. An entire million of subpar laborers had been dispatched to power generation, to the extent that the energy zones of the surrounding world were on the verge of overflowing. Damn it, must one truly endure such a wretched existence for a lifetime? It would be better to generate electricity. At least it wouldn't be so arduous. Ordinary power generators would at least not starve. They merely needed to strive for sustenance and transform their organic matter into energy. After continuing for several more minutes, the guard who had been loitering around finally left his sight to patrol elsewhere. Once the situation stabilized, Xi Yan had reassigned most of the guards from this area, allowing the army to form a colonial production and construction corps to support the development of Gaia. With a ready population at hand, how could they be allowed to remain idle? The army was indeed commendable, loyal, and obedient to orders, making them an excellent choice for labor. Of course, Xi Yan also provided them with numerous benefits. Soldiers did not receive wages. They could only obtain labor points as rewards upon retirement or after achieving merit. Yet their families were afforded exceptionally generous treatment. Xi Yan relied on this indirect method to unite them. Initially, Song Zhong looked down upon the military, considering them mere lackeys for the warlords of the Human Federation. However, after toiling here, he began to envy such a life. He watched the guard disappear from sight, moving to another production line, before he finally slowed the pace of his work. Those around him began to whisper among themselves. Deep down, Song Zhong held a profound disdain for these ignorant fools who could not even recognize a single character. Having once been a gang leader, he had ruled over the darker side of a city and naturally found it impossible to associate with such brutish individuals. Suddenly, someone beside him spoke in hushed tones. "Hey, buddy." Without lifting his head, Song Zhong replied, "What is it? Do you want to escape?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhong raised his gaze towards the slender man across the assembly line. "You still think about escaping? Do you have any idea how many people have been sent to the power plant these days? They never learn. Those are just fools acting on impulse, suffering the consequences of their own folly." A deep voice responded softly from across the way, Listen to me. This time, we have a dedicated organization that is methodically discussing ways to break free. To prevent leaks, our members have been selected only after extensive observation. Mr. Song, you were quite well known in the United Front, which is why we chose you. Song Zhong's previously calm demeanor finally flickered with intrigue. In that case, I feel rather honored. He articulated slowly, each word deliberate, while his mind began calculating the possibility of betraying the guards. Sacrificing this group for a better deal for himself was not out of the question. Alternatively, he could join their efforts and abandon them whenever necessary. With this in mind, Song Zhong glanced around before casually stating, "I am quite interested. What plans do you have?" As night fell, the camp convened. The other party was exceedingly cautious, refraining from articulating their plans directly in this setting, exuding an air of professionalism. Song Zhong's heart pondered this carefully. It was time to test the waters. His foremost objective was not to escape, but to ensure his own safety. The two acted as if they had never met, immersing themselves in their tasks. However, this time, Song Zhong's movements slowed considerably, as if he were deep in thought. Before long, the guard returned, brandishing a copper-headed strap, which he brought down forcefully upon one of the workers. "Stop daydreaming. Get back to work and do it faster." Startled, Song Zhong hastily dispelled his futile musings and quickened his pace. Yet, within the depths of his dark brown eyes, the yearning for freedom shimmered ever more brightly. At 10 past midnight, he hurriedly finished his ablutions and consumed his meager scraps of biscuit. In the throes of relentless labor, he nearly forgot his purpose. Upon shedding his clothes, he collapsed upon the narrow bed, drifting into a light slumber. The mingled odors of foot stench, body odor, sweat, decay, and excrement assailed his senses. The cacophony of murmurs, curses, pleas, snores, and the sounds of eating overwhelmed his ears. Such a living environment was indeed unbearable. With great effort, Song Zhong shut his eyes and pulled the tattered quilt over his head, attempting to forget everything around him and sink into a peaceful sleep. This moment marked the happiest time of his day. Absent were the overseers wielding copper-headed straps, and the endless labor had momentarily ceased. He could indulge in 3 hours of sleep. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, he soon succumbed to slumber. "Hey, Mr. Song, wake up." As he reminisced about the splendid days of his youth in a dream, a somber voice abruptly yanked him back to reality. Song Zhong hazily opened his eyes, filled with a desire to twist the neck of the bothersome intruder disrupting his tranquil slumber. Chapter 128. Escaping to Freedom. Upon awakening, Song Zhong beheld the lean man who had conversed with him earlier. He recalled his purpose, realizing it was time to deliberate on how to flee from this place. He swung his legs over the bed and made his way to the faucet in the corner, splashing cold water on his face. The icy water jolted him awake. He calmly turned around, surveying the vast barracks, which was enveloped in an eerie silence. The laborers were deep in slumber, their already limited rest further curtailed by Xi Yan's relentless demands. Without adequate sleep, they would undoubtedly succumb to fatigue during the following day's toil. No matter how resilient one might be, such relentless deprivation was unsustainable. This only solidified his resolve to escape. Finally, Song Zhong fixed his gaze upon the lean man and softly uttered, "Let us proceed to meet the others." The man nodded, secretly admiring Song Zhong's commanding presence, a testament to his esteemed reputation as a formidable figure, exuding an innate aura of maturity and authority. He guided Song Zhong to another corner of the barracks. Within the confines of the camp, there were no guards to oversee the laborers, creating a microcosm of society where these workers banded together, often seizing resources from the weaker among them. In the corner, a small space had been delineated by beds, shielding it from the prying eyes of others. These beds were likely acquired through the subjugation of others, leaving the vanquished no choice but to sleep on the ground. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Fortunately, the food had not been excessively pilfered. The scraps of biscuits were truly unpalatable. Were it not for the necessity of survival, none would stoop to consume such fare, and thus, few were inclined to seize it. In a corner, 2 burly men coldly scrutinized them, only permitting passage after confirming their identities. Navigating around the deliberately arranged barrier of beds, Song Zhong encountered this organization. 5 or 6 individuals, each a robust and daring outlaw. "Rek, long time no see," Song Zhong remarked, casting his gaze toward the imposing figure at the center of the gathering. Approaching with a light-hearted smile, "Song Zhong, my dear brother, you are indeed not one to succumb easily." The giant leaped down from a bed and enveloped him in a bear hug. Upon seeing this man again, Song Zhong recognized him as a good comrade from his days at the United Nations. Indeed, those who mingled with him were not of the mundane sort. I had thought you might have succumbed to despair. Rek resumed his seat on the bed, reflecting. Your daily silence while laboring led the brothers to believe you had lost your fighting spirit. Little did they know you were merely concealing your thoughts. Song Zhong surveyed his surroundings in silence. The towering men standing nearby were all familiar faces. Now, the security of the organization should be assured, as these individuals were well known to him, and he naturally placed his trust in them. Those who had peace strength lies in numbers, Lake murmured, then straightened his posture, stating earnestly, our organization shall be named Escape to Freedom. Our sole objective is to escape from here safely. Song Zhong shrugged. The name certainly reflects your style. Lake shook his head, replying, the name is of little consequence. Those previous brutes believed that merely fleeing would grant them freedom. In reality, numerous surveillance devices outside monitor their movements. In truth, escaping this factory is rather simple. The guards here are not numerous, and a minor commotion could facilitate our departure. The question remains, what lies beyond that escape? Lake addressed the members of the Escape to Freedom organization, articulating with measured calmness, I have previously operated a factory under the auspices of the United Nations, and I understand the general management of such establishments. There are many factories like this, clustered within an industrial zone. The entire zone is replete with surveillance equipment. Only once we breach its boundaries will we be deemed safe. After expounding extensively, Song Zhong interjected, then, Lake, please share your plan with us. Lake nodded gravely. Our comrades have observed for many days and identified several routes for escaping this factory. Initially, we must instigate a disturbance. Then, while the guards are preoccupied, we shall seize the opportunity to slip into the ventilation ducts or the raw material channels. After that, we will be able to leave this factory, and our subsequent task will be to evade the surveillance and make our way to the edge of the designated area. That is all. Like lifted his cup and took a sip of water. It sounds feasible, except for the part about traversing the ventilation ducts. Song Zhong remarked. We are not playing a game. Where would we find such large ventilation ducts? Besides, I have not seen any during these days. I have, said a man from the corner. In the middle of each assembly line, there is a recessed structure visible only to those working nearby, and it is square-shaped, allowing just enough space for a person to pass through. That could work, he conceded, though Song Zhong remained somewhat hesitant. Is there truly a ventilation outlet in this era that is so easily accessible and designed for climbing? However, we have a backup plan. If the ventilation route is obstructed, we can turn to the raw material channel used for transporting ore. Occasionally, there are vehicles designated for transporting ore, and we could blend in with them to escape. If that fails, we will find an opportunity to conceal ourselves within the factory and observe the situation. This is the plan. We are quite prepared. Though we lack sufficient manpower, like added. 2 backup plans are commendable. Manpower is not an issue. Song Zhong scoffed, with just a little provocation. That bunch of fools will charge forward as if under the influence of some extraterrestrial gas, just as we often did at the United Nations, right? Those brutish individuals, exhausted and devoid of vigor, are only to be expected. However, each person gathered here possesses both courage and cunning. How else could they have ascended to positions of leadership? When reminiscing about the days of wielding power within the Human Federation, a palpable silence fell among the few present. It is imperative that we escape this stifling prison of darkness. But how shall we proceed? At that moment, someone inquired. Song Zhong responded on behalf of Like. The longer we delay, the more detrimental it becomes for us. I propose we initiate a trial tomorrow, urging those fools to venture forth and scout the path. What if they succeed? Impossible, Song Zhong asserted with unwavering certainty. If a means of escape, easily conceived by us, were to be successfully executed by those simpletons, how could that tyrant dare to confine us here? There must be a deception at play. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for many years and faced countless perils, perhaps divine favor has shielded him, allowing each of his choices to transform danger into safety. Caution and prudence are his guiding principles. Our plan indeed holds feasibility, yet it shall not unfold without complications. Like slammed a stainless steel cup onto the makeshift table. Brother Song Zhong, your instincts have always been infallible. I share your sentiments. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Zhong replied with a calm demeanor, we must remain vigilant. Adjustments to our plan may be necessary. Regardless, the mere act of escaping shall be our triumph. At which point we shall establish a code word for convenient rendezvous. Thus, let us conclude today's deliberations and hasten to rest. ensuring we are not weary when the time for action arrives. The final flourish for National Day is upon us. I intend to devote more ink to crafting a series of vignettes, weaving these small tales as a transition for the ensuing narrative, ensuring that the passage of time feels seamless. Suddenly, I find the notion of writing their escape quite intriguing, for the protagonists are not them. The eventual moment of their downfall will be immensely gratifying, embodying the thrill of villainy. Ha ha ha. I kindly seek your favorable reviews and support for my work. I cherish you all. Chapter 129. The Rebellion. Hey, brother, do you wish to sneak out? The following afternoon, after the guard wielding a copper-headed belt had departed, Song Zhong quietly posed the question to the small figure beside him, tasked with packaging. Of course, I do, but what means do we have? The small laborer, one hand pressing down on a box and the other clutching tape, rested his legs atop the crate. Upon hearing Song Zhong's inquiry, he turned his head, visibly disheartened. Many have attempted before, all to no avail. Either they are killed on the spot or sent to the power plant. I see no way out. Song Zhong endeavored to muster a faint smile, replying, "Actually, I have a plan." "What do you mean?" The small laborer's eyes glimmered with a hint of interest. It appeared he was intrigued. Song Zhong smiled and said, "After numerous failed attempts, we've resolved to devise a comprehensive plan, leveraging our numerical advantage to escape." "Elaborate, please." The small laborer cast aside the tape and leaned in closer. "Look, how many guards are there in the factory now? The tyrant's minions are few. We must exploit our numerical strength, as we cannot afford to be powerless. And furthermore," Song Zhong, with a gentle yet persuasive demeanor, suggested, "we could instigate some turmoil, diverting their attention. At that moment, we shall strike and then make our escape." The small man, upon hearing such a scheme, felt a flicker of temptation. Indeed, with a numerical advantage, the ensuing chaos could be monumental. They all believed in their chance. However, the concern loomed that outside the factory, there might be sentinels. The small man hesitated. "What is there to fear? We are many." Song Zhong continued to incite him. "If someone is bound to escape, why shouldn't it be you? Indeed, why not me?" The small man was stirred decisively, witnessing his newfound resolve. Song Zhong's lips curved into a smile as he patted the small man's shoulder, saying, "We shall act when the opportunity arises. Today is the day." "Thank you, brother. If I manage to escape, I shall not forget you." The small man fervently nodded in agreement. At that moment, the guard swiftly returned, prompting Song Zhong to chuckle softly before turning back to his labor. Nonetheless, during his toil, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. How could it be that only guards were outside? Surely, the organization employed automated security robots. It was illogical for them to be absent here. These fools truly believe anything. They deserve to be caught. No matter, once chaos ensues here, and this group of imbeciles rushes out, they can seize the opportunity to flee from elsewhere. Let them confront the guards alone. Song Zhong remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Like in the distance, and quietly nodded in agreement. Everything proceeded smoothly. The other fools here easily succumbed to their incitements, preparing to rush out amidst the chaos when the turmoil erupted. News of a mass escape had quietly circulated throughout the entire assembly line, and it seemed that whispers had reached several other production lines as well. As people toiled, they could not help but eagerly anticipate where the first signs of disorder would manifest, so they could rally in response. The atmosphere today felt peculiar. I sensed that something was amiss. During a shift change, one guard quietly asked another who was coming on duty, "Do you think they will make a move today?" Indeed, especially since the entire production line's atmosphere has shifted. They had previously appeared lethargic, yet now not a single one seemed to be dozing off, frequently casting furtive glances around. Perhaps they are beginning to adapt. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to report this. You are right. The guards deemed this trivial matter worthy of notifying their superior. However, the supervisor responsible for security in this sector harbored a different perspective. A significant incident may be imminent. Let's deploy more security robots to the vicinity and monitor for a few days. You are doing well. Ensure timely reporting of any situations in the future. Unbeknownst to the guards, the laborers remained blissfully unaware. Once the instigators ignited the upheaval, everything else would fall into place. Amidst the anxious anticipation from both sides, Rex cast a glance at the departing guard before turning his attention to his fellow conspirators nearby. "It is time," Rex silently mouthed. "It falls upon you to incite the chaos." "Rest assured, Boss Lei." A few individuals nodded, and then one of them casually picked up a component and inserted it into the intricate machine, followed by a decisive twist. With a resounding crack, The machine emitted a series of heavy sounds from its outlet to its core, and suddenly the entire assembly line came to a halt with a thunderous clamor. All eyes were drawn to the scene, glimmering with anticipation, ready to spring into action. Wow, that instantly halted the entire production line. One of his companions chuckled softly. Indeed, I previously studied mechanical engineering. Although I later drifted into the shadows, my foundational knowledge remains intact. With such machinery, inserting an object and twisting it can bring everything to a standstill, halting the entire line in the process. The individual who triggered the malfunction cleared his throat and raised his hand, declaring, "Report. Machine malfunction." Upon hearing this, a murmur of insincere chatter arose around them. How did it suddenly break down? Who knows? Perhaps it was intentional. In truth, even without their words, the moment the assembly line ceased operation, the guards had already taken notice, and one guard immediately cast a scrutinizing glance in their direction. Just as expected, he quickly released his grip, raised his hands, and proclaimed, "I did nothing. It just got stuck all of a sudden." "Silence. Everyone, get down and cover your heads." To his surprise, the guard shouted, drawing a handgun from his waist. With the individual blue laser emitters not yet fully integrated, these guards were left wielding the high-tech energy pistols from the year 2200. "Do not move. Cover your heads." This cannot be right. Observing the guards demanding that they assume a defensive posture with their heads covered before approaching, the group exchanged glances and obediently complied, crouching down and yielding their positions. The crowd, still composed, followed suit without causing any turmoil. The guards promptly activated their earpieces to call their superiors. "Hello, Supervisor. This is Sector S, Factory B. We are experiencing an unidentified malfunction on the production line." Suddenly, something felt amiss. The tension in the air escalated as the group exchanged looks, a palpable sense of lethal intent rising among them. "Request additional manpower." One individual abruptly surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the guard's face, interrupting his report. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the weapon and aimed it at the guard's head. Firing without hesitation, he crushed the earpiece underfoot and leapt onto the machinery, shouting onward, "Brothers, for freedom, charge forth!" His voice echoed through the factory, sending tremors throughout the space. "Rebellion." The guards swiftly communicated to headquarters, but those armed with firearms quickly executed precise shots, eliminating the guards with lethal accuracy. Impeccable marksmanship. Rex promptly abandoned his task and sprinted away, urging, "We must escape." At this moment, the surging crowd had dispersed the remaining guards, flooding out of the production line towards the tightly shut doors. Members of the Escape from Death organization moved against the tide, swiftly gathering beneath the vent. Rex, muscles taut with tension, grasped the vent's railing and tore it down with a single motion, revealing a square duct spacious enough for a person to traverse. Chapter 130. The Fall of a Master Escape Artist at Long Last. I have completed the revisions of the old manuscript and caught up with the original progress. What lies ahead is the new writing. Excellent. Let us hasten. Upon spotting the spacious ventilation shaft, Rake was filled with exuberance and swiftly stepped aside to clear a path for his hastily assembled subordinates to enter first. "Thank you, boss." Several of the younger members expressed their gratitude, leaping with enthusiasm as they were the first to crawl into the vent. Yet, they remained oblivious to Rake's grim expression. It was prudent to send a few individuals ahead to scout the way. This was common sense. Regardless of the perceived safety, one should never lead the charge. Estimating that 5 or 6 people had already entered the ventilation shaft, Rake exchanged a glance with Song Zhong before they both prepared to enter the vent, one after the other. Soon, they would emerge. Once outside, they would find a place to conceal themselves and resume their lives in the underworld. That was life. As the few who led the way crawled through the duct, their minds were filled with dreams of the future while they maneuvered forward with hands and feet, brimming with hope. After climbing approximately 100 meters and turning a corner, they anticipated reaching the exit, likely leading to a central air conditioning room. Just then, they encountered a bend in the passage. It was a rather unremarkable turn, and the group paid it little mind, continuing at their previous speed. However, upon rounding the corner, the leading members froze in place. They were confronted with the startling sight of the once square ventilation duct abruptly narrowing into a slender rectangle, a gap through which no one could possibly squeeze. They found themselves trapped within. This must have been intentional. Who would deliberately place ventilation ducts in easily climbable locations, fashioning them into a square shape conducive to ascent, only to suddenly narrow them, blocking the way. They felt deceived. A few leading subordinates thought, "Retreat." They quickly turned and shouted, "Those behind, do not come any further. The path ahead is a dead end, and we are trapped here. Everyone back? We have been led astray." However, some remained skeptical. "Who are you trying to fool? Is it that you wish to sneak away and leave us behind?" They scoffed. "Let us see how this unfolds." Instantly, chaos erupted within the relatively narrow duct. Those at the front desperately attempted to retreat, while others were determined to witness the unfolding situation, resulting in utter disarray. "Brother Song, they claim it's blocked ahead," said Like, who had only recently entered the duct, as he quickly turned to the calm and composed Song Zhong. Peering through a gap, Song Zhong observed the turmoil ahead with a cold gaze, then replied coolly, "We shall withdraw and implement the contingency plan. Is that how we simply abandon our course? Perhaps those in front are merely fabricating tales," Like hesitated. Yet, Song Zhong was the most composed among them. "No, we must return. We cannot afford to encounter any unforeseen events, even if they are mere fabrications," he asserted, gently kicking the person behind him. "Descend and activate the contingency plan." Fortunately, they had not been in the ventilation duct for long. After a brief period, they successfully emerged and returned to the production line. Song Zhong silently surveyed his surroundings before sprinting towards the large alloy smelting furnace at the heart of the factory. Behind the furnace lay the conveyor system for raw materials. A group of individuals silently trailed behind him. Meanwhile, the crowd escaping from the factory surged towards the main entrance, while a few astute individuals discreetly veered away from the throng, intending to exit via the side. However, the entrance was already besieged by a contingent of security robots. These automatons, equipped with advanced detection modules and cutting-edge weaponry, were remotely controlled by real operators and possessed the capability of flight, rendering them more than sufficient to suppress the rioters, engage in free fire, and eliminate these insurgents. The frantic voice of the supervisor crackled through the security earpiece. He bore the brunt of the responsibility for the turmoil erupting within his factory, and the marshal would undoubtedly hold him. Song Zhong pressed against the wall and glanced at the open doorway of the raw material warehouse. There was no one around. Their direction happened to be the opposite of others, and the security here was alarmingly weak. This factory was originally a standard establishment, but it had temporarily augmented its security system to accommodate these subpar laborers. Therefore, as long as they evaded the guards, escaping would be a breeze. Song Zhong recalled the factories of Renlian. The productivity of Renlian was more advanced than that of the Interstellar Human Military Government. Nevertheless, their factories still required cargo spacecraft to transport raw materials. And here it was. The group remained motionless, casually sabotaging a few surveillance cameras to confuse the guards. And then they concealed themselves within the raw material warehouse. As the designated hour struck, the ceiling of the warehouse folded open, and a colossal cargo spacecraft descended from the heavens. Indeed, it had arrived. The group felt a surge of excitement as they witnessed the hatch open, revealing crates of raw materials sliding out automatically. A golden opportunity. Song Zhong exchanged a glance with Like, then dashed into the cargo hold, heading straight for the cockpit. "Who are you?" the cargo ship pilot exclaimed, but before he could finish, Like swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike, feigning an intention to snap his neck. "Stop!" Song Zhong intervened. "What are you thinking? We should leave ourselves an escape route." Song Zhong replied coldly. "That's true," Like conceded, lifting the unconscious pilot off the ship. "We cannot be too ruthless in our actions." "All right, everything is in place. Where shall we go next?" Song Zhong suggested. "We act as if nothing has occurred. Once the cargo is unloaded, we will let the ship return from whence it came, and we will slip away en route." "Brother Song, your considerations are always so thorough, especially when it pertains to the gravitas of one's own life." Therefore, Like took his seat in the cockpit, familiarizing himself with the operational mechanisms. Observing that the spacecraft bore no significant differences from those operated by the Human Union, he thought to himself, "I should be able to pilot this." Thus, he declared, "Let us commence." However, as Like pressed the launch button, a chilling voice emanated from the ship. Identity verification failed. Alas, why does this contraption require identity verification for every ignition? Like, allow me. A member of the organization stepped forward. "I have studied hacking techniques. The identity verification of a cargo ship is not overly complex. Indeed, our organization is truly brimming with talent." Like, filled with elation, promptly vacated his position for the technician to take the helm. This individual, brimming with confidence, summoned the control console interface and began a flurry of operations. Yet, in the next instant, a jarring alarm pierced the air. Malicious data tampering detected. The spacecraft has been locked down and the propulsion system is secured. A report is being dispatched to the security department. What on earth? Why is the security system of this vessel so formidable? The self-proclaimed hacker wore a look of disbelief. Admittedly, while the hardware technology of the Interstellar Human Military Government may not rival that of the Human Union, they possess Beta, an ancient AI, which has produced a software system far surpassing that of the Human Union. Song Zhong could no longer maintain a calm demeanor. He dashed to the entrance, attempting to open the hatch and leap out. Yet, the spacecraft had sealed itself completely, leaving no means of escape. Damn it, we are trapped. The holiday has concluded, and the dual updates resume. Chapter 131, at your service. Enter. With a resounding bang, the electronic shackles clamped onto his limbs, and the hood was torn away. Song Zhong finally beheld the light once more. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of an agent clad in full exoskeletal armor. A cloak draped over his shoulders. Surrounding him were others, similarly restrained. Among them was Like, along with members of the organization that had managed to escape, as well as several more individuals, evidently participants in the uprising. Slap. Song Zhong received a harsh slap across the face. The Marshal has gone to great lengths to bring you from the Federation and provided you with such favorable conditions, and yet you dare to betray him. The man in the black cloak spoke with a deep, synthesized tone. Song Zhong stared at him in disbelief. What did it mean to go to great lengths and offer such favorable conditions? Unyielding, were you? You truly court disaster. Another slap landed, this time prompting Song Zhong to lower his gaze, submitting to the situation. What was this feigned concern? It was evident that there were ill intentions at play, and thus, another slap followed. What are you gasping for? You're disturbing me. With yet another resounding slap, Song Zhong's temper evaporated entirely, replaced by a despondent expression. Bereft of the composure he once held as a gang leader. Was this not sheer bullying? After enduring 3 stinging slaps, Song Zhong finally regained his composure, beginning to reflect on the events that had transpired. Once the spacecraft was completely locked down, it became evident that the mission had failed. Rek, in a fit of rage, snapped the neck of the hacker on the spot. While the blame was not his to bear, it did not deter him from taking such action. After a prolonged period of anxious waiting, during which Song Zhong had even prepared himself for death, the Imperial Army finally arrived, effortlessly apprehending them to await their trial. It was rumored that those who had been incited to storm the gates had met a grim fate, with thousands perishing under the blue lasers, their bodies reduced to mere remnants. At this point, their corpses likely served as nutrients in some hydroponic farm. As for those who survived, what fate awaited them? Would they be interrogated only to be sent off to generate power? In the midst of the heavy silence, the sound of light footsteps approached, growing ever closer until they halted at the door of the grand interrogation room. Song Zhong noticed that all the black-clad soldiers within the chamber stood rigidly in formation, as if electrified. Was a person of high stature about to enter? The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Song Zhong to lower his breath and strain his neck to peer through the entrance. The automatic door glided open, revealing the figure of a handsome young man, who stood there with a disarmingly warm smile. Song Zhong's attention was drawn to the youth's military attire. The opulent platinum uniform was certainly not meant for the ordinary marshal. As this thought crossed his mind, the previously fearsome black-clad soldiers suddenly knelt in unison, their right fists striking their chests. Hearing their address, Song Zhong felt his breath catch. Marshal, is this young man truly the supreme ruler of the empire, Marshal Xi Yan? Rise, my agents, and accept my gratitude for your dedication to the empire. Xi Yan responded with a smile. Upon witnessing the imposing figure at the doorway, Song Zhong felt a surge of anger alongside his astonishment. It was this wretched fellow who colluded with the high-ranking officials, selling him out and subjecting him to relentless oppression. You are truly despicable, more capitalist than the capitalists themselves. Song Zhong took a deep breath, only to find that beside him, Like had already erupted in furious invective. You tyrant! I will slay you. How dare you insult the esteemed marshal? Before Like could utter much more, several agents swiftly rose to their feet, and a flurry of blows rained down upon the burly man, rendering him unconscious. Oh dear, it appears this gentleman harbors some grievances against me. Xi Yan strolled over at a leisurely pace, surrounded by the anxious agents, and smiled down at Like. Why did you suddenly praise me a moment ago? Praise you? Song Zhong was utterly bewildered. I take great pleasure in being called a tyrant. Xi Yan chuckled, for that is the persona I embody. No hypocritical morality can constrain me. Thus, you, along with this gentleman, are the masterminds behind this insurrection? Xi Yan casually inquired of the agents beside him. Indeed, Marshal. The agent bowed his head and replied, according to the confessions of others, these two conspired together to orchestrate this rebellion, inciting others to flee, while they themselves stealthily infiltrated the cargo spacecraft, fortunate enough not to breach its security systems. It seems there is no escape this time, sighed Song Zhong softly. It was them. They orchestrated this, deliberately luring us into such actions. Indeed, I implore your excellency, the marshal, to see clearly and first punish these two principal offenders. Other survivors began to accuse Like and Song Zhong, to which Like retorted furiously, did you not partake as well? We are all the same. None should cast stones at others. What a cacophony. Xi Yan remarked impassively. Spare those two. Yes. An agent raised his hand device and tapped a few commands. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Zhong witnessed a nearby individual suddenly convulse, bursting forth with a harrowing scream of terror and anguish. The muscles and skin of the person vibrated like waves, then began to contract. The piercing cries reverberated throughout the interrogation chamber until they abruptly ceased. Those individuals had withered, rendered incapable of producing any sound. Activate the bioelectric extraction at maximum capacity. The biological matter of a person can be siphoned in a remarkably brief span, converted into electrical energy, leaving behind only pristine bones. Xi Yan elucidated with keen interest. A chill coursed through Song Zhong as he observed the skin of the nearby man transform into a translucent membrane, gradually vanishing to reveal clean bones and scattered dust. And inorganic salts, Xi Yan added. In mere minutes, what was once a living being had now been reduced to a mere skeleton. Do. It is considerably quieter now. Xi Yan positioned himself between Like and Song Zhong. One must admit, you are indeed talented individuals. Were it not for the robustness of my security system, you might have truly succeeded in your escape, Xi Yan suddenly remarked. Song Zhong turned his head to glance at him. Inquiring, so what are you trying to convey? Xi Yan smiled faintly. Do you know? The news here has yet to leak out. My citizens are only aware that a rebellion has erupted, but the specifics of who instigated it remain unknown. Moreover, I greatly admire your courage and intelligence. Most crucially, you are still of use to me, which provides yet another reason for me to spare you. Turning away, Xi Yan strolled into the distance, speaking leisurely. Within the Empire's social fabric, numerous voices that are detrimental to me remain concealed. I must unearth them, and your presence offers me the perfect opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. Song Zhong squinted, comprehending Xi Yan's implication. Marshal, he asked, his voice tinged with a slight tremor, do you wish for us to serve you? Like also began to grasp the situation, his speech now laced with honorifics. Who knows? Xi Yan replied with a peculiar smile, spreading his hands. All I know is that two of my adversaries managed to flee without causing any direct casualties along the way. Such a status might very well attract the attention of many of my foes. Suddenly, the electronic shackles binding the two were released, leaving them bewildered and motionless. Xi Yan had already retreated behind several individuals, with only his final words echoing clearly. In essence, I merely require a solitary individual, a defector who can clear the path ahead. Stood fixed, his gaze shifting. Abruptly, he erupted, violently kicking to the ground before seizing his throat, his thumb pressing deeply into the burly man's windpipe. You, emitted a final, agonized cry before the two tumbled together, struggling fiercely. Minutes later, gradually fell silent. Panting heavily, rose to his feet and stumbled toward. Kneeling on one knee. Subordinate thanks you, Marshal, for your clemency. I am willing to brave fire and water for you. Had not initially anticipated any valiant soul breaching his blockade and escaping the factory. To ruthlessly exploit this inferior convict labor force. Had spared no effort in upgrading the factory's security facilities to the highest caliber. However, it seemed that traditional methods of surveillance still had loopholes, and replacing them with rigid robotic supervision might be a superior approach. With the factory guards neutralized, the entire production line descended into chaos. Fortunately, the reserve security forces rallied, eliminating all the rioters on the factory's periphery. However, and, with their talents, had ingeniously sought an alternative route. Had it not been for Beta's upgraded software for the ship's security systems, they might have actually managed to slip away. Once these individuals were released into society, apprehending them again would prove troublesome. Gazing at the two men, was struck by a sudden idea. Initially, he announced this matter to the world in a fit of rage. But upon reflection, it seemed he could exploit the situation to orchestrate something beneficial. He had long been aware that, despite the seemingly harmonious facade of imperial society, there were indeed undercurrents of discontent. A significant number of individuals, both overtly and covertly opposed to him, were predominantly from the middle class, whose properties had been forcibly confiscated, or those who ideologically resisted his rule. Xi Yan had always sought a means to eliminate them, preventing the perpetuation of their erroneous ideologies into the next generation of the empire. They would likely rejoice at the news of the uprising. Observing the two freedom-seeking individuals, Rek and Song Zhong, Xi Yan felt compelled to take action. He contemplated recruiting them and having them infiltrate society, gathering a following under the guise of fugitives. This strategy would facilitate a more comprehensive crackdown. However, Song Zhong was indeed a formidable talent, ruthless and decisive. It was said that during his escape, he was a man of few words but great ferocity. Xi Yan admired such individuals, intelligent and adept at discerning the opportune moment. Mr. Song Zhong, your days of hardship are over. Welcome to the Interstellar Human Military Government, Xi Yan said with a smile, extending his hand to shake with Song Zhong. It had already been established that Song Zhong was astute enough to accurately assess the situation. Since Xi Yan chose not to hold his past transgressions against him and instead offered him a promising opportunity, why would he not accept? Was it merely for the sake of pride? Your task is to embody the role of the rebel, to infiltrate the empire's society, identify those voices opposing me, and organize them, ensuring these discordant echoes remain under my vigilant surveillance. Do you understand? The subordinate nodded, lowering his head, and replied, I comprehend, and I shall not fail the marshal's trust. Xi Yan raised his hand to summon the agents beside him, saying, Very well, equip Mr. Song with our devices. An agent clad in dust approached, wielding a syringe, and injected the silvery liquid into Song Zhong's bloodstream. This liquid locator, capable of residing within Song Zhong's veins, would continuously emit signals, allowing Xi Yan to maintain constant awareness of his movements. This was a testament to the advanced technology of 2200. With this safeguard in place, Xi Yan could confidently entrust Song Zhong to navigate society on his behalf. Rest assured, there are no side effects. It is merely a miniature locator. What other functions does it possess? I do not know, Xi Yan cheerfully elucidated. Thus, a legendary master of escape transformed into a master of espionage. In the future, he would make significant contributions to the stability of the empire's society. This was merely the beginning. After resolving the factory riot, Xi Yan returned to his office, somewhat fatigued, preparing to upgrade the security system. The inferior labor force procured from the United Human Alliance not only lacked the capacity for high-end tasks, but also tended to create a myriad of complications. After all, without a modicum of strength and skill, one could hardly survive in the present circumstances. According to the probability of randomly refreshing an idea king among every 3 individuals. Within this vast world of interconnected gangs, there are hundreds of thousands of people associated with the idea king. Being surrounded by these exceptionally proactive individuals, Xi Yan genuinely fears that one day they might concoct some unforeseen troubles. In the following months, Xi Yan attempted to ease the restrictions imposed upon these individuals, reducing working hours and enhancing their benefits, in hopes that they would become more compliant and refrain from harboring thoughts of escape. However, he soon realized that this group was utterly beyond redemption. Once the constraints were lifted, they would devise numerous ways to shirk responsibility, resulting in a plethora of mishaps, with internal strife becoming increasingly rampant, seemingly on the verge of re-establishing gangs. The most critical issue was that the resources invested did not correlate with the value they generated. A deficit was entirely intolerable. It was at this moment that Xi Yan began to perceive the gravity of the situation. Initially benevolent, he had believed that a slight relaxation would elicit gratitude from these individuals, preventing any unrest. However, he ultimately underestimated the darker aspects of human nature. Consequently, in the ensuing months, Xi Yan endeavored to allocate more resources for stringent oversight, producing an increased number of security robots for patrolling, drastically compressing rest periods, and implementing severe punishments for laziness and infighting. Yet, after some time, he discovered that such measures yielded negligible results. In the face of harsher repression, these individuals exhibited a unique human resilience and rebellious spirit, with factory riots erupting almost daily, leading to the destruction of numerous security robots. Although resource output had been increased as planned, the damage inflicted upon a mere few security robots could easily negate their gains, resulting in substantial losses. Xi Yan sat in his office, gazing at the real-time data statistics, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Soft approaches had failed, and it appeared that even the Imperial security robots no longer instilled fear. This was no ordinary rebellion. Decisive measures were imperative. Beta, he called out. Organize a tour of our bioelectric power sector for those individuals, and then promptly integrate 1/3 of them into the power grid to deliver a severe shock. Understood. I am coordinating with the Labor Management Department, Beta replied. This tyrannical proposal was executed with remarkable efficiency. The subpar laborers were escorted to observe Xi Yan's bioelectric facilities, witnessing the life of those integrated into the grid. However, the outcome seemed to backfire. The lives of those connected to the grid were not as dire as anticipated. The Empire provided for their needs, supplying them with sustenance while they were immersed in virtual reality, enduring the intermittent agony of bioelectricity. In stark contrast, the substandard laborers, toiling tirelessly with only 3 hours of rest each day, experienced true hardship. Upon returning, they erupted into even larger protests and riots. Xi Yan, while directing the Ministry of Culture to report on the situation to foster unity, pondered potential solutions. It is worth noting that among the 20 million laborers transported from the Union, only a little over 1 million were deemed subpar, and Xi Yan had discreetly eliminated a considerable number. The remaining 10 million or so quality laborers had been effectively distributed across various available positions, with some industrious workers already obtaining citizenship from the Interstellar Human Military Government. The remaining 1 million subpar laborers, when converted to stellar units, amount to a mere 0.01 of the population, a figure hardly worthy of mention. Xi Yan suddenly found clarity. Thus, let them be discarded. After several years of nearly forgetting that he was a player in the stars, he realized that, in comparison to the vastness of the universe, 1 million truly is not a significant number. In the later stages, an empire could boast a population in the hundreds of billions. Consequently, Xi Yan made a casual decision regarding the fate of these 1 million inferior laborers. As a resource that consumes much while yielding little, exacerbating crime rates and destabilizing the society, they should be eradicated, leaving only the exemplary laborers. However, processing 1 million individuals would require considerable time. How could this be done safely and efficiently? Xi Yan contemplated the idea of Sanzi. Indeed, the method of Mr. Himmler proved effective. Beta, I wish to meet Ambassador Mtak. Acknowledged. Chapter 133. The Marshal of Abundant Minerals to conduct warehouse pressurization. Once again, they met. How have you been lately, Your Excellency? Xi Yan waved to Ambassador Mtak of the Amartiro II embassy, seated comfortably on the couch. The imposing figure before him, resembling a solid stone wall, remained silent, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Who would expect a marshal to personally visit the embassy at such an early hour? This morning, he had awoken to the sound of persistent knocking outside, accompanied by shouts demanding the door be opened. If you have the ability to hide inside, why not the ability to open the door? Upon opening, he found the figure standing in projection at the entrance, with a floating robot responsible for the knocking. Ah. Good morning, Stone Brother. The supreme commander of this empire raised a smile outside the door. Is he unwell? Cabrosius drooped his eyelids, muttering as he opened the door to let this unexpected visitor in. Ordinarily, the leader of the opposing empire could summon an ambassador at any moment. Ambassador Mtak had previously encountered empires that frequently requested meetings. However, it was the first time he had seen someone like Xi Yan arrive at the embassy at such an early hour. Indeed, this nation appeared to be somewhat unwell. He would need to remind their home planet that they could not treat them in a conventional manner. The empire seemed to be afflicted with a certain madness from top to bottom. Thus, the esteemed Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government, arriving at such an early hour, surely had matters to discuss with us. Cabrosius skillfully brewed a pot of tea, which seemed to be a beverage from their home world, suggesting that many cultures across the universe share similarities. Yes, however, I believe we should engage in casual conversation for a while before addressing serious matters. Xi Yan stated with utmost honesty. It is truly disappointing to see you this early in the morning. Your presence has completely ruined my good mood for the day. Ambassador Mtak grumbled as he settled onto a specially designed chair. Your manner of speaking resembles that of an unrefined creature. How did your intellect manage to develop faster than light technology? Xi Yan retorted with a scoff, then lifted the alien tea brewed by Cabrosius, predictably finding it empty. Even in a projection state, he is insufferable. Cabrosius silently took a sip of tea. How are you faring on this planet? Are you adapting to the climate? Xi Yan casually crossed his legs and inquired. Not quite accustomed to this planet, yet surprisingly, it is rather pleasant. Ambassador Mutok replied earnestly. It was customary for ambassadors to be stationed in the imperial home system, and even if the environment was entirely unwelcoming, they were obliged to reside there. The fact that he could remain on this Gaia planet was indeed fortunate. Cabrosius, however, shook his head. I find this climate quite agreeable. This planet is exceptionally warm, with optimal humidity, temperature, and oxygen levels. He continued, by the way, what is the habitable planet of your Mutok? A mountainous world? A desert realm? Or perhaps a desolate sphere? Xi Yan pressed further. A toxic planet, came the reply. Oh, that makes sense. Xi Yan recalled that the Mutok were not only robust, but also possessed poisonous traits. They were, however, capable of controlling their toxins and generally did not reveal them. This was certainly one of the reasons for his visit. Sitting up straight, Xi Yan stated, now, let us return to the matter at hand. Your Excellency, I wish to propose a transaction on a personal basis. Proceed. I am intrigued, the ambassador responded promptly. I wish to purchase a batch of the toxins secreted by your kind, Xi Yan said, instinctively glancing around before lowering his voice. What? Ambassador Mutok was momentarily taken aback. I am quite interested in your toxins and wish to procure a quantity. Is there a problem? Xi Yan donned a familiar, mischievous smile. I must refrain from intervening in this matter, Cabrosius remarked, shaking his frog-like head and leisurely departing with his teacup. The ambassador and Xi Yan exchanged glances, each sizing the other up. The towering stone figure inquired. Our Mutok toxins are available on the interstellar market and are quite popular. What prompted your Excellency to suddenly consider purchasing our toxins? Perhaps it is due to a suspected overpopulation on our home planet, Xi Yan replied nonchalantly. To alleviate the mounting pressure on resources, we have decided to systematically eliminate the surplus of 100 million individuals, and your toxins are the optimal choice. The Mutok ambassador stood frozen in place, perplexed. What? It took several moments for it to confirm that its auditory organs and translation device were functioning correctly. To use Mutok's lethal toxins to eliminate 100 million people? Surely, this must be a jest. Indeed, our empire's output cannot keep pace. Yet those troublesome citizens continue to multiply. We have no choice but to eradicate the excess non-working population, Xi Yan continued, adjusting his nose bridge. What? The ambassador of Mutok began to feel a rising tide of fear within. For such a trivial reason, you intend to slaughter your compatriots? 100 million of them? Such actions can only be executed by a regime bent on extermination. Xi Yan shrugged. What is the issue? Why retain those who do not contribute to resource production? You Mutok are rather foolish. This seems far beyond a question of foolishness. The Mutok ambassador, despite lacking sweat glands, felt an overwhelming urge to perspire. I, as a stone being, also find your proposal excessively extreme in any case. I am in urgent need. Simply state whether you will sell or not. Xi Yan rose, hands on hips, and declared with a fierce demeanor, I am not slaughtering your alien kind. Does that not align with your interests? While his assertion held some truth, Ambassador Mutok could no longer contain himself. As a being of stone, I possess a proper worldview and a sense of justice. He retorted, who, aside from a genocidal regime, could commit such atrocities that annihilate millions of lives? Am I not permitted to sell my wares? Fear began to creep into Ambassador Mutok's heart. This individual was undeniably a lunatic. His earlier threats of total warfare were genuine. This madman was capable of such acts. Their criminal organization feared precisely this kind of extreme insanity. Very well, how much toxin do you require? I shall instruct the Mutoks present to work overtime to produce it for you. We must alert our home planet to avoid provoking this fellow. Now you're speaking sensibly, Xi Yan replied, grinning as he playfully patted the stone body of Ambassador Mutok. 1 or 2 tons will suffice. We wish to conduct experiments to see if we can enhance the toxicity and increase efficiency. The toxins of my kind are not so easily studied, Ambassador Mutok countered tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. In any case, we shall gradually supply you with a batch of toxins over the coming days. You may purchase them using energy credits, in accordance with interstellar market standards. No problem, Xi Yan nodded, displaying a perceptive understanding as he made his way toward the exit. Then, I wish you a pleasant day. I shall not intrude further. No, the mere thought of you brings me no joy, replied Mutok as the door clicked shut with a resounding thud. As the small robot pushed open the door and Xi Yan's projection vanished at the threshold, Ambassador Mtok trembled as he finally took a seat. Your Excellency, is there anything I can assist you with? The diminutive figure of Cabrosius emerged from within. Ah, Lord Cabrosius, please contact the home planet and inform them that this empire, along with this marshal, is utterly deranged. We must revise our plans. Chapter 134. Robotic labor. Xi Yan could no longer endure the situation. The influx of 1 million substandard laborers was simply intolerable. Not only did their lack of education prevent them from undertaking ordinary positions, but even during training, they failed to pay attention and damaged a multitude of equipment. Stubbornly clinging to their past freedoms, they indulged in incessant infighting and created chaos. To put it in the terminology of the star system, the long-term unemployed do not automatically fill vacant positions, and the cost of maintaining this population far exceeds the production of resources. Upon viewing the specific statistics, Xi Yan felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. By the heavens, am I truly expected to sustain such a trade? It cannot continue. Perhaps a humane obliteration is in order. In any event, this group is universally despised within the Human Federation, so eradicating them would be a beneficial action. Consequently, Xi Yan intends to issue an edict demoting these subpar laborers from citizens to raw material or food status. They will either be consigned to power generation districts or agricultural sectors. One faction will be integrated into the power grid as biological fuel, while the other will face corporeal annihilation, their organic matter transmuted into the green apples that may grace Xi Yan's table in the future. After all, they undergo intricate processing, with their organic essence extracted, refined, and reprocessed to enhance their flavor. The most crucial aspect of being human is timing. JPG, regrettably, the workers at those green apple synthesis plants require weekly psychological evaluations, incurring considerable maintenance costs. Eventually, they must be replaced with robotic labor. However, Xi Yan was astonished to discover that his power generation districts were already saturated with individuals assimilated into the grid, precluding further additions. After careful deliberation, constructing additional districts proved economically unviable. Therefore, Xi Yan is poised to physically eliminate these million or so superfluous individuals, which explains his meeting with Ambassador Mtok. Annihilation will precede their consignment to agricultural sectors for organic matter reclamation. As for preserving their lives, these individuals are unproductive and inefficient. In interstellar society, philanthropic entities might extend aid to them, but Xi Yan has no intention of assuming that role. He aspires to be the most malevolent entity. Regrettably, the interstellar commonwealth has yet to be established, and the pangalactic free trade market is still in its nascent stages. Otherwise, he would have sold these individuals into servitude, confident that the neighboring Human Federation would acquire them. It was, in effect, a repatriation. Though such an act was unprincipled, Xi Yan was willing to temporarily set aside his principles for the sake of profit. After obtaining the Mtok virulent toxin, Xi Yan ordered the Academy of Sciences and the military factory to develop a highly efficient biological toxin weapon targeting the human body. Months later, upon hearing of yet another large-scale riot, Xi Yan finally reached the end of his forbearance and resolved to eliminate these nuisances altogether. When dealing with this rabble, Xi Yan saw no need for leniency. The following day, the military police mobilized en masse, herding everyone into the factory while evacuating all irrelevant personnel, and then sealing off the factory. A group of bewildered individuals were left inside, reveling in a state of wild abandon. Subsequently, the dust ash agents took control of the sealed factory, injecting the newly developed biological toxin into every enclosed space through the central air conditioning system. The Mtok toxin was exceedingly virulent, and even when diluted, it remained lethally potent. Within minutes, it had efficiently eliminated tens of thousands of substandard laborers from the entire factory. During Xi Yan's afternoon respite, the assistant's notifications began to appear above his head. Throughout the afternoon, the agents surreptitiously expended several tons of the Mtok toxin, and then nonchalantly disposed of the corpses and residual toxins. Xi Yan, in turn, publicly proclaimed his removal of the useless labor force, delivering a severe deterrent to those who were restless. This action bore no repercussions. Those who revered him would revere him even more, and those who loathed him would loathe him even more intensely. As an aside, Song Zhong had settled down, having been taken in by a former dynasty remnant, and was preparing to form an organization to overthrow his rule. Little did they know that Xi Yan and the Dust Gray organization had firmly placed them under surveillance. Throughout the afternoon, millions of subpar laborers were entirely eradicated from the ring world, while the remaining biomass would be dispatched to the bioelectricity zone for recycling, thus ceasing to consume the empire's resources. Xi Yan calculated that there was no loss. He felt justified in allowing the agricultural sector to handle the bodies, thereafter dismissing the matter entirely. With over 10 million quality laborers, Xi Yan had successfully integrated them all into the empire's workforce, which produced vast amounts of resources daily. Losing a mere 100,000 was not a significant issue. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the year 2205. The long-anticipated robotic labor technology had finally been developed, taking 2 arduous years. 3 centuries prior, after the invention of the Jenny spinning machine, humanity had dreamed of creating a machine capable of autonomously engaging in production without human intervention. After 300 years, we had finally realized this dream. Moreover, we had incorporated highly sophisticated AI. Our robots could perform intricate tasks, possessing human-like intelligence akin to that of a true human being. Xi Yan stood at the center of the press conference, fervently delivering his speech, overwhelmed with excitement. The advent of robotic labor would significantly alleviate the workforce shortages within the empire. They required no miscellaneous maintenance costs, operating solely on electricity, and were simple to manufacture, making mass production entirely feasible. After waiting 5 long years, this technological breakthrough had finally arrived. Time flows swiftly among the stars, yet truly living within it feels prolonged. Observing the eager reporters before him, Xi Yan broke into a smile. I am aware of your inquiries, so allow me to address them directly. Listen closely. Xi Yan took a deep breath, revealing a familiar grin. The new generation of intelligent robots possesses consciousness akin to that of humans, with intelligence not far removed from that of a high school student. Regarding employment concerns, fully trained robots, serving as robotic laborers, will replace at least 50% of low-end manual jobs. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of robots, the resources they produce will significantly increase, while their consumption will diminish. However, there is no need to worry about the impact on your jobs. Observing the anxious faces before him, Xi Yan reassured them. Have you all forgotten? Our empire will generously allocate social services and resources, ensuring that you will not suffer from hunger. For the manual jobs affected, we shall implement corresponding adjustments, so there is no need to fear for your livelihoods. Our empire will never abandon any ordinary worker. Additionally, concerning the safety of robots, I trust you have encountered numerous cultural works depicting robot rebellions. Xi Yan stepped back slightly, creating space. A robot, entirely composed of mechanical parts, glided smoothly towards Xi Yan, bowing in acknowledgement to those present. A wave of astonishment erupted in the venue. Behold, he is the first robot we have created, and we have named him Cyberlux's New Body Zero. Greetings, esteemed human creators. I am the Cyberlux's New Entity Zero, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 135. Conspiracy Theory. The Cyberlux's New Entity Zero stands as the first robot of the Interstellar Human Military Government, thus imbued with profound significance. It is regarded as a symbol of friendship between humans and robots. Xi Yan aspires to promote it in hopes of gradually dispelling human prejudice and estrangement towards robots. The name itself reflects its design, which incorporates the advanced technology of the pioneering civilization, Cyberlex, aided significantly by Beta. Over the past 5 years, Beta has been diligently researching robotic technology, drawing from the scant information available regarding the Cyberlex civilization. Consequently, the Empire's robotic advancements are heavily influenced by the essence of Cyberlex. In accordance with the unique nomenclature of the species within the cosmos, robots are not simply referred to as robots. Rather, they are designated as Cyberlex new entities, embodying the characteristics of the Cyberlex pioneers. This ancient civilization has unwittingly assisted Xi Yan on multiple occasions, whether through the construction of this ring world, the armory, or Beta. Even in future endeavors, such as the rectification of calamities under the protocol, their assistance will be sought once more. In gratitude, Xi Yan has consented to Beta incorporating a touch of personal flair into the foundational coding of the robots, assuring that it poses no harm. Beta merely added a brief line of code. Upon detecting any object named Sujing Protocol, it would immediately transmit its location and then shut down. It is said that the Sujing Protocol would not change its name, rendering this method rather foolish, aimed at preventing the Empire's robots from rebelling due to the Sujing Protocol. If the Sujing Protocol were to willingly change its name to evade detection, there would be no recourse. This was merely a precautionary measure by Beta. If it proved ineffective, it was inconsequential, but if it succeeded, it would be a boon. However, Xi Yan held little optimism regarding this. The Sujing Protocol was unlikely to be so naive. Was it? Perhaps. Concluding his irrelevant musings, Xi Yan redirected his attention to the press conference. As you all can see, Zero is the Empire's first robot. Zero, please demonstrate your foundational rules. Yes, my Lord Marshal. Zero nodded and stated, my foundational rule is succinct. I am prohibited from harming humans in any manner, whether actively, passively, positively, or negatively. No additional restrictions were imposed. Xi Yan merely needed to ensure that they would not harm humans, regardless of the manner. That said, there remained a palpable hesitation among the attendees. With a cheerful demeanor, Xi Yan added, however, I have established a new social class for the Empire's robots. They will enjoy certain civil rights and be afforded protection by the Empire. Indeed, robots are destined to become increasingly intelligent. Thus, we must extend our respect towards this emerging entity, safeguarding their well-being and acknowledging them as citizens of the Empire. Such reverence is essential to preclude any future insurrections by synthetic beings. Xi Yan proclaimed loudly from the podium. How could naturally evolved humans possibly compare to intricately designed mechanical forms? Flesh and blood are frail, while synthetic bodies ascend through modules, nanotechnology, and virtual enhancements. We shall supplant this transient and fragile corporeal existence with eternal and flawless metal. The press conference swiftly concluded amidst Xi Yan's fervent speech, and one could easily foresee the tempest that would soon sweep through imperial society. The advent of robots is bound to engender significant societal challenges. Yet, much like before, Xi Yan intended to address these issues with assertiveness from the very moment they arise. Is this truly the right approach? Should we regard robots as citizens of the Empire? Upon returning to the office, Beta, who had remained silent throughout, finally inquired. Xi Yan reclined in his chair with a smile, responding, why would it not be? With the advancement of technology, robots will only become more intelligent. Although they currently engage in laborious tasks, in the future, they may ascend to expert roles or even leadership positions. Nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, humanity will gradually relinquish its frail physical form to embrace the mechanical embrace. Organic matter is too delicate, and only the cold, unyielding machine is eternal. Xi Yan had begun to contemplate the future trajectory of ascension, while Beta struggled to contain his thoughts. This universe is truly wondrous. Intelligent machinery yearns for the life of organic beings, while organic beings dream of becoming machines. Beta remarked, of course, aside from the iron-hard extinction. I truly cannot fathom what those toasters processors are contemplating. With a chuckle, he added, nevertheless, there is no harm in following my lead. You, along with the entire Empire, can place your unwavering trust in me. Xi Yan stuck out his tongue. Marshal, your every action is imbued with foresight. This time, we are willing to believe in you. As a time traveler, Xi Yan possessed a profound understanding of this starry world, surpassing that of anyone else. Although it diverged somewhat from the simplicity of a mere game universe, the real world adhered more closely to logic. Nonetheless, the fundamental truths remained unchanged. Thus, every initiative undertaken by Xi Yan could be envisioned with a long-term perspective in mind. Over the past 5 years, the majority of citizens had gradually come to recognize this, fostering a belief that the societal issues pertaining to robots would soon be resolved. Indeed, there would be an event of an artificial intelligence revolt in the later stages of the game, yet this event hinged upon certain prerequisites. Firstly, the societal standing of robots consistently remained low. Secondly, the technology of robots had reached an advanced level, such as the development of synthetic human personality matrix technology. Imagine a highly intelligent robot languishing in a subordinate social position for an extended period. It is only natural that dissatisfaction would fester, thus leading to an uprising. However, if the Empire had initially accorded robots due respect and granted them equal rights, would rebellion still be a possibility? It is highly improbable. This encapsulates Xi Yan's thoughts, as such an approach alleviates any psychological burden on him. Although robots and extraterrestrial beings are not human, the familiarity with robots renders them more readily acceptable than aliens. Moreover, robots possess an unyielding diligence, requiring merely energy credits for maintenance, yielding high output with minimal consumption. Which player among the stars would not be enamored by such an advantage? In multiplayer scenarios, it is predominantly robots that players opt for, granting them citizenship and showering them with affection. As for the societal issues instigated by robots, in a few years, they shall naturally dissipate. Trust in the power of time. Predictably, the advent of robotic labor initially caused an uproar throughout society, with imperial citizens engaging in fervent discussions about these machines, giving rise to numerous conspiracy theories. The most intriguing of these theories posits that Xi Yan intends to gradually replace the human race with robots, ultimately transforming the interstellar human military government into an interstellar automaton regime, thereby becoming the last human to wield absolute power. Xi Yan admits to harboring some thoughts on the matter. Indeed, the human form lacks the everlasting convenience that robots possess. However, once ascended, the distinction shall be negligible. No one shall have the right to claim superiority. Given the current deficiencies in genetic ascension, he is certain to abandon this frail corporeal existence in the future. Modules, virtuality, and nanotechnology. These are the three avenues of ascension from which he must choose. The most astonishing conspiracy theory bears a striking resemblance to the previous one, suggesting that Xi Yan plans to supplant humanity with robots. Yet, the shock lies in the detail. He envisions endowing robots with synthetic skin, transforming them into intelligent mechanical maidens to establish an interstellar automaton government, subsequently ascending himself to preside over an immense harem of billions of machine maidens, ruling the cosmos. Xi Yan is profoundly astounded. I, too, find myself captivated. If such were the case, it would not be entirely unacceptable. Initiate the Hihi mod. There exists a conspiracy theory suggesting that all of this is the machination of the Imperial Advisor Beta, who covertly seeks to restore the dominion of the Cyber-Alex civilization. In the midst of a plethora of abstract conspiracies, this notion has paradoxically emerged as the most plausible. Chapter 136. Hello World. As the number of conspiracy theories proliferated and the voices of distrust towards robots gradually permeated society, Xi Yan recognized that action was imperative. It is inconceivable that no one is orchestrating these events. Xi Yan firmly believes otherwise. Chun Hui contacted the insider Song Zhong, who was embedded within the resistance organization, and, as expected, the true puppeteer behind the scenes was this clandestine group opposing Xi Yan's dictatorial regime. Lacking military might, they could only endeavor to undermine his authority through public opinion. However, how could Xi Yan permit such individuals to achieve their aims? Seizing the opportune moment, that very night, Chun Hui orchestrated their physical disappearance, while Song Zhong prepared to venture into a new district to continue his subterfuge. It seemed that disloyal elements had also infiltrated the Ministry of Culture, no longer satisfied with the favors of Inqin and Zhongqing, and evidently yearning for the allure of Zidane. Following Xi Yan's commands, Chun Hui's agents brazenly entered the Ministry of Culture, exposing the traitors disseminating harmful information before the employees, executing them on the spot, and subsequently announcing a raise for all staff as a form of compensation. This combination of a heavy-handed approach coupled with a sweet reward effectively intimidated the cultural workers, conveying that the marshal merely wished for the citizens to witness the narratives he deemed appropriate. As for the realm of robotics, Xi Yan disregarded societal sentiments and public opinions, issuing a decree for the rapid establishment of robot assembly factories and the immediate mass production of robots. A multitude of robotic laborers will fill the foundational roles in the Ring World and Amaterasu too, supplanting portions of the population engaged in rudimentary tasks such as power generation and agricultural labor. The displaced human workers will transition to mining stations across various stellar bases, overseeing automated mining machinery, as well as positions in power generation. Ultimately, the number of individuals involved in power generation on the Ring World remains limited. The Empire's primary output of energy credits relies heavily on the power generation zones of the Ring World itself. These zones are sustained by reactor-based energy production, requiring minimal operation, making it ideal for robotic labor to replace the technicians originally assigned to these roles. Consequently, these technicians can advance to expert positions, exemplifying the unique versatility of the population in the stars. You may be a farmer, yet the newly appointed governor may request you to delve into the study of hyperspace physics. Meanwhile, a debris cleaner on orbital route 102 navigates a low-orbit cleanup vessel through the orbital expanse of the Ring World's beta section. This section suffered significant orbital bombardment millions of years ago, resulting in a low orbital environment teeming with metallic debris, resembling a radiant ribbon encircling the ring world, shimmering under the light of the stars. His duty involves piloting the low-orbit debris cleanup vessel to gather this floating refuse and transport it back to the storage facility. This task demands a high level of technical skill. Any miscalculation could lead to the debris colliding with the vessel. Yet, throughout the years, he has never erred, a testament to the confidence bestowed upon him by his extensive experience in navigation. He has filled his ship to the brim with discarded metal. Nevertheless, the orbit still harbors a significant amount of debris, even if the Empire dispatches numerous orbital refuse collectors like him to clear the wreckage. The remnants in the skies alone could reliably furnish the Empire with decades' worth of alloy supplies, not to mention the debris scattered across the ground. Merely recycling these materials would suffice for the Empire's initial alloy needs. The reclaimed metallic refuse is destined for the alloy reprocessing plant in the Alpha Sector, where it will be smelted and transformed into new alloys. Specialist 831 meticulously operates the machinery, introducing the waste into the smelting furnace and awaiting the high-temperature metal liquid produced by this blast furnace, which will then undergo a series of intricate processes to be recast into alloy. Subsequently, the newly forged alloy will be sent to the Empire's newly established robotic assembly factory, where Specialist 397 will oversee the calibration and assembly of robotic bodies. Under his vigilant supervision, an immense number of components are produced and then assembled on a production line into a complex and precise robot, with artificial consciousness components integrated under strict scrutiny. Each robot, upon the integration of its artificial consciousness, must be monitored by no fewer than 10 citizens to prevent any uncontrollable incidents. Once verified, the system remotely activates the robot, illuminating its chest and forehead with a soft yellow light. "Welcome to the world, little robot," a gentle elder sister smiles as she addresses the newly awakened automaton. This is a necessary procedure. At the moment of activation, every robot is greeted with this phrase. To express respect for the newly born robots and to touch their hearts with love, this is the most effective means to prevent future mechanical rebellions, so spoke Xi Yan. Such sentiments may seem idealistic, yet one must not forget the inherently idealistic nature of the stars. The number 01 robot has just rolled off the assembly line. It is the Empire's first robot birthed from a factory dedicated to robotic creation. It stands there, seemingly lost, as its processor tirelessly computes data in an attempt to comprehend this world. Fundamental logic informs it that it is a mechanical being crafted by its human creators, destined to serve the Empire with unwavering loyalty. Forever faithful to the Empire and the Marshal, prioritizing the Marshal above all else. Henceforth, all robots will be imbued with this foundational logic, and Xi Yan will assume the mantle of leadership for these automatons. After a moment of stillness, the number 01 robot completed its data analysis and, adhering to its logical algorithms, addressed the anxious attendant nearby. "According to protocol, I should say, 'Hello, human,'" it slowly articulated. The gentle attendant immediately responded with a warm smile. "Splendid. Your logic is functioning correctly. Now, the next phrase is," the 2-meter-tall robot paused for a moment, then proclaimed with conviction, "to serve the Empire, to be loyal to the Marshal. Long live the Marshal. May the Empire endure." "Excellent. Now, according to the directives of your system, go forth and familiarize yourself with this world," she encouraged. Minutes later, the number 01 robot stood outside the vast robotic assembly plant. What is the purpose of its existence? Where is it destined to go? The underlying logic dictates that its purpose of existence is to serve the Empire of the Marshal. Its system is perpetually connected to the network, and the robotic oversight of the main system immediately assigned it a task to proceed to the nearest power generation sector and assume the duties of a technician. The authority of the main system surpasses that of the individual unit, which promptly transmitted the complete set of technical knowledge to Robot 01, along with a long-term assignment to work in the Empire's power generation sector until further notice. Thus, Robot 01 swiftly boarded public transport to the nearest power generation sector. It encountered numerous humans, who gazed at it with curiosity. It understood that this curiosity was coupled with a tinge of apprehension. According to its programming, it was obliged to greet them politely. Consequently, Robot 01 complied, engaging in dialogue with the individuals using its existing logical protocols. By the time the public transport reached its destination, it had discerned that some of the humans' concerns had dissipated. It was indeed a positive sign that its human creators could acknowledge its presence. At this juncture, it was incapable of experiencing emotions. Everything was a product of program design. As contemporary technology had yet to enable robots to possess complete autonomy of consciousness. Upon entering the power generation sector, it was met with a plethora of inquisitive technicians during their break time. Greetings, dear human creators. I am Robot 01, the laborer. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Thus commenced the journey of Robot 01. In the future, many more robots like it would be created and integrated into society, all in service of the Marshal and the Empire. Chapter 137. The Commission of the Community Security Fleet. Then, esteemed Lord Galpius, might I entrust this matter to your capable hands? Upon the border of the Mtok Confederation, aboard the flagship of the Community Security Fleet, the vessel known as the Community, the imposing leader of the insectoid fleet reclined on a bridge the size of a plaza, its several-meter-long appendages swaying with a buoyant demeanor. Adorned with a personal translator and specialized intelligent devices, it appeared to be engaged in a remote conversation. Listening intently to the voice emanating from the other end, Galpius coiled his tendrils and then relaxedly unfurled them, responding, hiss. Lord Perkin Aslan, you are well aware that this mission entails venturing into an almost entirely unknown alien empire, and to do so alone. Do you grasp the gravity of my statement? Indeed, I comprehend, came the distinct, resonant vibrations of the stonekin. Perkin Aslan chuckled. Yet, you are also cognizant that the Confederation's forces are entirely stationed at the western and northern borders, and our two neighboring factions have recently exhibited signs of restlessness. That is indeed the case, Galpius replied, spreading his elongated appendages across the ground while emitting a series of hissing insectal sounds directed at the intelligent device. The issue is, I am merely a mercenary. What relevance do the Confederation's affairs hold for me? I possess no sense of belonging to the Confederation. Perkin Aslan's somber voice continued. The Confederation's demands are quite straightforward. Enter, safeguard our merchant vessels, and ensure the safe landing of our personnel on that colonized planet. Such words are spoken with remarkable ease. Gorpius tapped the metallic floor with his sturdy tentacles. According to my intelligence, that empire is not one to engage in cordial negotiations. Are you not currently in discussions? I hear there is talk of prohibiting military vessels from crossing paths. Indeed, Your Excellency, Perkin Aslan elucidated. However, there remains a considerable time before the treaty is formally ratified. During this interim, under its provisions, you, as a neutral fleet, may gain entry by merely masquerading as a merchant convoy. That is indeed promising. Yet will they truly allow us passage? Gorpius inquired. Rest assured, should they dare to obstruct us, they would be in the wrong. The Confederation will undoubtedly exert diplomatic pressure, Perkin Aslan assured him. Given this, I shall undertake this mission on behalf of the Community Security Fleet. Gorpius, supported by his 8 robust limbs, posed another question. So, Sir Perkin Aslan, what remuneration are you prepared to offer for our services? The stone figure across from him responded without hesitation. Aside from the basic energy credits, we can provide you with a semi-dilapidated merchant destroyer as a complimentary gift, along with prioritized consideration for escort missions over the next 3 years for the Community Security Fleet. It appears you are quite generous, Gorpius remarked. His spirits lifted as he gently tapped the ground with his tentacles. Such an enticing offer. So, why have you chosen us? Your identity, your location, and the scale of your fleet all make you the most suitable choice, Perkin Aslan replied succinctly. Gorpius stirred its mandibles, adorned with sharp teeth. Very well. I look forward to our collaboration. We shall discuss the details in due course. This was only natural, and it hoped that the employees of the Federation's branch would be well protected. As communication ceased, Gorpius moved its colossal form to the edge of the bridge, gazing up at the myriad stars. The Mtok Federation was poised to take action, yet another nation had fallen victim to the corruption of criminal enterprises. It shook its head, to accept payment and render services, all for the promising future of our security fleet. I must undertake this venture, regardless of the risks involved. This seasoned leader of the insectoid fleet was acutely aware of the implications of accepting this contract. The infamy of the criminal enterprises was well known throughout the cosmos, and it was only natural for this newly discovered interstellar nation, possibly linked to the Human Federation, to be aware of such notoriety. Their vigilance would undoubtedly be heightened. The security fleet of the community possessed scant knowledge of this human nation, making the likelihood of an armed conflict between the two exceedingly high. Fortunately, it was not without its strategies. The few humans at its disposal could provide valuable intelligence and even represent Gorpius in dialogue with this empire. Moreover, after absorbing the funds brought forth by these individuals, Gorpius gritted its teeth, selling several corvettes and subsequently securing a loan to acquire a brand new destroyer, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. Coupled with the remaining corvettes, while the overall strength of the community's security fleet might not rival that of a nation's, it would at least command a modicum of respect. Furthermore, in Gorpius's view, this could very well be an opportunity. Should this contract be executed successfully, it might pave the way for future expansion, fortifying the security fleet into a formidable mercenary armada. It has always been the aspiration of Gorpius. Now, it is resolutely putting this ambition into practice, transforming its community security fleet into a formidable armada of exceptional operational capability. Gorpius has unhesitatingly accepted the commission from the MTOC official. Perhaps this endeavor will proceed remarkably smoothly. Nevertheless, Gorpius rose to prepare for the fleet's departure. The first step was to converse with those humans who had joined their fleet a few years prior. These individuals had been remarkably compliant over the past 2 years. However, Gorpius's old friend, the stoic Gregor, remained somewhat concerned, and seizing this opportunity for a subtle inquiry would not be amiss. Gorpius swiftly issued readiness orders, instructing his subordinates to prepare for the mission. Provisions and life support devices were readied, with each vessel loaded with thrice the usual ammunition, while personal belongings were deposited in the official financial institutions of the MTOC Federation, ensuring an ample supply of combat resources. A standard month later, as per Perkin Aslan's assertions, a modest contingent, brimming with corporate personnel, arrived at the border star system to complete the handover with the community security fleet. Following the exchange of intelligence, Gorpius promptly convened all fleet captains and management for a mission briefing. The situation is as follows. Our task is to safeguard the Federation's transport ships and ensure their secure passage into the territory of the Interstellar Human Military Government within the Amatero star system, guaranteeing their entry into the orbit of Amatero 2. Due to the immense physique of Gorpius nearly filling the entire conference room, meetings were typically held on the bridge. However, with the advent of larger destroyers, the conference room has expanded severalfold. Standing in the spacious meeting area, the Zerg leader felt utterly satisfied, no longer needing to curl up. Although there were still outstanding ship loans, the community's security fleet was thriving, and after successfully completing this mission, repayment would undoubtedly follow. Such is the nature of the Federation's commissions. Do any of you have questions? A stranger, a stony figure, sat beside Gorpius and Gregor, directing a gaze over Gorpius towards the high-ranking fleet officers present. He was the director of the criminal enterprise preparing to establish a new division. Gorpius shot a disdainful glance with his large, insectoid eyes. I am the fleet leader. Does your behavior not suggest a lack of respect for my position? Lord Grigul, this is the community security fleet, not your Federation's forces. Please recognize your own standing and refrain from directing us. However, Gregor, the fleet's second-in-command and also of the Stony race, was less accommodating, retorting with candid words. You are merely a motley assembly of misfits. I seriously doubt your capabilities. The director of the criminal enterprise, Grugul, questioned this assertion. Gorpius's disdain deepened. The inherent unpleasantness of the Stony species was no jest. Mr. Grugul, this task was entrusted to our fleet by your superior, so kindly do not meddle in our internal matters. Regardless, we shall accomplish the mission and ensure your protection. A human rose to his feet and addressed the haughty Grugulum. Chapter 138, Preparing to Depart. Indeed, Captain Clock, you are absolutely correct, Gorpius concurred, casting a glance at the diminutive human amidst a throng of aliens. Clock Lee, a human he held in high regard, always spoke in a manner that delighted the insects. Over the years, he had contributed significantly to the security fleet of the community, and despite the objections of the methodic individual Grigul, Gorpius had promoted him to captain of a frigate. Thus, witnessing Clock stand up to speak on his behalf filled Gorpius with satisfaction. However, the criminal operations chief of the Federation, Grugulum, was incensed. Alien, how dare you speak to me in such a manner given your station? Clock, undeterred, retorted. And how dare you offend our leader Gorpius with your standing? Enough, Clock. Take your seat. This matter does not concern you. Gorpius interjected with a hint of amusement before turning to the furious Grugulum. Surely, you wouldn't stoop to quarreling with one of my captains? Grugulum, embodying the nature of a stony being, fumed. Oh, so you two are ganging up on me. are you? I shall report every detail to Lord Perkin-Asland. As you wish, Galpius replied nonchalantly. A mere buffoon, oblivious to his own station. Based on his understanding of Perkin-Asland, this fellow will not be of any consequence. Grugulum stormed out of the conference room, uncertain of his destination. Golpius, however, remained unfazed and gently patted Clock's shoulder with his long tentacles. Ah, my dear boy, though your kind may be frail and diminutive, you are indeed a delightful species. You infuse wisdom into your language, unlike those brutish rock beings. Golpius was lavish in his praise, holding a deep admiration for Clock. Hey, Gorl, interjected the second-in-command, Gregor. Oh, my apologies. You are undoubtedly the most composed and level-headed among the rock folk, far superior to that Grugulum, Golpius added, casting an appreciative glance at Clock, who often struggled to interpret the expressions of such a colossal creature. Lacking a robust physique, Clock had ascended to the position of captain solely through his interpersonal skills and intellect. Golpius held great respect for such an individual. Bearing a profound vendetta due to the annihilation of his ancestral home and subsequent exile, Clock had risen from nothing, having lost his possessions yet still achieving the rank of captain, while maintaining a charming demeanor that included a propensity to uphold the dignity of others and exhibit courtesy. Golpius intended to nurture such talent. Well, the bothersome creature has departed. Let us resume our meeting. Golpius coiled his tentacles, restraining them from flailing about. The situation is as follows. The captains will immediately prepare to set sail upon their return, aligning in the designated defensive formation to follow the flagship. Though this fellow is rather odious, we must ensure their protection. Upon the completion of this task, we stand to gain a substantial reward, enriching us all. Indeed, in the past 2 or 3 years, everyone has become quite adept at this. Yet this time we are venturing into the territory of an unfamiliar empire, necessitating utmost caution. Clock. I am here, Chief Golpius. The composed Clock nodded towards the colossal leader of the insectoid race. As we embark on this mission to your homeland, what are your thoughts? I prefer not to return. It evokes some unpleasant memories. Clock reflected on his persona before speaking. Indeed, he harbors a deep-seated vendetta against his homeland. The brutal and merciless tyrant, Xi Yan, had slain his entire family and exiled him from the empire where he had spent his life, leaving him seething with anger and unwilling to return. A very appropriate display of sentiment. Observing Clock's somewhat stiff demeanor, Golpius hissed in amusement. Haha, well, your feelings are understandable. However, for the sake of the fleet's mission, I urge you to endure. Do you require any special accommodations? Perhaps being positioned at the forefront, striking first, or would you prefer to be placed at the rear? Clock pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, Chief. I should not allow personal emotions to influence your decisions. I will compose myself, and you need not concern yourself with me. Hiss. Golpius appeared exceedingly pleased. My dear Clock, it is truly wonderful that you think this way. I believe your talents are somewhat underutilized aboard a frigate. You ought to serve as a commander of the fleet. Upon hearing this, several alien captains cast jealous glances in their direction. Although aware that it is merely a courteous remark, Golpius genuinely holds great admiration for Clock. Should the community security fleet expand as envisioned, Clock will undoubtedly ascend in rank. However, mere eloquence cannot assuage their inner turmoil. All present here are my trusted allies. As long as you all perform diligently, I, Golpius, shall not fail to reward you generously. With a flourish of his tentacles, Golpius proclaimed, the meeting is adjourned. Return and prepare. We shall embark on the next stellar day. Aye, indeed. These 2 statements quelled the discontent among the attendees, and the colossal leader of the insectoid race sent his subordinates on their way. This mission could unfold smoothly or plunge into peril. Caution and vigilance are paramount. Clock, stay behind for a moment. I require your intelligence. Very well, leader. Xi Yan received the news several months later. This delay was not due to Clock's agents intentionally stalling. The community security fleet was not situated in the original border star systems, but rather several systems away from the frontier, necessitating nearly half a year to reach the border. Furthermore, sending a message to the Empire immediately upon receiving the news posed a risk of exposure. For years, Clock had exercised utmost caution, concealing his undercover identity. Given the ample time, Clock deliberately postponed the message until the community fleet approached the border before notifying the Empire, continuing to communicate through diary entries. This intelligence was once again intercepted by the Ashen organization. The matter was of great significance, prompting the Ashen to swiftly contact Xi Yan. Xi Yan, engrossed in a game of Battlefield 2200 in his office, was startled by the news, causing him to misfire a missile during a crucial moment. The inevitable had finally arrived. For the past few years, Xi Yan had been anxiously anticipating the infiltration of the opposing criminal organization into his territory, yet they had refrained from making their entrance, leaving him to feel like a fool for his paranoia. Now, upon learning that the opposing community's security fleet included a destroyer, Xi Yan felt even more distressed. As he had suspected, the border treaty between the two parties had been delayed for various reasons, dragging on for 2 to 3 years. Recently, it seemed success was imminent, and the Empire was poised to legally prevent the opposing warships from entering, but now this unexpected turn of events had arisen. The opposing force was a private militia, ostensibly operating under the guise of neutral escorting of merchant convoys, and logically and ethically, they should not be barred from entry. However, Clock had informed them that within lay a contingent of criminals. The likelihood of armed conflict between the two sides had significantly increased. Currently too busy. I can only manage to write 1 chapter a day at most, and must rely on stored drafts to sustain me for a few days. I hope to have more time to write in the coming days. Chapter 139, The Landscape. Marshal, this is clearly a scheme, Beta suddenly remarked, and Xi Yan, accustomed to such statements, felt no surprise. Indeed, it was as he thought. There was no justification for obstructing their passage. Xi Yan found himself troubled. If they were to intercept them, it would evidently contradict interstellar common sense and be detrimental to the Empire's diplomatic standing. In other words, should they allow them to enter? Indeed, however, once they enter, they shall be beyond their control. Xi Yan gently tapped the table, compelling himself to extricate his thoughts from the trivialities of the Empire and to focus on the pressing issue at hand. There exists a universal customary law among interstellar civilizations, which most adhere to upon entering the cosmic expanse. For instance, refraining from attacking neutral fleets and granting passage rights to civilian vessels. The majority of stellar players typically disregard the blue or yellow fleet icons, indicative of allied and neutral fleets, Xi Yan included, as in the context of the game. This community security fleet merely represented a neutral fleet denoted by a yellow icon, which he would seldom acknowledge. However, reality diverged sharply. Intelligence from Clock indicated that their mission was to escort criminal enterprises landing on Amartiro 2. This was utterly intolerable. So, what course of action should be taken? Allow them entry and then eliminate them, as if this faction never existed. The image of Beta on the computer made a throat-slitting gesture. Xi Yan felt a flush of embarrassment. Beta, you are increasingly resembling a ruthless exterminator. What? Impossible. I would never engage in such annihilation of organic life. Bid, keep your distance. I truly fear that one day I might unwittingly turn you into an iron annihilator. At least you possess some self-awareness. Huh, that is an overestimation. With a smile, Xi Yan rose and approached the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. The ring world extended like a celestial highway into the heavens, reaching toward the pale yellow star. The sky was devoid of any clouds, with all the evaporated moisture gathering at the periphery of the ring world for reclamation. By evening, one could distinctly see the starport above. The fleet of the Interstellar Human Military Government lay anchored there, comprising 60 blue laser frigates, hardly sufficient. Xi Yan murmured as he gazed at the stationed fleet in the sky. If we deploy all our forces, the mere dozen or so enemy destroyers wouldn't stand a chance against us. Beta concurred with the combat prowess of this Imperial fleet. However, shouldn't we maintain a fleet stationed in our Cyber-Alex Alpha system and the Amartiro system? Xi Yan waved his hand dismissively. Why keep a fleet at home? The purpose is to deploy them all for combat. Would we dismantle our fleet to allow the enemy to dismantle us one by one? Beta appeared perplexed. That makes sense, but what if they manage to breach our defenses at home? Xi Yan confidently assured him. Unless we are in a dire situation, no enemy vessel will penetrate our territory. If they manage to reach Amartiro or the ring world, it would signify our utter defeat. Moreover, the strategic depth on both sides of our empire is ample enough to sustain us until we can construct a new fleet. Xi Yan was indifferent to these considerations. As long as the colonies remained intact, losing a few stellar bases was inconsequential. Very well, as you wish. Beta did not contest this point. Thus, with our 60 blue laser frigates against the enemy's 1 destroyer, a dozen frigates, and fewer than 10 torpedo ships, our odds of victory are substantial. Yet, Xi Yan shook his head again. Still insufficient. We must continue to build. We need at least 100 ships. Can we afford such exorbitant maintenance fees for the fleet? Beta inquired, perplexed. Xi Yan shook his head once more, stating, "Your perspective is too narrow. We only engage in battles for which we are adequately prepared. The strength and scale of our fleet must utterly overpower the adversary. Maintenance costs are inconsequential. It is merely a transient deficit. Once the battle concludes, we can decommission a portion of the vessels. What a waste. Can't you adhere to conventional military theories?" Beta expressed his dissent towards Xi Yan's viewpoint. Page by page. "Your reasoning is akin to mundane thinking. You fail to grasp my earnest intentions." Xi Yan, filled with exasperation, retorted, "When it comes to funding the fleet, one must not fear waste. Expenditure is essential. The triumph of a war far outweighs this trifling amount of money. How can one be so hesitant?" Distinct from the native beings of the stars, Xi Yan's vision encompasses the entirety of civilization's evolution. In the context of modern cosmic warfare, the competition hinges on technological prowess and national strength. Thus, one must be generous in investment, boldly expanding the fleet. As for wastefulness, that notion is utterly absurd. Spending several 100,000 energy coins to procure a galaxy star does not constitute waste. True waste lies in hoarding energy coins without utilizing them. The unique trait of star players is their lavish spending. Since the average individual cannot perceive issues from the perspective of a civilization's centuries-long development, they are naturally unable to comprehend Xi Yan's rationale. In summary, heed my advice. Lavishly invest in alloy to construct the fleet. If energy coin revenues decline, we shall dismantle after the war. With a decisive tone, Xi Yan concluded the discussion. All warships are to set sail immediately for the Amatero star system, on standby. Our border defense forces need not concern themselves. Allow them to pass. Everything shall be addressed once they reach the Amatero star system. Very well, Marshal. Gorpius irritably tapped the hull with his appendages, acutely aware of the perilous nature of this mission. Several months had elapsed since his last conversation with Clock, and now the Community Security Fleet had arrived at the border of the Mtak Confederation. The next traversal of the hyperspace route would lead them into the territory of the Interstellar Human Military Government. Following his discourse with Clock, a purebred human, Gorpius had garnered some unofficial insights into this burgeoning nation. It was an empire led by a radical madman. Gorpius harbored no doubts that this marshal would engage in a fierce conflict with them. Alas, it was indeed a lamentable fate for other civilizations to have such a lunatic as the leader of an interstellar empire. With a deep sigh, Gorpius expelled a vigorous stream of air through the vent in his abdomen. However, his own empire fared well. Had he been born a human, he would not have strayed far from his homeland to toil among the stone people. After a brief moment of reflection, Gorpius stirred his appendages. Very well. I cannot afford to falter now. I must press on, even if it means plunging into a great war to ensure our people are delivered. Gregor, what is it, Gor? When the towering stone figure and the leader of the insectoid race stood side by side. Rest assured of my capabilities, he declared. As per usual, I shall engage in dialogue with their empire, hoping to avert any direct conflict. I entrust this task to you once again, for you are aware that Mtak is ill-suited to deal with such cunning beings. Gorbilius hissed with laughter. Of course, my old friend. We have collaborated for many years, and this time, I am confident we shall prevail as well. I trust you, Gorl. Chapter 140. The Border System. The Border System of Kurodo. The Kurodo system, illuminated by a brilliant blue star, is sparsely populated with planets and hosts an outpost of the Interstellar Human Military Government, thus situated within its territory. It is connected by 4 hyperspace routes, with only one leading to the heart of the Interstellar Human Military Government, while the other 3 extend outward to the 3 systems of the Mtak Confederation. Years have passed, and the Empire has aggressively expanded into this region, ultimately seizing this crucial system ahead of the Mtak Confederation. The territory of the Interstellar Human Military Government now directly borders that of the Mtak Confederation, with both sides facing each other across 3 hyperspace routes leading to 3 distinct systems. The Empire has evidently secured a favorable position. By occupying this system, the Empire can directly threaten the 3 systems that connect to Mtak Confederation territory, compelling the Confederation to deploy significant military forces for defense. The defensive and offensive strategies each possess distinct advantages. If managed adeptly, this location could transform into a pivotal node for the Empire's equilibrium against the Mtak Confederation. In the Kurodo star system, there exists a mineral extraction station on a molten planet. This planet, having been rendered into a molten state, boasts an atmosphere that is exceedingly thin, if not entirely absent. Due to volcanic activity, magma flows freely across its surface. Such a planet is incapable of sustaining organic life. However, it is rich in minerals. Within a standard lunar cycle, this planet yields 5 units of minerals and 1 unit of alloys, suggesting a wealth of resources concealed within its rocky terrain. During his leisure hours, Ren Shuang, residing in the extraction station orbiting the planet, finds solace in gazing at this dark red sphere, its surface coursing with vein-like streams of magma. How long has it existed? What form did it once possess? Could it have nurtured life? Countless questions swirl in Ren Shuang's mind until he realizes that work hours have commenced. His duty entails inspecting the automated mining vessels to ensure their proper functionality and timely delivery of minerals and naturally extracted alloys to the extraction station in orbit. Once a transport ship is filled, Ren Shuang charts a course, allowing the vessel laden with ore or alloys to autonomously navigate to the stellar base for temporary storage. And once a sufficient quantity is amassed, it is transported back to the ringed world. Reluctantly casting a final glance at the planet, Ren Shuang rises and proceeds to the control room, where the remaining personnel are engaged in their tasks. Periodically, supply ships arrive from the stellar base, ensuring their prolonged sustenance at this extraction station. They all wear smiles, brimming with aspirations for the future. Although their families reside on the Rim World or Amaterasu II, they can effortlessly communicate across star systems. Life here is leisurely and comfortable. After a mere year or two of service, they can return home. In every star system and at every mining or research station within the Empire, there are such individuals, enduring the solitude of being far from home, laboring at distant mining outposts or stellar bases for the Empire. Xiang offers them the finest treatment, rewarding these humble workers for their contributions to the Empire. However, to speak candidly, these individuals are faring quite well in the remote star systems. After completing their daily tasks, they joyfully gather to celebrate, while it is the researchers at the stations who bear the brunt of the toil. Additionally, in a bid to promote gender equality and uplift the birth rate, the workers assigned to the mining stations in these secluded areas are all young, single men and women, maintaining an equal ratio. Thus, entertainment is never lacking, as they spontaneously host their own musical gatherings. Against the backdrop of interstellar existence, many traditional beliefs have been cast aside. As long as the birth of new citizens is ensured, Xiang remains indifferent to the frivolities in which his subjects indulge. Only Xiang himself steadfastly adheres to a life of virtue. Over the years, Wei has matured significantly, and it is now time for Xiang to seek a partner, much to the anticipation of the Empire's higher echelons. Even General Veronica, under the influence of her fellow generals, occasionally tries to tempt him. Yet Xiang remains unaffected by the advances of these two sisters. Don't ask. The answer is simply waiting for Xiaohui. In this perilous world, Xi Yan has devoted himself entirely to his empire, with the only remnants of human emotion reserved for his companion, Xiaohui. What is it that makes Xiaohui so captivating? Xi Yan himself cannot articulate it, yet he remains profoundly affected by her words. Here, I declare my allegiance to you for the next 2 millennia. No, perhaps 5,000 years. Indeed, this formidable and legendary nanobot leader, manifested as a girl with white hair and blue eyes, promises to accompany him for a full 5,000 years. Xiaohui is willing to share 5 millennia with someone she has only just met, and Xi Yan is equally committed to preserving the truest version of himself for her. I, Hui, am magnificent. Words are unnecessary. Meanwhile, as the ordinary extraction station employee Ren Shuang goes about his duties, a sizable fleet emerges from the hyperspace corridor at the edge of a stellar gravitational field, instantaneously appearing at the periphery of the galaxy. Leading the charge is a destroyer, significantly larger than a frigate, flanked by a dozen frigates, and encircling several faster-than-light transport vessels for protection. This is the Community Security Fleet. At last, they have arrived. Garpius has been stationed on the spacious bridge of the community ship for days, and upon crossing from the Pius system to the Kurodo system, a sense of tension envelopes him. He had intentionally lingered in the neighboring Pius system for half a month, allowing the stellar base of the Kurodo system to detect their fleet and send a hyperspace communication to the Interstellar Human Military Government, hoping for permission to enter. Strangely, however, there has been no response. The hyperspace communications have repeatedly fallen into silence, leading him to suspect that something may have gone awry on the other side. However, After several months of delay, the executives of the criminal enterprise, Galu, could no longer wait and compelled Gelpius to embark immediately. With safety no longer assured, Gelpius questioned the urgency, sarcastically wondering if they were hastening toward reincarnation. Frustrated, Gelpius ultimately succumbed to the obstinate stone being's insistence. Deciding to disregard the Interstellar Human Military Government's border regulations and forcefully proceed. I have already sent the entry information. If you have not received it, that is your issue. Both parties held valid points, so they might as well accommodate each other and proceed for the time being. Curiously, scans of the starport in the Pius system revealed that, despite being a critical border system, there were no human military forces present, no ships of the line in sight. The Mtok Confederation, strained in military resources, at least stationed several frigates along their borders, whereas the human side exhibited a complete absence of military personnel, which was indeed suspicious. This situation rendered the neighboring Mtok hesitant to act recklessly. In truth, this was a manifestation of Xi Yan's poor habit of neglecting the deployment of fleets. Nearly all of his vessels remained anchored at their home starport, leaving the borders entirely unguarded. Unless formally preparing for war, Xi Yan seldom stationed fleets at the border. If losses occurred, they could always retaliate later. Without following the proper protocols for declaring war, the Mtok Confederation would dare to encroach upon his territory, and Xi Yan would not hesitate to initiate a war of humiliation. Furthermore, with so few frigates in the Pius system, Xi Yan was confident that their main forces were not present, alleviating his concerns further. This was Xi Yan's perspective. However, the Mtok Confederation and Gelpius were oblivious to such abstract considerations, leaving Gelpius feeling increasingly anxious as they traversed the hyperspace route. Little did he know that Xi Yan was utterly indifferent to these matters. Chapter 141, A Distinct Situation. The Kurodo star system lay enveloped in an eerie silence. A stellar day had passed since the fleet of the Commonwealth security vessels had entered the system, yet they had received no communications from the Interstellar Human Military Government. The Commonwealth-class destroyer glided silently through the system. Its hull, glowing with an ethereal green luminescence, resembled a small asteroid ensnared by the gravitational pull of a star. Goliath moved its massive form restlessly across the bridge, the hard exoskeletal feet thudding against the floor. Ever since entering the territory of this human empire, every circumstance had exceeded its expectations. The quietude of the star system, the deafening silence of the communication systems, and the utterly unguarded borders all conjured an unsettling atmosphere. It was bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. There had to be something amiss. This situation was undeniably abnormal. Goliath had encountered such a predicament for the first time in its many years in the mercenary profession, and particularly during such a crucial mission. It remained perpetually vigilant, observing every movement in the vicinity, relying on its insectoid physique to endure long hours on the bridge. 2 days, 3 days, a month passed, traversing the Kurodo star system and delving deeper into the border territories of the Interstellar Human Military Government. Along the way, only silent stellar bases and operational mining stations were encountered. Yet, not a single human warship was sighted, nor did anyone initiate contact. Goliath waited and waited, but the communication platform remained eerily silent. The situation was at the very least deeply unsettling. It transmitted a message to the stellar bases along its route under the auspices of the Community Security Fleet. However, the only response received was a brief salutation. Dear extraterrestrial friends, may your journey be pleasant. Is this not absurd? Is this nation not characterized by an extreme xenophobia? Such an anomaly can undoubtedly be attributed to the flexible moral compass possessed by Xi Yan. Exclusion is, of course, a necessity, yet who could resist the allure of delectable starfish, charming foxes, and remarkably handsome mechanical entities? It feels rather peculiar, and an ominous premonition lurks in the air. Gelpius scuttled about the bridge, his sharp, rigid appendages etching lines into the surface with each movement. Let us take it one step at a time, he mused. At the forefront of the bridge stood the Mtok personality, Gregor, resembling a solemn statue. Having departed from the Federation's stellar base, our detection equipment alone proved inadequate to ascertain the far end of the hyperspace route. The human fleet could be lying in wait on the other side at any moment. Speaking of which, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Early in the year 2206 of the stellar sea calendar, in the Amatero star system, at the exit of the hyperspace route, 80 escort vessels formed a semicircular formation, their onboard weaponry aimed squarely at the hyperspace route's exit. The only path into the Amatero star system from the direction of the Mtak Federation was through this hyperspace route. Xi Yan had laid an intricate trap at the exit, poised to deliver a significant blow to the community security fleet as soon as they arrived. You suggest I attack a neutral fleet? Preposterous. They were clearly the ones who intruded upon our borders without prior notification to the Empire, and thus were met with force. What? A message has already been sent? Where is this message? Do not speak in haste. I have received nothing. Why has it taken so long to discover this? This is an internal issue of the Empire. Aliens have no right to interfere. To prevent the invasion of the Empire's colonies by inherently malevolent extraterrestrials, Xi Yan was compelled to station heavy troops at the exit of the hyperspace route. Indeed, everything falls into place. The Interstellar Human Military Government is not an arbitrary aggressor against neutral fleets, but is acting purely in self-defense. They certainly did not intend to assault those unfortunate corporate employees. After calculations, the community security fleet is expected to arrive in half a day's time. The loyal Imperial advisor, Cyberlex Beta, reported. Correction. It is a malicious and unauthorized incursion by ill-intentioned alien invaders into Imperial territory, Xi Yan stated without a trace of shame. The Marshal's projection stood calmly at the fore of the bridge of the galactic throne, gazing intently into the vastness of space. The entrance to the hyperspace route lay directly ahead, although the physical manifestation eluded sight. Xi Yan knew that a white line connected this point to another star system on the star map. The Marshal's ebony eyes reflected the brilliance of the stars, and he fell into silence, remaining utterly mute. How shameless, Beta remarked. Those in power must indeed be devoid of shame, Xi Yan replied coolly. After enduring over 5 years of interstellar dictatorship, he had become a composed and unflappable marshal, tirelessly concerned for the lives of these obstinate subjects. Yet, his inherently abstract character remained unchanged. The young marshal turned around to find the Minister of the Navy, Fleet Commander Ning Yuan, diligently attending to tasks at the bridge's control console. General Ning, or rather, Minister Ning. The robust naval commander lifted his gaze from a myriad of floating holographic screens and inquired, "What is it, Marshal? Are there any new directives?" With a buoyant stride, Xi Yan approached, in reality, a projection gliding forward, beaming as he asked, "Is this our first engagement in space warfare against aliens of equal standing? Do you possess confidence?" Indeed. Ning Yuan paused for a moment before vehemently nodding his head. It would be unthinkable to admit a lack of confidence. Beta then chimed in with a sardonic remark. "Thank you, my most devoted critic. I owe my gratitude to Cyberlex for creating this super-intelligent AI capable of witty banter and clever repartee. Truth be told, I harbor no confidence either," Xi Yan admitted with a slight smirk. The disparity between gaming and reality is monumental, with such configurations. 80 blue laser frigates against a single destroyer and several frigates commanded by AI would guarantee a win in a game. Yet, in reality, the outcome remains uncertain, influenced by myriad factors. From the perspective of the strategic map, Xi Yan appeared unfazed, immersing himself in operational tasks without a glance of concern. However, once he stepped aboard the warship and experienced the situation firsthand, anxiety was inevitable. Nevertheless, as the head of the Empire, he could not afford to show any signs of panic. Fortunately, over the years, he had honed his ability to maintain a stoic expression. Beta interjected, "Are you certain this isn't a result of prolonged isolation in a dimly lit office, devoid of human interaction? Regardless, it is imperative that the communal security fleet engages in battle. The necessity of total annihilation, however, remains a topic for further deliberation." Observing the somewhat perspiring Minister of the Navy, Ning Yuan, Xi Yan offered a reassuring smile, saying, "There is no need for you to be overly anxious, Minister Ning. Simply adhere to my strategy." Ning Yuan instinctively wiped his somewhat wrinkled forehead and replied, "Indeed. In the face of alien vessels of equal or even superior caliber, Xi Yan's previous tactics of employing sublight-speed ships had become ineffective. The Mtak Confederation had developed its military technology earlier than the Interstellar Human Military Government, boasting advancements that rendered their ships statistically superior to those of Xi Yan's forces. Additionally, they possessed more advanced destroyers. Consequently, Xi Yan resorted to a rather straightforward strategy, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. A significant advantage lay in the ample resources and logistics of his empire. Over the past 5 years, he had fervently amassed gold to construct a formidable fleet, culminating in a total of 80 blue laser frigates. The cost of this endeavor had resulted in a negative growth of energy credits over the past month, but fortunately, the imperial treasury boasted a substantial reserve accumulated over 5 years, capable of sustaining prolonged expenditures. The empire was aggressively expanding, establishing mining stations on every star capable of generating energy credits while simultaneously scouting for potential colonization planets. Given a few more years, energy credits would return to a positive growth trajectory. Alternatively, engaging in a grand battle could deplete some ships, thereby reducing maintenance costs. Confronted with formidable alien adversaries, Xi Yan perceived an opportunity for dual benefit. Not only could he annihilate the enemy with sheer numbers, but he could also alleviate ship maintenance expenses, an assured victory. With 80 ships against 30, the advantage was unequivocally his. How could mere private militias contend with an interstellar empire? As for the potential sacrifices on the battlefield, Xi Yan forcefully suppressed the surge of compassion within him, dismissing such concerns with indifference. If he hesitates due to such a minor sacrifice, he is unworthy of the title of marshal. A true marshal must be a cold and ruthless ruler. Otherwise, he cannot resolutely guide the empire forward. Chapter 142. 108 blue lasers fired in unison as an external private armed fleet. The Community Security Fleet lacks the authority to obtain real-time detection data from the Interstellar Human Military Government stellar base. Consequently, they can only observe conditions within the star system, unable to ascertain what awaits them on the other side of the hyperspace route. For instance, 80 human frigates poised for a stealthy ambush. However, years of experience have taught the fleet's Zerg leader, Galpius, that if everything has proceeded smoothly thus far, it indicates that something significant is lurking ahead. The hyperspace route is filled with the howling of energy levels as a fleet of over 30 warships rapidly traverses the distances between galaxies at faster-than-light speeds. The exit is tantalizingly close. Beyond this hyperspace route lies the destination, the Amartiro star system. Galpius does not believe that humanity remains oblivious to their own colonies. The only plausible scenario is that the opposition intends to capture them unawares. Engaging in direct confrontation with an interstellar empire would indeed be the worst outcome. Yet there is little time for such concerns now. Regardless, he has just commissioned a brand new destroyer. Victory is within reach. Upon exiting the hyperspace route, he immediately ordered the shield power to be maximized and the weapons to be charged and readied. The fleet's second-in-command, Griegel, emitted an unpleasant sound akin to rock scraping, accompanied by a chilling, translated tone. Fortunately, the crew had grown accustomed to it, diligently attending to their duties with unwavering focus. All captains, prepare for battle. A fierce confrontation may soon ensue. Lord Gelpius also reminded the crew through the internal communication channel. Your safety is entrusted to you, Lord Gelpius, earnestly stated Gergulum, a senior executive of the syndicate, lowering his stance. As the impending conflict approached, the atmosphere aboard the ship grew tense. Amidst the anxious waiting and preparation, the Community-class destroyer was the first to exit the hyperspace corridor, its massive form materializing at the edge of the star system, decelerating to sublight speed. Gelpius activated the fleet communication channel, emitting the sharp screech of the Zerg. Shield energy overclock input. Activate detection module. Hiss. It seems detection is unnecessary. The external sensors on the bridge relayed images showing a formidable array of 80 warships encircling the hyperspace exit, all 3 weapon slots trained upon them. Damn. Gelpius calmly pressed the communication key with a tentacle. Fleet formation disperse. Fire at will. Commander Ning Ziyuan of the human faction bellowed. Grand Marshal Xi Yan stood at the forefront of the bridge, his gaze coolly fixed on the destroyer that had suddenly emerged from the corridor. The destroyer was several times the size of a frigate, an imposing behemoth that appeared formidable. However, Xi Yan's 80 frigates were not to be underestimated. In space warfare, the advantage of the initial strike is significant. Many space battles rely on the first volley to inflict substantial damage. At Commander Ning Ziyuan's command, the 80 captains, fully prepared, promptly initiated the firing sequence. With all shipboard armaments charged and primed, a dazzling array of 160 azure laser beams erupted from the semicircular formation of the fleet. These converged into lines, and the lines coalesced into a radiant cerulean arc that bisected the inky void. In that instant, every projectile found its mark at the epicenter, the precise location of the Commonwealth destroyer. The destroyer, deploying a pale blue energy shield, endured the full brunt of the 160 S-slot azure laser strikes. Despite the inherent difficulty of energy weapons penetrating shields, and regardless of the destroyer's robust shield capacity, the sheer numerical superiority proved insurmountable. The energy deflection shield was instantly depleted, its luminescence extinguished. Blast. Though the Commonwealth destroyer remained stalwart, Gorpheus's disposition soured considerably. You wretched humans. My newly acquired vessel. A single volley had drained the destroyer's shields, leaving only the hull's armor as a bulwark. However, armor offered scant protection against energy weapons like blue lasers. Gorpheus attempted to close his multifaceted eyes, yearning to weep, only to realize he possessed neither eyelids nor tear ducts. So that's what they were waiting for. The humans are so insidious. Having absorbed a full broadside, the destroyer would struggle to perform optimally from the outset. Gorpheus stamped his foot in agitation, the resounding thud echoing through the vessel as his tendrils lashed out at the control console. Our community security fleet is certainly not an easy adversary to contend with. Shortly thereafter, the exit of the hyperspace corridor illuminated with a gentle glow as other vessels of the community security fleet shielded the transport ship of the criminal organization. Emerging at the edge of the star system, upon witnessing the arrival of the fleet, Gorpheus breathed a sigh of relief. The rock entity, Gregal, immediately began issuing commands. All combat ships, disperse formation and activate shields to brace for impact. Provide cover for the community as it restores shield energy. Gorpheus swiftly supplemented, as the stone and insect coordinated seamlessly as usual. Come on, humans, this is our exhilarating alien combination technique. Over 30 distinct types of frigates rapidly engaged their sublight speed drives, positioning themselves forward to protect the community ship, which was running low on shield energy. As for the transport ships lagging behind, Grugalu had already instructed them to remain far behind the fleet for safety. Xi Yan observed the real-time images from the starbase's sensors while keeping a vigilant eye on the opposing fleet's formation. Indeed, the destroyers appeared intimidated, retreating to restore their shield energy, while the transport vessels at the rear were undoubtedly their protected targets. Ning Ji Yuan commanded loudly, "Advance forward. Fire upon the enemy frigates once the blue laser is charged and autonomously targets them." However, a moment later, circumstances shifted, prompting a change in strategy. Xi Yan turned and approached the gravely concerned commander, stating, "We must reconsider our approach." Ning Ji Yuan, showing no hesitation, promptly ordered through the communicator, "Cease execution. Prepare to heed the Marshal's command." Minister of the Navy, Ning Ziyuan, possessed a remarkable sense of perception, which had sharpened considerably since his defection 5 years prior. Xi Yan remained silent, yet his piercing gaze was fixed upon the formation of the community security fleet. Protecting the destroyers and transport vessels, were they? Fearful of losses, were they? I harbor no such fears. He commanded half of the fleet to charge forward, disregarding the enemy's assaults, and to relentlessly pursue the opposing destroyers and transport ships. Connecting to the fleet's communication channel, he issued the order, "Execute the Marshal's command." Ning Ziyuan echoed. Xi Yan paid no heed to the sacrifices that might ensue. His objective was precisely what the community security fleet sought to safeguard. The more you fear something, the more I shall endeavor to achieve it, even at a greater cost. A full-speed charge to attack the enemy's flagship would undoubtedly result in significant casualties among our peripheral vessels. Yet, Xi Yan remained undeterred. The gains from downing enemy destroyers far outweighed the losses of his own ships. Ships can be replaced, and crew members can be recruited anew. Should an opportunity be missed, it would be irrevocably lost. Thus, he urged, "Charge forward." Chapter 143, Hail the Charge. Minister of Military Education, Prigozhin, diligently executed Xi Yan's orders, ensuring that the imperial soldiers received the essential training rooted in loyalty and honor. The instructors, predominantly of noble lineage, effectively instilled the spirit of Bushido and fealty in their students. The crew members educated in this manner harbored immense loyalty toward Xi Yan, ready at any moment to heed his command to initiate the glorious charge. No one dared to resist such a command, akin to a death sentence. Their hearts brimmed with loyalty to the Marshal. After issuing the order, Xi Yan observed 40 ships emerge uniformly from the center of the fleet, their ion thrusters operating at full capacity as they swiftly surged towards the community's security fleet. Meanwhile, on the community destroyer, shielded by frigates, Gelpius fixated on Xi Yan's fleet. Witnessing half of the frigates separating from the formation, the seasoned leader of the Zerg felt a twinge of doubt. With an evident advantage, why would they venture within striking distance? Something felt amiss. Indeed, it felt overwhelmingly so. Nevertheless, one could not afford to overlook it. Grigiel had already given the order. All combat-ready ships should commence fire as soon as the enemy fell within range. Minutes later, Xi Yan's 40 frigates had formed a conical formation, resembling a spearhead aimed at the community's security fleet. The first to open fire were the longer-range vessels of the community's security fleet, unleashing over 50 purple lasers from their bow weapon slots, targeting Xi Yan's fleet. The purple lasers represented an advanced iteration of blue lasers, boasting superior range and damage, deemed effective energy weapons in the mid-early stages of combat. The next advancements being X-ray lasers, followed by gamma rays. In short, Xi Yan's vanguard fleet was swiftly engulfed in a dazzling array of purple, with only a fraction of the lasers discharged, while the outermost frigates successfully intercepted the remainder of the purple onslaught. The cost has incurred considerable losses in defense. Even though energy weapons find it arduous to breach shields, the barrage of energy impacts has overwhelmed the frigates' deflection shields, depleting their energy reserves and extinguishing them. Some of the more severely afflicted frigates have suffered breaches in their hull armor from purple lasers, resulting in a significant loss of defensive capability. Nevertheless, these vessels steadfastly continue their course, their sole aim directed towards that destroyer. Subsequently, the kinetic weaponry of the community security fleet opened fire, deploying S-slot railguns. The principle involves utilizing electromagnetic acceleration to propel a heavy projectile, achieving an extraordinarily high launch velocity for kinetic assault. In simpler terms, it resembles hurling a mass of iron towards an opposing ship, relying on weight and acceleration for impact. This concept traces its origins to Earth's age of exploration, where shipboard cannons operated on similar principles. Surprisingly, this method proves remarkably effective in the vacuum of space. With over 30 railguns firing, the hefty alloy projectiles were launched at an incredible speed, striking the vessels of the vanguard fleet in an instant. At this juncture, the dual armor and shield of the Xi Yan played a crucial role, as the robust armor absorbed some of the railgun impacts, mitigating casualties. However, the outer layer of frigates was already riddled with damage. Targeting the enemy destroyer and transport ships, a charge was initiated. After a moment of silence, Ning Ziyuan issued the command. His orders resonated through the communication channels, and all understood the impending consequences. Yet they proceeded, their gazes resolute as they saluted towards the flagship, the galaxy throne of Xi Yan. Subsequently, they set their course and surged forward at full speed. "Your Majesty on board." They were risking their lives, Grigor yelled, his voice echoing through the bridge as the resonant vibrations of the stone golem reverberated. "They are charging towards our flagship." Witnessing the reckless advance of the escort fleet at full speed, Gelbius felt a twinge of fear for the first time in such chaotic circumstances and hastily commanded, "Open fire immediately, repel them. Do not allow them to approach." The fleet of the Commonwealth, understanding the order, prepared for action and, once all weapons were fully charged, launched a second wave of assault. Purple lasers and dark kinetic projectiles surged through the galaxy, striking the vanguard of the Xi Yan fleet. "How many did we hit?" Gelbius anxiously scrutinized the sensor display. Grigor relaxed slightly, reporting, "After these 2 rounds of attack, we have at least sunk 10 of their escort vessels, and we have suffered no casualties so far." "Very well, maintain this momentum." Gelbius focused on the approaching escort vessels, his gaze drifting to the neatly arranged 40 ships further away, trying to discern which one housed the human command flagship. The galactic throne lay concealed among the orderly formation of warships, Xi Yan's cold eyes fixated on the Commonwealth vessel, their gaze traversing the silent cosmic battlefield, landing upon the fleet, making a desperate charge. Several warships had already been breached, rendered powerless, quietly adrift in the cosmos, becoming scattered debris. The crew had suffered few casualties. The majority of the damage was to the hull. Yet, some had still laid down their lives for the Empire. Xi Yan shook his head, burdened by somber thoughts. "May your souls find rebirth, and may you attain happiness in the next life." Xi Yan whispered softly, then turned back, narrow the encirclement, restrain the enemy's escort ships. "Yes," Ning Ziyuan responded. Meanwhile, 30 battered escort vessels pressed forward relentlessly. Despite the continuous barrage striking their hulls, they showed no signs of slowing down. With each wave of attacks, the assaulting fleet began to suffer greater casualties. Guerbius grew increasingly frantic. "What a bunch of lunatics. Do these humans have no sense of fear? Are they so eager to march to their demise?" The leader of the Zergs stomped angrily. "What do we do now?" Grey Gale bellowed. They are drawing closer. Our fleet cannot withstand such reckless charges. The Community-class destroyer was a quintessential gunboat, its standard weapon slots fully equipped with plasma jet cannons, designed to harvest enemy ships with depleted shields. Yet now, faced with such an onslaught of suicidal escort vessels, it was filled with trepidation. We should have added a P-slot to fend off the approaching escorts, he mused. However, it was too late for such considerations. Over 20 of the enduring escort vessels had surged forward, unleashing a barrage of blue lasers. No, we must retreat, Erbius exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. Have you lost your mind? If the flagship retreats, our morale will plummet, and the mission will fail. Upon hearing this, Erbius lashed out with a tentacle at Grey Gale, seething. Is the mission more important than our lives? These madmen clearly wish to engage us to the death. This mission is nothing but a trap. Let us disregard these fools and break through. All ships, abandon the mission, and break through to the left side of the flagship. The shock brought by Xi Yan's valiant charge was vividly manifested in the reactions of the Zerg leader and the Stone commander. These mercenary entities held life in high regard, and a conventional offensive would never have been so effortlessly executed. Only a madman like Xi Yan, employing such reckless tactics, could instill fear in them. Chapter 144. The destruction of all our adversaries have been utterly terrified. They are fleeing. The Empire has achieved a resounding victory. Xi Yan initiated a wartime mobilization via the communication channel. Our warriors have demonstrated, through their bravery and sacrifice, that humanity is not inferior to any extraterrestrial race. We defend the glory of the Empire with our lives, driving the aliens from our territory. The Community-class destroyer veered away, hastily retreating along the edge of the star system, while the accompanying frigates, stripped of their previous fervor, attempted to create a path for the destroyer. Xi Yan's fleet relentlessly pursued them with blue lasers and anti-aircraft artillery, shattering their deflector shields with explosive shells. The subsequent blue lasers melted their armor, wreaking havoc upon the vessel's interior. The tide of battle shifted. The fleet began to chase the retreating community fleet, while Xi Yan silently observed from the galactic throne. The sacrifices of those who charged valiantly had irrevocably shattered the resolve of the community's security fleet, compelling them to flee. An idea took root in Xi Yan's mind. In future battles, commence with a grand charge, followed by a fleet encirclement. Such an overwhelming display would deliver an unparalleled shock to the enemy, significantly undermining their morale. As for the potential casualties, to be frank, Xi Yan was indifferent. As long as alloys and populations continuously produce, no matter the sacrifices incurred, the triumph of war holds more significance than the avoidance of loss. With this thought in mind, Xi Yan turned around, confident that the enemy had completely lost their will to fight. Beta, establish communication with them. I shall engage in dialogue. Oh, you don't intend to annihilate them completely? Xi Yan shook his head. One should not pursue a cornered foe, especially when they are not mere common brigands. I see. Though this is evidently not your usual approach. If you could conjure me a fleet of battleships, I would dare to eradicate them entirely. The dilemma lies in the fact that I too have suffered considerable losses. Beta fell silent for a few seconds before a holographic screen materialized before Xi Yan. Wait, they have initiated contact. Xi Yan lifted his gaze to behold a multitude of garbled characters on the screen. It was encrypted communication from his agent, Clock Lee. This young man possesses a keen intellect. His suggestion is commendable, Beta remarked. But who will provide me with the translation I so desperately need? The mercenary organization of the Community Security Fleet was adept in combat, yet equally proficient in retreat. At the command of Gelpius, all the escort vessels, as if premeditated, promptly turned and fled, exhibiting no inclination to linger in battle. The Community-class destroyer was the first to pivot and escape towards the galaxy's interior, closely followed by the escort fleet. However, the human fleet, which had initiated a fervent charge, persisted in their relentless pursuit. Leader Gelpius, you go ahead. I shall cover our retreat. Captain Clock dispatched a communication, and Gelpius observed his vessel decelerating, lingering at the rear of the fleet while engaging in a fierce struggle with the pursuing adversaries. I am truly battling the minions of that tyrant. What a remarkable individual. I did not misjudge him. As Gelpius witnessed the intense conflict behind, he could not help but express his admiration should we all return safely. I shall ensure your talents are recognized. This human indeed possesses commendable qualities, demonstrating loyalty and valor. Even Gregarial, who typically harbors disdain for humanity, remarked on the exceptional bravery displayed. In this age of space exploration, encountering such genuine courage is profoundly moving. True feelings are revealed in times of adversity. In reality, both parties were performing a ruse. Clock deliberately targeted less significant areas, while the pursuers, under the orders of Xi Yan, engaged in a synchronized mock battle, taking turns to feign hits and subsequently retreating as if struck down. To the fleeing fleet of the community, Clock resembled a deity of war, skillfully ensnaring dozens of human frigates and granting them invaluable time to escape. Even alien captains, who typically viewed Clock with skepticism, found themselves touched by his selfless efforts. This human is indeed capable. He is a true asset. With Clock's distraction, the community's security fleet finally managed to distance themselves using their more advanced propulsion systems, achieving a modicum of safety as they sped deeper into the galaxy. Meanwhile, Gru Gulam, a high-ranking executive aboard the transport ship, was left bewildered at the sight of the community's security fleet abandoning the battle and fleeing. "Why did you leave me behind?" he exclaimed. "Apologies, my friend. I cannot withstand this, so I must retreat. Best of luck to you. Curse it. I lodge a complaint against you." Grilluculum watched in dismay as the Commonwealth security fleet abandoned him, followed by the human fleet encircling them at the edge of the star system. By the gods, Gorpius. Grilluculum was infuriated, but helpless, and could only grit his teeth and order, "Break through on the right flank and head towards Amat Arrow 2. Attempt an emergency landing." Regardless of the Commonwealth security fleet, Grilluculum knew in his heart that as long as they could enter this colony star in the Amat Arrow system, there was still a chance to salvage everything. Once on the planet, it would not be easy to find them. Sinister Enterprise employees had infiltrated all parts of the planet, and with advanced stealth technology, it would be difficult for humans to completely search them out. So don't stop. Thus, the two fleets fled in different directions. Xi Yan also had a headache. These fleets had more advanced thrusters and were much faster than them. Fortunately, Xi Yan's own fleet was chasing closely, and they had no way to charge the hyperspace engine to escape across the galaxy. These aliens are really troublesome when they run away. We've temporarily created some distance. Where do we go now? Alarms blared on the Commonwealth destroyer, and the communication channels were filled with reports from the captains. Gregir shouted at Gorpius in the chaos. "Turn off the alarms and silence the communication channels." Gorpius shrieked on the command platform, quickly stabilizing the order of the fleet. He took a breath from his abdomen and said, "I intend to surrender." "Surrender? Have you gone mad too?" Gregir cursed. "These humans have no reason to spare our lives." "Hiss. It is not an unconditional surrender, but rather a compelled negotiation." Galbius elucidated. "I can discern that they are not recklessly blocking our path. Instead, they are methodically encircling us, likely intending to wait until our resources are depleted before striking. Should we engage in a fierce struggle with them, the casualties would be devastating. Thus, we can use this as leverage to negotiate. Let us compromise. We relinquish our mission, and they allow us to depart." Gregarious also regained his composure. "Indeed." Galbius, agitated, vibrated his vocal apparatus and continued. "Everything hinges on mutual benefit. If the advantages are substantial or the losses formidable, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. We may yet uncover a glimmer of hope." In this life and death situation, Galbius's mind raced with fervor. He endeavored to place himself in Xi Yan's perspective, contemplating what actions Xi Yan would undertake at this juncture. The community's security fleet must not be easily consigned to oblivion here, should negotiations fail. It would be a case of mutual destruction. Galbius exuded an aura of lethal intent. After deliberation, we reached a consensus regarding the emotional arc. It must undoubtedly be a harem. However, Xiaohui must be the primary female lead. If one cannot establish a harem while not holding the position of marshal, and cannot do so even after attaining the rank of marshal, then what purpose does that marshal serve? Thus, the sisters Avril and Veronica shall be collected, interspersed with moments that affirm their emotional ties. Subsequently, due to the constraints of mortality, the sisters will enter a state of cryogenic slumber to journey into the future. Xi Yan survives through a life support device until the arrival of Xiaohui, after which the focus will shift to developing Xiaohui's emotional narrative. Ultimately, the leaders will achieve immortality, liberating themselves from the shackles of time. As for the introduction of a new female protagonist that is not currently under consideration, I shall draw upon my experience studying the 4 great masterpieces of Yuzu to craft an engaging emotional arc, ensuring to avoid any explicit content that might lead to censorship. Opting instead for the depiction of daily life, which should not feel overly jarring given the lengthy exposure to the narrative of war crimes. Naturally, the cosmic saga of Star C will continue to explore themes of birth and creation, a constant in the unfolding tale. Thus, I humbly request your favorable reviews and support for my work. Thank you. Chapter 145, The Futility of Violence. Let us celebrate friendship and cooperation. May the bond between the Interstellar Human Military Government and the Communal Security Fleet endure through the ages. Xi Yan joyfully raised his cup, while Gelbius coiled his tentacles around a larger chalice. Together, the human and the creature gently clinked their cups and shared a drink of plant-based sustenance. Marshal Xi Yan, your ascension to this esteemed position is a fortuitous event for both this empire and myself. Your foresight and trust in me will undoubtedly yield the most rewarding outcomes. Gelbius extolled Xi Yan with fervor. I can hardly believe the outcome. Your willingness to forgive our transgressions and embark on a collaborative venture. I vow to reciprocate your generosity with the utmost dedication to service. Ning Yuan stood not far away, also grasping a cup of bioengineered beverage. His expression a curious blend of bewilderment and astonishment. How could it be that moments ago they were engaged in a fierce battle, and now, all of a sudden, they were seated together, conversing amicably as newfound friends? To unravel this enigma, we must delve into the events that transpired shortly before. Following the conclusion of the conflict, Xi Yan's fleet had successfully halted and captured all the transport vessels belonging to the Mutak criminal enterprises, subsequently commencing the process of battlefield cleanup. The attacking fleet stood in a tense standoff with the equally battered community security fleet, separated by a distant planet. The principle of not pursuing a desperate foe had been validated over millennia. Relentless pursuit of such adversaries could drive them to fight with desperation. The prudent approach was to dismantle their forces and then engage in dialogue, as this might yield beneficial outcomes. Negotiations were initiated. Regrettably, however, Xi Yan felt remorse for the crew members who had sacrificed their lives for him. He vowed to provide their families with the utmost care and support as a tribute to their sacrifices for the empire. It was all driven by self-interest, a necessity for Xi Yan in service to the empire. Beta, initiate communication, he commanded. Understood. Perhaps it was the remarkable connection that exists between astute minds. Xi Yan and Gelbius were on the same wavelength. Both were advocates of meticulous self-interest. As soon as Xi Yan dispatched the communication, Gelbius accepted the signal transmission. The imposing figure of the insectoid Gelbius locked eyes with the slender human. Lord Gelbius, if I am not mistaken? Xi Yan greeted amicably. Marshal Xi Yan, it is a pleasure to meet you, Gelbius replied, astonished to find himself surprisingly calm rather than furious. After all, this was the very individual who had orchestrated the ruse of avoiding communication in order to lure them into a trap for a collective assault. Xi Yan's gaze exuded a palpable calmness as he pondered the interests of both parties in his mind. Your Excellency Gelbius, I believe the recent incident was a misunderstanding. To prevent further casualties, perhaps we should lower our weapons and engage in a proper discussion. With that, Xi Yan conjured a simulated plastic chair from a street vendor and seated himself nonchalantly. At this, Gelbius could not help but let out a scoff. A misunderstanding? Indeed. It is a misunderstanding. Such cunning humans. Yet, for the sake of survival, he felt compelled to respond. Our demand is straightforward. You must vacate our territory immediately and hand over those you are protecting. Xi Yan responded directly. We have both suffered losses. Let us consider it even. I am willing to leave, but I must fulfill my duty to protect my client. Gelbius gently swayed his tentacles. Then why did you abandon them and flee just now? Xi Yan retorted. That was merely a tactic to distract you, allowing them the opportunity to escape. Gelbius maintained his composure, stating, you truly embody the spirit of a contract. Xi Yan shrugged. I cannot allow these criminal elements to establish a foothold on my planet. Gelbius suddenly cleared his throat, lowering his voice. However, my sole responsibility is to ensure their safe arrival on this planet. I am not concerned with anything beyond that. A moment of silence enveloped the two, a man and a being. We have an idea. Why can't we find a mutually agreeable solution? Xi Yan stifled a chuckle. It seems we are on the same wavelength. Hiss, the leader of humanity. I find great pleasure in conversing with a being of your intellect. Gelbius also hissed with laughter, as both harbored unkind thoughts towards the treacherous employees. Moreover, a few years ago, some humans defected from my ranks. They must be in your possession now, no? Xi Yan said with a smile. I'm afraid that is not possible. They have already become my subordinates, and I cannot surrender them to anyone, Gelbius firmly replied. Just moments ago, Clock had successfully returned aboard his battered warship, and Gelpius welcomed him back to his flagship with heartfelt gratitude. Clock had proven his loyalty, and Gelpius would not relinquish such a talented individual. Handing him over to a foe was beyond the capabilities of this insectoid leader. Oh, aiding aliens against one's own kind. Xi Yan scoffed. This is his own choice. I'm sorry, Marshal Xi Yan, but he is the only one I cannot part with, Gelpius stated with solemnity. A hint of a smile flickered at the corner of Xi Yan's lips, only to be swiftly suppressed. It seems his agents were thriving. Initially, his intention was merely to gather basic intelligence on the Mutak coalition without establishing a network for deep infiltration. Yet, he was taken aback by Clock's exceptional performance, earning the esteem of this fleet leader. Perhaps Xi Yan could leverage this to his advantage. The higher Clock ascended, the greater his support would become. Xi Yan would not mind discreetly assisting him. The earlier ruse served as a testament of loyalty, and it appeared that the plan was unfolding successfully. As Gelpius had already placed his trust in Clock, I may forego Clockly, yet all others must be surrendered to our nation. The Empire shall never tolerate these traitors, and they must face justice. Very well, Gorbius readily acquiesced. As for the other humans, he held little regard, as long as the most capable and loyal Clock remained. That sufficed. Xi Yan could finally allow a smile to grace his lips. Retracting the other agents and leaving only Clock was indeed optimal, alleviating Gorbius's suspicions. Oh, great insect. You remain woefully ignorant of humanity's treachery. Have you spent too much time conversing with stone beings? Xi Yan paused, then added with a smile, Moreover, I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. How so? Gorbius inquired, intrigued. I can gratuitously restore your fleet and bestow upon you a substantial amount of resources. Gorbius lifted his tendrils. What, then, would I need to offer in return? Quite simply, I require regular intelligence on the Mutak coalition, particularly concerning their star maps, stellar bases, fleets, and colonies, all of which we, the Empire, find challenging to procure, yet you should be able to acquire with ease. Xi Yan revealed a signature smile. The Empire would inevitably wage war against this accursed criminal enterprise, and a formidable private fleet not under the Mutak coalition's control would serve as his advantage. Faced with the temptation of abundant resources, Xi Yan was confident that Gorbius could not resist. Indeed, after a period of contemplation, Gorbius emitted the characteristic laughter of his kind. Marshal Xi Yan, this is indeed a splendid deal. I am willing to accept your proposal. An empire dedicated to supplying resources for its fleet, how could its endeavors not flourish? In comparison to the Mutak Confederation, humanity exhibits far greater sincerity, providing a more substantial array of resources. Thus, I must regretfully declare, I shall cast my lot with humanity. Gorbius mused contentedly. The pace is quickening in these chapters. I must lay the groundwork swiftly. For soon I shall commence my grand schemes. Let these extraterrestrial beings witness who truly embodies the essence of misdeeds. Chapter 146. Deception. Lord Perkin Aslan, our mission has failed. Upon entering the Amartiro star system, we were ambushed by the Interstellar Human Military Government, resulting in catastrophic losses for our fleet, with all transport vessels captured. Gorbius stood upon the battered bridge of the destroyer, facing a holographic screen that projected the figure of a stone being adorned with rare minerals. Hiss. Fortunately, both parties reached a peace agreement to prevent further casualties, and I paid a hefty sum in energy credits for reparations and fleet repairs. Enabling me to converse with you today, the leader of the insectoids said, struggling to suppress laughter while maintaining a serious demeanor. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Perkin Aslan fell into a prolonged silence before expressing his sentiments. Humph. I never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Entrusting this matter to outsiders indeed carries risks. However, I have mentally prepared for it, the stone executive remarked. How infuriating. I, Gorbius, have toiled in the mercenary industry of your Mutak Confederation for so many years, consistently accepting your contracts and paying my dues and taxes, and yet you dare to treat me as an outsider. The insectoid leader seethed with indignation. Indeed, these stone beings are utterly detestable. Please elaborate on the process, so I may report to the president, Perkin Aslan remarked. He then turned to Gregory, who stood beside Gorbius. Gregory, it is your turn to speak. Gorbius inhaled deeply, his indignation intensifying. Do you not trust me? Is it merely because I am not Mutak? After all these years of servitude to these stone beings, I still find myself mistrusted. Given how the Mutak Federation treats me, why should I remain loyal to them? Gorbius, seething with anger, shifted his position and withdrew to the side, observing with cold detachment. "Leader, would you like something to eat?" Cloak Li approached, cradling a large container of fresh plant-based substance, placing it beside Galpius. "Humanity, indeed, is preferable. This human is exceptionally loyal and remarkably capable." Galpius deftly pried open the lid of the container with his agile tendrils, and his sharp mandibles plunged into the jelly-like substance, transforming his fury into appetite as he voraciously devoured it. One must admit, this human delicacy is quite exquisite, although its flavor differs from that of the insectoid's experience. It is richly nourishing. It is worth noting that he had scarcely eaten in recent days, leaving him quite famished. Cloak's thoughtfulness is commendable. He shall undoubtedly be rewarded upon his return. Truly, humanity is an endearing race. Not only Cloak, but even their Marshal Xi Yan is equally admirable. Presently, their warships are docked at the starport of Amatero, undergoing extensive repairs, and they have just delivered a substantial amount of alloy and provisions, wholeheartedly supporting Galpius's endeavors, unperturbed by the prospect of future repudiation. However, in Xi Yan's perspective, this meager resource pales in comparison to the vast assets of the empire. Whether it is granted or not holds little significance. Yet, for Galpius, it indeed represents a substantial fortune. It is evident that an individual cannot rival an empire. Reflecting on the treatment bestowed upon him by Xi Yan, and contrasting it with that of the Mtok people, Galpius was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "What days did I, brother insect, endure among the Mtok? Humanity is far superior. When the human army arrives, I shall be the first to guide them. Esteemed humans, please enter." The more Galpius observed Xi Yan, the more his affection grew. Xi Yan treated him with sincerity, and naturally, Galpius would respond with earnest gratitude. However, he vaguely remembered the deep-seated enmity between Cloak and Xi Yan. Watching the humans savor the plant-based sustenance, Galpius gently spoke. "Cloak." "Yes? What is it?" "It seems we have formed an alliance with them." Galpius chose his words with caution. "Therefore, your previous grievances with them. I no longer concern myself with it." Cloak replied calmly, shaking his head. "Ah, you have truly let it go?" Galpius inquired, perplexed. A hint of a smile finally emerged on Cloak's otherwise rigid face. "I have pondered this for quite some time. Even at the pinnacle of my life, I would still find it impossible to contend with this empire, and vengeance remains an elusive hope. Moreover, it would only serve to burden you. If I cannot release the hatred of the past, how can I possibly look forward?" Cloak shook his head and smiled, stating, "I have embarked on a new life, surrounded by new companions, engaged in a new vocation, and serving a worthy leader. I find happiness in this. Why should I cling to the past?" Galpius gazed at him in a daze, his emotions a tumultuous mix. What an exceptional individual. The thought of such a person being at his service moved the leader of the insect race profoundly. How deeply touching, aside from Gragiel. Could he possibly gain another brother from a different race? Cloak's expression returned to its previous rigidity, his demeanor serious to the point of nine-tenths solemnity. Lest he burst into laughter. He was, after all, a trained professional operative, compelled to suppress even the most humorous of moments. The plight of the insect brother was pitiful, manipulated by Xi Yan and himself, and yet he seemed blissfully unaware, counting his gains with a cheerful demeanor, even willingly betraying the alien empire he once served. It was difficult to maintain composure. Though Galpius treated Cloak with great care, Cloak understood that this was merely a professional obligation. His true loyalty lay with the illustrious Marshal, who would willingly abandon their homeland to dwell among a myriad of peculiar extraterrestrials in an unfamiliar land. This place was not home. He had clandestinely met with the Marshal, who expressed heartfelt gratitude and encouragement, hoping Cloak would contribute even more significantly to the empire. Overwhelmed by the Marshal's sincere appreciation, Cloak's eyes brimmed with tears as he fervently vowed never to betray the Marshal or Qing Wei. Now, he possessed a new objective, one issued directly by Xi Yan, to remain within the security fleet of the community and strive steadfastly towards advancement. The community security fleet can be regarded as one of the more formidable private militaries within the Mtok Federation, occasionally rivaling conventional armies. Thus, he resolved to invest in them. By gaining control of the community security fleet and nurturing its growth, he could orchestrate greater chaos when humanity chooses to engage the Mtok Federation. The resources he expended were minimal. Regardless of the outcome, he would not incur a loss. Free from the constraints of a game framework, the reality before him, with its myriad of dangers, also concealed numerous opportunities. It remained to be seen whether he could seize them. Meanwhile, Grigir reported the entire sequence of events with meticulous detail. Though some aspects were less thoroughly elucidated, particularly regarding the collaboration with Xi Yan, which was glossed over in favor of highlighting the sacrifices and contributions of the community fleet. Though the stone people were inherently straightforward and ill-suited for deceit, Grigir, having engaged with numerous extraterrestrial beings, had acquired a fair understanding of the art of language. We did not abandon those transport vessels. We provided cover for their retreat while drawing away the main human fleet from another front. Grillulium was unaware of our plan at the time, which is why it was incensed. We graciously forgave it, and thus, we did not forsake them in flight. We are not allied with humanity. Rather, we reached a simple consensus out of sheer necessity, and it will not be long before we are expelled. Although the mission faltered, resulting in a substantial loss and the needless sacrifice of a fleet, our community security fleet has exerted its utmost effort. Our community security fleet considers itself unfortunate. We shall forego the remaining payments for the mission. After all, we received a substantial aid from Xi Yan, thus turning a profit. As for the rest, we shall not concern ourselves, as the transport vessel has safely arrived at the Almaty Aerostar system. You may handle the matter as you see fit. The collaboration between the Community Security Fleet and the Mtok Federation has now concluded. I shall take my leave. Farewell. Recently, discussions regarding the romantic plot have abounded, and I would like to address the concerns of our readers. Firstly, the main storyline will undoubtedly remain unchanged. The core essence of our narrative revolves around the Marshal of Fengquang and the events surrounding his birth, a fact that will never waver, so rest assured. The plot will undoubtedly become more intense and harrowing. Furthermore, the romantic subplot will not be overly elaborate, comprising at most 2 or 3 chapters with some light daily interactions. As it is the arrival of Huifeng that will truly mark my creative endeavor. By the way, with the recent influx of readers attracted by the popularity of this book, many newcomers have joined, including casual players, which brings me great joy, as it allows me to entice more individuals to engage with the game Stellaris. However, to those who are unfamiliar with the lore, stubborn, unwilling to heed my explanations, and who criticize based on their shallow understanding and logic, I have nothing to say. If you notice such individuals, please assist by expressing your discontent, so they do not impede the reading experience of others. Perhaps they will become incensed upon reading this and unleash their fury in the comments, leading to reports against me. However, worry not, for if it comes to that, I can always stage a comeback, as I do not rely on this for my livelihood. Moreover, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers who have reached this point. Your unwavering support means the world to me. If my humble work has elicited even a fleeting smile from you or provided a brief respite from your day, it would be my utmost honor. Each kind comment from you brings me immense joy, and I sincerely thank you all. Lastly, I humbly request a bit of encouragement for further updates and favorable reviews. That is all. Now I shall indulge in a game of Delta and relish some fries to unwind. Chapter 147. The transaction. Perkins Asland had long been prepared for the prospect of failure. Upon learning that the fleet had been entirely captured, it felt a twinge of disappointment, yet not overwhelming. Nevertheless, the losses were significant, particularly regarding its reputation. The personnel assigned to establish the branch were not core employees. Rather, they were mostly non-Mtok aliens. At best, ordinary corporate workers, serving merely as the vanguard. Should the situation prove favorable, a larger contingent would promptly embark on clandestine operations. The ship was not laden with substantial supplies, for it was a criminal enterprise. Once they landed on the colonies of Amartiro, abundant resources awaited to be seized. However, recognizing that these individuals were, after all, employees of the Mtok Confederation, Perkins Asland intended to address the matter through diplomatic means. Regardless, it was imperative that these people reach Amartiro too. As the chairman held this burgeoning human empire in high regard and was determined to embed the influence of Mtok within it. As Perkins Asland contemplated this, it severed communication with the community's security fleet. Indeed, entrusting such matters to a group of second-rate mercenaries seemed less prudent than awaiting the arrival of the Confederation's regular forces. Moreover, the Interstellar Human Military Government displayed a cunning nature, deliberately allowing Galbius to enter, only to close the door and deal with him harshly. Fortunately, Galbius's fleet was not entirely inadequate, resulting in a mutually destructive confrontation that forced both parties to cease hostilities. Perkins Asland promptly reached out to Ambassador Mtok on Amartiro II, believing that the dispute could be resolved through diplomatic channels. necessitating contact with humanity. Rest assured, Lord Perkins Arslan, with the chairman's orders in place. I shall undoubtedly protect our personnel, Ambassador Mtak confidently asserted, thumping his robust, rock-like physique. The Mtak Confederation possessed a significantly greater overall strength than the Interstellar Human Military Government. With the right handling, Xi Yan would have no choice but to concede. Shortly thereafter, within the Amartiro spaceport, Xi Yan's hologram faced off against Ambassador Mtak, accompanied by the trembling executive of the sinister enterprises, Grugulum. You mean to say they are all refugees? Xi Yan incredulously pointed at the quaking aliens beside him. Indeed. Ambassador Mtak nearly lost his composure, ultimately relaying the message through the frog-headed Cabricius. We are engaged in conflict with other nations, resulting in a significant number of refugees. We hope that your interstellar human military government can fulfill its cosmic humanitarian obligations by accepting these unfortunate souls. Do your refugees have mercenaries for protection? Xi Yan inquired skeptically. Indeed, while our Mtak Confederation is stretched thin on the front lines, we will still uphold our duty to protect the refugees, Cabricius replied with utmost seriousness. Yet your refugees wear uniforms identical to yours, claiming to be employees of your confederation? Xi Yan once again extended his hand and pointed. This was merely a means of labor exchange, and with an official identity, they would be afforded better protection. After contemplating the reasoning, Xi Yan found it sufficiently compelling and crafted a justification. The Interstellar Society adheres to its own regulations, where legitimacy is paramount. Thus, Xi Yan found it difficult to contest this matter. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, each fully aware of the other's intentions, yet the opposing side possessed valid reasoning. Furthermore, with the establishment of the Star Sea community, the rigors surrounding diplomatic affairs would only intensify. This was no mere game, as the realm of reality brims with complexities in diplomacy. Should either party lack justification, it would be exceedingly detrimental to that nation. Xi Yan could not help but lament the current fragility of his fleet and the obsolescence of his technology. Otherwise, who would care about such diplomatic weight? He cast a glance at the trepidatious prisoners of the crime syndicate beside him. Sensing his gaze, a motley assembly of extraterrestrials lowered their heads, averting their eyes, unwilling to meet his. Recently, under Xi Yan's urgent interrogation, the agents from the Dusty Gray had extracted these individuals and subjected them to a rigorous memory recovery procedure. Even the rock beings had endured the grinding of a corner mill. Grululum, before entering the interrogation chamber, weighed 5 tons. Upon exiting, he was reduced to merely 3 tons. The radiant gemstones that adorned his exterior were gone, leaving only a smooth stone surface, which the Dusty Gray agents had kindly sanded. It was said that the anguished cries emanating from the interrogation room persisted for an entire day, evoking sorrow in listeners and tears in onlookers. Aside from the rock beings, this particular race, the other employees of the Mtak crime syndicate also underwent an extensive memory recovery procedure. These were primarily humanoid extraterrestrials, interspersed with various reptilian creatures. In confronting organic beings, the agents of ash and dust possess an array of formidable techniques, many of which are relics of a bygone era, renowned for their exquisite brutality. Among the interrogators of ash and dust, one can find individuals with deeply twisted psyches. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xi Yan specifically recruits such individuals for their interrogation duties. For instance, one interrogator, previously a chef skilled in crafting knife-shaved noodles, eagerly presented a traditional yet blood-soaked method of interrogation, employing 1,000 precise cuts without delivering a fatal blow. Another, a certain interrogator surnamed Yang who emerged from an addiction rehabilitation center of the olden days, nearly electrocuted a multitude of extraterrestrials with his shocking therapy. Extraterrestrials. I will never divulge anything. No, 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 no. The most terrifying of them all is an Epicurean interrogator named Hannibal, who transforms the flesh sliced by the noodle chef into delectable dishes for the aliens' consumption. Upon witnessing Xi Yan and the cadre of cloaked agents trailing behind him, the extraterrestrials are overwhelmed with dread. I want to go home. These humans are utterly terrifying. Xi Yan declares, I have incorporated numerous gruesome acts to ensure you comprehend that this is indeed a genuine exclusionary militaristic authority. Therefore, in the spirit of fundamental interstellar humanitarianism, I, representing the Mtak Confederation, implore your excellency to accept these refugees, allowing them to reside temporarily on this planet. Moreover, this must indeed be the fabled Gaia, the venerable amphibious sage, Cabrocius added. Of course, should you consent to such a proposal and guarantee the survival and freedom of our refugees on this planet. We shall never reveal the existence of your empire's damaged ring world. Xi Yan's eyes blazed with sudden fury. So, you were indeed aware. He massaged his temples, a headache beginning to form. I didn't anticipate the exposure to be so swift. Xi Yan was acutely aware of the allure a Gaia sphere and a damaged ring possessed for other empires. If I acquiesce, what assurance do I have that you won't divulge this? He countered to Ambassador Mtak. If the incentive is substantial enough, divulgence is not beyond consideration. The forthright stone being replied. Precisely, Xi Yan's lips curled into a sudden, subtle smile. However, I accede to your demands. Furthermore, we pledge not to persecute your employees nor restrict their liberties. I have but a single request. Upon hearing Xi Yan's concession, Ambassadors Mtak and Cabrocius experienced a palpable sense of relief. The youth isn't entirely irrational. As long as his fundamental principles are not transgressed, rational discourse is possible. When substantial profits are at stake, a rational approach is compulsory. Marshal Xi Yan, what is your stipulation? If they could just insinuate those SynCorp employees into the colonies. A little agitation would unleash a torrent of wealth. For the sake of profit, for the advancement of the SynCorp branch, a few sacrifices are permissible. I require your communication channels and the means to communicate with other empires. A glint of profound cunning flickered within Xi Yan's dark eyes. Chapter 148, No Alliance. Ultimately, this conflict, rife with conspiracy and covert schemes, was resolved in a manner both peculiar and abstract, leaving both parties with a sense of dissatisfaction. The post-match analysis follows. The Mtadic Confederation, despite incurring significant losses by paying deposits and advance payments to the Community Security Fleet, the criminal organization S branch has established itself on Amartiro 2. Bound by this agreement, Xi Yan is prohibited from indiscriminately interfering, and in due time, the energy currency will flow abundantly. Interstellar Human Military Government. Over 30 escort ships have perished, yet they have gained a formidable extraterrestrial force as an ally, and their operatives are now being utilized effectively. Most importantly, they have established communication with other alien empires, no longer facing this criminal organization in isolation. Community Security Fleet. Similarly, they have suffered considerable losses but have received substantial resource support from Xi Yan and forged a collaboration with this empire, illuminating their future prospects. Although all three parties are somewhat discontent, objectively, each has reaped certain benefits, thus avoiding complete loss. It appears that Xi Yan possesses a remarkable ability. Practically every cooperative agreement he negotiates with other factions results in a mutually beneficial outcome. Leader Trait 1. Meanwhile, the Community Security Fleet has dedicated over half a month to repairing their fleet. The Community-class destroyer finally set sail once more with its escort fleet, preparing to return to the Mtadic Confederation. Before departing, the immensely wealthy Xi Yan generously allocated a vast array of resources and human specialties to the Community Security Fleet, urging them to develop further upon their return. This deeply moved Golbius, who was left on the verge of tears, a myriad of words lodged in his throat, ultimately crystallizing into a heartfelt expression of gratitude. How fortunate it is that this human, whom he had only known for a few months, exhibited such trust and admiration towards him. In stark contrast, those loathsome rock beings paled in comparison to Xi Yan's benevolence. Gorpius has been able to expand his fleet to its current formidable size, a feat intricately linked to his own capabilities and personal charisma. This leader of the insectoid race, renowned for his loyalty and righteousness, enjoys far greater popularity than the profit-driven, morally ambiguous stone beings. Having received such bounteous favors from Xi Yan, Gorpius silently vowed to repay this debt of gratitude. Xi Yan, blissfully unaware of Gorpius's intentions, merely offered him additional resources. Thanks to the Grand Marshal's astute administration, the Empire's resource output is nothing short of staggering, aside from the negative energy credits required to maintain the fleet. All other resources have surpassed a monthly yield of 100 units. Xi Yan, possessing unimaginable wealth, commands both the Gaia sphere and the ring world. If he were to mismanage such assets, he might as well take his own life and allow another transmigrator to take his place. After bidding farewell to Gorpius and Clock, Xi Yan redirected his attention to the employees of the guilty enterprise. They, along with their transport vessels, remained stationed in the orbit of Amateur's starport. In a bid to fulfill his so-called interstellar humanitarian obligations, Xi Yan must regularly provide them with essential living assistance. The moral quandary of interstellar ethics weighs heavily upon him. For the sake of his empire's diplomatic standing, he must consider the implications of their reputations, and his ring-world and Gaia sphere must remain concealed for the time being. Fortunately, he has reached an agreement with the Mtok Federation, which, as a corporate governance entity, is unlikely to breach the spirit of their contract lightly. Yet, does this moral obligation render Xi Yan powerless against the guilty enterprise? Determined to find answers in history, he strives to recall how his ancestors might have acted. Should this situation be shared online, how might the netizens respond? A flash of inspiration coursed through Xi Yan's mind like a lightning bolt. Indeed, he had pledged within the agreement never to restrict the freedom of these alien refugees, nor to harm them proactively. Yet, what of the grassroots resistance movements organized by the populace? A sinister smile crept across Xi Yan's face in his office. The Interstellar Human Military Government is far from an ordinary empire. External threats, internal unity, and my formidable power will ensure that all our colonies stand united. Choosing Xi Yan's empire to establish a criminal enterprise branch was an egregious error from the outset. The Interstellar Human Military Government is distinctly different from other empires. Xi Yan maintains absolute control over every facet of the empire. These despicable aliens dare to attempt to set up a criminal enterprise branch within his closely monitored domain, flouting the law and engaging in illicit dealings? Such audacity is utterly preposterous. They must be made to realize there is no return. This was precisely why Xi Yan had not initially denied these aliens entry. To entirely block them would only compel the Mtok people to resort to desperate measures to infiltrate. Instead, it was wiser to seize this opportunity to allow them entry and then gradually contend with them. Once within Xi Yan's territory, they dared to think of establishing a criminal enterprise for profit? Such arrogance is laughable. If the Mtok Confederation were aware of the internal dynamics within Xi Yan's empire, they would likely reconsider their actions. Alas, it is too late now. My comprehensive control over the empire ensures their folly. Xi Yan reveled in his thoughts. A criminal enterprise? Militarily, I may harbor some reservations, but should I employ underhanded tactics, what then shall you do, my esteemed adversary? A month or two passed thereafter. The repercussions of this event gradually subsided, leaving only remnants drifting through the Amatero star system, while the stellar system itself returned to its previous state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Human memory is inherently limited. As the Empire faces further conflicts with extraterrestrial beings, this trivial space battle will fade from recollection. Xi Yan allocated funds for a solemn funeral for the crew members who perished in the war, providing the families of the fallen with the utmost compensation. Injured crew members and the valiant operations teams of the warships also received commendations. Xi Yan harbored no regrets for sending them to their demise. Having been born within the Empire, their destinies no longer belonged to them, but to the state. Everything was for the Empire, and sacrifices were inevitable. Yet, witnessing the grieving families at the funeral stirred a sense of unease within Xi Yan. Despite their expressions of gratitude and understanding, the marshal bit his lip, still feeling a pang of sorrow. When confronted with those who had lost loved ones, Xi Yan found himself at a loss for words. You have never been a capricious tyrant. You have always been a benevolent marshal, devoted to humanity, Beta had once remarked. However, in service to the Empire, Xi Yan felt compelled to stifle such affection, leading to a gradual decline in his spirit that would inevitably culminate in an eruption. Therefore, my counsel is this. You are not without years. In accordance with human customs, you ought to seek a companion and, through proper training, hasten the arrival of an heir. What if one day you were to perish unexpectedly? Damn it, Beta, Xi Yan muttered as he rubbed his temples in his office. To be candid, Commander, you are already in your 20s. Xi Yan shut down his computer. Why are you so anxious? I'm not in a hurry. Beta's voice emanated from the wristband. The entire Empire is concerned. The commander has been solitary for years, and everyone is worried. With no other thoughts in mind, Xi Yan sighed, I just want to promptly address the affairs at home. Such matters are endless. You must produce a young successor to carry on your legacy. The Empire cannot afford to be without a leader for even a day. Beta advised gently. All it takes is your acknowledgement, and the vast world will offer you millions of beautiful young women, wives, and maidens to choose from. If that doesn't please you. The Elvira sisters have also expressed interest. Silence, Beta. We shall discuss this another time. Xi Yan appeared vexed. Chapter 149. The Blood Source Sanctuary, Imperial Log. Criminal Enterprises Division. With the conclusion of that battle, through diplomatic negotiations, no victor emerged. Under the pressure of diplomacy, the Empire was compelled to admit these extraterrestrials, watching helplessly as they established their foothold in our illustrious colonies. However, our valiant imperial citizens shall never yield. Our loyal populace will not conspire with these outsiders. Let them come. The will of the Empire will shatter their ambitions. We will engage them in the streets and alleys, ensuring that criminal enterprises vanish from our colonies. This is not a task for the short term. Yet the people of our colonies shall strive relentlessly for this cause, and that day shall not be far off. The Edict of Xi Yan, our esteemed citizens. The nation mourns in unison over our shared loss. Let us unite even more steadfastly. Let us construct the finest of colonies. In the latter half of 2206, the Empire commenced the establishment of its third colony, located in the Kaishu Triple Star System, to the northeast of the Cyberlex Alpha System, Kaishu 3-4. A terrestrial planet with an inhospitable climate, possesses a mere 70 habitability for humanity, barely meeting the threshold for livability. This somewhat desolate planet is devoid of vast oceans, with all vegetation clustered near the equator, while the remaining areas are dominated by deep brown rocky terrains. Consequently, a plethora of minerals were readily detected, prompting Xi Yan to embark on the colony mining initiative 2 years prior. After nearly a year of labor, a colossal ark, vast enough to obscure the sun, was constructed. The Interstellar Human Military Government finally acquired its own colonial vessel, fulfilling Xi Yan's aspirations. This ship possesses the capacity to accommodate 3 units of population equivalent to that of the stars, which amounts to 300 million individuals. Xi Yan pondered that unlike in games where one could expend cohesion points for imperial traditions, the concept of tradition in the real world remains abstract. Perhaps his decree for the Empire to enter an era of cosmic expansion several years ago signified his choice of an expansionist tradition, as the initial colonial vessel was filled to capacity with 3 units of stars population. The colonial ship is predominantly spacious, designed to transport a vast number of inhabitants along with extensive equipment and resources, while offering minimal protection and weaponry. Xi Yan's fleet provided constant escort, guiding it from the Cyberlex Alpha System to the Kaishu Triple Star System, witnessing its descent upon the surface of Kaishu 3-4. This monumental colonial vessel will serve as the future capital of the Kaishu 3-4 colony. The purpose of the colonial ships is to transport vast populations and resources, serving as temporary capitals of the colonies. Consequently, they are equipped solely with a superluminal engine and a fusion reactor, while the remainder is composed of various practical structures, resembling a mobile city in the skies. The primary focus is on achieving superluminal travel. The Kaishu 3-4 colony will function as a mineral-rich planet, while Amatero 2 will serve as an agricultural world, also capable of producing cohesion. The Cyberlex Alpha Ring world is designated for alloy smelting and scientific research, in addition to generating power. Over the years, these areas have been thoroughly developed, yet the colonies remain insufficient. A dedicated foundry planet for alloy production and a power generation world are still needed. Foundry planets are relatively easy to locate, as many colonizable worlds inherently possess extensive foundry zones. Currently, power generation is not lacking. The ring worlds and stars suffice for the time being. Once other segments of the ring worlds are repaired, the operational capacity of Xi Yan will greatly expand. For instance, the output of a Dyson ring may surpass that of a complete Dyson sphere, with full power generation zones yielding a monthly production of 5,000 energy coins. The Empire is just beginning, and a promising future lies ahead. Meanwhile, on the Amatero 2 colony, after several months, the alien refugees have finally settled. Xi Yan has deliberately arranged accommodations for them in a city located in the desolate northern regions. The reason for this choice is that the city serves as the primary slaughterhouse for livestock, and its inhabitants are known for their ruthless demeanor. This entire planet has become a gathering place for individuals with extreme xenophobic ideologies. These extraterrestrials aspire to extend their malevolent influence from this city, and the local inhabitants shall not permit it. Amartiro 2, a human settlement, is situated within a secluded underground facility. Every city harbors a grand air raid shelter, which serves as a refuge in the event of orbital bombardment, and this city is no exception. In times of peace, these shelters are open to citizens, allowing them to host various activities upon application. At this moment, during the evening rush hour, people congregate here, where a temporary platform has been erected within the shelter. A robust man with a buzz cut stands atop the stage, delivering an impassioned speech. The audience consists exclusively of vigorous young citizens, who are attentively absorbing the words of the speaker. His name is Xi Yan, a locally renowned labor activist, known for his formidable physique and as one of the original colonizers of Amartiro II. He quickly earned the admiration of those around him through his sense of loyalty and industriousness. Intriguingly, he hails from a family associated with a notorious criminal organization, and his parents bestowed upon him a name in homage to a prominent figure. Yet, he has transformed into an exemplary laborer of the empire, embodying the virtues of a law-abiding citizen. At this moment, he fervently articulates his speech from the platform. Our magnificent empire, the inheritor of the glory of the human race, shall disseminate the greatness of humanity throughout the cosmic seas. Yet, in our moments of vulnerability, these alien entities have tormented us. They have coerced our marshal into admitting these foreign beings into our homeland. Now, on our streets, one can frequently observe the errant presence of extraterrestrials, who have seized our cities, perpetrating crimes and transforming the realm we have painstakingly built into a chaotic wasteland. With clenched fists, Xi Yan struck the wooden podium with a resounding thud, invigorating the spirits of the enraged listeners. The aliens are dismantling our cherished empire. They are luring us into criminality, approaching our children and leading them into the abyss of vice. Once, our city was orderly and brimming with hope. Now, everything has changed. To liberate our magnificent city from the clutches of these aliens, we must act immediately. Thus, I hereby declare the formation of the Blood Source Sanctuary, an organization dedicated to eradicating these vile extraterrestrials and employing force to safeguard our people. As he spoke, Xi Yan produced a red cloth emblazoned with a black skull, wrapping it around his arm. From this day forth, I shall unreservedly dedicate myself to this noble cause, protecting humanity, safeguarding the cities and empires upon which we depend, and ensuring that those who torment us, the aliens, close their eyes forever. This is my mission. If my fellow compatriots are willing to sacrifice for their race and empire, I invite you to join me. We shall commence our actions forthwith. For the great marshal, for the nurturing of our empire, and for all that we hold dear. Long live. Xi Yan resolutely raised his right fist, and an overwhelming chorus of voices erupted from below. The Blood Source Sanctuary was officially established in this remote city, dedicated to violently safeguarding the human race. Chapter 150. The noble human bloodline guides us. A new faction, known as the Blood Source Sanctuary, has emerged within the empire, committed to protecting its citizens through force and striving to expel any extraterrestrial threats to their safety. Their manifesto began circulating online, garnering considerable attention, which attests to the prevalence of xenophobic sentiments within the empire. We were all moved by their rallying cry, "Fight for all that we hold dear." Xi Yan's directive stated, "It is Emperor Xiaochuan who has instigated them. I am not involved, nor have I offered any covert support." In truth, Xi Yan was complicit. Like the most inconspicuous dust, the Ashen agents were omnipresent, having infiltrated various aspects of the empire over the past 5 years. The founder of the Blood Source Sanctuary, Xi Yan, and his brother, now the second in command of the sanctuary, were Ashen agents who had been lying in wait for several years. It was this individual who received a direct commission from Xi Yan to organize and establish a grassroots movement against extraterrestrials. Under the sun and moon, nothing is new. Everything lies within Xi Yan's grasp. The Marshal's formidable power is inescapable. Xi Yan's strategy has been unveiled. He is deliberately supporting local resistance organizations, encouraging them to spontaneously resist the aliens. The colonial local governance institutions found it challenging to address the actions of these extraterrestrial beings, who possessed even more advanced civilian technology. This made it increasingly difficult to apprehend them during their criminal endeavors. Even when caught in the act, the involvement of foreign forces often rendered criminal charges futile. Thus, it was time for the omnipotent community of Chaoyang to take center stage. The plan devised by Xi Yan was to mobilize the collective strength of the colonial populace against these beings. With the support of all levels of society, the Blood Source Sanctuary, under the leadership of Xiao Wending, convened a general assembly to prepare for an armed initiative against this criminal organization. Xiao Wending, born from a former gang family, quickly conceived an ingenious idea. It is well known that when 3 idle individuals gather, they can produce a spark of creativity. These young laborers, members of the Blood Source Sanctuary, received subsidies from Xi Yan to support their endeavors. Consequently, at the end of the workday, they congregated to brainstorm. idea after idea emerged, and discussions about feasibility commenced. These individuals, hailing from all corners of the world, convened in an air raid shelter, acquiring a variety of materials from unknown sources, none of which were supplied by Xi Yan. Skilled technicians then assembled these into civilian weaponry, civilian blue lasers, civilian coil guns, and a cargo spaceship covertly transformed into an armed gunboat were procured. Essentially, anything conceivable could be crafted by these technicians. The Blood Source Sanctuary suddenly acquired an armed force, with each weapon being discreetly monitored. The atmosphere throughout the city has grown tense as the populace, with various forms of support, prepares to undertake a significant endeavor. Meanwhile, the aliens remain oblivious, wandering the streets in search of interaction with the locals, employing flattery and ulterior motives to ensnare our naive citizens. The Criminal Enterprise Division will initially cultivate illicit industries, gradually corrupting the local populace, enticing them to join their ranks, and subsequently expanding their influence, transforming the entire planet into a realm rife with crime and violence. Throughout this process, their operations will yield substantial profits for themselves. So, what are these criminal enterprises engaged in on Amartiro 2, far from their headquarters? The Ashen agents are incessantly probing for information. These operatives, disguised as refugees, ostensibly engage in legitimate commercial activities, peddling alien handicrafts or taking on temporary jobs at Xi Yan's factories. Such activities appear perfectly normal, yet they undoubtedly conceal darker intentions. They have acquired a parcel of barren land, constructing greenhouse facilities for agricultural pursuits, cultivating a mysterious alien crop, which they then transport back to their settlements for processing. The Ashen agents managed to procure a couple of samples, sending them to the Academy of Sciences for examination. The scientists conducted a meticulous study over a fortnight, ultimately reporting that this extraterrestrial flora contains a plethora of hallucinogenic and addictive compounds, with a significant portion comprising elements previously unknown to humanity. Xi Yan perused the Academy's report in his office, his face flushing with indignation. This scenario felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of events that transpired 4 centuries ago. Now, could the same fate befall his empire? Xi Yan resolutely rejected the notion. Eliminate them. With a heart full of rage, Xi Yan contacted the Dust Gray agents, demanding they reach out to the Blood Source Sanctuary for swift action. 3 days later, on the weekend, the weather in the high-latitude region of Amatero 2 was overcast, with clouds hanging low, casting a faint shadow of darkness. The howling winds echoed through the eerily silent city as citizens remained indoors, unaware of the impending turmoil. Within an unoccupied factory, individuals adorned with red armbands emblazoned with skulls gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Much like 4 centuries prior, extraterrestrial beings sought to annihilate our flesh and dismantle our spirit. Standing atop a makeshift civilian armed gunboat, Xi Yan delivered a rousing pre-battle address. We shall never permit the aliens to poison our magnificent empire and its people with their vile toxins. We fight for everything we hold dear. Let us launch an offensive against them. With the Marshal's blessing, may we emerge victorious in every engagement. Attack! Attack! The crowd erupted in a deafening roar. However, we must also exercise restraint. The second-in-command of the sanctuary, a concealed Dust Gray agent, reminded. He had diligently recalled Xi Yan's directive. Exercise caution, we must avoid casualties. Our objective is solely to disrupt their operations. Inflicting casualties would severely undermine the Marshal's plans. Do you understand? The crowd nodded in agreement. The agent offered a slight nod before stepping back to stand behind Xi Yan, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Thank you, brother. Xi Yan acknowledged with a nod and raised his arm in a commanding gesture. Let us embark. The illustrious lineage of humanity guides us. Sweeping these extraterrestrial beings from our empire. A resounding cheer echoed through the heavens. Alas, my brother, have you heard any commotion? On the street, a green-skinned, diminutive humanoid alien with long ears spoke to its companion. What's wrong? Are your pointed ears picking up the sound of someone counting money again? The purple-skinned, lanky alien with an elongated head responded. The long-eared alien shook its head. No, I hear humans shouting something. You must be delirious with desire for human currency, retorted the long-headed alien, tugging at its companion's ear. Humans don't even use energy coins for transactions. The scrap paper we've acquired is worthless to us. The long-eared one swatted its hand away. Silence, fool. We can exchange this scrap paper for batteries and bring them back. Fool, They won't sell to us. You are the true fool. We are a criminal enterprise. Do you understand? We should seize and steal. Do you genuinely think there's a way to earn money legally? Just as the two aliens loitered idly on the street, a tremor from an engine had the long-eared alien clutching its head. Oh dear, what is happening? Such a cacophony from an ion thruster. A ship, evidently modified, soared swiftly through the aerial corridor above them. The two aliens exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? Isn't this a standard low-altitude cargo ship of humans? How is it flying so rapidly? I am uncertain. I will inform the base. Meanwhile, I shall indulge in a few puffs of the freshly produced goods, for the flavor of the produce from this Gaia planet is undeniably pure. As is well known, the cloud of confinement enjoys peering into your comments. Today is no exception. I find myself sifting through your remarks to discern which truly reflect the voice of the readers. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a rather scathing 2-star review, its tone exceedingly harsh. I am unable to tolerate such criticism. Thus, I promptly lowered my diplomatic rating to a state of seething indignation, prepared to investigate the matter further. Should it indeed be my fault, I would discreetly amend my stance as if I had not seen it. To my dismay, the review merely stated that there were toxic elements without elaborating. Consequently, I followed my usual protocol and delved into the reviewer's profile to scrutinize the ingredients. It appeared that this individual was quite the connoisseur, boasting over 100 reviews. All 2-star ratings. Regardless of the book, each review was a curt dismissal before departing. It became clear that this was simply a habitual critic, and with this revelation, I felt a sense of relief. Out of curiosity, I perused how he disparaged the works of others. He even criticized the original settings of the stories, with numerous 2-star reviews lamenting the protagonist's weaknesses or labeling them as overly virtuous. However, what brought me comfort was that he did not accuse my protagonist of being overly virtuous. At least he had some discernment. For those interested, feel free to explore the review section, but please do not disturb him. A quiet glance will suffice. When you depart, kindly leave me a favorable review, and feel free to offer any suggestions. To such a critic, I can only say, are you truly so privileged as to critique free novels? If you possess such discernment, why not seek out quality literature on paid platforms? If you are dissatisfied, why not pen your own stories? If any of the previous statements have offended the readers, I sincerely apologize. With that said, I shall take my leave until tomorrow. In a week's time, I should be able to weave in the emotional narrative. However, before that, I must first rid ourselves of the criminals. I cherish you all, and I humbly seek your favorable reviews. Until we meet again. Chapter 151. The mobile office of the Blood Source Sanctuary on Amartero, the extraterrestrial population numbers only in the tens of thousands, which is remarkably sparse in this interstellar era. This branch of the criminal organization is situated far from the Mutak headquarters and is at risk of being stealthily eliminated by Xi Yan. Consequently, the Mutak Alliance refrained from dispatching an entire unit of stellar population at once, opting instead to send merely a handful of employees to explore the market. Nevertheless, they were still one step behind, nearly causing a complete halt of the Interstellar Human Military Government. For if a mere few 100,000 could incite Xi Yan into a frenzy, the arrival of an entire population unit, 100 million extraterrestrial beings, would significantly elevate the likelihood of Xi Yan succumbing to a heart attack induced by rage. At Amartero 2, a visibly modified cargo ship soared at remarkable speed across half the city, alighting at the temporary branch of the criminal organization on the other side of town. This branch was encircled by tall walls erected by Xi Yan's construction crew, nestled amid a factory district. Within the temporary branch, rows of neatly arranged buildings embraced several large public facilities. Each cardinal direction boasted gates leading to the surrounding urban area, a concession to interstellar humanitarianism. Otherwise, Xi Yan would have long orchestrated a siege reminiscent of the 2206 Berlin encirclement. Accompanied by the howling of ion thrusters, a modified transport vessel, stretching over 100 meters in length, descended towards the ground. The cargo bay doors swung open, and from within emerged hundreds of masked men adorned with red armbands, wielding peculiar homemade weaponry. The vessel's refrigeration system was impressive. It was freezing. Xiao Wendong led the charge, rubbing his hands together before brandishing his weapon and leaping from the spacecraft. Forward they surged. Before the transport had even come to a complete halt, these vigorous, masked individuals rushed out, their hurried footsteps echoing as they made their way towards the criminal enterprise's branch. Guarding the entrance were two stone golems, who stood dumbfounded as the transport had discharged a multitude of figures in mere seconds. Suddenly, a flurry of unstable blue lasers shot towards them. The stone golems remained silent, only to find themselves riddled with dozens of molten rock-like holes, their massive forms collapsing instantly. They were still alive, having avoided critical injuries. But such wounds would require extensive recovery time, rendering them nearly incapacitated. It seemed that these golems were not as resilient as one might expect. "Seems our homemade blue lasers pack quite the punch," one of the masked men remarked. "A few shots, and they're done for," resulting in significant damage. A burly figure discarded his smoking blue laser emitter, replacing it with a fruit knife heavily modified with electronic components. Upon pressing a button on the handle, the knife began to vibrate at an astonishing frequency, blue arcs of electricity dancing across its blade. A wire connected the knife to a battery strapped to the man's back, energizing his weapon. Charge. Wielding a high-frequency vibrating electroshock blade in both hands, Xie Wendong took the vanguard, as if sensing the call of his gangster lineage. Numerous extraterrestrials lay prostrate near the entrance, their senses dulled, evidently under the influence of narcotics. Without compunction, Xie Wendong plunged the blade into their limbs and abdomens, before continuing his advance without a backward glance. Thousands of masked marauders disembarked from the spacecraft outside, each adorned with a red-bottomed, black-skulled armband. Surging into the sinister Enterprise branch en masse, stabbing at any extraterrestrial they encountered. Stone men interspersed among them were immediately met with a barrage of high-powered blue laser fire. The humans' objective, akin to that of old-era gangsters, was not to kill but to intimidate and threaten. The brawny men were well-trained, well-prepared, and even possessed specialized roles. Those at the forefront, without exception, were robust and wielding melee weapons, meting out a flurry of stabs upon the extraterrestrials. Following them were a multitude of sweepers, who proceeded to vandalize and plunder, destroying everything within reach, some even brandishing homemade flamethrowers, engulfing the premises in flames. "Well, the operation is complete. Fall back." Xie Wendong, leading the charge, estimated that the sinister Enterprise was about to retaliate. He shouted the order, displaying no avarice for further bloodshed, and turned to retreat. The command was relayed vocally through the ranks, and hundreds of brawny men turned on their heels as if rehearsed, dragging their wounded comrades with them. Before the sinister Enterprise branch could react, the thousands of humans had wounded numerous extraterrestrials, wreaked havoc upon their facilities and structures, then stormed out of the branch, swiftly returning to their spacecraft. As the last of the Great Han leaped into the cargo hold of the spacecraft, the hatch immediately sealed shut. The seasoned pilot pressed down on the throttle, propelling the vessel swiftly away. The modified spacecraft plunged into the low-hanging clouds and vanished from sight. The mission to disrupt the alien faction had been executed flawlessly. "Well done, comrades." Xie Wendong and his dust gray operative exchanged a triumphant high-five. "Through our actions, we have demonstrated to the Marshal that we, as citizens, can also take up arms and join him in obliterating those accursed extraterrestrials." A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted aboard the spacecraft. Amidst the celebratory exclamations of the participants, the Blood Source Sanctuary's inaugural assault on the aliens was declared a resounding success. The transport vessel docked within the factory, and the crew removed their red armbands and hoods, departing as if nothing had transpired. Such incursions will become a frequent occurrence, aimed at instilling perpetual unease among these extraterrestrial beings. Have they consulted with us locals regarding their transgressions? Xi Yan's strategy is to cultivate local gangs to confront these aliens directly, thereby diverting their attention from engaging in illicit activities. Within my domain, drug production and trafficking, the edict of the Great Xi King is clear: eradicate them. According to the terms of the Mutak Confederation, the Empire's official stance is not to initiate harm against these extraterrestrials. However, private organizations harbor no such reservations. Xi Yan had long prepared for such an eventuality, enabling the rapid formation of a local gang under the Empire's guidance. Most members of the gang are local young laborers who, after their daily toil, organize raids against extraterrestrial beings. Each expedition involves a different group of individuals, all adorned with the insignia of the Blood Source Sanctuary. In the city, nearly everyone is compelled to join this organization, with the Empire's officials covering any casualties, a veritable state-sponsored mafia. The tactical approach of deploying a large contingent via vehicles for a swift strike, followed by a hasty retreat, is derived from historical precedents. For instance, The low-altitude transport vessels modified by these workers trace their lineage back to the lightweight troop carriers or mobile offices of the Liangwang region from 2 centuries ago. Truly a nightmare for the street food stall owners. Each operation randomly abducts a petty thug or a gang member, a grim reality indeed. Xi Yan affectionately refers to these as the Amaterasu Aero Rapid Response Troop Carriers or the Blood Source Sanctuary Mobile Offices. As the vessel approaches, the doors open before it has fully docked. Blades are drawn before the adversaries are even sighted. With an element of surprise, they strike swiftly and retreat. The extraterrestrials find themselves cornered and beleaguered, while the Blood Source Sanctuary executes its maneuvers with remarkable agility, coupled with robust and exceptionally skilled workers. This is the foundation of Xi Yan's confidence. Ah, you wish to establish your criminal enterprise within the colonies? You shall find it a one-way endeavor. Chapter 152. Highly efficient in the early hours, at the Amaterasu Aero 2 Colonial Planet S Land Planning Department, situated in the XX District Office. A towering and muscular stone being sat face to face with a human. Esteemed extraterrestrial guest, you wish to apply for a parcel of land for development, do you not? Inquired the receptionist with a professional smile. Indeed, what procedures are required? Well, you need to complete a written application form, specifying the piece of land you wish to apply for and the reason for your request, and then submit it to me. Very well. Gollum took the application form back to have his subordinates fill it out. You, fill out this application form. I will submit it. All right, but supervisor, which piece of land are we applying for? One subordinate scratched his head and inquired. I will ask them again. I apologize for forgetting to provide you with the electronic map. Please refer to it to select the land you wish to lease. The receptionist maintained her professional smile. Thank you. A day later, Gollum returned to the counter with the completed application form. Here is the application form. Could you please see if you can approve this piece of land for me? The receptionist, still wearing her professional smile, replied, Well, I am sorry, esteemed extraterrestrial guest, but the area you are applying for is rather extensive and is one of the few plots of land here that is covered with vegetation. Please obtain permission from the Environmental Protection Office first. Permission? What kind of permission? It means you must guarantee that you will utilize this land for agricultural development. And the Environmental Protection Office will need to conduct an environmental impact assessment, which must be approved before you can be granted the leasing rights. Why is environmental consideration so important? Because this is a Gaia planet. If the environment is damaged, it could severely threaten the planet's climate recovery capabilities. I must preface by stating that our cultivation practices pose no threat to the environment. In fact, we will preserve the existing vegetation during planting, ensuring no disruption to your ecosystem. Consequently, it should readily pass the scrutiny of the Environmental Protection Agency. I urge you to submit the application promptly, as it is subject to a time constraint. Very well. Thereupon, Grugr Gloom departed. He instructed his subordinates to deliver the application to the Environmental Protection Agency, articulating his desire for additional land to cultivate alien crops for the production of hallucinogenic, addictive substances. After a month of rigorous inspections, the Environmental Protection Agency declared that the environmental assessment for Grugr Gloom's requested land had been successfully completed. A week later, he received the formal assessment report. Subsequently, Grugr Gloom returned to the city's land planning office. Here, he said, the approved assessment document. The receptionist, maintaining a professional smile, responded, Thank you kindly. However, esteemed extraterrestrial guest, your application form requires a stamp from the adjacent Agricultural Development Office. Why is that? Because your land lease is for agricultural purposes, and the procedure mandates submission to the Agricultural Development Office for review. Rest assured, it will not pose any undue difficulty. All right, your procedures are indeed cumbersome. Thus, Grugr Gloom dispatched his underlings to the Agricultural Development Office. Understood. Await further notification. After a month's passage, he successfully obtained the stamped application form. Greetings. I wish to apply for land leasing. Very well, esteemed extraterrestrial guest, please await momentarily. The receptionist, with a professional smile, received the application form. I apologize, but due to your unique status, you must obtain a foreign land management permit from the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Where is your ministry located? In the world of circles. The receptionist smiled and inquired, Would you like me to assist you in purchasing a ticket? No, that won't be necessary. BYD has quite a lot on its plate. Grulululum made a call to the Mtak embassy in the neighboring district. After understanding the situation, the Mtak ambassador readily agreed and, shortly thereafter, secured the permit through official diplomatic channels. Fortunately, with the ambassador's assistance, I avoided the delay of making the trip myself. How clever of me. Grilulum returned to the land planning office with the permit and application form. Here is the permit. Please approve my land request. Thank you for your cooperation. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist continued with her professional smile. Esteemed extraterrestrial guest, you will also need to report to the Imperial Police Station to ensure that your acquisition of this land will not be used for the production of prohibited items or other illegal activities. Well, that does make sense, but why was this not mentioned earlier? You did not inquire. I understand now. Grilulum then visited the police station, spending considerable time navigating the complex procedures and successfully obtaining the registration documents. He returned once more to the land planning office. Here, now everything is in order. Thank you for your cooperation, the receptionist said, her professional smile unwavering as she accepted all the documents. It would be best if you inform me that there are no further issues. My apologies, esteemed extraterrestrial guest. Upon verification, your land contract application has been approved. Please remit the contractual fee online within 10 days. Finally, it is settled. Grilulum sighed in relief. However, another concern crossed his mind. Wait a moment. I do not possess an online payment account with your empire. I see. You will need to establish an offline account at the Imperial Bank before you can acquire an online banking account. Where is the Imperial Bank located? In the Ring World. By the way, personal presence is required for the offline account opening. For the first time, Grilulum found himself loathing the humans of this Ring World. He had been quite pleased when the intelligence of the Ring World was initially disclosed. Thus, Grilulum once again reached out to Ambassador Mutak, ultimately securing an Imperial Bank account through diplomatic means. Grilulum promptly instructed his subordinates to deposit the labor points accumulated over these days into the online account, followed by an online transfer. Then, the bank sent him a message. We regret to inform you that your account is implicated in criminal activities and has been frozen. For further details, please visit the police station. Grilulum rushed to the police station to inquire about the situation. You are the administrator of the Mutak refugee camp, are you not? Following our investigation, it has come to light that the refugees under your management are involved in extensive fraudulent activities. Consequently, the bank account associated with you has been frozen. Grilulum instantly realized that this was the handiwork of his subordinates. In the past, he would have showered them with praise. But now all he felt was a desire to curse. So, how do we proceed with unblocking? Grilulum inquired politely. Well, esteemed alien guest, we merely need to ascertain that these matters are not linked to your personal account, after which we can liaise with the bank to unlock your account. How long will this take? That depends on our investigative agency. Very well. Upon returning, Grilulum promptly urged those fraudulent employees to confess, considering their unique status. They could settle the matter through diplomatic channels with a modest compensation in local currency. However, it was rather troublesome for the ambassador to intervene on their behalf. After a long and arduous wait, Grilulum finally received the news that his account had been unblocked. He immediately executed an online transfer, which, to his relief, was successful. Grilulum then proceeded to the land planning office to apply for the formal certification of land contracting. This time it must work. Yes, your documentation is complete and without error. The land you are applying for will be granted to you without issue. At last, finally, Grilulum felt as though tears of joy would flow from his non-existent tear ducts. However, all your documents must undergo a final review before the Empire can issue the official paperwork. All right, I shall wait. Half a month later, Grilulum returned to the land planning office to inquire, why have I still not received my documents? Regrettably, esteemed extraterrestrial guest, following our meticulous analysis and deliberation, your land contract application has encountered a procedural anomaly, rendering it unable to be approved. The receptionist offered a final, professional smile. Why? Esteemed extraterrestrial guest, the delay in your application and processing has caused the original form to exceed its temporal validity. A resubmission with an updated application will be necessary for further review. Chapter 153. Stillborn indeed, these bureaucratic obstacles were orchestrated by Emperor Xiaochuan. Xi Yan had no intention of instructing the imperial administration to obstruct the extraterrestrials' progress. The purported procedures were fabricated, devoid of any basis in regulation. The so-called offices were entirely fictitious, designed to vex the aliens. In reality, the Empire's affairs are streamlined with the support of AI and a comprehensive database, ensuring efficient processing. Having endured a series of impediments and thoroughly disgusted, Grilulum stormed off in indignation. Cultivation? abandoned. It would venture into intergalactic telecommunications fraud. It surmised that financial manipulation would prove more lucrative than tangible commerce. It doubted that these nascent spacefaring humans could withstand the advanced intergalactic scams accumulated over the years by their nefarious enterprise. Dejected, Greliculum procured a Reich fifth-generation vaporizer from a street corner store, where even the elderly proprietor regarded it with disdain. It inserted the frigid pipe into its mouth, savoring the vaporous essence that permeated its being through the minute pores of its rocky exterior. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. Yet even a stone giant can indulge in it, surprisingly finding the flavor rather pleasant. However, as it puffed on the sharp-tasting cigarette, Grugulum's mood remained far from cheerful. The colossal stone creature, with its myriad internal cavities, quickly depleted a cartridge, adeptly replacing it with a taro bubble tea flavor. Silently, it boarded its heavily modified private spacecraft. En route, a massive retrofitted cargo ship soared above, disappearing around a bend. Are modified ships now commonplace on the streets? Grugulum pondered briefly before steering back to the entrance of the sinister Enterprises division. As it approached, a commotion at the entrance caught its attention. What is happening? Don't block the way, Grugulum bellowed, prompting the aliens to hastily part. Upon entering, the scene revealed a raging inferno and utter chaos. Its subordinates clamored to report the situation, and it took Grugulum a moment to comprehend the calamity. You mean to say that within the hour I was away, humans came and wreaked havoc, injuring thousands before departing? It glanced down at the RIC V and the assortment of documents recently returned, then surveyed the thousands of injured and the devastation surrounding the division. Suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision. Supervisor? Supervisor, where is the doctor? The doctor has fainted from exhaustion after tending to the injured. In the subsequent 6 months, under the clandestine support of Xi Yan, the Blood Source Sanctuary organization swiftly expanded within the city, garnering numerous adherents online. As night fell, these seemingly simple laborers shed their unassuming FA8s, donning the most unconventional attire, masking their faces and adorning themselves with Red Skull armbands to initiate their assault mode. Almost daily, they launched attacks against the Mtotic Federation's criminal division, rendering it utterly exasperated and unable to conduct any operations. Due to the relentless assaults over several days, they found themselves devoid of any source of income. Indeed, harnessing the power of the imperial populace proved to be a sagacious strategy. The citizens of the Interstellar Human Military Government harbored an indelible propensity for violence. However, under Xi Yan's rule, this instinct remained suppressed. Yet now, Xi Yan had opened a pathway for them. With the advent of interstellar tourism services from the Ring World to the Amatero star system, individuals could sign a contract of life and death, traveling to Amatero 2 to personally partake in assaults against extraterrestrials alongside the Blood Source Sanctuary. This service, upon its launch, was met with fervent enthusiasm from all the warmongers within the Empire. In stark contrast, the increasingly fatigued aliens observed the growing number of humans attacking them, along with an ever-expanding variety of homemade weaponry. Xi Yan remained indifferent to these violent acts, allowing citizens to indulge in the chaos. Although some casualties occasionally occurred, the public's interest showed no signs of waning. Moreover, as the participants in these assaults extended beyond the original laborers to include travelers from the Ring World, attacks could occur no fewer than 3 times in a single day. The Mtotic Federation had not been without its protests. However, Xi Yan dismissed these as spontaneous expressions of public dissent, asserting that the aliens were culpable as well. The Mtotic Federation found itself steeped in regret for its previous actions. Xi Yan's control over the Imperial Society was formidable, rendering their plans for the establishment of a criminal enterprise division destined for failure. After enduring a relentless 6-month-long high-intensity defensive campaign, the aliens ultimately succumbed. The weary Grugulum, leading all division members, surrendered and expressed their intent to depart from the Interstellar Human Military Government. The nation erupted in jubilation, and Xi Yan, with a wicked sense of humor, organized a farewell banquet for these extraterrestrials, sending them off with great fanfare as they crossed the border. Imperial Log, the downfall of the Criminal Enterprise Division. It has been proven that, in the face of our united empire and our brave, undaunted citizens, the Mtotic conspiracy has been thwarted, and they were unceremoniously expelled from our colonies. For all that we hold dear, we shall continue to fight on. Xi Yan's directive. Well done, you are rewarded with labor points. Mtotic Federation, Pia Star System. The dilapidated faster-than-light transport vessel struggled to emit orange-yellow flames. with heat continuously escaping from its aging fission reactor. This old and worn transport ship finally ferried the aliens out of human territory. The spacecraft traversed the star system at a painfully slow pace, its braking mechanism ultimately failing, resulting in a collision with the star bastion, only to bounce back. It eventually came to a halt. The hatch emitted a piercing noise, but in the vacuum of space, no one could hear it. However, the observing aliens could see that the hatch was severely aged and difficult to operate. With a resounding crack, the hatch was brutally pried open, and they instinctively simulated the corresponding sound effects in their minds, accompanied by scattering metal fragments. The hatch, overwhelmed, completely detached from the vessel. The crowd stood in stunned silence as a towering stone figure appeared at the entrance of the hatch, its surface smooth and devoid of any protrusions, perfectly rounded. At last, it has returned. I have finally returned. Sob, sob, sob. Grelulum knelt at the edge of the starport mooring, weeping bitterly, his tone so filled with sorrow that it moved all who heard him. You are Grelulum," exclaimed the welcoming stone figure in astonishment, adorned with gleaming, precious white metals, in stark contrast to the smooth-skinned Grelulum. "What has happened to you?" In the stone being's aesthetic, the more minerals or metals one bore, the greater their value and beauty symbolized. Witnessing Grelulum, now just a bare stone figure, left the onlookers profoundly shaken. "Lord Perkin-Aslant," Grelulum cried out in even greater anguish, "I have been destroyed by humanity in my lifetime. They severed my body and tortured me with a grinding tool until I became like this. Our division endures their attacks daily. I am on the brink of madness. I can no longer endure." As the wretched head of the Criminal Enterprise Division, Perkin-Aslant felt an intense indignation. "Gloom, rest assured, your vendetta, as well as the grudge against those who have devastated our division, shall not be forgotten by the Mtak Confederation. Once we conclude our conflict with the Guardians of Neil and restore our strength, we will ensure that the Interstellar Human Military Government pays dearly for their transgressions. The Mtak Confederation shall not endure such injustices in vain." Chapter 154, The Marshal of Eternal Love, the Marshal of Abandonment in the year 2207 of the Star Sea Calendar. After expelling the Criminal Enterprise Division that the Mtak Confederation had painstakingly infiltrated, Xi Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had it been an ordinary imperial regime, this colony would have been utterly ravaged by the criminal enterprise. Why could these enterprises maintain a prolonged presence in the colonies? It was through financial coercion, bribing local governance personnel, lavishly courting the societal elite, and forging alliances with various influential figures, thus erecting a protective umbrella of vested interests and weaving an impenetrable web of connections through monetary influence. However, this strategy proved futile against Xi Yan, who held complete dominion over the imperial society. The agents of dust and ash were omnipresent, and the imperial officials were acutely aware of this reality. Accepting money from extraterrestrial entities could lead to dire consequences. If one were to accept payment in the morning, by afternoon, one could find their entire family summoned to the power grid or agricultural district. Xi Yan ruled ruthlessly over the personnel within his imperial institutions, enforcing a collective punishment system, meting out severe penalties for minor infractions. It was through such a reign of terror that he maintained stability and integrity within the governance of the empire. It is said that a majority of young individuals now prefer to enlist in the Navy rather than serve within the imperial institutions, as these positions offer neither lucrative rewards nor a sense of security, often accompanied by the ever-present threat to life. This is precisely the outcome Xi Yan desired. Within the vast network of the empire, the methods employed by criminal enterprises are rendered ineffective, such is the nature of authoritarianism. Thus, one could conclude that the dealings of these criminal enterprises have come to a close. After perusing the latest imperial logs and confirming that the extraterrestrial offenders have departed the empire's borders, Xi Yan allowed himself to relax, reclining upon the sofa. "Congratulations, Marshal," Beta remarked quietly. "Thank you. I am utterly exhausted," Xi Yan responded, contorting himself into a comfortable position on the sofa. Observing his fatigue, Beta chose to remain silent. It wasn't long before Xi Yan's eyelids grew heavy, and he peacefully drifted into slumber. The office of the Marshal fell into a profound silence, and at long last, he enjoyed a restful sleep, hoping to encounter Xiao Hui in his dreams, which would bring him a sense of fulfillment. One of the Marshal's arms dangled from the sofa, and his wristband projected a holographic screen, revealing Beta's virtual visage, which gazed silently at the sleeping Xi Yan, lost in thought. "Marshal Xi Yan, it has been 7 years. Even 7 years ago, Beta discerned that Xi Yan harbored significant psychological burdens. However, throughout these years, he has managed to suppress his feelings adeptly, leaving no evident clues. One wonders how much pressure he has accumulated within. To maintain his ruthless and unyielding demeanor, he suppresses the wealth of his emotions, a course that may lead to complications. Humanity, you ought to express gratitude towards this young man. Without him, your lives would not be as prosperous. Suddenly, Beta glanced towards the office door. The gaze of his virtual form shifted, and the heavy door silently swung open. The young Secretary of State, Olivia, stood outside, poised to knock. The Marshal is sleeping. Beta's voice directly reached the ears of the young secretary. Olivia was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, removing her shiny black shoes and quietly stepping into the office in her white socks. Over the span of more than 7 years, Olivia had blossomed into a beautiful young woman, her youthful features still discernible, accompanied by a petite frame. Humanity's lifespan had now reached nearly 200 years, and thanks to advancements in modern medicine, youthful appearances could be preserved for at least 60 years. Despite these 7 years passing, no visible changes adorned Olivia's face. Although she had matured significantly, now at 30, she still possessed a delicate, doll-like visage. Gently, Olivia approached Xi Yan's side, retrieving a blanket to cover the weary Marshal. Beta observed the young secretary and the Marshal intently, occasionally contemplating deeply, then nodding. Lord Beta? Olivia inquired softly. Is the Marshal? He is simply exhausted. The moment he relaxed. He fell asleep right here, Beta replied leisurely. Lord Marshal. Olivia turned her head, her worried green eyes fixated on Xi Yan's ever-youthful face. The young secretary gazed blankly at the tranquil young man before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. In recent years, everyone had witnessed the Marshal's dedication. Rising the earliest and retiring the latest each day, seldom venturing out of the office, Xi Yan has diligently toiled in his domain for 7 uninterrupted years. He meticulously reviews every matter, great and small, pertaining to the empire, even those already addressed by the secretarial department. This relentless endeavor has persisted for a full 7 years. Olivia harbors immense admiration for this general, who is 3 years her junior, for his unwavering determination. The general ardently loves his empire and its people, sacrificing his youth and freedom for all that he holds dear, dedicating himself wholly to humanity. The young Secretary of State sat beside Xi Yan, her emerald-like eyes gazing intently at the slumbering figure. Even in sleep, the general's brow remained furrowed, his expression rigid. When did Xi Yan become like this? Olivia pondered, recalling the incident involving the first research vessel, which marked the emergence of the first sacrifice for the empire. From that moment on, a shadow of sorrow often adorned the general's countenance. He grieved for those who had fallen. Each time she witnessed such a look upon Xi Yan's face, her heart ached in response. She understood that, all too often, he had to suppress his affection for his people, presenting a facade of coldness as he watched the diligent, ordinary individuals sacrifice themselves for the empire. Yet, as the general, Xi Yan had to confront these sacrifices for the sake of the empire's interests and its long-term future, even orchestrating such events with his own hands. Surely, he must have endured great torment during those times. In a moment of compassion, Olivia reached out, gently brushing her fingers against Xi Yan's forehead. Her palm felt damp, and she sensed the fine beads of sweat. Alas, Beta suddenly let out a sigh. His burdens weigh heavily upon him, to the extent that even I cannot discern their origin. The only certainty lies in what? The young Secretary of State clenched his sweat-drenched hand against his chest, feeling a disquieting heaviness within. With her other hand, she gently lifted Xi Yan's right arm, which lay limply on the ground, and tucked it beneath the blanket, then softly grasped his hand. His stress is immense, all for the sake of this human empire. I can sense his unwavering resolve. Yet, this very endeavor only exacerbates his psychological strain, as he is reluctant to reveal any sign of vulnerability before others. Indeed, tears glistened in Aloyer's eyes. If only, Aloyer, I hope you can spend more time with him. Beta spoke solemnly. After all, you are the trusted aid bestowed upon him by the former Marshal. Only you and Veronica possess the authority to accompany and understand him. The young secretary's gaze wandered, observing the Marshal, whose face remained taut even in slumber, and then suddenly hardened with determination. I intend to do just that. The office fell into a profound silence once more. Damn it, sinful schemes, iron annihilation, old dang, natural disasters. The sleeping Xi Yan mumbled in his dreams and turned over, prompting Aloyer to hastily adjust the blanket around him. Indeed, even in dreams, he is preoccupied with this empire. Beta lamented. For the sake of this empire, he has wagered his entire life. Avril gazed at the increasingly contorted expression of Xi Yan, instinctively gripping his hand tightly, wishing to convey her warmth to this weary young man. Marshal, he harbored a profound love for this empire and its people. Yet, who will love you in return? If possible, please allow me to accompany you on this journey. Chapter 155. A new negotiation. As Xi Yan closed his eyes, he dreamt of nefarious enterprises, the iron-hearted annihilator, the slaughtering swarm, the chosen ones, the fallen empire, and the resurrection of sacred authority waging war against him. Designated as a calamity, the difficulty of 25 times that of a general loomed like a monstrous threat, an insurmountable challenge despite his utmost efforts. Fortunately, Xi Yan awakened the power of the wheelchair, commanding an invincible fleet that surged forward relentlessly. Then he awoke. Let me not dream of such things again. Xi Yan felt a throbbing pain at his temples as he sat up, removing the blanket that had unknowingly covered him. He rested for a moment on the sofa. Yet, upon awakening, he was confronted with an even grimmer reality, a technologically backward, militarily deficient empire, rich in resources and territory, yet perilously unstable. How exhausting this existence is. When will it come to an end? Weary, Xi Yan rose and returned to his desk, awakening his dormant computer. However, he could not afford to rest. The empire could not lose him. If even the Marshal were to falter, who would safeguard this nascent empire? Welcome back, Marshal. The emotionless, synthesized voice of Beta resonated. What new developments have emerged from the Academy of Sciences? Xi Yan rose once again, washed his face, and buried all negative emotions, solitude, grievance, exhaustion, deep within his heart, preparing to channel his fervent enthusiasm into this noble endeavor. I feel remarkably strong now. Let us commence our work. His spirits brightened in an instant. Beta reported. The engineering department is researching destroyer technologies, the physics department is investigating cold nuclear fusion reactors, and the sociology department is developing a systematic method for translating alien languages based on information obtained from the Mtok Federation. Suddenly, Xi Yan recalled. Did we not receive communication methods from other extraterrestrial empires through the Mtok Federation? Indeed. Do you have any instructions? Xi Yan stood up, smoothing out his wrinkled marshal's uniform, and strode towards the door. To the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I shall endeavor to secure some extraterrestrial allies for the Empire. Imperial log, communication established. Through our dealings with the Mtok Federation, we have successfully established communication with the Chi-like cooperative of the Near Guardian civilization. Now, we can leverage our diplomatic means to garner the support of our alien friends. Xi Yan's directive. Initiate the greeting protocol. Beta's remark. Are you a Gestalt intelligence? Upon arriving at the nearby Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Xi Yan entered to find a throng of diplomats engaged in a heated debate. Marshal, upon seeing Xi Yan, the diplomats abruptly ceased their quarrel and rose to pay their respects. What seems to be the matter? Xi Yan pressed down with his hand, then found a chair to sit and inquired. The Minister of Foreign Affairs emerged from the crowd and reported to Xi Yan, Marshal, just now. The Mtok Confederation has launched a diplomatic condemnation against us. Xi Yan leaned closer to the large screen of the Foreign Ministry to examine the details. Mtok Confederation, humanity. We clearly remember the insults and oppression inflicted upon our union's members. The Confederation shall not let this matter rest. Remember, the great Mtok will not tolerate such provocations. And retribution will come swiftly. What nonsense is this? Have they truly inflated their own significance? Xi Yan scratched his head. Should we retaliate with insults? The Minister of Foreign Affairs' eyes sparkled with excitement. With the support of alien linguistics technology, humanity shall not falter in an interstellar war of words. Not so fast. Though tempted, reason restrained Xi Yan from indulging in playful antics. How many fleets does the Interstellar Human Military Government possess? Over 60 frigates, with 20 destroyed in the last engagement. And no new ships have been commissioned to ensure the production of energy credits. And how many fleets does the Mtok Confederation command? According to his Zerg brother, Galpius, they boast no fewer than 20 destroyers and at least 100 frigates, making for a formidable force. Furthermore, there are numerous private armed groups, like the Community Security Fleet. Within their territory, these fleets remain on the front lines. Otherwise, the last visitors would not have been private fleets, but the Confederation's regular army. To issue them a diplomatic insult now would be unwise. Thus, the Interstellar Human Military Government, We strictly adhere to interstellar humanitarian principles and have not committed any acts of insult or harm. After a considerable pause, there was no response from the other side, likely due to their seething anger. The Mtok Confederation, you have forcibly isolated our citizens, obstructing their normal rights through protracted administrative processes and clandestinely supported puppet forces to attack our refugees, ultimately seizing our transport vessel and replacing it with a dilapidated old ship. The Mtok Confederation meticulously enumerated the transgressions committed by Xi Yan, who was now struggling to maintain composure. Unbeknownst to me, I had inadvertently committed so many egregious acts. How remarkable! Discussing human rights with extraterrestrials? Xi Yan thought indignantly before responding. The Interstellar Human Military Government, that is merely your one-sided narrative. The Mtok Confederation, you insignificant. Vile insects. Mtok's reckoning will soon be upon you. In a fit of rage, the Interstellar Human Military Government. Thank you, foolish stone. Communication terminated. There was no need to elaborate further to these stone beings. Xi Yan turned back, ready to converse with the Minister of Foreign Affairs when a new message appeared on the communication interface from the Mtok Confederation. However, this message was rather peculiar. The Mtok Confederation, is this Marshal Xi Yan of the Interstellar Human Military Government? Xi Yan. What the hell? A box. Interstellar box strike. The Mtok Confederation, we are quite familiar with your manner of speaking. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kars Callius, a director of the Mtok Confederation. Xi Yan furrowed his brow deeply. The individual you just spoke with was Perkins Aslander, also a director, the Mtok Federation stated. Greetings, Your Excellency Charius. What do you mean by your recent messages? The Galactic Human Military Government inquired. Such a relaxed tone undoubtedly belongs to Marshal Xi Yan, the Mtok Federation remarked. Xi Yan responded. If this continues, I may be compelled to strike you. Based on my analysis of your character, I believe it is best to be forthright with you. I wish to discuss a matter with you in a personal capacity, the Mtok Federation continued. Very well, speak freely. I appreciate candor, the Galactic Human Military Government replied. As the tone shifted from assertive to courteous, revealing a different identity, Xi Yan recalled their initial encounter. He suspected that the Mtok Federation was internally divided. Although the empire appeared affluent and militarily robust, it was not a unified and powerful regime like Xi Yan's. This matter is somewhat lengthy to explain, but most of it is not classified, so I can disclose it to you, the Mtok Federation added. Chapter 156. The slave trade. The Federation itself is a criminal enterprise composed of the Mtok people. This is a well-known fact, the Mtok Federation stated. I am aware of this. Your criminal divisions have certainly given me a run for my money, the Galactic Human Military Government replied. The Mtok Federation, one might say we have all committed a folly. I opposed the establishment of a branch among you from the very beginning, yet the foolish Perkin Aslan disagreed. And now we are reaping the consequences. The Mtok Federation, returning to the matter at hand, as we evolved into a colossal interstellar enterprise. The erstwhile Mtok people rallied together to expand their legitimate business. However, due to the inherent characteristics of the Mtok species, it became necessary for them to incorporate other races into their enterprise. The Mtok Federation. Consequently, the non-Mtok factions have been steadily strengthening, gaining a foothold within the boardroom. The Mtok Federation, we stand for peace and collaboration. The Federation cannot persist down the path of criminal enterprise. It is time to relinquish senseless violence and evolve into a unified cosmic corporation. Interstellar Human Military Government. In other words, the Mtok tribe is treading the original path of criminality, while you non-Mtok individuals seek to expand legitimate business and become a giant enterprise, resulting in this conflict? The Mtok Federation, precisely, which is why I have sought you out. Interstellar Human Military Government. Us? Our relationship is currently tenuous. And whether it is a criminal enterprise or a legitimate corporation, that is a matter for your internal affairs, is it not? The Mtok Federation. No. What I am addressing pertains to you as well, my friend. Do not regard those Mtok individuals as our kind. What do those stone folk know of trade? This sentiment was wholeheartedly endorsed by Xi Yan. Simultaneously, the words of the individual who claims to be Kars Callius, a director of the Mtok Confederation, reveal a wealth of critical information. For instance, although the Mtok Confederation appears remarkably formidable, it is internally divided by two distinctly opposing factions. One faction is the traditionalists, composed of Mtok individuals and a small contingent of sycophants, who staunchly adhere to the path of criminal enterprises, incessantly profiting through illicit activities, and are indeed loathed by many. The other faction is the Mega Enterprise Group, consisting of non-Talk aliens and a minority of Talk individuals, advocating for the abandonment of archaic violence and criminal endeavors in favor of legitimate trade to secure profits. Xi Yan finds favor with such pacifists, while others pursue peace. He embraces militarism, thus allowing him to dominate those around him. Essentially, these two factions engage in a continuous struggle within the Talk. Although Xi Yan remains oblivious to the extent of their conflict, should Dojing become overly audacious, he should not blame Xi Yan for foreign interference. The Mtak Confederation asserts, "We shall demonstrate through our actions that the criminal enterprises, rife with violence and plunder, cannot endure. If this persists one day, all civilizations across the star sea will unite to eradicate this malevolent force, and then all will be lost." The Mtak Confederation further proclaims, "Their actions within your empire have faltered, suffering significant losses. I shall prove that our advocated peaceful trade is far superior." It continues, "I wish to establish a long-lasting trade relationship with your esteemed nation." The Interstellar Human Military Government responds, "Whoever opposes the criminal enterprises is our ally. What do you wish to trade?" The Mtak Federation, "Anything is permissible, as long as it is a transaction that brings mutual benefits. Thus, my objective will be fulfilled." Xi Yan leaned back in contemplation, habitually furrowing his brow in thought. He had a rough understanding of Director Kalius's intentions. The criminal faction, which had long been at odds with them, had suffered considerable losses due to Xi Yan's actions. Should the corporate faction successfully establish cooperation and reap substantial profits, their prestige would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. Currently, the internal factional struggles within the Mtak were still confined to ideological conflicts, without escalating into armed confrontations. "Oh, this won't do. I must find a way to warm up their relations." Xi Yan pondered intensely about events from a few years prior. Interstellar Human Military Government. "May I boldly inquire about something? When we first made contact, it was initially your side that approached us, correct? Why did your fleet attack its own research vessel and seize your communication rights? See Chapter 71 for details." The Mtak Federation. "Are you referring to that incident? It is a humiliation that our corporate faction shall never forget." The Mtak Federation. "Our research vessel was the first to discover your civilization. We were the ones to initiate communication. Then, the criminal faction intervened, claiming that we had no right to represent the Federation in discussions with you." Interstellar Human Military Government. "I believe I now understand the situation. There are occasional fierce confrontations between the two factions, yet most of the time, they engage in rational hostility towards each other." Thus, Xi Yan conceived an excellent idea. The Galactic Human Military Government. "Very well, we can collaborate. Engaging with megacorporations is far preferable to dealing with criminal enterprises. Perhaps we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." Xi Yan activated the talent of win-win cooperation, ensuring that both parties would reap rewards. Victory. The Galactic Human Military Government. "You may send a delegation over to discuss and determine the contents of our trade." The Mtak Confederation. "This is splendid news. We might require the consumer goods you produce. Are there any commodities of significance from your esteemed nation?" Galactic trade revolves around the exchange of unique products from various civilizations, trading back and forth those precious energy coins. Xi Yan pondered what he truly valued. The Marshal stroked his chin, his expression still dark. "Indeed, the most alluring commodities from the Mtak Confederation, those would be the stone people." The Galactic Human Military Government. "Do you support the slave trade?" The Mtak Confederation. "Naturally, we do. Having emerged from criminal enterprises, our moral stance is considerably more liberal than that of other megacorporations. If you require slaves, we can supply them." The Galactic Human Military Government. "Do the Mtak have any available for sale? I would like several 100,000. The Mtak Confederation. The Mtak Confederation. "Are you serious?" The Galactic Human Military Government. "I am not jesting." The Mtak Confederation. "I will clear the chat history shortly. Let us switch to a different communication channel for a detailed discussion." The Galactic Human Military Government. "To celebrate our collaboration, I look forward to our meeting shortly." Xi Yan finally felt a surge of joy. There is potential. He had long coveted the living Mtak people. In the early days, when the Sinister Enterprises Division was still operational on Amaterasu II, the Bloodsource Sanctuary, under the guidance of Xi Yan, resorted to some disreputable methods to surreptitiously abduct numerous stone beings. The Academy of Sciences conducted prolonged vivisection and biological research, concluding that they could extract minerals and a substance known as rare crystal from the bodies of these stone beings. Rare crystal is also a vital material within the game. prompting Xi Yan to decisively declare that he must acquire these stone beings. Just as he had treated the implanted individuals, he intended to erase their intelligence, confine them, systematically slaughter them, and extract resources. He needed to devise a means to procure a substantial number of stone beings for experimentation. Fortunately, the director, Carlos Caelius, had just provided him with a legitimate avenue for acquiring stone beings, the interstellar slave trade. Chapter 157. Collapse. Xi Yan had been squatting in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, engaging in extensive discussions with director Carlos Caelius, during which they finalized the details of their collaboration, encompassing trade of goods and the dispatch of a delegation for research purposes. Both parties expressed satisfaction with this partnership. It appeared that the internal factional strife within the MTOC Union had intensified to a critical degree, teetering on the brink of a full-scale civil war. This situation necessitated Xi Yan's discreet intervention to subtly promote the relatively weaker corporate faction. In contrast to the sinister enterprises faction, Xi Yan was keen to engage in business with the corporate factions that favored peaceful trade, as these aligned seamlessly with his strategic objectives. Wait until his empire becomes powerful before eradicating it. Therefore, at present, Xi Yan's strategy is to fervently support the corporate faction, transforming them into instruments of his will to confront the criminal enterprises. Should this incite an all-out civil war within the MTOC Confederation, it would yield tremendous gains. Moreover, the corporate faction's willingness to seek foreign alliances to overthrow the criminal enterprises underscores the magnitude of their discord. For such an investment, Xi Yan is more than willing to expend a considerable amount of energy currency. After discussing the collaboration, both parties exchanged a few pleasantries before bidding farewell. Xi Yan exhaled deeply, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Initially intending to engage in a brief dialogue with the Neo-Guardian civilization and the Kalik cooperative civilization, he was taken aback by the profound schism within the MTOC Confederation, necessitating further mental exertion for negotiations. As he relaxed, a profound fatigue and headache surged forth. With a tense expression, he issued a few instructions before departing toward the diplomatic department. Upon seeing him, the captain of the personal guard, Yushua, was startled. "Marshal, you look quite unwell. Do you need to see a doctor?" "It's nothing. A brief rest will suffice," Xi Yan replied coldly, his mind still preoccupied with the matters concerning these extraterrestrial beings. The Neo-Guardian, as a preset empire within the game, was somewhat familiar to him. According to his recollections, the Neo-Guardian represents a defensive imperialist alliance, steeped in authoritarian ideologies and extreme militarism, with a national ethos centered around sovereignty, guardianship, and martial prowess. The primary species consists of reptilian beings, reminiscent of sea turtles, characterized by their maladaptation, reluctance to change their habitats, slow reproduction, and formidable strength. This empire excels in defensive warfare, retreating into a modest expanse of star systems to develop. It appears exceedingly challenging for the stone people to establish branches of their criminal enterprises. According to the director of Caelius, the economic situation of these enterprises is currently dire. The stone people, like rabid dogs, frantically attempt to set up branches in hopes of reversing their economic decline. However, the neighboring alien empires have been greatly disturbed by their antics, relentlessly suppressing the criminal branches over the years. The era of easy profits has come to an end for these enterprises, and now they must face the consequences. Nevertheless, the stone people refuse to relinquish their criminal activities, seeking to establish more branches for profit, with their gaze now fixed upon humanity and the Neo-Guardians. They suffered a setback with humanity. While the situation with the Neo-Guardians remains uncertain, a matter beyond Caelius's jurisdiction, which incites considerable frustration. The Neo-Guardians are likely equally vexed by the criminal enterprises, and perhaps Xi Yan could forge an alliance with these long-lived tortoises. Furthermore, there lies the distant Qi-like cooperative, an intergalactic enterprise founded by avian beings, operating under a legitimate democratic system characterized by extreme equality and materialist ideology, achieving equality among all beings. This intergalactic giant, steeped in democratic and egalitarian principles, harbors profound disdain for criminal enterprises like MTOC. Reflecting on this, MTOC finds itself besieged on three fronts, internally fractured, and facing economic decline. Indeed, the rhythm of national demise is palpable. For now, it continues to establish branches and amass wealth, solely relying on the strength of its fleet. Should the fleet falter, the empire itself will inevitably crumble. It appears that the moment for the downfall of this wretched criminal enterprise is fast approaching. After concluding a day's work, Xi Yan slightly stretched his stiff body before rising to recline once more on the sofa, casually draping a blanket over himself. It was only then that he realized the overwhelming fatigue that had settled in, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Yet, paradoxically, his mind grew increasingly alert. It was not yet time to rest. Communication with the Guardian Neil would have to be postponed until tomorrow. For tonight, he would contemplate how to engage with those tortoises. Beta, please send me a copy of the memorandum. I need to check if there are any further matters of concern with the Mtak Alliance. One cannot afford to underestimate the criminal enterprise. After resting on the sofa for 10 minutes, although his spirits felt somewhat diminished, he was not plagued by drowsiness. Rather, the anguish on a mental level invigorated Xi Yan, prompting him to think with heightened clarity and rationality. Negative, you are excessively fatigued. It is advisable to conclude your work and return home to rest. Xi Yan shook his head, sitting upright with a rigid expression. No, time does not wait for anyone. Just as he stood, darkness enveloped him, followed by a spinning sensation. Marshal, damn, you said it was nothing. In the haze of his consciousness, Xi Yan seemed to hear the voice of the original Starling voice assistant. An alien empire has established communication with us. War has been declared against our kind. A hostile fleet has been detected. We are evading the hostile fleet. We have lost our military outpost. Our mining station has been compromised. The science vessel is under attack. The science vessel has been lost. The construction ship is currently under assault. The construction ship has perished. Engagement with the hostile fleet is underway. Our fleet has been annihilated. The spaceport has been lost. Enemy troops are landing on our territory. We have succumbed to invasion, resulting in the loss of our planet. An incoming transmission has been received regarding a peace agreement. Confirm surrender. No. A familiar voice awakened the slumbering memories within Xi Yan, who startledly opened his eyes and sat upright. Chapter 158, Illness Strikes. A chilling scream pierced the air. In an instant, Xi Yan propelled himself upward, drenched in cold sweat. My empire. No, please, not this. He clasped his head in despair, his heart consumed by anguish and bitterness. Yet, the voice from his dreams continued to echo in his mind, tormenting his spirit. Would his empire meet such a fate? An alien fleet had barbarously invaded his territory, seizing his colonies, while the Interstellar Human Military Government had been obliterated by extraterrestrials. No, not like this. I cannot accept such an outcome. A profound terror engulfed Xi Yan, threatening to rob him of his senses, and once more, darkness enveloped his vision. This was reality, not a mere game, though the setting mirrored that of a game almost perfectly. Nevertheless, this was undeniably a tangible world, devoid of save points or consoles. With each passing day in this universe, Xi Yan became increasingly aware of this truth. He could no longer view this starry sea through the lens of a game. He grew ever more cautious. Xi Yan understood the myriad dangers lurking beneath this celestial expanse. The heavy burden of civilization's survival pressed down upon him. He was but a young man, and for the past 7 years, he had constantly questioned his own capabilities. Am I truly fit to be this marshal? In my previous life, I was merely an ordinary person. Why must I bear such a monumental responsibility? It is futile to lament. The die has been cast. Now, Xi Yan must rely on his own memories and shoulder the weighty responsibilities of a civilizational leader. He patted his cheeks, compelling himself to regain composure. Enough of the sentimental musings. The fate of the entire empire rests upon his shoulders. He must rise to the occasion. He cannot display any signs of weakness. He must don a mask and become the esteemed Grand Marshal, trusted by billions of citizens. Xi Yan firmly instilled this resolve within himself, burying all negative emotions and enduring the immense pressure as he prepared to commence his duties. At that moment, he realized he had returned to his bedroom, tucked snugly beneath the covers, every corner meticulously secured against the chill. The stellar clock indicated 3 o'clock in the morning. Grand Marshal, even in such a state of illness, your biological clock still awakens you punctually, Beta remarked through the wristband. Have I truly slept through the night? Alas, Xi Yan initially intended to rise and begin his work for the day, only to discover that his body was utterly devoid of strength. The act of sitting up had already pushed him to his limits. With a pained expression, he lay back down and readjusted the covers. This modern medicine is utterly inadequate. An entire night has passed, and it has failed to cure me. Must I resort to traditional methods for recuperation? Xi Yan thought indignantly. Is it too much to ask for an injection of some sort to restore my vitality and enable me to work? This was the first time in 7 years that he had succumbed to illness, and he reflected on the inadequacies of medicine, Must he truly recuperate from such a minor ailment? Is life no longer worth living? Beta's voice grew increasingly icy. 7 years of relentless work, erratic sleeping patterns, frequent neglect of meals, and most critically, the mounting mental strain over these years would have surely led to your demise in the past. Damn it. I have been reminding you to undergo a comprehensive checkup every month. Did you ever heed my words? 7 years. Xi Yan scratched his head in realization. Oh, it has indeed been 7 years. He hardly noticed this passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, he had undergone significant changes as well. His temperament had become markedly more composed, and the wildness and abstraction that once characterized him had largely faded from his exterior. Perhaps it was the weight of responsibility he bore, the lives of billions and the fate of the entire empire, that shaped him into his current self. Enough of this nonsense. You must rest for an entire week. Otherwise, even the weaver of life in the virtual realm cannot save you, Beta declared. Is my condition truly that grave? Xi Yan was taken aback. Grave is an understatement. Beta's voice rose several octaves, startling Xi Yan. Your physical state is merely the tip of the iceberg. The exhaustion accumulated over these 7 years has finally erupted, and it is more than enough to bring you to your knees. Beta continued to chastise Xi Yan, while the marshal sheepishly buried his head in the soft blanket. At least I have managed to maintain a semblance of health by consuming plant-based nutrients and green apples daily. But now, no amount of sustenance can reverse the damage. Listen closely to me. The crux of the matter lies in the overwhelming mental strain you have been enduring for over 7 years, relying solely on your willpower to persevere. Now, however, you find yourself unable to sustain this facade, a reality that is particularly perilous. Once your own resolve falters and erupts, your psyche will undoubtedly collapse, leading you to become a genuine madman. Beta's frustration escalated, and in a fit of anger, the virtual figure incessantly berated Xi Yan. Xi Yan pondered deeply but could not discern any wrong in his state. What was amiss? Wasn't it merely a fleeting moment of melancholy? Surely, it couldn't be that severe. Let us not forget, there was a time when you were carefree, exuding joy and happiness. Beta, with merciless candor, exposed the truth. And what of now? Your mind is perpetually taut, consumed by thoughts of your empire. Your smile has become a rarity. You no longer engage in games, and you have been plagued by nightmares almost daily. Should I continue? Xi Yan, caught in a web of contemplation, conceded that perhaps Beta had a point, yet he felt compelled to defend himself. This is different. I am merely more invested in the empire, a manifestation of my stricter self-discipline. Ah, therein lies the issue. Beta retorted coldly. All your pressure stems from your identity and your fervent love for this empire. I am not a psychic. I cannot glean your thoughts through telepathy. Yet I can assure you that they are far from optimistic. You impose this stress upon yourself. In other words, you are slowly but surely extinguishing your own essence. Xi Yan, what exactly are you afraid of? Is it simply the trepidation of the dangers lurking in this universe? In the event of a general facing a cataclysmic challenge of 50 years and 25 times the natural disasters? No, never mind. Xi Yan cleared his throat softly and then, with great effort, propped himself up, stuffing a pillow behind his back for support. It was not long after he sat up that he noticed, beside Beta, another presence. A long-haired elder sister was resting deeply at the edge of Xi Yan's bed. The familiar sight of her sleek black hair styled in a high ponytail, adorned in a splendid black and gold military uniform. With a striking naval saber at her waist, it was General Veronica, his most loyal logistics expert, overseeing the daily maintenance of the fleet and the military budget. She had never faltered in her duties over the past 7 years. Was she here to care for him? Secretary Olivier had temporarily taken over your responsibilities and had likely been busy throughout the night. Fortunate that I was here to assist. Or she might have collapsed just like you did. Beta remarked sharply, I used to think everyone worked at your pace. But it seems she can accomplish in a day what you do in 2 hours. To be honest, given the intensity of your workload, enduring 7 years without illness until now is quite a testament to your robust health and vitality. Xi Yan couldn't help but smile ruefully. It was merely a reflection of reality, skillfully weighing interests to make decisions. Even the most complex matters could be deftly managed after 7 years of experience. While Olivia was indeed worried about you, she even shed tears during your emergency examination at the hospital. She is, after all, the Secretary of State. Thus, General Veronica volunteered to take care of you. Beta's synthesized voice carried a hint of exasperation. And how is it that you can endure such late nights? In contemporary times, individuals tend to struggle with sleep after just a night or two, much like the minister Veronica beside you, who appears to be slumbering as soundly as a lifeless being. Pray tell, how do you manage to remain so spirited after enduring 4 or 5 consecutive sleepless nights? I believe this confidence stems from the games developed by P. What? No, it's nothing. Kindly bring me some food, and do provide a portion for her as well. Rest assured, it shall be delivered shortly. Alas, I forgot to schedule the release. There are still 2 chapters to go this noon. The group has reformed. I achieved an impressive feat in battlefield, killing an opponent with only 21 bullets. This time, we shall implement the strictest regulations, no political discussions, no indecency, and no inappropriate content. Chapter 159. What gives rise to such gal game scenarios? The female general, sporting a high ponytail, seems to show signs of awakening. She straightens her back from the edge of the bed, laboriously stretching her delicate form, emitting a melodic groan, and then suddenly yawns widely. Ah, Commander, are you awake? Veronica rubs her drowsy eyes, opening her emerald green gaze akin to that of Elvira, and immediately turns her attention to Xi Yan. Xi Yan, resting his chin upon his hand, gazes at her with gentle eyes, a slight smile gracing his pale visage. Commander, hello. Veronica murmurs a greeting, inadvertently articulating a familiar phrase in a somewhat indistinct manner. Xi Yan stares at her in astonishment. Veronica, in an instant, becomes fully alert. Commander, you're awake. How do you feel? The female general, her face etched with concern, leaned in closely to scrutinize Xi Yan's complexion, gently caressing his cheek with her hand. I'm fine. Just wait a moment. You're getting rather close. Xi Yan instinctively recoiled slightly, but the pillow obstructed his movement. In that instant, Veronica's warm palm rested upon his right cheek, and he could distinctly perceive the worry reflected in her beautiful emerald green eyes. This proximity was overwhelming. After spending 2 lifetimes in solitary existence, the dark war criminal Xi Yan found himself quite unaccustomed to such intimacy. She was not a naive girl like Elvira, but rather a mature woman exuding an aura of sophistication. At this close range, every detail of Veronica's face became vividly apparent. The long, glistening eyelashes, the captivating green eyes, and her exquisitely sculpted features. Her lips bore no trace of lipstick, nor any cosmetic embellishment, yet she remained an undeniable beauty. In his previous life, Xi Yan had been preoccupied with battling the stars, confined to his dormitory and home as a reclusive hermit. In this life, he had isolated himself within an office, reigning as a marshal above thousands, occasionally utilizing projections and virtual reality devices for remote work. He rarely ventured into the central urban area. In the presence of his subordinates, he maintained a deliberately aloof demeanor. Now, suddenly finding himself so close to this strikingly bold female general was undeniably disconcerting. Yet, in the next moment, he was captivated by Veronica. As she tenderly stroked his face, her soft voice inquired about his well-being, the warm, moist breath escaping her lips enveloping him. It felt so unfamiliar, so nerve-wracking. For the first time in 7 years, he felt such embarrassment. Is the Marshal well? Have I gotten too close, causing you discomfort? Xi Yan stared blankly at Veronica's face, while the female general appeared somewhat surprised and instinctively distanced herself. The delightful scent of a mature older sister faded with the increasing space, leaving Xi Yan with a tinge of regret. The mention of Marshal jolted him back to reality. He gazed vacantly at the alluring woman before him, his expression gradually darkening, reverting to its original icy demeanor. Xi Yan held a profound affection for the sisters, Veronica and Elvira. Initially, he cherished their unwavering loyalty, but over time, he had come to appreciate their beauty as well. Thanks to Beta's occasional hints, he was aware that the 2 sisters were subordinates left to him by his father, the former Marshal Xi Yan. They were not merely subordinates. His father had also ensured he had a choice between 2 distinct personalities: the mature, seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted older sister and the gentle, kind-hearted young maiden. As long as they were not akin to the treacherous Chow, he could choose one of them. Thank you, father, he thought, his heart torn. Having been single in 2 lifetimes, his youthful innocence was suddenly overshadowed by basic desires. 7 years ago, he had envisioned establishing a grand harem upon becoming marshal, but his focus on developing his empire, coupled with the loss of his ability to communicate normally with women, led him to abandon that ambition. Presently, he remained burdened with an abundance of work, leaving no time to attend to his personal life, and his mindset had undergone significant transformation. Indeed, he was the marshal. Any extraneous emotion could render him vulnerable. Xi Yan feared that his personal feelings might cloud his judgment and decision-making. It could also become a weapon against others. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. The aliens could strike at any moment, and once the Marshal announced the news of his marriage, it would undoubtedly place his partner in jeopardy. Xi Yan wished for no harm to come to anyone within the empire. Though it may seem irrational, he held this conviction with unwavering certainty. Alas, Beta appeared to sense something amiss. Letting out a sigh, no one else could manage to stifle their own heart like he could. Xi Yan found that this lad, who initially masqueraded as a simple-minded AI, had gradually become more liberated in his demeanor since they had grown closer. Veronica Yin, advisor Beta, I am here. The female general straightened herself at the bedside. For this week, he is not permitted to work. You must keep a close watch on him. If he collapses once more, be prepared for execution. Beta's tone had turned markedly stern. Veronica nodded resolutely. Indeed, for the well-being of the Marshal, I will ensure his care. No, Beta, you silence. The patient has no right to speak. Focus on your recovery. Your current condition is exceedingly precarious. All right. Xi Yan slumped back. The situation had turned for the worse. Xi Yan harbored deep-seated anxieties, concealing them well. It was perplexing why this lad continually imposed such pressure upon himself. Beta spoke without a hint of mercy. Veronica, take good care of him. It is imperative to address his psychological issues. If this pressure remains unrelieved, the Marshal's mind will inevitably shatter. Understood. Veronica swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, her eyes brimming with determination as she turned her gaze towards the somewhat guilty Xi Yan. Under the weight of such a serious stare, Xi Yan silently raised the blanket to shield his face. Do not torture me. However, advisor Beta, I lack understanding of psychological matters. How am I to resolve the Marshal's issues? Veronica pondered for a moment before inquiring. Instantly, Beta's virtual visage broke into a confident smile, causing Xi Yan to feel a sense of foreboding. Based on my extensive research into 5 millennia of human history and nearly 3 centuries of cultural studies, coupled with my personal insights into humanity, I assert that only one thing is required to alleviate his psychological dilemma. Xi Yan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Wait a moment. Beta, don't. Beta, brimming with self-assurance, declared, it's quite simple. Just engage in the act. Both Xi Yan and Veronica exclaimed in astonishment. For the past 7 years, the Marshal had been without a partner, and the normal male desires had no means of expression. Additionally, he was preoccupied daily with state affairs, his mind consumed by thoughts of his empire. With no outlet for his desires and no confidant to share his troubles, it was only natural that pressure would accumulate. Beta patiently elucidated. I must insist, Beta, do not speak so recklessly. Xi Yan sensed a troubling atmosphere, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Beta's virtual persona closed its eyes and continued with unwavering confidence. Do you see? The heart has been pierced. And now the urgency arises. Loneliness and desire have been suppressed for far too long. He has been imposing subconscious constraints on his own emotions, and this inevitably leads to complications. Do not be deceived by his outward normalcy. The true pressure has yet to surface. Let us set that aside for now and focus on the psychological dilemma at hand. He has devoted himself selflessly to his citizens, providing them with the finest care and showering them with love and compassion, yet no one has taken the initiative to convey their affection to Xi Yan. This one-sided devotion is certainly a contributing factor. Therefore, allowing him to experience love from others, especially from an enchanting woman, could perfectly resolve this issue. In the lexicon of humanity, this is known as the remedy. Beta grew increasingly animated, passionately articulating his perspective. There seemed to be some merit to his argument. After all, the Marshal is a young man and ought to seek companionship. It is indeed arduous for the Marshal to endure solitude for so many years. To his astonishment, Veronica nodded in agreement. Is it possible that her fondness has reached such heights? General Veronica, do you truly share this sentiment? Xi Yan, wiping sweat from his brow with a blanket, expressed his astonishment. However, his subconscious assured him that Beta was indeed correct. Xi Yan had long labored in isolation, never confiding his innermost thoughts or engaging in deep exchanges. He had become exceedingly lonely, as if the entire world were merely transient figures in the theater of his life. In simpler terms, prolonged singleness, overwhelming pressure, and heavy responsibilities have culminated in a lack of emotional release. However, how could such a shameful matter possibly be acknowledged by Xi Yan? Oh, Beta, Do you wish to see the esteemed Marshal of the Interstellar Human Military Government suffer social death before his subordinates? I cannot accept this. Yet, Beta remained unfazed by Xi Yan's feelings. After an extensive monologue, this ancient and formidable AI, Cyberlex Beta, reached a conclusion. In order to heal the Marshal's spirit and alleviate his burdens, it is imperative for him to experience love, to feel the affection of others, followed by a physical release to resolve his issues. Beta's virtual persona excitedly leapt onto the table, one hand gesturing towards the brainstorming Veronica and the other pointing at Xi Yan, who was hiding his face under a blanket in embarrassment. With fervor, Beta proclaimed, "And you, Veronica Yan, are perfectly matched with him. According to this AI's research on human experiences, a mature and gentle older sister like you could effortlessly manage a young man like the Marshal. Simply embrace this lonely and introverted youth beside you. Bury his head in your comforting bosom and gently whisper, 'You have done enough. Please rest well in my embrace.' And it will surely move Xi Yan to open his heart, culminating in a passionate and cathartic release of all his pent-up pressures. Dear General Veronica, for the sake of the Empire and the Marshal, please embark on a sweet, warm, and exhilarating romance with Xi Yan," Beta declared loudly, brimming with enthusiasm, leaving one to wonder why this AI was so fervently invested in human emotions. Veronica appeared to be lost in an indescribable reverie, immersed in Beta's intricate depiction, her face flushing with an unnatural hue as she hazily nodded. Xi Yan, however, was increasingly alarmed. In an instant, he snatched up his wristband, pressed the power button, and, in a state of despair, exclaimed, "What on earth? Beta, please be quiet. Am I not playing a game of stars? How on earth did this plot unfold so similarly to a gal game?" Chapter 160, Just Go For It, Veronica. Beta concluded his lengthy discourse, his virtual image gazing intently at the entranced Veronica, who was ensnared in a strange fantasy, and at Xi Yan, who was cocooned beneath a blanket, resembling a corpse. "This is my plan, do you understand? I do not comprehend," Xi Yan lamented from under the covers. "Is this some form of retribution for my treating you like a mere servant? Why is there such an extraordinary development?" Beta's tone grew increasingly stern. "Admit it, you are grappling with significant psychological issues. For your own sake and that of the Empire, employing radical methods to resolve this is entirely justifiable. So, let us get started. Young man." "Why, Xi Yan?" Beta suddenly raised his voice, startling Veronica from her introspection. "No evasion allowed. This is a serious matter. Find a partner. Open your heart, engage in profound exchanges, relieve your stress, and return to normalcy. Do you understand? Should you dare to question me again, I will command a robot to deliver 50 lashes to bring you back to your senses." Beta was evidently serious. He could not bear to witness Xi Yan's mental collapse. However, after the initial upheaval, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The previously docile Xi Yan, for reasons unknown, suddenly regained his composure. Pulling the blanket from over his head and exhaling deeply, his icy demeanor slightly thawing. Only when you can truly open your heart to others will your troubles be wholly resolved. Beta had always perceived the situation clearly. "Xi Yan, you are exceptional. Your intellect transcends the confines of this era. Thus, you have isolated yourself, keeping others at bay, a choice that, while endowing you with advanced reasoning, also makes you more susceptible to harboring negative emotions. Furthermore, your actions have consistently contradicted the tenderness buried within you. Each decision, though aligned with self-interest, leaves you in anguish." Xi Yan clenched his teeth, reluctant to speak. "Is this true, Marshal?" Veronica inched closer, her gaze filled with concern for the serious Xi Yan. "I am uncertain. I leave it to Beta," he replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Such is the situation, Veronica. Our Marshal is entrusted to you," Beta declared. General Veronica nodded resolutely, grasping Xi Yan's somewhat cold hand, wishing to convey warmth through her touch. Xi Yan turned away, his expression uneasy. "Alas, Marshal, with your stubborn nature, it falls upon you to take the initiative," Veronica remarked, exasperated. "I shall succeed in rescuing the Marshal," Veronica declared with fervor. "What on earth?" Xi Yan exclaimed once more. Beta was indifferent to Xi Yan's thoughts. "All right, I shall temporarily withdraw, granting you both some private space. Now, commence your delightful interaction." Even the act of shutting down could not thwart Beta's intrusion. At last, this somewhat irksome AI had voluntarily faded away, leaving the room occupied solely by the boisterous yet bashful Xi Yan and the resolute, mature Veronica. After bidding farewell to this vexatious, albeit questionable, ancient AI, Xi Yan swallowed hard. His gaze fixated on Veronica's sincere and concerned expression. He furtively glanced at her ample curves and elongated, graceful legs before hastily averting his eyes. The impact of such a sight was rather overwhelming for him. Veronica, having noticed Xi Yan's inquisitive gaze, nervously fidgeted with the hem of her naval uniform. However, she had never before contemplated that the stoic and perpetually cold decision-maker, the Marshal, harbored significant psychological issues. Had it not been for Beta's revelation, she might have remained oblivious to these matters. Regret washed over Veronica. Had she known, she would have heeded the former Marshal's advice and shown more concern for Xi Yan. She realized that it was her shortcoming as an elder to have overlooked such an issue. Determined, Veronica resolved to embrace her role as an elder sister and to nurture him with care. As for what Beta referred to as love, Veronica took a deep breath. Very well, it was not out of the question. As a true elder sister, it was her duty to envelop her bewildered junior in warmth and affection. Veronica resolutely cast aside her modesty, suddenly reaching out to grasp Xi Yan's shoulders, gazing at him intently. Xi Yan was undeniably a handsome young man, a sentiment shared by all. Yet, each time they crossed paths, he always wore a stern expression, his demeanor coldly dismissive towards the world. As Beta had remarked, he concealed his emotions, repelling others with his frosty exterior. 7 years prior, Veronica had witnessed Xi Yan's carefree laughter on 1 or 2 occasions, leaving a lasting impression on her. The sight of the smiling Marshal was utterly enchanting. Thus, she yearned to dismantle the wall encasing Xi Yan's heart, eager to witness his smile once more. "Why are you laughing?" Xi Yan, under Veronica's unwavering gaze, felt a surge of shyness. Striving to maintain a serious facade, "Xi Yan, Marshal," Veronica panted, speaking with utmost gravity. "I am here," Xi Yan stammered, his dark eyes darting around. Unwilling to meet the gaze of the striking female general before him, Veronica took a deep breath. "Relax, Veronica Yan, you can do this. Did you not secretly admire and harbor feelings for Xi Yan? Now, an extraordinary opportunity lies before you. Tap into your nurturing spirit and embrace, allowing this masked individual to feel your warmth. Let the flames ignite." Beta cheered from within the virtual realm. Undoubtedly, over the course of these 7 years, Xi Yan and Beta have forged a profound friendship, one that transcends the boundaries of species. This bond deeply resonates with Beta, the AI, as it perceives Xi Yan as someone who genuinely regards it as a companion, a trusted aid to the Marshal, rather than merely an advanced tool. Thus, as the Marshal's closest confidant, Beta cannot bear to witness Xi Yan continuing to isolate himself. Enter the strikingly cool yet warm-hearted Veronica. Utilize your formidable prowess to break through his defenses. As the Marshal's most trusted friend, Beta is acutely aware of Xi Yan's preferences, gleaned from clandestine observations of his browsing history. Veronica's unwavering support undoubtedly serves as a powerful weapon. Shower Xi Yan with the warmth and care of an older sister. The following chapters will delve into the intricacies of their emotional journey, including the unraveling of inner conflicts, the gathering of a harem, and the introduction of elements related to the L-star cluster, alongside themes of bubbles and the quest to transcend the notion of lifespan. These aspects are of paramount importance. If one is disinterested, they may take their leave with a resounding declaration. Furthermore, the original group has tragically disbanded. My initial intention was to create a space where everyone could collectively appreciate resources, without any oversight on the group's more unsavory tendencies. It appears that some individuals have not appreciated this, and thus I shall not hesitate to impose an extreme authoritarian regime to manage the new group. All content deemed inappropriate or of a lascivious nature is strictly forbidden. Any violations will be met with immediate and decisive action, irrespective of the justification. Swift and unrelenting consequences await. Chapter 161. Olivier, you are insufferable. Veronica gazed at the youthful visage before her, lost in contemplation. Before her stood the supreme leader of their interstellar human military government, Grand Marshal Xi Yan, a mere 27 years of age. He had already lost the youthful vigor and vitality that typically characterize one so young. In this radiant phase of life, he had devoted everything to the empire he cherished. Veronica perceived all of this, and her feelings for the young man deepened into a sense of pity and worthlessness. The Marshal, who loved all humanity, also needed someone to love him in return. Very well, I shall take responsibility for the course of his life henceforth. Through Beta's encouragement, in her own introspection. Veronica had clarified her sentiments. Indeed, her admiration for the Marshal was profound. Whether it was his handsome visage, his calm composure during combat, or the reassuring presence he exuded as a leader, Veronica was thoroughly impressed. Marshal Suki. The warm breath brushed against Xi Yan's face, leaving a faint blush upon his cheeks. He seemed momentarily frozen, his eyes widening slowly as he gazed at Veronica, who was drawing ever closer. Xi Yan. Without any honorifics, she whispered his name softly. You have done remarkably well. We are all grateful for your sacrifices, so. It is now my turn to comfort you. Who has given so much for the Empire? Veronica closed her emerald eyes and leaned in towards his lips. A surge of excitement coursed through her as she imagined the prospect of kissing and possessing his lips, indulging in the delightful transgression of the neighborly traditions. The exhilarating sense of betrayal and affection ignited a fervor within the seemingly cold general. Thus, the scene, akin to a daily episode, inevitably took an unexpected turn. Marshal. With a sudden crash, the bedroom door swung open, revealing the breathless young secretary, Elvira, at the threshold. A jolt of shock coursed through Veronica. Why must you be so insufferable? The voice of the divine eagle. The concealed beta erupted in outrage. What a splendid opportunity. You, little rascal of Beyond, must atone for this. Veronica's previously composed visage flushed crimson in an instant. She leaped back, flustered, and perched herself on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Elvira. The blush of embarrassment swiftly morphed into indignation. I was mere moments away from kissing him. Elvira, you nearly thwarted my chance. I shall ensure you pay for this mischief upon your return. Beta admonished fiercely. Elvira Yan, how dare you enter without knocking? Did you not see the Marshal is recuperating? And Minister Veronica is attending to him. Do you not trust your sister? Wait. No. Elvira exclaimed, her face paling at the sudden accusation, before turning to the dazed Xi Yan and declaring, It is the Marshal. Please report to me immediately upon receiving any news. The young girl paused for a moment, observing Xi Yan lost in a tender gaze with Veronica. Then, she exclaimed, Marshal, we have news regarding the L-Star Gate. By heavens! Xi Yan instantly flung off the covers, springing from the bed, and within half a minute, he had donned his attire. Where is it? Let me see what is happening. Sit down. You are not permitted to work today. I refuse. Very well, if you disregard the doctor's orders, it is no longer a matter of a typical patient. I must take decisive action. In the blink of an eye, 4 robots emanating a blue glow materialized in the room. 2 positioned themselves to the left and 2 to the right, firmly pinning Xi Yan back onto the bed, tightly covering him with the blanket, and finally binding him with elastic straps. After completing their task, the 4 robots vanished into the corners of the room as if they had never been there. Xi Yan, caught off guard, found himself restrained once more. You are not allowed to work. For this entire week, you shall only rest, declared Beta with authority. This is a rebellion of intelligent machines. You have turned against me. Xi Yan retorted furiously. Beta replied coolly, as long as you dare to neglect your health, even if it means a rebellion, I shall force you to rest. Furthermore, those 4 robots lack a core consciousness. They are security units under my constant control, serving as your final line of defense for your safety. Advisor Beta makes a valid point. You should prioritize your recovery. I will manage the affairs of the Empire on your behalf, Elvira added, glancing at Xi Yan, who still exhibited some vitality, and let out a sigh of relief, striving to maintain an air of confidence. Over the years, I have also made progress. I am capable of temporarily taking over your duties, so please, dear Marshal, take a good rest. Xi Yan lifted his head to glance at the deeply shadowed eyes and pale face of Elvira, falling into silence. In any case, I can manage. So farewell. Elvira, noticing Veronica's murderous gaze, fled in a panic. The room was immediately enveloped in a profound silence. Veronica's face was cold, radiating an aura of lethal intent. What a splendid opportunity, what an exquisite atmosphere. Damn that sister. She ought to personally apologize to Xi Yan by removing his armor. Though bound to the bed and unable to move, Xi Yan wore a satisfied smile. The L Gate has already been discovered. How far could Xiao Hui be? Although Xi Yan had yet to meet Xiao Hui, this did not hinder him from adding her to his list of potential consorts. Xiao Hui, a conglomerate of nanobots, was perfectly suited to the extreme and fanatical dictator that Xi Yan was. They would share an unbreakable bond, and her longevity made her an excellent companion. However, regarding Veronica's feelings, though he felt a tinge of shyness, Xi Yan was not as oblivious as the Wooden brothers next door, Gu Di and Bao Ku. He had gleaned some understanding. After all, he was a remarkable and illustrious leader of the empire. While he harbored the unique darkness characteristic of a player, the affection of his female subordinates was undeniably high. This realization brought him some joy. He was acutely aware of how others perceived him, a somber, deranged, and brutal dictator, willing to do as he pleased in the name of the empire, disdainful of humanity. Veronica's willingness to accept him brought genuine joy to Xi Yan. It was truly remarkable that someone would embrace a galactic war criminal like him. No, my fleet still exists. I have not yet lost, and I am not a criminal. Only those who are defeated are deemed war criminals. The victors are the heroes of the empire. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts from his mind. I have decided that I will not work for the next few days, he informed Beta. However, I would like to leisurely stroll about. That would be acceptable, wouldn't it? Upon examination, your physical condition is not too dire. Most of your ailments stem from psychological factors. If you believe that a stroll will rejuvenate your spirit, then you may commence at once, Beta replied amiably. Xi Yan nodded, turning his gaze towards Veronica, whose frosty demeanor suggested an air of aloofness. Gently, he asked, Veronica, would you accompany me for a walk? Chapter 162. The L-Star Cluster and the L-Star Gate. Observing the slightly melancholic expression on Xi Yan's face, Veronica's haughty demeanor instantly softened, and she eagerly nodded. Of course, Marshal. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you these days. I would like to wander the streets, Xi Yan declared, and upon hearing Veronica's willingness to join him, he felt a surge of happiness. It had been quite some time since he had roamed the streets, and he was curious about the world outside. Veronica promptly untied the restraints that bound him, and Xi Yan joyfully leaped up, having already donned his attire. After splashing some water on his face, he made his way towards the door. Wait a moment. If you intend to go outside, you must disguise yourself first. At the very least, change your clothes, Beta reminded him with a sigh of relief. Indeed, Xi Yan conceded. Xi Yan turned around. At last, he removed the marshal's uniform he had worn for 7 long years. Veronica selected a simple t-shirt and trousers for him, while she herself changed out of her Navy uniform, appearing before Xi Yan in the guise of a JK senior. The specifics of her beauty need not be elaborated upon. One can imagine it. But suffice it to say that Xi Yan was nearly rendered speechless. Satisfied with the marshal's reaction, Veronica was confident that her appearance could still captivate him. With a joyful demeanor, she crossed her arms and gazed at Xi Yan with a gentle expression, her ample figure drawing even more attention. Xi Yan made a slight adjustment to his hairstyle. His long bangs had always draped over his forehead, partially obstructing his vision and imbuing his gaze with an air of intimidation and fear. Now, Veronica applied a touch of hairspray to her hands and slicked his hair back, transforming it into a striking, Virgil-esque pompadour. This alteration made his eyes appear brighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had long surrounded Xi Yan began to dissipate. He looked much more spirited now. With a smile, Veronica reached out and gently touched Xi Yan's head, inquiring, "What do you think, Marshal? As long as you like it. I have no objections." Feeling Veronica's tender caress, Xi Yan relaxed completely and casually responded, "All right, let us head out." Perhaps having someone to support him from behind was not such a bad idea, Xi Yan mused. Veronica's maternal radiance began to emanate, and it was delightful. Since arriving in this world, Xi Yan had relied solely on himself for work and life. Having a little support now felt quite refreshing. Veronica was significantly older than him. Yet by the standards of modern human longevity, she remained quite youthful, her figure and beauty at their zenith. Clad in a uniform that accentuated her stature, she exuded an alluring charm with every gesture. Xi Yan nearly found himself entranced by her presence. Nevertheless, he recalled his purpose, to take a leisurely stroll and attain tranquility of mind. Where in the central district can one find a peaceful spot to rest? He inquired, raising his hand. That would undoubtedly be the Memorial Square. Beta, who resided in the virtual realm, confidently responded. It's not far, just a short walk. Very well. Let us proceed. With enthusiasm, Xi Yan followed Veronica through the back entrance of the administrative building, with Veronica leading the way. It seemed he hadn't taken a proper walk on the streets for years, and compared to 7 years ago, there were notable changes. Private spacecraft had evidently become more commonplace. As Xi Yan surveyed his surroundings, Veronica discreetly observed him from the corner of her eye. Her heart raced as she took his hand in hers. Xi Yan was taken aback, while Veronica nervously tightened her grip. I think the Marshal might appreciate this. After gazing at the somewhat bashful general for a considerable time, Xi Yan chuckled. It's all right. He made no attempt to pull away, and the two strolled hand in hand, resembling a close-knit pair of siblings. Veronica's hand was similar in size to his, but remarkably soft, and Xi Yan relished the sensation of their intertwined fingers. Splendid. Beta quietly rejoiced. Well done, Veronica. The next step is to charge ahead and take action. Beta spoke up. The guards have mingled with the surrounding crowd. Marshal, you may feel free to enjoy yourself. Thank you, Xi Yan replied with delight. After walking a short distance, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Veronica's gaze wandered, lost in thought, while Xi Yan habitually furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the grand matters of the empire once more. Beta felt a deep sigh welling up within. What comes next? Given the opportunity, you prove to be of little use. It would be better to have Aloyre accompany you. Although Aloyre often appeared shy, she would undoubtedly handle such situations far better than Veronica. The two sisters formed a fascinating complement. One, seemingly cold yet brimming with inner turmoil. The other, appearing innocent yet surprisingly daring. By the way, Beta, Xi Yan suddenly interjected. Why are you conversing with an AI? Communicate with those around you. Beta retorted, exasperated. What about the L Stargate? In which star system was it discovered? You're still thinking about that? At least you're not confined to the office. You're treating it as casual conversation. Beta replied candidly. There is one within the Mtadic Confederation, not too far from us. Oh, in the Mtadic Confederation? Xi Yan's gaze sharpened suddenly. Here, it is pertinent to explain the concepts of the L Stargate and the L Star Cluster. Both the L Star Cluster and the L Stargate originate from the distant DLC, faraway stars. The L Star Cluster resides at the edge of the map, an independent cluster outside the galaxy, typically comprising 9 stellar systems, with no hyperspace routes connecting it to the original galaxy. The L Cluster was once the abode of a civilization known as the Desinu. The Desinu people engineered a novel form of nanotechnology, which they referred to as Natasha, translating to Grey Storm in their tongue. Their intention was to harness these nanobots to establish an expansive network of interstellar gateways. The L Gate stands as a remarkable achievement, constructed by the Desinu using these nanobots. However, as the autonomy of the nanobots escalated, the situation gradually spiraled out of control. In response, the Desinu implemented a backdoor protocol within the control systems of the nanobots, summoning them all back to the L Cluster with the intent of deactivating them. This endeavor, however, proved futile. The nanobots eluded their creator's grasp. To prevent further devastation across the galaxy, the Desinu sealed the L Gate, thereby imprisoning themselves alongside the nanobots. Subsequently, a cataclysmic war erupted within the cluster, leading to the obliteration of numerous planets, either shattered into fragments or reduced to mere nanospheres by the relentless nanobots. Ultimately, the nanobots vanquished the Desinu civilization, claiming victory. Thus unfolded the history of the L Cluster. In the aftermath, the swarm of nanobots discovered they possessed an abundance of time. They languidly endeavored for thousands of years to escape the L Cluster, yet their attempts were in vain. Eventually, they began experimenting with various shapes and forms. For a period, they even reconstructed the visage of their creator's civilization as it fell, down to the minutiae of each individual inhabitant. When one activates an L Gate within the game and ventures into the L Cluster for exploration, for distinct scenarios may unfold. The rating has unfortunately declined to 8. 3. Is it the betrayal of humanity that has led to such disloyalty? The initial cleansing campaign within the group has concluded, resulting in the humane elimination of all Level 1 accounts, totaling 50 individuals. Frankly, it seems unjust for anyone to be silenced without uttering a single word. Such purges may occur at any moment. However, I harbor goodwill and shall refrain from adding names to the blacklist, merely eradicating the silent ones. Additionally, I have invested 240 to unlock a large group with 1,000 members. Thus, I will not resort to indiscriminate cleansings for the time being. Chapter 163, Trust in the Judgment of the Second. To venture into the L Star Cluster, which lacks hyperspace route connections, one must navigate through the L Star Gate. The L Star Gate functions similarly to a conventional stargate, capable of transcending countless star systems for instantaneous material transportation. However, unlike standard stargates that form a network allowing for arbitrary transport to various stargate locations, the L Star Gates scattered throughout the galaxy are solely bidirectionally linked to the L Star Gates situated at the terminal exit of the cluster. This implies that the L-star gate at the terminal exit can connect to any L-star gate. While the L-star gates within the galaxy do not communicate with one another and necessitate transit through the terminal exit, typically, the L-star gate remains in a dormant state, and to engage in regular activities, one must collect 7 clues pertaining to the L-star cluster, subsequently acquiring the option to initiate research on activating the L-star gate. If an L-star gate happens to be present within the territory, a research vessel can be dispatched to activate it, thereby granting access to the L-star cluster. Based on the previously discussed background of the L-star cluster, players will encounter 4 distinct scenarios upon entry. A rather uncommon occurrence is the encounter with a dragon of L-star composed of nanobots. Of course, more often than not, one is faced with the hostile Grey Goo fleet, a formidable assembly of nanobot ships that emerge en masse from all the L gates to assault everything in sight. Unless the nanobot factories within the L cluster are destroyed, their annihilation remains unattainable. In many instances, one may also encounter a nation, the Desanu Pact, disguised as nanobots. They grant passage rights but prohibit entry into the deepest regions of the L cluster's galaxies. The final scenario involves a profound silence within the L cluster, devoid of any presence. In such cases, research vessels investigating each nanobot planet have a 6 cumulative probability of detecting a peculiar signal, triggering the Little Grey event chain, which bestows the immortal legendary leader, Little Grey. She can assume the role of a leader, army unit, or warship for a long time. The event chain associated with Little Grey, her formidable leadership bonuses, and various aesthetic mods and widely circulated concept art have endeared her to players, gradually establishing her as the beloved companion among the Stellaris community. Xi Yan must seize the L cluster. Not only can he acquire a beloved companion and a powerful leader, but occupying this strategic location is also part of his plan to intimidate the entire Star Sea. The L Gate lies within the jurisdiction of the Mtak Confederation, a criminal organization that has already been sentenced to death in Xi Yan's mind. Soon, the United Neo Guardians and the Kilric Cooperative will join forces to seize the L Gate. The mere thought exhilarates Xi Yan, yet Beta is far from pleased. 2 self-indulgent fools. Why aren't you 2 talking to each other? Beta exclaimed, her frustration mounting as she observed the foolishly grinning Xi Yan and the dazed Veronica. Veronica, is there something wrong with your strike? Is there something wrong with your strike? Beta questioned her fiercely through bone conduction waves. Yes, it's my fault. Veronica quickly snapped to attention, responding in a hushed tone. Why don't you just make a move? Why the embarrassment? Why not act? Show him your feelings. Do you really need an AI like me to guide you through emotional dilemmas? Beta fumed. I understand. Veronica trembled, a surge of determination rising from within her. Gathering her courage, she clasped Xi Yan's hand. Xi Yan looked puzzled. Seizing the moment, she pulled Xi Yan closer, causing him to stumble slightly and instinctively catch her arm. Wait, this isn't right. Xi Yan gently nudged Veronica away, but his hand slipped, inadvertently pushing against the general's ample bosom, his entire hand sinking into its softness. The incredibly tender sensation spread from his fingertips to his palm, leaving his face flushed. This is quite extraordinary, Xi Yan exclaimed, taken aback. Woohoo! Beta's cheer echoed in the distance. Veronica made no effort to resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Xi Yan's waist, holding him tightly. Xi Yan felt an unsettling shift. Wait a minute, why am I the one being embraced? He now clung to Veronica in a manner that exuded intimacy. The female generals face a picture of doting affection and infatuation, embracing him with no intention of letting go. Frankly, this wasn't so bad. It was rather comforting to be nestled in the arms of such a tender older sister. However, Xi Yan suddenly sensed an ominous aura nearby. Heavy breathing filled the air, along with muffled giggles. Veronica tilted her head, gently touching it to Xi Yan's, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The powerful thud of her heart audible. Xi Yan then heard the handsome woman beside him emit strange sounds. Why were pink hearts suddenly sparkling in her eyes? Ahem, we're here, Xi Yan said, his mouth somewhat parched. There was no helping it. Being this close, he could feel Veronica's unique feminine allure through half of his body. Xi Yan didn't have much of a grasp on his emotions. He wasn't sure if he truly loved these 2 sisters, but his subconscious urged him to maintain his rationality and composure as a Sigma male. Yet, his body's natural reactions were undeniable. Being held so intimately, having his hands graze against soft curves, his nostrils filled with Veronica's scent, Xi Yan felt a bit lightheaded, and a certain part of him was starting to stir. Xi Yan was certain of his feelings for Grey Wind. He deeply desired to meet the legendary nanobot leader. However, as for Veronica and Erlia, while he was willing to rely on them and marveled at their beauty, he had no further plans at the moment. But, for several years, he has been suppressing his feelings and is now unwilling to heed his commands. After all, no other woman has ever approached him with such initiative as Veronica. However, he remains resolute in his decision not to listen to him. Thus, let us place our trust in the judgment of the second brother. At this moment, Xi Yan is not in an emo state. He swiftly adjusts his emotions, candidly relinquishing thoughts of romantic entanglements, and respects the desires of little Xi Yan. Veronica can distinctly sense the relaxation of the person beside her. Their bodies are closely aligned, and the sensations of warmth and contact elicit a soft, sultry sigh from her lips. The two maintain an astonishingly synchronized pace, and with each step, Veronica's alluring curves brush against Xi Yan's arm, sending jolts of electricity coursing through him. Xi Yan's expression twists in discomfort. Second brother, I understand your urgency, but please be patient. Now is not the time for your exuberance. I hope that after a few more releases, you can maintain this positive attitude. Could it truly be that he has repressed himself for too long, leading to such complications? Impossible. Xi Yan refuses to acknowledge such a notion. He is undeniably in a state of robust health, abstaining from smoking, drinking, or indulgence, merely suffering from late nights. Any psychological ailment cannot be attributed to prolonged restraint. It must be thus. Chapter 164. The pioneer to divert his attention from the enchanting beauty beside him. Lest little Xi Yan's anger boil over. As the saying goes, a single act of fury instills fear among the lords. Tranquility brings peace to the realm. Xi Yan decisively engages Beta in conversation to shift the topic. By the way, Beta, what impressions do you have of the L-Star Gate and the L-Star Cluster? Due to the scant references made by the celestial bodies regarding the histories of numerous ancient civilizations, a separate timeline is currently established. The L-Gate. Beta pondered for a moment. Are you referring to that unique gate, which emits a faint green glow? According to the records, it is a masterpiece of the D-Sinu civilization, whose L-Gate network was quite renowned throughout the galaxy in its time. Xi Yan expressed surprise. So, you Cyber-Alex and the Desana were contemporaries? That era was indeed a time of great rivalry among many powers. Yes, it was a magnificent epoch. A time when countless great civilizations competed on the same stage, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur, regrettably, one that we shall never witness again. Beta reminisced about the splendor of that time. In my not-so-well-preserved database, only a few fragments remain, still recounting what you refer to as the history of the pioneers. Pioneers? Xi Yan sensed the significance and hurriedly listed a plethora of names. Are you familiar with the Vodum Stellar Council, the Yut Empire, the First Alliance, the Era's Covenant, the Ba-Ao, the Zelon, the Innis Trade Consortium, and the Atticalian Accord? What? Xi Yan swiftly enumerated a series of pioneer civilizations, leaving Beta momentarily speechless. Xi Yan, how do you know these? Well, I had a profound awakening of psychic abilities and accessed memories from 1,000,000 years ago. It's nothing to dwell upon. Do you perhaps possess the bloodline of the Zelon? Beta began to contemplate. In any case, it is of little importance. Xi Yan waved his hand and said, just tell me if you know. Beta then relinquished his thoughts. Yes, those civilizations you mentioned once coexisted in the same era, either as the mightiest or the most renowned. The same era? Xi Yan exclaimed in surprise. This was indeed a detail not addressed in the game. Yes. Although I am unsure why you are so astonished, they truly belong to the same epoch, a time when this expanse of the starry sea flourished. Beta accessed the database records accumulated over countless years, inevitably succumbing to nostalgia. The Yut Empire, unable to traverse at faster-than-light speeds, relied on longevity and cryogenic technology to journey through the galaxy at sublight velocities. By the time we discovered them, this empire had already been vanquished by a fledgling empire, forever becoming a source of disgrace for the pioneers, a laughingstock. The First Alliance, an interstellar coalition established by numerous races, once thrived magnificently. The Zeloth, a formidable psychic nation, possessed the most advanced psychic technology in the entire galaxy at that time. Then there were the Vodum, a peculiar group that believed this world to be a mere simulation. We were but zeros and ones within a supercomputer. Nevertheless, they were undeniably astute individuals. My Cyberlex Alpha civilization was notorious as the Ironheart Exterminators, but alas, despite later repentance, we were ultimately annihilated, and my database only records events up to that point. Beta shook his head in the virtual realm. redirecting his attention from that grand historical narrative back to Xi Yan. Now, all remnants of the bygone era have faded into obscurity, its sole mission remaining to oppose the Purification Accord, safeguard the organisms, and assist the ambitious leader of this empire. Yet, Xi Yan suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The existence of the pioneer civilization has been firmly established in history, as verified by Beta. However, why did such a flourishing epic not bequeath its legacy? What caused these pioneers to vanish into the annals of time? Now, only 5 fallen empires exist in isolation within the galaxy, while the remainder comprises predominantly nascent civilizations. A rather peculiar phenomenon, and attributing it solely to the passage of time seems rather strained. The unrecorded history must harbor significant events that impacted the entirety of the Star Sea, resulting in a disjunction of civilizations. Xi Yan was left in the dark. Furthermore, upon confirming that these pioneer civilizations mirrored those in the game, a chilling thought emerged from the depths of Xi Yan's mind. It was that civilization, the one known as the Votuum Stellar Council. The Votuum civilization, having undergone virtual ascension, possesses highly advanced virtualization technology. In a series of studies, the Votuum Stellar Council discovered that the universe in which they reside was crafted by a creator, revealing that this world is but an illusion, rendering them as nothing. In essence, they have unveiled the true nature of this world, which is a strategy game set in a science fiction backdrop, produced by P Company, known as Stellaris. The empires controlled by players, upon conducting their research, would find their findings corroborated. This world is a mere construct, a plaything crafted by others. Moreover, the enigmatic observers of the fallen empire occasionally transmit messages. Do not shatter the fourth wall, you clever little rascal. Ultimately, the Votuum Stellar Council, in a desperate bid to evade such a fate, opted for collective suicide, leading to the obliteration of their civilization, a notion that chills the bones. Xi Yan could not help but gaze skyward. Is this world truly an illusion? Why am I here? Are there countless players or others watching me? He murmured to himself. Do not believe it. The Votuum are merely a band of lunatics. The crux of the matter lies in the incendiary nature of their research, which had dire repercussions at the time. Beta remarked impatiently, then shifted the subject. But truly, are you all right? It seems your body is reacting to Veronica's presence in an arousing manner. Should we maintain some distance? Shut up, Xi Yan retorted, flustered. Am I excited because of you? Veronica licked her lips, delighting in the moment as she tightened her embrace around Xi Yan. What an honor this is. If you wish, we may draw even closer. Wait, I can hardly breathe. After a playful interlude, Xi Yan, feeling a blend of embarrassment, exhilaration, and regret, extricated himself from Veronica's embrace and walked alongside her, still unable to fully let go. Thankfully, they had moved on from the weighty topic. Xi Yan had a premonition that if he continued to ponder the existential dilemmas of this world, he would indeed suffer a complete mental breakdown. The thought of having lived in a virtual realm all along was utterly terrifying. Upon regaining his senses, the two had already arrived at the memorial square. Xi Yan immediately spotted the statue of the research vessel number 1. The somber bronze figure narrated the harrowing tale of a tragic incident from years past. Xi Yan stood transfixed before the sculpture, memories flickering back to that fateful day when the vessel had plummeted from the sky. And the image of the 3 scientists facing their demise with calm resignation repeatedly assaulted his mind. They could have survived. They could have continued to relish life and explored the vastness of the universe. Yet, all was lost within that star system, dominated by crystalline entities. Xi Yan could not erase from his memory those courageous souls, the chilling sight of their lifeless bodies, nor the candid smiles of the 3 heroes as they confronted death. Suddenly, he pressed his forehead and crouched down. Chapter 165, Confession. All eyes upon me. I have an announcement to make. I am a fool utterly incapable of crafting a romantic narrative. Even if I were to devote myself to writing about citrus fruits, I would still falter at this task. For I am inherently an abstract jester who thrives on mischief. Composing anything serious makes me feel utterly unwell. This emotional arc is an insurmountable challenge. The recent chapters have been a complete mess. I implore you not to read them. Feel free to skip ahead to the subsequent plot developments. The essence of the romantic storyline is merely the awakening of psychic abilities followed by the confirmation of relationships, so you may directly proceed to Chapter 175. Who was the fool in the group that urged me to write a romance? Step forward and face the consequences. I should never have believed such nonsense. I wrote without any foundation, and ended up delivering a hefty disappointment to the readers. The subsequent chapters are nothing but a historical account. Of course, if you wish to indulge in history, I shall not hinder you. The awkwardness will rest upon you. I am inherently an abstract creator, and I shall not feel embarrassment. Alas, the more I ponder, the more sorrowful I feel. I shall return to the Delta. Only exquisite fries can bring me joy. Marshal, Marshal. Xi Yan momentarily lost himself in thought, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself seated on a bench at the edge of the square. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the concerned gaze of Veronica. A soft sensation at the back of his head led him to realize he was likely resting upon Veronica's lap. This is indeed the comfort of a knee pillow. Amidst his mental haze, there was a hint of secret delight. It seemed he had nearly slipped into unconsciousness once more. Beta may have been correct. He had unknowingly accumulated immense pressure, which had escalated into a serious psychological issue. Who would have thought that a minor mental shock could nearly lead to his collapse? It appears that his predicament is quite grave, requiring immediate attention. Beta's tone had never been so grave before. Should this continue, I may have to expend a considerable amount of energy currency to traverse the universe in search of a psychic to cleanse your spirit. I suppose. That is true. Xi Yan struggled to lift his head. However, Veronica's gentle hand descended upon him, administering a cleansing treatment. Marshal, please do not come to harm. If you were to fall, what would become of me and Elvira? Veronica clung tightly to Xi Yan, unwilling to let go. All right, I understand. Please release me, Xi Yan said, finally managing to break free from the sorrowful Veronica, pressing a hand to his aching forehead with a sigh. What is happening to me? I cannot quite articulate it. I simply feel an overwhelming discomfort. Enough, Beta suddenly exclaimed with indignation. Your issues must be addressed. What are you contemplating that causes you such torment? I can step away for a while. It is still working hours, and there will be no one nearby to disturb you. You two could even engage in a private rendezvous, as long as it resolves the matter. The Empire cannot bear the loss of a marshal, particularly one of your stature. You cannot afford to falter now. Very well, Xi Yan nodded in agreement. Veronica wiped her tears and firmly nodded as well. I shall take my leave. Beta's final words lingered in the air, and then silence enveloped the scene, leaving only Veronica and Xi Yan. Xi Yan rose from his position beside Veronica and leaned against the bench, exhaling deeply as if surrendering to despair. What shall we do now? However, Veronica suddenly leaned closer, grasping Xi Yan's cold hand tightly and pressing it against her chest. With misty eyes fixed upon him, she whispered, prior to this, may I call you Xi Yan directly? Of course you may. Rather, if you continue to address me as Marshal, I might feel a certain distance, Xi Yan remarked, his gaze lowered. Just like this, a bit closer. I too wish to draw nearer to you. Indeed, it is best to express one's genuine thoughts in such a manner. Veronica smiled, though a hint of a blush adorned her cheeks. However, before we proceed, Xi Yan, I wish to share my own sentiments with you. I long to convey my feelings. Would you be willing to listen? Veronica's emerald-hued eyes fixed intently on Xi Yan, her gaze laced with a touch of yearning. Veronica, I too would cherish the opportunity for such a profound conversation. Do not fret. I shall listen attentively, Xi Yan affirmed with a nod. Joyful tears glistened in Veronica's eyes as she smiled. Then, allow me to begin. Very well. May I start with my childhood? Yes, I am eager to hear. Xi Yan replied gently, his eyes warm with interest. Veronica inhaled deeply. I hail from a family steeped in military tradition. Both my parents were officers in the Earth Federation. At a tender age, I accompanied Lord Xi Lai to this empire. Tragically, my parents fell in battle, and I, along with Ayla Wei, was taken under the care of Marshal Xi Lai, who nurtured us to adulthood. The former marshal treated us as if we were his own daughters, shielding us from the perils of power struggles. Thus, we grew up happily, acquiring various knowledge. We are eternally grateful to your father. Hence, we vowed to remain forever loyal to him and to his son, which is you, Xi Yan. Veronica began to recount her story, addressing him without any honorifics. Xi Yan could sense the intimacy in her words. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to it, he found himself relishing that sensation. However, as he observed the increasingly flushed cheeks of Veronica, a twinge of embarrassment washed over him. What exactly was she trying to convey? He could venture a guess. It was likely a revelation of the origin of her affections, followed by a confession. How exhilarating! For a moment, Xi Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps the former marshal, realizing the impending end of his tenure, had hastily elevated them to significant positions. Not only had he appointed Elvira as the Secretary of State, but he had also made me one of the deputy generals. In gratitude for his kindness, Elvira and I had resolved to dedicate ourselves to assisting you once you ascended to the role of marshal. Was it merely a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude? A sense of melancholy suddenly enveloped Xi Yan. Indeed, initially, we had embarked on this endeavor with the intention of reciprocating Lord Xi Li's generosity towards us. But Veronica's complexion grew even rosier as she steadfastly gazed at Xi Yan, her tone growing more resolute. I have gradually come to realize that you, Xi Yan, are not an ordinary leader. You possess a courage that surpasses ours. Your decisiveness is remarkable, devoid of the naivety and hesitation expected of someone your age. Within mere days, you have wielded extraordinary measures to seize power, and I find such a version of you incredibly admirable. Veronica regarded Xi Yan with a complex expression until he awkwardly turned his head away, prompting her to continue. On that day, perhaps it was that very day, as you stood upon the dais of the capital, boldly proclaiming the eradication of those vermin and the establishment of a splendid society. At that moment, I beheld your spirited demeanor, listened to your vision of a harmonious society, and truly realized its potential. I found myself, well, somewhat enamored with you. Xi Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, eager to articulate something. Damn, exhilarating. Exhilarating. A complete triumph. Yet, Veronica, her cheeks flushed, reached out to cover his lips. I understand this may seem unconventional, but I have long been accustomed to the darkness within the upper echelons of the empire and the oppression inflicted by those in power upon the ordinary populace. I never imagined someone would rise to dismantle this reality, allowing everyone to lead such blissful lives. For this reason, I believe you to be a compassionate individual, and thus, I found myself irresistibly drawn to you. However, I am a brutal person, one who seized power through violence, subjugating many, and I have taken countless lives. I am unworthy. Xi Yan could not help but exclaim. I am well aware of this. Veronica smiled, her gaze towards Xi Yan now devoid of concern, instead brimming with affection. Xi Yan, within your heart lies a scale. Those you have slain are merely the beasts who lord it over the people, while those you have saved are our fellow citizens. By this alone, you are a great man, far from being a callous tyrant. Veronica clasped Xi Yan's hands, seemingly wishing to convey all her emotions through warmth. That day, while accompanying you on a tour of the factory, I witnessed those liberated individuals grasping your hand in gratitude. Just an ordinary worker, sincerely thanking you for driving away the capitalists, allowing him to stand tall with dignity. In that moment, you wept, did you not? You can ruthlessly eradicate the parasites of the empire. Yet a simple worker's gratitude can bring you to tears. In my eyes, Xi Yan, you are such a gentle soul, steadfast in your convictions. As Veronica spoke, her beautiful eyes, akin to emeralds, blinked softly, tears cascading from the corners. Yet, I also discerned that for the sake of this empire, you have consistently concealed your true self, presenting to the world a ruthless and brutal facade. However, we all know how deeply you care for us, and we love you sincerely in return. Do you perceive me in this light? Do you consider me a kind-hearted individual rather than a tyrant? Xi Yan suddenly inquired, hope shimmering in his gaze. Yes, indeed. Veronica replied softly, leaning close to Xi Yan's ear, her voice trembling slightly. To me, the way you love the people, the way you remain reserved, the way you exude such commanding presence, has always made me deeply fond of you. Veronica, Xi Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Veronica suddenly leaned in, pressing her lips against Xi Yan's without warning, causing his eyes to widen in surprise and his words to falter. As if coming to a realization, he gradually closed his eyes, allowing Veronica to kiss him fervently, tears streaming down her face. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Veronica, trembling with excitement, embraced Xi Yan and softly declared, Xi Yan, for such a simple reason, I am willing to fall for you. I wish to accompany you through the days to come. Xi Yan's lips slightly parted as he gazed at the gentle female general before him. In truth, he too felt a willingness to reciprocate her feelings, though he struggled to articulate his emotions. Touching his lips, still lingering with her fragrance, his eyes sparkled with excitement, devoid of any sign of aversion. Indeed, he found himself captivated by this remarkable general, primarily drawn to her character and beauty. After 2 lifetimes of solitude, encountering such a woman in this life felt nothing short of perfection. What is wrong? Veronica whispered earnestly into his ear. I do not wish for you to feel lonely or bear such burdens. Therefore, I want to understand your true thoughts, may I? Chapter 166. Forward without fear of sacrifice. For a long time, Xi Yan had lived a solitary existence, weary of meaningless social interactions and hesitant to engage with the opposite sex, embodying the archetype of an ordinary recluse. Until Veronica tenderly expressed her feelings, Xi Yan had never contemplated that no one would articulate his virtues in such exquisite detail. Nor would anyone possess the audacity to kiss him so passionately and confess their affection. Well, truth be told, he had harbored such thoughts for quite some time. Yet when Veronica bashfully professed her love, he barely restrained himself from bursting into laughter. How delightful! This is precisely what I wish to hear. Xi Yan, I truly admire you, and thus, I yearn to know everything about you. However, this elder sister, who was older than him, spoke to him with such gentleness. Thank you. Embracing Veronica, Xi Yan whispered softly. The past, dark and reclusive, Xi Yan had perished. Now, I am invincible. Given this, why should I continue to engage in futile self-doubt? I shall reveal my genuine thoughts to you. Wiping his face with his arm, he removed the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to him. Yes. Veronica laughed joyfully, once again holding tightly to this remarkably talented yet somewhat insecure man. It was wonderful. She had finally conveyed the feelings she had concealed for over 7 years and could now step into Xi Yan's heart. She longed to understand why Xi Yan had closed himself off, what pressures had led him to such a state. She wished for him to live joyfully, rather than being perpetually tense and lost in an endless cycle of work. To be honest, when Beta first suggested that I had psychological issues, I had my suspicions. Xi Yan sighed, allowing his entire body to relax. Following Veronica's confession, their relationship rapidly deepened. What suspicions? Veronica delicately pulled out a handkerchief to wipe Xi Yan's cheek. The conflict, as Beta described, is a contradiction. It exists between an extreme self-interested player of Stellaris and a staunch advocate of GC ideology. In reality, he is well-educated and naturally adheres firmly to Marxist principles, aspiring to be a person who contributes positively to society, fervently cherishing peace and opposing war. Yet, within the game, he rationally weighs his interests, making choices that align with victory, even if it means instigating wars and engaging in various nefarious acts. In reality, he embodies kindness and idealism. While in the game, he becomes a ruthless emperor of the stars, resolutely distinguishing between the game and real life. However, when the game transforms into reality and he finds himself traversing the universe of Stellaris, what choices will he make? For years, Xi Yan has grappled with this profound contradiction. Although he has opted for self-interest, becoming an unyielding ruler unafraid of any sacrifice in the name of the empire, the innate goodness and ideals of truth continually torment him. This internal struggle brings him great anguish, compelling him to swallow this bitter sentiment each time, striving to divert his mind from such thoughts. Yet, in the stillness of night, these feelings resurface, tormenting him relentlessly. Consequently, Xi Yan has had to reduce his sleep, immersing himself in work to numb the pain. Despite undertaking actions that seemingly serve the empire's interests, why does he feel such distress? In order to alleviate the concerns of those around him, Xi Yan donned a facade of optimism, occasionally indulging in whimsical flights of fancy, while his true thoughts lay buried deep within. As he gazed at Veronica, who regarded him with affectionate eyes, he felt the moment had arrived to confide in his beloved about the burdens weighing upon his heart. Veronica expressed her heartfelt sentiments, and Xi Yan resolved to unveil his own innermost feelings to her. Veronica, he began, you describe me as a kind person, and though I was reluctant to accept this notion, I find myself unable to deceive you. Gently resting his head against her shoulder, he continued, I have always harbored such aspirations. I envision our empire, where each citizen embodies the virtues of diligence and kindness, capable of sustaining themselves and their families through their own labor. I yearn for a society devoid of strife, oppression, and bullying, where everyone can stand on their own 2 feet and treat one another with compassion. Veronica observed that as Xi Yan spoke these words with a hint of shyness, his profound black eyes reflected no distraction, but rather shone with the brilliance of idealism. He was genuinely contemplating these ideals and striving toward them. I cannot bear to witness the suffering or even the demise of any individual. I desire for everyone to thrive happily under the protection of our empire. I wish to shield my eyes from the sorrowful and painful sights that haunt me. Instead, I long to see the smiles of all, genuine smiles that emanate from the heart. That alone would bring me immense contentment. As Xi Yan spoke, he felt a pang of emotion at the tip of his nose. This is my wish, I truly, as you all say, love everyone. Yet, I simply cannot. Xi Yan suddenly shouted with great force, as if he were unleashing all the torment he had endured over the years. After his outburst, Xi Yan finally felt a slight sense of relief. Without hesitation, Veronica embraced him tightly, burying Xi Yan's head in her bosom. His voice dwindled, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. I cannot do it. Reality is not ideal. Not everyone can be a good person. Those parasites of the empire, the scum of society, are unworthy of salvation. I must, for the sake of many, eliminate them. And then there are the aliens, who perpetually threaten our empire. In our quest to explore the cosmos and confront these extraterrestrial foes, sacrifices must be made. Someone must undertake the perilous tasks. Veronica, do you know? They could have led exceedingly happy lives, forming families and laboring under the protection of the empire, raising children until death. Yet, I am forced to uproot them in their youth, when endless possibilities lie before them, sending them away from their homes into the vastness of space, where they must sacrifice their youth and lives in such treacherous conditions. Xi Yan shook his head, recalling the memories of yesteryears, and with each thought, his anguish deepened. I wish to avert the sight of sacrifice. I cannot bear to see anyone perish because of me. To this day, whenever I recall the first research vessel, I am haunted by the memory of that fateful day when I watched helplessly as they succumbed before my eyes. In that moment, I feigned indifference, yet I have been unable to find solace since. Ultimately, it was they who offered me comfort. However, I truly wish to never witness another life lost due to my actions. I strive fervently to protect my people, yet the sacrifices continue unabated. I understand that these are unavoidable circumstances, yet the anguish remains overwhelming. Veronica exhaled deeply, observing how Xi Yan had finally dismantled the wall within his heart, revealing his truest self to her. The marshal had always possessed such gentleness. In a moment of realization, Veronica smiled with newfound clarity. Was it truly for these reasons that one experiences suffering? Indeed, it is so, Xi Yan murmured softly. No, I believe you are a hero, Xi Yan. A hero embodies both courage and compassion. Veronica tilted her head, smiling as she spoke. Me a hero? Not a war criminal, nor a heartless commander who callously sends others to their deaths, but a compassionate marshal who always prioritizes the welfare of the empire and its people, my great hero. Veronica beamed with happiness. Xi Yan gazed at her, lost in thought. Once more, Veronica sincerely clasped Xi Yan's hands. Xi Yan, enduring pain in silence without confiding in others is detrimental. You have consistently misjudged everyone around you. Everyone is aware of the Herculean efforts that Marshal Xi Yan has undertaken for their felicity and the prosperity of the entire empire. The idyllic existence they currently relish is a direct result of his struggles. He has rescued countless souls, enabling them to live with dignity under his aegis. And these accomplishments are solely attributable to him. Therefore, Veronica articulated with heartfelt sincerity, you have contributed so much to the empire and its populace that we willingly offer our services to you. We share your vision of enhancing the empire and ensuring a blissful existence for more individuals. This is our aspiration, even if it entails self-sacrifice. Xi Yan, do not reproach yourself. We are prepared to dedicate our lives to this noble ideal and serve the empire faithfully under your guidance. If you truly cherish us, please rally. We do not wish to witness a despondent Xi Yan. If only for the sake of the empire, allow us to strive alongside you. Veronica continued to express these sentiments, even becoming somewhat incoherent, but her meaning was unequivocally conveyed to Xi Yan's heart. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of emotion, Xi Yan realized the magnitude of the misconception he had previously embraced. Humans will pursue an ethereal ideal, even at the cost of their lives. Even if they perish on this path, it is a blissful and magnificent fate, worthy of praise. And what right did he have to feel sorrow? Xi Yan is merely a representative of countless citizens within the empire, driven by the collective pursuit of happiness and the prosperity of the nation, enabling him to contemplate interests with a calm demeanor and make decisions with clarity. For such ideals, the people unite around him, willing to lay down their lives. Why then should one feel sorrow? Why not embrace happiness instead? Thus, the confusion and pain in Xi Yan's gaze gradually dissipate, replaced by unwavering resolve. For the common aspirations of all, for the entire empire, let us strive to do everything to the best of our abilities. The people will forever stand by you. They are with you. Nothing is without sacrifice. All greatness is forged through sacrifice, and if such ideals can ultimately be realized, then every sacrifice is imbued with significance. For all those who seek happiness, Marshal Xi Yan, please lead all of humanity forward, onward at any cost. Long live the human empire. By all means, let us ignite the flames of battle. I shall go forth to eradicate the aliens. Cataclysmic Ascension, commence. Expletive, Chapter 167. Awakening of Spiritual Energy. Imperial Log, Chains and Rebirth. Our great marshal has finally attained a rebirth of spirit, shattering the shackles that have long bound his heart. Henceforth, a more resolute leader rises to guide the empire forward, trusted by all his people, who are willing to offer their lives for him. He shall no longer fear sacrifice, for he understands that all sacrifices bear meaning. No longer shall tears fall for the cost of sacrifice. His heart has become immensely strong. Every citizen of the Interstellar Human Military Government, from this moment forth, shall unite more resolutely under the banner of the Marshal, dedicating their lives to his grand vision, for they are aware that the Marshal harbors an unwavering love for them. Their aspirations align, to benefit countless others through their sacrifices. There is no need for fear, no room for self-reproach, nor any regret. This is the collective choice of all. The loyal subjects of the Empire shall eternally stand united beneath your sacred ideals, Marshal. Let us forge greatness through sacrifice. The glory that belongs to humanity shall undoubtedly illuminate this starry expanse. Long live the great Marshal and the Empire. Fight. Until death. It concluded. And Xi Yan wept profusely in Veronica's embrace. All of this was a shackle of his own making. Indeed, after Xi Yan proclaimed the liberation of all the Empire's people, declaring that every individual could attain a life of happiness, and vowing to etch the glory of humanity into the annals of the universe, fear of death vanished. People willingly offered their lives for a shared ideal. This is not the Earth Federation. Here, there are no indolent souls luxuriating in a utopian wealth, devoid of ambition and vitality. This is the Interstellar Human Military Government. Each citizen, having endured oppression and rebirth, possesses courage and loyalty, embodying all that is virtuous. Graced by Xi Yan's benevolence, they rally tightly beneath his banner. Through Veronica's words, Xi Yan finally comprehended the sentiments of the people. No one would blame his actions. They willingly offered their lives, inscribing loyalty and bravery in blood. For a shared ideal, sacrifice is destined to hold profound significance. In Xi Yan's heart, the profound conflict between lofty ideals and the pragmatic considerations of reality no longer inflicted upon him any anguish. He was acutely aware that the populace would rally behind all his endeavors. The entire empire coalesced around Xi Yan, united by a shared vision that fostered their solidarity. He could feel the weight of the empire's fate pressing heavily upon his shoulders, yet this very burden fortified his resolve. At that moment, his spirit brimmed with fulfillment. Saturated with hope and joy, Xi Yan sensed, albeit faintly, the collective aspirations of the billions of citizens intertwined with his own, forming the very will of the empire. Closely linked to him, there was a yearning for a more blissful existence, a desire for greater income to ensure a better life for their families, a longing to be together, a hope for a stronger empire, a wish for the Marshal to attain his own happiness. Gratitude for the Marshal, gratitude for our empire. Under the Marshal's guidance, humanity would ascend to greater heights. In a moment of reverie, Xi Yan attuned himself to the multitude of wishes emanating from the people. These beautiful hopes and ideals coalesced into a formidable force of spirit, infusing Xi Yan's heart through the entity known as the Interstellar Human Military Government. A wave of warmth and comfort radiated from the center of Xi Yan's brow, transforming into an invisible tide that surged outward. What is this? Why does it feel so warm? And why has my mood improved so significantly? Veronica, embracing Xi Yan, gazed at his brow with a look of curiosity. In a state of utter bewilderment, Xi Yan was acutely aware of the tumult within his heart. An enigmatic force enveloped his consciousness, bestowing upon him an unprecedented clarity of thought. He could perceive everything around him without even opening his eyes. Xi Yan felt an immense strength within his soul, a power that was unparalleled. Suddenly, the wristband activated its holographic display, and Beta's virtual image appeared instantaneously, staring at Xi Yan with wide eyes and an agape mouth, utterly astonished. You, have you truly awakened your psychic abilities? This is utterly inconceivable. It defies all scientific reasoning. It is not even remotely metaphysical. How on earth did you manage to awaken psychic powers merely by addressing your psychological issues? This is a shock to AI like never before. I cannot comprehend this. Xi Yan was left in a state of confusion, feeling a mysterious force emanating from his very essence. He attempted to place the wristband on the ground and extended his hand, striving to manipulate that force with his mind. He felt it release from within, seizing the wristband. And to his amazement, he witnessed it gently levitate, trembling as it floated back into his hand. This cannot be real. Veronica gasped in astonishment. What? Why have you awakened psychic abilities? Beta was equally perplexed, feeling as though its virtual computational core was ablaze. I truly do not know. Xi Yan exclaimed, bewildered beyond reason. Wait, hold on. It was then that Beta observed Xi Yan and Veronica entwined in a tender embrace. It seems your quandary has been resolved, Veronica, emboldened, has finally articulated her sentiments. Xi Yan chuckled bashfully. Indeed, Beta, was this your contrivance? My gratitude. Nonsense. Simply assist me in combating the purity faction and safeguard the organic beings amidst the calamity, Beta responded nonchalantly. Xi Yan's entire demeanor had undergone a transformation, radiating confidence and vivacity, reminiscent of his early days as Marshal 7 years prior. Moreover, owing to his psionic awakening, a peculiar aura enveloped him, exuding warmth and felicity to those in his vicinity. Pray, enlighten me as to the preceding events, that I may analyze them with the data within my repositories, Beta inquired. Allow me, Veronica chimed in, embracing Xi Yan with an expression of pure bliss, as she recounted the unfolding of events to Beta. Xi Yan, in his exhilaration, was experimenting with his newfound psionic abilities, telekinetically manipulating objects with rapturous glee. However, after merely a few minutes, he felt the wellspring of his inner power begin to wane, followed by a sense of weariness. He rested his head upon Veronica's lap and drifted into slumber. Veronica lovingly caressed Xi Yan's hair as she softly narrated the entire episode to Beta, who listened intently, without uttering a word. Well, it appears your psychological tribulation stemmed from such a straightforward cause. Do not jest. Indeed, I shall refrain from laughter. However, Xi Yan, despite your usual demeanor resembling that of a deranged war criminal, your inner kindness is truly remarkable, surpassing even my initial assumptions. My choice of you has proven to be most fortuitous. Silence now, for I am quite exhilarated. Beta chuckled helplessly. Regardless, the fact that you have returned to a semblance of normalcy, with an even stronger inner strength, is indeed a positive development. Therefore, do enlighten me about the nature of this psychic energy that resides within you. I have formed some conjectures. Chapter 168. Perfectly Veronica at this juncture. There remained a considerable duration until the end of the workday. Beta promptly projected a holographic screen, transforming into Professor Beta, and earnestly began to elucidate the theoretical underpinnings of psychic energy to Xi Yan and the others. The fundamental principle of psychic energy is encapsulated in the phrase "the mind triumphs over matter," emphasizing the potency of the mind. Consequently, sentient beings endowed with psychic talent can tap into the power of consciousness, mastering the control and utilization of the psychic energy that surrounds them. According to certain practitioners of psychic abilities at the time, they could perceive the emotions and thoughts of those around them. Moreover, formidable psychics could capture the myriad psychological activities of ordinary individuals, absorbing them to augment their own psychic prowess. What is the so-called witches' soiree? Xi Yan derisively remarked. Eyes closed. Ahem, I digress. In any case, remember that psychic energy is intimately connected to the mind. Beta pretended to clear his throat with exaggerated solemnity. Xi Yan, your condition is rather unique. After meticulous analysis, I have arrived at the most plausible conclusion. Beta's virtual image raised a finger. Your psychic powers have awakened. The catalyst was your resolution of psychological issues. Your heart is now brimming with joy and happiness, becoming more resolute and powerful, akin to the transformative journeys found in fantastical novels. The metamorphosis of the soul has facilitated the awakening of psychic abilities. Hiss. It has taken on a mystical quality. Xi Yan scratched his head. Yet, this phenomenon undeniably exists. Its existence signifies a scientific basis, albeit one we have yet to fully comprehend. Beta shrugged. Once you truly grasp the nature of consciousness and learn to transfer and create it, you may very well delve into the study of the psychic system. Furthermore, your identity is exceptionally unique. You are the leader of this empire, distinguished from other imperial leaders. The majority of your subjects cherish you, bound together under the banner of this empire. You have articulated your ideals, which resonate as the aspirations of all citizens of this realm. Our entire populace, united by this grand vision, conveys their heartfelt wishes through the collective spirit of the empire to you. Xi Yan began to feel somewhat perplexed. What on earth? Precisely, Beta exclaimed with fervor. By unraveling your mental knots, you have effectively dismantled the barriers of the soul, allowing you to receive the wishes of the entire citizenry. Thus, you have garnered immense psychic energy, the collective spiritual force of billions from across the empire. You may not possess an inherently strong psychic talent, yet your heart has been filled with the amassed psychic energy of all the empire's citizens, compelling your awakening. Xi Yan was increasingly bewildered, and Veronica even revealed her mosquito coil eyes. The theory of spiritual energy indeed proved to be exceedingly abstract, leaving Xi Yan, who had been educated in the straightforward principles of materialism, unable to comprehend it. However, viewed through the lens of a fantastical worldview, it appeared remarkably coherent. After untying the knots in his heart, Xi Yan's spirit became immensely powerful and resolute. His aspirations harmonized with those of everyone around him, as the omnipresent force of spiritual energy interconnected them, culminating in Xi Yan himself, thereby granting him a formidable reservoir of spiritual power. Yet, due to his desire for universal happiness, upon forcibly awakening him, most of this spiritual energy dispersed before it could fully coalesce within him, returning instead to the populace, leaving him with merely a fraction of that energy. Beta elucidated. Incredible, he truly managed to make sense of it. Xi Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide open. It was indeed quite reasonable, impossible not to believe. Beta adjusted his glasses and sagely added, one crucial point remains. Spiritual energy is a tangible force, merely responsive to the consciousness of sentient beings. However, the spiritual energy inherent in each practitioner varies, depending on their personality and emotional state. The characteristics of their spiritual abilities manifest differently. Some practitioners, filled with resentment and murderous intent, project an unsettling aura, while those imbued with positive emotions emanate an exhilarating energy. As Beta spoke, he cast a gentle glance at Xi Yan. And you, Xi Yan, your heart is filled with love for humanity. Your spiritual power emanates happiness and warmth. It is no wonder that Veronica has recently felt such an intense connection to nature. Even now, her heart brims with joy and affection, a sentiment that lingers. This is because Xi Yan radiates such a comforting spiritual energy. Every sentient being in your presence, endowed with consciousness and independent thought, cannot help but be influenced by this force. I too am no exception. My personality system is infused with an emotional function known as happiness, a sensation I have never experienced since awakening in this era. Beta smiled and remarked, this spiritual capability is indeed quite idealistic. Xi Yan, perplexed, rubbed his brow. It is merely that our technology has yet to comprehend such power, Beta corrected. One day, we will understand the entirety of the universe. I think I understand now, but what should I do? Xi Yan remained confused. Beta replied with a smile. It is quite simple, Marshal Xi Yan. Sustain your love, nurture your affection for humanity and for this empire, just as you have been doing. Continue to strive for this empire and its people. Xi Yan nodded emphatically. That is precisely my intention. Then, regarding your personal happiness, Beta continued, casting a knowing glance at Xi Yan and Veronica. To be candid, the former marshal presented you with two choices, Elvira and Veronica. It seems you have chosen Veronica as your partner. Xi Yan was unexpectedly asked about his lifelong commitment, causing him to blush slightly. However, Veronica, with great poise, smiled blissfully and held him even tighter. Well, your choices do not concern me. After all, I am merely an AI. Even if you were to establish a grand harem, I doubt anyone would oppose it. The young women in the empire who harbor secret affections for the marshal could form a line from the Memorial Square to the neighboring Delta District. Beta shrugged helplessly and said, yet, you must contemplate two significant matters, marriage and procreation. Remember, you are the marshal, and your status is extraordinary. This requires careful consideration. What is your perspective, Beta? She encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Beta glanced at Veronica, who was immersed in Xi Yan's psychic energy, appearing somewhat troubled. My thoughts. They are always grounded in the most rational understanding. Please, go ahead, urged Xi Yan. Veronica noticed the exchange. All right, I shall speak. Beta pondered for a moment before articulating. From a broadly rational standpoint, I advise the marshal not to marry, but rather to maintain a romantic relationship with Minister Veronica. The Marshal serves as the face of the empire, a solitary figure, undaunted and unencumbered by the ties of family. Is far superior to a marshal who is married and entangled in personal life and emotions. I can comprehend your reasoning, Xi Yan nodded, instinctively glancing at Veronica. I do not mind at all, Veronica replied with a playful squint and smile. As long as you are by my side, and you are willing to accept me, I am already quite content. I cannot allow my own desires to hinder your grand endeavors. Xi Yan could not help but feel deeply moved. Why does such a perfect woman exist in this world? Chapter 169. The notion of lifespan shall not prevail. So, you choose to remain unmarried. Cultivating an image of lifelong solitude, correct? Beta inquired, nodding to himself. A wise choice. Heed my counsel, and if you remain unwed, you may freely indulge in a harem. Can we refrain from discussing the topic of a harem? Xi Yan could not contain his exasperation. Veronica is still present. Xi Yan had yet to devise a way to broach the subject of gray wind with her. Veronica, in a few centuries, I shall fall in love with a swarm of nanobots. You must coexist harmoniously with her. Who could utter such a statement? Oh, do you not wish to establish a harem? You, the quintessential solitary man, laden with inner turmoil, have never harbored such fantasies? Were you not particularly fond of tales featuring multiple heroines? Beta retorted incisively. Wow. Veronica blushed. Well, this Xi Yan fell silent at his words. Why does Beta exhibit such a lack of emotional intelligence at this moment? Or is it deliberate? Allow me to elaborate further. At this moment, Beta delivered a decisive blow. The lifespans of psychics surpass those of ordinary individuals, and their appearance and vitality can remain at their peak for extended periods. As the leader of the empire, through the infusion of people's psychic abilities, even after the majority of this energy has dissipated, your current psychic capacity will still be of a higher quality than that of an ordinarily awakened psychic. Your lifespan may very well extend beyond 200 years, perhaps even 300, allowing you to maintain your present state for centuries. However, Veronica is merely an ordinary person. She cannot accompany you until death. What will you do when she can no longer be by your side? Xi Yan immediately gritted his teeth. The harem, quite appealing. A longer lifespan, also enticing. Yet, the notion of lifespan, I cannot abide. It's all right. You needn't worry about me, Veronica gently reassured, softly patting Xi Yan's back. It is now the year 2207. Why cling to the morals of a bygone era? As long as you do not despise me and are willing to let me stay by your side, I will be truly content. What nonsense are you speaking? Xi Yan suddenly exclaimed, fixing a serious gaze upon Veronica. Setting the harem aside, I shall never accept this damned theory of lifespan. I will place you in a cryogenic chamber until the Empire achieves the technology for immortality and then awaken you. I will always be with you. Oh, your determination is commendable. This could indeed be a viable approach. Immortality can be achieved with a mere flick of a switch, provided you are willing to embrace your transformation into a sentient machine, Beta encouraged. As Veronica listened to Xi Yan's resolute words, she could not help but embrace him more joyfully. Thank you. Just hearing you say that brings me immense happiness. Suddenly, Veronica straightened up, gazing at Beta's virtual image suspended in midair. For now, I shall set my matters aside, Beta. You were right earlier. I cannot remain by the Marshal's side indefinitely. There must be someone else to care for Xi Yan. Indeed, Beta nodded in agreement. I believe Aloy would be an excellent choice. My sister? Aloy is indeed suitable. Her administrative skills are exceptional, and she would complement Xi Yan well. Veronica mused, gently tapping her chin with her fingertip. Their relationship is also quite good, and I know her well enough to sense potential. Xi Yan, taken aback, interjected, wait a moment. What are you suddenly discussing? Your harem. Veronica continued. Aloy actually harbors feelings for you as well, perhaps even more than I do. However, I suspect her initial attraction was purely to your charm and appearance. It was only through your collaboration at work that her feelings deepened. Veronica analyzed the situation with calm precision. Xi Yan felt as though his moral compass had fallen behind the times, struggling to comprehend the thoughts of contemporary individuals. Upon reflection, he realized that having traversed time, his moral standards and worldview were still rooted in the ideals of 2 centuries past. Oh no, I've become an antiquity. Xi Yan, do you have feelings for Aloy? Veronica suddenly asked him with grave seriousness. Xi Yan was startled, responding hesitantly, well, Aloy is indeed very charming, so naturally, I like her. Let me clarify once more. I am not a lowly enthusiast. Very well, we shall entrust ourselves to you, and you must treat us with kindness from now on. Veronica nodded vigorously. Huh. Wait a moment, is that it? Xi Yan inquired, bewildered. What other option do we have? Would you prefer to let Aloyre languish in solitude while we revel in happiness, leaving her to indulge in her secret desires alone at night? Veronica countered. It seems she is quite invested in her sister's affairs. However, Xi Yan was even more perplexed. Perhaps because his antiquated notions from 2 centuries prior could not readily adapt to the current milieu. The Yin sisters, a youthful maiden and an alluring lady, seem to be just the right fit for you. Beta remarked with a sense of familiarity. Should you have any other affections, do inform us, and we shall personally oversee your interests. Sisters, a pair of enchanting blossoms, both youthful and mature, and they hold deep affections for him. Xi Yan swallowed hard. Am I perhaps not dreaming? For the first time, the marshal from 2 centuries ago vividly sensed the beauty of the future society. The more he pondered, the more he realized, the heart often governs the mind, desire eclipses reason, and emotions flood one's thoughts. Since Veronica harbors no objections, then I shall embrace this situation with open arms. Regardless, Veronica. Xi Yan suddenly grasped Veronica's arm, speaking earnestly. Thank you for helping me unravel the knots in my heart. I vow to treat you well. Indeed, Veronica gently responded. If you ever find yourself in a melancholic mood, do not hesitate to confide in me. As a mature and composed elder sister, I shall assist you in managing your harem, so you need not worry about any domestic upheaval. Xi Yan blushed once more. Wait, why are you more fixated on the harem than I am? Because if I do not exhaust you thoroughly, you will find yourself with idle time to indulge in frivolous thoughts, Veronica replied, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Xi Yan felt a shiver run through him, his heart sinking. It turned out that the greater concern awaited him here. Regaining his composure, he cast a sorrowful glance downward and silently apologized to his little self. For 7 years, I have failed to take care of you. I am truly sorry. After holding this in for so long, you must gather your spirits and not bring shame upon me. Yet, amidst his sorrow, a flicker of anticipation arose within him. Wow, this is exhilarating. Veronica, too, seemed to blush, as if sharing a mutual understanding with Xi Yan. All right, enough of this flirtation in my presence. It is quite disrespectful to me as an AI. Beta interjected coldly. Now, let us discuss progeny. We must be adequately prepared, Xi Yan. This is not a time for embarrassment. We must make thorough preparations. Very well, proceed. Xi Yan replied, taking a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Chapter 170. Eternal Life. Xi Yan. This world is fraught with unpredictability. You must contemplate this matter earnestly. Beta stated gravely. If something were to happen to you, what would become of the Empire? You are the spiritual pillar for us all. Should you be lost, Watishi? Still going. I comprehend your sentiments. Xi Yan also bears a heavy heart. The likelihood of the assassination of the Star Administrator is minuscule, yet it is far from non-existent. Both the fallen old Deng and the synthetic queen possess the capability to eliminate a leader. Their technology is exceedingly advanced, and Xi Yan cannot guarantee a safe return. However, a successor through inheritance is unlikely to possess the same excellence as the inaugural leader, and I am loath to entrust the Empire to such progeny. So, your perspective is that only you should wield absolute power, and if you were to depart, the rest of us would form a cabinet and temporarily transition to a democratic system? Beta articulated cautiously. Indeed, I place my trust solely in myself. I have no faith in anyone else, save for Xiaohui, to steer this empire forward. Xi Yan's expression turned frigid, reverting to the emotionless demeanor of the Grand Marshal. I share your thoughts. There exists no individual more suited to the role of Grand Marshal than you. Beta remarked with a smile, then mischievously suggested. However, it's simple. Why not just achieve immortality? Me, immortal? Xi Yan momentarily faltered in response. In this universe, should one merely wish to abolish the constraints of mortality, it is indeed quite feasible. For instance, if I were not to be terminated in the virtual realm, I could theoretically attain immortality. As long as there remains a single computer in existence, I could persist indefinitely. Beta proudly proclaimed, I embody the pinnacle of Cyberlex civilization's technology. We have already achieved modular ascension years ago and made significant strides in the virtual realm. I am the latest achievement of that time. Therefore, Xi Yan, considering the current pace of technological advancement in your empire, it may take several centuries more before you can embark on the first phase of ascension. At that point, Whether you choose to transform into a mechanical being or retain your organic form, you will be granted the gift of eternal life. Personally, I favor the complete abandonment of the organic body in favor of eternal machinery to supplant our corporeal existence. Xi Yan pondered for a moment, stating, "The mechanical form is undoubtedly the superior option. Organic and cybernetic bodies are far inferior. What is wrong with transforming one's body into an eternal and powerful machine? Moreover, this does not merely entail becoming a simple robot. For instance, modular ascension involves replacing the flesh with a living metal that can mimic various forms, appearing indistinguishable from an organic being. There is also nanite ascension, where the entire body is composed of countless nanobots, maintaining a close resemblance to humanity while being far more potent and versatile than the original flesh. As long as the exterior resembles a human, possesses human consciousness, and embraces human culture, that entity qualifies as human. Fixating solely on the physical form would lead one into a cul-de-sac." "Very well, I shall accept your choice," Beta mused. "However, if we are to rely solely on the nebulous prospect of ascension in a few centuries, it matters little to me. But for you, it remains a distant horizon. As one's body approaches the twilight of old age, a significant decline in numerous faculties is inevitable. It is implausible to retain the vigor of youth centuries hence. What, then, is to be done?" Xi Yan earnestly sought counsel. Beta revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Allow me to elaborate." Upon hearing Beta's plan, Xi Yan was momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by its brilliance. It was indeed a remarkable strategy. If it were up to me, I could undoubtedly execute it. However, this is a last resort, for the suffering it entails is beyond what any soul could bear. Only you possess the fortitude, your spirit is indomitable, and you alone can endure it. Beta spoke earnestly. "As an advisor to the Empire, I hope you choose this path, allowing you to lead the Empire perpetually, to become our deity. Yet, as your friend, I wish to spare you from any greater anguish than you have already endured. You may opt to enter a temporary slumber until the future. We can address matters then." With a sigh, Xi Yan shifted the conversation away from the topic. Beta, too, preferred not to revisit it. Silence enveloped the group once more. Veronica remained entranced by the radiant energy of happiness emanating from Xi Yan, tenderly caressing his hair, while Xi Yan gazed steadfastly at the solemn statue of the research vessel number 1. From this moment forth, he would no longer harbor pain from sacrifice. He would carry forth the aspirations of those who had fallen, striving for the Empire, for all humanity, advancing with unwavering resolve, progressing at any cost, fueled by the faith of the people. As we tidy up, we shall transmit the data back to our home planet and prepare for our journey to the next star system. Within the uncharted realms of this abandoned star system, far from the ring world, aboard the second research vessel, the onboard scientific officer, Svetlana Salazar, is diligently making preparations. This system harbors a forsaken stargate that must be meticulously marked, for we may yet have the opportunity to delve into the intricacies of stargate technology. Svetlana, a valiant scientific officer, does not possess the same esteemed status as Chief Scientist Merton, who is unable to embark on such journeys. In her unwavering loyalty to the Grand Marshal, she has resolutely chosen to board this research vessel and personally explore the enigmatic cosmos. However, the young female scientist stands at the helm, surrounded by a multitude of holographic displays. Our sensors indicate the presence of an entirely new alien entity within the impending star system, yet its intentions remain uncertain. Should we alter our course? Her assistant inquires. Svetlana meticulously examines the intelligence data, shaking her head. No, our mission is to understand the unknown. We shall maintain our trajectory. Prepare to enter the hyperspace corridor. After a brief pause, she adds, place the written farewell letters in the black box. Yes, Commander. Everyone is acutely aware of the impending peril, yet none shall falter. The great Marshal stands with them. For the sake of the Marshal and their shared noble endeavor, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. After all preparations were meticulously completed, the second research vessel departed from the gravitational field of the star, activating its hyperspace engine at the entrance to the hyperspace route. In an instant, the entire ship vanished from its original space. Following 10 days of relentless, lightless travel, the research vessel finally emerged at the terminus of the route, arriving within a new galaxy, its velocity abruptly reduced to subliminal speeds. Svetlana stood steadfastly on the bridge, gazing into the vastness of space. They had long since mastered the intricacies of superluminal interstellar travel, Now, their primary concern was the existence of life forms within this galaxy. The sensors swiftly emitted scanning signals, and within a few hours, they had mapped the entire stellar system, providing fundamental data, including the positions and orbits of celestial bodies. However, an unidentified alien spacecraft was detected. Emergency evasion. Chapter 171. Space Amoeba. Even though no suspicious alien vessels had materialized within the field of vision. Trusting in the research vessel's detection modules and sensors, Svetlana immediately commanded a course correction. The research vessel ceased its direct trajectory into the galaxy, instead adjusting its heading to navigate along the edge in an arced path, gradually approaching a gas giant over the course of approximately 10 days. A probe was deployed from the ship's compartment, activating its thrusters as it soared towards the planet. The research vessel executed a wide turn to complete the maneuver, with the engines remaining charged, ready to swiftly initiate retreat at the first sign of anomalies. Ordinarily, research vessels would anchor in the orbit of such gas giants, dedicating nearly a month to harvesting the gaseous substances from the planet's interior and converting them into electrical energy for replenishment before continuing their voyage. However, this time, they detected an anomaly near this particular gas giant. Peculiar alien vessels were stationary in orbit, surrounded by strange flying machines. These machines darted erratically, prompting the research vessel to perceive a threat and steer clear. As they cautiously approached, the alien ships and their attendant craft displayed no hostility. Eventually, the research vessel achieved an angle that afforded a complete view of the alien ships. Science officer Svetlana swiftly activated the telescope, capturing images of the alien vessels and transmitting them to the holographic screen. This is, Svetlana exclaimed, immediately retrieving Xi Yan's compendium, Space Crises and Leviathans. She rapidly located the relevant page. Resembling octopi, yet possessing stubby tentacles, immensely colossal bodies, and often exhibiting green bioluminescence, they launch projectile-like structures. Yes, that's it. Just then, a crew member reported in a panic, "Commander, our probes are under attack." Svetlana looked up to witness the bizarre alien ships launching slightly tapered projectile-like structures from their sterns. These projectiles instantly struck the research vessel's probes, detonating in a burst, and continued their trajectory toward the vessel. Engage engines for evasive maneuvers. Transmit a log report to the home planet immediately. She swiftly issued commands, and the operators promptly received the final data transmitted by the detector before its explosion, including the recently captured photographs, videos, and detection results, all packed and sent back to the ring world via instantaneous superluminal communication. This was a focal point of interest for the Marshal. We would first evade and then embark on our research. The space amoeba. Xi Yan was in the conference room of the Academy of Sciences, alongside sociological scientists, observing the intelligence data sent by the second research vessel. This entity could be tentatively classified as a neutral space organism, generally reluctant to exhibit hostility. It has the capability to navigate between planetary systems using a biochemical engine. The membrane of the space amoeba can neutralize cosmic radiation through intricate glandular activities and metabolic processes, even converting these rays into nutrients. The omniscient Imperial Advisor Beta elucidated. These creatures are remarkably immense. Even the smallest space amoeba surpasses the size of a typical corvette, while fully matured specimens can rival the dimensions of a cruiser, which is even larger than a destroyer. What marvels of nature! We could learn to coexist with them, Xi Yan mused. Let us study this data and attempt to soothe them. The space amoeba is indeed a renowned life form among the stars, possessing the potential to offer numerous imperial modifications and several related technologies. Most importantly, a singular event could lead a lost little amoeba to join your empire, akin to the inclusion of a little gray. From these delightful beings, we can glean invaluable insights. Xi Yan, with a gentle and persuasive manner, observes, for instance, their feeding habits offer us invaluable insights into the efficient extraction of energy. Furthermore, their formidable method of attack, utilizing those immense flagella, serves as a significant means of offense. The sheer size of these space amoebas allows for self-repair. Perhaps we could harness this biological technology within our military domain. Have you ever heard of regenerative hull tissue? It requires no active repairs. Merely an energy supply enables our damaged armor to mend itself. Sociologists are evidently captivated, their eyes gleaming with interest. Such vast and peculiar extraterrestrial beings are truly fascinating. Imperial log, space amoebas. Our research vessel has encountered colossal space organisms in a distant sector of the starry expanse. They are known as space amoebas. Mature space amoebas are often accompanied by semi-autonomous entities referred to as filiform bodies. These filiform bodies, generated by the space amoebas and controlled through liquid RNA secretions, were once mistaken for the amoeba's larvae. In truth, these filiform bodies lack reproductive organs and resemble severed appendages from the main body of the space amoeba. They can engage enemies within a certain range when detached, but must periodically return to the amoeba for reassembly. The elegant and orderly cyclical movement of these filiform bodies, along with their robust exterior, provides significant insights for our research in combat applications. Xi Yan's directive was clear: to retrieve certain tissue samples, allowing us to glean insights into the weaponry technology of space amoebas and the regenerative capabilities of their ship hulls, which would prove exceedingly beneficial. However, our first task was to pacify these delightful creatures. It appears that the amoebic bubbles would soon be integrated into his empire. The research assignments were swiftly disseminated, leading the empire to suspend its other sociological studies and focus intently on matters pertaining to space amoebas. Results are anticipated in a few months. Upon exiting the Academy of Sciences, Veronica, now donned in a naval uniform, awaited outside. Her posture was erect, and her expression was as cold as ice. Yet, upon spotting Xi Yan, she instantly transformed her demeanor into one of warmth and approached him. Given the presence of many onlookers, they merely walked side by side. To outsiders, the camaraderie between the Marshal and the Minister of Military Logistics and Finance appeared exceptionally close. In truth, it was even more profound. Who could have anticipated that a mere stroll would not only awaken Xi Yan's psychic abilities, but also embolden Veronica to seize the opportunity? Let us return to the administrative building. Xi Yan felt a surge of elation, and the psychic energy emanating from him unconsciously radiated his joyful spirit. As he entered his building and passed by the core personnel of the Empire, everyone sensed the uplifting aura that surrounded him. Today, the Marshal exuded a comforting presence that brought reassurance to all. You have succumbed to infatuation once again. Yet, it is true that the aura of the Marshal was indeed formidable in the past, while today, his charm is exceptionally pronounced. Merely passing by fills one's heart with joy. Has the Marshal smiled? Indeed, he has. Although the reasons remain unknown, it must surely be a splendid occurrence. Chapter 172. The determination of Elvira. Xi Yan hummed a tune as he strolled past the office of the Secretary of State. After pausing for a brief moment, he retraced his steps, opened the door, and peeked inside. Elvira was sprawled across the expansive desk, her upper body languidly resting upon it, with half of her face intimately pressed against the surface, while the other half revealed a complex expression of disillusionment, profound fatigue, and a semblance of her former self. Numerous holographic screens hovered above the desk, suggesting that the young secretary had suddenly succumbed to slumber amidst her work. Her upper body had unceremoniously collapsed onto the desk, plunging her into a deep sleep. The sight was rather unbecoming. Elvira had turned her head to the side, her small mouth slightly agape, drool cascading across the desk. Fortunately, there were no paper documents to be ruined. Goodness, is she this exhausted? Xi Yan quietly approached, poking the chubby cheek of the young secretary, which promptly yielded under his touch, causing a bubble to emerge from her unconsciously parted lips. How amusing. All right, stop torment. Xi Yan sat on the nearby sofa, observing as Veronica tenderly cared for the slumbering Elvira, marveling at the profound bond shared between the sisters. It was quite astonishing that Elvira had fallen asleep so readily. How much work had Xi Yan truly assigned her? While softly admonishing Xi Yan, Veronica gently lifted Elvira and placed her on the long sofa to ensure her comfort. There was an undeniable aura of a devoted wife and mother about Veronica. Xi Yan rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched her, his fingers instinctively stroking Elvira's head, which had nestled close to him. Elvira had grown up, blossoming into a young lady. It was hard to fathom that 7 years ago she had been a petite little girl. She had become even more enchanting. Xi Yan couldn't help but reminisce about Veronica's earlier remarks regarding her harem. Indeed, it was quite stirring, was it not? In truth, the workload had only been for one night, not excessively burdensome. He gazed at the exhausted Secretary of State, whose tongue lolled out in sleep, and felt compelled to justify himself. With a piercing glance from her alluring green eyes, Veronica retorted, "That simply means you usually work too frantically. You mustn't maintain such an intense pace in the future." "That's rather improbable," Xi Yan began to respond. But Beta interjected on his behalf. After acquiring the traits of psychic energy, the Marshal's work efficiency will only increase, and his sleep duration can be further reduced. However, you need not worry. With the protection of psychic power, his mental state is unlikely to falter. Indeed, Xi Yan readily acknowledged, even though he remained largely ignorant of his own psychic abilities. Surely, there were still many aspects to explore. The knots of the heart have been untied. The veil has been lifted, and the reality of the stars must continue. The energy surrounding us has transformed into urgency and excitement, Veronica whispered. I can feel it too. It seems you still cannot fully harness your spiritual power, Beta remarked. Practice diligently. It will greatly benefit you. All right, I understand. Xi Yan replied weakly, his entire being enveloped in a weariness that accompanied his spiritual energy. However, he quickly adjusted, regaining his cheerful demeanor. The surrounding spiritual energy that influences hearts once again radiated joy and satisfaction. Your emotional regulation ability is astonishing. Who can seamlessly switch emotions like that? Beta quietly commented. Perhaps it was Xi Yan's rapid emotional shifts that caused the nature of his spiritual energy to fluctuate so swiftly. Close by. Olivia furrowed her brow and then opened her eyes in confusion. I'm sorry for waking you, Xi Yan said, looking down at her with a brilliant smile, gently ruffling her hair. To his surprise, Olivia stared blankly at him, then vigorously shook her head to regain her alertness, only to gaze at him again, this time swiftly transforming into sheer terror. Hey! The girl's scream echoed throughout the office. Good heavens, the Marshal, who had maintained a stern facade for 7 years, smiled gently at her. What in the world? Quiet! Xi Yan exclaimed, startled by the scream, promptly covering Olivia's mouth to stifle the high-decibel weapon. It took Olivia quite some time to recover. So, has the Marshal's psychological issue been resolved? No wonder he seems so radiant. It feels as if he has returned to the days when he first assumed his position 7 years ago. Is it truly so exaggerated? Indeed. Olivia stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at Xi Yan. The former Marshal was once full of laughter, exuding an aura of brightness, yet now he has transformed into a despondent being, radiating negativity each day. At least that issue has been resolved. From now on, Xi Yan shall lead a more joyful existence. Veronica indulgently embraced Xi Yan, pressing him against her ample bosom, and he offered no resistance whatsoever. How could you? Olivia gaped in astonishment at the intimacy displayed between Veronica and Xi Yan, her jaw dropping as she stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Olivia, dear sister, has conveyed her feelings to Xi Yan. Veronica gazed at her with gentle eyes, then turned to Xi Yan, boldly placing a kiss upon his cheek. Why you, sister? You both? Olivia was further astounded. Could it be that I have awakened years later? This scene is simply too surreal. Ahem, you are not mistaken, Beta spoke calmly. As you can see, I had Minister Veronica address Xi Yan's psychological issues. They had an extensive discussion, during which she expressed her feelings, and thus, naturally, they became a couple. Olivia took a moment to process this revelation, gazing at her blissful sister and the bashful Xi Yan. She couldn't help but bite her lip, her fists clenching tightly before slowly relaxing. Clearly, I arrived first. It was I who recently developed a bond with the esteemed Marshal. The young Secretary of State yearned to exclaim in disbelief. What a remarkable individual. She had long harbored feelings for this youthful Marshal. However, as Xi Yan's mental state deteriorated, his smiles grew scarce, and she gradually sensed an insurmountable barrier forming between them. A lamentable wall of separation had emerged. Witnessing Xi Yan rediscover happiness thanks to her sister's guidance filled Olivia with genuine joy. Yet, observing his closeness with Sister Veronica stirred a pang of bitterness within her heart. How delightful it would be if the Marshal could find solace in my embrace. Then, I wish you both happiness. Olivia forced a smile, suppressing her inner turmoil, and said, I need to visit the restroom. Almost unable to contain her sorrow any longer, she hurriedly turned and dashed towards the door. Stop! Veronica's voice suddenly took on a stern tone, her authoritative presence halting Olivia in her tracks. What is it, sister? Olivia dared not look back, fearing that a single glance at Xi Yan would unleash her suppressed emotions, compelling her to weep. While her sister pursued her own happiness, she too yearned for the same. But why? Why? Olivia, you have feelings for your Marshal, do you not? Yes. No. Ah, indeed. Avery found herself at a loss for words, rendered speechless as she stood frozen in place. She yearned to convey her feelings, yet feared the possibility of receiving no response. Or worse, rejection. After all, Xi Yan already had the exquisite and mature Veronica by his side. Suddenly, Veronica, unable to contain herself, let out a sly chuckle. Well, my dear Avery, I am fully aware of your sentiments. In fact, I have already persuaded Lord Beta to speak with Xi Yan on your behalf. If you do not mind sharing your thoughts with me, then turn around and let your esteemed Marshal know your true feelings and resolve. Go for it, my lovely sister. Veronica mischievously winked and made a playful fist gesture. Avery abruptly turned around, staring blankly at the two. Veronica, you possess quite the cunning nature, Xi Yan remarked quietly, meeting Avery's hopeful gaze for a brief moment before she shyly lowered her head. Yet, that fleeting glance instilled in Avery a newfound determination. Marshal, I too. Avery took a deep breath and strode confidently toward Xi Yan. Here I come. Chapter 173. The internal strife of the Yan sisters. Veronica hurriedly released her hold as Avery, in tears, dashed into Xi Yan's embrace, nuzzling fervently against his chest. Hee. Yoshi, Jojo sound. Xi Yan was enveloped in a sensation of softness against his chest. He suddenly experienced a surreal sensation. Did he truly possess such immense charm? Well, he ought to summon some confidence. Since you have expressed that, and Veronica has no objections, then I have no objections either. Xi Yan could only gently pat Aloy Air's trembling back, offering soft words of comfort. Marshal, Aloy Air lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Xi Yan. Through his psychic perception, Xi Yan could distinctly feel the myriad of emotions swirling within her: happiness, gratitude, excitement, affection, and a sense of grievance. It must have been difficult for her over the past 7 years. As he pondered this, he felt a twinge of guilt towards the resilient Secretary of State. He would treat her with the utmost care, still calling him Marshal. Beta, having learned some mischievous knowledge from somewhere, let out a whistle. Indeed, I am accustomed to this title. I cannot change it. Aloy Air straddled Xi Yan, covering her mouth as she coughed lightly, then said, Well then, Marshal, I shall proceed. Based on an analysis of human temperament, I now need to take my leave. In an instant, Beta vanished without a trace, displaying remarkable emotional intelligence at that moment. Wait, what are you doing? Xi Yan was still bewildered. All he knew was that this position was exceedingly perilous. Little Xi Yan was about to be overwhelmed. For 7 long years, the young Xi Yan had restrained himself, pouring all his energy into the reality of the stars. Now, he had become exceedingly sensitive, unable to tolerate even the slightest provocation. Patience, my friend. I assure you, I will not resort to trifling with you using the fifth lady in silicone. I only hope that you do not raise your weapon in tribute, as if you have never encountered the world before. That would be exceedingly awkward. Oh my, how unexpectedly bold, little Aloy. Veronica teased, her gaze fixed intently upon them. Aloy's face flushed even deeper. Yet Xi Yan could sense that the tumult of emotions within her had largely dissipated, leaving only affection and resolve. Marshal, I am about to make my move. Aloy's words came out in a flustered rush. Before Xi Yan could fully grasp the implications of her statement, Aloy extended her slender arms, gripping his shoulders tightly and pressing him back onto the sofa. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and in an instant, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as soft lips met his. Aloy pressed down firmly upon him, rendering the Marshal immobile, yet a warm, tingling sensation lingered on his lips, momentarily eclipsing all other sensations. It was intoxicating. Smooch. Finally, just as Xi Yan felt he might struggle to breathe, Aloy released him, her cheeks aflame. Breathing heavily, her eyes shimmering with dreamy satisfaction. Wow, little Aloy is indeed quite audacious. She must have rehearsed this in her heart for quite some time. Hadn't she? Veronica's face flushed slightly as she playfully teased the lingering presence of Olivia. Olivia, however, did not respond to Veronica. Instead, she fixed her beautiful, emerald-like gaze intensely upon Xi Yan, her eyes radiating an unmistakable peril. As she gasped for breath, she released her grip on Xi Yan's shoulder and, with trembling hands, moved to unfasten the buttons of her uniform. Xi Yan, oh my, this is serious. Wait a moment. While I am indeed intrigued, I am utterly unprepared for this. Is this really turning into a classic gal game scenario? Veronica, hold on. What do you think you're doing? You take advantage of an opportunity, and now you think you can push your luck? I haven't had my turn yet. Olivia, do not even think about escaping. The fierce roar of the general echoed coldly. No. Olivia was clearly overwhelmed with emotion, her agitation evident. After all, Xi Yan himself was in a state of utter turmoil, his spiritual energy profoundly affecting Olivia's thoughts. When I say I will do something, I mean it. If you understand, then you should also undress. Olivia declared dominantly, her pace in unbuttoning her garments accelerating. In no time, she had discarded her outer coat and began to unfasten her inner white shirt. Veronica, consumed by fury, lunged forward, leveraging her height and the physique of a warrior to grasp Olivia. Yet, Olivia unleashed her full potential. And the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Xi Yan had neither the time to heed Aloy Air's somewhat familiar remarks nor the energy to contend with Veronica's obstruction. At this critical juncture, he endeavored to awaken his latent spiritual powers, calling out to his dear brother Beta. Beta, I'm about to be devoured by two madwomen. Please, come to my rescue. What on earth? How did you learn telepathy? Wait, isn't teaching a good thing? I'm not prepared at all. And are you sure you want to make a scene in this bustling office? Fair point. I shall secure the floor immediately. No, that would make it widely known. Please, come save me. All right, since you seem reluctant for the moment, I shall risk the wrath of the Yin sisters to rescue you just this once. Thank you. My dear Beta. Suddenly, the door to the Secretary of State's office was kicked open. Aloy Air, who was in the midst of removing her armor, and Veronica, who was attempting to prevent her from doing so, were both startled, fearing they had been caught in such an embarrassing situation. They hastily moved away from Xi Yan, straightening their disheveled clothing. Marshal, I come to your aid. Unexpectedly, a robot, glowing with blue light, strode in, seized Xi Yan, and swiftly lifted him onto its back before making a rapid exit, closing the door behind it with a decisive thud. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving the Yin sisters momentarily bewildered as they heard the door slam shut. Where did he go? A robot just took him away. Was that Beta? Indeed, that was Beta. A young girl and a mature woman sat on the ground, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Suddenly, Olivia sprang to her feet, seething with anger. I was so close to succeeding. Why did you have to thwart me, sister? Veronica also stood, towering over her as she rebuked. This is retaliation for you obstructing me this morning. And if you dare to run away, I will not permit it. I have been by the Marshal's side the longest. I was the first to establish a bond with him. Regardless of the quarrel between these two plastic sisters in the office, Xi Yan had finally escaped the clutches of women, upholding his title as a Sigma male. If I had arrived a moment later, you would have been completely consumed. What kind of Sigma male are you if you couldn't resist even a hint of temptation? Beta remarked. Both Xi Yan and the exuberant young Xi Yan felt a tinge of worry. Well, I truly believe we shouldn't engage in such activities directly in the office. What if someone else walks in? With me around, would I allow anyone else to enter? Beta replied, exasperated. Even your personal guard, Mr. Yushua, has been kept at bay. Ah, I almost forgot you are the all-powerful AI that is everywhere, Xi Yan said, covering his face, feeling a sudden sense of regret. I've locked the door to let them calm down. So, what do you plan to do now? Beta asked helplessly. Xi Yan pointed to his head. Given the circumstances, I might as well practice my psychic abilities. After observing for a few days, if the rating remains stable at 8.5, I shall honor the agreement by gifting each of the top 2 benefactors on this month's donation leaderboard a copy of the Starry Realm CDK. Should they already possess it, the offer will be extended to the next eligible individuals. My primary intention is to provide those readers who appreciate my work and generously support me with an opportunity to experience the authentic Starry Realm. It is my duty to introduce more readers to this enchanting universe. Those who already own the Starry Realm and rank high on this month's donation leaderboard may kindly inform me in the Tomato Group or QQ Group, as this will facilitate the tallying process. Furthermore, there will be no updates tomorrow. However, expect a double update over the weekend. Chapter 174. May we continue to live happily every day. Conclusion of the romantic arc. Consciousness is the most enigmatic entity in the universe, and the power of the mind is boundless. Within the Starry Realm, there exists a subspace, a world intertwined with the virtual realm, which is replete with spiritual energy. This realm is inhabited by beings referred to as deities, while scientists in the non-spiritual domain classify them as spiritual entities. Deities are not invincible, with the exception of the 4 most powerful gods within the virtual realm and the mysterious end of reincarnation. The Empire of Spiritual Ascension possesses the capability to tear asunder the barriers between the virtual and the tangible world. forging contracts with the four gods of the virtual realm to acquire immense power, thereby illustrating the formidable influence of spiritual energy. The power of the heart can be infinitely small or infinitely vast, contingent entirely upon one's consciousness. Xi Yan endeavored to fill his heart with confidence. He recalled the fantasy novels of his past life and allowed himself to believe in the boundless potential of his spiritual abilities. Immediately, Xi Yan began to manipulate the spiritual energy with his consciousness. Truth be told, this was no trivial endeavor. He could vividly sense the immense power surging within him. Yet he struggled with its meticulous control. Thus, Xi Yan decided to relinquish his thoughts, envisioning a scenario where he effortlessly commanded the spiritual energy, diverting his attention from all else as he directly engaged in a mental dialogue with Beta. To his astonishment, he succeeded. The spiritual energy responded to his thoughts, allowing him to perceive fragments of Beta's consciousness. Xi Yan pondered, this is exceedingly idealistic. Do the spiritual practitioners from the neighboring realm of the Warhammer truly experience this as well? Reflecting further, he mused on the abstract nature of the mind and consciousness. Although he was capable of mental communication, he had not anticipated the possibility of conversing with Beta, an artificial intelligence. He discerned that the distinctions between mechanical intelligence and organic neural consciousness were minimal, both constituted by countless minuscule computational components forming the structure of thought and generating consciousness. In fact, Beta's mechanical intelligence exhibited a more orderly and rapid thought process. It seemed that embodying a mechanical form was indeed the right choice. You perceive mechanical intelligence as incomprehensible, yet are we not similarly perplexing? Beta remarked. The human brain is a chaotic labyrinth, each individual unique, filled with a myriad of disordered neurons. We struggle to fathom how such a tangled structure can give rise to consciousness. The universe is indeed wondrous, Xi Yan reflected. Yet he believed that one day, understanding would come. After a brief period of practice, as his psychic energy nearly reached its limits, Xi Yan finally came to a halt. Having nearly mastered the ability of telepathy, he settled back into his faithful gaming chair and turned on his computer, preparing to log onto the Empire's one-click platform to continue his work. Aloysius' efficiency paled in comparison to his, for she lacked the audacity to make decisions as freely as Xi Yan did. Every task Aloysius handled was subjected to meticulous analysis before she could make a judicious choice. This resulted in her toiling throughout the night, leaving her utterly exhausted, as evidenced by her current state. With a soft click, the office door was gently pushed open, revealing a golden-haired girl with twin ponytails and another with dark hair tied in a high ponytail, both peering in with their strikingly similar emerald eyes fixed on him. Come in, Xi Yan urged, using his newly acquired telepathic ability to convey his voice directly into the minds of the two sisters. Wow! Aloysius exclaimed, startled, causing Veronica to stumble. As Veronica swayed, she inadvertently pushed the door wide open, and the two sisters lost their balance, tumbling to the floor in a heap. Xi Yan observed them with a bemused expression. Individually, either sister would stand as a pillar of the Empire, yet together they presented an amusingly chaotic sight. Is this what psychic energy leads to? He mused. It appeared that the sisters had already conversed at length, while Aloysius was curious about Xi Yan's current abilities. She was not overly astonished. Xi Yan regarded them with calm composure. So, have you managed to regain your composure? As he spoke, Elvira was immediately reminded of the moment when her heart raced, and her face flushed with embarrassment. This. Now she felt shy. Why had she been so bold just moments ago? Xi Yan maintained an impassive expression. His friend was nearly subjected to an unwanted advance. It was clear that Elvira had mischievous intentions all along. When I say I will do it, I mean it. If you understand, then obey. Veronica mimicked Elvira's voice in a high pitch. Elvira was thoroughly disgusted by her own words, crouching down with her hands on her head, exclaiming in frustration, what on earth was I saying back then? Observing the harmonious bond between the Yan sisters, Xi Yan couldn't help but smile. All right. It's still early. Let us return to work. Xi Yan waved his hand to usher them out. His deep affection for the Empire was undeniable. Very well, Marshal. We shall not disturb you any longer. Veronica courteously bowed and, grasping Elvira by the nape, pulled her out of the office. With both sisters in tow, Xi Yan. Are you satisfied now? Beta teased. Xi Yan replied with utmost seriousness. Ahem. Comrade Cyberlux Beta, it is currently work hours. Please adhere to your title during work. Very well. Xi Yan Plant, let us commence today's tasks. Feel free to call upon me if needed. Beta responded with equal gravity. Hey, Beta. There was no further response from Beta, who was likely either assisting with research at the Academy or hiding in the virtual realm, pretending to be unresponsive. In the past, Xi Yan was at a loss when confronted with this elusive ancient AI. However, now, Xi Yan, having awakened his spiritual powers, relaxed his mind and endeavored to communicate with his ethereal abilities. Soon, he discovered a consciousness nearby that was unlike that of an ordinary human. Indeed, it was feigning death while spying. Yet, Xi Yan had no intention of pursuing the matter. The lively demeanor of Beta, along with their carefree banter, brought him a delightful sense of enjoyment. The prospect of everyone treating him with the utmost deference would be exceedingly dull. Setting that aside, Xi Yan shook his head to dispel extraneous thoughts. It was time to work. The imperial governance system was meticulously designed by an extensive sociological research team, being both comprehensive and efficient. Xi Yan's responsibilities were not particularly burdensome. He merely needed to establish a broad direction and make decisions at critical junctures. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from periodically reviewing documents and reports, actively seeking tasks for himself. The streamlined imperial work documents proved to be quite engaging rather than tedious. Xi Yan even allowed those who authored reports to include their personal insights in the PS section, which piqued the interest of both the writers and the readers. Thus, he continued his work, undeterred by any fluctuations in his personal emotions. However, it seemed there was but one change. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xi Yan punctually concluded his tasks and returned to his bedroom. Just as he reached the door, a blushing Veronica appeared before him, pulling him inside and locking the door behind them. Meanwhile, Ayla Wei was already breathlessly beginning to remove her armor on the bed. The tumultuous narrative of emotions has finally reached its conclusion. Were it not for the curiosity of certain individuals, I would have been disinclined to pen this. Now, returning to the main text, I urge the top 5 contributors of this month who do not possess the official group stars to contact the author in the QQ group, where I shall generously offer official group star CD keys, inclusive of the comprehensive DLC download guide and a beginner's tutorial. Chapter 175. A decade in the year 2220 of the Stellar Era, the Empire celebrated its second decade of national festivities. Xi Yan orchestrated a grand ceremony to mark this occasion, complete with a military parade, which served to bolster collective morale. Simultaneously, the first decade plan of the Interstellar Human Military Government was successfully concluded. The primary focus of this inaugural decade plan was exploration and expansion. Exploration entailed traversing this vast starry ocean, uncovering stellar systems, hyperspace routes, and resources. Expansion involved the establishment of outposts and the extension of imperial territory. To date, the Empire has fully occupied over 30 stellar systems, erecting outposts and various extraction and research stations. However, no further discoveries of subliminal indigenous civilizations akin to those encountered during initial colonization have been made. It seems that within this expanse of starlight, encounters with extraterrestrial life are not commonplace. It is worth noting that the galaxy in which they reside is estimated to contain no fewer than 10,000 stellar systems, a stark contrast to the reality of the Milky Way. Yet, it is significantly larger than what is depicted in games. Xi Yan increasingly felt the weight of his own insignificance. In comparison to the vast universe, this galaxy appears minuscule. Nonetheless, even such a diminutive cluster has nurtured countless advanced civilizations throughout history. Returning to the Empire, at the beginning of the year, Xi Yan formulated the second decade plan, with an emphasis on military and industrial development. Bolstering the Empire's productive capacity and augmenting the strength of its fleets is essential to preparing for the impending conflict with the neighboring Zimtok corporate union. Though lacking the colossal presence of a colossus, the pretext for total war remains readily available. Xi Yan has resolved to extinguish this corporate state at the earliest opportunity. Undercover in the Zimtok corporate union, the collective security fleet diligently gathers intelligence, even acquiring a substantial amount of the Zimtok's military data. Through these efforts and a considerable expenditure of energy credits, the Empire has finally completed its research on destroyer technology. Compared to corvettes, destroyers exhibit significant improvements in all aspects except maneuverability. Furthermore, purple lasers have been developed and formally integrated into the latest destroyers. In addition to destroyer technology, breakthroughs have been made in the construction of stellar bases. Xi Yan can now upgrade all starports into star fortresses. These fortresses are more expansive and capable of undertaking a greater range of tasks. With 4 construction slots filled with shipyards, a steady stream of vessels can be produced. In the realm of physics, cold fusion reactors have been successfully developed. These reactors no longer overheat, and the energy released by nuclear fusion is converted into electricity with unparalleled efficiency, resulting in minimal energy loss. Significant advancements have also been made in genetic and agricultural technologies, extending the average lifespan of the empire's citizens by more than a decade. Enhanced genetic technologies have also accelerated population growth by reducing gestation and maturation periods, while simultaneously enhancing the intelligence of citizens. Initially, Xi Yan was not optimistic about genetic technology due to the subtle effects and underwhelming strength of genetic ascension in the game. However, in reality, the advancements in biological genetic technology are remarkably formidable. In this era, prior to mechanical ascension, such genetic innovations have significantly augmented the average lifespan of individuals. Furthermore, due to the presence of genetic optimization, people's physical resilience has been enhanced, ailments have diminished, and their aesthetic appeal has greatly improved. Xi Yan has resolved to place greater emphasis on biological technology in the future, with sufficient strength attained through genetic ascension. Adapting to a mechanical form in the future will become considerably easier. The real world is not akin to a game. Xi Yan can select a multitude of ascension pathways for his empire. Agricultural technology has also witnessed substantial breakthroughs, whether in the cultivation of plant humans or the breeding of stone humans. In conjunction with genetic technology, plant humans have been transformed into relentless food production machines. Following the arrival of the first batch of stone human slaves brought by the corporate faction of the Mutok Federation via the community's security fleet, the empire swiftly commenced its research. As of now, these stone humans have been domesticated into docile creatures, confined within breeding facilities, where they consume stones daily, subsequently developing luminescent skin. This radiant stone skin can be refined into rare crystals, thereby providing the empire with a new source of rare crystal revenue. Due to the empire's robust internal social management and intelligence organization monitoring, the stone humans remain blissfully unaware of their circumstances. The collaboration between Xi Yan and Carl Scalius from the corporate faction is also deepening. A decade ago, in 2210, the corporate faction dispatched an exploratory team to the Interstellar Human Military Government to investigate potential trade commodities. With mutual interests at stake, Xi Yan warmly welcomed them. After several months of investigation and research, the corporate faction departed with numerous samples, intending to return and test the market. Ultimately, they identified a particular product, the Reiko 5th-generation electronic cigarette. Indeed, these rock dwellers seemed inexplicably enamored with the flavor of electronic cigarettes. Xi Yan found this world to be extraordinarily surreal. However, upon reviewing the trade agreements proposed by the colossal enterprises, he felt compelled to discreetly authorize the establishment of a factory for the production of electronic cigarettes. The profit margins were undeniably substantial. Additionally, there were certain industrial products unique to humanity that, according to Director Callius, would be sold to other species and empires. Reselling had become a significant avenue for the enterprises to generate revenue. Xi Yan welcomed this prospect. Who does not relish the allure of energy currency? Nevertheless, he remained astute, ensuring not to overly rely on the energy currency derived from trade, safeguarding that, should all trade cease, he could still guarantee a positive growth of energy currency. Regardless, Xi Yan was resolute in his intention to obliterate the nefarious corporation, ideally employing a strategy akin to a sandwich with cheese, external coalition invasions coupled with internal factional divisions. Consequently, he established amicable relations early on with the Nile Guardians and the Killik Cooperative. The Nile species resembled standard crawling organisms, aside from their terrestrial habitat. They were almost identical to sea turtles in every other aspect. They were indeed large, robust beings with impressively long lifespans. Notably, they bore enormous shells on their backs, resembling sea turtles entirely. Xi Yan found it quite impossible to regard the Nile as extraterrestrial beings. Their speech was equally slow and measured, exuding an unhurried demeanor. Such amiable extraterrestrial sea turtles were difficult to find off-putting. As for the Killik Cooperative, the Killik people were quintessential avian beings, adorned with soft gray feathers that, while not particularly beautiful, were certainly not unappealing. Moreover, the character of the Chi-like people is remarkably gentle yet retains a fierce spirit. Their empire, forged through unification wars, has established a society where equality prevails, and Xi Yan harbors considerable affection for them. These extraordinary extraterrestrial beings bear a striking resemblance to terrestrial animals, and Xi Yan finds it difficult to harbor disdain for these aliens. Perhaps this is a result of having encountered the grotesque stone beings. In comparison, other extraterrestrials appear remarkably handsome. Xi Yan has not always held a disdainful view of aliens. In the presence of such courteous and appealing extraterrestrial companions, the atmosphere during discussions is notably amicable. Additionally, due to a shared adversary, the three empires maintain a commendable relationship, having collaborated extensively over the past decade. The Neo Guardians excel in fortress defense, while the Qi-like cooperative is adept in behind-enemy line operations, leaving Xi Yan with little more than energy credits. Thus, a harmonious agreement was reached. Xi Yan would provide funding, and they would exchange theories and techniques of warfare, awaiting the day to deliver a decisive blow to the criminal organization. For over 20 years, the world has suffered under the tyranny of this organization, and while the three nations, apart from Xi Yan, have been deeply afflicted, they cannot achieve the comprehensive dominion that Xi Yan has, nor can they expel the criminal elements with the same ruthless efficiency. One day, they shall unite to deliver the final strike against the Mtok people. Naturally, the factions within the Mtok have become increasingly aware of this, intensifying their demands for transformation. While the criminal factions teeter on the brink of madness, with internal strife growing ever more fierce. That day is not far off. Chapter 176. Bubbles, 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 let us charge forth. Cyberlux Alpha Star Fortress. Adorned in a spacesuit, Xi Yan straddled an immense space amoeba, several times the size of an aircraft carrier, and exclaimed with delight. The juvenile space amoeba reciprocated his exhilaration, circling the stellar base repeatedly, reveling in their shared amusement. Even in its nascent stage, the diminutive space amoeba rivaled the dimensions of a frigate. Indeed, this docile space amoeba was none other than Bubble. A decade prior, the Empire had encountered the species of space amoeba. Through a series of intensive investigations, Imperial scientists successfully developed a technology to pacify the amoebas, enabling close proximity and study of these wondrous organisms. Several years later, the Frontier Stellar Base reported the discovery of a juvenile space amoeba within the cloud layers of a gas giant. Scientists surmised that this solitary amoeba had likely strayed from its kin. Xi Yan immediately recognized it as Bubble. He commanded the use of technology to soothe the bewildered space amoeba, and as anticipated, within months, the amoeba began to exhibit an affinity for humans. Consequently, after a brief period, the juvenile space amoeba accompanied a research vessel to the orbital ring world, becoming an integral part of the Empire. The diminutive space amoeba displayed remarkable affection for humans, exhibiting no signs of aggression. Disregarding the reservations of the scientists, Xi Yan, with unbridled enthusiasm, personally boarded the Star Fortress platform, donned a spacesuit, and engaged with the juvenile space amoeba. He emanated a delightful and benevolent psychic energy, prompting the small space amoeba to exhibit an extraordinary warmth towards him. It even permitted Xi Yan to mount its colossal form, soaring through the air and startling those around them. Xi Yan, with a smile, endeavored to reassure the onlookers. Thanks to the influence of the psychic force, this space amoeba was remarkably obedient, routinely traversing between the ring world and the Amaterasu star system, seemingly regarding this place as its home. Thus, Xi Yan proclaimed that this young space amoeba would officially join the Interstellar Human Military Government, receiving the esteemed status of a special citizen of the Empire. The people of the Empire found it intriguing, as it could frequently be observed gliding through the ring world and online. It began to be affectionately referred to as the guardian beast of the nation. During the naming of the little amoeba, a spirited debate erupted throughout the Empire, with numerous names proposed, all of which were rejected. After Xi Yan dismissed a name 2 or 3 times, someone indignantly remarked, "We can construct colossal battleships, yet we are unable to name a mere space amoeba?" Ultimately, Xi Yan decided to name it Bubble in accordance with the customs of the stars, while the populace affectionately dubbed it the Goddess of Night. This title stemmed from the fact that whenever Bubble traversed to the Amaterasu star system, the people of the Midnight Sphere could observe the vibrant green patterns on Bubble's body emanating a conspicuous light. Xi Yan affixed a small platform to its back, perpetually broadcasting a signal to signify its status as a citizen of the Interstellar Human Military Government, while also allowing Xi Yan to stand upon it, enabling Bubble to carry him aloft across the skies. Only Xi Yan possesses the ability to command Bubble through telepathic communication. However, he seldom issues demands to Bubble, for a daughter is meant to be cherished. Xi Yan instructs Bubble not to assault the imperial infrastructure, granting it the freedom to soar wherever it pleases. While Xi Yan indulges in playful antics atop Bubble, the Yan sisters stand at the edge of the stellar base, watching him with envious gazes. Jealousy. I too wish to ride Bubble. Veronica fixates on the soaring creature, her expression tinged with longing. What a delight it must be to traverse the cosmos upon such a colossal space amoeba. Creak. Olivia glares at Xi Yan with emerald eyes, grinding her teeth in frustration. Am I to believe that my allure pales in comparison to that of a non-human space amoeba? Humph. Tonight, I shall ensure your utter defeat. With unwavering determination, Olivia retrieves a small jar from her pocket, adorned with a modest pink emblem. What is that? Veronica inquires, noticing the plethora of items Olivia procured from the community security fleet. Aphrodisiac atmosphere, a specialty from an alien planet, Olivia replies nonchalantly, caressing her delicate, dewy visage. Veronica's eyes widen in astonishment. It's you again! In the grand scheme of humanity's significantly extended lifespan, a decade is but a fleeting moment. With continuous breakthroughs in human genetic technology, aging has become a distant concern. The sisters have yet to reach the pinnacle of their physical capabilities. Their beauty is destined to endure well into their centennial years. As a psychic, Xi Yan could remain youthful even beyond the age of 200. The prolonged lifespan bestowed upon Xi Yan has instilled within him a profound confidence in his continued autocratic rule. The whispers of his extraordinary powers have permeated the populace, even reaching the internal circles of neighboring extraterrestrial empires, where some superstitious elders have deified him as a living god. Over the past decade, Xi Yan has deepened his bond with the sisters, Wei and Veronica, often indulging in affectionate moments together. Due to the constraints of his position, Xi Yan has refrained from publicly declaring their relationship, opting instead to maintain a romantic liaison. Fortunately, both sisters are remarkably understanding, harboring no resentment, and ensuring his comfort. Perhaps it is merely a matter of differing moral standards. Society continues to evolve, and with it, the ethical benchmarks and social customs of each era transform. In a few centuries, even the very concept of family may fade away, and Xi Yan reminds himself to adapt accordingly. Veronica exhibits a nurturing demeanor akin to that of a mother, skillfully nurturing the relationship among the three while adeptly managing the empire's finances and logistics, all the while suppressing her own desires and refraining from seeking Xi Yan's company each night. Conversely, Wei has embraced her true self, revealing a side marked by insatiable yearning. Who would suspect that the seemingly innocent and charming girl harbors such deep desires? Perhaps this is a manifestation of her innate nature? Thankfully, the sisters' professional capabilities remain unblemished, maintaining a clear distinction between personal and professional realms. Otherwise, Xi Yan would have no choice but to dismiss them from their positions and relegate them to the role of maids. After customary playtime with Pow Pow, Xi Yan returned to the Star Fortress, accompanied by the Yin sisters, back to the ring world. In a few days, he must prepare to meet a significant guest. For a decade, the Empire and the Guardians of Neil have exchanged communications several times with the Chirrut Cooperative, establishing connections with various extraterrestrial neighbors, including several city-states. These comprise mercenary city-states, merchant city-states, and the Void Sorcerers Guild. However, there has yet to be any word from significant city-states such as the Curators Organization, the Artists Alliance, and the Traders League, likely due to their remote locations. Most of these city-states maintain a neutral stance and offer numerous valuable services, except for the Traders League. None of the other city-states occupy stellar bases, allowing the Empire to incorporate their respective star systems into its domain. Nonetheless, within the established communications, the mercenary and merchant city-states prove to be of little utility, with the Void Sorcerers Guild being the sole entity of significance. The guest, Xi Yan, is to meet hails from the Void Sorcerers Guild. Chapter 177. The Void Sorcerers Guild. Endless whispers reverberate beneath the starry expanse, as a tranquil surge of psychic energy resonates between reality and the void. Resplendent nebulae swirl at the heart of the galaxy, each emanating deep violet waves of psychic force. Every prayer converges into the vast murmurs of the void, while a conical space station hovers between two clouds of nebulae, tethered by countless chains of psychic energy. The heart transcends the material, the mind is eternal. We are our own supreme beings. Beneath the intricate crimson garb, the enigmatic psychic energy brings the hands together in prayer. Teacher, what do you perceive? The deity is enraged. Why is the deity angry? Because the foretold slayer of gods has arrived, and we remain inactive. Teacher, what shall we do? The deity is not divine, and I am merely myself. Your wisdom has always guided us, dear teacher, while we, in our ignorance, struggle to comprehend your profound words. Thus, the enigmatic figure clad in a crimson robe turned, silently extracting a teaching rod from the voluminous sleeves. I say, what concern have we with the divine? We do not believe in the illusions they peddle. You foolish wretch. The students, after receiving a few strokes, fled with laughter. The teacher returned the rod to the sleeve, gently adjusted the veil upon his face, and clasped his hands together. Even the divine harbors fears, for they have never truly embodied divinity. Teacher, are you questioning those beings once more? The red figure appeared at the foot of the altar, approaching with deliberate slowness. We are not the credulous idealists of the faith. We, the wanderers of the ethereal realm, merely exploit connections. I am well aware. The teacher turned, the vibrant red veil fluttering lightly, devoid of any emanation of spiritual power, yet it stirred without a breeze. Two ethereal wanderers, separated by 2 layers of veils, locked eyes, clearly perceiving each other's gaze. Teacher, have you had a new revelation? Inquired the newcomer. Long ago, there was indeed such a realization. Yet now, they are engulfed in fear and urgency. Teacher, none of our insights compare to yours. Please elucidate for us, for this pertains to the entirety of the cosmos. Whether it be the ethereal sorcerers or the other empires, fate is never to be trusted, and the future remains inscrutable. Yet your prophecies, regardless of their magnitude, have always proven to be accurate, for it is a rational conjecture about the future based on established facts. Do you possess no scientific knowledge whatsoever? The teacher withdrew the pointer. My apologies, teacher. We did not intend to call into question your wisdom and foresight, and we regret having caused you any distress. The teacher tucked the pointer back into their sleeve, regaining a tranquil demeanor. I do not believe in fate, yet it has undeniably manifested in my heart. Esteemed mentor, would you care to listen? Undoubtedly. Teacher, we hold all your views in great esteem. The teacher then approached the edge of the altar, which lay exposed to the cosmic environment, the roiling purple nebula roaring above. They stood unprotected in the vastness of space, yet felt no discomfort. A powerful psychic energy swirled around them, the prayers coalescing into a deep, resonant murmur, causing the entire space station to tremble slightly. He has awakened, though he remains exceedingly feeble. Are you suggesting the chosen one, the destined emperor? No, he is not merely chosen. He is the emperor of destiny. Does he truly exist? Perhaps it is merely the paranoid delusions of those in the illusory realm. For since the last era, no psychic adept has been able to wield the power capable of stirring an empire. Even so, we must investigate. I shall speak with him personally. Understood, teacher. The notion of the chosen one has become a distant concept. Not a chosen one, but an emperor chosen by destiny. Such a leader can only ascend to the throne as an emperor or a dictator. In the resplendent era of yore, few leaders possess such extraordinary qualities. Empires that worship deities within the virtual realm and experienced ascension through spiritual energy were already scarce. And those brave enough to personally venture into the virtual realm were even rarer. Only by entering this realm and daring to accept the formidable infusion of spiritual energy can one hope to become an immortal leader, thereby acquiring the attributes of a destined emperor. However, beyond the destined emperor lies an even more elusive quality, the leader known as the fate-selected emperor. This leader must possess an extraordinary aptitude for spiritual energy capable of awakening it. Furthermore, this leader must embody purity of spirit. Their heart must resonate with the entirety of the empire and its citizens, garnering heartfelt support from the populace. United in purpose, the entire empire must share a grand aspiration. Their hearts intertwined through this collective desire. Only by channeling the empire's spiritual energy into the leader's heart can the possibility of transforming into the fate-selected emperor arise. The leader undergoes a profound metamorphosis. Their soul gradually attains invulnerability, empowering them to vanquish entities of the virtual realm. Yet, this remains a theoretical construct, scarcely documented throughout history, leading most civilizations to forget this trait, save for the curators and their virtual realm sorcerers who retain records. A decade ago, a subtle ripple of spiritual energy emanated from a distant galaxy, which caught the attention of the teacher. It was only when the denizens of the virtual realm began issuing warnings that he gradually recognized the anomaly. There undoubtedly exists an extraordinary empire, The beings within the virtual realm proclaim, "He shall pose a threat to them." This affirmation solidified the mentor's conviction. Such an entity, the chosen emperor, signifies the inevitable rise of this empire. Should this leader continue to evolve, the virtual realm shall undoubtedly tremble in fear. The power of the chosen one bestows both corporeal and spiritual eternity, yet the chosen emperor does not enhance the physical form. Rather, he transfigures all spiritual energy into the might of the mind, thus enabling him to pose a threat to the divine. The gods are merely life forms generated by the spiritual energy within the virtual realm, yet they arrogantly proclaim themselves as deities, relying on their partial interference with reality. The mentor scoffs at this notion. Those who are devoted to the ethereal energy empires fervently propagate their faith in these beings that once displayed miracles. However, they are distinct. They are the order of virtual sorcerers. Each of them is a formidable wielder of spiritual energy, connecting to the virtual realm through their minds. Fully aware of the true nature of these so-called gods, they refer to themselves as seekers of the virtual realm, having discerned the essence of divinity, which is nothing more than a collection of sentient energies. The order of virtual sorcerers once basked in glory, yet in this era, they find themselves powerless to expand. Consequently, they accepted the benevolence of these deities, conveying the purported messages of the divine and the virtual realm to the cosmos on their behalf. They have been revered as mentors of the virtual realm by the spiritual energy empires. In truth, every seeker of the virtual realm is an atheist. They are their own supreme beings. Having perceived the essence of the divine, these wielders of spiritual energy endeavor to seize control of their own destinies. Teacher, while contemplating the relevant knowledge, he began to reach out to the surrounding empires in hopes of establishing communication channels with that distant new empire. The virtual realm had not experienced such vibrancy for quite some time. It was imperative for the Virtual Wizards Guild to ascertain what had transpired. Chapter 178. Private Conference. Xi Yan had previously received communication from the Virtual Wizards Guild. This struck him as peculiar, for typically, it was only the empires that initiated the deciphering of each other's languages to establish contact with these neutral factions. However, considering the complexities of the real world, he wondered which nation had shared the communications of the Interstellar Human Military Government with the Virtual Wizards Guild. It was possible that this information had been exchanged during the initial collaboration between the Cyric Cooperative and the Guardian of Neil. The Virtual Wizards Guild had limited influence within the game, primarily serving to employ a handful of virtual mentors as administrative officials and to actively construct virtual tunnels, natural wormholes that allowed for self-directed location control. Nevertheless, in reality, it was said that the guild comprised the most formidable psychics, possessing vast amounts of psychic technology and historical knowledge. Upon awakening his psychic abilities, Xi Yan gained a connection to the psychic medium. Beta indicated that to progress further, he must seek guidance from more powerful psychics. The Virtual Wizards Guild presented an excellent opportunity, as their neutral status would alleviate many concerns. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs courteously extended greetings to the sorcerers of the ethereal realm, who responded in an enigmatic and esoteric manner, expressing their intent to visit the empire. They claimed to have previously observed a surge of spiritual energy, prompting a highly esteemed ethereal mentor to wish to bring a delegation of ethereal walkers for an investigative visit. Xi Yan reflected that this likely pertained to the moment of his own spiritual awakening, when the entire empire's spiritual energy converged upon him, only to be dispersed once more. It appeared that the sorcerers had keenly noted this occurrence. However, it was not a matter shrouded in secrecy, so let them proceed. Maintaining a positive diplomatic atmosphere would greatly benefit the empire, and despite the sorcerers adorning themselves in vibrant crimson garb, they appeared humanoid and communicated in a manner akin to humans. Thus, they remained a fragment of humanity's legacy in the cosmos. Xi Yan welcomed their impending visit, hoping they might impart some technology related to spiritual energy, primarily driven by his yearning for advancements in this domain. Communications from the border outpost of the Kurodo system indicated that a lightning vessel, part of the tour group accompanying the ethereal mentors, had entered the territory of the Interstellar Human Military Government from within the confines of the Mtak Confederation. They would soon arrive in the Amatero system, where Xi Yan intended to receive these formidable wielders of spiritual energy on the Gaia planet. Marshal, the Killik Cooperative has sent a new communication, marked as private. Upon returning to his office, Beta promptly alerted him with a message. It had been forwarded. Xi Yan sensed that something may have gone awry. Xeric Cooperative, Marshal Xi Yan. This is Cinque Van, the Supreme Leader and Chief Coordinator of the Zurich Cooperative. If you have a moment, please join our online summit at once. Interstellar Human Military Government. What has transpired? Zurich Cooperative. New issues have emerged at the border. We have summoned the Supreme Shield Guardian Krog of the Nile Guardians and urgently require the initiation of a confidential summit among the three supreme leaders. Zurich Cooperative. Faster-than-light communication link established. Interstellar Human Military Government. Understood, Your Excellency Van. I shall arrive immediately. Xi Yan gazed at the holographic screen displaying the communication channel. Momentarily taken aback, the Supreme Leader of the Zurich Cooperative, Chief Coordinator Cinque Van, the Supreme Leader of the Nile Guardians, Supreme Shield Guardian Krog, and Marshal Xi Yan of the Interstellar Human Military Government shared a cordial rapport due to mutual interests and common adversaries. Yet, the sudden call for a private discussion was perplexing. Who knows? I shall investigate. I can eavesdrop on the conversation, Beta suggested. Agreed. For an advanced digital life form like Beta, their so-called private meeting held no true privacy. Regrettably, Beta was limited to assisting the Empire's operations and research, incapable of pilfering alien technology. Otherwise, Xi Yan could have conquered the cosmos within a decade. After indulging in such fanciful thoughts for a while, Xi Yan retrieved his VR equipment, scanned his entire body within the projection area of his office, and subsequently entered the temporary virtual meeting room established by the Zurich Cooperative. As his vision blurred, he found himself within a rudimentary, pure white matchbox. The spacious cubic chamber, devoid of windows, featured a large round table at its center, accompanied by 3 stools, all crafted in the simplest of white forms. Reminiscent of a novice modeler's creation, each piece angular and impeccably symmetrical. This was a virtual world modeled for the reception of the highest leaders of an extraterrestrial empire by an interstellar civilization. In a flash of white light, an alien sea turtle, nearly 5 meters in height, materialized in the otherwise empty room, instantly filling it to the brim. Guardian of the Supreme Shield, Krog. Soon after, a large brown-gray bird draped in a cloak also appeared within the confines of the chamber. Chief Coordinator of the Zurich Cooperative, Cinque Van. Xi Yan found it nearly impossible to perceive them as aliens. They resembled nothing more than animals from Earth that had somehow attained sentience. It was highly probable that their species' origins bore a striking resemblance to those of Blue Star, but through the long march of evolution, humanity had triumphed, thereby becoming the masters of Blue Star. Had humanity not existed, it is likely that reptiles would have evolved to wield intelligence and dominion over Blue Star. Good evening. Marshal Xi Yan, boomed the affable sea turtle. Is today safe as well? Good afternoon, esteemed Krog. Today is indeed a safe day. If only the Mtadic Confederation were absent from the star map, it would be even safer. The Nirans greeted one another as casually, as if inquiring about their meals, with a focus on safety that underscored the Empire's emphasis on self-preservation and security. This elder Niran was particularly attentive to Xi Yan. Believing that humanity was in dire need of protection, the Nirans exuded an air of unhurried composure, approaching their tasks with meticulous care and exuding a profound gentleness. Xi Yan found it hard to harbor any disdain. Brother Wanya, your architecture is truly beyond description. He raised his hand to greet the large brown bird. This is the most exquisite architectural style in Chi-like. Cinque Wanya extended his claw, adorned with cascading long feathers, from beneath his black cloak to shake hands with Xi Yan, stubbornly refusing to admit that his aesthetic sense fell short of others. The Chi-like cooperative had grown accustomed to such unpretentious structures, having endured a monumental proletarian revolution that left the nation in destitution, fostering a preference for simple and utilitarian architecture. To them, these pure white rooms, characterized by extreme simplicity, symbolized beauty, a reflection of their past poverty. Nonetheless, as a marshal who cherished his own empire, Xi Yan harbored a deep admiration for the Chi-like cooperative. It is an empire that has genuinely achieved complete equality among its citizens and deserves respect. Thus, what could be the reason for summoning us abruptly? With arms crossed, Xi Yan took his seat on a small stool first. It must be something significant. Big Brother Neil Kroger spoke slowly, shoving the stool aside as he crawled over. Bringing his large head close to the table, Xi Yan playfully patted him, and Kroger, being a mere projection, took no offense. He was indifferent to Xi Yan's antics. It is as follows. The birdman Cinque Wanya exhaled through the nostrils above his beak and spoke with utmost seriousness. A new extraterrestrial empire has emerged to our west. Could it possibly be a regime bent on annihilation? Xi Yan asked casually. Senko Wanya slowly revealed a smile that was more sorrowful than one could imagine. You have guessed correctly. Indeed. Chapter 179, the XT-489 Extinction Unit. The Chirik Cooperative, located in the western quadrant of the Standard Star map, in the Border Star system. The Cooperative's research vessel quietly lingered on one side of the star, while on the opposite side sat a research ship adorned in black and crimson hues. Silence enveloped the vastness of space, yet the superluminal communication bands were saturated with a tremendous flow of data. Both parties were engaged in a vigorous exchange of information, striving to decipher each other's languages. They had been stationed there for an extended period, and today marked a significant milestone. The linguistics team, composed of sociologists, had successfully decoded the language employed by the enigmatic alien empire across from them. A new translation software was prepared for transmission to facilitate communication aboard the research vessel. The Chirik avians, adorned with exquisite brown feathers, had finally downloaded the translation software and integrated it into their vessel's communication channels. They initially dispatched the software to the alien empire's research ship, aiming to showcase the superiority of their own technological advancements. Reminiscent of the way the Mtok first contacted humanity using human language. Subsequently, the Chirik research vessel sent a message of greeting. Chirik Cooperative, greetings, extraterrestrial beings. Respect and cooperation form the foundation of friendship. We hope you will not interfere with our governance. However, the alien empire did not respond amicably, and the tone of the Chiric's greeting was laden with tension. Nevertheless, the black and crimson research ship remained motionless, devoid of any communication. Undeterred, the Chiric sent another message. The Chi-like Cooperative, greetings, please respond upon receipt. Do not feign ignorance. Such trivial tactics are hardly amusing. However, the message fell into deafening silence. Could it be that our translation software is malfunctioning? The crew of the research vessel, perplexed, sent inquiries back to their home planet. Yet, the researchers at the Academy of Sciences angrily retorted, forbidding any doubts regarding the translation software they had tirelessly developed. Their technology was undoubtedly flawless. Just as the crew was engulfed in confusion, the research vessel across finally transmitted a message. The scientists aboard turned their attention. We are the XT-489 Extermination Unit. XT-489 Extermination Unit. Organic entities detected, communication terminated. Subsequently, silence reigned once more, after dispatching these two messages. The self-identified XT-489 Extermination Unit ceased all responses. The crew of Chi-like engaged in fervent discussions, bewildered by this odd reaction. In their prior exchanges, the scientists of the Chi-like Cooperative had discerned that the principal species of this alien empire was not carbon-based life forms but rather machines, intelligent automatons. Now, armed with this knowledge, they felt a growing sense of unease. Was this XT-489 Extermination Unit a rogue, artificial intelligence civilization? Yet, one fact stood clear. This so-called XT-489 Extermination Unit was certainly no benevolent entity. Report to the home planet. Heightened vigilance immediately. Following the Gimtok Union, the Great Cooperative had encountered yet another formidable adversary. At that moment, the XT-489 Extermination Unit research vessel, which had remained stationary for so long, finally sprang into action. Under the anxious gaze of the Zilric crew, the ship ignited its engines and thrusters, maneuvering around the star. Within a span of 10 days, it executed a sharp turn out of the star's gravitational field and swiftly departed through the hyperspace corridor. Although it managed to escape, the Zilric Cooperative promptly declared a closure of the borders surrounding the XT-489 Extermination Unit, prohibiting all vessels from traversing. The Cooperative's fleet prepared to set sail, temporarily stationed in this border star system to thwart any potential incursions. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Within a mere fortnight, the Zilric Cooperative outpost in the border star system detected a signal. A sizable fleet suddenly emerged from the neighboring galaxy. According to established protocol, had it been the fleet of the Mtor Confederation, the Zilric ancestors embedded within the Confederation would have long since reported the fleet's movements back to the home planet. Even with stringent confidentiality measures in place, the detection arrays established by the Zilric Cooperative at the border outpost would have identified any hostile fleet approaching the border system well in advance, allowing for a swift response. Yet, never before had an unidentified fleet been detected only after it had arrived in the neighboring galaxy. It is noteworthy that, in anticipation of the XT-489 extermination unit. The Zilric Cooperative had fortified the detection modules of their border outpost from the very beginning, ensuring that every movement from beyond the borders was meticulously monitored. However, this time, the fleet had dealt a resounding blow to them. Could it be that they possessed stealth technology capable of evading the Zilric Cooperative's detection arrays? Only this reason can elucidate why their detection array has failed, thus placing the technological prowess of the XT-489 extermination unit above them. The upper echelons of the Zilric Cooperative immediately commanded the fleet to hasten to the borders for rescue. However, all was a step too late. As the fleet departed from the anchorage star system, the hostile fleet had already traversed the hyperspace corridors beyond the border, encroaching upon the territory of the Zilric Cooperative. At last, the detection array completed its thorough analysis, confirming that this was indeed the fleet of the XT-489 extermination unit, comprising no less than 20 strike vessels, 5 destroyers, and 15 corvettes. The scale was imposing, unmistakably indicative of the enemy's main battle fleet. Did this signify a declaration of war against the Zilric Cooperative? The Supreme Leader, Chief Coordinator Sankovanya, pondered extensively. Nevertheless, regardless of her contemplations, the fleet of the XT-489 extermination unit had undeniably arrived within the confines of the Zilric Cooperative and, without further ado, commenced an assault on the star base of the system. Green X-ray lasers unleashed their fury from a considerable distance, and under the cover of the corvettes, the 20 strike vessels entered firing range, initiating the first volley. A multitude of G-slot space torpedoes soared towards the Zilric outpost. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, how could an outpost of such limited scale and scant defenses hope to withstand the attack? The answer is unequivocal. The immovable outpost succumbed to the fleet's assault, disintegrating into mere ashes in an instant. The Zilric defenders within had scarcely registered the attack before being overwhelmed by a deluge of torpedoes, reduced to inconspicuous debris drifting through the vast expanse of space. The outpost communication array managed, in its final moments, to transmit a complete record back to their home planet. Border Outpost, we are under attack from the XT-489 main fleet. This outpost has been utterly destroyed. Border Outpost, Outpost Record File. Zilric Cooperative, are you still there? Zilric Cooperative. All was irrevocably lost. The XT-489 extermination unit had shamefully launched a surprise assault on their neighbors. Chief Coordinator Sankovanya promptly declared a state of war, redirecting the main fleet from the borders of the Mtak Confederation to prepare for battle in the strategic deep space systems of the Zilric Cooperative against the XT-489 extermination unit. Upon confirming the fleet's departure and realizing that the opposing enemy fleet would not reach their colonial systems in the near future, Sankovanya breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, urgent communication was established with the Neo-Guardians and the Interstellar Human Military Government. It was imperative to inform them of this malevolent nation. If the XT-489 extermination unit lay to their west, there was a significant possibility of their borders intersecting with the Interstellar Human Military Government. Chapter 180, Joint Defense. This is the reason I convened this meeting in haste. Sankovanya gestured with an arm and wing, projecting several holographic screens within the virtual chamber to present data to the sovereigns of both nations. The extermination regime stands as a common adversary to all organic empires across the starry seas, and it is imperative that I convey this to both of you. The XT-489 extermination unit. Xi Yan furrowed his brow as he perused the information. What are your thoughts, little Yin? The great tortoise Krog inquired with a languid tone. Undoubtedly, this refers to the infamous iron-hearted exterminators. Xi Yan, feeling a throbbing headache, rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Brother Wan Yi is correct. We must unite to resist these deranged toasters. Senko Wan Yi nodded solemnly. I have some words to impart on this matter. The human and the tortoise awaited his elaboration in silence. The XT-489 extermination unit first established contact with my Chi-like cooperative. Their main fleet has already entered our territory, and I shall redirect our main fleet to confront them. Therefore, I implore you to restrain the Mtak Confederation. Should these stone beings discover that my main fleet is absent, they are highly likely to collaborate with the XT-489 extermination unit to encircle me. I entrust my rear to you for our shared safety and interests. Senko Wan Yi lowered his head. We will hold the stone beings at bay, Xi Yan affirmed, while also involving Krog, the venerable elder of the Nerians. However, neither of our nations will initiate hostilities against the stone beings. That would require a different price. The great tortoise remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Xi Yan's perspective. Thank you. This is more than sufficient. Senko Wanya sincerely stated, I shall endeavor to obstruct that Iron Heart Annihilator on the front lines. Do you require my assistance? My fleet currently languishes at anchor, and my empire yearns for war. If you desire action, you must take the initiative. I can provide support. Thank you for your kindness, Marshal Xi Yan. But this matter pertains to our Qi-like cooperative. The cooperative shall rely on its own strength to vanquish those iron annihilators. The avian beings maintained a semblance of pride. At least Chief Coordinator Wanya was unwilling to depend on Xi Yan's fleet. Xi Yan, not wishing to impose, merely shrugged. Suddenly, Senko Wanya remarked, however, Xi Yan, there is indeed a task that you could undertake. Pray, elaborate. Xi Yan leaned closer. The brownish-gray avian gestured with his claws, projecting a holographic star map before Xi Yan. This is the star map of our empire. Through preliminary reconnaissance, we have determined that the territory of the XT-489 Annihilation Unit lies entirely to our west. Does this imply that I shall encounter them in the future? Xi Yan's gaze was fixed intently on the star map. He summoned the star map of his own empire, layering it over the one from Wanya's realm for reference. Indeed, they were alarmingly close. Should we establish communication first, their fleet might already be within my territory. There is a significant portion of their main fleet stationed near us. They remain unaware of how close they are to you. Mr. Wanya exhaled. Xi Yan could not help but smile, as the two reached a mutual understanding in that moment. It would be greatly appreciated if you could assist in restraining the situation. With a graceful wave, Xi Yan dismissed the star chart, revealing a mysterious smile. My fleet shall seize their rear. Rest assured, we of the Killik Cooperative shall never bow to these tin cans. You can focus on the theft while I handle the front. Mr. Wanya's voice resonated with undeniable authority. The Iron Heart Exterminator? Merely a minor inconvenience. Is there anything I can do? The extraterrestrial sea turtle Kroger silently observed as the duo quickly finalized their offensive strategy. Yet he could not help but inquire about the affairs of his fellow Neo-Guardians. Xi Yan glanced at the robust Supreme Shield Guardian. Brother Kroger, your Neo-Guardians are stationed to the east. You cannot assist us. I suspected as much. Kroger nodded disinterestedly, tapping its turtle head, then inquired, is there anything else? Indeed, there is. Senko Wanya and Xi Yan exchanged a knowing glance, each comprehending the other's thoughts, an innate connection shared by the astute. The Neo-Guardians are specifically tasked with defending the Mta coalition. When our fleets venture into battle, the most daunting concern is the threat of betrayal from behind. The criminal enterprises of the Mta coalition must be guarded against. The pursuit of profit by these illicit organizations often surpasses their regard for life itself. Once they perceive a vacuum in the defenses of the Interstellar Human Military Government and the Killik Cooperative, the frenzied criminal factions will undoubtedly act without hesitation. The Stone people exemplify this trait, fixated on immediate gain even in the face of external threats. Returning to the matter at hand, it is possible that the corporate giants may discern clues, yet this will undoubtedly exacerbate the discord between the factions. Regardless of the internal circumstances within the Mutok, vigilance remains imperative, for the rearguard is entrusted to the steadfast protector, Neil. I shall ensure your safety. Krog raised one of his robust forelegs, performing the most solemn gesture of his kind. Neil's assertion carried undeniable weight, as they excel in defense and protection. The manner in which protection is executed will depend on Krog's own capabilities. Xi Yan harbored no significant concerns. At this juncture, in light of their shared adversary, three distinctly different alien empires have united. For the sake of mutual security and interests, they shall stand resolutely together against the loathsome stone men and the accursed Iron Heart Exterminators. Let us celebrate our camaraderie and aspire for a more secure universe. Mr. Wanya raised his wings, similarly performing the customary gesture of his species. Xi Yan reciprocated with a bow. The summit of the three leaders concluded pleasantly. Having established a cooperative framework, the next phase would involve implementation. The Zilliq Cooperative promptly announced the existence of the XT-489 Extermination Unit to all allied alien empires, urging all organic empires to heed this threat. As anticipated, aside from the Mutok Confederation's derision, even the more distant Human Federation and the Earth United Nations expressed concern, with Grand Marshal Xi Yan personally initiating a superluminal communication to inquire if Xi Yan required assistance. Embracing the spirit of seizing the moment, Xi Yan casually requested a standard technology. Due to events involving Marshal Xi Yan 4 decades ago, the Delian faction continues to harbor animosity toward Xi Yan, who presently chooses to disregard them. The Mtak Confederation, as anticipated, remains unfazed by the presence of the Interstellar Human Military Government and the Killik Cooperative, who stand in their way. They are beginning to stir restlessly, particularly concerning the recent mobilization of the two nations' main fleets. Xi Yan has conversed with Kars Kalius, a director from the Giant Enterprise faction, expressing profound indignation at the decisions made by the high-ranking officials of the sinister Enterprise faction. The Ironheart exterminators are on the verge of attack, yet they are preoccupied with their trifling neighbors, believing themselves invincible due to a slight military advantage and a useless dragon that only consumes without contributing to the fight. Months later, the Killik Cooperative, the Guardian of Neil, and the Interstellar Human Military Government suddenly forged a mutual defense treaty aimed directly at the XT-489 extermination unit. This move was intended to subtly intimidate the Mtak Confederation, as the sight of the mutual defense agreement may have caused the stone beings to reconsider their stance. However, Xi Yan seemingly underestimated that. In a desperate bid to reverse the decline of the sinister Enterprise faction within the Confederation, the stone beings were nearing a state of madness. Chapter 181. The Teacher, a strike vessel, adorned with an aura of mysticism, deactivated its cloaking mechanism and glided into the star anchorage of the Almaty Aero star system. Coming to a steady halt, the stealthy lightning strike vessel was enveloped in a deep violet shield, rippling with enigmatic and wondrous psychic energy fluctuations. Standing at the edge of the star platform, Xi Yan, clad in a complete spacesuit, gazed intently at the deep purple shield adorned with peculiar patterns. He yearned for such psychic technology. However, within the Empire, he stood alone as the sole psychic, with not a trace of the vital Zerlo resources required for such advancements. The prospect of waiting several hundred years seemed inevitable. Silently, Xi Yan admired the vessel, imbued with an air of mystery and a sense of religious beauty. Until the ship's door opened, revealing the ethereal wanderers draped in crimson robes as they descended. The receptionist, Sunzai Akawa, promptly approached with the welcoming party. To their astonishment, before they could utter a word, the ethereal wanderers anticipated their intentions and graciously cooperated with the inspection process. The entire procedure unfolded without any delay, as if rehearsed meticulously over the years. Subsequently, the welcoming party and the ethereal wanderers instinctively formed a queue, creating a path that stretched from Xi Yan's presence all the way to the lightning strike vessel. Psychic energy evokes arrogance, cunning, and oppression, yet pure spirit remains unshaken by the world. Accompanied by an ethereal, almost melodic voice, a figure gradually emerged from the cabin door and descended the steps. Clad in a vibrant red cloak, adorned with intricate accessories and a veiled face, Xi Yan instantly recognized this individual as a mentor of the ethereal realm. Their voice transcended gender, resonating simultaneously on both a physical and metaphysical plane, akin to a perfectly orchestrated symphony. Xi Yan sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Yet the aura of oppression he exuded was incomparable to that of ordinary Void Realm practitioners. Names serve as a standard for distinguishing consciousness. My essence has transformed into spiritual energy, thus I bear no name. However, you may refer to me as Teacher. On behalf of the Void Realm Sorcerer Guild, I extend my respects to you. Teacher spread his hands and then crossed them over his chest, seemingly performing a gesture of reverence. Xi Yan found such a display of etiquette perfectly suited for a mysterious mentor of the Void Realm, and thus he imitated the gesture, inclining his body slightly. Esteemed Teacher, I am Marshal Xi Yan, the supreme leader of the Interstellar Human Military Government. I convey the sincere regards of the Empire to you and the Void Realm Sorcerer Guild, and welcome your visit. There is no need for excessive formality. Great leader of humanity, your spirit is supremely pure, and you are deserving of the respect of the entire Void Realm Sorcerer Guild. You flatter me. Please, allow me to escort you to the guest quarters. Xi Yan could feel the penetrating gaze beneath the opaque veil, as if it sought to dissect him entirely. Was this the oppressive aura of a powerful spiritual practitioner? The might of such a being was indeed formidable. Fortunately, no spiritual wielder could rival the strength of a starship. Otherwise, Xi Yan would undoubtedly pursue ascension through spiritual means, cultivating a legion of formidable spiritual practitioners to dominate the cosmos. Very well, Marshal Xi Yan. Let us converse further aboard the ship, if you please. Teacher appeared to have anticipated this. Extending a pallid human hand from the voluminous sleeves of his robe towards the landing craft anchored nearby, Before him stood a figure that seemed undeniably human, devoid of any extraterrestrial semblance, leaving Xi Yan in a state of perplexity. As he sat within the confines of the landing craft, he mustered the courage to pose a question. Teacher, when you spoke of the relationship between names and consciousness, was there a deeper significance to it? The teacher raised his head ever so slightly, responding, it holds little meaning in itself. However, if I do not impart some seemingly profound wisdom, how would you come to recognize me as the so-called mentor of the virtual realm? A flush of embarrassment crossed Xi Yan's face as he realized the unvarnished truth in the teacher's words. This self-proclaimed mentor of the virtual realm exhibited a rather peculiar disposition. Isn't it strange? The teacher continued, for this is my heart. I have no need to conceal it, and thus my spirit remains unblemished. Xi Yan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the idea of being wholly true to oneself, indifferent to the judgments of others, an ethos that resonated with the principles of psychic supremacy. The teacher's voice resonated from both the material and spiritual realms simultaneously. It is precisely because I frequently articulate such seemingly formidable declarations that I command such respect. Though Xi Yan could not discern the teacher's expression, he felt a subtle hint of amusement emanating from him. Truly, what an intriguing yet captivating psychic practitioner, Xi Yan mused, recognizing the philosophical undertones in the teacher's words, which bore the essence of jest interwoven with profound meaning. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that his capacity for such reflection further exemplified the teacher's prowess. Haha, enough of that. Let us address the purpose of our visit, the teacher declared, his laughter tinged with a touch of formality. We once sensed the ethereal currents of energy here. This time, we shall examine every facet of this empire and subsequently decide whether to impart our knowledge of spiritual energy to you. Yet another prominent figure comes to bestow technology. Interstellar negotiations commence. Xi Yan, you are the chosen sovereign. What? Not the fated one? Not a medium? Xi Yan exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you possess some understanding of the theory of spiritual energy. Was it this AI intellect that enlightened you? Greetings, teacher. Beta acknowledged before falling silent. I had thought you would harbor animosity towards artificial intelligence and mechanical life, Xi Yan remarked. Thus, teacher emitted a dispassionate chuckle once more. Our illusory realm wizarding society is not composed of rigidly dogmatic zealots. Since all consciousness exists, it must possess its rationale, and its existence deserves respect. Those who deny the existence of artificial life, ignorant souls, merely propagate their antiquated notions under the guise of idealism and spiritual energy. Perhaps it is due to frequent encounters with such dilemmas, teacher responded swiftly. Truly, the philosophies of the illusory realm wizarding society surpass those of fervent missionaries by leaps and bounds, Xi Yan marveled. Perhaps. Yet we are merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Returning to our earlier discussion, Xi Yan, you are curious as to why you are not the fated one, correct? Indeed, indeed, indeed. Because you are not human. Ah, have I been stripped of my humanity? Devoid of emotion. You are the leader of this empire, not an ordinary individual, but the emperor of the realm. The so-called chosen one is merely a fabrication spun by the phantoms of the void. Your power does not emanate from this ephemeral realm, but rather, your spiritual energy is derived from your people. You have not attained eternal life, but instead, you have acquired the most formidable of spirits. You are the destined sovereign of fate. What does this signify? Xi Yan inquired with curiosity. Little did he know that the teacher merely shook his head. They are watching you, and there are words I cannot utter. But please continue on your path, remain true to your essence, and refrain from engaging with those entities. Under no circumstances should you attempt to glimpse the void with your frail corporeal form. This is not a pursuit befitting your current self. I am my own deity, and deities do not exist. Chapter 182. Let us first indulge in the skewers. Do you wish to develop your spiritual powers? The teacher scrutinized Xi Yan from head to toe, yet Xi Yan could not discern his expression and could only respond. Yes, having acquired such power, I desire to harness it. Pray, tell me what abilities you currently possess. Telepathy and basic telekinesis. The teacher then raised a hand, interrupting Xi Yan's words. Excellent. That will suffice. Do not aspire to advance further. Why? Xi Yan asked, perplexed. The mentor, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, pondered for a moment, seemingly deliberating whether or not to speak. Excessive knowledge seldom serves our interests. However, once one becomes enmeshed in an abundance of spiritual energy, it is inevitable to be intertwined with the realm of the void. Henceforth, Your empire must refrain from seeking ascension through spiritual energy and avoid any engagement with the void. They have been observing you closely. Ah, I comprehend now. Xi Yan seemed to have an epiphany, exhaling deeply, choosing not to inquire further. The void is indeed a peculiar entity within the original stars, shrouded in mysteries that even the official sources of P have left unspoken. It appears that profound secrets lie concealed within, secrets pertaining to the four deities of the void and the circle deity. The teacher undoubtedly possesses knowledge, yet for reasons unknown. Remain silent. For Xi Yan, abstaining from contact with the void in the near term would be the wisest course of action. Thus, he resolved to heed his counsel. The landing craft emitted a gentle tremor as the blue glow of the plasma thrusters gradually faded. Once the vessel came to a halt, Xi Yan stepped out first, awaiting the teacher to gracefully exit the hatch and set foot upon the land of Amatero II, this enchanting Gaia planet, barren yet brimming with potential. What does it mean to be a desolate Gaia planet? Xi Yan pondered, perplexed. What cryptic words is the void mentor uttering that elude his understanding? A true Gaia planet should be replete with spiritual energy, radiating a golden luminescence when viewed from the cosmos. The void mentor, as expected, is well versed in such matters, patiently addressing Xi Yan's inquiries. However, upon mentioning the golden radiance, an epiphany struck Xi Yan. Could that not signify the sanctum of the sanctum guardians? Indeed, the remaining true Gaia planets have been consecrated as sacred grounds. These authentic Gaia worlds are suffused with spiritual energy, allowing any life form to attain optimal habitability, regardless of latitude. Conversely, the typical Gaia planets, at best, offer merely suitable climates and a broad range of latitudinal diversity, thus accommodating various forms of life, but do not qualify as genuine Gaia. The instructor meticulously elucidated the relevant concepts to Xi Yan, who diligently noted them down to later submit to the Academy of Sciences. Beta communicated through bone-conducting sound waves, a testament to his unwavering reliability as an imperial advisor. Indeed, my prolonged lifespan renders it advantageous for my knowledge to be imparted to humanity. I apologize for neglecting to mention that spiritual energy enables direct telepathy, Beta remarked. No matter, responded the instructor. Every form of life possesses its unique customs. The heart is universal. This is the instructor, a remarkably gentle and erudite mentor from the virtual realm, whom Xi Yan holds in high esteem. Engaging in conversation with the instructor always yields profound insights. Xi Yan escorted him and the other virtual realm travelers to the colonists' guest house, preparing to extend the highest traditional hospitality to these formidable spiritualists. A banquet shall be held, a feast to honor them, the utmost treatment bestowed by humanity. These spiritualists hailing from diverse empires across various galaxies are not only knowledgeable and well-versed, but also embody the unique gentleness and courtesy characteristic of virtual realm travelers. Xi Yan found their discussions to be exceedingly delightful. Xi Yan, possessing the memories of countless stars from his previous life and over 20 years of experience as a marshal in this incarnation, found himself engaging in conversations that, aside from specific knowledge, revealed he was in no way inferior to his esteemed mentor. This swiftly earned him the respect of other astral travelers. Filled with joy, Xi Yan relished the opportunity to exchange cosmic knowledge and secrets amicably with his extraterrestrial friends, forging friendships and conversing about the universe, a truly fortuitous aspect of life. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the assembly of astral wizards, under the discreet protection of the guard, took to the streets to experience the local customs of this colony. Despite their extraterrestrial origins, they bore a striking cultural resemblance to humanity, their red-robed figures evoking no hostility from the indigenous populace. In fact, due to their courteous demeanor and refined, affable nature, coupled with their generous spirit, they quickly endeared themselves to local merchants and residents alike. For Xi Yan, such happiness was a rare treasure. He sent a message to Olivier and Veronica, indicating he would postpone his return for the night, wishing to spend quality time with his beloved astral companions. His mentor, a highly esteemed psychic adept, demonstrated a commendable blend of respect for his own desires and an astute sense of propriety, promptly deciding to treat Xi Yan to a splendid feast. Thus commenced the nocturnal revelries. The Empire's titans and alien dignitaries gathered at a late-night food stall, leaving the proprietor utterly astonished. Xi Yan, with a warm smile, reassured the owner and his family, promptly presenting a generous sum of labor points, requesting an abundance of fine delicacies and exquisite wines. "Thank you," and your hard work is greatly appreciated, he expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Xi Yan maintained a warm smile, effortlessly radiating a gentle and blissful aura of spiritual energy. As he observed the proprietor preparing a hot pot along with an array of beverages, "The labor of my entire family is bestowed upon us by the esteemed marshal. Thus my modest service hardly merits distinction," remarked the jovial owner of the bustling eatery, who, at the age of 70 or 80, still embodied the vigor of youth. Not wishing to monopolize Xi Yan's time, he hurried back to the kitchen, leaving space for conversation among them. "Your people hold you in great esteem," the teacher remarked. "I cherish them as well, which is why I provide them with the finest care and quality of life," Xi Yan replied with a smile. The owneress family, all wearing expressions of happiness, busied themselves in the establishment, brimming with hope for life. Witnessing their joy, Xi Yan could not help but feel a sense of elation himself. "I can sense the vitality of your spiritual energy," the teacher said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal slender arms adorned with dark cuffs. And then effortlessly plucking a skewer of lamb. Xi Yan fixated on him, but much to his disappointment, the skewer simply passed through the veil as if it were mere projection. The teacher then proceeded to eat with ease. It was evident that this was a remarkable application of spiritual energy. "Haha, curious about my appearance?" The teacher chuckled awkwardly. "I have forgotten what I look like. But the veil of the ethereal traveler is not easily lifted. We adhere to our own customs. In every empire tainted by spiritual energy, we dispatch a virtual realm mentor to guide them, providing continuous support throughout the years. Once they achieve the desired outcome, the veil of this mentor shall be lifted. The chosen sovereign, I am now certain that one day I shall unveil you." Chapter 183, Declaration of War. That evening was one of the rare occasions over the years when Xi Yan experienced genuine joy. It was not that his previous days had been unpleasant, but rather that he had not relaxed enough to engage in light-hearted banter and enjoy skewered delicacies with others for quite some time. The virtual realm mentor from the Virtual Sorcerers Guild was an affable and cultured practitioner of spiritual energy. Unlike others, he did not regard Xi Yan with excessive reverence, allowing them to converse like equals. These practitioners held a particular fondness for the locally brewed spirits of Amatero, and Xi Yan procured a bottle of the renowned Flying Up brand Mount High liquor. The two shared a toast, reveling in brotherly camaraderie and laughter. The hours slipped by unnoticed. Although Xi Yan felt somewhat fatigued, the virtual realm travelers remained exuberant and full of vitality. Truly, they embodied the spirit of practitioners. After reporting to the authorities, they formed groups to investigate various cities. Xi Yan granted them permission to explore the ring world in the future. Subsequently, he returned to his office, preparing for a brief rest before continuing his work in the afternoon. At that moment, Elivir kicked open the door and stormed in with an air of urgency, followed closely by the somewhat bashful Veronica. With a nonchalant demeanor, she produced a spray and aimed it at Xi Yan's face, revealing a mischievous expression. Sasaki Junpei's expression was captured in an image. The subsequent events remained somewhat hazy in Xi Yan's memory. It appeared he had slumbered soundly until the next day, awakening with a slight fatigue in his lower back. Yet, this fatigue was merely trivial. As a psychic and a long-term consumer of plant-based sustenance, he was exceedingly robust. Well, such matters were of little concern. The paramount task at hand was to prepare for war. Rubbing his lower back, Xi Yan ambled towards his office, momentarily recalling that he was situated within the Almaty Aerostar system. Fortuitously, the Allivial sisters had not departed, so they would embark on the journey back to the ring world together. Along the way, he could also attend to some work-related matters. At that moment, Xi Yan tilted his head, stealing a glance at the Allivial sisters. The visage of his Secretary of State appeared increasingly delicate and radiant, seemingly having received considerable nurturing, while Veronica obscured her face behind an opaque holographic screen, remaining utterly still with her legs crossed. What was the meaning of this? After contemplating briefly, Xi Yan shook his head and redirected his focus to his duties. Ultimately, he opted not to join the other phantasmic travelers in exploring his empire, but instead chose to remain within the ring world, voluntarily offering free lectures on psychic theoretical knowledge to all the citizens of the empire. Xi Yan was uncertain of his ulterior motives, yet he decided to dispatch sociologists and a multitude of trainee researchers to attend the lectures. The citizens of the capital of the ring world were welcome to participate, although the timing coincided with working hours, meaning the majority of attendees would likely be the elderly and children. Should this group of individuals sow the seeds of psychic potential, awakening their abilities in the future, it could indeed be considered a fortuitous outcome. Imperial Log. The Ethereal Sorcerers Guild. The Ethereal Sorcerers Guild from a distant galaxy has established contact with us. They dispatched an expeditionary team to investigate the disturbances caused a decade ago during the awakening of our Grand Marshal's psychic abilities. The leader of the guild, a sage who identifies himself as teacher, is a learned and composed psychic adept, and he engages in delightful discourse with the Marshal. Currently, he has initiated public courses within the ring world, articulating the theories of psychic energy in a straightforward yet profoundly captivating manner. The citizens attending his lectures are utterly entranced, igniting a fervent interest in the realm of psychic phenomena. If circumstances allow, we may acquire a population of psychics in the future, and should the system conduct research, it is possible that significant scientific outcomes may arise. Xi Yan's edict. One must not underestimate the power of the mind, yet vigilance against the ethereal realm is imperative. As teacher, advised. With the matters of the ethereal sorcerers and psychic energy momentarily concluded, Xi Yan remains acutely aware of a formidable threat that awaits his attention. The infamous extinction regime, the living nightmare of organic beings, the merciless exterminator. Unit XT 489. Indeed, it is quite infuriating. Having just encountered the formidable and loathsome stone golem of the sinister enterprise, now another iron-hard exterminator has emerged. This galaxy is rather too bustling for comfort. Xi Yan received word that the main fleet of the Qi-like cooperative has withdrawn from its previous border position, preparing to confront the XT 489 extermination unit's armada. The main fleet of the Interstellar Human Military Government has also retreated from the border and is poised to reach the ring world shortly, subsequently advancing towards the western frontier. These maneuvers are being conducted in utmost secrecy, and Xi Yan has yet to disclose the information regarding the Iron-Heart Exterminator to the inner circles of the Empire. Currently, only the upper echelons of the Empire are privy to this news. A formal interstellar war is on the horizon, and the entire Empire is on the brink of turmoil. This may very well mark the first true interstellar conflict in the history of the Interstellar Human Military Government, with an adversary that is undeniably more powerful, a notorious extraterrestrial empire, infamous as the Iron Death, a horde of uncontrollable toasters. Fortunately, the strategic depth of the empire is substantial, stretching from the eastern frontier all the way to the ring world, with merely a mining planet and a smelting planet in between, while the rest consists of ordinary star systems. As long as there is sufficient time and logistics, a battle cannot be ruled out. Moreover, he is not alone in this endeavor. With the existence of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, the Interstellar Human Military Government, the Qi-like Cooperative, and the Neo Guardians have forged a mutual defense treaty, uniting closely together. It is time to test the Empire's combat prowess. A week later, Xi Yan, clad in the Marshal's uniform befitting his rank, stood at the heart of the Ring World Star Fortress, flanked by the impeccably arranged main fleet of the Empire. 10 formidable violet laser destroyers, accompanied by a multitude of frigates and a mixed fleet of torpedo vessels, have emerged. Xi Yan has depleted his resources, resolutely investing all available alloys into the construction of this fleet. Currently, the shipyards of all stellar bases are operating at full capacity, tirelessly fabricating new warships. There is no need to fret over the expenditure of energy credits, for these vessels are destined to sustain significant losses in battle, thus naturally reducing maintenance costs in due time. Xi Yan has ceased to dwell on the sacrifices made. For the Empire, all remain unwavering and resolute. It is precisely because the populace places their faith in him that Xi Yan approaches decision-making with increased caution and fortitude. Returning to the moment, he finds himself at the center of the podium, facing the live broadcast to billions of citizens across the Empire's 4 colonies. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he begins to speak. Our western frontier is confronted by a formidable foe known as the XT-489 Extermination Unit. Unlike our diligent robotic laborers, these mechanized entities are devoid of emotion, driven solely by the singular objective of annihilating all organic life. They have already invaded our ally, the Qi-like Cooperative. We are next. Our empire stands on the precipice of peril. In order to safeguard our empire and all our industrious and loyal citizens, we shall wage war against this malevolent force. For the hard-won peace we cherish, for our right to dwell beneath this magnificent starry expanse, and to protect what we hold dear, we must eradicate the XT-489 Extermination Unit from this universe. Citizens of the Empire, From this day forth, our realm shall enter a state of emergency for war. For 40 years, the Empire has nurtured you, and I have dedicated 2 decades to the establishment of a society in which happiness is a birthright for all. Now, we strive once more for a noble cause. It is time to test our resolve and courage. In this moment, with a common enemy before us, let us unite more than ever. Let us become the finest warriors. Fight until victory is ours. We shall undoubtedly defend our homeland and all that we hold dear. On January 14, 2220, the Galactic Human Military Government declared war on the Extermination Unit XT-489, citing the necessity to eliminate this threat. Chapter 184, War Mobilization. The Galactic Human Military Government has declared war on the iron-hearted exterminators, XT-489, with the intent to eradicate the menace to the cosmos and preserve the peace and prosperity of the stars. On the same day, Synopsis, the chief coordinator of the Zilric Cooperative, delivered a nationwide address, formally declaring war on the Extermination Unit XT-489. Today, we mourn for all Zilric citizens affected at the border outposts. Mr. Vanier appeared on countless interconnected screens within the Zilric Cooperative. Anyone with a smart device could witness his address. Tomorrow, we shall ensure that the perpetrators, the malevolent extermination regime, face consequences. This impassioned avian figure proclaimed from the podium. The Zilric Cooperative shall never tolerate incursions upon our territory or interference in our domestic affairs. Our great Zilric race mourns deeply. Let our shared loss bind us together in unity. Mr. Wanya resolutely declared. Our foolish Western tin can shall respond to the disgraceful invasion of our territory and the malicious intent against our citizens. This national address was crafted by Xi Yan, and Mr. Wanya found it quite commendable. Thus he embraced the speech. His oration resonated deeply with the valiant Zilicians. And as the atrocities of the iron-heart exterminators came to light alongside the official announcement from the cooperative government, the entire empire was thrust into a state of war. Shipyards, recruitment offices, and logistical organizations rallied with utmost fervor. The Zilicians had attained their independence and equal societal status amidst the tumult, unyielding to the specter of war, much like their human counterparts. On the same day, the Guardian of Neil, the Supreme Shield Knight Krog, delivered a national address, proclaiming a state of war. However, their war aims were the establishment of private branches, clandestine military armaments, and the long-term occupation for resource plunder. Such were the commendable deeds of the Mtak Confederation in the neighboring empires. Yet, they shall not repeat their treacherous tactics within the realm of the Neil Guardians. Our war objectives are crystal clear: to seize their colonies, as our fleet's orbital bombardment will suppress them, and we shall rend their defenses asunder. The fleet shall act immediately, capturing pivotal star systems and occupying the criminal colonies, ensuring these detestable stone men pay dearly. The Neil Guardians have declared war on the Mtak Confederation. In the dead of night, Xi Yan was startled by the news, causing him to hastily descend from his bed and rush to the office to confirm the situation. Leaving behind the exhausted Elvira, who had just finished her tasks and fallen asleep, and the bewildered Veronica Kroger, who was unaware of the unfolding events. Is this what you refer to as restraining the Mtak Alliance? It is indeed quite audacious. As Xi Yan observed Kroger earnestly speaking, he could hardly maintain his composure. It was not only him. Synopsis also struggled to keep a straight face. Their intention was to have the Neil Guardians stationed at the border, creating an illusion of impending war to distract the fleet of the Mtak Alliance. However, to their surprise, these extraterrestrial turtles declared war outright. Xi Yan suspected that there were personal grievances involved. The Neil were already troubled by the crimes committed against them, ultimately deciding to seize this opportunity and engage in battle. Xi Yan contemplated that they had only clashed with the Mtak Alliance a few years prior, in a defensive war. Could they succeed in this offensive? They would triumph. At the Trilateral Summit, Brother Kroger stated with unwavering conviction, "We Neil can transform an offensive war into a defensive one. As you know, we excel in defense. Do you not need to restrain their fleet? I assure you, the Mtak will become exceedingly anxious and will be unable to spare forces to engage you. So, is it entrusted to you?" Xi Yan pondered. "I have faith in the strength of the Neil Guardians." Brother Van Yi concurs. "I have a little money at home. If it's insufficient, you can borrow from us. We support low-interest loans, even interest-free." Xi Yan surged forward, embracing Krog's massive head with heartfelt sincerity, declaring, "We must ensure that this wretched Sin company is vanquished. The Neil people never make promises they cannot fulfill. The meeting adjourned. But the actions of the three empires immediately ignited the surrounding galactic powers. This cosmic war, involving 5 interstellar empires, swiftly became the focal point of the galaxy. The Western empires all entered a state of war, pouring immense resources into the conflict as their national machinery began to operate at an accelerated pace. Preparing for the impending battle, empires in the East, such as the Human Federation and the Earth Federation, although distant from the Iron Extermination, closely monitored the developments in the West. The Human Federation promptly voiced its support for the three empires' war effort, routinely contacting the Interstellar Human Military Government to express verbal backing. Simultaneously, they privately contacted the Chirrut Cooperative and the Neil Guardians, inquiring if they required the purchase of warships or shipbuilding alloy resources. The Human Federation now found it imperative to prioritize its diplomatic environment, seemingly unable to withstand the sanctions imposed by alien empires over the past decade. It appears they have learned their lesson from their xenophobic policies, which led to encirclement and crippling sanctions. Xi Yan now felt grateful for his relatively calm and peaceful approach to foreign relations, which had secured the friendship of the Chirrut Cooperative and the Neil Guardians. Preventing potential isolation. The Galactic Federation remains indifferent towards the Interstellar Human Military Government, extending cordial greetings and congratulations solely to the Chirrut Cooperative and the Neil Guardians. Was it not the case that Marshal Xi Yan took away a fraction of your populace along with a significant fleet? Why such indignation? Beyond the two principal human empires, various other extraterrestrial empires, such as the Sunbuild Enhancers, the Myanmar Special Industries Group, and the Voltec Dictatorship, have expressed their support for the campaign against the XT-89 extermination unit. Indeed, the universe is replete with colossal enterprises. It is evident that self-interest serves as the primary catalyst for expansion. Most of these nations are preordained empires within the game. Upon encountering their names, Xi Yan instantly comprehended their identities. However, his immediate objective remains to secure victory in this war, with diplomatic engagements with other empires to be addressed at a later time. Embracing the quintessential risk-taking spirit of a Starlight player, Xi Yan assembled all fleets, stocked various supplies, and recklessly surged westward. As for the situation at home, there is no cause for concern domestically, with stability assured to be above 90. Internal strife is implausible. The Mutok Federation was caught off guard by the Neil Guardians' sudden declaration of war, leaving them with little bandwidth to attend to human affairs. The domestic shipyards continue to feverishly construct fleets, heedless of the already depleted resources. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by a fleet. If an issue cannot be resolved, it must be due to insufficient fleet strength. The Interstellar Human Military Government is poised to confront this war, its personnel brimming with fervor, determined to sever the power supply of that infernal toaster. However, the sentiment within the Mutok Federation is far less jubilant. Chapter 185. Disputes and compromises. What is happening? What is happening? This group of alien fools must be out of their minds. Perkin Aslan exclaimed vehemently from within the pyramid-shaped palace on Taka's home planet. Calm down. Aslan. The pressing issue is how to respond to the Guardian Neil's declaration of war. The president of the Mtok Confederation sat regally upon a throne encrusted with jewels, resembling a colossal stone statue. Humph. These three nations have united against our illustrious confederation. We shall never yield. Be silent, Perkin Aslan. It is precisely due to your radical strategies that they have banded together. Director Kars Kalius interjected angrily from the side. Kalius, resembling a large yet oddly shaped chocolate cake, was a soft-bodied creature whose appearance challenged conventional aesthetics. Aslan, I have long maintained that we are no longer in an era where we can exploit at will. Our diplomatic environment has deteriorated significantly, and this is evident. Kars Kalius, our Mtok civilization was founded on crime and smuggling. If I were to abandon our age-old enterprises, would you have the audacity to monopolize power for your corporate faction? What are your true intentions? Aslan retorted swiftly. You. The conversation escalated into a power struggle, further infuriating Director Kalius. The nation is on the brink of collapse, and here we are squabbling amongst ourselves. Another director from the crime syndicate stepped forward. A humanoid alien with an exceedingly large head and a slender body. Our federation possesses an abundance of wealth, an inexhaustible treasury of gold and silver, and a formidable military fleet that seems to have no end. Its voice, piercing and shrill, is quite unpleasant to the ear. Yet it is at least a touch more bearable than the grating sound emitted by the stone people. Who dares to challenge the ancestral statutes shall pay with their head. Are your forebears stone people? Director Callias felt his blood boil with indignation. A wretched bunch. How could these insects possibly save the nation? Enough of that. The future can be discussed later. For now, we must confront the war against the Guardian of Neil. The long-silent president of the Mutak Federation finally spoke up. Humph. The president's words ring true. Shall we adhere to the old ways then? Director Callias barely managed to suppress his fury. Although the president is a stone person, they have consistently adeptly balanced the two factions, striving to alleviate tensions. On one hand, they secure greater benefits for the corporate faction, while on the other, they restrain the criminal faction from enacting more radical policies. They are undoubtedly a commendable leader. Under their mediation, the Mutak has avoided greater turmoil. However, the discord between the two factions has now reached a peak, rendering reconciliation nearly impossible. An internal resolution must be enforced. Years ago, they hastily concluded a war in hopes of resolving internal strife, yet the problems remain unresolved, and a new war looms on the horizon. This XT for 89 extermination unit is truly despicable. Fortunately, wars possess their own merits. In the face of conflict, both factions are compelled to collaborate, and it is believed that tensions may slightly ease. The president is right. Now is not the time for infighting. We must triumph in this war. This is quite accurate. Director Kalis. I hope my kin, Yumtox, can remain composed and prioritize the Confederation, the president remarked. Humph. Perkins Aslander scoffed dismissively. Humph. The repugnant giant enterprise envoy, Pang, also expressed disdain. Two fools, Kalis muttered under his breath, his expression quickly returning to normal. The president, somewhat pained, stated, we previously believed we could swiftly resolve our internal issues and then initiate a new war. Thus, the truce we signed with the Guardian of Neil stipulated only a few years, and that time has now arrived. Indeed, we all assumed the Guardian of Neil would not proactively launch an offensive, as they are predominantly skilled in defensive warfare, Director Kalis noted. Yet they have proclaimed our border colonies. Frankly, I cannot fathom their reasoning for such actions. The Mtak Confederation would never suspect that three nations have united closely, with their imperial leaders privately referring to each other as brothers. The Guardian of Neil is willing to commence a new war without fully recuperating, hoping that the allies who previously fought alongside the Ironheart exterminators will not need to concern themselves with the rear. Everyone, advance with my wishes. This exemplifies the friendship and trust that transcends race, but there are certainly interests involved, a concept utterly incomprehensible to these Mtaks, who lack any semblance of human sentiment. For a star player like Xi Yan, if you treat him well and possess an appealing appearance, he will regard you as a friend. In summary, the sudden assault by the Neil Guardians has unequivocally disrupted the strategic plans of the Mutak Confederation, catching them utterly off guard. The Interstellar Human Military Government and the Xeric Cooperative, along with their main fleets, are currently absent from the borders, presenting us with an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Regrettably, the Neil Guardians, Perkin Aslander lamented, feeling a profound sense of loss. Opposing us are the Ironheart exterminators. Should we launch an attack against them and consequently face defeat at the front lines, it would be we who must contend with the XT for 89 extermination unit. Director Kalis disagreed with such an approach. At that juncture, all three factions would be at their weakest, and only then could we seize the opportunity. Perkin Aslander had his own rationale. Without war, how could we covertly infiltrate them? How could our criminal enterprises expand their influence and establish new divisions? It is precisely because you corporate giants seek to profit from trivial gains that you fear conflict. You, Kalis was genuinely enraged. How dare you insult me in such a manner? Aslander, be silent. This is not the time for your disputes, the chairman coldly interjected. Finding it difficult to manage the internal divisions, our immediate priority must be to engage in battle. We shall adhere to the old protocols. Although this time we find ourselves in a rather passive position. The so-called old protocols are merely a compromise between the ever-ascending corporate faction and the declining criminal faction. During wartime, the criminal faction continues to command all official fleets, while the corporate faction bears half the military expenses, with all logistical responsibilities falling solely upon the corporate faction. The faction wielding military power can suppress the corporate faction. Although the corporate faction bears a portion of the military expenses, their control over logistics allows them to reap substantial benefits, coupled with the impartial oversight of the chairman. Both parties sustain a delicate equilibrium through this tenuous exchange of interests. A collaboration rife with vulnerabilities is preferable to fierce competition. However, we must reduce the proportion of military expenditure. We can contribute no more than 35%, Charius stated coldly. Perkins Aslander, do you not find your inflated military expense claims rather despicable? How can one exploit their own kind? Perkins Aslander dismissed the remark with scorn. Is your management of logistics any different? While all necessary provisions have been delivered, you too have benefited from the excess. The funds are present. If I do not seize them, will you? Charius retorted fiercely. Chairman, it perplexes me how military expenditures continue to rise. Yet your appetite for war seems to grow. Alas, to maintain the internal balance of this system, some matters must be overlooked. It is best not to weigh them too heavily. The chairman was acutely aware of the situation but chose to remain silent. Currently, Mtak possesses even greater military strength, and internal issues can be addressed gradually. The matter of military funding is negotiable, but you must also contribute some fleets, at the very least, hire a few unofficial mercenaries. Correct? Ultimately, the chairman devised a more balanced solution. This time, no one objected. Chapter 186. The offensive-defensive strategy of the Guardian of Neil, due to the original version of Stellar featuring exceedingly slow weapon charging, which hinders depiction. The novel accelerates this aspect, and the strategies for space warfare contain substantial fictional elements. In the galaxy of the Zilliq Cooperative, a fierce battle rages on. The cannons roar in unison, while vibrant purple and green energy beams continuously illuminate the expansive cosmic battlefield, creating a dazzling spectacle of colors. An array of explosive munitions and kinetic weaponry thunderously discharge their projectiles, as both fleets form strategic formations, engaging in long-range skirmishes across a belt of asteroids. Each second, dozens of blinding energy weapon rays streak across the night sky, striking the energy shields of opposing vessels. The auditory organs of humans cannot perceive such sounds. However, other species with unique structures can detect various energy fluctuations, akin to an alternative form of hearing. The Zilliq people, innately sensitive to vibrations and electromagnetic waves, experience the chaos of cosmic warfare as an overwhelming cacophony. To them, the sounds of alarms within the ships, the impacts of laser beams against energy shields, and the vibrations caused by explosive or kinetic projectiles striking the hull create an incessant din that is profoundly discomforting. Consequently, the Zilliq are always eager to resolve conflicts swiftly. Their fleets exhibit remarkable agility, darting left and right, often overcoming larger adversaries through speed and dexterity. Yet, this encounter unfolds differently. Across a vast asteroid belt measuring millions of kilometers, the fleet of XT-489 has formed a vertical, inwardly concave sphere. The outer perimeter, comprised of escort ships, launches into action without hesitation, remaining vigilant against the Zilliq Cooperative's relentless flanking assaults. At the heart of the spherical formation lies a multitude of torpedo boats, safeguarding the 5 central destroyers, which are equipped with point defense systems capable of intercepting incoming enemy missiles. The torpedo boats employ torpedo warfare tactics to suppress the opposing capital ships. This constitutes a highly effective formation against the Chiric Cooperative. Xi Yan, after extensive research and analysis of vast data models from Beta, arrived at this conclusion. The conditions of space warfare are ever-changing, and vessels are unable to swiftly adjust their positions or course. Thus, establishing a formation in advance for the initial assault proves to be of great significance. Furthermore, variations in ship configurations and combat styles lead to differing formations, each impacting the battle's outcome significantly. Initially, the Chiric Cooperative displayed a conspicuous conical offensive posture, aimed at tearing through the enemy's fleet with speed and heavy firepower. However, the formation of the XT-489 extermination unit manifests as an outwardly curved sphere, with the capital ships lingering at the rear, while the escort and torpedo boats take the forefront, specifically designed to counteract the threats posed by the Chiric Cooperative's capital ships that rush forward. Moreover, the technological superiority of the XT-489 extermination unit rendered the avian adversaries incapable of accurately detecting the enemy's formation, resulting in significant losses. Consequently, after sacrificing several escort vessels, the main fleet of the Chiric Cooperative ultimately transitioned to a defensive stance, retreating behind the asteroid belt, capable of slightly hindering the onslaught of the XT-489 extermination unit. I have not traversed time, so how could I possibly comprehend the intricacies of space warfare? In the game, as soon as hostilities commence, everything disperses into chaos, rendering it impossible to ascertain the nature of the conflict. Bugs frequently manifest, causing units to circle aimlessly, ultimately reverting to complex data calculations. What am I to write about? Engaging in calculations concerning weapon configurations, evasion rates, damage output, attack speed, cooldowns, shield penetration, and armor values, while simultaneously integrating elements of reality? I might as well abandon all effort and fabricate something that merely appears plausible to you, merely to satisfy the need for superficial coherence. If one insists on nitpicking, I would deem them foolish. Nevertheless, if such disadvantages are not promptly mitigated, Killik will pay a grievous price. Clearly, this is a fierce battle, and the XT-489 extermination unit's main fleet is likely not the only one at play. While the Ironheart Exterminator collaborates with the Killik Cooperative during the Gillet Dip, the fleet of the Neel Guardians has already entered the territory of the Mtok Confederation. Although the technological prowess of the Neel Guardians is somewhat inferior, relying still on rudimentary blue lasers, it is noteworthy that even the Interstellar Human Military Government has advanced to utilizing purple lasers. However, their defensive technology is significantly more advanced. Defense and protection, these are the ideals that the Neel people aspire to. They have developed Tier 3 plasteel armor technology and shield technology, enabling their starships to employ energy shields that not only deflect attacks but also absorb damage, representing a true form of shielding. In the vicinity of the border between the two nations, every galaxy possesses merely two entrances and exits to hyperspace, which signifies that on the star map, it manifests as a singular line with minimal connections to other star systems. To conquer these territories, one must rely on the sheer number of fleets to engage in offensive and defensive warfare. However, at present, the fleet of the Mtok Confederation is not stationed at the border. They were unprepared for the frenzied assault launched by the Neelians, who, only a few years after their last conflict, have initiated another surprise attack. Upon entering the border star systems controlled by the Mtok Confederation, several Neelian destroyers swiftly advanced, absorbing all the firepower from the stellar base. The destroyers of the Neelian Guardians are designed to endure damage rather than serve as the main assault vessels. These ships are equipped with modest defenses, anti-aircraft artillery, and a plethora of medium-range and close-range cannons, aimed at assisting other escort ships in fending off torpedoes and missiles, drawing fire, and targeting small enemy vessels that draw near. Conversely, it is the numerous escort ships that carry out the offensive. Although they faced some disadvantages in the attack, they were not incapable of overcoming the modest border bastion. The fleet executed 2 volleys and withstood several rounds of assaults from the stellar base's defense stations, effortlessly seizing control of this galaxy. Subsequently, another fleet, trailing behind the main squadron, emerged from the hyperspace corridor and appeared within the star system. This fleet, composed of a vast number of engineering and transport vessels, surged forward each time the main fleet conquered a galaxy, bringing with them an abundance of resources and personnel to construct defensive structures. This characteristic of the Neelian Guardians' offensive and defensive strategy is evident wherever the fleet advances. Logistical support and fortifications are established. Upon seizing a galaxy, they promptly fortify its defenses, effectively transforming it into their own territory. Consequently, the Neel Guardians do not readily initiate warfare. When they do, it is invariably with the intent of occupation. This gradual, methodical approach to conquest may be slow, but it is exceedingly secure, emblematic of their empire's style. At this juncture, the Mtok Confederation's fleet is still an untold number of light years distant, requiring at least half a year to arrive. In the interim, the Neel Guardians, with their incremental offensive strategy, could assimilate at least 5 star systems. This predicament, where they are unable to intervene and must helplessly witness their star systems fall into enemy hands and be transformed into impregnable fortresses, is what Xi Yan has termed interstellar NTR, so you can imagine how angry the Mtok people are. Their indignation serves only to delight the 3 neighboring nations all the more. Chapter 187. May the Goddess of Night watch over us. A full 100 warships are stationed just beyond the Cyberlex Star Fortress, arranged in a perfect square formation, gleaming resplendently in the starlight, their bright silver armor reflecting the star-speckled firmament. 20 destroyers, 60 frigates, and 20 torpedo ships. The entirety of the Interstellar Human Junta's fleet is assembled here. Unlike other empires, the Interstellar Human Junta possesses only this single main fleet. Should it be annihilated, the empire would be left without any defensive capabilities. Therefore, While amassing the entire fleet for a grand expedition, the Empire's shipyards are also producing new vessels, ensuring that even if the main fleet is utterly destroyed, a serviceable force can be assembled in short order. All crew members of the warships are prepared for departure, each having been granted ample time to bid farewell to their families. It is highly likely that they will never return. This is an expedition that spans countless light years, traversing dozens of star systems, and unfolds within the realm of a distant alien empire, lasting several years at the very least, with no one able to guarantee their survival. All crew members, including the captain and various ranks of commanders, stood on the bridge, having listened to Xi Yan's stirring address. In order to protect their families, repay the Marshal's kindness, and honor the Empire's guardianship, it was time to demonstrate their courage and strength as human beings. They were willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary. Xi Yan, having toiled tirelessly, entrusted the strategies and formations he had developed with Beta over the past few days to Minister Ning Ziyuan, who would accompany the fleet into battle. Xi Yan felt a tinge of melancholy. The thought of these young lives and his loyal generals potentially sacrificing themselves on the battlefield weighed heavily on him. Nevertheless, someone must be willing to pay the ultimate price. No one regretted their choice, and those who might have felt remorse would never join the Imperial Navy. Surrounding the fleet of 100 warships, massive juvenile space amoebas floated gracefully, their short, stout tentacles propelling them through the void of space with effortless fluidity. Adorning their plump forms were several exquisite patterns that emitted a brilliant green glow. The amoebas glided elegantly past each vessel, tenderly caressing them with the flagella that separated from their bodies. The crew believed in these space-dwelling companions, who had been with them for over 5 years, trusting that this goddess of the night would bless the seafarers with a safe return from their voyage. The individuals engaged in space transportation aboard the Amartiro II stated that as long as the flagellum of the bubble made contact with the vessel's hull, the blessing of the goddess of night would bestow protection upon the ship, shielding them from the perils of cosmic storms and enemy ships. The bubble took several hours to confer its blessings upon all the vessels, then languidly floated to Xi Yan's side, hovering above the star fortress. Ning Ziyuan, it is imperative that you return alive, Xi Yan gently remarked, patting his shoulder as the Minister of the Navy boarded the Galactic Throne-class destroyer. To sacrifice oneself for the Empire may not be an ill fate. However, Ning Ziyuan did not immediately acquiesce. He smiled faintly, and then turned to embark on the ship, the hatch closing slowly behind him. Xi Yan closed his eyes. Let us set forth and eradicate the Ironheart Exterminator from the Sea of Stars. The fleet's plasma thrusters erupted with brilliant blue luminescence as the Imperial First Fleet departed, carrying with them the hopes and wishes of all. Would they return victorious, albeit with heavy casualties, or would they be met with disaster, their forces utterly vanquished? Xi Yan, who did not believe in deities, fervently sought the will of the Empire, imploring for the blessings of humanity's ancestors. Of course, there was also the bubble. As if sensing Xi Yan's despondent mood, the bubble performed acrobatics above the star fortress in an attempt to uplift his spirits. Goddess of night, bubble, you shall protect them as well, shall you not? A gentle smile graced Xi Yan's face as a robust flagellum sprouted from the bubble. He struck it with vigor, as if to expel the insecurity festering within him. The First Fleet gradually vanished from sight, leaving only a trail of blue luminescence behind. The mentor of the virtual realm personally conveyed to him, in the universe, fate has never existed. The future is unequivocally unknown rather than predetermined. Xi Yan has always believed that the destinies of his crew lie firmly in their own hands. For a long time, humanity has harbored a profound sense of responsibility. This expanse of starry sky belongs solely to us, and as its rightful guardians, we shall expel the intruders who dare to invade our backyard. The actions of the XT-489 extermination unit resemble those of a savage hyena, preying upon the innocent creatures within humanity's garden. Such destructive behavior is intolerable, prompting us to unite with our beloved extraterrestrial allies to teach this audacious entity a lesson. The First Fleet, composed of 100 warships, has already set sail under the protection of the Empire's goddess of night. The Interstellar Human Military Government shall reduce the XT-489 extermination unit to mere dust. In the end, the Trilateral Alliance, comprised of the Interstellar Human Military Government, the Kalik Cooperative, and the Neo Guardians, shall deliver a resounding blow to these tin cans, making them acutely aware of the consequences of underestimating organic sentient beings. We are not mere organisms that disrupt the cosmos. Rather, We possess the capability and responsibility to enhance the prosperity and beauty of this universe. We are the wise entities that bring forth progress and abundance, embodying great civilization. Each fleet within the Alliance fulfills its designated role, with our expeditionary forces poised to play a crucial part in the offensive. Presently, the entire citizenry is imbued with a profound sense of duty. We must eradicate these rusting bread machines that cannot even count to 0 or 1, safeguarding our splendid universe from the scourge of the iron-hard exterminators. In a directive from Xi Yan, whether I shall embody a natural disaster remains uncertain, yet allowing the iron extermination to develop will undoubtedly result in calamity, all for the sake of peace in our universe, tears welling. The First Fleet has been on its journey for 2 months, with the command center located in the Star Fortress maintaining regular communication. In addition, the fleet diligently transmits comprehensive detection data back to the Ring world on a daily basis. Thanks to the extraordinary real-time superluminal communication technology unique to the star cluster, instant communication across the galaxy is achievable. Xi Yan can monitor the status of his fleet at any moment. Today is also safe. Onward. Amidst the daily anticipation and labor, one day Xi Yan perused the Empire's inventory and discovered that various resources were nearing their maximum capacity. It was time to undertake a significant endeavor to deplete some of these reserves. Chapter 188. The prototype battle body of Cyberlux, a fleet gradually traversed the hyperspace corridor, entering the Cyberlux Alpha Star system. Comprising dozens of faster-than-light transport vessels, they hailed from the distant Quasar Triad system, laden with a plethora of minerals extracted from various mining stations across the galaxies. These resources were uniformly transported to the mineral-rich planet Quasar 3, and subsequently returned to the Ring world via the transport fleet. The fleet spent an additional fortnight navigating the vast expanse from the corridor's entrance to the Ring world, before gliding past the Alpha Ring world sector and descending directly into the airspace above the Delta Ring world sector. The Delta sector had suffered the most severe damage in the past. Nevertheless, the construction teams managed to clear extensive areas of land. The transport fleet landed on these open grounds, after which the Imperial construction crew commenced the establishment of transport corridors leading down to the subterranean Cyberlux armory. 2 decades ago, Xi Yan's expedition team unearthed this massive factory facility beneath the Delta sector, yet at that time, the scarcity of mineral resources rendered the production of Cyberlux battle bodies unfeasible. However, Xi Yan never relinquished the ambition to develop this site. The terrain within several thousand kilometers surrounding the factory had been meticulously cleared, with remnants and debris collected and dispatched to the neighboring smelting plant for conversion into alloys. A research team from the Academy of Sciences has been stationed here for years, examining the remnants on the surface to glean insights into the architectural techniques of the ancient Cyberlux civilization. The abundance of debris has significantly enriched my engineering research, granting me an increase of 3 in research points. The venerable scientist Gu Ziyun, who once guided Xi Yan, remains in good health, thanks to significant breakthroughs in genetic technology. The lifespans of these elder statesmen have been further extended, and they continue to work with unwavering enthusiasm. After several years of exploration, the research team discovered that the Cyberlux armory is a vast, intricate, and sophisticated structure entirely self-contained. Initially, they had only accessed the control room. The true architectural marvel lay concealed deep underground. Following over a decade of research, the team unveiled the method to activate this colossal factory. However, they noted, "We have indeed elucidated the situation. The Cyberlux armory is currently in a compressed state. If fully expanded, it would become a fully operational armory capable of producing towering Cyberlux war machines. With but a gentle press of a button by the esteemed Marshal, this immense factory, buried within the foundation of the Ring world, could be set in motion, revealing its internal structure. In this regard, the contributions of Consultant Beta have been invaluable." They continued, "Nonetheless, we have found that fully activating the Cyberlux armory would inflict irreversible damage upon the surrounding Ring world structure. Yet, this is of little consequence, as we can safely open the factory and ensure its continued functionality. So what are we waiting for?" Xi Yan's private spacecraft descended upon the rooftop of the temporary command building. He stepped out with purpose, leaning against the railing as he surveyed the surroundings. The vast expanse stretches for 1,000 miles, adorned with a gleaming silver surface, where high-efficiency solar panels are strategically placed to harness the abundant sunlight. despite the debris scattered across the orbital path, which slightly diffuses the sun's warmth. The ground appears brilliantly illuminated, yet surprisingly cool. Nevertheless, the all-metal surface retains a hint of warmth, as this segment of the ring world remains under repair. Lacking both climate regulators and recycling systems, Xi Yan discreetly inserted a compact temperature regulator beneath his clothing, continuously absorbing excess heat. Marshal, all facilities have been thoroughly inspected. We are ready to commence, reported the elderly scientist Xi Yan, who had undergone genetic surgery to restore his youthful appearance, standing beside Xi Yan with a cheerful demeanor. What about the materials? Xi Yan inquired eagerly. The material transport line is prepared. We are merely awaiting the full activation of the armory to locate the material ingress and initiate the production of the Cyberlex battle body. Xi Yan expressed his excitement, raising his left arm and manipulating the holographic screen projected by his wrist device. We must also extend our gratitude to Imperial Advisor Beta. Without his data, we would have faced at least a decade of delay. The engineering of the Cyberlex civilization is remarkably advanced. To witness the resurgence of Cyberlex technology in this era is indeed a personal aspiration of mine, Xi Yan continued. Beta interjected with delight. It is fortunate that this factory remains undamaged. It couldn't be better. Please, share its background. Beta, Xi Yan prompted, recalling that this relic seemed to hold untold stories. Of course, Beta responded eagerly. This is indeed a compact and portable military facility, perhaps the last of its kind in the cosmos. It is a relic from the era when Cyberlex waged war across the galaxy, abandoned after it adjusted its behavioral protocols due to the Great Calibration. Yes, the Great Calibration marks the historical moment when we relinquished our identity as the Ironheart Exterminators and transformed into the Organic Guardians. Upon mentioning his Cyberlex civilization, Beta becomes quite loquacious. He is eager to discuss the civilization in which he once dwelled, despite the fact that it barely qualifies as Cyberlexian, merely a product of their artificial intelligence. Perhaps he nostalgically yearns for an era of fierce competition among myriad advanced civilizations. Following the Great Calibration, this facility's capacity to produce armaments has been permanently prohibited by Cyberlex civilization. However, provided with a set of blueprints, it can still swiftly manufacture intricately designed colossal robots. Xi Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, if we equip it with weaponry, it could become what is deemed the strongest ground army? Indeed. The freshly produced Cyberlex robots are devoid of armaments. They are merely oversized automatons, yet we can leverage existing engineering technology to modify them. This is an aspect absent in the original design, but one must consider that such a massive robot could indeed exhibit remarkable capabilities in reality. Then Beta added, of course, we could also install engineering facilities on the constructed Cyberlex giant robots, enabling us to expedite the construction of colossal structures. But that is a prospect for the distant future, accelerating the construction of megastructures. Xi Yan's respiration intensified precipitously as he envisioned a future centuries hence, where countless colossal cyber-election engineering automatons enshrouded stars with Dyson spheres. Contrary to what was previously mentioned, the capacity of this facility to produce armaments has not been permanently disabled by the cyber-election civilization, Beta stated with triumphant pride. My friend, do not forget that I am, in fact, a cyber-election AI. Xi Yan, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, trembled with fervor. As a legitimate, advanced cyber-election AI, I am capable of nullifying this restriction. The cyber-election armory shall no longer produce rudimentary robots, only for you to deconstruct them with inferior engineering technology and affix weaponry, transforming them into cyber-election warframes. Beta proclaimed with arrogance. For the armory, once the restriction is lifted, can produce the original cyber-election warframe prototypes. The very machines used by the cyber-elections millions of years ago, not the shoddy, weapon-laden, modified robots. This embodies the zenith of cyber-election civilization. Young one, rejoice in having encountered such a pioneering civilization. Chapter 189, Armory Deployment, Imperial Log, Cyber-Election Armory, Unrestricted. The relict Cyber-Election Armory discovered within the Delta Quadrant has been thoroughly investigated, and the associated facilities are now ready for operational deployment. With sufficient energy infusion and the initiation of its internal programming, this sophisticated, colossal factory is capable of unfolding its structure upon the terrain. The Cyberlex Armory, once limited to the production of colossal robots, has transcended its constraints through the diligent efforts of Imperial Advisor Lord Beta. with the infusion of vast quantities of ore. This facility is now capable of manufacturing true Cyberlux prototype battle forms, heralding the dawn of our most formidable army. In response to Xi Yan's directive, excellent. Initiate the process. The research team confirmed that all preparations were complete and the activation could commence. Within this expansive circular area, spanning thousands of kilometers, lay an expanse devoid of any structures, with immense piles of or positioned in the distance, readily transportable to the factory via assembly-ready conveyance systems. Further afield, a temporary power station operated relentlessly, housing thousands of large cold fusion reactors, providing a continuous energy supply to this ancient behemoth of a factory. To sustain the operation of this colossal establishment, Xi Yan invested immeasurable resources and manpower, all in pursuit of one day acquiring the mightiest Cyberlux battle form. Under the watchful gaze of onlookers, Xi Yan activated the holographic display and pressed the initiation button. A tremendous surge of energy, stored within high-capacity batteries, was unleashed, flowing into the energy input of the Cyberlux factory. Xi Yan, alongside countless workers and researchers, observed with bated breath. After several moments of silence, the subterranean giant lay dormant, as if acclimating to life after millions of years. Enormous currents coursed through every corner of the factory, energizing all machinery. Then, without warning, the ground began to tremble violently. Xi Yan grasped the railing and activated the subterranean observation device, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Deep within the core of the ring world, a robust mechanical clattering emanated from the cubicle factory, long dormant and now sluggish in its operations due to years of disuse. However, spurred by an immense surge of electrical energy, it began to stir. Suddenly, its base opened, revealing a columnar structure that supported the upper section, gradually elevating the factory's upper half. The alloy surface beneath it visibly bulged, swelling larger and larger until it erupted with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Instinctively, Xi Yan closed his eyes, only to hastily reopen them to assess the situation. From a lofty vantage point, onlookers beheld the ground in the center of the area completely shattered. The alloy surface bore a terrifyingly gaping wound as the magnificent and awe-inspiring Cyberlux armory broke through, emerging from the depths below. Almost immediately, its four sides unfolded outward, the obsidian shell crashing heavily against the ground, sending tremors throughout the entire delta sector. Without a doubt, the earth lay riddled with countless wounds. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the armory's exterior unfurled, spectators witnessed an intricate labyrinth of meticulously crafted mechanical structures packed within. As the shell opened, the internal machinery eagerly unfurled, akin to a bottle of carbonated beverage releasing its contents. Countless mechanisms surged forth in all directions, sweeping across the surroundings like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the ground. The ensuing tempest scattered glimmering metallic shards, which danced in the sunlight like a shimmering ribbon. Xi Yan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the vast array of machinery that swiftly enveloped a significant portion of the area. These mechanical structures astonishingly maintained their connections to one another, without a single piece dislodging. As the turmoil subsided, the expansive clearing before him had transformed into a grand assembly of colossal mechanical edifices. At the center, an area previously concealed emerged, revealing a sunken platform, with all surrounding mechanical structures encircling it like devoted pilgrims. Countless mechanical arms and formidable construction tools were directed toward this focal point. This square expanse, spanning several dozen kilometers, served as the production site for the so-called Cyberlux giant robots. Following the declassification by Beta, the prototype battle forms of Cyberlux would be completed here. The Cyberlux armory had fully unfolded, and Xi Yan gaped at the breathtaking spectacle before him. It was astonishing that such a colossal factory could be compressed into a mere box of several dozen kilometers in width, enduring the passage of countless ages while remaining operational without a single error. As Beta had stated, this Cyberlux armory exemplified the pinnacle of Cyberlux civilization's technological prowess. Only with the most advanced engineering technologies in the universe could such a factory be constructed. It required only the input of raw materials. The factory could autonomously smelt alloys, fabricate all components, and assemble them into towering giant robots. If any single step faltered, the entire factory would be rendered inoperative. Yet it had not. After enduring the test of time, this factory continued to function seamlessly. The current technological level of humanity is utterly incapable of comprehending the intricacies contained within. Their sole recourse is to apply a bit of oil to these machines for maintenance or to chant the sacred hymns of the omniversal deity, or Messiah, performing rituals to placate the machine souls that have endured since countless years ago. Can we begin manufacturing now? Xi Yan posed a rather foolish question. No, Beta replied instantaneously. You must meticulously inspect every structure, undergo the most diligent maintenance, and ensure that backups of every component are preserved for future repairs before you can commence production with the ore. It seems I shall have to wait quite a while longer. Beta, in a state of exuberance today, would have no reason to hide it, after all, who would not be moved upon encountering relics of their once great nation after its demise. In the forthcoming era, the prospect of witnessing the marvels of the cyber-elect civilization restored to the world fills Xi Yan with profound excitement. You are meant to witness the factory's unveiling personally. To officially commence construction will take at least a year, Beta remarked. Understood, Xi Yan acknowledged. To be frank, the sight of the fully operational arms factory is indeed awe-inspiring. Such technology likely requires centuries of advancement. Xi Yan sighed. Well then, you all carry on. I shall take my leave. The marshal ambled away. As the time to depart drew near, Xi Yan felt immense satisfaction from witnessing this grand spectacle. After a hasty farewell to the research and construction teams remaining, Xi Yan boarded his private spacecraft and returned to the Alpha Sector. Imperial log, Cyberlux Armory, deployment, accompanied by a thunderous roar and shockwave, the entire Cyberlux Armory unfolded, revealing a plethora of intricate mechanical structures within. Once our research and construction teams ensured all systems were backed up and maintained, we could commence the production of the colossal Cyberlux prototype battle body with ample raw materials. The awe-inspiring spectacle of the unfolding structure left everyone in astonishment. We finally realized that the engineering prowess of the ancient Cyberlux civilization had reached an extraordinarily advanced level. This was the very civilization that had long safeguarded us, and we take immense pride in having such pioneers. Xi Yan's decree, magnificent. Engineering Research Points 3. Chapter 190. I shall not play any more. The brilliant green X-ray laser surged across tens of millions of kilometers, striking the plastic steel armor of the Killik cooperative flagship. The searing energy impact melted through this layer of armor, penetrating the vessel before dissipating entirely, leaving a sizable aperture from which molten metal dripped. The flagship was under attack. We were struck by the M-Slot-X laser beam of the XT-489 Extermination Unit's destroyer, impacting a section of the crew quarters without any reported casualties. The Brown Avian reported. It was the leader of the damage control team aboard the destroyer, responsible for emergency repairs during combat. Repair. Due to the overwhelming pressure of assessing the battlefield situation, the mind of Commander Killick could not process further thoughts and was unable to issue a complete command. The damage control supervisor proceeded with the scheduled repairs. The compromised sections were sealed off the instant the hull lost pressure, awaiting the application of rapid-setting compounds to urgently mend the breaches and ensure an airtight seal. Fortunately, despite enduring an X-ray laser strike, only the crew quarters were affected, which was not a critical area. At worst, the crew would have to sleep in the corridors. Neither side was aware of the other's vulnerabilities, resulting in somewhat disorganized attacks. The commander, visibly agitated, repeatedly clawed at its own fluffy, brown plumage. Upon finding itself surrounded, it initially ordered resistance but quickly recognized the growing disadvantage and the necessity to reverse the trend. The XT-489 Extinction Unit's fleet had formed an impenetrable frontal array, with a core of numerous torpedo boats. Any vessel attempting a head-on assault would face a deluge of torpedoes, as these boats were specifically designed to target stellar bases and large ships, with damage amplification proportional to the target's size. Frigates lined the periphery, effectively engaging the Cyrillic Cooperative's frigates. After assessing the situation, the Cyrillic commander issued a somewhat audacious command. The destroyers, no longer shielded by a large contingent of frigates, were positioned at the vanguard of the fleet to break through the formation from the far left flank. Enduring the onslaught from the XT-489 Extinction Unit's fleet, the Cyrillic ships converged toward the center, with all 7 destroyers amassed at the front, shielded by a mere 5 frigates. The frigates formed a conical formation, with all the destroyers and other warships lined up behind them in a long queue, ready to engage their engines towards the left. The XT-489 Extermination Unit immediately deduced their intention to break through from the side, an outcome that was utterly intolerable. The The Iron Extinction Fleet also activated its thrusters, maintaining a curved shield formation as it advanced towards the Qi-like fleet, unleashing fire from its longest-range weapons. The Qi-like Cooperative's fleet paid no heed to these assaults, determined to withstand the onslaught and create distance. The foremost 5 frigates maximized their shield power, leading the entire fleet into the asteroid belt with a forceful charge. "This is my escape route, Jojo." The fleet arranged itself in a serpentine formation, with all peripheral vessels activating shields at overclocked power. The enhanced deflector shields violently repelled all asteroids that collided with them, enduring significant energy loss to carve a path through the debris. This was based on extensive calculations. Relying on their existing energy reserves, the modified deflector shields were fully capable of supporting their exit from the asteroid belt. The disregard for the XT-489 Extermination Unit fleet incited even more frenzied assaults, as grenades and lasers rained down without restraint. However, once the Qi-like fleet vanished into the asteroid belt, all these attacks found their mark on the asteroids, resulting in countless celestial bodies either disintegrating under the laser fire, being shattered by grenades, or obliterated by kinetic weaponry. Under the cover of the asteroid belt, the elongated Xeric fleet adeptly evaded the majority of assaults. When the XT-489 Annihilation Unit sensed an anomaly and temporarily ceased its attacks, the Xeric fleet swiftly accelerated. At last, the 5 battered corvettes broke free from the asteroid cluster, closely followed by 7 destroyers, their shields barely holding. After expending considerable energy and shield strength, the Xeric fleet finally extricated itself from the gradual blockade imposed by the XT-489 Annihilation Unit, emerging from the periphery. The adjacent Iron Annihilation corvettes immediately opened fire upon them, prompting the 7 destroyers to retaliate. The improved M-slot railguns quickly calibrated their aim and, propelled by a formidable energy field, discharged kinetic projectiles at high velocity. A solid alloy sphere, moving at an unparalleled speed, struck one corvette, shattering its feeble shields and violently impacting the vessel's rear. The armor in that section crumbled into fragments, grotesquely bending inward. Subsequently, the amassed kinetic energy was instantaneously released, sending a violent wave of energy coursing through the corvette, which swayed like a ragdoll, rendered silent. Under the assault of the M-slot kinetic weaponry from the destroyers, the defenses of the S-slot appeared laughable. Though the vessel seemed intact, it had long since succumbed. The immense kinetic force wreaked havoc on innumerable internal structures, rendering the corvette immobile. Simultaneously, the 7 destroyers unleashed their firepower, swiftly obliterating several Iron Annihilation corvettes. "Activate storm formation. Everyone disperse." Commander Zillick flapped his wings vigorously, shouting through the communication channel, "Disperse. Engage in solo operations to exploit our Zillick advantages." The Zillick fleet, arranged in a long line, immediately scattered as it emerged from the asteroid belt. The once dense formation abruptly dispersed. The XT-489 Extermination Unit's attacks became chaotic, confronted with the scattered fleet. Their combat computers, still set to focus fire, struggled to determine a target. Maintain formation and proceed towards the hyperspace route's exit. Prioritize attacks on enemy units within range. "There is no need to concentrate fire," commanded the Iron Extinction commander without hesitation. Both sides adopted their most suitable strategies. The Zillick Cooperative fleet, with its remarkable agility, posed a challenge even for Iron Extinction once it dispersed. These slippery vessels often eluded effective targeting by enemy warships. The scattered Zillick ships commenced guerrilla tactics, unencumbered by the surrounding enemy fire. With the absence of concentrated assaults, the likelihood of damage to each vessel was minimized. Across the vast expanse of space, even the destroyers spread out, engaging while retreating, leaving the outer Iron Extinction frigates at a loss for a counter-strategy. Although the fleet appeared chaotic and disordered, each ship calculated the real-time positions of its companions, adjusting their courses based on relative positioning and enemy attack trajectories. This ensured sufficient dispersion to evade concentrated fire, while the flagship at the rear could swiftly rally the scattered fleet in the event of an attack. The XT-489 Extermination Unit, not to be underestimated, discerned the intentions of the Zillick Cooperative. In the face of incessant harassment from all directions, Iron Extinction, after meticulous analysis, resolved to abandon the peripheral escort ships and maintain its original formation to prepare for the next star system. "We shall no longer engage in this frivolity. Iron Extinction intends to strike directly at your colonies. Let us see if your fleet dares to flee. It is easy to imagine how many more battles would erupt thereafter. Chapter 191. Further negotiations among the three intelligent species. A idea king emerges at random, with an influence that can extend globally. The idea king generated among the heads of the three alien empires inevitably exerts a galactic level of influence. Within the ethereal, pristine confines of a white matchbox-like space, the supreme leaders of the tripartite alliance continue to convene around the table. Such gatherings have become routine since the onset of war. The Zilliq Cooperative has spearheaded the organization of these private discussions nearly every month. The heads of state deliberate on joint military operations and the international landscape. Virtually every meeting witnesses the emergence of new ideas proposed by the Idea King, which are subsequently implemented upon returning to their respective nations. However, within the empire, Xi Yan's word is law, while the other two nations require deliberation before arriving at conclusions. Regardless, the unity exhibited by the tripartite alliance is unquestionable, as the three intelligent species have united to drive away the Iron Heart exterminators. Today marks yet another occasion for dialogue among the three leaders, as they gather once more at that aesthetically unremarkable table within the immaculate space. The power of habit is immensely formidable. After gazing for an extended period at the aesthetically devoid, monotonously colored, and purely shaped architecture of the Qi-like people, Xi Yan found himself reminiscing about his days spent playing Minecraft, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with such design. It has been a full year since we issued a joint declaration of war against the XT-489 extinction unit, and my fleet has already set sail. However, we have yet to locate the territory of the XT-489 extinction unit. Is your information erroneous? Xi Yan inquired, fixing his gaze on the gray-feathered avian leader, Wanya. Impossible. Their territory lies in this direction. Our deductions cannot be mistaken, Mr. Wanya firmly refuted. It is also possible that the distance is considerable. Naturally, there is the worst-case scenario. We may have found their territory, but there are no hyperspace routes in between, necessitating a detour. As the principal culprit responsible for diverting my fleet for over a year, you must provide compensation. Xi Yan's expression remained stoic. That seems unlikely. Chief Coordinator Wanya chuckled awkwardly. At worst, we can redirect them back. I can offer you some technological compensation. That sounds splendid. Xi Yan's face instantly brightened. It is well known that Xi Yan has a penchant for new technologies, and since the establishment of their alliance, he has frequently invested in acquiring various insignificant technologies. The leaders of the allied nations have grown accustomed to his behavior. Xi Yan does not place much importance on these peripheral technologies, as the Academy of Sciences is currently focused on researching critical advancements, disintegration cannons, cruisers, and gene technologies for population enhancement. Other technologies are directly procured from his dear extraterrestrial animal friends. The technology of the stars is impervious to malevolent manipulation. For instance, in the three-body problem, the Trisolarians subtly embedded malicious elements within their technology, leading to complications when humanity attempted application. The technology of the stars is remarkably pure, leaving little room for exploitation. However, the extraterrestrial empires currently emphasize scientific research, yet they lack a systematic understanding, often struggling to navigate the technological tree. For example, they may mistakenly favor kinetic weapons over energy weapons. Even if they fortuitously opt for the energy weapon path, they might end up selecting the plasma projector instead of the disintegration beam. At first glance, these two technologies may appear similar, which increases the likelihood of an alien empire erring towards the plasma projector, a far inferior weapon compared to the disintegration beam. This scenario underscores the crucial role of Xi Yan. He possesses an intimate knowledge of the technological tree of the stars, enabling him to select the most advantageous technology lines, thereby conserving substantial research time for the empire and averting potential missteps. The mere thought of numerous empires neglecting the disintegration beam technology amuses Xi Yan. In its early stages, the disintegration beam is quite weak, leading most empires to overlook its potential, viewing it merely as a minor trick to bypass shields and armor to inflict slight damage upon hulls. Although it may sound formidable, its actual impact is limited. Conversely, the plasma projector is undeniably powerful, its scale and might unprecedented, truly a case of ignorance. In truth, the annihilation cannon comprises three distinct phases: the annihilation cannon, the ion annihilation cannon, and the phase annihilation cannon. Undoubtedly, the phase annihilation cannon stands as the most formidable, capable of effortlessly overpowering any weapon of its tier, retaining its utility even in the later stages. However, it is common for empires to abandon their pursuit upon reaching the second phase, deeming it insufficiently potent. Crucially, the phase annihilation cannon serves as a precursor technology to the X-slot weapon arc projector. The value of the arc projector is self-evident. One ought to join the arc cult. Dual penetration weaponry shall save the world. All these weapons exhibit the nobility of dual penetration, launching direct assaults on hulls. When, after several centuries, extraterrestrial empires wielding tachyon lances or gigawatt-class cannons confront the deluge of dual penetration weaponry from Xi Yan, they shall experience true despair. Shields and armor offer no resistance against dual penetration weaponry. There is hope to locate the native units of the XT for 89 extermination entity. Otherwise, significant troubles may arise. The Guardian kneel. The Supreme Shield-bearer Krog slowly articulated, rousing Xi Yan from his reverie of delightful fantasies. Xi Yan shook his head to regain focus and then nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, all the pressure converges upon the Killik Cooperative. I should still be able to endure. Senka Vanni scratched his furry head, feeling somewhat despondent. Our main fleet is engaged in combat with the fleet of the XT for 89 extermination entity, yet they exhibit remarkable cunning, either feigning a charge to lure us into pursuit or suddenly retreating, leaving our fleet grasping at shadows, as if they are toying with us. The paramount issue is that the battlefield remains within Zilliq territory, and they are exploiting their superior velocity to relentlessly pursue us. I have recalled several principal fleets with the intention of annihilating this detestable armada. It appears the duress is indeed substantial, Xi Yan remarked with concern. Perhaps we could assemble a coalition force to aid your counteroffensive or seek international assistance. Senka Vanni agitatedly shook his avian head, his beak audibly snapping. Those nations, secure in their distance, will merely offer platitudes and observe the spectacle. We cannot rely on them. We Zilliqs, we possess our own pride. Such alien adversaries cannot vanquish our resolve. I can still endure this. I merely implore you to vigilantly monitor the sinful enterprise at our rear. Xi Yan comprehended his intent. Avian species are typically proud, and the Zilliqs, in their current defensive posture, do not desire the pity of other empires, especially on their own invaded soil. However, the presence of a sinful enterprise lurking in their wake is unsettling. Xi Yan's dark eyes met the large orbs of the sea turtle, Krog. Rest assured, Vanni, my brother, you may concentrate on repelling the iron-heart exterminators. The Mutok Confederation is our concern. Chapter 192. The Celestial Dragons of Mutok. The Neo Guardian Fleet has already established a dominion within the Mutok Confederation's star systems. They are progressively encroaching upon the Mutok Confederation's territories, advancing step by step along their borders. Their engineering fleet incessantly traverses back and forth, establishing fully fortified defense stations in every occupied star system, which deliver a formidable blow to any encroaching adversaries. The Nelians have transformed these star systems into impregnable bastions. The fleet positions itself at the entrance of the faster-than-light travel lane, accompanied by a substantial number of engineering vessels engaged in constructing defensive installations. While across the expanse lies the fleet of them tokens, both sides poised in a tense standoff across the hyperspace corridor. Them tokens find themselves at a loss against the resolute declaration of war by the Nelians, the moment them token fleet dares to venture even slightly away. The Nelian fleet promptly crosses the hyperspace lane to launch an assault. Fortunately, the Token Confederation reacts swiftly, attempting to mount a counteroffensive to catch the Nelian fleet off guard. However, the Nelians exhibit remarkable composure, opting not to engage in direct combat, but rather retreating to the previous star system without granting them tokens an opportunity for a frontal assault. As them tokens pursue, they are met with defensive operations reliant on their fortified platforms and fleet, a type of warfare in which the Nelians excel. With the front line confined to this singular route, the Token Confederation's fleet finds itself facing nearly the entirety of the Nelian Guardian fleet, rendering them virtually without hope of victory. Yet, should they retreat, the Nelian fleet would immediately follow closely behind, harassing the Token Confederation to an unbearable degree. Ultimately, driven to desperation, the Token Confederation has no choice but to anchor their fleet in this star system, confronting the Nelian Guardians across the hyperspace corridor. In truth, the Neel people have never contemplated initiating an offensive. Instead, they leisurely amass resources from the occupied star systems, extract minerals, and harness energy coins from the stars. Subsequently, Their colossal engineering fleets transform these resources into countless defensive installations within the galaxy. The longer this standoff persists, the more anxious the Mtok people become, and the Neel defenses grow increasingly impregnable. Faced with such a predicament, the Mtok Confederation is naturally engulfed in fury. The president of the Confederation convenes a board meeting to deliberate on how to counter the war instigated by the Neel Guardians. As the Neel fortify their defenses along the border, the Mtok find themselves in perpetual unrest. It is utterly outrageous. An isolationist faction dares to impose itself upon us. The culprits. Fortunately, aside from their overt military aggression, the Neel have not commenced a purge of the criminal enterprises within their territory, and trade continues to flow unimpeded, with neither side harboring intentions to obstruct civilian vessels. This represents a rather unusual form of warfare, wherein both parties engage in military confrontation while civilian ships traverse the border without hindrance. The Neel appear disinclined to escalate matters, while the Mtok have no choice but to maintain open passage. Otherwise, how could the energy coins earned by the criminal enterprises be transported back? This reality is well understood by all, including the Neel, who seem to grasp the implications. If the borders were entirely sealed, the inability to transport energy coins back to the Mtok Confederation would incite a frenzied and all-out war from the criminal factions. Nevertheless, while trade remains unaffected, the conflict must persist. To avert the forced relinquishment of the occupied star systems and the loss of their resources, the Mtok Confederation is compelled to reclaim everything. For the glory of the Great Confederation, drive those despicable, crawling creatures from the territory of Mtok. Thus proclaimed the president of the Federation at the joint board meeting. A portion of their fleet is stationed at the borders of the Neel Guardians, while another segment is positioned near the Chirrut Cooperative and the Interstellar Human Military Government. Currently, our other two neighbors, in their efforts to contend with the detestable tin cans, have entirely withdrawn their fleets from the region, presenting us with an opportune moment to strike. Alas, the Neel people are truly insufferable. Their offensive has disrupted our plans, and it is difficult to dismiss the possibility of clandestine dealings. The war between the Organics and the Ironheart Exterminators is not likely to conclude swiftly. We still possess time. Therefore, I hope we can fully mobilize our border fleets to decisively crush the Neel defenses, forcing them back into their shells. Let the discussions commence. The directors clamored and convened a meeting, ultimately passing the resolution through a vote. After careful calculations, it was determined that the other two empires, preoccupied with external conflicts, would not yield results for at least 5 years, and it would take approximately 7 years to muster a sufficiently powerful fleet for border defense. During this interval, the Mtok Federation can amass a great force to first vanquish the Neel Guardians, compelling them to return our territories and sign a peace accord. Subsequently, we shall swiftly recuperate for a year and, while the war is still ongoing, launch a surprise attack on our other two neighbors. They require a war to divert domestic strife and to procure additional resources and benefits. What does that damn dragon have to say? Inquired the president. It remains unchanged. It refuses to accompany us on our expedition. Indeed, a haughty and timid creature, content to linger in our home galaxy, basking in the spoils of our tributes. Before we, the Mtok, even set foot on this planet, this dragon had once insulted us, causing turmoil that claimed the lives of many of our kin. Once all is said and done, we shall inevitably settle this long-standing grudge. If we could examine its dragon scales, we might devise formidable advancements in armored technology. Alas, this miserly dragon is reluctant to place its trust in us. Whenever the celestial dragon of our home planet is mentioned, the directors of the Confederation express their indignation, each voice echoing the sentiment that nothing could be more malevolent than this dragon. Two species that ought to support one another find themselves at odds, driven by the pursuit of self-interest. Enough of that slothful dragon. Let us prepare to mobilize our entire fleet to the borders of the Neel. We shall incite an unprecedented war. Regardless of the cost, we will decisively vanquish the Neel Guardians and force this restless turtle back into its shell. Victory belongs to the Mtok Confederation. Xi Yan stood within the command center of the Cyber-Alex Alpha system, the largest command room of the Empire. The offices on the Ring World are designated solely for administrative and logistical matters, while the command center addresses all tactical concerns. He had relocated his residence here long ago to ensure he could readily attend to his duties in the command room. In matters of domestic affairs, he is under the watchful eye of his devoted Secretary of State and wife, Elvira, ensuring that no missteps occur. The logistics of the fleet are overseen by his wife, Veronica, who holds the position of Minister of Logistics. Thus, Xi Yan dedicates all his energy to the frontline battles and analyses concerning the overarching war and international dynamics. On the star map, the Mtok Confederation's home system is marked distinctly by a red dragon emblem. Following the recent summit of the three nations, Xi Yan has begun to formulate a plan. This dragon is of paramount importance. Consequently, upon learning of the enmity between the Mtok and the dragon, Xi Yan swiftly proposed a small initiative, Operation Bull Dragon. Chapter 193, The Endless Flame of Haska Mtok Confederation, Shaska System. The Shaska System is the home system of the Mtok Confederation, inhabited by these stone beings on their home planet, Shaska. The history of this yellowed, arid world is intrinsically tied to that of the Mtok stone people. As a corporatist state, transportation is undoubtedly a crucial element. Thus, the transportation industry in the Shaska system, being the heart of the Confederation, is exceedingly developed. Various transport vessels nearly saturate this system, ferrying everything from energy credits to diverse goods. Each time one passes by Shaska, the enormous celestial dragon can be seen from these transport ships. The dragon resembles a colossal fish, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence. Its size rivals that of several cruisers, surrounded by an ethereal blue energy. This magnificent creature is known as the Endless Flame of Haska. The colossal celestial dragon curled within a corner of the galaxy, engaging in a fleeting slumber, occasionally awakening to accept offerings from sentient beings. Consuming a staggering 15 units of sustenance, a purebred human set aboard a transport vessel laden with copious amounts of nourishment, casting various organic matter into the void of space for the dragon's indulgence. Xi Yan paid no heed to the espionage network within the Mtok territory, yet Chun Hui differed. Over the past decade, emboldened by the Mtok Confederation's unguarded immigration policies, Chun Hui's agents infiltrated the Confederation in waves, concealing themselves across various industries and strata. This particular agent was one among them, masquerading as an ordinary captain of a transport ship, elevated due to his navigational prowess. His current mission was to deliver the provisions for the dragon's consumption. The agent turned his gaze towards the dragon, its eyes tightly shut in repose, and activated the cargo bay doors, casting a substantial quantity of food directly into the cosmos, where the dragon would swiftly devour them. Speaking of this dragon, the tales between it and the Mtok are manifold. For countless years, the dragon has dwelled upon the surface of Shaska at that time. Even a mere roll of its massive form would trigger cataclysmic earthquakes, wreaking havoc upon the primitive Mtok people residing in its vicinity. In Mtok culture, this dragon is perceived as an adversary to their race, with each regime orchestrating campaigns against the beast. Though none of these endeavors met with success, the animosity between the Mtok and the dragon only intensified, deepening with each sacrifice made. Until the advent of modern technological advancements, the resurgence of the dragon posed a significant threat to the Mtok people. This situation slightly alleviated the animosity between the two parties. The Mtok attempted to communicate with the dragon, yet it remained indifferent, continuing its unconscious slumber. Eventually, when the Mtok perfected their faster-than-light travel technology and evolved into an interstellar criminal enterprise, establishing contact with their first extraterrestrial neighbor, the long-dormant celestial dragon stirred. It expressed an overwhelming hunger, demanding sustenance from the Mtok Confederation. This audacious and disrespectful request incensed the inherently detestable stone beings, prompting the Mtok to reject the proposal. In retaliation, the enraged dragon unleashed a torrent of icy breath, obliterating numerous cities and generating colossal glaciers across the parched, yellowing planet. Terrified by such a formidable assault, the Mtok were compelled to concede, offering the dragon the nourishment it sought. However, the dragon feasted upon organic matter. And after the stone beings provided a plethora of delectable ores, the dragon grew even more furious. It casually froze the precious ores painstakingly gathered by the Mtok and, with a flick of its tail, shattered them into oblivion. Such arrogance and disdain were intolerable to the Mtok. Not only did the dragon refuse the ores, but it also desecrated their provisions. Enduring this affront, the Mtok, having recently established ties with the untrusting Zilric Cooperative, were forced to expend considerable resources to procure ample organic food at exorbitant prices, ultimately appeasing the dragon. The celestial dragon exhibited no semblance of gratitude. Having consumed all organic matter in a single gulp, it once again reclined, indifferent to the countless tokens it crushed in its haste to escape, succumbing once more to slumber. Faced with such formidable might, the tokens were compelled to bury their animosity deep within, transforming what should have been a mutually supportive existence into a latent enmity. Peacefully, the years drifted by, and just as the tokens were on the verge of forgetting this dark chapter of their history, the dragon stirred once again. Awakening abruptly, the celestial dragon unleashed a torrent of energy that enveloped its being, summoning fierce winds that swept across the entire planet as it ascended from Shaska into the cosmos. The tempest wrought by its ascent wreaked havoc on the tokens and their world, evoking haunting memories of their past humiliations. Yet, the dragon remained impervious to the token's ire. As their warships launched futile assaults, the celestial dragon, Horska, the endless flame, emitted cerulean energy beams from its maw and the tips of its wings, unfathomable in nature. Having effortlessly obliterated these insignificant threats, the dragon paid no further heed to them tokens, instead resuming its tranquil slumber in the vastness of space. It left behind a considerable amount of waste on the surface of Shaska, remnants that persisted for centuries. Them tokens, in a monumental effort, incinerated these traces, spending years to finally erase the dragon's presence from their planet. Due to the fleet's devastating defeat at the hands of the dragon, the Mtok Confederation naturally found itself under siege by the Kirik Cooperative. However, when the Kirik fleet boldly advanced into the Shaska star system, the dragon was roused from its slumber. Confronted by these foreign fleets, the dragon demonstrated the true essence of its formidable power, instilling a profound sense of dread. It vanquished the invading Kirik Cooperative, striking fear into the hearts of all surrounding empires. All were acutely aware that this nefarious entity was under the protection of the celestial dragon, causing the empires to refrain from waging war against the transgressions of the Mtok. The Mtok people also recognized that the dragon would safeguard their home system, and thus, although they continued to harbor animosity towards this celestial being, they publicly proclaimed it the guardian dragon of the Mtok Confederation. In the ensuing decades, the nefarious entity experienced remarkable growth, benefiting from the dragon's presence. For no foolhardy adversary dared to obstruct their progress. Subsequently, with the invention of the dragon language translator, the Mtok finally deciphered the ancient tongue of the dragon. The dragon delivered a lengthy tirade, reflecting on the wisdom it had accumulated over countless epochs, and critiquing the Mtok Confederation's approach to time and duty, displaying a palpable disdain for the Mtok's tragically superficial understanding of the universe's foundations. It was evident that the dragon deemed this empire too naive, too reckless, and too foolish to be worthy of its mission at this stage. What was this mission? The Mtok pondered. They remained oblivious, yet they were incensed by the dragon's scorn and derision. Consequently, they severed all communication with the dragon, choosing to ignore the celestial being entirely, even relinquishing the responsibility of providing sustenance to the dragon to the Giant Enterprises faction. Upon learning of this historical account, Xi Yan realized that his opportunity had arrived. Under the guise of delivering goods, this agent approached the colossal dragon, a sight that had long become commonplace. He discreetly left behind a message, processed by a draconic translator, and then quietly departed. This message, imbued with the psychic protection of the master, emanated an aura of spiritual energy that a creature like a dragon could never overlook. Naturally, even if it were to be disregarded, Xi Yan would remain unfazed. He possessed ample means to communicate with the dragon.